In a parallel universe, cultivation relies on elements, and the more types of elements one masters, the more powerful one becomes. Chinfong traverses a parallel world and starts with a complete elemental system, awakening a devouring talent. Cultivation? It can be enhanced through devouring. Elements? They can be increased through tasks. Talent? It's directly top tier. Body? Sorry, my cells are stars, and my body is the universe. Chinfong. A voice that seemed to come from the depths of his soul harshly pulled Chinfong back to reality from the chaos. He raised his head pounding, and was met with blinding lights, a strange ceiling, and the familiar yet unfamiliar young faces around him, along with the stern-looking middle-aged female teacher at the podium. Fragments of memory surged in like a tide and merged together. I actually crossed over? Chinfeng's heart trembled as he quickly processed the information. This was a parallel universe, a world where one's status was determined by elemental cultivation, and he was still the high school senior Chinfong, nearing the college entrance examination. There are less than 100 days until the exam. The homeroom teacher's voice was filled with frustration. I couldn't manage you before, but from now on, anyone who sleeps in my class will be sent out to stand. At that moment, Chinfong had no time to heed the reprimand. He was struck by another harsh reality. This world's him was mediocre, with a pitifully low sensitivity to elements, the only fire element's sensitivity being a mere 0.9, not even close to the threshold for cultivation, a true waste. Just as despair washed over him, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Abnormal soul wave detected. Binding conditions met. God-level warrior system activation successful. Beginner gift pack has been issued. System? Hope ignited in Chinfeng's eyes. Use the beginner gift pack immediately. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a fiery red, fire sensitivity enhancement pill, appeared out of thin air in the system space. Without hesitation, he chose to consume it. The pill melted in his mouth, and an indescribable warm current instantly spread through his limbs, as if a parched riverbed had welcomed a refreshing rain. Ding! Fire sensitivity significantly increased. Current level is 9. Fire element talent has awakened and upgraded to SSS level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent skill, Devour, active/passive, can devour energy from all things, converting it for personal use, ignoring conventional limitations. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a wind sensitivity enhancement pill, SSS level talent, Devour. Chinfong was so excited he almost shouted. This was truly a leap to the heavens. He suppressed his ecstasy and immediately swallowed the wind sensitivity enhancement pill as well. Ding! Wind sensitivity increased. Current level is 7. Wind element talent has awakened and upgraded to S level. System prompt, host's original wind sensitivity was 0.7, has reached the current pill's enhancement limit. S level is still pretty good. Chinfong felt the affinity of his body for the two elements greatly increase, filled with anticipation for the future. The school bell rang, and Chinfong declined his classmate Wang Hai's invitation to eat hot pot, rushing home with a sense of urgency. Pushing open the slightly worn door, he saw his pale-faced, weak father Chin-date on the sofa, and his motherly Shofan at the kitchen door holding a bowl of medicine, her face filled with worry. A wave of sorrow surged in his heart. This family had long been overwhelmed due to his father's serious injury a year ago. His gaze inadvertently swept over the calendar on the wall, March 18th. Chinfong felt as if struck by lightning, his body suddenly stiffening. In his past life, he had met with a tragic accident exactly 7 days later, on March 25th. The culprit behind this tragedy was none other than the reckless young master of the Xiao family in Rongqing, Xiao Kuan. Xiao Kuan not only killed him in a car accident in his past life but also, in this world, had designed to seriously injure his father Chin-date in order to seize the precious fire-type beast crystal left by his father's comrade, Xiao Kuan. Chinfeng's fists clenched tightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The same trajectory, the same enemy, the same countdown to death. In this life, I will never let the tragedy repeat. In 7 days, I must become a warrior, possess enough power, not only to survive but also to make Xiao Kuan pay the price and protect my family. Dad, Chinfong took a deep breath and walked up to his father. Can you let me keep the beast crystal left by your comrade for now? It'll be safer here. Although Chin-date was a bit surprised by his son's sudden interest in this, seeing the serious look in Chinfeng's eyes, he nodded and pointed to his bedroom. It's in the bottom drawer of the nightstand by the bed. You can take it yourself. Chinfong quickly found the wooden box marked with signs of wear and tear, returned to his room, and locked the door. Opening the box, a fist-sized, entirely crimson beast crystal lay quietly inside, exuding a scorching aura, as if it contained the violent power of a ferocious beast. Item, top-grade fire-type beast crystal. Information, contains pure fire energy, energy level extremely high, system prompt, high purity energy source detected, meets the conditions for devour talent. Do you wish to devour? Devour. Without hesitation, Chinfong picked up the beast crystal and directly stuffed it into his mouth like a candy. The devour talent was instantly activated, and an invisible force enveloped the beast crystal. The once incredibly hard beast crystal quickly melted in his mouth, transforming into a scalding torrent of energy that fiercely washed over his limbs, bones, and organs. His muscles became tough through tearing and reformation, his bones creaked under the strain yet were revitalized, and his strength, speed, and perception surged at a terrifying rate. Ding! Top-grade fire-type beast crystal devoured. The physical body has gained a large amount of fire elemental power refinement. Current refinement progress, 60%. Realm upgrade, mid-stage body refinement. So strong. Is this the power of devouring? Chinfong felt the surging power within him, clenched his fist, and heard the crackling sound of his bones, far faster than his previous arduous training. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stepping into the threshold of cultivation. The main quest system is officially activated. Task options triggered. Task 1, normal mode within 7 days, reach the peak of body refinement, 100% refinement. Reward, low-grade wind-type beast crystal X1. Task 2, hard mode within 3 days, reach the peak of body refinement. Reward, low-grade wind-type beast crystal X1, mid-grade wind-type beast crystal X1. Task 3, hell mode within 1 day, reach the peak of body refinement. Reward, top-grade wind-type beast crystal X1, ice element sensitivity enhancement pill X1. Note, only one task can be chosen, failure incurs no penalty, but rewards will be missed. Chinfong looked at the task list, his gaze fixed intensely on hell mode. Top-grade wind beast crystal, plus the ice element enhancement pill, this reward is too tempting. And time is tight, I must improve my strength quickly. He waited in his heart. Although 1 day was extremely short, the rewards were the greatest, and the risks were also the highest. To reach the peak of body refinement, I still need 40% refinement progress, which probably requires a high-grade fire-type beast crystal. Chinfong frowned. But a high-grade beast crystal costs at least 50,000. At home, he glanced around the simple room and let out a bitter laugh. Money had become the biggest problem. You must find a way to make money, and quickly. A flash of inspiration struck Chinfeng's mind. That's right, the Martial Arts Association. There are cash rewards for potential newcomers under 18 who get certified. Without delay, he quickly said goodbye to his parents, mentioning he had something to take care of, and rushed out, taking a taxi straight to the Martial Arts Association building in the city center. The Grand Association building was bustling with people, mostly composed of calm and composed adult martial artists. With his identification proving he was under 18, Chinfong took the priority lane and was warmly guided to the certification window by a sharp-eyed staff member. Sir, please place your hand on this sensor and try to channel the elemental power you have comprehended. The staff member handed over a high-tech device. Chinfong followed the instructions, placing his palm on it, and with a thought, he summoned the fire elemental power he had just become familiar with, carefully injecting a trace of it. The screen of the device quickly lit up with a small flame pattern. Beep. Certification result, fire element, initial stage of body refinement. A hint of joy flashed in the staff member's eyes, although it was only the initial stage. Being young meant limitless potential. Congratulations, Mr. Sheen. According to the regulations, you will receive a cash reward of 20,000 yuan for successfully certifying in the initial stage of body refinement under 18. Please provide your bank card number. 20,000? Chinfong raised an eyebrow. Not enough. He looked at the staff member who hadn't left yet and calmly said, "Please wait a moment, I want to certify again." Ha! The staff member was taken aback. Was there a possibility for consecutive certifications on the spot? Before she could react, Chinfong pressed his hand on the device again. This time, he held nothing back. The fire elemental power in his body, now at the mid-stage of body refinement, surged forth like a awakened beast. The flame pattern on the device's screen instantly exploded, transforming from one flame into 2 blazing infernos. The brightness was several times greater than before. Beep. Certification result, fire element, mid-stage of body refinement. The entire certification hall fell silent for a moment, all eyes focused on Chinfong, filled with shock, disbelief, and even a hint of awe. A mid-stage body refinement practitioner under 18? Where did this unparalleled genius come from? The staff member was left dumbfounded, then excitedly stammered, Mid-stage. My goodness, sir. According to the highest reward standard, a mid-stage certification under 18 can earn a reward of 50,000 yuan. Only then did Chinfong smile in satisfaction. Very well, a total of 70,000. Please process it quickly. I need it urgently. Yes, I'll go right away. The staff member almost ran off to handle it. A few minutes later, a text message notified him that 70,000 yuan had been credited. Chinfong retrieved his bank card and turned to leave. "Sir, I'll see you off." The staff member quickly followed, her attitude much more respectful. As they reached the entrance of the hall, Chinfong suddenly stopped and asked, "By the way, does your association have a place that sells beast crystals? I want to buy a high-level fire-type beast crystal." The staff member quickly nodded, "Yes, sir. We have an official certified beast crystal trading area within the association. The quality is absolutely guaranteed, and the prices are fair. Please follow me." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he followed the staff member into the association. The peak of body refinement was right in front of him. The Beast Crystal Association sells beast crystals in another building, not far away. 10 minutes later, the two arrived here. "Sir, the first floor is the area for selling fierce beast crystals, while the second floor and above are for selling demon beast crystals," the staff explained. Chinfong nodded, glanced around, and headed straight for the fire-type beast crystal sales area. The prices and quality of the beast crystals here were clearly marked. He directly looked at a high-grade beast crystal, which was priced at 50,000. "Do you need to purchase this beast crystal, sir?" the salesperson asked with a professional smile. Just then, a staff member behind Chinfong stepped forward. "Xiao, the sir just certified as a warrior, so he can get a 20% discount." The salesperson Xiao was taken aback. Those under 18 who successfully certified could get a discount on beast crystals, a benefit for geniuses. The certification for the initial stage of body refinement was a 10% discount, while a 20% discount indicated certification at the mid-stage of body refinement. "Sir," she quickly corrected herself, "you only need to pay 40,000 for this beast crystal." Chinfong was surprised, but he was very satisfied. With this price, 40,000 was already below the market price. "Pack it up for me." "Sure," Xiao replied excitedly. After taking the beast crystal, Chinfong walked out of the building and turned to the staff. "Where is the restroom?" "Sir, it's right ahead," the staff pointed forward. "Wait for me here." Chinfong took the beast crystal and headed towards the restroom. He did not enter the restroom but found a secluded spot, took out the beast crystal, and swallowed it whole. Instantly, that familiar feeling returned. "Ding! Fire-type fierce beast crystal devoured successfully. Your physical fire elemental power refinement has reached 100% peak of body refinement." Chinfong was delighted, directly crossing from the late stage to the peak. "Ding! You have completed task 3, Hell Mode. Rewards have been issued." He looked at the system space, and a wind-type fierce beast crystal and an ice element sensitivity enhancement pill had appeared. With a flip of his hand, the beast crystal appeared in his palm, and without any hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth. "Ding! Devoured successfully. Your physical wind elemental power refinement has reached 45%, only 45%. It seems this refinement level is related to talent." His wind-type talent was S2 levels lower than fire, which affected the refinement progress. However, the refinement progress had just reached the threshold of the mid-stage. Then, he swallowed the ice element sensitivity enhancement pill. "Ding! Your ice element sensitivity has increased to 8. Ding! Your ice-type talent has been upgraded to SS level 3 types now." Chinfong smiled. Although he hadn't started cultivating the ice type yet, having the qualification to cultivate meant it was only a matter of time. Next, he glanced at the information panel. Name: Chinfong. Fire type realm. Peak of body refinement. Wind type realm. Mid stage of body refinement. Refinement progress 45%. Ice type realm. None. Talent skills: Devour. Combat power 150. My combat power has already surpassed the peak of single type body refinement. Chinfong was filled with joy. Generally, cultivators are single type and dual types are rare, while there have been no records of anyone with 3 types. The peak of single type body refinement is normally around 100, while the mid stage is about 25. He had one at the peak of body refinement and one at the mid-stage, which should normally add up to 125, but now it had exceeded that, indicating that dual type stacking was not simply 1 plus 1. Moreover, the wind type had not yet reached its peak. Once it did, the combat power would be even more terrifying. What was even more frightening was that he had 3 types. Once he cultivated the ice type, his true combat power would likely approach that of a 1-star warrior. The combat power threshold for a 1-star warrior is 300, which is entirely possible. With this thought, he focused his mind, and the panel information changed to talent information. Fire element talent, SSS wind element talent, S ice element talent, SS ice element talent is better than wind element talent. Next, I will strive to reach the peak in both realms simultaneously. Chinfong smiled, full of confidence. As for breaking through to a 1-star warrior, he could only take it slow over the next 7 days. After all, to break through to a 1-star warrior, one must condense the elemental mark. It cannot be achieved overnight. My lord! The staff member saw Chinfong approaching. The exit is this way, let me drive you back. No need. What's your name? Chinfong asked.
My name is Wu Fong, you can call me Xiao Fong.
The staff member's heart leaped with joy as she quickly replied.
Chinfong, asking for her name, indicated that he had left some impression on her.
He nodded. Xiao Fong, if someone under 18 certifies in the late stage of body refinement, how much reward do they get and how much at the peak?
My lord,
the reward for the late stage of body refinement is 100,000 and at the peak it's 200,000.
Wu Fong said.
If you come back for certification next time and are still under 18, you can receive another 100,000. She could tell that Chinfong was not the type of rich young master and seemed to be in urgent need of money. Although she didn't understand why he was buying beast crystals, there must be a reason.
Announcement from Rong City. Suddenly, a voice echoed across the city. The city's
young talent, Zhao Kuan, has become a one-star warrior and is hereby rewarded 1 million, along with a second-tier martial art.
At that moment, the people of Rong City couldn't help but look up, revealing expressions of envy. The reward wasn't particularly impressive, but once this announcement was made, the person's fame would be different. To receive a reward personally from the city lord was an honor in itself.
Zhao Kuan must be the Zhao Kuan from the Xiao family.
The Xiao family is truly remarkable. First, there was Zhao Liang, and now there's Zhao Kuan. Xiao Kuan must be around 20. Wu Fong couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing the announcement. Do you know much about the Zhao family? Chinfong asked. Zhao Kuan was his enemy.
I don't know the specifics about the Xiao family, but I do know a bit about the two brothers. Wu Fong had worked at the Warrior Association for several years and had encountered both of them for certification. 3 years ago, Zhao Liang came to certify as a 2-star warrior when he was just 23, and Zhao Kuan certified at the peak of body refinement at 19. A peak body refinement at 19 is extremely rare in Rong City. His cultivation talent is at least A level.
Having done certification work for so many years, she was quite familiar with the talents in Rong City. Let's go to the certification hall, Chinfong said. Is a 20-year-old 1-star warrior and a 19-year-old peak body refinement really that talented? Wu Fong looked at Chinfeng's back, somewhat puzzled, but she quickly followed him. Take me for another certification.
This, my lord, if the certification fails, there will be a certification fee, Wu Fong reminded him. She thought that the recent citywide
announcement must have stimulated Chinfong. Get the instrument.
Chinfong did not explain.
Wu Fong helplessly retrieved the instrument from the staff at the window. At that moment, people in the hall saw Chinfong coming for certification again and showed expressions of surprise. He's back again. How interesting. He didn't just go out and break through, did he? The speaker chuckled, not even believing his own words.
At that moment, Chinfeng's palm was already pressed against the instrument.
When Chinfeng's palm pressed down on the instrument, everyone couldn't help but watch closely. On the instrument, the first flame symbol appeared instantly, followed by the second. Late stage of body refinement. When the third flame symbol appeared, someone couldn't help but exclaim. Chinfong had gone out and returned, and he had actually certified his late stage of body refinement. Did he really break through just by going out for a while? The earlier person said, in surprise. Nonsense, he must have been hiding his strength before. Someone next to him spoke up. Wu Fong, who was beside Chinfong, looked at the instrument in astonishment, then turned to Chinfong. Sir. No rush. Chinfong
smiled, then he fully unleashed his fire elemental power. On the instrument, the fourth flame symbol appeared. At that moment, the entire hall erupted, and everyone looked at Chin with disbelief in their eyes.
A peak body refiner under 18. Who is he? Could he be the illegitimate son of the city lord? Various exclamations and discussions immediately filled the hall. Just then, a man in formal attire walked over, coming to Chinfeng's side, and enthusiastically extended his hand. Hello, sir, I am the director here, Su Hua. Director Su. Chinfong reached out and shook his hand. Sir, can I have a word with you? Su Hua appeared very polite. Given his position, it was rare for him to appear, let alone be so courteous, but Chinfeng's presence made him unusually enthusiastic. Chinfong nodded. Su Hua smiled. Please follow me, sir. He then looked at Wu Fong. You come too. Wu Fong had been attending to Chinfong, and, with her by his side, it wouldn't seem out of place. Soon, the three arrived in an empty VIP room, and after sitting down, Su Hua said, Wu Fong, go make a cup of tea for Mr. Chin. Wu Fong hurriedly went to the side to get Izzy. Chin. Fong smiled. Director Su, no need to call me sir. With his current student status, being called sir felt a bit awkward, and besides, he could tell that this man in front of him was already a martial artist. Su Hua smiled. Then I'll call you Brother Chin. The reason I called you Brother Chin is that you just certified consecutively and can receive a reward of 300,000. This is not a small amount, so I need to handle it personally. Of course, it will only take a few minutes. At this moment, Wu Fong brought the tea to Chinfong. Hearing Su Hua's words, she looked at him in surprise. For martial artists, the process for reward payments has its procedures, as long as it is confirmed. Even for 300,000, it doesn't actually require the director to handle it personally. Su Hua glanced at Wu Fong and gave her a knowing look.
He certainly didn't need to personally inquire, but Chinfong was worth his attention. Such a genius, he naturally wanted to get to know him. Then I'll trouble you, Director Su. Chinfong nodded. 300,000 was beyond his expectations. This was the reward for certifying both late stage and peak combined. Su Hua smiled and quickly operated on the computer, and Qin Feng's phone received a notification of the deposit. By the way, Brother Qin, you are still a senior in high school, right? Su Hua suddenly asked. Yes, Rongcheng. Number 1 high school. Qin Feng nodded. Number 1 high school, what a coincidence. I'm an alumnus too. I graduated from number 1 high school as well. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Chinfong suddenly asked Director Su if a dual element person comes to certify, can they receive an additional reward? Upon hearing this, Su Hua was taken aback, while Wu Fong beside him trembled in surprise, looking at Chinfong. She was somewhat familiar with Qin Feng's tactics. Generally, asking such a question likely indicated that Chinfong himself was a dual element. The dual system does not have any additional rewards. In fact, while the dual system is rare, it is incredibly difficult to cultivate and requires a significant amount of time. Therefore, the official stance does not recommend cultivating two systems simultaneously. Su Hua shook his head. After all, the dual system requires sensing different elements, which means it takes double the time, and the cultivation speed would be greatly reduced. Thus, when a dual system appears, the officials usually suggest first cultivating one system and only considering the other after reaching a bottleneck. This is also the reason why there are no dual system certification rewards set by the officials. Brother Qin, are you a dual system? Su Hua suddenly realized and asked in surprise. Chinfong merely picked up his teacup and took a sip, not answering. Since there were no rewards, he had no need to expose himself. Hiding it would serve as a trump card when dealing with the Zhao family in the future. Su Hua saw Qin Feng's demeanor and couldn't discern whether he was truly a dual system, but he didn't dwell on it and began looking for common topics. Half an hour later, Chinfong stood up. Director Su, please don't announce my certification today. Many people in the hall had seen the certification, but they didn't know him, and even if it spread, it would only be within a small circle. He didn't want everyone to know just yet. No problem, but your information has already been uploaded to the computer system. The higher-ups in Rome City will notice it sooner or later. All the information of certified individuals is eventually compiled, which is equivalent to a personal file. That's fine. Chinfong waved his hand and then left. Wu Fong prepared to see him off, but he declined. After Chinfong left, Wu Fong couldn't help but say, Lord Qin is the most talented person I've ever seen. Compared to him, Zhao Kuan is nothing. Su Hua nodded, he thought so too. A peak body refiner under 18 years old was indeed rare in Rome City. However, he said, you mustn't say that outside. I know, Director. Wu Fong nodded. Lord Qin wants us to keep it a secret, so I won't speak carelessly. But I feel that Lord Qin seems to have a grudge against Zhao Kuan. How so? Su Hua was startled. He knew about the Xiao family, even he wouldn't dare to offend them easily. He was familiar with the powerful families in Rome City, and there was no Qin family among them. Plus, judging by Qin Feng's attire, he didn't seem like a wealthy heir. In this case, he was curious about how he could have a grudge against the Xiao family. Just now, Lord Qin had finished purchasing beast crystals and was about to leave, but then the city announcement suddenly rang out. When Lord Qin heard that Zhao Kuan was mentioned in the announcement, he immediately changed his mind and came back for certification. So, I think Lord Qin exposed himself. Because of Zhao Kuan, he doesn't want to lose to him. She could sense that Chinfong was a very low-key person. If it weren't for that announcement, he probably wouldn't have come for certification. In that case, everyone would only think he was at the mid-stage of body refinement. Of course, she was overthinking it. Qin Feng's main goal was still money. After hearing this, Su Hua also found it reasonable. His eyes flickered, a grudge against the Zhao family. If that were the case, he felt he could take a risk. Xiao Fong, find someone to investigate what kind of grudge Brother Qin has with the Zhao family. The more detailed, the better. Remember, be discreet, Su Hua suddenly said. After Chinfong left the Martial Arts Association, it was already late. He took a taxi and returned home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Qindade and Li Xiufen sitting on the sofa, seemingly waiting for him to come back. Xiao Chen, there's something we need to discuss with you. Li Xiufen spoke first. Chinfong sat down, looking at the two, waiting for them to continue. Xiao Chen, where did you put that beast crystal? We've decided to sell it. The top-grade beast crystal can probably sell for around 80,000. With that, we can buy you some supplements to help you reach the cultivation standard before the college entrance examination. They had originally planned to handle this secretly and surprise Chinfong with the supplements. However, when they went to Qin Feng's room, they only found an empty box and couldn't find the beast crystal at all. Chinfong looked at Qindade. Weren't you always insisting on not selling it? Sigh. Qindade sighed. I was too stubborn before and didn't consider the family's situation. When the captain gave me the beast crystal, he told me to sell it for some money, but I just couldn't get over that mental hurdle.
But now I've come to understand.
Over the past year, the family's situation had become increasingly difficult.
He also knew that
Feng's fire sensitivity had reached 0.9, just 0.1 away.
Perhaps with some special supplements, it could be made up. If Chinfong could really qualify for cultivation, it would all be worth it. There were still 3 months until the college entrance examination,
and the threshold for entering university was having cultivation qualifications.
As long as the sensitivity reached 1, he could enter university, even if it was the worst university.
After that, at the very least, he would be at the initial stage of body training, and he would be able to do quite well.
Not selling.
Chinfong waved his hand.
What was there to sell? He had already consumed it all himself. How could he sell it?
He might as well sell himself.
Ha!
The two looked at Chinfong in confusion.
In the
past, when they argued about this matter, although Chinfong didn't support it, he also didn't oppose it.
Why did he suddenly have this attitude? It's impossible to sell. Don't worry about me, I can already cultivate. Chinfong no longer hid it. The two had been
worried about him for the past year, and it was time to let them feel relieved and happy.
You can cultivate? The two stared at Chinfong, completely stunned.
After a moment, Li Xiaofan stood up, walked in front of Chinfong, and reached out to touch his forehead.
Xiao Chen, what's wrong with you today?
Chinfong knew they didn't believe him, so he took out a certification.
Take a look. Li Xiaofan took the certificate, initial body training certification. Looking at the certificate, her hands couldn't help but tremble. Let me see, let me see.
Qingde shouted from the sofa, unable to move easily. Li Xiaofan walked over and handed him the certificate. Looking at it, he excitedly said, "It really is the initial stage of body training."
His expression was very complex. With 3 months until the college entrance examination, reaching the initial stage of body training was something only top students could achieve. Generally, students would only succeed in body training after entering university.
Chinfong looked at their expressions
and just smiled.
This time he had received 4 certificates. Fortunately, he didn't take out the one for peak body training, or he was afraid they would faint from excitement. He stood up and returned to his room, not wanting to disturb their excitement.
The next day,
in class, the homeroom teacher came to the podium and looked at everyone below. Today we will conduct a practical training session, which will also serve as a test of what you've learned during this time.
The college entrance examination is not far away. I hope you all can show your true abilities. The school will register some outstanding students based on the results of this training, and in the coming time, these outstanding students will receive some special training. Now is the final sprint stage
for the college entrance examination, and the school has set some targets.
Therefore, how many outstanding students a school can
produce is not only a matter of the students themselves but also a matter for the school.
Alright, everyone gather at the training ground.
This time, it's a training session for the entire grade. Don't embarrass me.
The homeroom teacher glanced at everyone. Again, the training ground is less than 20 minutes away from the teaching building.
When Chinfong arrived, he saw that over
1,000 people had already gathered here.
Soon, everyone was divided into 10 groups according to their classes, and Chinfeng's class, Class 7, was assigned to the second group.
Each group had a teacher to guide them. My name is Fong Lei, and I am your guiding teacher. Now, who will be the first to step forward? Teacher, is it a battle with you? A student asked. Fong Lei smiled. Fight. Me? I'm at the peak of body refinement.
If you want to fight me, go ahead. The expressions of the crowd changed upon hearing this. The peak of body refinement is a level that even the top genius of the first high school does not possess.
The first one to step forward will be the champion. What's wrong? Does no one have the courage? Fong Lei scanned the crowd. At that moment, a student stood up and walked to the center of the field. My name is Liao Yang. It's Liao Yang.
The surrounding students changed
their expressions upon seeing Liao Yang.
Liao Yang, a senior in the first high school, ranked 5th among the top 10 geniuses. Liao Yang was actually assigned to our group. How are we supposed to fight? Someone said helplessly.
The first to go up was Liao Yang. If they went up, they would only be beaten.
Fong Lei nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Liao Yang step up, then looked at the others and found that no one dared to come forward, so he had to start calling on people. There was no choice. This time, they needed to record the practical combat abilities of some outstanding students, and he could only make a rough judgment after they had fought. You come, he pointed at a student. The student's face changed, but he had no choice but to go up, trembling with fear.
Bang! As soon as it started,
he was knocked down to the ground.
Fong Lei continued to call on people.
As time passed, one by one, they were defeated by Liao Yang, and the strongest among them didn't last more than 3 moves.
Fong Lei continued to call on people. Class monitor, go for it.
Suddenly, the students of Class 7 shouted.
The class monitor, who was called, shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew he was definitely no match for Liao Yang. Sure enough, after going up, he was defeated after 10 moves. The students of Class 7 immediately felt disheartened. Liao Yang is too strong, it's simply bullying. Someone shook their head helplessly. Some girls around looked at Liao Yang with admiration. Indeed impressive. Fong Lei also looked at Liao Yang and nodded in satisfaction. Liao Yang should have already stepped into the threshold of early body refinement. After that, he scanned the remaining people who had not yet fought. You come, he pointed at Chinfong. Chinfong stood up and Wang Hai beside him pulled him. Just go up and fall down, don't let him hit you. Chinfong nodded, walked onto the field, and directly said, Chinfong. His expression was very calm, which surprised the surrounding classmates. He doesn't seem nervous at all. There's no choice. If you're called, you have to go up. Either way, you'll be beaten, so it's better to be mentally prepared. At this moment, on the field, Liao Yang, after defeating so many people, clearly felt a bit bored. He looked at Chinfong and casually said, Are you ready? Ready. Chinfong nodded. Just as Chinfong finished speaking, Liao Yang charged over. He wanted to quickly end this boring battle. At that moment, he pounced like a cheetah, his speed reaching its peak, and in the blink of an eye, he was close to Chinfong. The surrounding girls couldn't help but shout, Liao Yang! Liao Yang! The scene reached a climax. Bang! A figure flew backward. Liao Yang! Liao Yang! Liao! Just as some girls were shouting enthusiastically, they suddenly caught sight of the figure that had flown out, and their voices instantly choked as if they had swallowed something. Foul! The entire venue fell silent in an instant, everyone looking on with expressions of disbelief. The Liao Yang, who had just been praised by the crowd, was now lying on the ground, pale-faced and in great pain. Meanwhile, Chinfong stood in the center of the arena, still in the same position. Everyone's minds went blank. The fifth-ranked genius Liao Yang had been taken down in one move, without Chinfong even having to move a step. Chinfong! Chinfong! Wang Hai was the first to react, suddenly shouting, Chinfong! Chinfong! At this moment, the students of Class 7 began to shout. Fong Lei was also shocked, his pupils constricted. In that brief moment, even he couldn't tell what realm Chinfong was in. Quick, get 2 people to carry him to the infirmary, Fong Lei shouted as he saw Liao Yang lying on the ground in increasing pain. After Liao Yang was taken away, Chinfong looked at Fong Lei, who also looked back at him. Chinfong felt a bit embarrassed and said, Teacher, it was my first time striking, I couldn't hold back. Fong Lei waved his hand, about to speak. Chinfong continued, Teacher, pick the next one, this time I'll make sure it's decisive. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the surrounding students changed dramatically. Fong Lei was stunned. How could he pick someone else when Liao Yang had just been taken down in one move? There was no point in picking anyone else. Chinfong, come with me. Fong Lei then looked at the others. You all continue, spar among yourselves, I'll be back soon. After saying this, he led Chinfong in a certain direction. Within the school, leaving a group of students in a daze, they finally couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. What realm is Chinfong in? He should be in the mid-stage of body refinement. In the whole school, only the class leader Jang Chang from Class 1 reached that level not long ago. Damn, this Chinfong is really sneaky, only revealing himself now. In the arena, Wang Hai was surrounded by people, all classmates from Class 7, who knew about his good relationship with Chinfong and were all curious. Actually, I've known my brother's strength for a long time. Let me tell you, he's not in the mid-stage of body refinement, but in the late stage. The chubby boy looked proud, but inside he was also extremely confused. Damn, that guy actually kept it from me. And secretly became a master. What? Late stage of body refinement. The people around gasped in surprise upon hearing Wang Hai's words. Hiss! The sound of people gasping filled the air as they looked at Qin Feng's receding figure, their eyes filled with disbelief. In the school's martial arts building, this was usually a place for students to spar and practice on their own, as well as a place for students to test their combat power. Chinfong, what realm are you in? Fong Lei looked at Chinfong and asked seriously, his expression very solemn. Don't hide anything, this relates to the school's arrangements for you moving forward. During the critical phase of college entrance exam preparation, the school had different arrangements for different students. If one hid something at this time, it would only be to their own detriment. Peak of body refinement. Chinfong nodded. He certainly wouldn't mention the matter of the 3 systems, but being at the peak of body refinement was impressive enough. Indeed, it's the peak of body refinement. Fong Lei was excited, grabbing Qin Feng's arms. Do you mind testing your combat power? Teacher Fong, don't get too excited, Chinfong said helplessly. Let's test it then. He was actually quite curious whether the combat power measured by the instrument would match what was on the system. Wait. Suddenly, Fong Lei took out his phone, dialed a number, and made a call. Before long, a man in his 50s walked over. Fong Lei, what's going on? Why did you need me to come over so quickly?
The man spoke somewhat displeased.
Principal, it's a big deal. There's a student here about to test his combat power and I wanted you to see, Fong Lei said excitedly. The principal was about to get angry. What was so interesting about a student testing?
Suddenly, a loud bang echoed and he turned to look. The numbers on the instrument were jumping continuously before finally
settling down.
He stared in shock at the number 150. Even Fong Lei, who already knew that Chinfong was at the peak of body refinement, widened his eyes in disbelief.
This data far exceeded the peak of body refinement.
Although the peak could exceed 100, as some people's physical qualities were naturally strong, reaching 150 was basically impossible.
Fong Lei, which school is this student from?
The principal glanced at Chinfong and, confirming he didn't recognize him,
shouted at Fong Lei.
As the principal, he didn't know many students from his school, but he was well aware of the outstanding ones, and there was no one like Chinfong. Principal, Chinfong is from our school, a student in class 7 of the 3rd year. Otherwise, why would he be here to test?
Fong Lei snapped back to reality, somewhat speechless. Why would he bring a student from another school?
Only then did the principal seriously look at Chinfong. A student from his own school was increasingly
pleasing to the eye. Student Chin, come.
The principal pulled Chinfong aside to sit down. Student Chin, are you dual system? He suddenly asked.
Peak body refinement.
Combat power of 150. Only 2 possibilities existed. One was a super freak, and the other was dual system. Both probabilities were terrifyingly low, but in comparison, he felt the possibility of dual system was greater. After all, Chinfong didn't look like that kind of muscular freak.
Chinfong nodded, not denying it. Although dual systems were rare, they weren't non-existent.
Ah, great. The principal laughed heartily. Dual system 150. That proved that Chinfeng's other system was already
at the mid-stage of body refinement.
Such a cultivation speed was simply terrifying. However, I suggest you focus on the peak of body refinement. The college entrance examination is approaching, and if you can become a 1-star warrior by then, you can choose any university in Long Country, the principal reminded seriously. Having worked at the first high school for so long, Chinfong was the first genius he had ever seen, and he had to be taken seriously during the college entrance examination.
He would definitely be a trump card. I understand. Chinfong nodded, not explaining further.
By the way, how do you hope the school will cultivate you? The
principal suddenly asked.
Although the school had previously prepared to cultivate top students, with Chinfeng's appearance, it was no longer just a matter of being a top student. The so-called geniuses of the school had already been left far behind, and the cultivation plan for them was not suitable for Chinfong.
Actually, I don't
have any special requirements. Chinfong slightly shook his head. The school's cultivation plan was certainly not as good as his system. It was completely unnecessary.
Principal, I heard the school has special reward money? Chinfong asked.
Upon hearing this, the principal looked at Chinfong. This kid was really straightforward.
He nodded. Indeed, but the highest reward isn't much. How much? 100,000. That's still great.
I hope to apply for this reward. My family's situation, the principal may not know, is very poor. Chinfong said earnestly.
What a good kid.
The principal secretly sighed and said, I will apply for the reward for you and strive to get it approved in 3 days. The school's application for rewards has a set process, and the shortest time is 3 days.
Thank you, Principal. Chinfong smiled.
100,000 plus what he had in his card would make 420,000. This amount was something many families couldn't save in a lifetime.
Do you have any other requests? The principal continued.
The bonus was meant for the most outstanding students, and Chinfong deserved it. I hope to have more freedom in my study time. My cultivation method is a bit different. Chinfong thought for a moment and said, coming to school didn't hold much significance for him. He wanted to make better use of his time to improve his cultivation.
No problem.
The principal did not hesitate at all. Since Chinfong had only revealed his strength now, he must have relied on his own cultivation methods before, and naturally, he didn't want to be delayed by the school's learning approach.
After Chinfong
left, he did not attend the practical class but directly left the school.
He took a taxi to the largest energy market in the city center.
The so-called energy market was a place specifically for buying and selling beast crystals, beast skins, corpses, and various elixirs. This largest market was also owned by the government, so he could get discounts here as well.
320,000
could elevate his wind system realm to its peak, and he could also officially start cultivating the ice system realm.
A top-grade beast crystal for the wind system will bring my body refinement progress to 45%.
To reach 100%, I still need 2 top-grade beast crystals. His wind system talent was only S, and the effect of advanced beast crystals would be much less. For advanced
beast crystals might not even elevate him to the peak, but 2 top-grade beast crystals would definitely do the trick. After the
Discount, the 2 top-grade beast crystals would cost 160,000, leaving him with 160,000, enough to buy 2 top-grade ice system beast crystals as well. The second floor of the market was dedicated to selling beast crystals, and he quickly found the section for wind system beast crystals.
120,000?
Chinfong frowned when he asked the price. Yes, sir, the beast crystals from wind-type ferocious beasts are more expensive than those from fire-type ones, as these ferocious beasts are relatively rare, the salesperson explained. Chinfong then understood that different ferocious beast crystals
had different prices. Give me 2. Chinfong took out his peak body refinement certification and said. The salesperson looked at the certificate and his expression changed. Master, you. What's wrong? Chinfong frowned. And nothing, I just wanted to say. Master, you can enjoy a 40% discount. 40%? Chinfong was taken aback, then he remembered. When he was certified as mid-body refinement at the Martial Arts Association, he got a 20% discount, thus late body refinement would be 30% and peak body refinement would be 40%. Wrap them up for me.
Chinfong smiled. With a 40% discount, each would only cost 72,000, which was quite a benefit.
Oh, okay.
The salesperson hurriedly wrapped them up for Chinfong.
After taking the beast crystals, Chinfong glanced at the salesperson. Keep it a secret. The salesperson nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. After that,
Chinfong went to the Ice System Beast Crystal sales point and also bought 2 top-grade Ice System Beast Crystals.
After calculating,
he still had 32,000 left, keeping 2,000 for himself and the rest for family expenses, which was enough for now. When the school bonus came in a few days, he would send it all home, improving his family's situation significantly. Once everything was done, he headed downstairs towards the exit of the market.
Just as he got downstairs, 2 people entered the market. A man and a woman.
The man saw Chinfong and was momentarily taken aback. Then, noticing what Chinfong was holding, his brow furrowed. Kuan, what's wrong? The dazzling woman beside him asked, puzzled by Zhao Kuan's expression. I see a familiar face.
He scrutinized Chinfong as he walked by.
At that moment, he remembered that this was the person who had sought him out some time ago. Back then, Chinfong had questioned him about whether Qin was harmed at his instigation, and he had admitted without hesitation. He had learned about Qin Feng's family. They had little money, but seeing what Chinfong was holding, his expression changed.
Could it be that he recorded it at that time and went to find my family?
His heart raced. Although he couldn't see the quality of the beast crystals in Qin Feng's hands, buying 4 at once, even if they were the most basic, was something his family couldn't afford. The only possibility was that Chinfong was using the recording to threaten his family. Although Zhao Kuan was strong, he wasn't
powerful enough to ignore the rules.
This person must die. He suddenly became ruthless. If Chinfong held the recording, he was like a ticking time bomb. While it wouldn't bring down the Zhao family, it would still be very uncomfortable, especially since Qin was a retired soldier.
How could young Master Kuan have such a friend?
The woman glanced at Chinfong and said disdainfully. Chinfong was the kind of person who looked very ordinary at first glance, dressed without any sense of style.
At that moment, Chinfong also saw Zhao Kuan ahead. He just glanced at him and ignored it. Chinfong. As he approached, Zhao Kuan took the initiative to greet him. It's really you. He looked surprised.
Brother Qin, when you came to find me last time, I happened to be in a bad
mood. Brother Qin, do you have time now?
If possible, I should compensate you all at once. Chinfong looked at him. How do you
plan to compensate?
Hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Kuan's heart leaped with joy. Let's talk in the car.
Chinfong smiled and didn't refuse, following him out towards the mall.
Brother Qin, I don't have money in my card, but in the suburbs, I have a villa.
All the money is there.
If you go with me, I'll give it to you. How about that? Once in the car, Zhao Kuan said with a big smile.
Is that so?
Chinfong hesitated for a moment. Zhao Kuan felt anxious. Brother Qin, don't worry, once we get there, whatever
you want, it's all negotiable.
Chinfong showed a bit of difficulty and finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, but I want
to come back early. Sure, my car is very fast. Zhao Kuan laughed heartily. Get out. He then looked at the woman, his expression turning cold. The woman reluctantly said, Young Master Kuan, I don't know about your villa. I want to go to my villa.
Not only do you not know, but no one knows except me.
Zhao Kuan's face turned cold. What do you want to go for?
We agreed that if we broke up, there would be no entanglements, so it's better that you don't know about the villa.
The woman's face turned
angry, just about to speak, when Chinfong suddenly said, It's fine, young Master Kuan, let her go. 2 big men going alone.
What does that look like?
Zhao Kuan was taken aback. He had intended to refuse, but fearing that Chinfong wouldn't go either, he could
only nod. All right.
He didn't delay any longer, stepping on the gas, and the car sped towards the suburbs.
Half an hour later,
the car arrived at a more and more remote place, and in the end, it actually came to a desolate little path.
At a glance, there were
No houses around, let alone people, not even a ghostly shadow was in sight. Soon after, the car slowly came to a stop, and Zhao Kuan said, "The road ahead can't be driven on, we need to get out and walk." Saying this, he got out of the car and the woman followed, without any sense of abnormality. Chinfong smiled slightly. He quickly took out the 4 beast crystals and swallowed them in one go, then leisurely opened the car door. Ding, devouring successful. Your physical body's wind element refining progress has reached 100%. Ding, devouring successful. Your physical body's ice element refining progress has reached 100%. Chinfong felt that at this moment his physical strength had reached an unprecedented level. Name: Chinfong. Fire System Realm, Peak Body Refinement. Wind System Realm, Peak Body Refinement. Ice System Realm, Peak Body Refinement. Combat Power 500. Ding, congratulations to the host. 3 systems cultivated simultaneously. Physical body refining has reached the human limit. God level task is now opening. Wow! Chinfong was shocked by the combat power he saw. The reason he dared to follow Zhao Kuan here was that he guessed that by devouring 2 top-grade Ice Beast crystals, he could definitely reach the peak. After all, his ice talent was SS level. He also speculated that his combat power could reach the threshold of a 1-star warrior with 300 combat power, or even exceed it by a lot. But he didn't expect it to be more than 200 above the 1-star warrior threshold. And Zhao Kuan, who had just become a 1-star warrior, definitely wouldn't have high combat power. Tremble, Zhao Kuan. After getting out of the car, Chinfong looked at Zhao Kuan ahead and smiled. Ding, God-level mission successfully activated. Mission 1, become a 1-star warrior within 6 months. Reward: 1 fire element mark fragment. Normal mode. Mission 2, become a 1-star warrior within 3 months. Reward: 1 fire element and 1 wind element mark fragment. Hard mode. Mission 3, become a 1-star warrior within 1 month. Reward: 1 fire element, 1 ice element, 1 wind element mark fragment, and 1 second-grade martial art. Hell mode. Mission 4, become a 1-star warrior within 3 days. Reward: 2 random mark fragments and 1 martial arts gift pack. God level mode. Chinfong directly focused on mission 4, which was a god level mission. What he cared about was only the god level. The mark fragments, needless to say, were fragments of elemental marks. To break through to a 1-star warrior, one needed to condense elemental marks, and he had the devouring talent, so as long as he devoured enough mark fragments, he could condense elemental marks. The most important thing was that martial arts gift pack. He couldn't guess what kind of martial arts it was, but since it was a god level mission, it must be extraordinary. This god-level mission is too difficult. 3 days' time was simply at a heaven-defying level. Ding, mission acceptance time 3 seconds. If the host does not accept, a random passive mission will be accepted. Countdown begins. Damn it. Chinfeng's expression changed, and he quickly accepted mission 4. Brother Chin, hurry up, we're almost there. Zhao Kuan turned and shouted to Chinfong, move faster. The woman had an impatient expression, her eyes filled with disgust. If it were just her and Zhao Kuan, it would be much better. Now Chinfong was simply there. Third wheel. I'm coming. Chinfong didn't delay any longer and quickly caught up. Soon after, they came across an abandoned reservoir surrounded by desolate woods. Huan Xiao, where's your villa? The woman looked around. Ahead was a dilapidated small house, which should have been where the person responsible for guarding the reservoir lived when it was still in use. As for the villa, there wasn't even a shadow of it. Zhao Kuan suddenly turned around and grabbed the woman's neck. Villa? This big reservoir is a better grave for you than any villa. The woman's face changed drastically. She wanted to speak, but with her neck being choked, she couldn't make a sound. Zhao Kuan showed no mercy. With a forceful twist, there was a crack, and the woman's neck was broken. Then he tossed her aside. With a thud, he threw the woman's corpse into the reservoir. Chinfong watched the whole process of him killing the woman and disposing of the body without any expression. He had agreed to let the woman come for this very effect. This woman had a connection with Zhao Kuan. If she didn't come, the Zhao family would easily trace it back. Now that the woman was dead, even if he killed Zhao Kuan, it would take some time for the Zhao family to trace it back to him. And right now, what he needed most was time. At this moment, Zhao Kuan looked at Chinfong. You didn't run? He thought Chinfong would flee after seeing him kill someone. But at that moment, Chinfong stood there without any reaction. Well, he must be scared silly. He walked up to Chinfong. Now it's your turn. Saying that, he threw a punch, and at the same time, his fist glowed a fiery red. A fire element. 1-star warrior. Chinfong stared at the fist, not dodging or avoiding it, and at the moment it came before him, he also threw out a punch. Boom! A loud sound echoed, and Zhao Kuan, who had been feeling proud, suddenly let out a scream, his body flying backward and crashing to the ground with a thud. You broke through to a martial artist? His face turned pale as he looked at Chinfong in terror. After breaking through to a 1-star martial artist, his combat power reached 320, yet he was still heavily injured by Chinfeng's punch, which meant Chinfong had been a martial artist for quite some time. Thinking of this, disbelief showed on his face. Chinfong took a few steps to stand in front of him and slapped his palm against his forehead. Die. Feeling death approaching, Zhao Quan's face changed dramatically. No, I am a member of the Zhao family. You can't kill me, otherwise the Zhao family won't let you go. They won't spare your family.
Bang! Chinfeng's palm struck his forehead without any hesitation.
Zhao Quan's eyes widened in terror, and his whole body went limp as he fell down. Chinfong grabbed his corpse and violently threw it into the reservoir.
Watching the two bodies
slowly sink to the bottom, he turned and left. Soon after, he drove Zhao Quan's car to the reservoir, placed it in the water, and then tidied up the scene before turning to leave.
Everything was swift and decisive. When he returned home, the sky had darkened.
Chinfong went straight to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to cultivate. First, condensed the fire element mark. Buzz! A ball of flame appeared in his palm, then began to flicker continuously.
The so-called condensing of the mark means completely transforming the elemental power into one's own mark, and through the mark, one can control the elemental force.
A one-star martial artist condenses a single divine pattern mark.
Chinfeng's fire
element talent was the highest SSS, and at this moment he felt an alarming closeness to the fire element. It wasn't until the next morning that he opened his eyes and looked at the system. His fire element mark had condensed to 2%.
Name: Chinfong Fire Element Realm Peak Body Refinement Element Mark Progress 2%.
Wind Element Realm Peak Body Refinement Ice Element Realm Peak Body Refinement Combat Power 504. At this rate, to break through to 1 star will take 50 days. Chinfong shook his head. He still had SSS level talent. If it were a lower level, it would take years to calculate. There is a place where I can speed up the mark condensation, but such places are really expensive.
He remembered that
at the Martial Arts Association there were elemental training rooms where the elemental power was dense. As long as one entered to cultivate, the condensation speed could be accelerated.
However, to enter, one needed to spend a lot of money.
He heard that one night would cost hundreds of thousands, and the prices varied depending on the type and density of the elemental training room. Even if Chinfong calculated the shortest time of 3 days, he would still need to spend over $1 million, and it was not guaranteed that he could break through in 3 days. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Chinfong, come to school. The principal's voice came from the other end of the line. Chinfong was taken aback. Principal, I have the right to study freely. I know, but this matter is very important. Hurry up. The principal didn't explain, but his tone was indeed urgent. After hanging up the phone, Chinfong went out and headed straight for the school.
Principal, what's the matter? Why the rush? After arriving at school, Chinfong went straight to the principal's office. At that moment,
not only was the principal present, but also the school director.
Come. The principal smiled and beckoned Chinfong to sit down.
Have you heard of the Genius Training Camp? Once Chinfong was seated, the principal finally asked.
Chinfong nodded. In
his memory, the Genius Training Camp was a special program for senior students.
Before each college entrance examination, it would be established, selecting the most outstanding student from each high school in the city to participate. According to past timelines, it was about that time now.
This time, the person selected from our school is you, the principal said, looking at Chinfong with anticipation. There were over 150 high schools in Rongqing, and after each Genius Training Camp began, every school would conduct
a comparison.
In the past, students from Rongqing No. 1 High School, while not at the bottom, had never made it into the top 10. With Chinfong this year, entering the top 10 seemed certain, and he even felt they could compete for the top 3, or even first place, bringing honor to Rongqing No. 1 High School. So, are you interested? The principal asked. The director beside him also looked at Chinfong, his eyes filled with complexity. In the past, students had to go through fierce competition to enter this Genius Training Camp. But now, it seemed the principal was almost pleading with Chinfong. The difference was too great.
When does it start? It starts at noon. So soon? Chinfong frowned.
He was quite interested in the Genius Training Camp, but he now needed to consider how to break through to a 1-star warrior in 3 days to enter the camp. He wouldn't have that much freedom. Seeing Chinfong hesitate, the principal felt anxious and quickly said, Chinfong, once you enter this Genius Training Camp, the city will award a talent bonus of 100,000. Additionally, you will receive guidance from instructors, and as long as you have the ability, you can also enter the
Elemental Training Room. Elemental Training Room? The training camp has an elemental training room?
Chinfong was taken aback, then showed excitement. What he needed most right now was indeed the elemental training room. Of course,
the principal smiled, knowing that
Chinfong was at the peak of body refinement. He anticipated that once he mentioned the elemental training room, the other party would
agree without hesitation.
Without waiting for Chinfong to ask, he continued, moreover, this elemental training room is newly developed, and the training speed inside is 15 times that of the outside world.
15 times? Chinfong was shocked. He remembered that the
highest training speed achieved by the elemental training rooms created by humans was only 13 times, and those were in Kyoto,
with very few in number.
15 times, calculated at 2% per night, would mean 30% in one night.
Doing the math.
Staying in the training room for just 2 consecutive days would allow his fire element realm to break through to a 1-star warrior. So, are you interested in participating? The principal asked again.
Of course. Chinfong nodded. With the elemental training room,
he had no reason to refuse.
Great.
The principal laughed heartily. Chinfong, I promise you, if you can secure first place in the genius camp this time, I will raise the bonus to 150,000.
The maximum reward set by the school was 100,000,
but if Chinfong could really take first place, he decided to break that rule. Even if he couldn't, he would personally contribute 50,000.
Thank you, principal,
Chinfong said with a smile. Money, of course, was better in larger amounts, and he would
not refuse any. The principal nodded, glanced at the time. You can set off now. Now.
Chinfong looked confused.
Yes, now. Originally, the time to go to the training camp was today, and noon is the latest time.
I believe the selected students from other schools have already set off, the principal explained.
Where to?
Chinfong asked, puzzled.
The principal shook his head. I don't know exactly
where it is. You need to find it yourselves and get there before dark.
If you're late, it will be considered as giving up. Really playing around.
Chinfong turned and left. Watching Chinfong leave in a hurry, the principal and the director both smiled.
This was actually
a test, not just about strength but also about intelligence. If they couldn't find the training camp's location in a day, they wouldn't
qualify to be part of it either.
Do you think Chinfong can take first place? The director suddenly asked.
Based on past experiences, it seemed almost certain that Chinfong would take first.
However, this time, they had learned that 2 other geniuses had emerged, one
from the 7th school and the other from the 9th.
Those 2 were Chinfeng's biggest competitors and were said to have reached the
peak of physical training. I don't know, it's good to have pressure.
If there were no pressure, I wouldn't have recommended him.
The principal shook his head.
Chinfong had reached such heights quietly, so he must have his own training methods.
If the genius training camp was like those in previous years, he wouldn't bother recommending anyone.
At this moment, Chinfong had already left the school. Instead of leaving immediately, he took out his phone and opened the map.
There are 3 places in Rong City with elemental training rooms.
He looked at the 3 locations on the map.
One was the Martial Arts Association, another was the City Sports Center, and the
last was the Ming Mountain Training Ground. All 3 places were possible since the Genius Training Camp had been set up at these
locations in previous years and did not have a fixed site. 3 places, each in a different direction.
Chinfong frowned as he looked
at the map.
The 3 directions were very far apart. If he went to each one, a day wouldn't be enough.
He zoomed in on the map and found the addresses of every high school in the city, suddenly smiling.
The high schools were distributed all over. Some were very close to the Martial Arts Association and some were near the City Sports Center, but none were close to the Ming Mountain Training Ground. Even the closest one would take over 3 hours to reach, while the farthest would take nearly 6 hours.
If fairness was to be considered, Ming Mountain was the best choice.
There's a high probability it's the Ming Mountain Training Ground. Chinfong looked directly at the Ming Mountain Training Ground on the map. It was the farthest from him, estimated to take 5 to 6 hours to get there.
However,
he didn't decide to go there immediately but headed towards the Martial Arts Association instead.
The Martial Arts Association was only half an hour away, so going there wouldn't take long. Young man, need a ride?
A taxi suddenly stopped beside Chinfong and the
driver leaned out to ask.
Chinfong opened the passenger door directly to the Martial Arts Association.
Sure thing.
The driver stepped
on the gas and sped off. Young man, going for certification at the Martial Arts Association? It's not easy to get certified at such a young age.
After getting in, the driver glanced at Chinfong and asked with a smile. Something like that. Chinfong nodded.
Really? Going for certification? Does the young man have a girlfriend? I have a daughter.
The driver kept talking while Chinfong responded
with one-word answers. But soon, Chinfong narrowed his eyes. Driver, this isn't the way to the Martial Arts Association, is it? He
looked ahead and noticed that the driver had unknowingly changed direction twice, and they were now getting farther from the Martial Arts Association. Young man, I've been driving a taxi for 3 years. This direction is definitely to the martial arts. Bang! Without saying a word, Chinfong kicked the car door open and jumped out. The driver's expression changed, but he didn't stop and continued driving. He glanced at the rearview mirror and saw Chinfong standing steadily behind, revealing his surprise. Kicking the car door away. With 1 foot, at least in the mid-stage of body refinement. This generation of geniuses is indeed better than the last. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Number 37 has already lost control, at least in the mid-stage of body refinement. After Chinfong jumped out of the car, he watched as the taxi continued without stopping and smiled slightly. It seems that the test of the genius training camp has already begun. He turned and headed towards the direction of the Ming Mountain training camp. At that moment, the taxi began to pull over and the driver got out, surprised to see that Chinfong was not heading towards the Martial Arts Association but was leaving directly. He was one of the instructors in the Genius Training Camp. Although the Genius Training Camp consisted of talents selected from each school, it was not something that could be entered casually. Only those who truly found the location of the training camp and arrived within the specified time could be considered official members. He was one of those responsible for creating difficulties for these geniuses, and his charge was Chinfong. Chinfeng's number was 37, which originally belonged to Jang Chang from Class 1. It was assigned based on the performance of over 150 students, giving a rough ranking. Now that Class 1 had changed to Chinfong, this number had become his. Not playing by the rules? He stared at Chinfeng's departing figure, momentarily stunned. Chinfeng's ability to kick the car door away surprised him, but even more surprising was that Chinfong did not go to the Martial Arts Association but headed to the Ming Mountain Training Ground instead. Normally, if he had stopped Chinfong from going to the Martial Arts Association, Chinfong would surely find a way to go there. The more he was stopped, the more he would want to go. That was the normal line of thinking. However, Chinfong unhesitatingly gave up on going to the Martial Arts Association, a decisiveness he had not anticipated. Not long after, Chinfong hailed another taxi. This time, he carefully watched the road ahead, confirming they were heading towards the Ming Mountain Training Ground before he relaxed. A few hours later, he arrived at the foot of Ming Mountain. Looking up, he could not see the mountaintop at a glance. Just as Chinfong reached the foot of the mountain, a man and a woman were struggling to climb among the woods of Ming Mountain. This Ming Mountain is really hard to climb. I haven't even completed a third of it. If I can't reach the top before dark, this time I'll fail, and when I go back to school, won't I be laughed at? The girl said, stopping to catch her breath. The school had chosen her for the Genius Training Camp, and she had been full of confidence before, but now she couldn't help but feel worried. Ming Mountain is said to be impossible for ordinary people to climb, so it's naturally not easy, the boy replied. He didn't seem to find it too difficult, but it wasn't easy either. His speed had slowed down quite a bit compared to when they first started climbing. Xiao, I'm not waiting for you anymore, I have to go up first. The higher we go, the harder it gets, and I'm afraid I won't make it either, the boy suddenly said. The girl named Xiaoyan's face turned angry upon hearing this. Zhou, are you really going to leave me behind? And you still want to pursue me? Zhou felt a bit awkward. He had always liked Jin Xiaoyan, but losing the opportunity to enter the Genius Training Camp was too great a loss. What are you afraid of? Our two schools are the closest to this Ming Mountain Training Ground, and we are also the first to start climbing. If we can't make it, others definitely won't be able to either. By then, if no one reaches the Genius Training Camp, won't they have to let everyone in? They were the best from their respective schools, and having arrived at Ming Mountain first, if they couldn't reach the top in the allotted time, others from different schools would surely struggle even more. If this training camp weren't here, then we would just be unlucky. But if you leave me behind, then don't talk to me again in the future, the girl continued firmly. Zhou Lei's expression changed, and he took a deep breath, about to speak, when suddenly he looked down the mountain and showed a shocked expression. Xiao, look quickly. Look, what am I looking at? The girl was a bit dissatisfied but couldn't help but turn to look down. She saw a figure rapidly ascending, moving at an incredible speed. They had been climbing for an hour and had covered nearly a third of the distance, but under this person's feet, the distance was quickly shrinking. To know, Ming Mountain is not a tourist destination. Here, there is only a training ground at the top, specifically for training some geniuses. Therefore, Ming Mountain has not been equipped with proper mountain paths. The way up is filled with forests, and the stones underfoot are mostly loose or muddy, making it very difficult to walk. However, for that person, it was as flat as the ground. The trees did not obstruct him in the slightest, and those loose stones, which would roll under the feet of an average person, barely moved when he stepped on them, like a dragonfly touching the water. The girl was completely stunned. Could it be the instructor? Zhou looked puzzled, but that was the only explanation. Here, apart from instructors, only students who were to be trained would come up. Not the instructor, the girl suddenly exclaimed. Zhou looked closely, and when he roughly saw Chinfeng's face, his expression changed. He was too young, looking just like a student. The same as them. How is that possible? He must be at least in the late stage of body refinement. How could a student at that level enter the training camp with us? I heard that this batch has produced a few freaks. Could it be true? Just as the two were in shock, the figure drew closer, and they finally saw Chinfeng's appearance clearly. Classmate, which school are you from? Zhou couldn't help but ask as Chinfong approached. Swish! At the moment the boy spoke, Chinfeng's figure swiftly passed in front of them. First, hi! Chinfeng's voice rang out. By the time the two reacted and looked up, Chinfong was already 100 meters away. Damn! The boy couldn't help but curse. It was too fast. Their ascent was a difficult journey, while Chinfong seemed to fly. Wind element, he must be in the late stage of body refinement, the girl murmured. As Chinfong passed by them, it felt like a gust
of wind.
The body refinement realm is one that has not yet practiced martial arts, only wind element practitioners can reach such speed. At this moment, Chinfong was climbing the mountain,
while breathing evenly, looking less like he was climbing and more like he was enjoying it.
Truly worthy of being called a mountain that ordinary people cannot climb. Here, it feels like cultivation is faster. Chinfong was astonished inside. It seemed as if there was a legendary spiritual energy present, making him feel that with every breath he was cultivating. If he stayed here long term, the results would definitely be much better than cultivating at the foot of the mountain. Along the way, I only saw 2 people. It seems I am the first. He looked up. He still couldn't see the peak, but he knew he had reached the halfway point. The higher he climbed, the more difficult it felt, but his speed did not slow down in the slightest. At first, he only used the peak power of the wind element realm, and when it felt strenuous, he activated the fire element energy, and by the end, he had opened all 3 elements. Boom! Finally, he stepped onto the last step and reached the top of Ming Mountain. At that moment, his blood felt like it was boiling, and only after a moment did it slowly calm down. Hu Chinfong let out a long breath, feeling a wave of refreshment wash over him. I didn't expect that after climbing a mountain, my 3-element mark would condense a bit. He looked at the system, and at that moment, his 3-element mark had condensed by another 2%. This meant that the fire element mark had condensed a total of 4%. My combat power has also increased to 516. Looking at his changes, he was very satisfied. Even before the Genius training camp had started, he had made some progress. Although it wasn't much, it was a good beginning. The training camp should be just ahead, he said, looking forward. At the top of Ming Mountain was a huge platform, so large that he couldn't see its end at a glance. About 200 meters ahead, there were several buildings, even a tall building. He walked step by step towards it, and just as he was about to get closer, 2 men in military uniforms came out from inside. One of the men glanced at the time, then looked up at Chinfong. Not bad, you're the first to arrive, and it didn't take long. Which school are you from? First High. Chinfong replied, looking at the 2. First High? The 2 were taken aback, sizing Chinfong up and down. One of them said, is it really First High? Absolutely, no need to impersonate. Chinfong shrugged. The 2 examined Chinfong again, and one said, First High is at least a 5-hour drive from here. Meaning you climbed the mountain in less than 2 hours, the other added. Their tone was filled with surprise. Hearing their words, Chinfong didn't react. He had been arranged here last minute, and his departure time was later than others. In reality, he had spent less than an hour climbing the mountain. Not bad, very good. Welcome to the Genius Training Camp. We are the personnel responsible for safety here. The 2 began to introduce themselves. May I ask your name? One of them extended his hand, speaking naturally. Chinfong also extended his hand. Chinfong. Their hands clasped together. But soon, Chinfong frowned. He felt the other party's grip gradually tightening. Chinfong, not bad. The man nodded, but he showed no intention of letting go, and the pressure continued to increase. Chinfeng's expression remained calm, and he gradually increased the strength in his hand. The man's face changed slightly. Not expecting Chinfong to fight back actively, he didn't hesitate to apply more force. Thus, the 2 engaged in a silent contest of strength, the pressure growing stronger. When Chinfong unleashed the peak strength of body refinement, the man stared in shock. The person beside them was also surprised. He could tell that his side had already used peak body refinement strength, yet Chinfong showed no signs of pain. Peak body refinement, he was startled internally. The man shaking hands with Chinfong was also shocked, but soon he felt relieved. After all, Chinfong was the first to arrive, and it was entirely possible he had reached peak body refinement. He smiled slightly, increasing the pressure in his hand again. Their task this time was simple, to give these geniuses a reality check so that once they entered the training camp, they would shed their arrogance while also eliminating some people along the way. However, his expression soon changed. He felt the strength in Chinfeng's hand growing stronger, not at all weaker than his own. I don't believe it. Boom! He directly unleashed the strength of a 1-star warrior, which, in terms of combat power, reached at least 350 in one blow. But the next moment, just as he was about to feel smug, his expression changed drastically. The same strength surged towards his palm, even increasing. A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead, making his scalp tingle. As the incoming force continued, he found it hard to bear. Student Chin, welcome to the Genius Training Camp, he quickly spoke, retracting his hand. Chinfong smiled and released his grip. Thank you, gentlemen. Haha, no trouble, no trouble. The man laughed heartily, his voice trembling slightly, then pointed to a spot. Go there first. When the others arrive, we'll gather there. Your instructor is over there too. Thank you. Chinfong walked straight over. What's wrong? After Chinfong left, another person asked in confusion. He had previously sensed that Chinfong was evenly matched with the other party, but then he became a bit dazed. 1-star warrior, his strength has reached 1-star warrior level, even stronger than me. He just nearly killed me. The man shook his palm, still feeling a lingering fear. He had already broken through to 1-star warrior with a combat power around 350, but the strength Chinfong had just displayed, if calculated as combat power, was at least 380. A combat power of 380, unless it was someone with an abnormal physique, would definitely surpass 1-star warrior. Thinking of this, the two turned to look at Chinfeng's back, their hearts churning. A 1-star warrior who had not yet reached adulthood was rarely seen in the history of Rong City. Should we report this? No need. After all, it was just a covert test. Whether this kid has truly broken through to 1-star warrior is still uncertain. Are you saying he might be dual element? Yes, so it's better not to report it. With that person's temperament, if we say the wrong thing, we won't have it easy. He thought of his superior's strong demeanor. If they reported without certainty and the information turned out to be wrong, they would be scolded at best and face various punishments at worst, which would not be worth the trouble. After deciding, the two continued to wait for the arrival of other students. At this moment, Chinfong had already arrived at the designated place, which was a square that looked like a training ground, with nothing particularly special about it. After a while, people began to arrive at the mountaintop one after another. Hold on for 5 seconds without calling out, and you pass. A voice came out, the same voice of the person who had shaken hands with Chinfong earlier. Soon after, a student walked towards Chinfong. Not long after, a scream rang out. Eliminated. In the following time, the word eliminated was what Fong heard the most. Almost one person would be eliminated every few minutes. Until the sky gradually began to darken, fewer and fewer people reached the mountaintop. At this time, another man in military uniform walked over from a distance. He carefully looked at the crowd standing in the square. There are 72 people left, finally better than the last session. From now on, anyone who has not arrived will be eliminated, and congratulations, you officially enter the Genius Training Camp. My name is Ma Jun, and I am one of your instructors. As soon as he finished speaking, the square erupted in an uproar. Over 150 people, and only 72 remained. This elimination rate exceeded half. Additionally, Ma Jun suddenly said loudly, entering the training camp does not mean you will stay here forever. The training camp lasts for 2 months, and during this time, you will be given corresponding points based on your usual performance. The person with the least points each day will be eliminated. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Being eliminated daily meant that by the end of the training camp, around 60 people would be eliminated. Who arrived first? Step forward. Ma Jun suddenly asked loudly. The crowd looked around and soon saw Chinfong walking out from the group, curious about which school he came from. When Ma Jun saw Chinfong approaching, he took out a list and asked, "Which school are you from?" Reporting to the instructor, "I'm from number 1 high school." Number 1 high school? The instructor was slightly surprised. It was unexpected that someone from number 1 high school was the first to arrive. At this moment, the other students were also looking at Chinfong, some in surprise, some in doubt, and others in admiration. Number 1 high school was the farthest away, and being the first to arrive proved their strength. Ma Jun looked at the list in his hand and found the entry for number 1 high school. Are you Wang Chang? Chinfong was taken aback, then quickly understood he was substituting for Wang Chang, and the principal didn't know the reason yet, so no call had been made to clarify, and the information here hadn't been updated. My name is Chinfong. Chinfong corrected him. Chinfong? Did you change personnel temporarily at number 1 high school? Ma Jun frowned. Such temporary changes had happened before, and the reasons were complex, but most were due to connections. Yes, I was changed in temporarily. Chinfong nodded. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the students from other schools changed. A connection? It seems to be true, no wonder he arrived first. Turns out he has connections. He might have been brought up by an elder. The crowd began to murmur. The only one who didn't speak was a boy. He was the one Chinfong had encountered on the mountainside with a girl who had evidently been eliminated while he had entered the training camp. Hearing the discussions and recalling Chinfeng's terrifying speed while climbing, he felt as if he were listening to a joke. A bunch of fools, soon you'll know how terrifying he is, he thought to himself. Everyone shut up. Ma Jun's face darkened as he shouted. The crowd immediately fell silent. Number 1 high school, Chinfong. He crossed out Wang Chang's name on the list and changed it to Chinfong. Then he took out a badge. Since you replaced Wang Chang, this number is yours. Take it and wait outside the gate of area 4, he said, pointing into the distance. Chinfong looked over and saw 10 areas, each with a large gate marked with numbers. The first gate was numbered 1 to 10. The second was 11 to 20, and so on. Chinfong didn't hesitate and walked over, but he didn't relax. This was definitely not a place for them to rest. The training camp's resting areas were all single rooms designed to avoid disturbing each other's training. So, these 10 areas must have other purposes. Soon, everyone arrived at their corresponding rooms according to their numbers. Those with numbers over 100 who had not been eliminated were automatically
filled in.
At this moment, Ma Jun also walked over and said loudly, "You all just completed a day of entry assessments and you are
all geniuses entering the training camp. Next, we will conduct the first points assessment. Anyone who comes out within half an hour after entering the gate will be eliminated. In the end, those with the least points will be eliminated." What? Upon hearing
this, someone couldn't help but shout. They had just eliminated more than half the people, and before they could catch their breath, another challenge was coming. Crack! Before the crowd could calm down, the gate ahead opened directly.
Looking inside,
There were different rooms, each with a specific number. Seeing the dim lights inside, everyone was unsure of what kind of assessment they would face next. Feeling a bit anxious, the unknown was the most terrifying.
"Go in," Ma Jun commanded.
The crowd dared not hesitate
any longer and cautiously walked inside.
Chinfong walked among the crowd, and as soon as he entered, a wave of cold air swept over
him.
He passed by one room after another and soon arrived at the door of room 37. At this moment, many others had also found their corresponding numbered rooms, with some pressing their ears against the doors to listen carefully to the sounds inside.
"The rule
is to stay here for half an hour. I thought it would be difficult, but it seems there's nothing in this room. It's very quiet."
A burly
man listened for a while and found the room to be extremely quiet, with no abnormalities.
"It must be something simple inside. Do they really think the assessment is that easy?
Why don't we just stay here and wait for the time to pass?" someone suddenly suggested.
Everyone looked at him as if he were an idiot. How could a genius training camp have such a loophole? Moreover, if they didn't
enter the room, their scores would all be 0, and they would likely be eliminated collectively.
Don't underestimate the determination
of the instructors in the training camp to eliminate people. They could definitely do it.
"Who will open the door to see what's inside?" someone spoke up.
At this moment, everyone unconsciously looked at Chinfong.
"Brother Chin, you are the top scorer in this camp. Your strength should be the greatest, right?
You should open the door and see if there's anything unusual inside. You have the best chance," said a tall, thin, and somewhat handsome young man.
Yes,
Chin, we're all counting on you." A girl with a good
figure but average look smiled and chimed in.
The others didn't speak, but no one opposed. They all knew Chinfong had entered through connections, and at this moment, pushing him out as a scout was something everyone was happy to see.
Chinfong glanced at them
lightly, then stepped forward and reached out to press the switch on the door.
"I will naturally open the door, but it's not for you to scout. The strong fear nothing, it's the weak who cower."
After saying this, his finger was already pressing on the switch beside
him.
The door slowly opened, and without any hesitation, he walked inside.
The crowd was stunned by Chinfeng's words, then they reacted. "Did he just call us weak?" Someone's face turned ugly. "Forget it, let's go see what's inside."
After Chinfong entered, the door began to close slowly, and the crowd quickly ran over to look inside.
"That's a mechanical puppet." Someone's expression changed.
Mechanical puppets come in various forms, some humanoid and others resembling beasts specifically created by humans as
sparring partners.
Generally, the weakest mechanical puppets are at the initial stage of body refinement.
Most importantly, mechanical
puppets are a combination of technology and martial arts. Inside the mechanical puppets are chips, which contain the essence of human martial arts. A mechanical puppet at the initial stage of body refinement is definitely stronger than a human at the same stage, as a person cannot compare to the martial arts experience stored in the chip.
Bang!
A loud noise came, and everyone saw Chinfong punch a mechanical puppet in front of him, sending it flying.
At that moment, the door closed completely.
He sent the mechanical puppet
flying, someone exclaimed. "How is that possible? He's just a connection-based recruit. He can't really be relying on his own abilities, can he?"
For a moment, some people's impressions of Chinfong changed. Perhaps he wasn't what they thought at first, but
truly had strength. Ha ha! Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out.
The previously tall, thin, and handsome young man laughed and said,
"What real strength? I'm from the second high school, not far from the first. Don't I know their situation? The strongest, Wang
Chang, has been first from freshman to senior year. I'm very clear about that.
The second middle school and the first middle school
are already the closest to each other, and he has indeed been paying attention to the strongest person in the first middle school, because that is his rival. So, he has always known about Wang Chang. I suspect that this mechanical puppet hasn't been equipped with a chip yet. At most, it's just a semi-finished product," the young man said confidently.
"Don't believe me? You are all the top students from your respective schools, and some of you should know about the top student from the first middle school. Have you heard of the name Chinfong?" He sneered.
No one spoke. They indeed had not heard of Chinfong, but some people did know about Wang Chang. "Forget it. I see that some people still don't believe it, so I'll prove it to you.
Remember my name, Class 2, Yang Shui." Yang Shui shook his hand and
directly returned to the door of his room. He had no more hesitation and pressed the door switch. The crowd hurriedly followed and then saw Yang Shui walk inside. The door is about to close, you all better pay attention. Yang Shui's voice came from the room. Immediately after, everyone saw him rush towards a mechanical puppet inside the room. At the moment he approached, a red light lit up on the mechanical puppet. Yang Shui smirked, knowing that the mechanical puppet had been triggered, and he threw a punch. At the same time, the mechanical puppet reacted without delay, throwing a punch in return. Boom! The person and the puppet collided. Instantly, the crowd focused their eyes and saw a figure fly back. The person standing at the door changed color and quickly dodged, their figure flying out just before the door closed. Damn! It's not a half-finished product. Yang Shui's head tilted and he fainted. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, and soon two people walked in from outside. Seeing Yang Shui on the ground, they directly lifted him and carried him out. In less than 5 minutes, this is the second one eliminated. This time, probably half will be eliminated, one of them whispered. After hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed. They looked again at room 37, their eyes filled with shock. Bang! In room 37, Chinfong punched the mechanical puppet in front of him, causing it to emit smoke and completely lose its combat ability. They've already started eliminating people. Chinfong walked towards the disabled mechanical puppet, smiling slightly. He had naturally heard the earlier alarm and guessed it was triggered by someone being eliminated. This mechanical puppet was not easy to deal with among the students here. Those ranked 30 and below were few, and very few had reached the mid-stage of body refinement. It wouldn't be so easy to avoid elimination. After disabling one mechanical puppet, Chinfong looked ahead, where there were still 9 mechanical puppets. It's impossible for each one to be at the initial stage of body refinement. Otherwise, it would be too easy, Chinfong analyzed to himself. The mechanical puppets would be activated as soon as someone attacked within a 2-meter range. He speculated that as long as they were activated, regardless of whether they were injured or not, surviving for half an hour would earn points. If they were all at the initial stage of body refinement, activating just one would make it too simple to survive for half an hour. Moreover, if they fought one by one, many students could disable some, and points shouldn't be that easy to obtain. He looked up and saw several cameras in the room, smiling slightly. Points were awarded by the instructors here based on performance, so to earn more points, one not only had to defeat more mechanical puppets but also consider how to defeat them. With this in mind, he hesitated not at all and charged to within 2 meters of one of the mechanical puppets. A red light flashed on the puppet, instantly activating it, and it charged at Chinfong. However, Chinfong did not engage it. Instead, he rushed towards another one. In this way, he activated all 9 mechanical puppets in no time, and the entire room erupted into chaos. At the same time, alarms continuously rang out from other rooms, and the staff responsible for carrying people in from outside came in. Hearing the huge commotion from Chinfeng's room, they couldn't help but look over in surprise. What's going on? Such a big commotion, have all the mechanical puppets been activated? Thinking of this, he shook his head again. If all the mechanical puppets were activated, the students inside would probably have long since collapsed and been eliminated. It couldn't possibly make such a big noise. Could it be that the mechanical puppets have gone out of control? Are they fighting each other? His expression changed. However, he did not have the authority. Once someone was in this room, he could not force the door open, so he had to walk to the door and peek through the peephole. Damn! After seeing the situation in the room, he couldn't help but shout. Inside the room, 4 mechanical puppets were already lying on the ground, while a young figure was moving freely amidst the attacks of the other mechanical puppets. At the same time, every punch the boy threw was like a heavy hammer, taking down one mechanical puppet with each hit. What kind of monster is this? He couldn't help but exclaim. What was even more frightening than his surprise was that the boy showed no mercy. Mechanical puppets were expensive to make, so their defense was stronger than their attack. During the assessment, as long as they were injured to a certain extent, they would stop attacking, which was also to prevent excessive losses. However, that boy, with every punch, nearly shattered the mechanical puppets, rendering them completely unusable, impossible to repair. At the same time, a man in military uniform, holding a stack of documents, was walking towards a control room. Instructor Yang, here are the documents of the people entering the training camp this time. The man placed the documents in front of a woman and spoke. Instructor Luo, have you reviewed these documents? Yang Shui did not rush to look at the documents but glanced at the man. Luo Bin nodded. I skimmed through them. This batch is indeed better than the last, but there aren't any particularly outstanding individuals. Aren't there two who have reached the peak of body refinement? Yang Shui smiled. Being able to reach the peak of body refinement before the college entrance examination means they have a complete chance to become a 1-star warrior during the exam. Such talent is already quite impressive. I know, if it were in the past, I would think these two were quite good, but now. Luo Bin shook his head.
Are you talking about the first selection of the Star Generals? Yang Shui asked. Luobin nodded. I found out that some provinces in the Western Theater have already produced 1-star warriors, but in Jiang Province, not only is there none in Rome City, but also in other cities. So, this time the selection of Star Generals has no competitiveness in Jiang Province. What a pity. The Dragon Country has several major war zones, each containing multiple provinces. Jiang Province belongs to the Western Theater, and this time, each major war zone is selecting 1-star general from within its own area. The selection criteria are high school seniors who are under 18 and have not yet taken the college entrance examination. Since this is the first selection, everyone from the high-level war zone to instructors like them in the training camp is taking it very seriously. If a star general could emerge from their ranks, it would be a tremendous honor, and being able to teach such a person would also be a source of pride for them. Yang Shui did not speak further but picked up the documents to review them, starting with the information on the 2 students at the peak of body refinement. Yu Yang, Su Fei. After glancing at their information, she suddenly said, "Pull up a video from their room." Good. Luobin nodded, walked to the big screen, and then brought up and enlarged the surveillance from Room 1 and Room 2. Room 1 is Yu Yang, a student from the 7th middle school who reached the peak of body refinement a month ago. Room 2, Su Fei, a student from the 9th middle school, certified at the peak of body refinement half a month ago, which caused quite a stir at the time. Luobin looked at the big screen and began to explain. At that moment, on the big screen, both Yu Yang and Su Fei had taken down 3 mechanical puppets and were fighting the 4th, with both of them in the upper hand. It wouldn't be long before they likely emerged victorious. Both of them activated 3 mechanical puppets simultaneously, including one at the late stage of body refinement, which is already quite impressive. It is indeed impressive. Yang Shui nodded, but her expression didn't change much. For her, while they were excellent, they weren't stunning. These 2 should be prioritized for training. Also, notify the training camps in other cities of Jiang Province to focus on cultivating 1 or 2 individuals. Before the star selection, let them compete. Whoever is stronger should be recommended to participate. Even if they can't obtain the title of Star General, they can't bring shame to Jiang Province. Yang Shui said after some thought. She was responsible for the genius selection in Jiang Province, and if the selected individuals performed poorly, it would also reflect badly on her. Understood. Luobin nodded, then suddenly asked, "Should we check the situation in the other rooms?" Yang Shui waved her hand. The current numbering was based on these individuals' performances in school and their actual cultivation levels. Even if there were discrepancies, they wouldn't be significant. She had no interest in others, as they were unlikely to reach the peak of body refinement. Report. At that moment, a staff member rushed over. "Aren't you responsible for taking the eliminated students who fainted out of the rooms? What are you doing here, all flustered?" Luobin looked at the newcomer and asked sternly. The newcomer didn't care about being reprimanded and quickly spoke. "2 officers, something has happened?" Luobin and Yang Shui's expressions changed. "Is there a problem with a student?" They both thought of the genius training camp in the realm, where sometimes people entered through connections but had low actual cultivation. Later, during the mechanical puppet tests, they could be severely injured by the puppets. One cohort even had a death. No, it's the mechanical puppets that have a problem," the staff member quickly explained. Yang Shui's face darkened. "These mechanical puppets are all brand new. How could there be a problem? How did you check them when you bought them?" The staff member became anxious upon hearing this. He didn't explain further and directly said, "You 2 should check the surveillance, room 37. Luobin glanced at him, shook his head, and then began to retrieve the surveillance from room 37. As soon as it came up, his expression changed. "What's going on? All the mechanical puppets have issues?" Yang Shui suddenly stood up, staring at the figure in the center of the room, Chinfong, and took a deep breath. "Rewind," she said calmly. Luobin also noticed the anomaly. The mechanical puppets lying on the ground clearly hadn't lost power due to malfunction but had been destroyed by someone. He quickly rewound the surveillance footage. Soon, they saw Chinfeng's frenzied maneuvers, activating 9 mechanical puppets at once. Such strong power. Look at his punches, infused with fire attributes. This is the comprehension of the fire element. Moreover, to unleash such intensity of attack, has he broken through to a martial artist? Luobin looked at Chinfong striking the mechanical puppets in astonishment. And his agility, Yang Shui reminded from the side. Luobin then realized that at a beginning, Chinfong had not been hit at all under the siege of the 9 mechanical puppets. He had cleverly dodged every attack. Fire attributes shouldn't have such good agility. Robin frowned and turned to Yang Shui, saying, "Could it be that he has learned a martial art related to body movement?" Martial arts can only be learned after breaking through to become a martial artist, and with Chinfeng's strength, it was clear he had already broken through. "Look more closely," Yang Shui said, staring intently at the screen where the mechanical puppets kept falling before Chinfong, her expression extremely serious.
Robin turned to look, and gradually, shock reappeared in his eyes. Without condensing elemental marks, he is still at the peak of
body refinement. This is wind element. Yang Chang nodded.
Dual element peak, no wonder he possesses the strength of a one-star martial artist.
Robin understood.
Cultivating both wind and fire, whether in strength or agility, surpassed the peak of body refinement, entering the threshold of a one-star martial artist. The footage quickly finished playing, lasting no more than 10 minutes. If I had known, I would have put in a mechanical puppet of a one-star martial artist, Robin said, with a hint of regret. In the room, there were 3 early-stage mechanical puppets, 3 mid-stage, 2 late-stage, and 2 peak-stage. Such a test was nearly impossible for those in the body refinement stage. However, for those who had reached martial artist strength, it was much easier. Yang Shui, it seems we can compete for this year's Star of Generals. Robin suddenly smiled. Yang Shui shot him a glance. Don't celebrate too early.
The dual element peak is impressive, but there's still a gap compared to true martial artists.
Dual element cultivation is time-consuming. Even if Chinfeng's strength has reached the level of a one-star martial artist, advancing further will be slow.
Meanwhile, in other provinces, those who have already
broken through to martial artists are still progressing, and at a faster pace. By then, it's possible that someone might break through to a 2-star martial artist. You're right, but don't forget, one of his elements is fire, and we just happen to have a fire element training room here. He has reached the peak of body refinement at this age, showing strong talent. As long as we let him enter the fire element training room, I believe it won't be long before he breaks through to become a fire element martial artist, and his strength will naturally increase. At that time, there will be opportunities. Robin looked at Chinfong on the screen, already planning how to cultivate him.
Everything should follow the rules. Also, Yu Yang and Su Fei
still need to be prioritized for training. Yang Shui began to review the materials in her hands.
Are you trying to use Su Fei and Yu Yang to pressure him?
Robin instantly understood Yang Shui's intention. He knew her well. The more outstanding a person was, the more she would push them to fully unleash their potential.
Yang Shui nodded. Jade must be carved to become a useful tool.
Although his hope of becoming the Star of Generals is still slim, at least our Jiang province won't be at the bottom this time. We can strive for a good result. I'm just afraid that this pressure won't work and will instead break them, Robin said with a smile. Yang Shui ignored him and flipped to the materials sent from the first high school.
Wang Chang? Only in the late stage of body refinement. What kind of information is this from the first high school? Her tone was somewhat dissatisfied. Was this a joke?
Commander Yang. At that moment, a soldier spoke up. His name isn't Wang Chang. The first
high school has temporarily changed personnel.
His name is Chinfong. The first high school had changed personnel and had just called to say he was at the peak of body refinement, but still hadn't clarified that he was at the dual element peak. In room 37, Chinfong had already stepped out. Ma Jun was aware of Chinfeng's achievements, and as he looked at Chinfong, his eyes were filled with surprise.
Chinfong, very good. Your number has now changed to 1. Here is the key. You can return to the lounge number 1 to rest, and tomorrow you will receive your points. Ma Jun handed a key to Chinfong. After receiving the key, Chinfong headed towards the lounge area. In the assessment room.
In room 1, after defeating 2 late-stage body refining mechanical puppets, Yu Yang's face had turned pale. I was careless. The mechanical puppets have chips, and their combat experience is far superior to mine. Now, I'm exhausted, and defeating the peak body refining ones is impossible. However, this performance is enough. What I can't defeat, others won't be able to either.
The highest points will undoubtedly be mine.
He thought for a moment, no longer forcing himself to defeat the peak body refining mechanical puppets, and directly opened the door
to walk out.
At the same time, in room 2, Su Fei was in the same situation. He also decided not to persist any longer and made the same choice as Yu Yang, giving up on completely clearing the challenge and turning to walk out of the room. The two opened their doors almost simultaneously and exchanged a glance, both filled with pride. I still have 2 peak body refining mechanical puppets left to defeat. How about you?
Yu Yang asked.
Same. Interesting, but this time the lounge distribution will be based on this performance.
Starting from number 1, we'll see who is number 1.
This will also give us a rough idea of who the instructor thinks is the best. Yu Yang smiled confidently. Su Fei, however, remained expressionless, completely ignoring
Yu Yang's smugness.
Soon, the two walked out the main door and looked towards Ma Jun, who was waiting for them. They stood straight in front of Ma Jun, both showing expressions of anticipation.
Ma Jun looked at the two and smiled slightly.
Not bad. Both of you defeated 7 mechanical puppets. It's normal not to defeat the remaining 2 peak body refining ones. You both did very well. You're too kind, instructor, the two said in unison. It was clear they were very excited. You two have
the same performance, which makes the lounge distribution a bit troublesome, Ma Jun suddenly said.
Instructor Ma, my number was originally 1, so just give me number 1.
No need to complicate things, Yu Yang spoke first. Just as Ma Jun was about to
Say something, Su Fei interrupted. Instructor Ma, although Yu Yang was number 1 from the start, the lounge number is related to the quality of the resting environment.
I also want lounge number 1.
The lounges are not the same. Lounge number 1 has the
best area, facilities, and soundproofing. Everyone wants that kind of resting environment. If he were weaker, it would be one thing, but now, he felt he was not inferior to Yu Yang in the assessment of the mechanical puppets. You want it? Defeat me next time, and I'll give it to you. That's not acceptable. I want it now. The two began to argue. Seeing this, Ma Jun raised his hand to interrupt them. Are you done? The two instantly closed their mouths obediently. Looks like you're done. Ma Jun nodded. Now that you're done, let me say a few words. The lounge number 1 you want has already been taken. Whoever wants it, I have decided. Lounge number 2 for Yu Yang, and lounge number 3 for Su Fei. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the two instantly froze, and after a long while, they finally reacted. Lounge number 1 is gone? Instructor Ma, I want to know who exactly got lounge number 1. They had no interest in the distribution of lounges number 2 and 3. People only. Remember the champion, no one cares about second and third place. Number 1 goes to Chinfong from class 1. Ma Jun said. The two were stunned, unable to believe it, and Yu Yang was about to speak. Ma Jun suddenly said seriously, alright, take your keys and go to the lounge, now, immediately. The two had no choice but to take the keys and walk towards the lounge, but both had a look of discontent in their eyes. Once they were far away, Yu Yang said, Chinfong, is he the one who got in through? Connections? Yes, but what kind of connections does he have? How could he get the training camp to assign him the number 1 lounge? Su Fei was somewhat puzzled. The number 1 lounge not only had a good resting environment but was also a symbol of strength. The genius training camp placed great importance on geniuses to get in through connections and be assigned the number 1 lounge. That background is terrifying. No matter what his connections are, the days ahead in the training camp will depend on his own abilities. When the time comes for some public tests, let's see how he gets first place, Yu Yang said defiantly. In the current assessments, everyone couldn't see each other's performances, but there would be plenty of opportunities later. If he embarrasses himself and still gets first place, that would be unacceptable. Ma Jun looked at the two's backs and smiled. This was the effect he wanted. The next day. I heard that last night 38 people were eliminated, and now there are only 34 left in the training camp. From now on, one person will be eliminated every day. This is too terrifying. Early in the morning, the cafeteria of the training camp was filled with discussions. What's the big deal? I heard that more than half of the 34 people left are injured. I'm one of them. My whole body still hurts. That mechanical puppet is really strong. Luckily, I was smart and only activated the early stage of body refinement, and I actually passed the assessment. Haha. You think you're smart? I dare say that almost everyone activated the mechanical puppets according to their own strength. Who directly took down 10 of them? Nonsense. In our assessment area, there was a room where all the mechanical puppets were blown up. Suddenly, a voice said. As soon as the words were out, everyone looked at him, and some recognized that he was from the area of rooms 31 to 40. Their expressions changed, looking at him as if he were a fool. They all knew that Yu Yang and Su Fei had not completely defeated the mechanical puppets. How could someone ranked after 30 do it? If you don't believe it, fine. The person wanted to argue further but ultimately gave up. In his area, only he and Chinfong had passed the assessment. Everyone else had been eliminated, so it was impossible to find someone to prove it. I believe you. Suddenly, a boy walked over to him and said firmly, Who are you? My name is Zhou Lei, the boy explained. Hello, I'm Huang Jian. Why do you believe me? Huang Jian was surprised. A person blowing up all the mechanical puppets. He didn't even believe it himself without seeing it with his own eyes. Are you talking about number 37, that Chinfong from the first high school? Zhou Lei asked quietly. Huang Jian nodded in surprise. That's right. When we were climbing the mountain before, I saw that for him. Climbing the mountain was no different from walking on flat ground. Zhou Lei recalled how Chinfong had climbed the mountain, and his heart couldn't help but tremble again. He's here. Zhou Lei suddenly saw Chinfong walking into the cafeteria. After watching Chinfong sit down with his meal, he stood up and said to Huang Jian, Shall we go over? Huang Jian's expression changed. No. He looked at Chinfong with a hint of fear in his eyes. During the previous assessment, he had caught a glimpse of Chinfong sending the mechanical puppet flying. At the time, he was surprised but thought nothing of it. After all, it was just an early stage body refinement mechanical puppet. But later, after he passed the assessment and stepped out of his room, he took a look at the room where Chinfong was and found it completely destroyed. He was somewhat afraid of Chinfong now. It was too brutal. Chinfong, hello? Zhou Lei came to sit opposite Chinfong and greeted him politely. Who are you? Chinfong looked at him, puzzled. Since entering the training camp, he hadn't spoken to any of the students, so he was a bit surprised when someone suddenly called out to him. You might not remember, but during the mountain climb, I asked you which school you were from, Zhou Lei said with a smile. Chinfong thought for a moment, nodded, and picked up a piece of meat to eat. Is there something you need? Zhou Lei felt a bit awkward. He had originally just wanted to get to know Chinfong, but now he didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and looked at Chinfong, who was eating, and said, I want to be your little brother. After saying that, he lowered his head, not daring to look at Chinfong. Chinfong raised his head and smiled slightly. Being my little brother, I'm seen as someone with connections by others. Aren't you afraid of what they might say? The people in the training camp currently looked down on him, and now someone was approaching him, willingly wanting to be his little brother. If this got out, he would definitely be despised by everyone. Zhou Lei thought Chinfong would ignore him. But to his surprise, Chinfong responded, and he quickly looked up, saying, Others may not know, but I certainly do. You rely entirely on your own strength, and besides, I'm not afraid of what others think of me. Just like you, others think you're someone with connections, but you never explain, nor do you care to. Zhou Lei admired this about Chinfong. If it were someone else, they would definitely feel the need to explain, but Chinfong didn't seem to care at all, as if he didn't regard those people at all, and what they said was just a joke. Good mindset. Chinfong put down his chopsticks and smiled. Taking a little brother isn't out of the question, but what benefits do I get? Zhou Lei was taken aback. He thought having someone as his little brother was already a benefit. However, Chinfong seemed indifferent, leaving him a bit at a loss. In the future, I can find out any information you need. After thinking for a while, he felt that was all he could offer. Alright, then I'll give you a task now. Find out what elemental training rooms are in this training camp, and also what special training rooms there are, and who is in charge of this training camp, Chinfong said immediately. This was something he was concerned about, as the elemental training rooms were related to his breakthrough as a martial artist. The special training rooms were related to his increase in strength, and as for who was in charge of this training camp, it was purely out of curiosity. This, I know, Zhou Lei suddenly said. Chinfong looked at him in surprise. Well, I found out about it last night, Zhou Lei said a bit shyly. I have a distant relative who was responsible for the trivial matters in this training camp. I asked him last night, and he told me everything he knew. At this point, he lowered his voice and said quietly, There are 5 elemental training rooms in this training camp, one for each of the 5 elements. Actually, this is also a basic configuration. Generally, elements beyond the 5 are called special elements, and such training rooms are usually only available in Yang City. Upon hearing this, Chinfong nodded. Yang City is a technological city, and the elemental training rooms in Zhang Province are all developed there. Special elemental training rooms are already rare, not only slow to develop but also slow to update. And the training camp requires all new facilities, so it's understandable that there are no special elemental training rooms this time. Additionally, for other training rooms, besides the gravity room and infrared room from previous years, a combat room has been added this time, but its specific purpose is unclear, Zhou Lei said seriously. The gravity room and infrared room are easy to understand. The gravity room is simply a training room that increases gravity, used to enhance one's ability to withstand pressure. The infrared room, also known as the infrared training room, focuses on agility and the sensitivity of the body. The combat room is newly established. As the name suggests, it is a training room for fighting against opponents, but the specifics are hard to say. As for the person in charge you asked about, her name is Yang Shui, and she is quite remarkable. When it comes to Yang Shui, Zhou Lei clearly shows more interest, excitedly speaking as if gossiping. She also came from the genius training camp, and she was the top of her cohort. After graduating from university, she entered the Western theater. And now, at just over 30, she has already attained the rank of colonel. Zhou Lei's eyes are filled with admiration. Reaching the rank of colonel is not just a matter of talent but also requires significant achievements on the front lines. Not bad, not bad. Chinfong nods in satisfaction. He needs to learn about these matters and save some time now. Everyone, gather at the training camp square within 10 minutes. Those who are late will be eliminated. Suddenly, a voice from the loudspeaker in the cafeteria rang out, and everyone immediately put down their chopsticks and rushed towards the square. Chinfong also stood up, with Zhou Lei following closely behind him. A few minutes later, everyone arrived at the square and stood in formation. Soon after, a man and a woman in military uniforms walked from a distance to the front of the crowd. My name is Luo Bin. As soon as he arrived, Luo Bin spoke loudly. This is the commander of this training camp and your chief instructor, Colonel Yang Shui. Next, she will say a few words. Without any unnecessary chatter, everyone instantly fell silent. Yang Shui scanned the crowd. First of all, congratulations to all of you for entering the training camp. Next, I will explain the rules of training. First, during your training, you will earn points. The points have many uses, one of which is for the use of various training rooms. The other uses you will explore on your own. The way to earn points is very simple, with only 2 methods. First, based on your usual performance, I or Colonel Luo Bin will evaluate you. Second, you can challenge those who have points. If you win, the points are yours. If you lose, the points go to others. Each challenge requires you to wager all
your points, and if your points reach 0, you will be eliminated from the training camp. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd changed. The first method seemed vague. No one knew if their performance would meet the approval of the two evaluators, as there were no standards. The second method, once lost, would lead to elimination, which was quite harsh. Instructor Yang, are there any restrictions on challenges? Someone suddenly asked. Everyone showed serious expressions. If there were no restrictions on such challenges, a peak body refinement practitioner could challenge someone at the initial stage of body refinement without the ability to refuse, and those with weaker cultivation would likely be eliminated quickly. Good question. Yang Shui smiled. To ensure fairness, those with higher cultivation must first challenge two opponents of the same level consecutively and win before they can challenge. Those with lower cultivation can freely challenge those with higher cultivation, and the same applies to those of the same level. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief, especially those with lower cultivation. This way, those with higher cultivation could not challenge them at will, as they would have to defeat two opponents of the same level, which no one would dare to attempt lightly. For example, for the peak body refinement practitioners, there were only Yu Yang and Su Fei. They had no opportunity to challenge others as they couldn't find two opponents. Now, let's distribute your student cards, Yang Shui finally said. At that moment, Ma Jun walked over and looked at everyone. Instructors Yang and Luo have already assigned points based on your performance in the puppet room yesterday, and these points have been credited to your student cards. After receiving your student cards, you can return to your rooms, where there are machines to check your points. Additionally, the lounge numbers from yesterday do not represent your current ones. Once you receive your student cards, the numbers on the cards will be your lounge numbers, so some people's lounges may change this time. Yesterday's lounges were just a rough arrangement, while today's were based on the specific rankings given by the two instructors after reviewing all the surveillance footage. Upon hearing this, some people showed anticipation, especially Yu Yang and Su Fei. They felt that their chance of getting the number one lounge was coming again. Who do you think will get number 1 this time? I guess it will be Yu Yang. Not necessarily. What if it's still Chinfong? That's unlikely. This time, the public distribution of student cards isn't that simple. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the crowd changed slightly. Everyone was smart and quickly realized. This time, with the public distribution of cards, everyone knew each other's card numbers, which represented their points. The number 1 card definitely had the most points, and the further down the list, the fewer points there were. Moreover, this also represented everyone's strength. After all, the one with the most points must be the strongest. Even if there were differences, they probably wouldn't be too great. Furthermore, Yang Shui had just announced the camp's rules, allowing challenges to others. Knowing others' point ranges also gave insight into their general strength, encouraging everyone to challenge each other. If Chinfong still has the number 1 card, then he has the most points, but he got in through connections without the corresponding strength. He might be challenged by everyone. Someone said with interest. This time, everyone wanted to see if Chinfong would still dare to rely on connections to get the most points. 34. Xiao Ming. At that moment, Ma Jun began distributing the student cards. Xiao Ming stepped out of the crowd to receive his card, feeling a sigh of relief inside. Although he was ranked last, he was probably seen as the one who performed the worst in the instructor's eyes. However, having the fewest points meant that others were less likely to challenge him. After all, with so few points, others might not take him seriously. And since everyone was a genius, it would be hard for them to challenge someone ranked last without losing face. 33. 32. Ma Jun continued to call out numbers and names, and as more and more people received their student cards, the expressions of the crowd began to change again. They looked at Chinfong in surprise, showing confusion. Does he really dare to take first place? Now they had reached the top 5, and Chinfong still hadn't been called. 4. Du Hui. 3. Su Fei. Humph. Su Fei snorted coldly. After quickly getting his student card and returning to his spot, he looked displeased. Losing to Yu Yang was one thing, as Yu Yang's strength was evident, but losing to Chinfong made him very uncomfortable. Fei Gu, a student beside him, whispered, "Do you want me to challenge him?" Su Fei turned to look at him. This person had been trying to please him since entering the training camp yesterday, and he remembered that the other's name was Mo Qing. He had grown accustomed to others trying to curry favor with him and hadn't paid much attention before, but now he felt a stir in his heart. Alright, if you win against him, I won't take any points, they are all yours. Also, in the future, if anyone challenges you in the training camp, you can use my name. Su Fei nodded. He had originally wanted to challenge Chinfong himself, but now that someone was actively trying to please him, it couldn't be better. Moreover, if everyone knows that the person who defeated Chinfong is his little brother, it further proves his low profile and strength. Thank you, Brother Fei. Mo Qing exclaimed with joy. His current ranking is 17, a position that is neither too high nor too low, making it the most dangerous. There will definitely be many who want to challenge him. With Su Fei's support, those who wish to challenge him in the future will probably have to think about the consequences. Number 2. Yu Yang.
Number 1, Chinfong. Ma Jun continued to read.
After Yu Yang returned with his student
Card, Chinfong stepped forward to Ma Jun. This training camp will be different from before. In the coming time, try to become stronger, Ma Jun said seriously, patting Chinfong on the shoulder. Chinfong nodded, not thinking too much about it.
From now on, how each of you spends your time in the training camp depends on yourselves.
If you have questions about cultivation, you can come to ask me. If I don't know, you can ask Instructor Luo and Instructor Yang.
Of course, this is not unconditional guidance. Each time,
corresponding points will be deducted.
Ma Jun's voice rang out, causing the expressions of those present to change.
At this moment, they finally understood the importance of points. Even inquiries about cultivation would cost points. Alright, dismissed. Ma Jun waved his hand. Instructor.
Suddenly, a voice drew everyone's attention. Mo Chang saw that everyone was looking at him and said, Instructor, the
previous challenge rules were not very specific. I want to know, when challenging someone, can they refuse, and how do they issue their own challenge?
It's my fault for not explaining clearly before.
Yang Shui stepped forward with a
smile. In addition to the rules I mentioned earlier, if you challenge someone and they are being challenged for the first time in a day, they cannot refuse.
Upon hearing this, everyone understood. The meaning was simple: within a day.
The first challenge cannot be refused, and after that, whether to accept or not depends on oneself. Of course, if one loses the first challenge, no one will continue to challenge you, because losing once means losing all points.
No one would challenge someone with no points who is about to be eliminated.
Additionally, I remind everyone that once points reach 0, you will be eliminated the next morning at 8 o'clock.
So, if you lose a challenge, it's best to
find a way to earn points within the specified time. Even 1 point might allow you to stay.
As for how to issue a challenge, it's simple. Do you see that over there?
Yang Shui pointed into the distance. Everyone turned to look and saw
a ring.
That ring is specifically set up for your challenges. There's a gong beside it. Strike the gong and state who you want to challenge, and someone will bring your challenger to you.
Any questions?
The crowd fell silent.
Yang Shui waited for 3 seconds, then left with Luobin. Ma Jun waved his hand, dismissed.
Chinfong turned and walked toward his lounge. He wanted to check how many points he had and then quickly go to the fire element training room to
condense the elemental mark.
However, he had not taken a few steps when the sound of the gong being struck echoed. Instantly, everyone who was about to leave stopped. Even Ma Jun, who had already walked far, turned back with interest.
I want to challenge you, Chinfong.
Mo Chang struck the gong and shouted this phrase. Seeing everyone turn to look at him, a hint of pride appeared on his face.
The first person to issue a challenge would certainly attract the most attention.
The key point was that he was challenging Chinfong, which showed he was not afraid of power and aim to eliminate this well-connected individual. Others would thank him for it later.
Let's go take a look. Some people became interested.
Many of them actually wanted to challenge Chinfong, but they hadn't made a decision so quickly.
Now that someone had taken action, they naturally wanted to see how the well-connected individual would be eliminated. Is this guy an idiot?
Ma Jun looked at the smug Mo Chang, frowning. He knew that many people thought Chinfong was well-connected, and such individuals had indeed existed before, which was normal. However, since entering the training camp, Chinfong had
always been first in everything. Could it be that Chinfeng's success wasn't due to his strength? Moreover, the overall commander this time was Yang Shui. A little inquiry would reveal that with Yang Shui around, there couldn't be any well-connected individuals. In the entire Rong City, anyone wanting to use connections to get someone in would never get Yang Shui's approval. Just talent without brains.
He shook his head and left, too lazy to watch this challenge as it held
no suspense.
At that moment, Chinfong also looked at Mo Chang on the stage, narrowing his eyes. Without waiting for someone to call him, he walked over directly.
Are you sure you want to challenge me?
He stared at Mo Chang seriously as he reached the stage. Of course, you have no right to refuse, Mo Chang replied with a smile.
Chinfong nodded and stepped onto the stage. Since everyone thought he was well connected, it was a good opportunity to throw a punch now to
avoid 100 punches later. At this moment, a man in military uniform also stepped onto the stage. From now on, I will be the referee for all your challenges. There are no rules except for death in this challenge.
Now, 3 seconds to prepare. Start. The man announced loudly without any unnecessary words.
At this moment, the spectators below showed signs of tension. There were no rules except for death. It was simple. This challenge only required that no one
died. Many felt it was somewhat cruel.
Chinfong, we have no grievances, and we didn't even know each other before, but the resources of the genius training camp should be reserved for geniuses, so you should just go back,
Mo Chang said flatly.
As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped down with a loud thud, his whole body suddenly charging forward.
Very strong.
Seeing Mo Chang's speed and explosive power, some people's expressions changed slightly.
Why isn't Chinfong moving?
Someone noticed that Mo Chang was only about 5 meters away from Chinfong, yet Chinfong remained standing still.
Still hasn't reacted. I guess someone shook their head. What do you mean he hasn't reacted? My boss can take that kid down just by standing there.
Zhou Lei, among the crowd, could no longer hold back and shouted loudly as he heard everyone saying Chinfong was no good.
Ha, your boss? You consider him your boss? Are you just attracted to his background? The crowd looked at Zhou Lei with disdain.
A genius trying to curry favor with a well-connected individual was laughable. If that well-connected person had decent strength, it would be one thing. But if they were weak, what good was their background? They were geniuses and would eventually create their own background and curry favor with others, which made them look down on such behavior.
Zhou Lei's face turned pale, and he could only walk over to Huang Jian.
Among all the students, perhaps only Huang Jian shared his thoughts.
Don't mind them, soon they will know how terrifying he is, Huang Jian said, looking at Chinfong on the stage with anticipation. Just as everyone was eager to see how Chinfong would be defeated, Mo Qing was already only 2 meters away from him. He raised his fist. This punch will send you to the hospital. Don't worry, you'll definitely be discharged in time for the college entrance examination. As he spoke, Mo Qing's fist had already struck out, aiming directly at Chinfeng's chest. Chinfeng's expression was calm. At the moment the fist was about to land, he reached out and grabbed it. Bang! The fist and palm collided. Mo Qing's body came to an abrupt halt, his eyes wide, just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed drastically. Let go. Crack. A crisp sound echoed, and then everyone was astonished to see Chinfong lift his arm, sending Mo Qing flying, who then crashed onto the arena. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream rang out, and then everything fell silent. When the crowd below finally reacted, they saw Mo Qing unconscious on the stage and the unperturbed Chinfong. Chinfong wins. The referee's voice broke the silence of the scene. Chinfong ignored everyone and walked directly off the stage. The opponent's points will be credited to your student card within an hour, the referee said, watching Chinfeng's back. He was also incredibly shocked. He knew that this year's Yang Shui was the overall commander and there couldn't be any favoritism. So, he thought of Chinfong as the strongest this year, but he never expected him to be this strong. Thank you. Chinfong stepped down from the stage. At that moment, everyone unconsciously made way for him. Chinfeng's expression remained calm, and as he walked out of the crowd, he said without looking back, the next person who wants to challenge me, let it be tomorrow. I have a tight schedule and won't accept a second challenge within a day. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, their expressions complex. Challenge? What a joke. After that performance, none of them could do it, not even Yu Yang and Su Fei, who stared at Chinfeng's back with serious expressions, not saying a word. Once Chinfong was far away, the crowd began to discuss. Who the hell said he was a favored one? Step forward. Damn. That move just now was terrifying, it hurt just to watch. The first to arrive at the training camp, the first to pass the puppet mechanism, the first to gain access to the lounge, all of this is actually due to his strength. At this moment, no one mentioned favoritism anymore. Ha ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out. The crowd turned to see an extremely proud face. I said my boss only needs to stand still to knock his opponent down. Now, is there anyone still doubting? Zhou Lei scanned the crowd with a condescending expression. However, no one spoke up to refute him. Some even looked at him with a hint of envy. Brother Zhou, can you introduce me to your big brother? Yeah, Brother Zhou, I really want to meet classmate Qin. Some began to get close to Zhou Lei. Although they were all geniuses, some had already realized the vast gap between themselves and Chinfong. Even though they were all training their bodies at their age, whether in the early or mid stages of body refinement, the difference from the peak was not something that could be explained by just 2 or 3 small realms. It represented the size of their talent and potential. Sure, Zhou Lei said with a happy smile. Your little master, can also be a big shot in this genius training camp. Let's see if that old guy at home dares to say I'm useless again. He lifted his head, feeling proud with his nose in the air. 10,000 points. Chinfong was quite satisfied after checking his points yesterday in the mechanism puppet room. He estimated that the maximum points he could earn would be 10,000, equivalent to a perfect score. As for the points gained from just defeating Mo Qing, he had no expectations. Knowing his points, he didn't delay and directly walked out of the heading towards the training room building. The training room building housed both the elemental training rooms and other special training rooms. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the first floor of the building, where there was an office. To engage in any training, one needed to register at the office first. The elemental training room requires 2,000 points for one session, while other training rooms require 1,000 points for one session, a staff member explained to Chinfong. Chinfong was taken aback. The points required for the training rooms exceeded his expectations. Although 1 or 2,000 points didn't seem much to him, it was different for others. He was certain that among the 30 or so students, those who could afford to train here were probably less than half. I need the fire elemental training room. Chinfong took out his student card and spoke. The staff member took the student card, saw that it was number 1, and couldn't help but look up at Chinfong before swiping the card on the machine.
After deducting 2,000 points, she returned the card to Chinfong.
The fire elemental training room is on the first floor. Just go left after you exit. There are a total of 5 rooms, you can choose any one of them. Additionally, your student card already has access to the training room, but you can only enter once. If you come out after going in, the access will be invalidated. So once you enter, try not to come out, otherwise you'll have to come back to me too.
Deduct 2,000 points again to re-enter, the staff member reminded.
Thank you. Chinfong nodded and turned to leave. Watching Chinfong walk out of the office, the staff member immediately said to the others, "Number 1 is here. How long do you think he can stay inside?"
Based on past experience, the longest anyone has stayed inside was 3 hours, and this number 1, I heard, has cleared all the mechanism puppets, so it should be around 3 hours as well, another
staff member speculated.
In previous genius training camps, there had been peak body refiners who defeated all the mechanism puppets. I guess he can stay for 5 hours, one person suddenly said. The others looked at him in surprise.
Only 5 hours? That's exaggerated, right?
The man called Oldly smiled. The elemental training room not only tests sensitivity to elements but also one's willpower. This kid gives me a very determined feeling. I believe in him. The others shook their heads, still not believing that Chinfong could stay for 5 hours. At this moment, Chinfong had already arrived outside an elemental training room. He swiped his student card on the access control, and with a click, the door opened. Immediately, a wave of heat rushed towards him. Such strong fire elements, 15 times the training speed, it's not just talk, Chinfong exclaimed as he felt the heat wave. Once he stepped into the room, his entire body was enveloped by the fire elements, and the heat unexpectedly dissipated, replaced by a refreshing sensation. He didn't delay and quickly sat down cross-legged, then began to run the elemental perception technique. Instantly, the fire elements that had been refined in his body began to undergo a marvelous transformation with the external fire elements. He placed his hands on his knees and tried to condense the mark again. Boom! 2 flames appeared simultaneously on his palms, continuously flickering and then growing smaller. After continuous condensation, the flames transformed into fire elemental power, surging from his palms into his body. Inside his body, a mark was continuously taking shape, and the speed was more than 10 times faster than when he was training in the outside world. Time passed little by little. An hour later, the mark within Chinfong had completed 80%. Subtracting the previous 4% he had condensed, it meant that he had completed 4% in just 1 hour. As time went on, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and the temperature in the training room was higher than before. It seems that staying here for a long time is not easy. The temperature will keep rising until it becomes unbearable. Chinfong finally understood what the staff member had meant when he said to try to stay here as long as possible. This training room was not a place where one could just stay indefinitely after entering. 2 hours later, the sweat on Chinfeng's head increased, and after 3 hours, the sweat began to drip down. However, he felt no distress. Instead, he was filled with joy because at that moment, the elemental mark he had condensed had reached 24%. As the temperature rises, the condensation speed increases. The so-called 15 times speed is actually not accurate. It should be the initial speed, he thought with excitement. At that moment, he was unaware that outside the training room, more than 10 people had gathered, including staff and students, all there to see how long Chinfong could stay inside. It's been 3 hours, matching the previous record. Impressive. Some staff members had previously speculated that Chinfong could stay for 3 hours, and now he had really done it. What's the rush? He hasn't come out yet. I told you, he can stay for 5 hours, he definitely can, Oldly said confidently. The crowd buzzed with discussion. 4 hours later, some people showed surprise, and when the 5th hour arrived, everyone became restless. I told you, 5 hours is definitely no problem. This kid gives me the feeling that he is very stable. Everyone, step aside, don't block the way. When he comes out, we need to cool him down immediately. Oldly pushed the people around him back. He should be coming out soon. He stared at the door, anxiously waiting. However, time continued to pass little by little, and the door remained closed, with no sign of movement. Could he really stay in there for 6 hours? Someone's expression changed. 6 hours was double the record. Don't panic, maybe he'll come out soon, Oldly said awkwardly. What are you all worried about? My boss can stay in there for at least 10 hours. Suddenly, a proud voice rang out. Everyone looked over, and Jolie said triumphantly, "What's wrong? Is 10 hours a long time?" As he said this, he felt a bit guilty. He had never been in the elemental training room himself, but he just felt that Chinfong could definitely do it. Young man, do you know how high the temperature will reach after 10 hours? Oldly looked at Jolie. 60 degrees. And that's equivalent to being exposed to 60 degrees without any wind or anything to cool you down. Moreover, he has already experienced 30 degrees, 40 degrees, and 50 degrees, with temperatures rising continuously. Do you think this is something a peak body refiner can endure? Although he had faith in Chinfong, he became uneasy at the mention of 10 hours, even A novice martial artist would find it hard to bear. This. The students who heard his words all showed surprise.
So what? Zhou Lei raised his head and said stubbornly. Damn. The crowd immediately looked at him as if he were a fool. Already at the limit.
In the training room, Chinfong was drenched in sweat, his skin flushed and veins bulging on his forehead.
An hour ago, he was almost at his limit.
This made him realize that the peak limit of body refinement was
just an hour prior.
Yet he had stubbornly persisted for another hour.
50%.
Looking at the mark he had condensed, he frowned.
He could go out now, recover,
and then spend 2,000 points to come back in, which would almost allow him to fully condense the mark and break through to a 1-star warrior. However, points were a minor concern. He didn't want to waste any more time.
With that thought, he softly called out, "Wind!" Instantly, it felt as if a
gentle breeze swept through his body, refreshing his already exhausted form. The redness of his skin began to fade, and the sweat started to lessen.
This is also the benefit of being a multi-element warrior.
Chinfong smiled and began to condense the mark again. Outside, everyone was still discussing when Chinfong would come out, but even after 8 hours, the door remained silent.
"He hasn't fainted in there, has he?" a student whispered. "Impossible. If someone
faints in there, the room will sound an alarm." A staff member shook his head.
"What if the alarm is broken?"
As soon as those words were spoken, several staff members' expressions changed. "I told you, my boss can stay in there for 10 hours. It's still early," Zhou Lei said proudly.
"Let's wait a bit longer."
Old Li stared at the door and finally said, "It was unlikely that the alarm was broken. This was a newly upgraded elemental training room that had never
been used before."
After another 2 hours, Old Li's expression changed. It had been 10 hours.
"How do you know he can stay in there for 10 hours? Old Li turned to Zhou Lei.
Zhou Lei looked confused. He certainly didn't know why.
Just had an unconditional admiration for Chinfong.
"I just know," he said firmly.
"But why hasn't he come out yet?" Old Li asked again.
He believed Zhou Lei's words, but the door still showed no signs of movement.
Actually, 10 hours is just an estimate.
If my boss really wants to hold on, another hour is no problem at all." Zhou Lei thought for a moment, not wanting others to see he was just making things up, and explained. Old Li nodded, showing a look of shock. Being able to hold on for 11 hours was something he had never even imagined after witnessing so many talented individuals here. Others also began to believe Zhou Lei's words. After all, a genius willing to be a subordinate
to others must be well understood by Zhou Lei. At this moment, everyone looked at the door. Although they couldn't see what was happening inside, they couldn't help but show admiration, seeing that no one was asking questions anymore.
Zhou Lei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hoping Chinfong would come out soon, otherwise he wouldn't know how to explain. In the training room, Chinfeng's body had once again reached its limit and his elemental mark was already
90% complete.
"Ice!" he called out softly, and instantly the temperature inside and outside his body dropped rapidly. Even the temperature around him decreased a few degrees.
Refreshing.
Chinfong enjoyed the sudden
coolness after the extreme heat, feeling incredibly comfortable.
The mark inside him was gradually taking shape. Although the final stage was the hardest to condense, the speed at this moment was not much slower than before.
Why hasn't he come out yet?
Outside, 11 hours had passed and the door still showed no signs of movement, raising everyone's doubts again.
Could it be that the alarm is really broken?
Old Li's expression suddenly changed.
11 hours
had passed and it was about to be 12 hours, something that most 1-star warriors could not endure.
At this moment, he looked at Zhou Lei again, who said, maybe the alarm really is broken. Quick, notify Commander Yang.
Old Li shouted. Inside the elemental training room, once someone entered, only Yang Shui had the permission to enter. Others could not, in order to prevent disturbances during the trainees' cultivation.
Instructor Yang is here. Suddenly, a student shouted.
Everyone saw Yang Shui and Luo Bin hurrying over from a distance.
Commander Yang, hurry, open the door.
Number 1 has been inside for almost 12 hours. I suspect the alarm is broken.
Old Li quickly spoke up. Why didn't you notify me earlier?
Yang Shui said coldly.
12 hours, that was the time only a 2-star warrior could endure.
Old Li trembled all over. He didn't know how to explain, then looked at Zhou Lei.
Zhou Lei
was already scared to the point of wetting himself, not daring to lift his head. Yang Shui couldn't be bothered with them and took out a keycard, walking towards the door.
Inside the room, boom!
When Chinfeng's mark was completed at
100%, a surge of power erupted within him, instantly skyrocketing.
1-star warrior. Chinfong stood up, feeling that powerful force.
Name: Chinfong, Fire Element Realm, 1-star warrior, 2nd Divine Pattern Progress.
0, Wind Element Realm, Peak Body Refinement, Ice Element Realm, Peak Body Refinement, Combat Power, 704. After becoming a warrior, elemental marks would manifest divine patterns. At this moment, the fire elemental mark within Chinfong had a divine pattern on it, which he formed himself when breaking through to a 1-star warrior. To break through to a 2-star warrior, he needed to form another divine pattern. Combat power has directly surpassed the threshold of a
2-star warrior. Chinfong looked at his combat power, astonished. The combat power standard for a 2-star warrior is 700, and he just broke the threshold. Now, he might not be able to defeat a 2-star warrior, but he could definitely be invincible among 1-star warriors. Ding, you have completed task 4, God level mode, rewards have been issued. Chinfong quickly looked at the system space, and sure enough, there were 2 mark fragments lying inside. One was wind element and the other was ice element. The system said it was a random reward, but it was clearly based on his actual situation. Either one of each, or both could be wind or ice elements. Additionally, there was a special box, which should be the martial arts gift pack. Chinfong only needed to think about it to open the box, but he didn't open it immediately. Instead, he tidied up his clothes and walked towards the door. It was obviously inappropriate to open it here. The temperature was rising increasingly, soon reaching the level of a 2-star warrior. Although this place could speed up the condensation of divine patterns, he found that condensing marks and condensing divine patterns were completely 2 different concepts. Even here, to condense a second divine pattern, he felt it would take at least half a month. It was uncertain whether it was the elemental training room that limited the speed of condensing divine patterns or if the divine patterns were too difficult to condense. In any case, it was impossible for him to stay here for half a month. Not to mention whether he could endure the increasingly high temperature. A 1-star warrior had not yet reached the point of not eating for half a month. Arriving at the door just as he was about to open it, suddenly, with a click, the door opened by itself. He looked up in surprise and saw Yang Shui outside the door. Instructor Yang, what are you doing here? Chinfong looked at Yang Shui, asking in surprise. At that moment, the crowd outside, upon seeing Chinfong, recoiled as if they had seen a ghost, their bodies involuntarily retreating. Yang Shui stared at Chinfong, noticing that his eyes were flickering like 2 flames. A martial artist, she felt a jolt in her heart. Chinfong had broken through to a 1-star martial artist. With her experience, she would never be mistaken. It's nothing, just came to see if you were dead, Yang Shui said expressionlessly. Before Chinfong could respond, she turned to the crowd. What are you all doing here? Disperse. Instantly, the crowd scattered, not daring to linger for a moment. She then glanced at Luobin. Let's go. The 2 left without any delay. The once lively place was suddenly left with only Chinfong. What a mystery. Chinfong shook his head. Outside the building, Luobin followed behind Yang Shui, unable to help but ask, did he break through? He had wanted to ask Chinfong earlier, but since Yang Shui had told everyone to leave, he felt it inappropriate to stay and inquire. Yang Shui nodded. He should have broken through. This kid is impressive, staying in there for 12 hours, simply abnormal. Luobin was also astonished. But he has dual attributes, and one of them is wind, which should help counter some of the high temperatures. 12 hours is still understandable. Maybe they were neither fire type nor dual type, so they couldn't specifically guess how Chinfong managed to endure for 12 hours. So, are we still going to let Yu Yang and Su Fei pressure him? Luobin said with a smile. Entering the genius training camp on the 2nd day and breaking through to a 1-star martial artist, how could the others catch up? This pressure would really turn back on those 2. Yang Shui shot him a glance, too lazy to respond. Luobin shook his head and muttered, he must be overjoyed inside. Yang Shui's personality was like that, but the colder she appeared on the surface, the greater the turmoil inside her. What did you say? Yang Shui turned to ask. Nothing. Luobin shivered and quickly spoke up. In the number 1 lounge, Chinfong placed the 2 fragments of the mark into his mouth. No taste at all. The 2 fragments melted in his mouth as if he hadn't swallowed anything. However, once they entered his body, he could feel his wind element mark and ice element mark beginning to form. Ding, successfully devoured wind element mark fragment. Ding, successfully devoured ice element mark fragment. Moments later, Chinfong looked at the system again, and the information panel showed changes in the 2 element attributes. Wind realm, peak body refinement, element mark. Progress 25%. Ice realm, peak body refinement, element mark. Progress 35%. Looking at the information, Chinfong was not surprised. The wind element's talent was low, so it was not strange to lag behind a bit. Time to open the blind box. Looking at the martial arts gift pack, he revealed an expression of anticipation. God level task, please don't let me down. With a thought, the box disappeared on its own, and then several beams of light appeared in his vision. Before he could react, these lights surged into his mind, transforming into pieces of information that he quickly absorbed. Breath of flame. Martial arts introduction, grade 7 technique, can be upgraded, limited to fire martial artists. Breath of wind. Martial arts introduction, grade 7. Technique can be upgraded, limited to wind martial artists. Breath of ice. Martial arts introduction, grade 7 technique can be upgraded, limited to ice martial artists. In an instant, information about the 3 techniques appeared in Chinfeng's mind. The introductions were simple, but the words grade 7 made Chinfong overjoyed. Martial arts, like the level of martial artists, are categorized by stars and grades.
The 7th rank, also known as the Master Martial Arts, is because the 7 star warriors are referred to as masters. Master Martial Arts does not mean that the master created the martial arts, but rather that among all martial arts, this particular one is extremely powerful and can be considered the master among martial arts. It should be noted that in the previous announcement from Rome City, Kuan became a martial artist as a genius, only receiving a 2nd rank martial arts reward. Additionally, the 7th rank martial arts techniques that a 1-star warrior can practice are very rare. These martial arts techniques are all regarded as the finest among their rank. To practice, having good talent is not enough. One must also contribute to humanity. Generally, talents like Chinfang's do not have the opportunity to learn, but those who have made military achievements in the army are qualified, even if their talents cannot be called genius. Some may even become martial artists and enter the army after the age of 30, but they have earned such opportunities for martial arts practice with their blood and lives. What surprised Chinfong the most was the phrase "can be upgraded," proving that this technique can be elevated to a higher rank in the future, making it a perfect martial arts technique. Moreover, he focused on the breathing methods of wind and ice and was pleasantly surprised to find that although he had not yet broken through as a martial artist with these 2 elements, he could still cultivate them. Blazing Sun Fist. Martial Arts Introduction. 7th rank martial arts, limited to fire warriors. Another master martial arts which delighted Fong. The Blazing Sun Fist could greatly enhance his strength. Next, Fong began to digest these martial arts techniques, and after firmly engraving them in his mind, he left the lounge. After stepping out, he headed straight to the office area where Yang Shui was located. "Instructor Yang, I would like to request a leave of absence." After seeing Yang Shui, Chinfong directly stated his purpose for coming. "Request a leave?" Yang Shui frowned. "Today is the 2nd day of the training camp, what do you need a leave for?" "Instructor Yang may not know, but my family situation is a bit complicated. I want to quickly bring my parents to live in the martial artist family area so that I can focus on my training." Chinfong did not explain too much. Although he was excellent, he was not at the level where someone like Yang Shui would take the initiative to resolve matters for the Xiao family. Therefore, everything still depended on him. As long as he moved his parents to a safe place to live, even if the Xiao family found out that Kuan was killed by him, he could still take it step by step, no matter how turbulent the Xiao family became. Yang Shui looked at Chinfong seriously and finally nodded. "How long do you need to take off?" "I'm not sure, about a week, I guess." Chinfong gave a rough estimate. This time back, he needed to authenticate as a martial artist and move, so there would definitely be a lot to do. "I'll give you 10 days, try to resolve your matters as best as you can." Yang Shui spoke directly without much thought. "Okay." Chinfong did not expect the other party to be so generous. 10 days was more than enough. After Chinfong left, Yang Shui made a phone call and summoned Luo Bin. Find someone to investigate Chinfeng's family background, including all those related to them. The more detailed, the better, Yang Shui said while organizing the materials. "What's going on?" Luo Bin was a bit surprised. It was the first time he had seen Yang Shui care so much about a student. Yang Shui paused for a moment, not looking up as she said, "Preparing for the general star selection." Upon hearing this, Luo Bin was taken aback. The general star selection indeed required the students' backgrounds to be clean. In this world, not all humans are united, so anyone entering the military must have their background checked, especially for the general star selection. However, there was still quite a bit of time before the general star selection, and it only took 2 days to clarify a person's background, so there was no need to be so early. This was not Yang Shui's style. However, seeing that Yang Shui had no intention of explaining, he nodded and said, "All right, Master." The Martial Arts Association. Early the next morning, after descending the mountain, Chinfong waited for almost half an hour before a taxi arrived. "All right." The driver stepped on the gas and zoomed off. "Young man, you look a bit familiar." The driver glanced at Chinfong a few times. "Oh right, I remember now, you went to the Martial Arts Association a few days ago, and I was the one who took you there." Chinfong also looked at the driver, but he didn't have any impression of him. "Still," he said, "you drive quite far, master." "Ha, it's a taxi, as long as the customer needs it, I'll go anywhere," the driver replied with a smile. "That's the spirit." Chinfong chuckled. "By the way, young man, you went for certification at the Martial Arts Association last time, right? Did you fail? You're going back so soon." "Sort of." Chinfong nodded, not offering any further explanation. The driver glanced at Chinfong and noticed he seemed downcast, so he comforted him. "Failure is nothing to worry about. The key is not to give up after failing. When I was young, I was just like you. I failed my first certification, too." Chinfong looked at him in surprise, not expecting that the driver was someone who could cultivate. Curiously, he asked, "What happened later?" Most people in this profession tend to talk a lot, and this driver was no exception. Seeing that Chinfong was interested, he continued, "Later, I just didn't give up. After failing, I practiced hard and went for certification. Again and again." He said this with a hint of pride. "I believe persistence is victory."
Chinfong was taken aback and asked, "What happened later? How did you end up driving a taxi?" "Later, after failing all the certifications, I didn't have any other skills, so I had to drive a taxi. But even though I failed, I persisted for a long time, so don't give up easily." Chinfong felt speechless. He thought he was getting a dose of inspiration, but it turned out to be toxic advice. A few hours later, the car slowly approached the entrance of the Martial Arts Association. "Young man, this is your second certification, right? Remember what I said before, even if you fail again, don't give up easily," the driver encouraged as he looked at the Martial Arts Association ahead. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance, and at that moment, several staff members from the association were quickly walking out, led by a man in a suit. "Hey, I remember that's the director of the Martial Arts Association. What's his name again?" the driver exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the leading man. "Su Hua," Chinfong replied. Yes, Su Hua, he's the second in command of the Martial Arts Association. It looks like he's here to welcome some important figure." The driver showed a look of shock. The director of the Martial Arts Association rarely made public appearances. After driving for so many years, he had seen very few, but he had heard a lot. At this moment, Chinfong also opened the car door, and as soon as he got out, Su Hua hurried over. "Brother Chin, I just about made it on time. Luckily, I didn't come out late." Su Hua's tone was very polite, and his voice was loud enough for the taxi driver to hear clearly. The driver shuddered, stepped on the gas, and zoomed away, fearing he would be late. "What kind of monster did I just pick up?" The driver looked shocked. To have the director of the Martial Arts Association come out with a group of staff to welcome him in Rome City, even the son of the city lord wouldn't receive such treatment. There was only one possibility: his talent had reached a level that the Martial Arts Association valued. "Are taxis this impressive now?" Su Hua glanced at the taxi's taillights in surprise. Chinfong smiled and changed the subject. "Thank you for your trouble, Director Su, but your personal welcome has caught me off guard." As soon as he got down the mountain, he had called Su Hua to say he was coming to the Martial Arts Association. The reason was simple: he wanted to get certified as quickly as possible. Due to the certification of martial artists being different from that of body refinement, the martial artist certification requires an appointment, as there are many people seeking certification each day, and his time is limited, so he had to trouble Su Hua. "Let's not be polite," Su Hua said with a smile. Before Chinfong arrived, he called him to say he wanted to certify as a martial artist. Not to mention that he and Chinfong already knew each other, but to be certified as a formal martial artist before the age of 18, such a genius had to be personally welcomed. It should be noted that it had been a long time since such a genius had appeared in the entire Rong city. Although Chinfong had not yet officially certified, if he had no confidence in Chinfong, he probably wouldn't have come. The certification building had the first floor dedicated to body refinement certifications, while the second floor and above were for certifying formal martial artists. After entering the building, Su Hua dismissed the other staff and led Chinfong to the second floor alone. The second floor is for certifying 1-star to 3-star martial artists, the third floor is for 4-star to 6-star, and above the fourth floor, it's for 7-star and above, but it's rarely used. After reaching the second floor, Su Hua introduced it to Chinfong. Chinfong nodded. 7-star martial artists were already quite rare in the entire Rong city, so it was normal that it was rarely used. Upon arriving on the second floor, Chinfong saw that a few people were already waiting for certification. One of the certification personnel saw Su Hua and quickly came over to greet him. "Director Su, why did you come?" "Personally?" In the Martial Arts Association, Su Hua was considered the second in command, and generally, he wouldn't personally handle such matters. "I brought a friend." Su Hua did not elaborate further. However, upon hearing the word friend, the other person's heart skipped a beat, and the certification officer's gaze towards Chinfong changed. He could tell at a glance that Chinfong was very young, and Su Hua referred to him as a friend, not as a junior or any other title. Then Director Su, should we skip the line? The martial artist certification requires prior appointment registration, so those who registered first get certified first. However, with Su Hua's appearance, it seemed inappropriate for Chinfong to wait. But he did not directly ask Chinfong. Instead, he asked Su Hua, as he did not know Chinfeng's personality. Some people like to use their power to jump the queue, while others are more low-key or value rules and do not like to cut in line. "No need, let's go one by one." Chinfong spoke directly. "Alright, there are still 5 people ahead, it will be quick." The person nodded quickly. Soon, he returned to his work mode. "Everyone, the certification will continue now, and I will explain the certification method. Once again, it's very simple. First, we will test your cultivation level, and then we will test your combat power." The 5 people waiting in line looked at him in surprise. The certification method had already been explained before. Someone suddenly looked at Chinfong, who was at the back of the line, realizing that this explanation was specifically for him. "I just heard the certification officer call that person over their director. Is he a relative of the director?" someone muttered. "First, Jang Chang, certification level 1-star martial artist.
When the certification officer announced this, a man who looked to be around 27 or 28 stood up from the first bench in the resting area and walked up. Place your hand on it and try to release the elemental force you have mastered. The certification officer pointed to a nearby device and reminded him. The man walked up to the device, took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand, and then placed it on the device. Don't be nervous, relax your mindset, and bring out your best self, the certification officer said as he noticed the man was tense. The man, with a serious expression, placed his hand on the device and silently used his elemental power. Soon, a soil element mark appeared on the instrument, with a divine pattern faintly visible on it. Cultivation certification successful, the certification officer announced upon seeing the mark. The man finally breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his hand. The cultivation certification is quite simple. As long as there are no issues and you're not here just to cause trouble, there won't be any problems, a man in line whispered. The cultivation certification is inherently definitive. If one hasn't broken through to a one-star warrior, they wouldn't come for certification unless they were truly here to cause trouble, in which case they would be caught. Next, it's about combat power. Don't be nervous, as long as your combat power reaches the 300 threshold, you will be recognized as a level 1 warrior by the authorities. As long as you don't engage in commerce, you can receive a monthly allowance of 10,000. The certification officer reiterated the benefits of becoming a warrior to encourage the man. This is also a welfare benefit from the Dragon Kingdom for warriors, of course, with certain prerequisites. Some people, after becoming warriors, do not join the military or official organizations but choose to open martial arts schools instead. These individuals are primarily self-serving, so they do not receive allowances. Additionally, some who receive allowances after becoming warriors may end up living off them without contributing, so the authorities will conduct investigations and, if confirmed, the allowances will also be revoked. Strike the combat power device with all your strength, the certification officer instructed the man. The man prepared for 3 seconds and then punched the device. Bang! A number appeared on the combat power device and began to fluctuate. The man nervously stared at the instrument, and finally, the number settled at 283. The certification officer frowned. Certification failed. No, it can't be. I clearly condensed the elemental mark and became a 1-star warrior. The man's face turned pale, filled with unwillingness. Sigh, this is clearly a warrior who relied on some special drugs to get here. The Martial Arts Association won't recognize such warriors. Someone shook their head. Some people, in their desperation to become warriors, consume drugs that have significant side effects, and their combat power is quite illusory, so the authorities won't acknowledge them. Allowances are not as easy to obtain as people imagine. Second. Next, the certification officer called out names one by one. All these individuals successfully passed the certification. After all, those like Jang Chang who relied on drugs are in the minority, and many who do rely on drugs know they won't be recognized by the authorities, so they wouldn't come here to seek trouble. Fifth, Lu Yun, certification level 2-star warrior. Finally, a 2-star warrior has come. The few who had successfully certified before, aside from Zhang Xing, had not left. People have a natural curiosity, especially after passing the assessment. They want to see how the others perform. Just like ordinary people taking a driving test, once they pass, they relax and look at others with a comparative eye. Lu Yun's cultivation certification had no issues, and then he punched the combat power device. 710 passed. Upon seeing this number, everyone gasped. This also meant that the man named Lu Yun would henceforth be recognized as a 2-star warrior by the authorities, and could receive a monthly allowance of 20,000. 20,000. How much work would an ordinary person have to do to earn that income? And as a warrior, as long as they don't live off their allowances, it's much easier. The few who had passed the 1-star warrior certification cast envious glances at him. They didn't know how long it would take them to become 2-star warriors. Perhaps they would never achieve it in their lifetime. The certification officer also nodded at Lu Yun. A 2-star warrior was already worthy of his respect. Next, Chinfong, certification level 1-star warrior. The certification officer looked at Chinfong, his eyes filled with anticipation. Su Hua, who personally brought him here, even referred to him as a friend, which made him very curious. He understood their director well. He never made exceptions for relatives, let alone brought one personally. Not only was the certification officer curious, but the others were as well, though for different reasons. They wanted to see if this director's relative would embarrass himself. Xinfeng's expression was calm as he stood up from the stool and walked step by step to the device. Without any unnecessary words, he placed his hand on it. A fire element mark quickly appeared. Cultivation certification successful. The certification officer glanced at Chinfong and spoke seriously. It succeeded. The others looked over in surprise. Chinfong appeared to be just a 17 or 18-year-old, and he really succeeded. Chinfong, why haven't I heard this name before? Is there a Qin family in Rong City? Someone couldn't help but ask. For such a talented individual, they immediately thought of a genius descendant from a prominent family.
He can't be someone who relied on pills, right? Someone whispered. There are indeed warriors at 17 or 18, but they don't appear every year. Having one every 10 years is already impressive, so encountering one was hard to believe. The key was that they couldn't think of any prominent family with the surname Qin, and they had never heard of Chinfong before. Generally, such geniuses would have been noticed long ago. At this moment, Su Hua looked at Chinfong with a happy smile. Although he knew there wouldn't be any surprises, he still felt a bit excited when it truly succeeded. Building a good relationship with him was definitely the right choice, Su Hua thought to himself. While everyone was lost in their thoughts, Chinfong stood in front of the combat power device. His breathing was incredibly steady. He used the flame breathing technique and then struck with a punch. Boom! A loud sound jolted everyone awake, and they stared at the constantly changing numbers. 780, buzz. Everyone's minds went blank, and then the hall erupted in chaos. Even Su Hua, who was a bit farther away, nearly jumped up. 780, I can't be seeing this wrong. Holy crap, he really is Director Su's relative? Wasn't it said to be a one-star warrior? Certification? Everyone stared at the number that shouldn't have appeared, their faces filled with disbelief. Is the machine broken? Even the certification officer was confused. Su Hua quickly walked over. He glanced at the machine, knowing it couldn't possibly be broken. The Martial Arts Association wasn't prone to such basic errors. He looked at Chinfong, brother Qin, He didn't know what to say, encountering a one-star warrior certification that directly displayed the combat power of a two-star warrior was something he had never experienced before. Chinfong smiled. It's just normal combat power. This was indeed normal combat power. He had previously absorbed fragments of the wind and ice element marks. Although it didn't allow him to break through, it did increase his combat power. Additionally, the warrior certification assessment evaluates regular combat power, not explosive power, so he couldn't use martial arts. He could only use the breathing technique and didn't employ the fierce sun fist. If he had used it, his explosive power could have easily soared above 1,000, which was master-level martial arts. Normal combat power. The others looked at Chinfong as if he were a monster. This was simply not normal. Examiner, please announce. Chinfong saw that the examiner was slow to speak and had to remind him. The examiner finally snapped out of his shock. Chinfong, Certification 1. At this point, he suddenly remembered that Chinfong was certified as a one-star warrior, but his combat power had directly reached that of a two-star warrior. If he directly stated one-star warrior, it seemed like Chinfong would be at a disadvantage. After all, the benefits for a two-star warrior were different, and he was brought in personally by Su Hua. If Chinfong was dissatisfied, it would be terrifying to offend such a genius. However, if he directly said it was a two-star warrior, it seemed to violate the regulations. He unconsciously looked at Su Hua with a pleading gaze, clearly indicating that he could not decide this matter and had to seek help. Su Hua shot him a glare, thought for a moment, and then said to Chinfong, brother Qin, the certification matter may take some time. Tomorrow. The results will be out tomorrow, and we will notify you directly then. How about that? He was a bit confused, but he still wanted to give Chinfong the two-star warrior status directly. After all, he knew Chinfeng's family situation. However, with his authority, he could not make the final decision and needed to report the matter to the president. The only thing he could do was to suggest to the president and strive to let Chinfong enjoy the benefits of a two-star warrior. Then I will trouble Director Su. A day's time, Chinfong was not in a hurry. Not a trouble. Su Hua quickly waved his hand. Director Su, then I will head back first. You can continue with your work. After Chinfong finished speaking, he did not linger and refused the other party's kindness. Everyone watched Chinfeng's departing figure. Those who had just passed the certification wanted to approach and get to know him, but hesitated. After all, such a genius might not look at them. In front of Chinfong, they couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority from the bottom of their hearts. After returning home, Chinfong saw Li Xiaofan giving Qin Deha massage. Xiao Chen, why are you back? Did the training camp end so soon? Both of them looked at Chinfong with confusion. The genius training camp shouldn't have ended so quickly. I took a leave. By the way, pack up the necessary things. We will move at the latest the day after tomorrow. Move? Move where? Li Xiaofan asked in confusion. You will know tomorrow. Chinfong did not explain. At first, Qin did not understand, but soon he looked at Chinfong seriously and thought of something. Quick, go pack your things. Qin hurriedly said to Li Xiaofan. Although he still had some doubts, seeing Chinfeng's serious expression, it didn't seem like a joke. A warrior? Could it be that my son really became a warrior? For ordinary families like theirs, with no money or power, moving meant only one possibility: someone had become a warrior and was moving to the city center. You're going crazy too, Li Xiaofan said to Qin irritably, completely ignoring the moving matter. Qin smiled bitterly, estimating that if he said his son became a warrior now, Li Xiaofan would scold him to death. Chinfong smiled.
and said nothing more. Without the certificate, once it was sorted out tomorrow, everything would need no explanation.
Now, condense the ice element mark.
At night, Chinfong did not sleep but sat on the bed, condensing ice flowers in his hands, then began to focus on completing
the ice element mark.
The ice talent was better than the wind talent, so it would not be too late to cultivate the wind element after the ice element also broke through to 1 star. Practicing both at the same time would instead increase the time cost.
Moreover, the fire element divine pattern also needs to keep up with the progress.
The wind and ice elements needed to break through to 1-star warriors, and at the same time, the fire element could not stop and needed to push for 2 stars. No wonder dual elements are not as popular as imagined. Indeed,
time is too tight.
Chinfong shook his head. Dual systems are indeed a powerful talent, but in the eyes of those big figures, it is actually less valued than a genius who becomes a martial artist before the age of 18.
Many dual system geniuses are quite arrogant and do not
obediently focus on one system first. Instead, they practice both simultaneously, which ultimately leads to these geniuses falling behind.
Sister Xiaofan, what a good day today, buying so many vegetables.
Early in the morning, Li Xiaofan returned with a pile of vegetables, prompting a curious neighbor from next door to ask,
"Oh, that kid of mine is back, what a hassle."
Li Xiaofan said it was a hassle, but her expression showed she was very happy.
Xiao Chen is back? The person was taken aback. Didn't you just say yesterday that he went to that genius training camp? He's back so soon?
Yesterday, Li Xiaofan had mentioned Chinfong to some neighbors, as she and Qingde had already spread the word after Chinfong certified his
body refinement.
I didn't ask, but he should be back after finishing training there, Li Xiaofan said uncertainly. She didn't know much about the genius training camp, only that it had the word genius in it, and since her son was a genius, he should naturally have a good meal when he returned.
I heard that the genius training camp eliminates people. Suddenly, a man spoke up.
This man was another neighbor of the Qin family, also one of the wealthiest in the area, named Zhou Yi, who usually dressed in a suit.
Zhou Yi, don't talk nonsense.
Other neighbors quickly stopped him upon
seeing the change in Li Xiaofan's expression.
The Qin couple were usually good people, but life was tough, especially since Qingde's health was not good. Recently, because Chinfong had certified his body refinement, the couple was very happy, and the nearby neighbors all knew if something happened to Qingde's already poor health because of Chinfeng's situation, it would be troublesome.
What nonsense am I talking?
Zhou Yi said unhappily. In Yang City, I have a friend whose older brother's son was a classmate of someone who was selected for the genius training camp in previous years, but was eliminated on the same day.
Zhou Yi didn't care about Qingde and Li Xiaofan's feelings. He was originally the envy of several families in the area. However, recently, when Qingde
and Li Xiaofan showed everyone Chinfeng's early body refinement certification, people began to get closer to the couple, unlike before, which made him feel uncomfortable these days.
Even if Fong is eliminated, he is still a genius.
A neighbor spoke up for Li Xiaofan.
I know, but right now Xiao Chen might be feeling down and doesn't want the adults to know. I just want to tell Sister
Xiaofan the truth so she can comfort Xiao Chen and not let him bear it alone. That's not good, Zhou Yi said with a facade of concern. However, he was actually quite happy. Although Chinfong was still a genius even if he was expelled, the sudden drop in perception among the neighbors would surely lessen their envy of Li Xiaofan and Qingde.
Thank you, Zhou Yi.
Li Xiaofan, with her simple
mind, didn't understand Zhou Yi's thoughts. After thanking him, she hurried home.
Just then, a horn sounded, and everyone turned in surprise to see a luxury car slowly driving towards them.
Who is this, driving a car here?
In this community, which was densely populated, cars were all parked in the parking lot. It was not allowed to drive in unless it was a special vehicle.
This is
the car of the Martial Arts Association,
someone exclaimed upon seeing the character for martial arts written on the vehicle.
Everyone looked over in astonishment. Even though they were ordinary people, they knew what the Martial Arts Association represented. It was a place dedicated to serving and managing martial artists in a city, arguably
the most powerful institution in the city.
Quick, make way! Zhou Yi saw the car approaching and quickly shouted. He was the one who understood the Martial Arts Association best here and absolutely could not get into conflict with these people, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he would die. When the car stopped in front of everyone, it suddenly caused a wave of confusion. Soon, the car door opened, and then a person got out of the car.
Director Su. Zhou Yi's whole body trembled, but he was soon even more shocked. After Su Hua got out of the car, he quickly ran to the other side and slowly opened the car door. Su Hua personally opened the door, leaving Zhou Yi stunned. Then he saw an old man in a long robe get out of the car, while Su Hua stood respectfully beside him. President, this is the place, Su Hua said to the old man. Zhou Yi heard Su Hua's voice, his eyes widened, looking at the old man in disbelief. The president of the Martial Arts Association. How could he come to such a small place? Is it here? The old man looked up at the building next to him.
It was an old building, only 7 stories tall, with no elevator, and it looked very dilapidated from the outside.
This is the place, on the 3rd floor, Su Hua said. After Fong certified his body training, he had already found someone to investigate, so he was very clear about the situation at Feng's home. Are they going into the building? Joey saw Su Hua and the old man preparing to enter and felt a stir in his heart, quickly stepping forward to offer to lead the way. He lived here and was very familiar with the situation. This was an opportunity to meet someone important. But before he could make his move, Su Hua suddenly said, "Ms. Li Xiufen?" Su Hua called out loudly upon seeing Li Xiufen ahead. Li Xiufen was also surprised that people from the Martial Arts Association would come here, but Feng's matter was the most important. After seeing Su Hua and the old man get out of the car, she stopped watching and prepared to go upstairs. Now, suddenly being called out, she turned around in confusion and asked, "Did you call me?" "It really is Ms. Li." Su Hua quickly approached upon seeing her expression. When he was looking into Feng's family situation, Li Xiufen, along with Dai, was within their scope of understanding, so he had naturally seen a photo of her. "My name is Su Hua." Su Hua stood in front of Li Xiufen. "This is our President Zhu." "Hello, Ms. Li, just call me Zhu Yuan." President Zhu approached Li Xiufen, his tone calm. Hello, President Zhu. Do you have something to discuss with me?" Li Xiufen was quite nervous. Having lived for more than half her life, it was her first time speaking to someone like this. "We are here to find Chinfong. He should be at home, right?" Su Hua asked. He had told Chinfong to wait yesterday, and today they would confirm his martial artist level and issue the certification. Upon hearing Feng's name and recalling Zhou Yi's earlier words, Li Xiufen became even more anxious. Did Xiao Chen do something really wrong? He's still young. If there's anything, can you not go looking for him? I'll take the blame. Chinfong had been eliminated from the genius training camp, which must have been due to some mistake, and now even the president of the Martial Arts Association had come personally. This mistake must be huge. Zhu Yuan and Su Hua were both taken aback, and Zhu Yuan smiled. "You've misunderstood. Chinfong didn't make a mistake. If we must say there was a mistake, it's that he was too astonishing." "Ha?" Li Xiufen looked confused. Zhu Yuan laughed. "It seems he didn't tell you. He really is a low-key little guy." Zhu Yuan didn't explain immediately but instead asked Li Xiufen to take him and Su Hua to meet Chinfong at home. Behind them, all the neighbors were bewildered, still not understanding why the president of the Martial Arts Association would come looking for Chinfong. Could it be that Chinfong caused a big mess at that genius training camp? Someone suddenly said. Upon hearing this, everyone felt it was quite possible. After all, Chinfong had suddenly returned, which surely meant he had been eliminated, perhaps for causing trouble, and now the president of the Martial Arts Association had come personally to seek justice. "Let's go, let's listen in," Zhou Yi suddenly shouted. Thus, many, driven by curiosity, went to eavesdrop outside Feng's house. In the living room, Chinfong, hearing Su Hua's introduction, looked at Zhu Yuan in surprise, not expecting the other party to come in person. Zhu Yuan took out a certificate. "This is the certification issued to you by the Martial Arts Association." Chinfong took the certificate, opened it, and saw it was for a 2-star martial artist. Dai and Li Xiufen couldn't wait to look, and upon discovering it was a 2-star martial artist certification, they were so excited they couldn't speak for a moment. They looked at Chinfong as if they were seeing their son for the first time. "Thank you, President." Chinfong was also surprised. He had taken leave this time aiming for a 1-star martial artist, and a 2-star martial artist was a pleasant surprise from the Martial Arts Association. "This is all you deserve." Zhu Yuan waved his hand. "By the way, your sudden return this time, aside from certifying as a martial artist, the main thing is to move, right?" he suddenly asked. Chinfong nodded. "The sooner, the better." On the Xiao family's side, they could discover Zhao Quan's death at any moment and would quickly find out it was a murder. Once they figured it out, they would probably act immediately. With the Xiao family's power, making some ordinary families disappear without a trace is too easy. "I already know about your father's situation." Zhu Yuan glanced at Dai, who was still discussing the certification with his wife, completely unaware of their conversation. "I've already prepared for your move. As for the other troubles, you'll need to handle them yourself." Zhu Yuan had considered directly resolving the conflict between the Zhao family and Chinfong, but after thinking for a long time, he felt that Chinfong wouldn't easily let it go. Moreover, this was Feng's personal matter, and he didn't want to interfere too much. Prepared? Chinfong was taken aback. He had planned to deal with the Zhao family's issues himself. He had no background, and the only person he knew with some power was Su Hua, but the identity of the Martial Arts Association made it impossible to intervene in certain matters. Even if he could intervene, it would only be mediation, not a direct resolution of the Zhao family issues. "You should know soon," Zhu Yuan smiled. Outside the door, a group of neighbors were stretching their heads, pressing their ears against the door to eavesdrop. "Can you hear anything?" Zhou Yi asked.
The voices in the room were too quiet. He couldn't make out what the president of the Martial Arts Association and Chinfong were discussing.
I think I heard something about a 2-star martial artist, someone suddenly said. 2-star martial artist? Did Chinfong offend a 2-star martial artist at the genius training camp?
But even if he offended a 2-star martial artist, it wouldn't warrant the president of the association
coming personally to seek justice, right?
The crowd was puzzled. They had never considered that Chinfong was a certified 2-star martial artist. After all, for someone under 18, being certified at the peak of body refinement was already
impressive, let alone a 2-star martial artist.
Rongqing announcement: the city's genius, Chinfong from number 1 high school, certified 2-star martial artist, hereby awarded a set of property in Shingha Garden, a bonus of 2 million, and a 4th grade martial art. A voice echoed across the city, causing many citizens of Rongqing to involuntarily look up, followed by discussions all over the city.
City announcements are issued by official departments throughout the city, and the sound is loud enough for almost everyone in the district to hear. Chinfong? Which Chinfong?
The neighbors outside Chinfeng's house were a bit confused.
Isn't he from number 1 high school?
Someone just heard the president say 2-star martial
artist. The crowd quickly realized that the city announcement was referring to the very person they were eavesdropping on. Who said he was eliminated for making a mistake?
As soon as the words were spoken, everyone turned to Zhou.
Whoosh!
Zhou Yi's face instantly turned pale. He turned to leave, and everyone saw his body trembling uncontrollably, walking unsteadily.
Let's go, let's go!
The crowd scattered in a hurry, and no one dared to eavesdrop there anymore.
A set of properties in Shingha Garden.
In the room, Qindai and Li Xiaofan were excited after hearing the city announcement.
In the center of
Rong City, there are many residential areas specifically built for the families of martial artists. These communities are all high-end, but there
are also distinctions among them.
Shingha Garden is the most upscale among all the communities, both in terms of environment and other aspects.
And there are even rumors that the security guards are martial artists.
Thank you, President, Chinfong said to Zhu Yuan.
Just now, the other
party had said that arrangements were made, and the announcement came immediately, clearly timed. I said before, this is what you deserve, and besides, I only informed the city lord's mansion about your situation. The release of this announcement is not the business of the Martial Arts Association, Zhu Yuan said with a smile. Chinfong smiled back, not being pretentious. He understood that it was definitely the Martial Arts Association that had informed the city lord's mansion about him and the Xiao family. Therefore, this reward, a property, was given to him so he could move as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the reward might have just been a bonus in martial arts, and he would still need to buy a house
himself. Moreover, it would be very difficult to buy in Shingha Garden. Additionally, there's something I need to tell you. Zhu Yuan suddenly became
serious, looking very solemn. Chinfong didn't speak, just waiting for him to continue.
Do you know about the General Star Selection? Zhu Yuan asked first. General Star Selection?
Chinfong shook his head, but his heart stirred just from the name. This selection sounded prestigious.
It seems your instructor hasn't revealed this matter yet. The General Star is something proposed for the first time by our dragon country.
This year, each of the 4 war zones will select 1 General Star, and if you enter the military in the future, you will receive key training. You have a grudge with the Xiao family, right? Just being a certified martial artist can only ensure your family's safety, but if you want
to completely resolve it, becoming a General Star might be a choice? Zhu Yuan hinted.
Chinfong instantly became interested, but also puzzled. The Xiao family has 4-star martial artists. Just becoming a General Star could completely resolve it, which was beyond his expectations. Zhu Yuan smiled and explained, once you become a General Star, the military will immediately grant you the rank of Major General. Of course, before actually entering the military, the rank is just a title and won't give you real power, but with this title, there will always be ways to deal with the Zhao family. Chinfong instantly understood his meaning. Even if it was just a temporarily powerless military rank, there would probably be countless people trying to curry favor with him, and there are 100 ways to deal with the Xiao family.
Is there a process for the General Star Selection? Chinfong became interested.
To be honest, he could take his time with the Xiao family and resolve it when his strength was sufficient, but that would take time, and he didn't want to wait too long. If he could resolve it sooner, he would do it immediately. Seeing that Chinfong was interested, Zhu Yuan smiled. The main reason he came here today was to inform Chinfong about this, even though Chinfong might not necessarily be selected for the General Star Selection. However, it was still an opportunity, and if he really got selected as the president of the Rong City Martial Arts Association, he would gain many benefits. To be selected as a General Star, the first requirement is
to achieve first place in the Rong City Genius Training Camp. Ding, the General Star Selection task has been activated. Task Phase 1. Achieve first place in the Rong City Genius Training Camp. Task Reward: 1 Wind Element Mark Fragment, 1 Ice Element Mark Fragment. Martial Arts, Volume 1 of the Star Body Refinement Technique.
The sudden system task left Chinfong stunned.
This task, is it a freebie? Chinfong looked at the task feeling puzzled. With his current strength, even against Yu Yang and Su Fei, he could defeat them with a single punch, and there was no competition at all. It was unlikely, based on the difficulty of previous tasks, the system wouldn't just give it away. However, for now, I can't figure it out, so I can only take on the task first. Secondly, obtain first place in all the genius training camps in Jiang Province.
Finally, among all the geniuses in the Western theater, obtaining first place means becoming the first star of this inaugural session. Zhu Yuan looked at Chinfong, deep in thought, and said slowly, "To obtain the star, it can be said to be a battle of wits and strength competing
against geniuses. Chinfong is determined to take first place in Rong City, which is almost guaranteed, and even in Jiang Province he is quite
confident, but the entire Western theater is challenging. With more than a dozen provinces and hundreds of cities, there are too many geniuses." After chatting for a few more minutes, Zhu Yuan stood up. "I won't disturb you any longer. Also, Su Hua will arrange for the moving company to come. You can move to Shingha Garden today. Xiao Chen, quickly see off the president," Xin Dai said hurriedly when he saw Zhu Yuan about to leave. Zhu Yuan waved his hand. "No need, you all pack your things." Saying this, he left decisively. 2 hours later, the moving company arrived downstairs. At that moment, Chinfong received a call from the school principal asking him to come over, saying that the bonus had arrived. Not just the school's bonus, but also the 2 million from the city lord's office, which had been transferred to the first high school's account, and would be given to him together. Chinfong thought for a moment and decided to go immediately. After all, moving now hardly required his personal involvement. "Director Su, I'll trouble you to give me a ride," Chinfong said to Su Hua. Moving to Qinghe Garden, once there, he would also need to confirm his identity, and with Su Hua, the director of the Martial Arts Association, there would be no problem at all. "Not a bother. You go ahead and do your thing." Su Hua was very willing to help. Being able to get closer to a genius like Chinfong was something he could hardly ask for more. Chinfong didn't delay. Half an hour later, he arrived at the school. "You brat, you come back without saying a word. If I hadn't heard the city announcement, I would have thought you were still in the genius training camp," Principal Luo Jianwei said to Chinfong. The recent city announcement had almost scared him. Chinfong returned quietly and even directly got a 2-star martial artist certification. If it weren't for the call from the city lord's office later, he would have thought he misheard. "Isn't it busy? First High is my alma mater. Of course, I have to come back, just didn't have the time, and you called me. If it weren't for the money, would you be this eager?" The principal was not buying his act and said irritably, "Alright, give me the account number, and I'll have the finance department transfer the money to you." About 10 minutes later, Chinfong heard the notification sound of a text message. 2,250,000 he looked at the principal, and indeed, he had given him a bonus of 150,000. Of the 225,000, 2 million was from the city lord's office, which was essentially an official reward. Another 100,000 was for entering the genius training camp, also an official reward. The final 150,000 was the bonus from First High. Originally, it was a maximum of 100,000, but the principal personally added an extra 50,000 for Chinfong. Although 50,000 wasn't much, as a principal, being able to get the school bonus approved so quickly showed he was taking care of him, and giving an extra 50,000 indicated his importance on Chinfong. "Don't get emotional." The principal waved his hand at Chinfeng's expression. "Not emotional, just wondering if it's a bit too little?" Chinfong smiled. The principal shot him a glare. 50,000 was his salary for several months. Additionally, the 4th grade martial arts reward will be mailed directly to your home. 4th grade martial arts, kid, practice hard. If you can master it to the fullest, with your current strength, you'll be outstanding even among 2nd grade martial artists, the principal reminded him. With Chinfong certified as a 2-star martial artist, even the lowest combat power of a 2-star combined with the 4th grade martial arts would surpass many 2-star martial artists. Generally, 2-star martial artists do not have 4th grade martial arts, but it all depends on how Chinfong chooses to train. Geniuses also need to continuously strive for growth. There are many who, at the beginning, become proud and arrogant, losing their uniqueness among the crowd. "Principal, I want to attend another class," Chinfong suddenly said. "Class? You can just go whenever you want, you're not graduated yet, you can attend any time." The principal waved his hand. Chinfong shook his head. "I want to attend a class with the homeroom teacher." He remembered that today's class at this time was not the homeroom teacher's class. The principal looked at him in confusion. He knew that the homeroom teacher of class 7 had a bit of a strange temperament, privately referred to by the students as the female Yama. Chinfong smiled and did not explain. The homeroom teacher had always had a poor impression of him. Her temperament was odd, but Chinfong felt that she had no real faults and was, in fact, very responsible.
Although her temper was strange, she treated everyone equally and never targeted students for poor grades, which was quite rare. Chinfong was actually quite grateful to this homeroom teacher when his father had an accident and the family was in dire straits. She had called for everyone to donate and had never pressured him for tuition fees, otherwise he would have dropped out long ago. Moreover, he still hadn't put in the effort to study, often sleeping in class, which was common. The homeroom teacher frequently taught to him but had never said anything excessive. Instead, she patiently advised him. Additionally, this was probably his last time at school, regardless of whether he could participate in the star selection after the training camp. It would be almost time for the college entrance examination. He had left for the genius training camp in a hurry, and now he wanted to attend the last class to have a proper beginning and end. Go ahead, I'll call your homeroom teacher. The principal took out his phone. Chinfeng's homeroom teacher was a middle-aged woman named Wang Su, who was not particularly attractive and even a bit plump. She usually had a stern face, and any of her students would feel a bit scared upon seeing her. However, now she walked out of the office with a hint of excitement on her face. She quickly walked towards Class 7's classroom just as the bell rang for the end of class. The next class was physical education, and many students were preparing to head to the playground. At this moment, Wang Su directly entered the classroom. Everyone, quiet down. Upon seeing Wang Su, all the students' expressions changed. Even the class monitor became anxious and was the first to speak. Teacher Wang, the PE teacher, isn't sick again, right? This excuse had been overused by the school. The PE teacher was always the one with the worst health among all the teachers. You guessed right, for the next class, I will be teaching, so everyone get ready. What the hell? Instantly, all the students felt a chill. Wang Su looked at their expressions, smiled, and did not immediately explain. Teacher Wang smiled. Someone noticed Wang Su and exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on today? I suddenly feel that teacher Wang is different from usual. If it were before, she would have quieted us down already." Wang Su heard the discussion and waited until they had talked enough before she said seriously, "It's not that I want to take your PE class, but because someone is coming to attend this class with you." Upon hearing this, the students were all stunned. Someone suddenly thought of something but was a bit uncertain, especially Wan Hai, who looked at her with immense anticipation. Wang Su did not explain further, but turned to look outside the classroom. Everyone was also curious about who could make their homeroom teacher so serious and excited. Soon, a young man appeared in front of them, and at the first sight of him, someone jumped up from their seat. "Chinfong, it's Chinfong back. It really is Chinfong. Wow, my idol has returned. A 2-star warrior, just certified as a 2-star warrior, under 18, a 2-star warrior from our class 7, my classmate. Autograph, we must get an autograph." The classroom erupted with excitement. Previously, when Chinfong left without a word, they later found out he had gone to the genius training camp. This made them very proud as classmates, and just not long ago, the city announced that Chinfong had been certified as a 2-star warrior, which excited them even more. Even if it wasn't themselves, as members of Class 7, they felt honored at school. "He's back, my brother is back," the chubby Wang Hai exclaimed, watching Chinfong walk step by step towards the classroom, equally thrilled. During these days when Chinfong was away, he had wanted to call many times but was afraid of disturbing him, so he had not made any contact. After Chinfong entered the classroom, he first looked at Wang Su on the podium. "Hello, Teacher Wang." Hello, it's good to have you back." Wang Su revealed a smile she had never shown before. Chinfong then looked at everyone. "Classmates, this lesson is one I want to take with Teacher Wang, so I'm taking up your PE class. You won't blame me, will you?" "Of course not." The class leader was the first to speak. "Right, why would we blame you? We love having Teacher Wang's class. To have a warrior in class, this is the first time, and probably the last time in my life. What an honor. If I tell others, they'll be so envious." The students spoke up one after another, and no one was thinking about PE anymore. In fact, everyone understood in their hearts that this was probably the last class they would have with Chinfong. It was just that no one pointed it out. Class begins. As soon as the class bell rang, Wang Su shouted loudly. In an instant, she returned to being the cold, unsmiling homeroom teacher. Chinfong listened from below, occasionally glancing at all his classmates. This was his last class, and for many here, it was probably the last time they would meet as well. After the college entrance examination, they would go their separate ways. The world is not big, but to meet again would depend on fate. For 45 minutes, everyone listened to the class with unprecedented seriousness, not because of Wang Su, but because of Chinfong. Time passed quickly, and when the class bell rang again, Wang Su reluctantly said the words "class dismissed." However, no students immediately got up. They remained quietly seated, their eyes showing reluctance. Wang Su took out her phone and snapped a picture of everyone, glanced at Chinfong, and then walked out of the classroom. "Chinfong, sign my name." The class leader took out a beautiful piece of notepaper and was the first to approach Chinfong. "I want a signature too." "Me too." The classmates all walked towards Chinfong. Everyone,
Chinfong smiled and said he vowed this was the most he had ever written in one go in his life, even if it was just repeating his name, but it was also the happiest he had ever been while writing. Goodbye, everyone. After signing, Chinfong walked to the classroom door, said a word, and turned to leave. At that moment, everyone unconsciously rushed out of the classroom, watching Chinfong leave until his figure disappeared. Chinfong. After leaving the school, Wang Hai chased after him. What's wrong? Still going to drink? Look how fat you've gotten. Chinfong looked at Wang Hai and said with a smile, Drink? I've quit that long ago. Really? Really? After you knocked Liao Tao away with one punch that day, I quit. Wang Hai said seriously. That day in the practical class, Chinfong shocked all the classmates, and as his best friend, Wang Hai thought about it for a long time before finally deciding to quit his habits of gluttony and playfulness. I'm here to find you for something serious, Wang Hai suddenly said. Seeing his serious expression, Chinfong was surprised but happy for him, nodding, Go ahead. Wang Hai organized his words. You know my family runs a martial arts school. I couldn't practice before, so I always played around, but just yesterday I qualified to practice. That's great. Chinfong nodded. Reaching the qualification to practice before the college entrance examination is indeed a good thing. At least he can go to college. It's a good thing, but I'm not planning to go to college. After my dad found out I could practice, he also told me not to go to college and to take over the martial arts school directly, and he will help me from behind, Wang Hai said. Chinfong nodded. That's pretty good. Although he could practice now, going to college would only be average, and in the future he might not be better off than a martial arts school director. Besides, an ordinary university's educational resources might not even compare to his own martial arts school. After all, no matter how small the martial arts school is, it's still his, and all the resources will be used on him. I support you. Chinfong patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Really? Wang Hai was delighted and immediately said, Since you sincerely support me, then you should have a name at my Shanghai martial arts school. Just to be clear, you have money and skills now, but no salary. After Wang Hai finished speaking, a cunning look appeared in his eyes. Chinfong looked at him in surprise, not expecting this guy to set a trap for him. What do you think? Wang Hai stared at Chinfong nervously. He knew that Chinfeng's future achievements would definitely be high, and having his name would be a big advantage for him. The reason he said this was that their relationship was very good. But relationship aside, Chinfong had the right to refuse, and it wasn't his responsibility. Chinfong looked at Wang Hai, and since it was rare for this fat guy to care about these things, he naturally wouldn't refuse. You can just put my name down. The reason for having a name at the martial arts school is simply to attract some business through the reputation of the named person. So, after being named, he wouldn't need to do anything at the school. This kind of favor, both emotionally and logically, he wouldn't refuse. Good brother. Seeing Chinfong agree, Wang Hai immediately grabbed his hand. Let's go, I'll treat you. I've quit, and it's not after school yet. Next time, when you come to Shanghai Martial Arts School, I'll have Wang Shanhai treat you. Go to class. Chinfong smiled and waved his hand. Soon after, he arrived at Shingha Garden. I have to say, Su Hua's efficiency was very fast. After Chinfong returned, he had already left, and his new home was already organized. The city lord's mansion not only provided a house but also furnished it with everything necessary. The safety issue of my parents has been resolved. Next is to become a star general and completely resolve the Xiao family's matter. I should head back to the training camp early, Chinfong thought to himself. Originally, he had taken a 10-day leave, thinking that moving would take a lot of time, but the city lord's mansion and the Martial Arts Association had arranged everything, and it only took 2 days. However, afterward, Chinfong spent another 3 days with his parents. Thus, this time he came down the mountain, he spent a total of 5 days. On the morning of the 6th day, he took a taxi and headed to the training camp. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family. At this moment in the Xiao family's main hall, a corpse lay in the center, the corpse of Xiao Kuan, the Xiao family's young master, who had been killed by Chinfong with one punch a few days ago. Wancher, you must avenge Kuaner. A woman looked at the deceased Xiao Kuan, her face filled with sorrow, tears still glistening in her eyes. Have you found out? Zhao Wancher glanced around the hall, and one of the subordinates spoke coldly. Master, we have found out. The surveillance shows that the last time young Master Kuan was seen was at the energy mall, and at that time, he got into a car with a woman and a young boy. Before Zhao Wancher could ask further, the subordinate continued, that woman is also dead now, but the boy is still alive. Who? A young man in the hall quickly asked. The subordinate glanced at the young man and respectfully replied, in response to young master. Liang, that boy is called Chinfong. Chinfong? Zhao Liang and Zhao Wancher frowned. The name was very familiar. Is he the Chinfong mentioned in the city announcement just now? Zhao Liang suddenly realized, his expression changing slightly. Yes. Moreover, this Chinfong actually has some grievances with our Zhao family. The person young Master Kuan had someone crash into before was Chinfeng's father. The servant recounted the findings in detail. Zhao Wanshi and Zhao Liang's expressions changed. They were aware of Zhao Quan's actions against Qin. However, at that time, no one paid attention. After all, Qin was just an ordinary person.
It seems that the one who killed my brother is that Chinfong. Zhao Liang frowned. Chinfong was now
certified as a 2-star martial artist, possessing that level of strength, and with such a deep grudge against Zhao Quan, he had the motive.
They just didn't expect that an ordinary family they had disregarded would produce such a genius, one that had even caught the attention of the city lord's mansion.
The difference between this city announcement and Zhao Quan's previous one was immense. One could feel the importance the city lord's mansion placed on Chinfong from the announcement.
Additionally,
Chinfong had only gone to the Martial Arts Association for certification yesterday, and the announcement came out early this morning, clearly indicating that the Martial Arts Association was also putting in effort.
I don't care who he is, he must die.
Not only does he have to die, but I want his whole family dead, the woman suddenly shouted.
The kindness of a woman.
Zhao Wanshi glared at her and coldly rebuked. Zhao Wanshi, he is also your son, and now he has been killed.
Are you not going to avenge him?
The woman looked at Zhao Wanshi, her eyes red.
Who said I wouldn't avenge him? My son, Zhao Wanshi's son, cannot die in vain.
Zhao Wanshi replied coldly.
When has the Zhao family ever suffered such a loss?
However, now that Chinfong had just gained the attention of the city lord's mansion and the Martial Arts Association, taking action at this moment would undoubtedly be the riskiest. He believed that the city lord's mansion and the Martial Arts Association must already know about the grievances between Chinfong and the Zhao family. If they killed Chinfong and it was discovered, the Zhao family would surely be uprooted. Therefore, acting now was not the best time. They must wait for an opportunity, a foolproof chance that left no
evidence. Dad, let me handle this? Zhao Liang volunteered. You? Zhao Wanshi frowned.
Zhao Liang was now a 3-star martial artist, but he was also his only son, the hope of the Zhao family. If anything happened to him, the Zhao family would truly
have no chance of growing stronger and would only gradually decline.
Don't worry, I won't act personally, but I have a way to kill him, Zhao Liang said confidently. Zhao Wanshi ultimately nodded. He felt reassured with Zhao Liang handling the matter.
Ming Mountain Training Ground.
At this moment, only 30 trainees remained in the training ground. In the days since Chinfong left, a few more had
been eliminated.
However, this was still considered good. It seemed everyone had developed a certain understanding and wouldn't casually challenge others. Otherwise, the number of eliminations would only increase. Now, the trainees were mostly practicing in the gravity room and the infrared room. As for the combat room, it contained some mechanical puppets, but these mechanical puppets could adjust their cultivation levels, allowing trainees to set them to a level suitable for their own abilities. This was more focused on practical combat, but everyone felt there was no need to spend points on it for now, especially since they had not yet taken their college entrance exams. Only after entering university would practical training truly begin. For now, improving their cultivation was the most important thing.
Have you heard?
Yu Yang has already broken
through to 1 star. Who doesn't know about this? It's such a sensation.
I heard he can now withstand 4 times the gravity in the gravity
room, and Su Fei has also made progress, but he hasn't become a martial artist yet. Don't underestimate Su Fei. He has been diligently training
his movement techniques. He knows he can't break through to a martial artist for now, but he refuses to give up, so he has put a lot of effort
into his movement techniques.
I heard he has already adjusted the infrared level to 3. He might soon pass level 3.
After entering the
training camp, everyone realized that what they once thought of as genius was nothing compared to the many geniuses in this world.
If you don't work hard, you'll quickly be left behind. So, in these days, everyone was pushing themselves to train frantically, especially Yu Yang and Su Fei, who were secretly competing against each other. Even after Yu Yang broke through to 1 star, he showed no signs of relaxation, spending every day in the gravity room. Have you guys noticed? What happened to Chinfong recently?
We haven't seen him for days, one person suddenly asked,
curiously.
Since the last time Chinfong came out of the elemental training room, no one had seen him again, which puzzled everyone at first. However, after Yu Yang broke through to 1 star, it completely drew everyone's attention, and for a moment, they forgot about Chinfong.
Now, hearing this, everyone suddenly became interested. No one knows what he's doing. He was so intense before, spending an unprecedented 12 hours in the elemental training room, and now he just suddenly disappeared. Do you think he dares to come out now?
After all, Yu Yang has broken through, and Su Fei has made significant progress. They could break through at any time. When talking about Chinfong, many people now felt that he might have been surpassed by these two.
Ha, are you idiots? My boss is so easy to surpass?
You guys are useless. He doesn't feel any pressure
at all. The boss is just waiting for someone to catch up. Have you heard the saying? I give you time to catch up until you can no longer see me. The boss is in that state right now.
Zhou Lei, who had been listening to the discussions from a distance, turned and walked over, speaking loudly.
Everyone's expressions changed slightly upon seeing Zhou Lei.
In recent days he had been very high profile and many had intended to challenge him, but upon realizing he was Qin Feng's little brother they backed off.
However, he was very annoying, constantly talking about
how great Chinfong was, and their ears were getting sore from hearing it.
"Don't worry, my big brother will be back soon. Just wait and tremble." Then,
Zhou Lei smiled, then turned and left, as if he had come just to say these words to everyone.
After leaving, Zhou Lei quickly returned to his room and let out a sigh of relief. "Boss, please show up soon, I can hardly hold on."
These days, because of Yu Yang and Su Fei's progress, everyone is about to forget Chinfong, and when mentioned, they feel that Chinfong is not as good as those two. Meanwhile, he occasionally whispers in people's ears about how great Chinfong is, just to maintain Qin Feng's authority. Of course, it's also for himself. If Chinfong really falls from grace, it would be a heavy blow for him.
Gravity room.
A young man stands inside, bare-chested, his muscles looking incredibly
solid.
At this moment, in the gravity room, with 1 times the gravity, he feels completely at ease, throwing punches without any discomfort. He adjusts the gravity to 2 times and still throws punches effortlessly, like flowing water. When the gravity reaches 3 times, his body shows some lack of coordination, but he quickly adjusts and gradually adapts. When the 4th level of gravity is activated, his body bends slightly under the pressure, but he can still move. I still need a bit more to throw punches freely under 4 times the gravity, but I am confident that I can fully adapt within 3 days. The young man persists under 4 times the gravity for a while before opening the door.
"Young master, Yang, Instructor Yang is looking for you."
A student, seeing Yu Yang come out, hurriedly said.
His gaze towards Yu Yang was filled with admiration.
Yu Yang had just broken through 2 days ago and was already close to adapting to 4 times the gravity. The speed of his progress was
astonishing, truly a top existence among the many geniuses. "Instructor Yang is looking for me?" Yu Yang nodded. In the past 2 days, Luo Bin
and Yang Shui had also sought him out several times, mainly to ask if he needed any guidance. He felt that after breaking through to a 1-star warrior, the instructors were treating him with great importance, a completely different level of treatment.
A few minutes later, Yu Yang arrived
at the command room, saw Yang Shui and Luo Bin, and softly said, "Instructor Yang, Instructor Luo,
the reason we called you here is to assign you a task."
Yang Shui got straight to the point without any extra words.
"I will definitely complete the task."
Yu Yang straightened his body
and said immediately.
Luo Bin smiled, "Don't agree so quickly.
We don't expect you to truly complete the task, we just want you to execute it. As for the results, there will be no punishment or reward."
Yu Yang showed a look of surprise. It was the first time he had heard of such a strange
task that didn't require completion.
Luo Bin didn't waste time and directly said, "You have already broken through to a 1-star warrior.
And now you are qualified to know about something.
In our Western theater, there will soon be a selection for the General Star."
Luo Bin detailed the selection process for the General Star.
After listening, excitement gradually appeared on Yu Yang's face. He wanted to give it a try. "Instructor, is the task for me to represent Jiang Province in the General Star selection?" he asked.
To represent Jiang Province meant he
had to become the top genius of this session in Jiang Province, and after becoming a warrior, he was fully qualified for that.
Luo Bin smiled.
"Yes,
and we are preparing to hold a competition in half a month. At that time, we will select the strongest student from this training camp to compete in the genius competition of the entire Jiang Province. Half a month."
Yu Yang was surprised.
"Half a month is enough. By then, you
will have been in the training camp for almost a month.
If you are not first by then, you won't be able to become first in the remaining time.
So, after half a month, the spots for the Rongqing Genius Training Camp will be determined,"
Luo Bin explained.
"Instructor, I don't think half a month is too short."
"Oh,"
Yu Yang confidently said, "I am already the first here. Half a month feels too long."
"Of course, it doesn't matter.
In this half month, I will only grow stronger, and the gap between me and others will only widen." He initially thought it unnecessary to hold the competition after half a month, but after thinking about it, it might be a good thing, allowing him to pull even further ahead of others.
"Confidence is good." Luo Bin nodded. "Go down and prepare." After Yu Yang left, Luo Bin turned to Yang Shui. "Is this useful?"
Yu Yang's cultivation speed is faster than Qin Feng's,
Yang Shui replied.
Luo Bin was taken aback. "Are you trying to use Yu Yang to force Chinfong to
temporarily give up on cultivating the wind element?"
He quickly understood. He could see that Chinfong had great ambitions and wanted to cultivate both elements simultaneously, but this could very likely delay his fire element training.
Yang Shui intended for Yu Yang to put pressure on
Fong, making him focus on fire element cultivation. "I'm just afraid it might hurt Yu Yang's confidence."
Luo Bin expressed his concern. "If
Fong could cultivate both elements to the peak of body refinement, he might really break through the wind element in a short time, leaving Yu
Yang with no chance at all." Yang Shui remained silent. If a genius couldn't even withstand a single setback, she didn't bother to say anything.
In the infrared room, as a figure dodged the last sweep of the infrared beam, the entire room's infrared rays completely vanished.
Congratulations, you have passed the test of the third-level body technique.
A mechanical voice sounded, and Su Fei, drenched in sweat, revealed a smile. The fourth-level body technique, I'll come back to see just how difficult it is after I recover. He walked directly towards the door of the training room. The so-called levels of body techniques are calculated
according to the grades in the infrared room, not a standardized term.
The first-level body technique has 3 infrared beams sweeping through the room. One only needs to endure for a certain period without being hit to pass. The fourth-level body technique has 15 beams, and he certainly couldn't pass it now. He would have to recover first and then practice slowly. Congratulations, Brother Fei, you have tied the record for passing the third-level body technique.
As soon as Su Fei came out, a student hurriedly approached him.
In the Rongqing Genius Training Camp, only 7 people had passed the third-level body technique in previous years, and now Su Fei was the 8th to achieve this feat. As for the 4th-level body technique, no one had passed it yet.
I'm of the wind element, so I have an advantage. Su Fei shook his head.
Brother Fei is being modest. Tying the record is still tying the record, and the wind element is your innate talent.
The student flattered him.
There was no way around it. Although few people challenged others nowadays, some students still worried about being suddenly challenged. So, some people specifically flattered Yu Yang and Su Fei, feeling that as long as they could stay in the genius training camp, they wouldn't lose face. If they were eliminated, they would be
laughed at when they returned to school.
Su Fei smiled at his words, feeling quite pleased. He also thought it was true that the wind element was indeed his talent, and there was no question of taking advantage of anything.
Did anything major happen while I was training? Su Fei suddenly asked. The flattering student quickly
replied, nothing major, just that Yu Yang was called over by 2 instructors again.
Called him again? Su Fei frowned.
In the past 2 days, the 2 instructors had called Yu Yang to the command room several times, which made him a bit jealous.
Brother Fei, don't worry, with your current body technique, even facing Yu Yang, he might not be able to do anything to you, right?
Once you break through to a 1-star warrior, you'll definitely surpass him, the flattering student continued. While everyone was praising Yu Yang and Su Fei, almost forgetting about Chinfong, a figure was swiftly advancing up the mountainside. His speed was not only fast but also very steady, without any fluctuations. His chest rose and fell continuously, breathing in a remarkably natural manner. With the breathing technique combined with the special conditions of climbing, the training effect is much faster than usual. With each breath, Chinfong continuously switched between the wind breathing technique and the ice breathing technique, while the imprint within him was condensing at a much faster rate, as if each breath was a session of training. Boom! The moment he stepped onto the peak of the mountain, he stopped. When he looked at the system, the wind element imprint had already condensed to 40%, and the ice element imprint had reached 45%. His combat power had also reached 830. If he used the solar fist, he could probably unleash a combat power of 1200. At this rate, once I complete the task and devour 2 imprint fragments, I might be able to break through both the wind and ice elements together. At that time, I could take down a 2-star warrior with a single punch. That's too unfair. He smiled, then looked towards the training camp. He didn't want to waste any time. After hesitating for just 2 seconds, he decided not to report to Yang Shui, as she would find out he was back sooner or later. He walked directly towards the training room building. Each step seemed ordinary, but if someone knowledgeable looked closely, they would notice that each step was incredibly light, as if he were walking on the wind. The gravity room and the infrared room were both on the 2nd floor of the training room building. Because Yu Yang had just come out not long ago, many people were queuing to enter now. If Yu Yang were inside, they would have to wait a long time, so this was the time when the number of people was the highest. Sigh, Yu Yang is already at 4 times gravity. I don't know when I can achieve what he has. He's already a martial artist. You should just focus on moving freely in 1 times gravity 4. Now, the crowd discussed as they queued. Just then, a student turned around, about to speak, when he suddenly saw a figure appear at the stairway, and he showed surprise. Chinfong. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned in unison. After seeing Chinfeng's figure, their expressions changed. It really is him. Can't sit still anymore? Finally out. I wonder if his strength has improved now. They whispered among themselves. At that moment, the door to the gravity room opened with a click, but strangely, no one rushed in immediately. They were all watching Chinfong. The person who had just come out also saw Chinfong approaching and quickly stepped aside, afraid of blocking the way. Classmates, I'll go in first, how about that? Chinfong said with a smile, appearing very harmonious. Everyone quickly nodded. Although they all felt that Yu Yang and Su Fei had already surpassed Chinfong, they were still far behind and dared not disagree. Seeing that everyone nodded in agreement, Chinfong directly walked into the gravity room. Once inside, he began to survey the
interior.
It was basically the same as the elemental training room. The only difference was that one was gravity and the other was filled with elements.
Without any delay, he looked at the regulator beside him.
There were many buttons on it, each labeled with different numbers.
Let's start with 1 times.
He didn't overestimate himself. Since it was his first time, he naturally needed to adapt step by step, and he also wanted to see how his body
reacted to different gravities. With that thought, he pressed button 1. It's starting.
Outside, the crowd saw the number 1 appear on the door, indicating that Chinfong had activated 1 times gravity.
How many times do you think he can handle? 3 times, right? Instructor Yang said that the limit for peak body refinement is 3 times.
A 1-star martial artist without practicing body refinement martial arts has a limit of 5 times.
It's 2 times. Suddenly someone looked at the number on the door and shouted, "So fast?" Someone's expression changed.
Those who had been in the gravity room
were all startled.
They knew how terrifying the gravity room was. Inside, it was the ultimate test for the flesh and internal organs.
Entering the gravity
room and doubling the gravity required time to adapt incrementally, otherwise, a sudden increase would cause terrible harm to the body.
Chinfeng's speed of adapting to 1 times gravity was simply too fast.
This also indicated that 1 times gravity had almost no effect on Chinfong.
He really is strong.
I wonder how long it will take him to adapt to 2 times.
It's 3 times.
The person hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by a gasp.
Is he crazy? He really is crazy.
Even if he can withstand 3 times the gravity, there's no need to do it so quickly. Looking at the number 3 on the door, everyone was shocked, not because the number was large, but because the
change was too fast.
It's 4 times now. Suddenly, they saw the 3 change to 4 in an instant, and they were all startled.
He's gone mad. He's really gone mad.
Does he know that Yu Yang has broken through to a martial
artist and is starting to act recklessly?
Get away, get away. At that moment, Zhou Lei rushed over, pushing a few people aside and coming to the front. I heard my brother is back.
Sure enough, 4 times the gravity is definitely not enough.
My brother can reach 6. No, he can reach 7 times the gravity. Zhou Lei initially wanted to say 6 times, but after thinking about it, he felt it might backfire, so he immediately changed it to 7 times.
Quick, call
Yu Yang and let him know someone has tied his record. Someone immediately took out their phone to call Yu Yang, completely ignoring Zhou Lei's words. 7 times the gravity was just a joke. You have to know, the gravity chamber is not like the elemental training room, where the temperature rises little by little, but rather increases in multiples.
The test on the body is extremely terrifying. In a corner of the training ground, after Yu Yang came out from Yangshui, he arrived here.
This was also a place where he often rested after training. He didn't like resting in the lounge because his lounge was number 2, while he had always been thinking about the lounge that was number 1. At this moment, there were
2 other students sitting next to Yu Yang. Young Master Yang, you should have no problem with the star selection, right?
Yeah,
young Master Yang, you are already the first in the training camp, and in Jiang Province, our own city has always been good.
I'm afraid now, there are no other students from other cities who have broken through to martial artists. The 2 students just heard about the star selection and spoke up.
Yu Yang shook his head. I'm confident in
Jiang Province, but when it comes to the final selection for the entire Western War Zone, it might not be so easy. There are so many geniuses in our dragon country.
Forget it, I'm just saying this because I feel bored, just chatting.
As he spoke, he stood up. He had almost recovered and was ready to continue training in the gravity chamber, knowing that after the star selection, he had to use all his time to strengthen himself. Just then, his phone suddenly rang.
Speak.
Seeing the caller ID was a student's name, he answered immediately.
Young Master Yang, something happened.
You need to come to the gravity chamber. A tense voice came from the other end of the line.
Yu Yang frowned. I was just about to train. What could happen in the gravity chamber? Did something go wrong?
The gravity chamber is not like the elemental training rooms, where there are several at once. There is only one.
Don't be fooled by the fact that the
points earned in the gravity chamber are not as many as in the elemental training rooms. That's because the elemental training rooms are divided into many types, while the gravity chamber does not differentiate based on what element you
control. Everyone can train there.
Therefore, to accommodate everyone, the points charged are lower than those in the elemental training rooms, but its importance is much higher. If something goes wrong in the gravity chamber, they might not be able to train there for a long time, which would affect his training speed. It's not that something happened in the gravity chamber, but that Chinfong has entered the training room, and he has already activated 4 times the
gravity.
The voice on the phone came through.
Chinfong? 4 times the gravity? Yu Yang's expression changed.
He immediately hung up the phone and quickly headed towards the classroom building.
The other 2 students, seeing him so
anxious, were initially puzzled, but then they suddenly realized that Yu Yang started running. The 2 instantly understood that something big was happening and hurriedly followed him.
Inside the gravity chamber,
Chinfong stood in the room, his body straight as an arrow, and soon his fists began to swing.
4 times the gravity, indeed surpassing the limits of a single system body refinement peak.
Chinfong felt the powerful gravitational force acting on his body,
constantly assessing it in his mind.
However, with his current body strength, 4 times the gravity only made him feel a slight impact at first. He quickly adapted. Shaking his head, he pressed button 5 directly.
Boom! Suddenly, a wave of
pressure surged, affecting his entire body, causing him to sink heavily.
The further I go, the more pressure will increase by another factor.
Chinfeng's body slightly bent, then he slowly straightened up.
Immediately, he began to try
raising his hands, then started to move, and gradually began to throw punches.
Outside,
seeing the number on the door change from 4 to 5, everyone was shocked, some even nearly jumped up.
Instructor Yang said that 5 times is the
limit for a 1-star warrior who has not practiced any body refinement martial arts.
How did Chinfong do it?
He can't have broken through to a 1-star warrior, right? Someone suddenly said.
Everyone immediately thought of it, perhaps
Chinfong had already broken through to a warrior in the last fire element training room. But even if he broke through to a 1-star warrior, it's only been a few days, he couldn't have reached the limit so quickly, someone doubted.
Yeah.
Many looked at Yu Yang, who had just broken through to a 1-star warrior, but he could only withstand 4 times the gravity. 5 times would have to be taken slowly, impossible for Chinfong to keep increasing like this.
5 times.
Yu Yang looked at the number on the door, his expression had already changed.
How is that possible?
After breaking through to a 1-star warrior, he had always believed he had surpassed Chinfong, but now it seemed like a joke. Perhaps Chinfong had truly become a warrior, and a terrifying one at that after the breakthrough. Maybe Chinfong is already pinned down, a student suddenly said.
Everyone was stunned, and Yu Yang's body trembled. This situation was not impossible, as the room alarm would only sound after someone fainted. Yes, he must be pinned down.
If it were me, I could also activate 5 times the gravity, but I would be unable to move. He is not stronger than me.
Yu Yang suddenly gained confidence.
As long as Chinfong did not surpass him, he would still be the top of the training camp.
6 times.
However, a trembling voice completely shattered his dream. Everyone saw that the number on the door had changed
to 6. Is he a monster? Someone couldn't help but say.
The change in the number proved that Chinfong could still move under 5 times the gravity and wasn't too uncomfortable. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to increase
the gravity. Ha ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out.
I told you, when my boss appears, it will make you tremble in shock, right?
6 times. Do you believe my words now?
Zhou Lei laughed recklessly, looking at the shocked
expressions of everyone. He was utterly pleased. This was the result he wanted to see.
Some people looked at him, wanting to hit him. This guy was too annoying, while others were focused on the terrifying Chinfong. He was mocking them. In the gravity chamber, Chinfong felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, his body incredibly heavy. He could even feel his internal organs bearing a burden of 1,000 pounds.
This is still not my limit.
Chinfong slowly raised his hand. He could still move, albeit with difficulty, but it was not unbearable. I can slowly adapt and then try for my true limit. Time passed little by little as Chinfong kept moving and began to attempt throwing punches.
At that moment,
under the immense pressure, his 3 breathing techniques unexpectedly began to operate simultaneously.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each breath Chinfong took was clear to his ears.
At this time, the speed at which the ice element mark and
wind element mark within him were condensing was continuously accelerating.
It was as if this pressure was pushing him forward.
Even the second divine pattern on the fire element mark was continuously taking shape. The gravity chamber has such an effect. No wonder Yu Yang broke through to a 1-star warrior. Chinfong looked at the marks that were accelerating in their condensation, surprised and astonished. He had always thought that the gravity chamber was a means to enhance the physical body. However, the gravity chamber could not accelerate indefinitely. As he gradually began to adapt, he found that the speed of condensation also started to slow down. An hour later, although his movements were still difficult, the pressure had lessened significantly and the speed of condensation had returned to normal. At this moment, he looked at button 7 again, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then pressed it. Outside the gravity chamber. An hour has passed. Is he still human? How strong is he? At this time, the outside was already filled with people. All the trainees had come here, even the staff from the first floor had arrived. 6 times gravity, holding on for this long. This is something only a 2-star warrior can achieve. Old Li looked at the number on the door, completely bewildered. How could Chinfong possibly endure in 6 times gravity until now? He couldn't understand. If Chinfong were a 2-star warrior, he wouldn't believe it even if he were killed. A 2-star warrior under 18, if that were true, it would have been known by everyone long ago. The people in their training camp couldn't possibly be unaware. The threshold for a 2-star warrior. Yu Yang trembled upon hearing Old Li's words.
He had just broken through to a 1-star warrior, brimming with confidence, but now, that confidence began to collapse in an instant.
7. A trainee suddenly
pointed at the number on the door, unable to articulate his words. Everyone looked up, and with a buzz, their minds went blank.
He can still move, go press the 7 times button. Damn, this is outrageous.
Meanwhile, Yu Yang was stepping back, his face pale. I've lost, he screamed internally, feeling unwilling, but had to admit that if it were him, he would be crushed inside. Not to mention him, Chinfong, who was currently in the gravity chamber, had already
collapsed to the ground. Damn, 7 times gravity is terrifying.
Chinfong was in shock. At this moment, his body could hardly move, only his fingers could.
Fortunately, I was prepared.
Just as his finger pressed the 7 times gravity button, it instantly stopped at the button to turn off the gravity. Now, he only needed to move his finger slightly to completely shut it off.
However, he did not press it immediately.
Although the current pressure had numbed his entire body, he noticed that the speed of condensation of the marks within him had accelerated again.
I can hold on for another minute.
He felt that after a minute, his internal organs would be completely crushed by this pressure.
Soon, a minute
passed, and he moved his finger, directly pressing the button. Instantly, his entire body relaxed. So comfortable. His body felt a wave of relief. What surprised him even more was that his elemental imprint condensation progress had reached
45% for the wind element and 52% for the ice element.
Additionally, the second divine pattern of the fire element imprint had reached 5%. At this rate, before the star selection, not only will I be able to break through to a martial artist with wind and ice, but the fire element might also break through to 2 stars, Chinfeng's confidence soared. Although now, under 6 times the gravity, the condensation speed of his imprint and divine patterns had no longer increased. However, under 7 times the gravity, he could still slowly adapt, which would provide him with significant progress.
Is it about to come out?
Suddenly, a student noticed that the numbers on the gravity room door had disappeared. Everyone instinctively began to step back, creating space for Chinfong. Creak! The door opened, and everyone saw Chinfong step out, drenched in sweat and looking somewhat disheveled. However, no one truly thought he looked disheveled. Instead, they showed awe. Sticking it out for a minute under 7 times the gravity was definitely something only a 2-star martial artist could achieve.
Boss, here you go.
Zhou Lei was the first to react, handing Chinfong the towel he had prepared earlier.
Not bad.
Chinfong smiled. He felt he had not made a bad choice in this little brother. Of course, being a little brother means having the awareness of a little brother.
By the way, I just happened to guess that you
could activate 7 times the gravity. These people still don't believe it, Zhou Lei said, looking at the crowd with pride. This time, he was lucky to have spoken up, finally able to hold his head high. Upon hearing Zhou Lei's words,
everyone wanted to hit him. Was it really necessary to say it so directly? Moreover, who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes?
Chinfong smiled and didn't say much more. Instead, he glanced at the other end of the
corridor and walked over. Is he going to the infrared room?
Someone exclaimed, surprised by the direction Chinfong was heading.
Quick, let's follow and see.
The crowd immediately became excited, wanting to find out if Chinfong was also
terrifying in terms of movement techniques.
In an instant, only Yu Yang remained in place, watching Chinfeng's back with a changing expression. 1 minute under 7 times the gravity, he shouldn't be able to adapt to 7 times the gravity.
Immediately.
I still have a chance to catch up to him, even surpass him.
A determined look gradually appeared on Yu Yang's face.
Yang Shui had said that there was still some time before the actual selection.
Thinking of this, he turned and walked into the gravity room. However, this time, there would be no audience to witness his performance. After Chinfong entered the infrared room, he walked straight in. Once the door closed, everyone immediately focused on it, eagerly waiting for the numbers to appear.
Meanwhile, one person looked somewhat displeased. This person was Su Fei. The infrared room could be said to be his exclusive territory, and he hadn't cared when others had entered before. But now that Chinfong had entered, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Inside the room, Chinfong first observed his surroundings. It was similar to the gravity room, except there were many infrared sensors on the walls.
Chinfong looked at button 1 and pressed it without hesitation.
Instantly, 3 of the infrared sensors moved, and then 3 red beams shot out directly. He moved his body quickly to dodge them, and then the 3 infrared beams swept towards him as he moved. Level 1 movement technique is not difficult at all.
Chinfong easily dodged 3 red laser beams without any effort.
Soon, he moved towards the button and pressed the level 2 movement technique button. Whoosh, whoosh.
The red
lasers increased by 3, becoming 6. Chinfeng's feet moved rapidly, and the red lines began to cross and shoot towards him. At that moment, Chinfeng's body shifted sideways and then leaped into the air.
3 minutes later, all the
red lines stopped. Congratulations, you have passed level 2 movement technique, a mechanical voice echoed in the room.
It seems the test for movement technique lasts 3 minutes, Chinfong quickly understood. He then approached the level 3 movement technique button and pressed it.
Outside, when the number on the door changed from 2 to 3, everyone's expressions changed.
He passed level 2, now it's level 3. If he passes level 3, he'll tie with Su Fei. Do you think he will break Su Fei's record just like he broke Yu Yang's?
The crowd buzzed with discussion.
Hearing these words, Su Fei's heart tightened as he stared intently at the number on the door. Time passed.
Slowly, and after 3 minutes, he widened his eyes, seeing the 3 change to 4.
Boom! A wave of heat surged through his brain, leaving him momentarily blank. When he regained his senses, he muttered, "How is this possible? I'm wind element, he's fire element, I should have the advantage." Moreover, he was most familiar with the movement technique levels in the infrared room.
Level 3 was the limit of basic movement techniques, while level 4 required
mastery at the subtle level.
In martial arts training, whether in movement techniques or martial arts, there are varying degrees of mastery. From basic to subtle, then to perfect, there is mastery of the martial arts as well as
self-mastery.
But no matter which, every step up is incredibly difficult. He couldn't understand how Chinfong managed to do it. Inside the room, at the moment Chinfong activated the level 4 movement technique, 15 red lasers shot towards him, nearly causing him to fail. At this point, he had already used the wind breathing technique, making his body much more agile, but each movement was on the edge of failure.
Level 4 movement technique is not just about
more red lasers, the speed has also increased significantly. Chinfong finally understood the difficulty of level 4 movement technique. No wonder Su Fei couldn't pass, even he was struggling now, and one careless move could lead to failure. However, to his surprise, under such high-intensity concentration and movement, his wind element mark began to accelerate its condensation again.
41%, 42%. Boom!
Suddenly, he felt his movement technique breakthrough. At that moment, and his body could naturally dodge those red lines.
Subtle.
Chinfong was overjoyed, his movement technique had reached the subtle level. At that moment, he saw that his wind element mark had reached 50%, surpassing the
ice element.
In terms of wind element, it's even better than the gravity chamber's effect. Unfortunately, after reaching the subtle level, level 4 movement technique could no longer exert pressure on him, causing the speed of
his mark's condensation to decrease again.
Thinking of this, he looked at the level 5 movement technique button. Level 5 movement technique was still a test of the subtle level, but it belonged to the intermediate stage of subtle
mastery. I can't pass, but I have to give it a try. Without hesitation, he pressed the button.
The moment he pressed it, he glanced at the red lasers and found that more than a dozen had moved simultaneously.
Damn! Whoosh! In an instant, 30 red lines shot out. Oh my god!
Outside, when the number on the door changed to 5, someone screamed, "What a freak!"
Many people have become numb. This Chinfong is simply not human. The pressure of gravity, the
speed of movement, they all doubt whether he is the same carbon-based life form.
I lost.
Su Fei's face was pale. Speed is not cultivation. He clearly realized that even if he broke through to a martial artist, it would be impossible to directly pass the 4th level speed.
To pass the 4th level, one must first master the intricacies of movement.
He roughly calculated that he would need at least more than a month. And in more than a month, Chinfong would also be making progress, and the training camp was about to end. There was no possibility of surpassing him. Inside the room, Chinfong was dodging at his limit speed, and at this moment, he was already drenched in sweat.
This is my limit 5th level, yet I still can't completely pass.
He shook his head inwardly. The wind element mark had condensed to 52%, but he could no longer hold on.
However, even if I can't pass, I will end it myself.
His figure dodged
while moving towards the switch. Bang!
Just as one of the red lines was about to sweep over him, he pressed the off button.
Click!
The door opened, and Chinfong looked at the expressions of everyone, slightly stunned.
At that moment,
everyone who saw Chinfong was unexpectedly silent. The scene was eerily quiet, and the gazes directed at him were like those one would give to a monster.
Boss!
It was Zhou Lei who reacted first. He was usually carefree and had always regarded Chinfong as someone capable of anything, so although he was shocked by the 5th level speed, he felt it was reasonable.
Chinfong, I admire you. Su Fei came to Chinfong, extended his hand, and sincerely said, even when
Yu Yang broke through to a martial artist before, he felt no fluctuation in his heart. He believed he was still not inferior to the other. But now, facing Chinfong, he truly admired him in a way that he couldn't help but acknowledge. Chinfong smiled and shook his hand. You're not bad either. After shaking hands, Su Fei spoke again. You are the first genius I have ever seen, but Su Fei, will definitely work hard to catch up. There will definitely be a day when I surpass you. He did not feel despair because of Chinfeng's strength. Instead, a fighting spirit arose within him. Chinfong did not discourage him, patting his shoulder. I believe in you, keep it up.
After saying that, he walked towards the staircase.
There was only one gravity room and one infrared room, so the training camp had regulations that each could only be used once a day. In fact, this was not only about fairness for everyone but also to prevent some students from being too reckless. Although the training room was good, one could not enter continuously, otherwise it could cause physical discomfort and leave hidden dangers.
Chinfong.
Suddenly, Su Fei turned to look at the departing Chinfong and shouted loudly,
"Are you a martial artist now?"
As soon as these words came out, everyone showed curiosity. They had always thought that Chinfong was only at the peak of body refinement, but after this series of shocks, they had long suspected that Chinfong was already a martial artist. Chinfong stopped and turned his head. "I have long been a martial artist. Moreover, during these days I was away, I went down the mountain to certify as a martial artist, and the result has come out, 2 stars. Boom! As soon as he spoke, everyone was stunned. They had thought Chinfong was already a martial artist, but they never dared to imagine he was a 2-star martial artist.
7 times gravity, subtle movements, 2-star warrior certification. Just how much strength is Chinfong hiding?
In the command room, Luobin, who had just finished listening to the report, spoke in surprise. At that moment, Yang Shui was on the phone. After she hung up, she said, "It has just been confirmed that the 2-star warrior certification is complete. Combat
power 780. 780.
Luobin was shocked again. This had already surpassed most warriors who had just entered the 2-star level.
In that case, can we confirm that the one participating in the star selection from this training camp is him? Luobin continued. The strength of a 2-star warrior, even if Yu Yang and Su Fei tried to catch up, it would be impossible to do. So in the time remaining,
Yang Shui thought for a moment and shook her head. No rush, let's stick to the original plan. I've already had the battle zone send over a batch of exotic beasts.
They must have already set off.
It wouldn't be appropriate to cancel the selection for others at this time.
Upon hearing this, Luobin nodded. If the exotic beasts were already on the
way, it was indeed best to continue the selection. It was also an opportunity for the students to experience real combat. In the following time, the students in the entire training camp, perhaps stimulated by Chinfong, became incredibly proactive in their training. Everyone used to think of themselves as geniuses, so they felt it was okay to relax a bit.
However, now,
with the monster Chinfong around, they realized how ridiculous their so-called genius was. So now, it seemed as if everyone had a fire in their hearts, driving them to burn themselves out and unleash their maximum potential. During these days, Chinfong was also busy going to the gravity room and the infrared room every day. Although the previously passed gravity multiples and movement techniques did not accelerate his progress in condensing marks, adapting to 7 times gravity and training in level 5 movement techniques still made significant progress. In the second lounge, Yu Yang had also been training frantically lately, even to the point of desperation. He could now stand steadily under 5 times gravity, but still couldn't move freely. The more he experienced, the more he realized how terrifying Chinfong was. Just as he felt he was recovering, he immediately got up, preparing to go out again.
At that moment, the phone rang.
Seeing the caller ID, he frowned slightly but still answered. "Brother Yu Yang, congratulations on breaking through to warrior." A voice came from the other end of
the line.
"Xiao Ge, just get to the point. I need to get back to training," Yu Yang said without any pleasantries, showing no interest in such formalities.
"Alright, I won't beat around the bush."
The voice on the phone continued. "When does your training camp end?"
"This is very important to me," the voice added.
Yu Yang didn't think much. "I'm not sure how long it will be, but there will be an assessment in 3 days, and after that, it shouldn't be long before this training ends."
"Good, there should be someone named Chinfong in your training camp, right?
I want you to help me out during the assessment. Find a way to kill him for me.
I will give you appropriate compensation. Don't worry, if anyone finds out, I will use the Xiao family's connections to ensure you have no trouble,"
Zhao Liang said all at once. Yu Yang's expression changed, and he took a deep breath before calmly saying, "Xiao Ge, I'm sorry, but I
can't help you with that."
He directly refused. Not to mention that he wasn't Qin Feng's opponent. Even if he could kill him, he wouldn't do it.
Zhao Liang's sweet talk about the Xiao family's connections was just empty words. Who would care about him besides his own family?
There was a moment of silence on the other end before the voice came through again. "Brother Yu Yang, Chinfong recently certified as a 2-star warrior. I think you already know.
Now in the entire training camp, he probably has you beat. If he dies, you will be number 1. During this time, Zhao Liang had been investigating the situation at the training camp, learning quite a bit about the trainees inside, including the competition between Yu Yang and Chinfong. To be precise, it was Chinfong who had been suppressing Yu Yang. A genius, constantly being held down, he knew this was an opportunity for the other party to agree to his terms. "I want
to clarify that Chinfong is my rival, not my enemy. We have competition, but no hatred. I don't know what grievances exist between you, nor do I want to know. I can't help you with this." After Yu Yang finished speaking, he prepared to hang up the phone.
"Yu Yang,"
the voice on the other end suddenly turned cold. "I also want to tell you that if you refuse, the Yu family
will completely lose business with the Zhao family.
The cost is something you cannot afford." Yu Yang stared at the phone, his expression darkening, but he still hung up without hesitation.
After that, he pulled out a number and dialed. Dad. Once the call connected, Yu Yang recounted the situation. Xiao Yang, focus on your training. The Yu family won't starve. Without the Zhao family, his father said on the other end. Dad, we know the Zhao family will take action against Chinfong. If something really happens to Chinfong, the Zhao family will definitely come after us too. Be careful, Yu Yang warned. He understood the Zhao family's methods all too well. After hanging up, he opened Chinfeng's contact number, thought for a moment, and ultimately sent a message before leaving the training camp. In the first lounge, Chinfong saw the message pop up and his expression changed slightly. The Zhao family. He had anticipated that the Zhao family would take action, but he didn't expect them to contact Yu Yang, preparing to act in the training camp. He had to admit, the other side was really bold. Zhao family. Young Master Liang, he refused? One of Zhao Liang's subordinates asked in surprise, seeing Zhao Liang's expression. Yu Yang's refusal of Zhao Liang's request was something they had never anticipated. The business dealings between the Yu family and the Zhao family were very deep. If the Zhao family stopped cooperating, the Yu family's business would plummet. Stop all cooperation with the Yu family. Find someone to control Yu Liang. We'll deal with everything after we resolve Chinfong. Also, investigate what kind of assessment the genius training camp will conduct. Zhao Liang said calmly. After hearing this, the subordinate nodded. Young master Liang, since Yu Yang refused, who should we find to take action? It was too difficult to find someone to deal with Chinfong now. First, with Chinfeng's talent, both the Martial Arts Association and the City Lord's Mansion were already paying attention. Second, Chinfong himself had reached the level of a 2-star warrior, and taking action during the genius training camp assessment was very risky. No one was willing to take that risk. I will take action myself, Zhao Liang said calmly. Since Yu Yang had refused him and it was difficult to find someone else, he would take matters into his own hands. The subordinate was startled. Young Master Liang, I'm afraid Yu Yang has already revealed your intention to take action to Chinfong. If that's the case, it might be difficult to kill him. If Chinfong was prepared, Zhao Liang could very well run into trouble. What are you worried about? I will assess the situation. If I can't kill him this time, then there will be a next time. I won't take unnecessary risks. Also, remember this, if I really take action this time, I will also attempt to kill Yu Yang. As for Yu Liang, you will have to handle him then, Zhao Liang reminded. He wasn't sure if Yu Yang had recorded their conversation today. If he killed Chinfong and Yu Yang used the recording to threaten him, it would be troublesome. He wouldn't lead any future troubles. And if Yu Yang died, then his father, Yu Liang, would naturally have to die as well. 3 days later, at the Ming Mountain Training Ground, a total of 25 trainees stood here. In front of them were dozens of special iron cages, each containing different exotic beasts. Among them, 2 beasts had already reached the first level of demon beasts, while the others were all fierce beasts in the body refining stage, mostly in the early and mid stages, with about 10 in the late stage and 5 at their peak. At this moment, Yang Shuet and Luo Bin were standing beside the cages, looking sternly at everyone. Everyone, Luo Bin suddenly shouted, today is your first collective large-scale assessment since entering the training camp. The purpose of the assessment is very simple, to select the most outstanding individual to participate in the subsequent star selection. Everyone listened quietly. They had heard about the star selection, but they all knew it had nothing to do with them. Seeing that there was no discussion among the crowd, Luo Bin suddenly became serious. I know many of you are thinking that this assessment is to select the best, and it doesn't concern you much. But I want to tell you that this assessment is very important for all of you. Do you see them? He suddenly pointed at the dozen or so cages. In this assessment, all these exotic beasts will be released into Ming Mountain, and all of you must enter the Ming Mountain jungle, and it won't end until the next day. I hope you all take this seriously, otherwise people will die. He emphasized the word die heavily. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone changed. They instantly understood that this assessment might be a survival game, needing to survive until tomorrow in Ming Mountain, which was filled with dozens of exotic beasts. In this assessment, if you can kill the exotic beasts, do your best to do so. This is your chance for real combat before entering university. This will be your advantage after entering university, Luo Bin said. There is real combat in university, but not much, and those who have seen blood before entering university have already surpassed 99% of the students. Of course, don't push yourself too hard. If you clearly cannot defeat the exotic beasts, and you insist on going to your death, that is not bravery, but foolishness. So, I allow you to run away when you encounter exotic beasts. Whether you run up the mountain or down the mountain, it's all fine. At the foot of the mountain, we already have people stationed everywhere to prevent the exotic beasts from descending and harming civilians. If you encounter an unbeatable exotic beast, you can run to seek help. At that moment, everyone looked extremely serious, and they know
longer felt that this assessment had nothing to do with them. Additionally, in this assessment, besides the first place, everyone will be rewarded based on their performance, so give it your all, young men.
Luobin continued loudly. Next, everyone saw dozens of soldiers
in military uniforms walk out, lifting all the cages and heading towards the mountain's edge. Then, one by one, the cages were opened,
releasing all the exotic beasts.
The moment the beasts were released, sensing the danger at the mountaintop, they immediately ran down,
diving into the jungle.
After all the exotic beasts were released, Luobin raised his wrist to check the time.
A minute later, he looked up at everyone. Good luck to you all.
All the trainees dispersed, walking towards the edges of the mountaintop, and then one by one
descended the mountain, also diving into the jungle. After watching all the trainees disappear, Yang Shui and Luobin went to the command room.
At this moment, on the large screen in the command room, the figures of the various exotic beasts appeared. Before these beasts were brought from the battle zone, each one had a small camera installed on them, and this camera was equipped with a considerable explosive power. Although Luobin had mentioned that there might be deaths, they had still taken preventive measures. If any trainee was to be killed by an exotic beast, they would control the corresponding camera switch here and directly detonate the camera. After all, these are all geniuses. They can get hurt, they can face the cruel reality, but if they are to die, they should at least die on the battlefield.
Boss, I beg you, let me follow you. I can help you out,
Zhou Lei said with a pleading tone, trailing behind Chinfong.
No need,
Chinfong replied while paying attention to the surroundings.
Ming Mountain is neither too big nor too
small. It's not easy to encounter the dozens of exotic beasts released here, so this assessment isn't really dangerous.
If luck is on their side, they might not encounter a single one until the assessment ends. However, if luck
runs out and they come across those two one-star demon beasts, aside from him and Yu Yang, the others would probably die. Even Su Fei would only have the option to flee.
Don't. Boss, I still have some use. We'll be here for 24 hours, and I can keep watch for you at night. You can sleep well. How great is that? Zhou Lei persisted, following closely behind Chinfong.
Chinfong stopped and turned to look at him. Following me is very dangerous.
Zhou
Lei was taken aback, naturally not believing Chinfeng's words. If anyone was the safest to follow, it would surely be Chinfong. I want to follow even if it's dangerous. I'm your little brother. If I don't follow because of danger,
that would be too ungrateful,
Zhou Lei said earnestly.
Suit yourself.
Chinfong shook his head and turned to leave.
Zhou Lei was overjoyed and hurriedly followed. Zhao Liang, did you bring someone, or did you come by yourself?
Chinfong was always alert to the movements around him. He didn't care about the exotic beasts, but he had to guard against the Zhao family's actions. If Zhao Liang came by himself, it could pose a significant threat to him.
But it was just a threat.
After this period of training, his wind element mark had reached 80%, and the ice element was even at 82%. The progress of the second fire system divine pattern was already at 10%. His combat power had reached 1100. With the solar fist, even if Zhao Liang was a 3-star warrior, he wouldn't be able to kill him. As long as he couldn't kill him, he could use the training camp to have Yang Shui and Luobin take out Zhao Liang.
It's important
to know that if Zhao Liang really came in, even if Yang Shui killed him on the spot, the Zhao family wouldn't dare to make a sound. It all depends on whether you have the guts. If you don't come, next time I'll punch you to death. Once he breaks through with both the ice and wind systems, he could also kill those newly promoted 3-star warriors.
Roar!
Suddenly, an exotic beast sprang out ahead, stopping in front of the two and glaring fiercely at them.
Blood wolf! Zhou Lei exclaimed. They usually learned about exotic beasts in their cultural classes.
The blood wolf is known for its speed among exotic beasts, covered in blood-red fur, resembling a normal wolf but larger in
size. It's in the mid-stage of body refinement. Boss, let me handle it.
He felt that if he was to follow Chinfong, he needed to show some value. Chinfong nodded. During the training camp, Zhou Lei had also broken through to the
late stage of body refinement, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Whoosh! Zhou Lei charged forward with a fierce demeanor. However, when the blood wolf let out a roar and charged at him, he instantly let out a strange cry, darting behind a nearby tree, using it as cover while looking for an opportunity to attack, fighting in a rather sneaky manner. Chinfong watched for a while and realized that this kid was unusually cautious. Sometimes, even when there was a 90% chance of hitting the blood wolf, he would give up, insisting on 100% certainty before actually striking. As a result, despite the pressure of the realm, the battle lasted a full half-hour before it ended.
Boss, how did I perform?
Zhou Lei dragged the corpse of the blood wolf and walked up to Chinfong, asking. Chinfong nodded. Not bad, but a bit lewd.
Lewd? Zhou Lei was taken aback. Isn't it lewd?
With a 90%
certainty, why not take action? Chinfong asked.
About that, I think a 90% certainty is no different from courting death, Zhou Lei said seriously. Chinfong was stunned, looking at him closely, realizing that this kid was serious about his thoughts. He patted his shoulder. Good, keep it up. Such a personality has its advantages. At least the ability to stay alive is quite strong.
It's a pity this blood wolf has no beast crystal. Zhou Lei sliced open the blood wolf's skull, finding no beast crystal inside, which made him a bit disappointed. After dealing with the blood wolf's corpse, the two continued walking through the jungle. Meanwhile, on the hillside in the direction of Chinfong, there was a simple tent. Zhao Liang was resting in the tent, having waited there for a day and a night. More than 20 hours ago, after investigating the assessment method of the training camp, he took advantage of the fact that no one was guarding the foot of the mountain and arrived here early. Roar! Suddenly, a strange beast burst into the tent, directly pouncing on him. Zhao Liang's face turned cold and he punched out. Bang! The strange beast's head was smashed, blood mist filling the entire tent. It seems the assessment has already begun. Looking at the headless corpse of the strange beast, he took out a computer from his backpack. Opening the computer, countless small screens appeared on the display, showing scenes from many places in Ming Mountain. I spent more than 10 hours setting up the wireless cameras. I hope they are useful. He carefully stared at each scene on the screen. Although the clarity wasn't very high and the visible areas weren't large, if Chinfong passed through these places, he could still notice it immediately. Soon, he saw some figures of students appearing on the screens, but none were Chinfeng's, so he didn't pay any attention. Even when he saw Yu Yang's figure, he didn't move. His goal was to kill Chinfong first, and if there was a chance, then kill Yu Yang. Time passed slowly. Zhao Liang stared at the screen, his body completely still, showing great patience. Finally, after a few hours, two figures appeared simultaneously on one of the small screens. Looking closely, one of them was the Chinfong he was looking for, while the other was completely ignored by him. Soon, the Chinfong on the screen disappeared, but he didn't rush. Instead, he carefully observed the scene and terrain, slowly recalling it in his mind. After a moment, he smiled in surprise. So close. When he set up the surveillance, he had roughly noted the special points of each place, and the spot where Chinfong had just appeared was less than a kilometer away from him, and Chinfong was heading in his direction. Is it my luck, or are you doomed? He closed the computer, walked out of the tent without any hesitation, and headed straight for where Chinfong was. At this moment, Chinfong and Zhou Lei had stopped, and beneath their feet lay another strange beast in the early stage of body refinement. There's a beast crystal. Zhou Lei sliced open the beast's skull, surprised. Boss, here you go. Zhou Lei took out the beast crystal, cleaned it, and handed it to Chinfong. You keep it. Chinfong waved his hand. A low-level ferocious beast's beast crystal was of no use to him for now. Zhou Lei chuckled and didn't refuse, directly putting it away. Bang! Suddenly, a large tree ahead shook violently and then crashed down. A fire-red, long-haired strange beast stared intently at Chinfong and Zhou Lei, its eyes filled with intense killing intent. Under its feet, a few dry leaves were being slowly burned. Fire Cloud Tiger. Zhou Lei's expression changed upon seeing the beast. This was a first-level Fire-type demon beast, one of the two first-level demon beasts in this assessment. Am I just too lucky? Zhou Lei couldn't help but say. If he were alone right now, he would probably only have the option to flee, and whether he could escape was still a question. Boss, let me handle this. Do you want to die? Chinfong asked. Of course not, you're here, right? If I can't do it, you can save me at any time. Boom! Before Zhou Lei could finish his sentence, the Fire Cloud Tiger lunged at him. Zhou Lei's face changed drastically as he instantly felt the threat of death. Save me! Zhou Lei turned and ran behind Chinfong. Chinfong looked at the body of the Fire Cloud Tiger and, in the moment it lunged, threw a punch. The massive body of the Fire Cloud Tiger was instantly sent flying, crashing into a large tree with a bang, breaking it. The Fire Cloud Tiger fell to the ground, motionless. In the command room of the Ming Mountain Training Ground, a first-level demon beast poses no threat to him. Luobin shook his head as he saw the Fire Cloud Tiger killed with a single punch. Such an assessment was like child's play for Chinfong. His current punch should be close to 1,000 combat power. Yang Shui slowly spoke while watching Chinfong on the screen. 1,000? Dual system, 1 at the peak of body refinement, 1 breaking through to 1 star. Can combat power really reach 1,000? Luobin questioned. The threshold for 2 stars is 700, which is already far beyond 2 stars. I'm not dual system, so I don't know. Yang Shui shook her head. Luobin fell silent. Indeed, they were not dual system, and there was no one around them who was, so they had no idea. But the fact that Chinfong could reach such a level was undeniable. Who is that? Suddenly, Yang Shui looked at the screen where Chinfong was and asked, her expression slightly changing. Luobin quickly looked over when he saw Yang Shui's expression. Through the camera on the Fire Cloud Tiger's corpse, he saw a stranger walking towards Chinfong. Not a student, nor one of us. Luobin frowned as he looked at the person. Zoom in and connect to the computer. Yang Shui's voice was cold. Luobin quickly operated, and soon, the image was brought up and compared on the computer. In less than 2 seconds, another image popped up on the screen. Zhao Liang. Luobin's expression changed. Has the Xiao family gone mad? They had previously
investigated the grievances between the Xiao family and Chinfong, but they hadn't paid much attention. After all, Chinfong was now a martial artist and his family was safe. Moreover, Chinfong was in the training camp, but they didn't expect Zhao Liang to be so crazy as to come here to kill. Now, even if Zhao Liang could kill Chinfong, they had the video and the Zhao family would surely be finished. Chinfong cannot die, you go and kill him. Yang Shui's eyes were icy. Without a word, Luobin turned and rushed out, crashing through the command room's door with a bang, and his figure did not pause at all, charging straight towards the edge of the mountain. In the jungle, Zhao Liang's sudden appearance startled Zhou Lei. Who are you? Zhou Lei's expression changed dramatically. Even the appearance of a first level wouldn't have elicited such a reaction from him. Zhao Liang felt too dangerous, and he clearly came with malicious intent. Zhao Liang completely ignored Zhou Lei and instead looked at Chinfong. You killed Zhao Kuan with a single punch against a first-level fire cloud tiger. Now, I am even more certain that you killed Zhao Kuan. Chinfeng's recently displayed strength genuinely surprised him. You have no evidence that I killed him, and you come here to kill me? Chinfong asked him calmly. Zhao Liang shook his head. Whether there's evidence or not doesn't matter. As long as I know you did it, that's enough. Finding evidence is troublesome, and my Zhao family dislikes trouble the most. Although there was no direct evidence indicating that Zhao Kuan was killed by Chinfong, the surveillance footage, the existing grudges, and Chinfeng's strength were enough to explain everything. That was sufficient. I'm curious, when you killed Zhao Kuan, did you ever think there would be a day like today? Zhao Liang asked Chinfong, looking down at him. Although the Zhao family was not a top family in Rong City, few dared to provoke them. Chinfeng's father had an accident a year ago, and for a year, the Chin family had been enduring. Now that Chinfong suddenly took action, it caught him off guard. How about I send you down to ask him if he ever thought he would be killed by me when he hired someone to crash into my father? Chinfong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled back. You have a tough mouth. I wonder if your strength is as tough. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, his body lunged toward Chinfong like a beast and, at the same time, the knife in his hand swept toward Chinfong as he got closer. Chinfong dodged with a quick movement while the large tree behind him was sliced in half. Boom! The tree collapsed and the cut was as smooth as a mirror, causing Zhou Lei, who had retreated to a distance, to change his expression drastically. So strong, is he a 2-star or 3-star? His heart tightened and he quickly took out his phone to make a call. At that moment, Fong, while dodging, threw a punch straight at Zhao Liang's head. Zhao Liang's reaction was not slow. He horizontally blocked with his knife. Bang! With a loud noise, his body was gradually pushed back. Once he steadied himself and looked at Chinfong, his eyes were filled with astonishment. You were hiding your strength before? Being pushed back by a single punch meant that Chinfeng's strength was far beyond what he had investigated. It seems you found out my combat power when I was certified by the Martial Arts Association. Chinfong suddenly understood that Zhao Liang probably thought his combat power was still 780. Or the other party believed that even with his training during this time, it wouldn't have increased much. Unfortunately, the other party misjudged his rate of progress. Your strength disappoints me. A 3-star built up with drugs is just trash, Chinfong suddenly said. Although they had only exchanged blows twice, he instantly judged that Zhao Liang was not a normal 3-star. The threshold for a normal 3-star warrior was a combat power of 2000. According to his investigation of the Zhao family, Zhao Liang had been a 3-star warrior for some time, but his combat power was only close to 3-star, which was very abnormal. Hearing Chinfeng's words, Zhao Liang's expression changed. He indeed relied on drugs to build up his strength, and even Zhao Kuan was built up with drugs. They had just spent a great deal of money to bribe the certifying officer during the certification. The Zhao family needed to maintain the image of a large family in Rong City, and relying solely on his father was not enough. Therefore, both brothers broke through to become warriors with the help of drugs. This way, to outsiders, the Zhao family not only had a 4-star Zhao Wanshi but also geniuses like Zhao Kuan and himself, which could solidify the Zhao family's position immensely. So what if it's built on drugs? As long as I can kill you, that's all that matters. Zhao Liang gripped his knife and slashed toward Chinfong again. Looking at the charging Zhao Liang, Chinfong stood his ground, not preparing to dodge. But I once thought you could pose a great threat to me, but you are so useless, then die. At that moment, Chinfong clenched his fists. Boom! A massive flame appeared on his fist. But this flame did not look like a raging fire, it resembled some invisible sparks. In the distance, Zhou Lei looked over, and it seemed as if Chinfong was enveloped by this enormous flame, causing his eyes to sting painfully. In the jungle, a figure was swiftly approaching, and suddenly, he looked up into the distance, as if he saw a sun. What is this? Luobin's expression changed, and his speed increased. In the command room, Yang Shui saw Chinfong push Zhao Liang back and felt a slight relief in her heart, but her expression remained tense. She knew that just now, Zhao Liang had only drawn his knife in a moment of desperation. His true strength had yet to be revealed. When Zhao Liang made his move again, her heart tightened, but the next moment, she saw Chinfong clench his fist, and the entire screen was enveloped in a strong light, making it impossible to see clearly. What kind of martial arts is this? She stood up abruptly. It was not surprising that Chinfong could learn martial arts, but even through the screen, she felt the overwhelming pressure. Die! Zhao Liang's knife slashed down towards Qin's head. However, when Chinfong threw his punch, it instantly blinded him, and the next second, he heard a cracking sound, the knife in his hand shattered, and the fist, engulfed in terrifying flames, struck directly at his chest without any pause. Boom! Zhao Liang felt an extremely powerful force surge into his body. He even heard the sound of his own heart breaking, his eyes bulging, and his face turning pale. Bang! His body flew backward, crashing through one tree after another, finally falling down, unable to move. Chinfong walked over step by step. Trash of the third rank is just trash of the third rank. No matter how many drugs you take, you can never truly reach the threshold of a normal third rank. Zhao Liang looked at the approaching Chinfong, hardly believing that he had been defeated by a single punch. At the same time, his eyes were filled with hatred, not for Zhao Kuan, but for himself. He was unwilling to accept that he was not Qin Feng's opponent. Although he had become a third rank through drugs, his true strength was only second rank, yet he was at the peak of the second rank. How could someone under 18, with no family background, be stronger than him? You seem unconvinced? Chinfong squatted down in front of Zhao Liang and said. Zhao Liang wanted to speak, but he found that his internal organs had been damaged and he couldn't make any sound. If you can't even speak, then let me free you. Chinfong raised his palm and aimed it at his head. Chinfong! At that moment, a loud shout rang out. Don't kill! However, Chinfeng's palm showed no signs of stopping. Bang! Is this your true strength? In the command room, Yang Shui stood in shock in front of the screen, motionless as she watched Chinfong on the display. At that moment, after killing Zhao Liang, Chinfong turned to the arriving Luo Bin and smiled slightly. Instructor Luo, you came so quickly. Luo Bin glanced at the corpse lying on the ground, then looked at Chinfeng's calm expression, and a storm of emotions surged within him. Chinfong had actually killed the third-tier Zhao Liang, almost with a single punch. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even with Chinfeng's recent abnormal performance, he wouldn't have believed it. Well, it's done, it's done. After calming down, Luo Bin waved his hand. After thinking for a moment, he continued, I originally wanted to leave a live witness. If he had confessed to what the Zhao family did to your father, and that Zhao Wanshi was also involved in this attempt on your life, then we could have implicated Zhao Wanshi as well. Now that Zhao Liang is dead, Zhao Wanshi will definitely say he was unaware and distance himself. Thank you, instructor, but just convicting him is not enough. Chinfong shook his head. Conviction? Who knows what crime to convict him of? As long as he doesn't die, there will eventually be a day he can come out, and he doesn't want to leave any future troubles, even if that trouble would later seem like an ant in his eyes. As long as you have a plan. Luo Bin looked at Chinfong. Seriously. He hadn't expected that Chinfong was not only decisive in killing but also merciless towards potential enemies. Let's end your assessment here, Luo Bin said. Originally, they had let Chinfong participate in this assessment to give him some real combat experience. But the fact that he had killed a 3-star warrior without batting an eye made continuing the assessment meaningless. Additionally, I hereby declare you the first in this assessment. Luo Bin continued. Ding, congratulations on completing the first phase of the star selection task. Ding, rewards have been issued. Now starting the second phase of the task. Task content, obtain the title of the number 1 genius in Jiang province. Task rewards, 1 earth element sensitivity enhancement pill, 3 talent enhancement pills, 1 martial arts gift pack. The system's voice rang out, and upon learning of the new task rewards, Chinfong was overjoyed. The earth element cultivation talent has arrived. He felt a sense of anticipation. Now among his 3 elements, fire was his main attack. Wind could enhance his speed, while ice, though not as strong an attack as fire, offered defense that was not as good as earth, making it a balanced offense and defense. Therefore, if he were to cultivate the earth element, his defense would reach a new level, greatly enhancing his strength. Additionally, with 3 talent enhancement pills, he could further improve his ice and wind element cultivation talents, significantly speeding up his future training. Alright, you go back to the training camp, I'll handle this here. Zhao Liang's death was due to his unauthorized intrusion here, and no one will trouble you, Luo Bin said, then walked towards Zhao Liang's corpse. What about me? Zhou Lei only then reacted and hurriedly asked. You continue. Luo Bin glanced at him casually. Zhou Lei had initially thought about not participating in the assessment anymore, but seeing that Luo Bin ignored him, he could only look around cautiously and sneak away. Chinfong did not leave immediately. Instead, he walked over to the corpse of the fire cloud tiger, and after breaking open its skull, he unexpectedly discovered a beast crystal. Beast crystal, fire element, level 1, can be devoured. The system's prompt made Chinfong overjoyed.
A ferocious beast's crystal could accelerate body tempering, so a demon beast's crystal could very likely speed up the condensation of divine patterns. Instructor Luo, how much is this demon beast crystal worth? Chinfong couldn't help but ask. Luobin turned to look at the level 1 fire element beast crystal in surprise. This fire cloud tiger actually has a beast crystal. A level 1 beast crystal is worth around 500,000. You're quite lucky. 500,000? Fong was taken aback. This price was not cheap. To know, a top-grade beast crystal was only around 100,000, which was 5 times higher. 500,000 is not expensive. Luobin suddenly said seriously, 10 demon beasts may not even yield a single beast crystal, and you must understand that every beast crystal may have been exchanged for with the lives of frontline warriors. All the beast crystals sold officially were brought back from the front lines. After selling, the officials would deduct the costs incurred during the sale, and only the remainder would be returned to the frontline warriors. Therefore, a first-level beast crystal would actually yield less than 500,000 for the warriors. Chinfong nodded. I'll take my leave now. Without further delay, he headed straight for the mountaintop. Half an hour later, he returned to his resting room. At that moment, he turned his attention to the system space. With a flip of his palm, 2 fragments of the mark appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed them whole. Ding! Successfully devoured the wind element mark fragment. Your wind element mark condensation progress has reached perfection. Ding! Successfully devoured the ice element mark fragment. Your ice element mark condensation progress has reached perfection. Boom! In that instant, Chinfong felt the wind attribute power and ice attribute power within him surging. The next second, he sensed a wonderful change within himself. Double breakthrough. Now I am truly a 3-element warrior. Chinfong clenched his fist, feeling the sudden surge of his strength. After a moment, he looked at another reward in the space. A special booklet lay inside. With a thought, the booklet began to flip open automatically, and waves of information flooded into his mind. Once he absorbed it all, the booklet vanished on its own. Starry Body Refinement Technique Volume 1 Martial Arts Introduction. Viewing the Human Body as the Universe. Volume 1 Starry Body 9-Rank Martial Arts. The introduction was very simple, but no matter how Chinfong looked at it, it was anything but simple. Whether it was the word universe or the term 9-rank, both left him in shock. The universe was easy to understand. The space he was in, this world, was part of the universe. However, the name of this martial art, Starry Body Refinement Technique, was clearly related to the stars in the universe. According to the information he received, completing the cultivation of Volume 1 would allow one to cultivate into a starry body with a physique akin to a star. And as for the 9-rank, it went without saying. To his knowledge, the highest martial arts among all humanity was indeed the 9-rank. This is just the first volume. What about the second volume? Will it be even higher? Chinfeng's heart stirred. Soon, he stopped thinking too much, for now he needed to cultivate the first volume. This martial art could be said to be tailor-made for him because ordinary warriors practicing it would not be able to withstand the power it brought. But he, with his multi-element cultivation and having undergone the tempering of different elements, found it completely manageable. Finally, Chinfong took out that fire element first-level beast crystal and swallowed it whole. The beast crystal entered his body and began to digest rapidly. He quickly sat cross-legged and started to condense his divine patterns. Soon, he discovered that the energy from the beast crystal was actually beginning to condense into fire element divine patterns. Name: Chinfong Fire Element Realm 1-star Warrior 2nd Divine Pattern Progress 20%. Wind Element Realm 1-star Warrior 2nd Divine Pattern Progress 0%. Ice Element Realm 1-star Warrior 2nd Divine Pattern Progress 0%. Combat Power 2,100 500,000 gone. Looking at the fire element's 2nd divine pattern condensing at 20%, Chinfong felt both joy and worry. The joy was that he could devour demon beast crystals to condense divine patterns, but the worry was that he was too poor. A first level beast crystal cost 500,000. He had thought he was wealthy with over 2 million, but it turned out he was still broke. Chinfong was practicing the star refining body technique until the next morning when someone knocked on the door. Only then did he stand up and end his training. After nearly 20 hours of practice, he felt that he had made initial progress in the star refining body technique, and his physical strength seemed to have increased a bit more. He opened the door to find a soldier standing outside. Chinfong, Commander Yang wants you to go to the command room. Let's go. Chinfong nodded. As expected, yesterday Luobin directly announced that he had come in first, proving that his time in the training camp was over. Next, he would soon have to compete with the geniuses of the entire Jiang province for the final qualification in the star selection. A few minutes later, Chinfong entered the command room. It was his first time there, and it was very different from what he had imagined. He thought that as the chief instructor, the
office environment would be quite nice, but it turned out to be very simple, with only a desk, a few stools, and a large screen on the wall. There was almost nothing else. Instructor Yang. Chinfong looked at Yang Shui, who was sitting at the desk. I have to say, up close, Yang Shui looked quite good, the kind that becomes more appealing the more you look at her. Have a seat. Yang Shui gestured to the stool beside her. After Chinfong sat down, she said, Luobin is told you that you are the one who came in first in this assessment? Chinfong nodded. The reason I brought you here is mainly to talk about the star selection. You should know the specifics. For the next 3 days, you can either stay in the training camp to continue your training or go down the mountain to spend time with your parents. 3 days later, go to Yang City. This time, the selection for Jiang Province will be held in Yang City, Yang Shui said. Okay. Chinfong nodded. Yang Shui paused for a moment, then looked at Chinfong. Do you mind testing your combat power? Your explosive power. Previously, she had seen Chinfeng's punch on the screen, but the process was obscured by a strong light, making it impossible to see clearly. Later, she learned that Zhao Liang had relied on drugs to reach 3 stars, so she couldn't judge how strong Chinfeng's punch was in terms of combat power. In this star selection, there shouldn't be much of a problem for Jiang Province, but she wasn't sure if there were any particularly abnormal talents in the entire Western theater. If she could clearly understand Chinfeng's immense strength, she could have a better idea after inquiring about the geniuses from other provinces. Instructor Yang, I'm planning to go down the mountain tomorrow, Chinfong suddenly said seriously. Yang Shui looked puzzled. What did going down the mountain have to do with testing combat power? Moreover, testing combat power only took a few minutes and wouldn't delay anything. Chinfong smiled. Since coming to the training camp, I haven't been in the combat room yet. How about I go there before I go down the mountain? Yang Shui then understood what Chinfong meant. The mechanical puppets in the combat room ranged from body refiners to 3-star warriors. Chinfong wanted to prepare for a real battle against a 3-star warrior under extreme pressure to test his true strength. Alright. Yang Shui didn't refuse but still said, just a reminder, don't destroy the mechanical puppets. If you really have to destroy one, I'll accept it if you can take out a 3-star one. It wouldn't be difficult for Fong to destroy a puppet below 3 stars, but she thought he wouldn't be able to destroy a 3-star one. Don't worry, Instructor Yang, I'm not that violent, Chinfong said earnestly. Yang Shui glanced at him. She didn't say anything, but in her heart, she scoffed at his words. He had already taken out 10 puppets since entering the training camp. Just yesterday, he had emotionlessly killed Zhao Liang. He was no longer a normal high school student. Ha ha, I'm back. I passed the assessment. At that moment, a loud laugh came from outside. The first student had returned to the mountaintop. Soon after, other students began to return one after another. Chinfong walked out of the command room and saw the trainees. Some looked mentally exhausted, some were filled with excitement, and others bore various injuries. About an hour later, all the trainees had returned, and no one had died, marking a successful assessment. Everyone, quiet. Luo Bin appeared, looking at the crowd and shouted loudly. Once everyone settled down, he continued, in this assessment, everyone performed well. There were no major incidents, and no one fled down the mountain for rescue. This is your first assessment. Tomorrow, we will rank you based on your performance this time. After the training camp is completely over, there will be another assessment. If you surpass your ranking, then there will be generous rewards. Upon hearing this, everyone looked excited. Now, I announce one thing, the first place in this assessment. Chinfong. Luobin looked at Chinfong and announced solemnly. Everyone turned to Chinfong in unison, their eyes filled with admiration, not envy or jealousy, because when someone surpasses you by so much, you can no longer feel jealousy. The only one with a complex gaze towards Qin was Yu Yang, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. Soon after Luobin announced the dismissal, everyone returned to their resting rooms. After a day and night of assessment, everyone needed to clean themselves up and rest well. Chinfong, however, headed towards the training building, aiming for the combat room. Upon entering the combat room, he found it much larger than both the gravity and infrared rooms, several times bigger. At the far end of the room, there was a row of mechanical puppets, each labeled with their corresponding cultivation levels. Moreover, the martial artist level mechanical puppets were further divided into finer categories. For example, a 1-star martial artist had 3 levels, lower, middle, and upper 1-star martial artists. Among the row of mechanical puppets, the highest was the upper 3-star martial artist. These are different from the mechanical puppets I faced before. He noticed a row of buttons on the left wall, each corresponding to a mechanical puppet. When he first entered the training camp, the mechanical puppets activated themselves within a 2-meter range, but here, they were activated by switches. Chinfong walked directly to the switch and pressed the button for the upper 2-star mechanical puppet. Bang! As soon as he pressed it, a mechanical puppet was instantly activated and charged at Chinfong. Chinfong turned to face it and threw a punch as it approached. The mechanical puppet immediately erupted in a cloud of black smoke, completely
Destroyed. Now, a casual punch can already surpass the threshold of a 3-star martial artist. Chinfong was very satisfied with this strength. The terror of cultivating all 3 systems was now fully displayed. A 1-star martial artist was equivalent to a 3-star, something he had never encountered in his memories before. I destroyed one, that's not my fault. Chinfong looked at the destroyed mechanical puppet on the ground and recalled what Yang Shui had told him. However, he had no choice. He wanted to see how far his casual punch could reach. If he went straight for a 3-star, he might not be able to test it out. He then pressed the button representing the lower 3-star martial artist. In the command room. If there's something, say it. Yang Shui glanced at the standing Yu Yang and slowly spoke. Instructor, I've made great progress recently, and in yesterday's assessment, I killed a first-level monster. I believe I can compete with Chinfong for another chance at the Star General Selection, Yu Yang said directly without hesitation. Very confident. Yang Shui praised him first, then said lightly, Are you dissatisfied with my decision? Yu Yang's expression changed, and he quickly replied, Not dissatisfied. After saying that, he fell silent. Deep down, he hadn't really considered Yang Shui and Luo Bin's decision. He just wanted to compete with Chinfong again. Even if he lost, he would accept it. Yang Shui nodded. Watch this video. If you still hold your opinion after watching, I'll let you compete with Chinfong again. As she spoke, Yang Shui turned on the large screen on the wall. Yu Yang looked on with confusion. This assessment? Seeing the scenes on the screen, he realized these places were exactly the Ming Mountain Forest. At that moment, Yang Shui pulled up one of the images and began to fast forward. Soon, he was astonished to see Chinfong on the screen. Then, his pupils contracted as a familiar face appeared opposite Chinfong. He really came. Yu Yang's heart trembled. Zhao Liang had actually entered their assessment site to kill Chinfong. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his expression changed. Zhao Liang was a 3-star warrior, and now that Chinfong was back, it meant Zhao Liang must have left or died. He glanced at Yang Shui. Could it be that Instructor Luo or Instructor Yang went to save him? Just as he was thinking this, suddenly on the screen, Chinfong and Zhao Liang exchanged 2 moves, and then he saw a scene that made him tremble all over, one he would never forget. On the screen, Chinfong seemed to transform into a sun, completely covering the entire scene. When the image returned, Zhao Liang lay on the ground like a dead dog, motionless. After the video ended, he still stared blankly. Zhao Liang was someone he knew very well. Their families often interacted due to business, and they frequently dined together. They were both geniuses and often discussed cultivation matters. It was just this time that the other party's request was too excessive, so he had refused, but that didn't diminish the other party's strength. Is this really his true strength? At this moment, Yu Yang's mind was filled with the last image of Chinfong, his heart trembling. Do you still want to compete with him now? Yang Shui looked at him and asked. I lost. Yu Yang gradually came back to his senses and murmured. After saying this, he felt as if he had become much lighter. Being able to let go of obsession is a good thing. Yang Shui saw that Yu Yang was not consumed by negative thoughts and nodded in satisfaction. He had previously refrained from telling Yu Yang, fearing that his inner belief would collapse and lead to negative thoughts. The path of a warrior, once negative thoughts arise, can either be completely severed or lead to a path of evil. Yu Yang was also a decent genius. Without the monstrous Chinfong, he would be the best, so Yang Shui did not want him to encounter problems. Instructor Yang, I'm leaving. Yu Yang turned and walked out of the command room. Chinfong, being your peer is my fortune and misfortune. I look forward to the day I can see you standing at the peak. He took a deep breath, feeling the air change. Suddenly, he saw a soldier rushing towards him from a distance. Just as he was about to speak, the soldier dashed past him and entered the command room. Chinfong. Immediately after, he heard Yang Shui's furious roar from inside the command room. What has he done now? Yu Yang's expression changed. Master, Shingha Garden. At the foot of the mountain, Chinfong hailed a taxi. With my current strength at the 3-star level, I can unleash the solar fist and blow them up, but at the mid 3-star level, I'm still no match. Thinking about the situation in the combat room just now, he gained a clear understanding of his current strength. The combat power threshold for a 3-star warrior is 2,000, while for a 4-star, it's 10,000, with a gap of 8,000 in between. His solar fist, in terms of explosive power, is at the mid 3-star level, making it impossible to blow up a mid 3-star mechanical puppet. However, even so, he managed to blow up 2 mechanical puppets, and these puppets were worth much more than the 10 he had blown up when he entered the training camp, so he ran away early, otherwise he would have been skinned alive by Yang Shui. Shingha Garden? After getting in the car, the driver looked at Chinfong and suddenly exclaimed, You're Chinfong? Chinfong touched his face. Am I that famous? Ha ha. It really is you. I can't believe I picked up the #1 genius from Rome City. The driver became excited when he saw Chinfong didn't deny it. Without waiting for Chinfong to speak, he continued, Of course you're famous. After that city announcement, how many people in Rome City don't know you? I see you're so young going to Shingha Garden, and I heard that this Year's genius training camp is at Mingshan, so I guess you must be Chinfong. You have to give me an autograph later. The driver was very excited, his hands unsteady on the steering wheel, making Chinfong a bit nervous. All the way, the driver kept talking, while Chinfong occasionally replied, mainly because he couldn't get a word in. Once they entered the city, Chinfong kept staring out the window. Shingha Garden was a new address, and he wasn't sure which road they were taking. Soon, Chinfong felt the car slow down. Are we there? Not yet. Up ahead is Martial Arts Street. It's been a bit unsettled lately, so drive slowly to avoid any accidents, the driver quickly explained. What happened? Chinfong asked curiously. Martial Arts Street was usually very peaceful, as it was filled with practitioners and they were all in business. Once a conflict arose, things often didn't end well. Recently, someone from Yang City came to open a martial arts school here. Opening a martial arts school is fine, but this person, in order to build a reputation and attract business, has been challenging other schools, causing a lot of people to gather here every day, and it seems he injured someone badly in the past few days, the driver explained. Chinfong frowned. He was surprised that someone from Yang City had come. Martial Arts Street was made up of private martial arts schools, usually located in their own cities, and it was rare for someone to open a branch in another city. After all, being in unfamiliar territory, if others banded together to bully you, there was little you could do. This person, however, came and immediately started challenging others. He didn't know if he was a reckless youth or just someone with great skill and boldness. Is there really no one here who can match him? Chinfong wondered. The driver shook his head. In these private martial arts schools, the head is usually a 1-star warrior, at most a 2-star. I heard that the person who came seems to have just broken through to 3 stars and has taken over the business of the private martial arts schools in Yang City. Now he probably wants to take over Rome cities as well. Chinfong nodded. Taking over business was quite normal. By the way, when you mentioned that someone from a martial arts school was injured, do you know which school it was? Chinfong was curious about which unfortunate soul had been injured. Generally speaking, challenges only resulted in defeats, and injuries were rare. It seems to be Shanghai Martial Arts School. Chinfeng's expression changed. At this moment, the Shanghai Martial Arts School had its sign taken down and smashed to pieces, leaving the courtyard in disarray. In the hall of the martial arts school, a crowd had gathered, all dressed in martial arts uniforms, each bearing different characters that represented various martial arts schools. Chinfong stepped into the crowd, unnoticed, and remained silent, simply standing there, watching the two parties encircled in the middle. One side wore uniforms with the characters Shanghai, representing the Shanghai Martial Arts School. However, the leader of this group was not Wang Shanhai, the head of the school, but rather Qin's classmate and friend, Wang Hai. At this moment, Wang Hai's face was ashen, and his attire was disheveled, looking as if he had just been beaten up. On the other side, their uniforms bore the characters Longhu. Chinfong couldn't recall any martial arts school named Longhu on this street. It was clear that these people had come from Jang Chang. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a bushy beard and a square face who looked down at Wang Hai with an air of authority. Shanghai Martial Arts School, are you going to take charge today? Is this all that the best martial arts school in Rongqing can muster? The square-faced man said coldly, looking at Wang Hai. And you have so many martial arts schools, yet not a single one can fight? You really disappoint me. He scanned the crowd of onlookers, speaking without courtesy. Instantly, the members of various martial arts schools present felt anger but dared not speak. They had all been challenged and had come here today to discuss matters together, but upon arrival, the other side had shown no respect, first attacking Wang Hai from the Shanghai Martial Arts School to establish dominance before sitting down. Tianhu, your school has already kicked us out, and my father is still lying in bed because of your beating. We haven't forced you to close your school. What more do you want? Wang Hai asked the square-faced man with a grim expression. Chinfong watched Wang Hai from the crowd and noticed that he had changed a lot during the conversation. The disciples of the Shanghai Martial Arts School still seemed to support him. I've said it before, you should call Chinfong here and transfer the Shanghai Martial Arts School to my Longhu Martial Arts School. It's that simple, Tianhu said indifferently. You? Wang Hai's face turned pale. Many had already realized the other side's intentions. Ever since Chinfeng's name was associated with the Shanghai Martial Arts School, business had boomed, with people signing up to learn every day. Thus, the other side wanted to find Chinfong, defeat him, and gain fame from it. Moreover, they wanted to directly rename the Shanghai Martial Arts School to Longhu Martial Arts School, which would not only bring them reputation but also allow them to keep the original location, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, how could Wang Hai possibly seek out Chinfong for this matter? Let alone the fact that Chinfong was still in training camp, he didn't want this to affect Chinfong. Even if Chinfong came, it wouldn't solve the problem, as Tianhu was already a 3-star martial artist. It seems you still refuse, Tianhu said, looking at Wang Hai. No problem, as long as you refuse, the challenges will continue until he arrives. Furthermore, all the martial arts schools on this street will be challenged every day until he comes. Tianhu, you are going too far. Hearing Tianhu's words, the people from the other martial arts schools couldn't help but shout in anger. Tianhu glanced at them. Since you've opened a martial arts school, you must be prepared to be challenged. How am I going too far? If you lack strength, then don't open a martial arts school. It's that simple. You. Everyone's faces turned grim. What? Do you want to join forces? Do you dare? Tianhu smiled, completely unconcerned about the crowd's anger. If these people rushed at him, he might not be their match, but they could forget about opening a martial arts school in the future. There are rules in martial arts schools. Being challenged is normal, but for people from different schools to gang up on one challenger is against the rules. I'll call. At that moment, Wang Hai took out his phone. Xiao Hai. Suddenly, a voice came from a room at the back of the hall, and then a disciple from the Shanghai Martial Arts School helped a man out. Dad. Wang Hai rushed forward to support the man when he saw him. At that moment, Wang Shanhai's face was devoid of color. Xiao Hai, don't call. If you bring Xiao Chen here, you'll be falling for his trick. At worst, we won't operate this martial arts school anymore. Wang Shanhai coughed a few times and said weakly, Dad, I'm calling Chinfong not to have him solve the problem, but to tell him we won't use his name. At this point, whether the Shanghai Martial Arts School could continue operating was no longer important. He didn't want to drag down all the martial arts schools on this street. If the school doesn't operate, then naturally we won't use his name. Wang Shanhai shook his head. How can that be? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wang Hai's expression changed. Then what do you want to do? Before he could finish, he felt something was off, turned his head, and saw Chinfong walking out from the crowd. Chinfong. He was taken aback. Everyone looked at Chinfong in surprise. Is he Chinfong? A 2-star martial artist under 18, the number 1 genius of Rongqing. Chinfeng's sudden appearance caught everyone off guard. What are you doing here? Wang Hai whispered, his face anxious. With Chinfong appearing at this moment, today's matter would probably not pass easily. Chinfong smiled. You said to use my name. And you said not to use my name. Have you considered my thoughts as the person involved? Don't mess around. Wang Hai said seriously. You are Chinfong? At this moment, Tianhu spoke up. What? Doesn't it look like? Chinfong turned his head and glanced at the personnel information of the Shanghai Martial Arts School on the wall of the hall. His photo, like Wang Shanhai's, was at the top row, easily visible. Tianhu also took a look and nodded. Looks like it. Truly a talented person. However, such a genius is actually associated with such a trash martial arts school. Saying this, he shook his head. Tianhu, what do you want? Wang Hai asked angrily, seeing that Tianhu was relentless. Tianhu completely ignored him and continued to look at Chinfong. Originally, I came here to open a martial arts school and wanted to recruit you into my school, but after thinking it over, defeating you would be even more explosive. Recruiting Chinfong would naturally bring business to his school, but if he defeated Chinfong, the news would likely attract even more people. How are you going to defeat me? Chinfong asked casually. Tianhu smiled. I know you are valued by some big shots in Rongqing, but now, I challenge you as the head of the martial arts school to you, a martial artist associated with this school. I think, even if I injure you, no one will say anything. You, get ready. Before he could finish, suddenly, his pupils constricted as he saw Chinfong disappear from his spot and charge at him, looking for death. Tianhu snorted coldly, suddenly stepping forward and throwing a punch at Chinfeng's chest. However, the next moment, a hand firmly grasped his fist. A powerful force surged through his arm, and he quickly clenched his other fist, but before he could strike, there was a crisp sound, and the sound of his wrist bone breaking echoed. Ah! Tianhu screamed. One hand held by Chinfong, his body involuntarily knelt on the ground. As the head of the Longhu Martial Arts School, how do you plan to defeat me? Chinfong asked this question again. Tianhu's face turned pale, unable to speak. Chinfong continued, I heard that the Longhu Martial Arts School dominates in Yangchang. Coincidentally, I'll be going to Yangchang in 2 days. I'll also go to seek some advice then. You will regret going, Tianhu said with difficulty. It seems there are experts. I wonder how high they really are. With that, Chinfong kicked out. Bang! Tianhu's body flew directly out of the hall, crashing to the ground like a dead dog. Get out of here! Chinfong coldly glared at the other disciples of the Longhu Martial Arts School. The few of them trembled all over, hurriedly running out of the hall. After lifting Tianhu, they didn't dare to pause for a moment and ran out of the martial arts school gate. When everyone saw the people from the Longhu Martial Arts School leave in defeat, they finally reacted. Everyone looked at Chinfong in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. Wasn't it said that he is a 2-star martial artist? The city announcement can't be wrong, but that Tianhu was a 3-star martial artist, that's also true. The people here had all been challenged by Tianhu, and they were very clear about his strength. Although he had just broken through to 3-star, 3-star is still 3-star, with a combat power that reached the threshold of 2000. However, now he was defeated in seconds by Chinfong, and they still couldn't understand what was going on. Wang Hai stared blankly at Chinfong, initially confused but quickly regained his composure. My brother, even the strongest can't be too much. He thought of Chinfeng's recent changes. 3-star was not invincible. Chinfong looked at Wang Hai. So the martial arts school doesn't need to close now, right? Of course, with you here, who would dare to say I should close? Wang Hai's voice suddenly rose. In this lifetime, being able to know Chinfong was worth it. Everyone, the excitement is over. You can disperse now, right? Chinfong looked at the other martial arts school members. Thank you, Master Chin. Thank you, Master Chin. One by one, the heads of the schools bowed to Chinfong. If it weren't for Chinfong today, it was likely that not only would the Shanghai Martial Arts School be unable to operate, with the tyranny of the Longhu Martial Arts School, it wouldn't be long before all the martial arts schools on this street would be renamed Longhu Martial Arts School. Chinfong nodded at everyone. After everyone left, he turned to Wang Shanhai. Uncle Wang, is the injury serious? It's okay, nothing major, but it will need a few months of rest. Actually, this is good. It just allows Xiao Hai to try managing the martial arts school on his own. Wang Shanhai said with a smile. He had been watching Wang Hai's growth during this time. Although Wang Hai had just entered the threshold of cultivation, it didn't prevent him from learning management first. I've entered the initial stage of body refinement. My talent is actually quite good, Wang Hai said with a smile. By the way, stay here for dinner today. I said I would treat you last time, but it didn't happen, so today is just right. Chinfong waved his hand, glancing at the martial arts school. You should let someone take care of things first. Eating can wait, but the martial arts school being open is the most important. This time I just happened to pass by here. I need to hurry back. Wang Shanhai and Wang Hai could only nod. Next time, we must have a good drink, Wang Hai shouted as he watched Chinfong walk out of the martial arts school's door. After Chinfong returned home, Xinde and Li Shofan were overjoyed. Xinde's injuries had gradually begun to improve with a large amount of nutritional supplements. Chinfong was very happy about this. He transferred 2 million from his card, leaving only a small amount for himself. The supplements and medicines that could heal old injuries were not cheap, but this money was well spent. As for the beast crystals that could help him condense divine patterns, he temporarily gave up on purchasing them. 2 million, even if spent entirely, wouldn't be enough for him to level up half a rank. For the next 3 days, Chinfong stayed at home, not stepping out even once. 3 days later, on the train from Rongqing to Yangchang, Chinfong sat by the window. Across from him were 2 girls, one with a delicate appearance and graceful features, while the other was slightly plump with a few freckles on her face. Next to him was a boy, dressed stylishly with long hair, who deliberately sat a bit away from Chinfong, seemingly a bit disdainful. Did you guys hear about it? Yesterday? The head of the Longhu Martial Arts School in Yangcheng got beaten, the boy said quietly to the 2 girls. I know, I heard it was that genius Chinfong who did it. The freckled girl became interested, quickly nodding, her tone a bit excited, clearly in a gossiping mood. Another girl did not respond, her gaze occasionally flickered towards Chinfong, who was looking out the window. Chinfong didn't strike her as particularly handsome, but he always exuded a special aura. His eyes seemed to possess a kind of magic that gradually drew her in. Although they were strangers, she inexplicably felt a surge of confidence and a firm belief emanating from him, as if just by sitting there he instilled in her a sense of security. I don't even know him. Zhou Hui shook her head, trying to shake off the chaotic thoughts. It's impossible that Chinfong could have done it. You may not pay attention to what's happening in Yang City, but I know that Tian who had just broken through to a 3-star warrior before coming to Rong City. Do you really think a 3-star warrior could be defeated by a high school student? I heard he was taken out in an instant. It must have been a strong fighter from Rong City. A boy shook his head, his tone laced with disdain. Although Chinfong from Rong City surprised him, he simply didn't believe he could defeat Tian Hu. This had to be a rumor blown out of proportion by people from Rong City. Is that so? The girl with freckles finally understood. Of course. The boy nodded, and then looked at Zhou Hui. What do you think? Hui, just call me by my name. Zhou Hui, annoyed at being interrupted while watching Chinfong, shot a displeased glance at the boy, her voice involuntarily rising a few notches. Chinfong, who had been admiring the scenery outside, suddenly turned his head. Sorry, classmate, did I disturb you? Realizing her voice had been too loud, Zhou Hui quickly apologized to Chinfong, a hint of nervousness in her eyes, as he had looked at her. It's fine, Chinfong replied casually and turned his head back. The boy noticed Zhou Hui actively apologizing to Chinfong and, showing that expression, his brow furrowed. What the group didn't know was that not far from their seats, several members of the Longhu Martial Arts School were also present and they had heard every word of their conversation clearly. Go tell them to be quiet, Tian Hu said with a grim expression. His body still ached. After 3 days of treatment in Rome City, he felt a bit better and had almost stopped thinking about the beating he took that day. Now, hearing others talk about it made his mood sour instantly. A few disciples immediately stood up and walked towards Zhou Hui's group. They were tall and imposing, clearly trained fighters, and their movement drew the attention of many. The girl with freckles was the first to notice them approaching, and the boy was about to continue speaking when she stopped him. As the boy turned around, his expression changed. How could we run into them? Did they hear what I just said? He thought nervously, quickly lowering his head. The disciples of the Longhu martial arts school stopped beside their seats. Weren't you just discussing matters about my Longhu martial arts school? What's wrong? No longer discussing? The freckled girl turned pale with fear. They were also at the threshold of training, but compared to these disciples, they were no match at all. Not everyone was a genius, they were merely at the initial stage of body refinement, while these disciples were in their 20s or 30s, at least at the mid-stage of body refinement. Seeing that the group was too scared to speak, one of them said, I won't make it difficult for you. The 4 of you should go apologize to our director, and we'll let this matter go. Alright, we apologize. The boy sighed in relief. An apology didn't mean much. They were all from Yang City, and if they offended the head of the Longhu martial arts school, they might not face immediate consequences on the train, but once they got off, their troubles would begin. He was well aware of the Longhu martial arts school's strength. It wasn't just Tian who was the head, there was also Tian Long, who had broken through to the 3-star level some time ago. After his breakthrough, he had almost stopped managing the school. However, regardless of whether he managed it or not, he was still the founder of the Longhu martial arts school, and most importantly, he was Tian Hu's brother. Now that Tian Hu had asked them to apologize, it was already the greatest leniency he could show them. The girl with freckles also stood up, ready to go apologize. Why should we apologize? However, Zhou Hui did not prepare to get up. The martial arts school members frowned, looking at her with hostility. Zhou Hui was not intimidated, she retorted. Are they lying? Besides, I didn't say anything. Just now, she had been paying attention to Chinfong and hadn't mentioned the Longhu martial arts school at all. If she apologized out of fear, it would completely go against her principles. Hui! The boy hurriedly tried to stop her from saying something unpleasant. Zhou Hui ignored him and turned to glance at Chinfong. She noticed that Chinfong had not spoken at all. He hadn't even turned his head, still calmly looking out the window, as if he were immersed in his own world, not hearing anything. The boy saw that Zhou Hui was ignoring him and looked displeased. If it weren't for his feelings for her, he would have immediately distanced himself from her. This little girl has a temper. The Longhu martial arts school members noticed Zhou Hui's resolute attitude and their expressions turned cold. I hope you can keep it up. After saying that, they looked at Chinfong, who had not turned his head the entire time. Do you have a temper like hers? Are you talking about me? Chinfong frowned and slowly turned his head. He hadn't wanted to get involved. One of the plans for this trip to Yang City was to visit the Longhu martial arts school, so he would encounter them anyway. He hadn't expected these people to become so arrogant. Upon seeing Qin Feng's expression, the faces of the Longhu martial arts school members changed dramatically, and one of them nearly lost his balance. Wei, the previously arrogant one, felt a tightening in his chest. What are you doing? Suddenly, a trained safety officer noticed the group gathered together, sensing something was off, and walked over from a distance. The Longhu martial arts school members saw him coming and, as if grasping a lifeline, quickly nodded. We're leaving right now. They dared not linger for a moment, hurriedly turning to leave, casting a terrified glance at Chinfong before they went. After the safety officer saw them leave, he turned and walked away. The boy and the freckled girl sighed in relief. Thank goodness the safety officer came, otherwise, apologizing in front of everyone would have been too embarrassing, the boy said, still shaken. Yeah, but it's surprising how scared those martial arts school members were of the safety officer. The freckled girl whispered, glancing at the Longhu martial arts school members who had returned to their seats. The boy smiled. It's normal, don't be fooled by the safety officer's usual demeanor. They may not seem strong, but they are official personnel. If these people really disobey the safety officer, it will be reported, and once they reach their destination, official strongmen will definitely come to take them away. Their martial arts school business might even be affected. Upon hearing this, the freckled girl nodded, looking as if she understood. At that moment, the boy looked at Zhou Hui. You were too impulsive just now. Did I say anything wrong? Zhou Hui had never had a good impression of the boy, and now it had plummeted even further. That's not what I meant. Seeing Zhou Hui unhappy, the boy quickly explained. He then looked at Chinfong, wanting to shift all the responsibility onto him.
However, Chinfong merely turned his head and shot him a cold glance, instantly making him swallow his words.
Zhou Hui also looked
at Chinfong, feeling that the reason the few martial arts school members had left in such a panic was not because of the security personnel but because of him.
Hello, my name is Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui inexplicably introduced herself to Chinfong. After saying that, her face flushed red, feeling embarrassed. Chinfong turned to her. Hello?
Upon hearing Chinfeng's response, Zhou Hui finally breathed a
sigh of relief and mustered her courage to ask, can you tell me your name? Chinfong. Chinfong, you are really Chinfong? Zhou Hui
looked at Chinfong in surprise. The freckled girl also widened her eyes. You really are Chinfong. They had heard too many mentions of Chinfeng's name in Rong City over the past few days, and each time people spoke of him, it was with awe.
Meanwhile, the boy, seeing
Zhou Hui take the initiative to talk to Chinfong, was already furious inside.
You are Chinfong? The boy suddenly pretended to be
surprised as he looked at Chinfong.
I heard that just a few days ago you injured Director Tian.
Those people from the Longhu Martial
Arts School just came over and it seems you don't know them?
His tone was sarcastic, causing Zhou Hui to furrow her brows.
I really don't know them. Chinfong nodded.
They were just a few apprentices from the martial arts school. He hadn't even remembered their faces.
He. The boy chuckled but said nothing more.
He naturally didn't believe such nonsense. How could someone who had injured the
director not know them?
More than 10 minutes later, accompanied by the announcement of the station, they finally arrived in Yang City, and the train slowly came to a stop. A few minutes later, they all got off the train, and the people from the Longhu Martial Arts School followed behind them.
Chinfong could feel Tianhu's murderous gaze even without looking back. He walked calmly towards the exit.
The boy saw him walking and followed. Chinfong, wait up. He deliberately emphasized Chinfeng's name.
Zhou Hui frowned, but she quickly followed, thinking about getting a contact number.
The freckled girl, seeing both of them following, had no choice but to go
along.
At the back, the people from the Longhu Martial Arts School helped Tianhu, quickening their pace.
Did you make the call? Tian, whose voice was low.
Yes, I called. Director Long should be at the exit by now, one disciple replied.
On Chinfeng's side, the boy was
like a shadow, closely following him, and they soon arrived at the exit. As soon as they stepped out, they saw a group of people
standing not far away, the leader of whom looked very much like Tianhu.
Brother!
At that moment, Tianhu shouted from behind, that's him, that's the one who injured me.
As he shouted, he pointed at Chinfong.
Tianlong also fixed his gaze on Chinfong, walking over step by step. So you are the one who injured Tianhu?
At this point, the boy following Chinfong was already scared out of his wits. He looked at Chinfong in terror, no longer daring to stay close, his body instinctively moving away, afraid of being associated with
Chinfong.
The freckled girl looked at Chinfong as if she had discovered a new world, her gaze filled with curiosity and admiration.
Zhou
Hui stared blankly at Chinfong, finally confirming that her earlier feeling was correct. Those disciples from the martial arts school
had hurriedly left because of Chinfong, not because of the security personnel. It was me who did it. Chinfong nodded.
You have quite the nerve, injuring someone and still daring to come to Yang City, even taking the same train as Tianhu.
Tianlong looked at
Chinfong coldly, even he felt that Chinfong was too reckless.
It's all right. Chinfong continued to nod. Tianlong, seeing Chinfeng's
indifferent expression, was infuriated. He waved his hand directly, control all of his companions. Then he turned to Chinfong, since you're here, you might as well lie down for a few months first. Chinfong looked at Tianlong approaching him, showing no signs of retreat. Just as the two were about to make a move, a piercing screech of brakes sounded, followed by an off-road vehicle sliding over.
The two saw the off-road vehicle sliding in and their expressions changed, each stepping back. Tianlong was about to explode in
anger, but when he noticed the license plate, he instantly shut his mouth, his face showing shock.
Military plate, he thought to himself.
Immediately after, the car door opened, and a figure in military uniform, striking and poised, stepped down.
She first glanced at Tianlong, then looked at Chinfong. What are you doing here?
Instructor Yang. Chinfong smiled suddenly upon seeing her. It's nothing, just ran into an acquaintance, was about to give a hug and say hello, but you ruined it.
Yang Shui showed an expression
of undeniable disinterest and couldn't be bothered to say more. Then greet next time. For now, you're coming with me to where you should be. After saying that, she turned and got back into the car. Chinfong looked at Tianlong, shrugged, and obediently followed. Just as he got into the car, he suddenly remembered something and looked at the other three who had been captured, saying to
Yang Shui, I have two friends, can we take them along?
Yang Shui frowned but still nodded. Chinfong waved at Zhou Hui, and upon seeing this, Zhou Hui began to struggle. The martial arts personnel, seeing Yang Shui looking over, dared not hold her back and directly let her go. After being released, Zhou Hui pulled out the freckled girl and then ran towards the off-road vehicle.
As soon as they
got in, Yang Shui stepped on the gas and sped off.
What about me?
I don't know him, came Chinfeng's voice from the off-road vehicle. The boy watched the vehicle drive away, panic-stricken.
Get him in the car, Tian Long shouted. No, I don't know him. I don't know him, the boy yelled. Don't know? Didn't you sit together on the train? Got off together and came all the way here? Tian Hu slapped him.
In the back of the car, Chinfong saw through the rearview mirror that the people from Longhu Martial Arts had restrained the boy and dragged him into a Jinbei vehicle, which then drove off. Zhou Hui and the freckled girl in the back looked pale. Fortunately, they hadn't been taken away, or they would have ended up seriously injured in the hospital.
After driving 2 kilometers, the off-road vehicle stopped by the roadside. Chinfong looked at Zhou Hui and the other two. I'll just drop you off here.
Zhou Hui nodded, looking at Chinfong, hesitating to speak. When the off-road vehicle started up, she finally mustered the courage.
Can I have your contact information? She knew the gap between her and Chinfong was vast, and if she didn't ask, it would be hard to see him again. She didn't want to regret holding back. Chinfong looked at her. Maybe fate will bring us together again. After saying that, the off-road vehicle drove off. He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Zhou Hui still standing there staring at the vehicle, her expression dejected, but he just shook his head and smiled. You're quite decisive, Yang Shui suddenly spoke. Fong smiled. I have to be decisive. Someone as outstanding as me will definitely encounter such situations often in the future. So when it's time to cut ties, just do it. Hearing this, Yang Shui said nothing, only showing a look of disdain. By the way, where are we going? Chinfong asked in confusion. Yancheng Sports Center. All participants in the star selection are gathering there. Is the selection about to start?
Yang Shui nodded. It was originally supposed to start in 2 days, but there have been some anomalies on the front lines, so it's been moved up.
After this selection ends, the final competition for the stars will follow. Fong was taken aback. Matters on the front lines were no small issue.
Is it serious? He asked.
Yang Shui shook her head. Not a
big problem. There might be a level 4 riot from the beast soon. Although it's only level 4, to be safe, we still need to
make some preparations, so the selection had to be moved up.
Hearing about the level 4 riot, Chinfong nodded. In cultural classes, it was learned that beast riots are divided into 10 levels, with level 10 being the highest, while level 4 is considered
mid-low and not a disaster.
However, every riot, regardless of its level, requires full effort, which is why the battle zone decided to conduct early selections. Otherwise, they would have to wait until after the college entrance examination.
However, after the college entrance examination, each student's grades will be clear, and at that time, it is feared that it won't just be the battle zone competing for talent. In Manhwa, there is a regulation that no force is allowed to recruit students before the college entrance examination, but the military is an exception. Firstly, every year's genius training camp has military personnel sent as instructors. Secondly, the military is responsible for national security and contributes a lot, which is why they have this advantage. However, even though the military has the priority to recruit geniuses, it is still a general recruitment. Students must continue their university studies, so even if recruited, it doesn't necessarily mean they will enter the military after graduation. There is an advantage, but it is not absolute. About half an hour later, the two arrived at the sports center. At this time, more than 10 students participating in the selection had already gathered in the stadium, both male and female. You came so early. Fong
looked at these people and realized he was actually the last to arrive.
Do you think everyone is like you? These people take this
selection very seriously. They all came to Yang City a day in advance. Yang Shui shot a glare at Chinfong. She had previously told Chinfong that the selection was in 3 days, thinking he would come early too, but he ended up waiting until the 4th day, forcing her to go to the train station to pick him up.
Serious? Is it useful? Chinfong smiled. You're very confident? With this bunch of misfits, I can take them all out with one punch. Chinfong looked at the group.
It wasn't arrogance. These people, after training in the genius training camp, might have some who entered the martial artist level, but definitely not many. Most were just at the peak of body refinement.
Taking the assessment with them really felt a bit like bullying.
Don't be careless, this assessment
is a bit different. Yang Shui reminded him. What's different? Chinfong was taken aback. You'll know soon enough, just don't capsize. Yang Shui didn't explain further.
Chinfong was clear about his strength. He could almost kill Zhao Liang with one punch. However, he had analyzed that video carefully later, and Zhao Liang relied on drugs to build up his strength.
Chinfong, relying on
martial arts, could reach the 3-star threshold, but without martial arts, he should be just above 1,000.
In normal circumstances,
Chinfong would have no problem, one punch for each kid, but this time, the assessment had changed its format unexpectedly. Chinfong glanced at Yang Shui and sensed a hint of conspiracy. Soon, Chinfong arrived on the field, and as soon as he did, he attracted everyone's attention. Looking at their expressions, Chinfong confirmed that this assessment definitely had a conspiracy, and it was aimed at him. Before long, more than 10 people in military uniforms walked over and stood in front of everyone. These people were all instructors from the genius training camp, and Yang Shui was among them. Chinfong glanced at their ranks. Yang Shui was the highest, while the others were on the same level as Luo Bin. Everyone. Yang Shui was the first to step forward and looked at the crowd. Originally, we planned to conduct various forms of assessments over a week. However, due to some situations on the front line, we are moving it up, and there is only one format, a free-for-all. As soon as the words were spoken, Chinfong instantly understood why Yang Shui had warned him not to be too careless earlier. He looked around at the dozen or so people and found that none of them showed any surprise. Clearly, they had known about the assessment format long ago. At that moment, he noticed that others were looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. Are they planning to gang up on me? He couldn't help but smirk slightly. Surround him. Chinfong smiled slightly. He had already guessed that Yang Shui must have discussed the matter of him killing Zhao Liang with these instructors. In order to make it less easy for him to secure the first place in the selection, these instructors had changed the assessment format to a free-for-all. When he killed Zhao Liang, his combat power was indeed just over 1,000. Although using the solar fist had boosted his power, he couldn't use it during the assessment as it wasn't a life and death battle. Therefore, with a combat power just over 1,000, being surrounded by these people would indeed bring him trouble. However, Chinfong smiled confidently. I'm not the same as before. Now, I will announce the rules of this assessment. Yang Shui continued. First, it's a free-for-all, and in battle, injuries are inevitable, but you can concede. Once you concede, no one is allowed to attack you again. Second, your arena is this lawn. Stepping off the lawn means elimination. Third, there is no time limit for this assessment. It continues until only one person remains. Is that clear? Understood, everyone shouted loudly. Yang Shui and the many instructors looked at the enthusiastic crowd and smiled, then turned and walked off the lawn to the track. One of the instructors took out a starting pistol and fired it with a bang. The assessment officially began. However, at that moment, the people on the field did not rush to attack immediately. Instead, they looked at each other, and finally, all eyes turned to Chinfong. Chinfong smiled and with a punch knocked out the person next to him. In martial arts, speed is paramount. What are you waiting for? He's on to us. Everyone attacked together. Someone suddenly shouted. Ha ha. Chinfong laughed. If he didn't see through their act, that would be truly pathetic. Watching the dozen or so people rushing towards him, he still stood his ground without any attempt to evade. Instructors. Chinfong suddenly shouted. The many instructors looked at him in confusion upon hearing his shout. Chinfeng's smile gradually widened. You understand me well. This is the kind of assessment I want. After saying that, he looked at the person charging in the front and suddenly threw a punch. The student at the front, upon seeing Chinfeng's punch, changed his expression drastically. Before the punch even reached him, he felt a wave of heat as if carried by the wind, a powerful pressure rushing towards him. He fought to suppress his fear, raising his hands to block the punch. However, during the time it took to raise his hands, the punch seemed to accelerate, breaking through his defense before he could fully raise them, landing on his chest. Bang! His body was instantly sent flying by the tremendous force, knocking down several people behind him, and he himself fainted. Thud! At that moment, Chinfong stepped forward, taking several steps to reach the front of the crowd. The dozen or so people suddenly felt a bit timid. After surrounding Chinfong, they shrank back in fear. Don't be afraid, it's just one punch. Chinfeng's figure flashed, accompanied by a whoosh of wind, suddenly appearing in front of one person, and with that person's terrified gaze, he threw a punch. Bang! Another person fell unconscious. Everyone, attack together, don't let him take us down one by one. Seeing that Chinfong had already knocked down 3, the remaining 14 could no longer sit still. Someone shouted loudly, realizing that if they continued to cower, soon everyone would be knocked out. Instantly, everyone gritted their teeth and charged at Chinfong. Now this is interesting. At that moment, Chinfong swung. Bang! The first one went down. Then the second, the third. With each punch he threw, one student fell down and did not get back up. Suddenly, bang! A fist struck Chinfeng's back. Ha ha! I hit him! I hit him! A loud laugh came from behind Chinfong. He turned around and looked at the smug person. Not bad, but you're a bit lacking in strength. Keep it up. After saying that, he slapped the person on the head, and the smug look on their face faded as they fainted. At this moment, on the field, apart from Chinfong, there were only 3 people left, and they were positioned in 3 different spots surrounding Chinfong. However, their bodies seemed unresponsive, taking a step forward but then retreating 2 steps back. What's going on? This is terrifying. The 3 of them felt numb inside. It was too frightening. There were more than a dozen of them, and now, less than 10 minutes into the assessment, only they remained. Among those who had fallen, a few were 1-star warriors, and the 3 of them were merely at the peak of body refinement. How could they fight? Outside the lawn, more than a dozen instructors were also stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. Wasn't it said that his combat power was
Just over 1,000 points. One of them looked at Yang Shui. The others also turned their heads, filled with confusion. If his combat power was really just over 1,000 points, the situation would not be like this. Even if Chinfong would eventually win, it wouldn't be so overwhelming. It was like a hot knife through butter. He has gotten stronger again. Yang Shui could only say this. She was also bewildered. Just now, Chinfeng's display of combat power, if not exceeding 3 stars, at least was close to it. Moreover, this was his usual combat power, not the explosive power after using martial arts. Got stronger again? So quickly, the instructors exclaimed. It had only been 3 days, right? Yang Shui didn't speak. She didn't know if Chinfong had been hiding his strength before or if he had broken through in these 3 days. But either way, it was already quite abnormal. On the field, Chinfong looked at the 3. Come at me together. But as soon as he said that, the 3 of them turned and ran without hesitation. Chinfong was taken aback, then he zeroed in on one person and chased after them. A team should be in formation. Bang! The person hadn't run a few steps before they fell down in terror. Then, Chinfong looked at another person. That person turned to see Chinfong looking at him and then saw Chinfong chasing after him. His face changed dramatically. I give up, he shouted. Giving up is embarrassing. Chinfong yelled while chasing. No, losing to you is not embarrassing. That person ran desperately. No, you can't give up. The instructor said we could give up. That person was going crazy. He had already given up, but Chinfong was still chasing him. The instructor didn't say that. No, the instructor did say it. Instructor, I give up. That person turned to shout at the instructor's position. He saw one of the instructors about to speak, and his heart suddenly filled with joy. But the next second, Chinfeng's attack arrived. With a roll of his eyes, he felt his consciousness plunge into darkness. What a pity, you were so close to succeeding. Chinfong shook his head and looked at the last person. That person was about to run off the lawn. Once they did, they would be automatically eliminated. In the next moment, he unleashed his movement technique and chased after them at the fastest speed. I did it, I did it. The last female student saw the track right in front of her, her heart filled with joy. She could already feel the other 2 had been knocked out. As long as she stepped off the lawn and onto the track, she would be eliminated, and she would be the only one still conscious this time. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. Classmate, what are you laughing at? Suddenly, a voice came from beside her, making her shiver all over. Bang! A tremendous force struck her, her body softened, and she began to fall. In that moment, she swore she had never felt such despair. The next events were quite simple. Chinfong naturally secured first place, while the others had already been taken away for treatment. In a large room, more than 10 instructors looked at Chinfong as if he were a monster. Everyone, there's no need to look at me like that, Chinfong said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Tell me, what exactly is your strength? Yang Shui asked seriously. At that moment, she couldn't grasp Chinfeng's power at all. Was a dual system really that terrifying? I'm a 1-star warrior, Chinfong replied. Be honest, Yang Shui shot him a glare. A 1-star warrior? It was hard to believe. She had never seen such an abnormality. I'm a dual system 1-star warrior. Chinfong, seeing their disbelief, could only helplessly say. As for being a 3-system warrior, he naturally didn't mention it. Although dual-system warriors were rare, there were still some in the Dragon Country, and there had been instances of dual-system breakthroughs in the past. So both systems have broken through. No wonder. At that moment, one of the oldest instructors spoke up. The others turned to him. His name was Xiao, the oldest among them and the first to enter the military. So he surely knew more than they did. Seeing the puzzled looks from everyone, Xiao didn't explain right away but said, this matter is a secret. You are all military elites, so knowing it isn't a big deal. However, Chinfong, if you want to listen, it's fine. If you join the military later. If you don't join, forget what you heard today. Of course. Chinfong nodded. He definitely wanted to join the military. Beast crystals could help him rapidly increase his strength, and to obtain a large number of beast crystals, he could only enter the military and go to the front lines. Otherwise, he would need a lot of money to buy them, and he didn't have that much. Seeing him agree, Xiao nodded and continued. You all know that in our Dragon Country, there are 4 great martial saints. The crowd nodded. Warriors above 9 stars were called martial saints. In total, there were 4 in the Dragon Country, one of whom was the founder of the military, revered by the military as the war god Xiao. Our war god Xiao is actually not above 9 stars, but a 9-star dual system. Xiao's words were like a deep water bomb, shocking everyone. They had never seen Xiao, but in their minds, he was a martial saint, a powerful figure above 9 stars. However, the reality was hard for them to believe. After all, above 9 stars was a martial saint, and just the title of saint reflected immense power. To think that a 9-star could also be called a martial saint was unimaginable. A dual system that's so terrifying, many instructors couldn't help but exclaim. That's why I think that in the case of a dual system breakthrough, it's not excessive at all. Jun looked at Chinfong. Fong quickly said, Instructor Xiao really knows a lot.
He hadn't expected the other party to explain it to him voluntarily.
However,
what the other party said wasn't entirely correct. He was a 3-system warrior, which was why he could do this, and a dual system.
Definitely didn't have his current strength.
This was also because Jun was not a dual system. He made the comparison with Xia
Nantian.
But he forgot that Xia Nantian was a 9-star, and multi-system cultivation became increasingly difficult as one progressed, requiring a lot of time, which made one stronger in the end. Alright, everyone now knows Chinfeng's true strength, but when submitting
Chinfeng's information, just say he's a 1-star warrior. Yang Shui suddenly smiled. The other instructors also showed mischievous smiles, indicating their agreement.
They were all from Jiang province and naturally hoped that this time star would come from Jiang
province. Concealing Chinfeng's information could catch others off guard.
Soon, the other instructors left the room, leaving only
Chinfong and Yang Shui.
Yang Shui looked at Chinfong and said, this assessment has rewards.
If you want money, there's 4 million.
If you prefer martial arts or something similar, it can be converted at an equivalent value.
That much? Chinfong exclaimed in surprise.
He wasn't surprised that there were rewards for the assessment, as there always were, but the direct reward of 4 million was
still unexpected. Yang Shui replied calmly, 4 million isn't too much. This is the reward for the first place in the entire Jiang province.
Although our military department is tight on funds, we never skimp on nurturing talent.
The military department could be said to be the place in the entire dragon country that needed talent the most. Aren't you afraid I won't join the military in the future?
You can choose not to join, but you will definitely have to pay back the money. Yang Shui smiled.
The military department
wasn't foolish and wouldn't be so generous. The reason for such a large reward now was to instill a sense of gratitude in the talented individuals they were trying to recruit, making them more likely to consider joining the military in the future.
Very reasonable. Chinfong nodded. So, have you thought it over? Do you want money, martial arts, or weapons? Yang Shui asked.
Chinfong shook his head.
None of those.
I want beast crystals, first-level beast crystals. Yang Shui was taken aback and looked at Chinfong seriously.
Before saying, what do you need beast crystals for?
I suggest you take something that can directly enhance your strength. Beast crystals could only be used to forge special equipment, which was very time-consuming. If he needed equipment, he could just ask for it
directly.
Chinfong thought for a moment and slowly said, Instructor Yang, you may not know, but the reason I have achieved this is
actually, what is it? Yang Shui quickly asked.
She had always been curious about why Chinfong was improving so quickly, but some things were personal secrets, and she felt it was inappropriate to ask. It was the first time Chinfong had seen her so curious, and he smiled. Actually, I have a master who has been teaching me, so that's why I've improved so quickly.
The reason I want beast crystals
is that my master needs them. He really enjoys researching beast crystals and says he wants to use them to bring about some changes
in martial artists, making them stronger.
Or perhaps to research some special martial arts that would give martial artists even
greater power.
Upon hearing this, Yang Shui's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but show a hint of admiration.
Your master. My
master is just a martial artist who wants to focus on research and doesn't want anyone to know of his existence, but he has said that when one day his research achieves great success, he will definitely make it public.
Chinfong quickly interrupted Yang Shui, speaking proactively.
At this moment, Yang Shui's expression became complex, and after a long while, she said, Your master is very great. She knew that there were some martial artists in the Dragon Country who dedicated themselves to research. They remained anonymous but
made tremendous contributions to the entire nation.
Take the current martial artists, for example. Many martial arts actually originated from these individuals.
In fact, the emergence of dual-system martial artists wasn't necessarily innate. Decades ago, there
was a dual-system master martial artist who used himself for research and ultimately developed a special drug that, when taken, could potentially grant someone dual-system talent, similar to the sensitivity enhancement pill Chinfong obtained from the system. However, the success rate of this drug was very low, so there weren't many dual-system martial artists today. But in the end, some people did succeed. Yang Shui knew that the master martial artist and his disciple were currently in some unknown place, researching drugs with a higher success rate.
My master mainly researches the tri-system,
Chinfong suddenly added. He felt that he could prepare for the future exposure of his multi-system abilities. Yang Shui looked at Chinfong in shock and finally nodded.
In that case, I will convert your reward into the corresponding first-level beast crystal, Yang Shui said.
Chinfong felt a surge of joy in his heart
and quickly replied, Thank you, Instructor Yang.
My master is also of the fire element, so it would be best if it's fire element. After returning to the arranged accommodation, Chinfong finally looked at the system. The rewards for the second phase of the star selection had already been issued to the system space. Additionally, the tasks for the third phase had also been
opened. Task content: obtain the star title of the Western Warzone. Task reward: Earth Element Sensitivity Fragment *3. Chinfong looked at the task reward and was quite satisfied. Although it was just 3 Earth Element Sensitivity Fragments, they could directly elevate his Earth Element realm to 1 star, saving him a lot of time. Shaking his head, he flipped his palm and a sensitivity enhancement pill appeared. After swallowing it, he instantly felt a sense of intimacy with the Earth elements in the world. Ding, your Earth Element sensitivity has increased, reaching 8. Ding, your Earth Element talent has increased to SS. Chinfong did not stop there. 3 more pills appeared in his hand, which were talent enhancement pills. Moreover, he could clearly sense the elements of wind, ice, and earth from these 3 talent enhancement pills. Without any hesitation, he swallowed them. Ding, your wind element talent has increased to SSS. Ding, your ice element talent has increased to SSS. Ding, your earth element talent has increased to SSS. The 3 talents instantly reached the highest level, bringing him great joy. Although his cultivation could be enhanced by devouring beast crystals, learning martial arts relied on himself. A good talent not only accelerated the improvement of his cultivation but also significantly enhanced his understanding of various martial arts. Therefore, the enhancement of talent was a tremendous benefit for him. Time to open another blind box. Looking at the martial arts box in the system space, Chinfeng's heart filled with anticipation again. With a thought, the box opened, and soon, a piece of information surged into his mind. Ice Finger. Martial Arts. Introduction: 7th grade martial arts, extinguishing enemies with fingers, limited to ice warriors. It was still a simple introduction, but it was a master-level martial art. The difference was that Ice Finger did not specify that it could be upgraded, so it was merely a master martial art. However, even so, Chinfong could still use it for quite some time, at least before reaching the master level. It could provide him with terrifying combat power. Now my martial arts, except for the 4th grade ones sent by the Lord's Mansion, are all above 7th grade. Chinfong was very satisfied with his current cultivation. As for the martial arts sent by the Lord's Mansion, it was also a fire-type martial art, but he had not practiced it at all because it was not useful to him, and there was no need to waste time learning it. With multiple elements, he had to make the most of every moment. He couldn't afford to waste time. In the following time, Chinfong began to comprehend Ice Finger, and time passed little by little. Until the next day, there was a knock on the door. After opening it, he found it was someone sent by Yang Shui, holding a wooden box which contained the fire-type beast crystals he needed. Thank Yang Instructor for me, Chinfong said to the soldier delivering the package. Yang Shui was very quick. She had just mentioned it yesterday, and here it was early this morning. One had to say that she was genuinely attentive, and her mysterious master was indeed very useful. I will. The soldier nodded and then left. After bringing the wooden box into the room, Chinfong slowly opened it. 9. Chinfong was slightly surprised at the number of beast crystals in the box. According to the reward of 400,000, there should have been 8. He carefully examined the 9 beast crystals, all of which were fire-type, with no issues. However, the one in the middle caught his attention. This is a 2nd-level beast crystal. Fong was somewhat astonished. He picked it up and found a small note underneath the beast crystal. After reading the note, Chinfong revealed a strange expression. This is left by Yang Shui, and the meaning is very simple. This beast crystal was bought by Yang Shui herself, and it is a gift for Chinfeng's master to show her respect. Ha ha! Chinfong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yang Shui usually looks cold and aloof, but unexpectedly, she is quite silly. However, this 2nd-level beast crystal doesn't show any information in the system. Is it because my fire element is only 1 star now, so I can't devour a 2-star? Chinfong was a bit puzzled. He quickly put down the beast crystal and then picked up a 1st-level one. The system immediately displayed the information for devouring. Without further delay, he swallowed it in 1 bite. Soon, the familiar feeling returned. Ding, successfully devoured a 1st-level beast crystal. Your progress for the 2nd divine pattern of the fire element has reached 30%. As the system's voice sounded, Chinfong felt a significant change in the mark within him. Then, he began to devour the 2nd, the 3rd. After all 8 beast crystals were consumed. Ding, your progress for the 2nd divine pattern of the fire element has reached perfection. Boom! At that moment, it felt as if a powerful airflow had inflated the clothes on Chinfeng's body. The entire room was filled with intense heat, and invisible fire elements danced in the air. Once everything stabilized, Chinfong felt a clear enhancement in his strength. Combat power 3,800. Looking at the combat power information in the system, he was shocked. Although the fire element contributed the most to his combat power, an increase of over 1,000, close to 2,000, still surprised him. According to this calculation, even if the other elements were not as strong as 4 stars, they would be incredibly close, and the wind element, while its contribution to combat power might not be obvious, also enhanced his agility, which is an invisible strength. He then looked again at the second-level beast crystal. After holding it in his hand, this time the system provided information. Second-level fire element beast crystal can be devoured. Without hesitation, he directly swallowed it. Soon, the third divine pattern began to condense on his fire element mark. After all the beast crystal energy was digested, the progress reached 10%. Combat power has increased again. I wonder if I can kill that Tianlong directly without using martial arts. Chinfong thought to himself. Tianlong was stronger than Tianhu. He had been a 3-star for almost a year. But someone around 40 years old becoming a 3-star martial artist isn't that impressive. In a year, he probably wouldn't even qualify as a mid-level strongman among the 3 stars. I'm about to go to the military district for the final selection. It's time to check out the Longhu Martial Arts School. Chinfong walked out of the room, took a taxi, and headed straight for the street of martial arts schools in Yang City. The martial arts school street had almost no other businesses, so it was usually very quiet. When the taxi arrived at the street corner, Chinfong got out directly. He walked into the street and took a quick look. On both sides, there were signs for Longhu Martial Arts School. He didn't go in immediately, but continued walking forward. The entire street was about a kilometer long, with nearly 30 martial arts schools, but only one wasn't under the Longhu sign. This one was at the very end and was in the process of changing its sign, looking like it had just been kicked out, with the previous sign smashed. Chinfong walked up and looked at the sign being changed. Nyahu Martial Arts School. That's a nice name, Chinfong said. The man changing the sign turned around upon hearing this. The man saw that it was a young boy and smiled. This name, I just thought of it. It wasn't this name before. Are you the director? Chinfong asked. The man nodded while installing the sign. Yes, but now I'm just a director without any real power. His tone sounded ordinary, but Chinfong could hear the helplessness in it. It became clear to him that this street had been taken over by the Longhu Martial Arts School, and this place had not, so it would definitely be targeted by them. I see that the other martial arts schools on this street have all become Longhu Martial Arts Schools. Why do you insist on staying? Chinfong asked curiously. Although the Longhu Martial Arts School was domineering, even if they forcibly changed other schools to their own, they would still need martial artists, and most of the original directors would likely remain. So, although he had lost his position, he could at least still be a martial artist. But if one refused to change, they would end up like this man, with the school still there but no students, the sign often vandalized, making it impossible to operate normally. Over time, it would likely become a problem for survival. The man fell silent for a moment after hearing Chinfeng's words, as if he wanted to express what he had been holding back, and then spoke. This martial arts school was left to me by my father, and I was raised by my father since I was little. I have thought about giving up, but when I think of him asking me to carry on the legacy of the school when he left, I cannot give up. Although my skills are not high, I still have some spirit. At this point, he realized, are you here to learn martial arts? Yes. Chinfong nodded. Do you really want to learn? The man asked in surprise. It wasn't strange to learn martial arts, but it was unexpected that someone would come to him instead of the Longhu Martial Arts School. In recent days, there had been people coming, but without exception, they didn't return the next day. He could guess they had been beaten by the Longhu Martial Arts School. Of course, Chinfong said seriously. To challenge a school, one must have an identity. Although he currently had the title of a martial artist from the Shanghai Martial Arts School, it was just nominal. A nominal martial artist could usually take action when others came to challenge, but could not initiate a challenge themselves. Of course, he could force a challenge, but that would be considered a duel between martial artists, and others could refuse. What he wanted was for anyone from the Longhu Martial Arts School to have no choice but to accept his challenge. So, he needed an identity from a martial arts school, even if it was just as an ordinary student. The school is open. You won't refuse to do business, will you? Chinfong asked. Of course not. The man saw that Chinfong was serious and quickly finished setting up the sign, coming down from the ladder. My name is Shingha. Now I'll take you to register, and from now on, you will be my student. As for the tuition, I need to observe for a day before discussing tuition. Chinfong quickly replied. Shingha nodded. All right. There was no choice. Times were different now, and having a student was already good enough, so he didn't dare to insist on immediate payment. Soon, he led Chinfong into the martial arts school and registered him on the computer. If you truly want to stay and learn martial arts, I will teach you my unique skill, Iron Mountain Lean. After registering, Shingha painted a big picture for Chinfong. Chinfong smiled, not paying much attention, and said, Director Shin, I think our school's name isn't imposing enough. Oh? Shingha was taken aback. He thought that the name Destroy Tiger Martial Arts School was something he had decided on quickly, symbolizing the ability to destroy the Longhu Martial Arts School. To take such a name required great courage, and he felt that Destroy Tiger was quite imposing. Then what do you think it should be called? Shingha asked. Kill Dragon, Destroy Tiger, Chinfong said.
Shingang's expression changed slightly. He now realized that Chinfong seemed to want to destroy the Longhu martial arts
school even more than he did. Alright, then let's slay dragons and exterminate tigers, haha. Shingang suddenly laughed, then said, I'll go change the sign right now.
Chinfong quickly stopped him. I'll go. After saying that, he walked directly out of the martial arts hall. Shingang stared at his back, feeling that something was off. After Chinfong left the martial arts hall, he didn't go to make the sign, but instead found a martial arts hall that made martial arts uniforms, got himself a full set of martial arts attire, and then returned to the entrance of the Longhu martial arts hall. He looked up at the sign of the Longhu martial arts hall, lightly leaped up, and instantly grabbed it in his hand. Then, he walked into the martial arts hall. As soon as he entered, he threw the sign out of his hand. Bang! The sign crashed onto the front desk in the hall, instantly shattering into pieces. Immediately, everyone in the hall turned to look.
Students of the Slay Dragon and Exterminate Tiger Martial Arts Hall here to challenge. Silence. Chinfong scanned the room and, seeing no one respond, calmly said, Is no one going to fight?
As soon as he spoke, everyone reacted, realizing someone had come to challenge them, and their
expressions instantly turned fierce. I'll do it. With a loud bang, a student charged forward without any hesitation.
At the moment the opponent rushed in front of him, Chinfong threw a punch, and with a bang, that person was sent flying, crashing
onto a table and losing consciousness. Not good.
Chinfong shook his head disdainfully.
The others' faces changed drastically, exchanging glances, not daring to step forward.
The student who had just attacked was at the same level as them, in the mid-stage of body refinement, and he had been knocked out with a single punch. Any one of them would also be beaten if they went up. The Longhu Martial Arts Hall dominates the street of martial arts halls in Yang City, even going to Rong City to
challenge, and now it's like this?
Chinfong looked at the crowd cowering and shook his head. I allow you all to come at me together. Saying this, he stepped closer to them.
Come on, together. One person couldn't help but shout. However, before he could finish his sentence, a fist landed on him. Bang!
His body crashed heavily to the ground, unable to move.
The others' faces changed wildly.
Just now, they hadn't even noticed how Chinfong had approached the opponent.
If you don't come, then I will.
Chinfong directly pressed forward, his fist already swinging.
Stop! A loud shout rang out.
Immediately, 3 figures walked over, followed by more than 10 students.
Master Luo, Master Zhang, Master Xiao.
The students called out as they
saw the 3. The 3 merely nodded slightly, then looked at Chinfong. If you want to challenge, state your background.
Slay Dragon and Exterminate Tiger Martial Arts Hall, just a new student.
Chinfong looked at the 3, his eyes always calm as water. Slay Dragon and Exterminate Tiger Martial Arts Hall? The 3 masters' expressions turned ugly.
In their impression, there was no such martial arts hall, and the name was clearly aimed at the Longhu Martial Arts Hall.
Masters, I saw
Shingang changing the sign earlier. It was called the Exterminate Tiger Martial Arts Hall, a student whispered.
The 3 masters looked at Chinfong. One of them coldly said, Are you Shingang's new student? I suppose so. Chinfong nodded.
Very good, you came here on your own, so we don't have to go looking for you.
If you want to challenge, then come to the martial arena.
After saying this, the 3 masters turned and walked towards the martial arena of the martial arts hall. On the martial arts arena of the Longhu Martial Arts School, Chinfong stood alone on one side, while dozens of people had gathered on the other. However, he showed no change in expression, standing there with ease.
Are you coming one by one, or all at once?
His voice was flat.
Arrogant.
The crowd was furious, and Master Luo shouted loudly, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot as he took the lead in attacking Chinfong. His steps were relentless, and at the same time, he extended a hand, continuously waving it in the air, and the others could even clearly hear the sound of air being swished. Today, I'll see how a little brat dares to challenge the school. As he spoke, Master Luo had already closed in on Chinfong, his palms swiftly slapping towards him. Chinfong focused on the incoming attack, and in an instant, his body flickered and vanished from the spot. Master Luo's pupils constricted, and then a voice came from beside him, Your speed is slow. Slap. A palm struck him, instantly making his head buzz. You. Master Luo staggered back, ultimately crashing down with a thud. At this moment, the expressions of the people across changed completely, especially the 2 masters, who realized that Chinfong was not as simple as he appeared. You are Chinfong? Master Zhao suddenly asked in shock. Some of the students might not know about Tianhu, but these few masters were well aware. Such strength at such a young age, and specifically coming to challenge the school, could only be Chinfong. It seems you're not so foolish. Will you continue to accept my challenge, or should I call the person in charge? Chinfong looked at the remaining 2 masters and said, No need for them to call. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The crowd turned to see 2 figures approaching from a distance. Director Long, Director Hu. As the 2 came closer, the students of the Longhu Martial Arts School and the 2 masters respectfully called out. Tian Long and Tian Hu merely nodded and then looked at Chinfong. In Tianhu's eyes there was hatred, while Tianlong appeared quite interested.
I didn't expect you to actually come.
Chinfeng's appearance genuinely surprised him.
After the last
incident at the station, he thought Chinfong had been taken away by the military and would not return. He had also prepared to swallow this bitter loss. After all, the military had shown up, and if he acted again, he might offend them.
Unexpectedly,
Chinfong appeared on his own and even came to challenge the school. This way, if he acted, the military would not interfere with him.
If I hadn't come, I fear the next time you hear my name, you would be too afraid to show up, Chinfong said, casually.
Seeing that Chinfong remained calm even now, Tianhu couldn't help but speak up. Chinfong, you are a genius, a terrifying genius, but it is precisely because of this talent that you have become so inflated.
Have you ever thought that by daring to come as a martial arts school student, you may never leave again? Tianhu's eyes revealed a fierce look.
Challenges between martial arts schools, even if they occasionally result in death, are quite normal.
It's just that usually, everyone doesn't take things to the extreme.
However, since Chinfong dared to come, they would dare to keep him here completely. Even if Chinfong was valued by the military, they would not be punished. The military has its own rules, and martial
arts schools have theirs.
The military's rules were set by the martial saint, but the rules of the martial arts schools were also set by the martial saint.
In Manhwa, all martial arts schools belong to the Changcheng Martial Arts School,
and the founders of both the Changcheng Martial Arts School and the military are the same, both being martial saints. Private martial arts schools can apply to become members of the Changcheng Martial Arts School as long as their directors become
4-star martial artists.
Even if they have not yet become 4-star martial artists, they are still preparatory members of the Changcheng Martial Arts School. Therefore, the military department would not come to disrupt the rules of their martial
arts school for a single Chinfong. So, how do you want to fight?
Chinfong showed some interest.
Very simple. Tianhu said coldly, we will determine both the victor and the loser and decide life and death. That suits me just fine. Go! Without any further ado, Tianhu waved his hand, signaling the dozens of students to attack.
He had no intention of fighting Chinfong one-on-one. If he could gang up on him, he would never choose a duel.
The dozens of students, upon hearing
Tianhu's words, changed their expressions. One of the students gritted his teeth and charged out first. Chinfong stepped forward and threw a punch.
Bang! The man's body was struck,
bending over, his face instantly pale.
Put!
A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, his eyes bulging with fear and unwillingness as he slowly fell, lifeless. The other students were about to rush out, but upon seeing that man dead, their faces changed drastically and they stopped in their tracks.
Chinfong
coldly stared at them. Since we are deciding life and death, be prepared for death. Now, whoever steps forward will be considered my opponent in this challenge, deciding life and death. Upon hearing this, no one dared to step forward. In fact, they began to retreat continuously. They had only come to learn martial arts, having paid tuition. If they died here, it would be utterly worthless, and they had no obligation to sacrifice themselves for the Longhu Martial Arts School.
A bunch of useless trash. Tianlong snorted coldly and took action himself.
He moved swiftly, closing in on Chinfong.
Tianhu, you come too.
After shouting, his palm began to glow red, as if it had transformed into 2 chunks of burning iron.
Chinfong, let you die under my talent skill, blood iron palm. Buzz. Tianlong's palm struck out, the air exploding with the sound.
Tianhu, seeing Tianlong use his talent skill, was slightly taken aback but quickly joined in.
Talent skills can awaken after
becoming a martial artist, and Tianlong awakened his at the 3-star martial artist level. However, once a talent skill is used, it significantly boosts one's combat power.
Unlike martial arts, which only temporarily enhances explosive power
and consumes a lot of energy with continuous use, talent skills maintain a terrifying combat state. Therefore, seeing Tianlong use his talent skill, Tianhu knew this was a preparation for a lethal strike against Chinfong, and he held nothing back.
Circling to Chinfeng's side and attacking with full force,
Chinfong fixed his gaze on the incoming palm. In his eyes, that palm was continuously breaking through the air, growing larger, several times bigger than a normal palm. He could feel the terrifying power emanating from it, even sensing a hint of pressure, but just a hint.
Boom!
His fist tightened, and in everyone's eyes, countless flames appeared.
He looked like a blazing sun, a terrifying power about to erupt.
His combat power soared wildly at that moment. As the palm approached, he threw out his fist. In the next second, fist and palm collided. Chinfeng's body swayed slightly, but his fist remained steady as a mountain.
Tianlong's expression changed drastically. The blood-red iron-like palm showed cracks. Bang!
Suddenly, the massive palm shattered like glass.
Ah! Tianlong screamed in horror as he watched his palm disappear.
At that moment, Chinfeng's figure flashed, dodging Tianhu's attack, and then he appeared at his side. Your speed is too slow. After saying this, Chinfong grabbed him, and with a crack, Tianhu had no power to resist as his neck was snapped. After throwing him aside, he turned to look at Tianlong, whose face was ashen.
Silence. A silence as deep as death.
Seeing Tianlong's pale face and the loss of his palm, everyone felt a tremor in their hearts. Just looking at him made them feel pain, unbearable pain. And when they looked at Chinfong, they seemed to see a devil so young. Chinfong walked step by step towards Tianlong, his expression calm. At this moment, Tianlong was trembling all over. Chinfong, spare me. However, Chinfong shook his head. You set the rules of victory and death. I don't like those who regret. After saying this, he raised a finger and gently tapped it on Tianlong's forehead. In an instant, Tianlong's eyes widened. A chilling sensation made him feel icy all over. This chill instantly penetrated his body, frosting his internal organs. You are ice. Tianlong's eyes widened. At this moment, he finally understood why Chinfong was so strong. Previously, he had investigated Chinfong, a dual-element genius, but the dual elements were fire and wind. However, now, as Chinfong used ice martial arts to kill him, he realized that Chinfong also had ice abilities. Yet, in his eyes, there was not only fear but also confusion. Why was there a person with 3 elements? Bang! Before he could think clearly, he collapsed, completely dead. Ice finger, one finger to extinguish the dragon. Looking at the bodies of Tianlong and Tianhu, there was still no fluctuation in Chinfeng's eyes as he turned and walked out of the martial arts hall. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned his head, and said, "You handle this." Yes. The martial arts students trembled and quickly nodded. At the same time, in the Manhwa martial arts hall, Shingha waited for a long time without seeing Chinfong return. He was worried that Chinfong couldn't find the place to make the sign, so he walked out of the martial arts hall. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Chinfong coming out of the Manhwa martial arts hall and heading in another direction. He hurriedly ran forward, wanting to call out to Chinfong to tell him that the sign-making place was not in that direction. But soon, he noticed something unusual about the Manhwa martial arts hall. He was astonished as he approached the entrance, seeing the students inside in a panic. Then, he saw some students carrying out a body. When he took a closer look, his face changed dramatically. Looking again at the already distant Chinfong, he recalled the other's words. Kill the dragon and extinguish the tiger. He really killed the dragon and extinguished the tiger. Shingha took a deep breath and turned around, quickly arriving at a shop that made signs. This time, the sign was kill the dragon and extinguish the tiger. It didn't sound imposing, even a bit juvenile, but he resolutely used this sign. What he didn't know was that this sign would bring him booming business in the future, and even fame in the martial arts world. After leaving the martial arts hall, Chinfong went to an energy mall, bought 3 top-grade earth-type beast crystals, and then returned to his residence. In the room, after swallowing the 3 beast crystals, as he digested their energy, his earth-type cultivation continuously rose. Soon, his earth realm directly reached the peak of body refinement. Unfortunately, condensing the mark takes time. There is an Earth element training room in Yang City, but time may not be enough, and I don't have the money. Chinfong shook his head. Back then, he spent a full 12 hours to completely condense the mark in the fire element training room. Moreover, he had already practiced the fire element. Therefore, to condense the earth element mark, it would take at least 12 hours. Now, Yang Shui had him on standby, and he might be called to participate in the final star selection at any moment. The key point was that training in the element training room was too expensive. It was nothing like the training camp, which was free. The cost of one visit was enough for him to buy a first-level monster beast crystal. The next day, early in the morning, Chinfong heard a rumbling sound. He stepped outside, and a military vehicle appeared before him. Get in! A head popped out, looking at Chinfong and shouting loudly. Yang Shui didn't come? Chinfong asked in surprise. The person in front of him was an instructor from another province. She's a colonel, left early, the man replied. Higher rank means more power. Chinfong nodded. The man glanced at Chinfong and said, You can call me Yen Jia. Yen as in strict, Jia as in hero. Chinfong looked at him in confusion. This person was definitely a chatterbox. Yen Jia continued, The beast riot at the front may happen sooner, so we need to speed up. With that, he slammed on the gas. Chinfong was startled. Is there new information about the beast riot? Previously, it was said it would happen early due to the beast riot, but there was still some time left. Now, with it being moved up again, it was clear that the riot was imminent. Yen Jia nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be in the next few days, so we must hold your selection first. Can I go watch it then? Chinfong asked tentatively. If possible, he wanted to kill some beasts to enhance his strength. Of course not. Yen Jia shot a glance at Chinfong. Don't say you're not even an adult. Even if you were allowed, you'd first have to learn in the recruit camp. There's no precedent for going directly to the battlefield, so don't even think about it. Yen Jia knew that the other party's question wasn't casual. He must have had some thoughts, so his attitude was very firm. Chinfong nodded helplessly. Alright, I was just asking. Yen Jia smiled and didn't continue on that topic, instead saying, This time we're going to the 9th district, where you'll undergo the final assessment.
Additionally, if you can place in the top 3, there will be incredibly generous rewards. Even I am tempted. And if you get first place, the reward is the highest, and you'll be recognized as a star of the first Western theater, officially entering the military as a major, leading thousands of soldiers. At this point, he looked at Chinfong. Are you tempted? Very tempted. Chinfong nodded. Yanjie was momentarily speechless. She really couldn't see any sign of temptation from Chinfong. Shaking her head, she said, "Forget it, let me tell you about the opponents this time." This time, a total of 18 people are participating in the selection, each one a martial artist, and some are 2-star martial artists. I don't even know their specific combat power. After saying this, he carefully observed Chinfeng's expression, only to find that Chinfong showed no change in expression, not even a flicker in his eyes. Don't be careless. I know both of your attributes have reached 1 star, and your strength has reached the threshold of 3 stars. However, the ones coming this time are all geniuses, especially those who have reached 2 stars. Their strength is probably close to the 3-star threshold. He reminded seriously. In this world, Chinfong wasn't the only genius. From what she understood, some had already been at 2 stars for a while, and such geniuses had strength that definitely approached 3 stars. I know, I will take it very seriously. Chinfong nodded. Yanjie saw his casualness and felt a bit helpless, ultimately deciding not to say more. Which subwar zone are we going to this time? Chinfong suddenly asked. After the great change in the world, void cracks appeared all over, and in all 4 directions of the Dragon Country they emerged. So what people often refer to as the front line is not the border of the Dragon Country, but those places where void cracks have appeared. In the Western War Zone, a total of 9 cracks appeared in different cities. Therefore, at the beginning, the Western War Zone was divided into 9 subzones. However, after so many years of fighting, 2 of the cracks were completely cleared by humans, so now the Western War Zone has become 7 subzones. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, there are still some soldiers stationed at the locations of those 2 cleared cracks. Because the cracks cannot be repaired, and no one knows if any changes will occur. Fortunately, over the years, no abnormalities have been discovered. This time, we are going to Bin City, Yanjie said, seeing that Chinfong was interested in the destination. What's there to assess? Chinfong was a bit disappointed. One of the 2 cleared cracks was in Bin City. You'll know when you get there. I can't explain it in detail, but in short, this assessment is definitely related to the exotic beasts. Otherwise, there would be no need to send you to Bin City, Yanjie reminded him slightly. Chinfong nodded. That made sense. Although the crack in Bin City had been cleared, it was at least once a battlefield, allowing their group of geniuses to experience it in advance. After an unknown amount of time, the vehicle began to slowly approach Bin City, and he took a glance. The city walls were towering, over 100 meters high and incredibly thick, with many buildings both inside and outside the city. Looking closely through the gate, the buildings inside the city were also extremely solid, clearly constructed from special materials. The buildings outside were more ordinary but still much sturdier than the high-rises behind. What do you think? Impressive, right? Yanjie also looked down and said flatly, "It really is impressive." Chinfong nodded. This was the first time he had seen a military district, and it was completely different from what he had imagined. Do you see the crack in the city? Yanjie pointed to a spot in the center of the city. Chinfong looked closely and, indeed, found a huge crack there, at least 100 meters long. However, this crack was almost the same color as the space around it, and if one didn't look closely, it would be hard to notice. How can it be so big? Chinfong exclaimed. In cultural classes, there was no specific description of void cracks. He had always thought a crack was just a small gap, and now he realized that this was no mere crack. It could almost be called a void cave. What do you think? Otherwise, we could just guard the crack and kill a few exotic beasts that come out. Yanjie shook his head. Chinfong then realized, if the crack were small, the exotic beasts would only appear one by one. Even if a few came out at a time, the human experts guarding outside the crack could gradually kill them all. But now, with such a large crack, thousands could emerge at once, making it very difficult to guard the entrance. This city was built at an enormous cost, and there are 40 such cities throughout the Dragon Country, with 9 in the Western War Zone. The purpose of building them was to trap the exotic beasts and prevent them from entering the rear cities. Over the years, we have successfully blocked the exotic beasts in the city. Do you see those buildings? Those buildings are where the soldiers usually rest. Yanjie continuously introduced Chinfong, truly a chatterbox. It was likely that Yang Shui arranged this to prevent him from getting bored. Soon, the car entered the city. The car door opened, and the 2 got out. At that moment, Luobin also walked over with a smile. You finally made it. Everyone else is already here. Luobin looked directly at Chinfong and continued without waiting for him to speak. This time, there are 3 major generals, 2 lieutenant generals, and 1 general here to observe the assessment. Are you confident? It's hard to say. Chinfong shook his head. So humble? Luobin was surprised. Yang Shui had mentioned Chinfeng's performance in Yang City. With such strength, he still claimed uncertainty. What if there's a hidden boss? So, I think I can't be 100% sure. Chinfong shook his head. Luo Bin's eyes widened, feeling like he had been played. If it wasn't 100%, it was infinitely close, just waiting for the final results of the competition. Forget it, talking to you is infuriating, Luo Bin said helplessly. Let me take you to a place to rest. Soon, Luo Bin led Chinfong to a resting area in the city. Oh, Major Luo, is this the genius from Jiang province? As they walked, a man in a similar major's uniform approached with a young boy. Song DePeo, your voice is still so loud and sarcastic, Luo Bin said to the man without courtesy. Song Li laughed nonchalantly. A loud voice is fitting for a soldier's temperament. He then looked at Chinfong. This genius from Jiang province seems quite good, looking all delicate, like a scholar. Upon hearing this, Luo Bin's expression darkened. But he quickly recovered and looked at the boy behind Song Li. So this is your genius from Chongshan province? Not much to see, Luo Bin retorted. The boy appeared indifferent, not particularly tall, and nothing special stood out. Song Li did not refute but looked at the boy. You Lu, come, show us your abilities. Upon hearing this, the boy stepped forward and extended his hands. Boom! Boom! Flames instantly appeared in one palm and a spark of lightning in the other. Luo Bin's pupils constricted at the sight. After the boy retracted his hands, he said with a grim expression, Song DePeo, are you playing tricks? The information about the geniuses participating in the selection from various provinces in the Western theater had been shared here, so everyone had seen each other's genius information. Luo Bin had naturally seen the information about the genius from Chongshan province, but it hadn't mentioned being dual element. Ha ha, who's playing tricks? The information I reported states that Yu Lu is a one-star warrior. He is indeed one star. Song Li laughed heartily and then left with Yu Lu. Luo Bin's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Chinfong also turned to look at Yu Li's back in surprise. He was actually dual element and had broken through to one star in both. Such talent was already quite terrifying. Interesting. Interesting? Luo Bin's eyes widened. The information he received from Yang Shui indicated that Chinfeng's dual elements had also broken through to one star. However, there was still a significant difference between the two. The fire element was the same for everyone, but Yula had the lightning element, which was a strong offensive type, even stronger than fire in attack. In contrast, Chinfeng's was wind, which was agile. In terms of combat power, he was not as strong as Yu Lu. Now, how much confidence do you have? Luo Bin asked curiously. Still not even 10%. Chinfong smiled. Dual system? As long as the assessment dares to have one-on-one battles, he dares to knock them out with a single punch. Forget it, just pay attention to him later. Also, there's another 2-star named Jang Chang. He's the strongest among the few 2-stars this time. I heard that he just entered the genius training camp a few days ago and has already made the others submit. Luo Bin continued to remind him. As they spoke, the two arrived in front of a building. This is your resting room, prepare well. After saying that, he turned and hurriedly left, clearly wanting to prepare to tell Yang Shui about what had just happened. Chinfong carefully observed the room. He saw countless claw marks on the wall, all caused by the beasts attacking when the cracks had not yet been cleared. Upon entering the room, he saw several bunk beds, a table, and a cabinet divided into several compartments, but nothing else. He walked to the edge of a wall and punched it, but the wall showed no damage at all, not even a scratch. Given the hardness of this room, Chinfong estimated it could withstand an attack from a level 6 beast. Although the room was sturdy, he could imagine that the soldiers who had slept here before must not have had a peaceful rest. After looking around, he casually chose a bed and lay down. Bang! 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 Just as he lay down, the door was knocked on. After getting up to open the door, he found a boy about his age, looking very spirited. Hello, the instructor said I should rest in this room, Li Yun said to Chinfong, a bit shyly. He didn't understand why, even though there were many rooms available. Everyone was still paired up. Come in. Chinfong turned around. Li Yun hurriedly stepped inside. Looking at Chinfong, he nervously asked, Classmate, my name is Li Yun, what's your name? He sensed a bit of pressure from Chinfong, who seemed somewhat aloof, which made him feel nervous. Chinfong. Chinfong replied casually. Chinfong? Li Yun thought for a moment. You're ranked 11th. Chinfong turned his head, puzzled. Li Yun explained, all the data of the participants in this assessment was submitted by their instructors, and based on that data, an initial ranking was made for the 18 of us. I just saw your name. It seems you're ranked 11th, while I'm ranked 16th. 11th, not bad. Chinfong nodded. It's not bad, you're a 1-star warrior, right? Among the 18, there are 9 2-star warriors, all ranked in the top 9. The 10th is someone named Yu Lu, who is said to be of the lightning system. You're ranked 11th, already the second strongest among the 1-star warriors. Li Yun looked at Chinfong with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He was also a 1-star warrior and the strongest in their province, close to 2-star strength. He originally thought he could be invincible among one-star warriors. Unexpectedly, after coming here, he was ranked 16th, with 6 1-stars stronger than him ahead. Who is the first? Chinfong asked curiously. Li Yun didn't answer directly but took out his phone, flipped through the album, found a photo, and smiled. I took a picture of the rankings, take a look. Chinfong took the phone and looked at the rankings in the photo. First place, Jang Chang, Fire System, 2-star warrior. Second place, Bai Tao, Ice System, 2-star warrior. Chinfong glanced at it, his ranking was indeed 11th, Fire System, 1-star warrior. Pretty accurate. Chinfong returned the phone to Li Yun, nodding. Well, I also think it's quite accurate. I even specifically inquired about this Jang Chang. I've heard that he is about to break through to the 3rd star. His strength is infinitely close to the 3rd star, and with his martial arts, this person's combat power has definitely surpassed the threshold of the 3rd star. Li Yun said this with a look of shock. The 3rd star, that's really abnormal. Before he enters university, he will definitely break through, and by then, he will enter as a 3rd star. Even some second-year students won't be able to compare. He is indeed quite strong. Chinfong nodded. Hey, don't be discouraged. Jang Chang is strong, but we are not bad either. At least we are the most talented in the province, Li Yun comforted Chinfong. Chinfong smiled and lay down to rest. Li Yun shook his head and also began to rest. Time quickly passed to 1:30 in the afternoon. Chinfong and Li Yun walked out of the room, and 10 minutes later, they arrived before the huge crack. Chinfong looked at the crack ahead, his expression serious. It was only when he got here that he realized the shock of this crack. Inside the crack was pitch black, as if a black gas was swirling around, and just a glance made one's heart involuntarily tense. A sense of fear of the unknown arose. When all 18 people arrived, everyone was sizing each other up, except for one person dressed in white, standing at the front of the crowd. He had a calm expression, merely looking up at the void crack, showing no interest in the others. This person is Jang Chang, Li Yun said beside Chinfong. Just then, a female officer in military uniform walked over. She held a list in her hand and, after scanning the crowd, said, I will explain the rules of this assessment. In this assessment, you need to enter the crack. Inside, there are exotic beasts that we have placed. The assessment time is limited to 3 hours. Additionally, if you feel you cannot compete after entering, you can run back. This way, you can save your life. Next, I will call out the names of those who will step forward and enter the crack. Once you enter, your assessment will officially begin. The female officer looked down at the list in her hand and was about to speak when a student raised his hand and loudly said, Instructor, I have a question. Why don't we enter together? If we enter one by one, the first one to enter won't. They start the assessment first? This way, the later entrants will be at a disadvantage. The student spoke very seriously. Others nodded in agreement. Although the time difference for entering the crack might not be long, the first and last entrants might only be separated by a few minutes, but for these talents, a few minutes could determine their ranking. Although only the top 3 would receive rewards, even those behind wanted to compete with each other. The female officer nodded upon hearing this. I'm glad you thought of this issue. However, you don't need to worry. This void crack has been modified by the war god. Although you are entering the same crack, you will not encounter each other. Each person will have their own assessment space. In the end, your final scores will be discussed by us, and we will give the final rankings. Additionally, if anyone is dissatisfied with the rankings at the end, they can raise it. After hearing the last sentence, everyone had no further questions. Alright, now I will call out names to enter the crack. Jang Chang. The white-clad youth at the front immediately walked towards the crack without any hesitation, directly stepping into the crack with a swift and decisive motion. Meanwhile, in a huge command room of the military base, there were 4 screens, 1 large screen and 3 smaller ones. At this moment, the large screen displayed the scene inside the crack. How are the safety measures this time? Sitting at the front, a man with a Samsung on his shoulder quietly asked, Commander, in terms of safety, there shouldn't be much of a problem. As long as someone is in danger, they can just run back. Once they leave the current space, the beasts will no longer pursue. Additionally, we have also prepared personnel. If any anomalies occur, they will immediately enter the rift. To minimize casualties, a colonel quickly interjected. The man nodded. Just then, Jang Chang appeared on the screen, and everyone fell silent. In the crack, as Chinfong stepped in, he immediately saw 3 peak body refining ahead of him. However, the 3 did not rush over immediately, but instead watched Chinfong warily. Chinfong paid them no mind. Instead, he began to observe his surroundings. He discovered that this place was entirely a small space. Originally, the spatial crack was a passage, and he speculated that on the other end of the passage should be another unknown world. They had come from another world through this passage to their world. However, now, this spatial passage seemed to have been divided into different small spaces.
After entering, he did not see anyone else. Clearly, the female officer had instructed them to enter one by one to place them in different small spaces. At the same time, he was surprised that a martial saint could actually modify the passage within the spatial crack. If that military god from the military department did not master spatial elements, Chinfong could not imagine how strong a martial saint truly was. Roar! At that moment, the three, seeing Chinfong in a daze, charged directly at him. Chinfong merely smiled slightly, stepping forward. Instead of retreating, and with a few strides, he simultaneously struck out with both fists. In an instant, the three were already lying on the ground. He checked the bodies of the and, not seeing any beast crystals, walked towards the spatial wall ahead. Arriving at the wall, he crashed into it directly, but his figure only flickered and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself in another small space. I wonder how many sections this spatial passage has been divided into by Xian and Tian. If I clear all of them, will I be able to see the other side of the world? Chinfong was somewhat curious. Of course, he did not hold out much hope. After all, this was an assessment, not a death sentence. 3 peak. Body refining, 1 first level. Chinfong looked at the 4 in the second layer of space, slightly surprised. The second layer had already appeared with a first level and 3 peak body refining fierce beasts, which an ordinary 1-star warrior could not pass. The 4, seeing Chinfong appear, quickly charged at him together. With a calm expression, in less than a minute, the 4 were already lying at his feet. In the command room, many officers were carefully watching the large screen in front of them. The screen was divided into 18 subscreens, corresponding to the images of 18 assessment students. The 3 small screens beside it had no images and remained black. Suddenly, one subscreen on the large screen disappeared, and immediately, one of the small screens lit up. The image from the disappeared subscreen appeared above. Someone has passed the 3rd layer of space. Once someone passed the 3rd layer, the image would automatically appear on the 3 small screens beside it. This was specially prepared for the top 3. It was also to allow them to better observe the performance of the top 3 students. General Su, this is Jang Chang, a 2-star warrior, and he is not far from becoming a 3-star. His strength has completely reached the threshold of 3 stars. He is one of the most outstanding students I have trained. One of the majors spoke. He was the instructor of the genius training camp where Jang Chang was. Fire element, and his attacks are very decisive. Not bad. Su Pengfei nodded. Just then, another subscreen disappeared and a small screen lit up. Everyone looked over to see a young man dressed in black, his palms continuously striking out. Each time he attacked, when he hit its body would seem to freeze, instantly becoming stiff, and seizing this opportunity, the young man would deliver a powerful punch, completely killing the Dongning Province, Bai Tao, an ice-type 2-star warrior. His cultivation is also close to 3 stars, another major spoke. He was the instructor of this Dongning Province genius training camp. Su Pengfei paused for a moment on Bai Tao, nodding slightly. Suddenly, before the crowd could withdraw their gaze from Bai Tao, a figure appeared on the 3rd small screen. With one hand wielding fire-based attacks and the other lightning-based, he instantly drew everyone's attention. A dual-element 1-star warrior. Upon seeing Yu Li's move, many people showed surprise. Both elements breaking through to 1 star, such talent is not inferior to Zhang Chang and Bai Tao. Ha ha! Suddenly, Song DePeo laughed heartily. This is my student. I didn't expect this kid to be dual element. I was fooled by him. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed disdainful expressions. Believing it would be foolish, Song DePeo must have concealed information. Not bad. Su Pengfei nodded and said a word. Song DePeo proudly remarked, Chief, the top 3 this time should be these 3. Next, it's just a matter of who can obtain the title of General Star. Su Pengfei nodded. And most of the crowd's attention was focused on the 3 small screens. At this moment, numbers appeared in the upper right corner of the small screens. Zhang Chang's screen showed 1, Bai Tao's 2, and Yu Li's 3. This represented the progress rankings of the 3. Although all 3 were currently in the 4th layer of space, big data analysis provided them with specific rankings. A minute passed, and the 3 on the small screens passed through the 4th layer and arrived at the 5th layer. Suddenly, the number representing Yu Li's ranking changed to 2, while Bai Tao's changed directly to 3. Yu Li's fire-based attack is stronger than his lightning-based one. He must be on the verge of breaking through to 2 stars, someone exclaimed in surprise. Both fire and lightning belong to pure attack types, but normally, lightning attacks are stronger. However, now Yu Li's fire-based attack was superior. The only explanation is that the fire element is about to break through. Because of this, his strength surpassed Bai Tao's by a line. This kid is impressive. If he can become a general star, the military can fully cultivate his dual elements. Even if he can't become a general star, as long as he joins the military, they can provide him with resources as much as possible. A major general spoke. The power of dual elements is best exemplified by the war god. Therefore, they want to cultivate another war God, this way, the military would truly become strong. Although the military is strong now, without a martial saint, even though the summer war god has the strength of a martial saint, no one knows how strong he really is. The military has always wanted to cultivate a true martial saint so they wouldn't have to worry about being inferior to other forces. However, becoming a martial saint is too difficult. That last step is like a chasm, while dual element 9 stars can shorten the time as long as resources are sufficient. After all, whether it's a single element or dual elements, becoming 9 stars is merely a matter of time. Above 9 stars, that realm is something one can only encounter by chance. Others nodded, and one major general spoke up. Indeed, these two, although Jang Chang is slightly stronger, based on current performance, there is no possibility of becoming a martial saint, while Yulu has the potential to become a dual element 9. Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, the screen whereby Tao was located flickered, and his figure instantly disappeared, replaced by another young boy. The boy was surrounded by strange beasts in the 5th layer of space, yet he showed no signs of panic, moving freely among the beasts. During this time, he continuously threw punches, each time causing a strange beast to fall, never striking the same beast twice. Whether it was a body refining, ferocious beast or a demon beast, it was the same. Who is this? Su Pengfei looked on, and the boy's domineering punches and exquisite movements left him visibly moved. Who is this? Not only was Su Pengfei puzzled, but others also asked in confusion. They had seen the information, but their main focus was still on the top few. Yu Li's sudden appearance had already surprised them, and now there was another one. Moreover, in the footage, the boys' attacks were so sharp that they couldn't help but be amazed. This movement technique is exquisite, a major general exclaimed. Only a movement technique at the exquisite level would dare to move so freely among these exotic beasts. Not only that, this boy's movement technique incorporates wind elements, and his attacks, did you see? They are also fire-based, but even stronger. Another major general stared at the boy's actions, analyzing seriously. Everyone looked on, inevitably comparing him to Yulu. Clearly, Chinfeng's fire-based attacks were stronger, and he also didn't use martial arts, making the power completely different. 2-star fire warrior, Su Pengfei suddenly said, his tone also filled with surprise. He could clearly see that the boy's wind element had already broken through to 1 star, and the fire element was even at 2 stars. Both were dual elements, but in terms of realm, he was higher than Yulu. 2-star fire warrior. Even Yang Shui was shocked. Wasn't he just 1 star in Yang City? And Song DePeo turned directly to the side to look at Luo Bin. Damn it, you also hid the student's information and hid so much, he cursed. Qin Feng's information was only 1 star, yet not only was he 2 stars, but he was also dual element, which was even more exaggerated than the information he had hidden about Yulu. At this moment, Luo Bin was also stunned, but he quickly reacted. Haha, is it only allowed for you to conceal and not for me? He then looked at Su Pengfei. Sir, this person is from Rong City, and he is also a student of mine and instructor Yang named Chinfong. He quickly added, he certified as a 2-star warrior the day after he entered 1 star. Everyone stared at the screen showing Chinfong, and upon hearing Luo Bin's words, they showed surprise. Just then, the footage of Chinfong changed again, the number turning to 2, and immediately after, the number on Yu Li's screen changed to 3. In the footage, Jang Chang and Chinfong both entered the 6th layer of space. They faced 5 peak body refinement beasts, 3 first-level monsters, and 1 second-level monster. Jang Chang became cautious in his attacks against these monsters, no longer as reckless as before. Jang Chang is still quite clever, Jang Chang's instructor remarked. However, no one answered him, as everyone was focused on Chinfeng's footage. They saw Chinfong still calm, as if the monsters in front of him were no different from the previous ones. He walked forward at a steady pace, allowing them to charge at him. Bang! Bang! Still those domineering fists, 1 punch for each, and even when the second-level monster charged, he showed no change in his attacks. Buzz! The footage changed, and Chinfeng's ranking became first as he continued toward the next layer of space. At this moment, Jang Chang had just killed a peak body refinement beast. Rip! A series of gasps echoed in the command room. It was too fast. Chinfong killed the exotic beasts as if he were crushing ants, and the second-level monster had no ability to resist at all. Is it really this strong after breaking through to 2 stars in fire? Someone raised their doubts. Yulu was also dual element. Although he hadn't broken through to 2 stars, he was a dual attack element, and his fire element was close to 2 stars, but the gap was simply too large. Su Pengfei furrowed his brows tightly. He couldn't make a specific judgment, but his thoughts were different from that of the old instructor before. He was now an 8-star warrior and knew how difficult it was to improve in the later stages of cultivation, and he was even clearer that every level up in strength was extremely terrifying. So, the double 9-star can be compared to the martial saint. He thinks it might be possible, but the double 1-star compared to the 3-star, the likelihood is not great.
Could it be that the wind system is also a 2-star? He secretly speculated, looking more closely at Chinfeng's image. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Chinfong, while Yulu and Jang Chang had been completely overlooked. In the fissured space, after Chinfong entered the 7th layer of space, 3 first-level demon beasts appeared in front of him, 2 second-level and 1 third-level. The 7th layer is a huge threshold, this time the assessment. The examiner should want all participants to stop here. What a pity. He suddenly smiled. The 2nd-level demon beast in the 6th layer had reached the strength of a 2nd level, and ordinary 2-star warriors simply couldn't kill it. Moreover, with the addition of a 1st-level demon beast and several peak body refiners, even Jang Chang, he felt, would find it very difficult to pass. Yet he, on the other hand, found it very easy and could kill instantly, without using any martial arts. But this 7th layer was a chasm. Without martial arts, it was simply impossible. The faint aura emanating from the 3rd-level demon beast across from him was at least one of the stronger existences among the 3rd level, and in terms of combat power, it was probably over 5,000. Looking at the few ferocious alien beasts in front of him, he suddenly raised his head and smiled slightly at the special monitor. Now, my real battle is just beginning. At this moment, he was no longer prepared to hide his 3rd system, the ice system. Previously, he had blown wind to Yang Shui for this moment. He wanted the military to truly know his value, so that after obtaining the Star of Command, he could receive more rewards. There was no way around it. Having multiple systems was too difficult. Even with a system, he felt there was simply not enough time. Since he couldn't go directly to the front lines now, this was the best opportunity to ask the military for more beast crystals. Next, let you witness history. At this moment, Chinfong seemed to have transformed into another person. His momentum had never been so strong. In the command room, everyone saw Chinfong raise his head, and their expressions all became serious. Especially Yang Shui. She had never seen Chinfong so serious before. Boom! Suddenly, on the small screen, it seemed as if a layer of flames appeared on Chinfong in an instant, and around the outer layer of the flames, a gust of wind was swirling. Immediately after, something shocking happened. Frost gradually appeared in the outer layer of the wind. Whether it was fire, wind, or ice, none of them were the usual tangible forms seen before, but appeared in a visibly elemental state. However, this was the mark of a warrior. Fire represented fire warriors, while ice represented ice warriors. 3 systems. In the command room, one officer after another stood up, unable to believe what they were seeing on the screen. Even Su Pengfei instantly straightened his body, his hands unconsciously clenching. 3 systems? How could it be 3 systems? And still a 3-star, he slowly spoke. Sir, should we stop the assessment immediately? A major general immediately asked. Stop what? Forget about the 3 systems. Now, everyone focus on the assessment, Su Pengfei said lightly. Everyone's expressions were serious, and no one had any objections. Just then, the Chinfong on the screen moved. He charged forward like a fierce beast. Then, using the solar fist, with just one punch, he killed the 3 first-level demon beasts in front. Following that, everyone saw Chinfong raise one hand high, extending a finger, as if telling everyone that he truly had 3 systems. Immediately after, his finger turned to ice, and he instantly pointed left and right, directly hitting the 2 second-level demon beasts. Accompanied by 2 screams, the 2 second-level demon beasts trembled all over and fell down. Suddenly, in the entire scene, only 1 person and 1 beast remained facing each other. Strange beasts of all kinds, numbering in the millions, but in terms of abilities, they are categorized like humans into several types: attack type, defense type, agility type, and so on. The 3rd-level monster beast facing Chinfong, with its entire body covered in black fur and blood-red eyes, is a well-known shadow leopard among the monster beasts, terrifyingly powerful in both attack and agility. Generally, when an ordinary human warrior encounters such a beast, they would fall into extreme trouble, and with one careless move, they could be torn to shreds. However, at this moment, the shadow leopard looked at Chinfong, its eyes filled with ferocity, yet it did not charge immediately. Instead, it instinctively began to retreat. A 3rd-level monster beast has developed a hint of intelligence, realizing my terror. Chinfeng's expression remained calm. Suddenly, he took a step forward, and the shadow leopard instantly retreated. Thus, one person advanced while the beast retreated. After retreating a certain distance, the shadow leopard found itself with no way to escape. It could not pass through the spatial wall and knew it had to kill the person in front of it to survive, so it could only charge at Chinfong. However, at that moment, its proud speed did not allow it to succeed, as Chinfong easily dodged. Even more terrifying was that the young man dared to confront it head-on. Its invincible claws collided with the boy's attack, unable to inflict any damage. I have a rough understanding of the strength of a 3rd-level monster beast. Now, I will send you to your end. At that moment, Chinfong unleashed a solar fist. Boom! His fist struck the shadow leopard's paw, sending it flying. Before the shadow leopard's body even hit the ground, he stepped forward a few paces and pointed at its abdomen. Poof! A blast of cold ice surged into its body, causing it to stiffen, instantly freezing its internal organs. Bang! The corpse fell. Chinfong calmly squatted down to examine the monster's body. Inside the command room, there was silence. Is this what a third system is? Watching Chinfong almost annihilate all the monster beasts, everyone was shocked. Some officers even showed expressions of horror, unable to recover for a long time.
Yang Shui looked at Chinfong, who was inspecting the monster's corpse, her body trembling slightly.
My masters. Research direction is the third system.
She recalled Chinfeng's words and finally understood why he was so strong and so confident about this assessment. She had always been mistaken. Chinfong was not dual system but rather a third system. All three systems had entered the warrior stage, with the fire system even reaching 2 stars.
Is he a monster? A major general finally voiced his thoughts. All three systems had broken through to the warrior stage and one even
reached 2 stars, especially in someone under 18, which he found incomprehensible. The training time was simply insufficient.
Sigh.
Suddenly, a sigh broke the silence, and Luobin spoke up.
You don't know how hard this guy has worked. During the training camp, I can say I watched him train.
Besides practicing in the training room, he never rested in the lounge. Apart from eating and basic recovery, he probably didn't waste any time at all.
Genius is also the result of hard work. After hearing Luobin's words, everyone fell silent. Luobin looked at their expressions, feeling relieved, and turned to the screen. Kid, I can only help you up to this point.
He didn't know how Chinfong trained, but this was the only explanation. He spoke out to prevent some from overthinking, as that could be detrimental to Chinfong. Even if the military personnel were united and wouldn't harbor ill intentions towards Chinfong, he feared someone might become overly curious and pry into Chinfeng's affairs, which could also affect his training. This kid, our military must secure him, no matter the cost. We must bring him in, Su Pengfei finally said. Dual system cultivation is difficult,
and triple system cultivation is even harder. But so what?
If Chinfong can become a triple system 9-star, the military will surely become the #1 in Long Country. Hearing Su Pengfei's words, Yang Shui and Luobin both laughed, while Song DePeo had a face full of despair. He looked again at Yulu on the screen and suddenly felt that this kid was quite ordinary.
On screen too, Jang Chang finally killed that second-level monster.
At this moment, several wounds
appeared on his body, but it still couldn't dampen his excitement.
Who can take the star from my hands this time, he thought proudly.
To kill a second-level monster while being disturbed by 3 peak body-refining ferocious beasts
and 2 first-level monsters, it was impossible without directly surpassing the 3-star threshold. Even the explosive power had to exceed the 3-star threshold directly.
On screen 3,
Yulu, with one hand in fire and the other
in lightning, finally completely killed the last second-level monster.
His face turned pale, and his injuries were even more severe than Jang Chang's, his standing body even swaying a bit. However, he was still very satisfied with his performance. Although it was a bit difficult to get through this level, I still made it in the end. Based on strength, Jang Chang might make it through. And that Bai Tao, as long as he is cautious, might also make it. But even if he does, he will lose half his life. Anyway, I have hope for first place. Even if I do worse, I'll be second. Thinking of this, he looked up at the special monitor and smiled slightly.
On the big screen, in front of Bai Tao, all
the strange beasts had been dealt with, but he himself was half kneeling on the ground, his face pale, blood continuously flowing from his body. Although I passed the level, I can no longer proceed to the next one. He looked at the space wall ahead, feeling a bit regretful, but he had to endure his injuries and turned to walk towards the crack. He needed to get treatment quickly, otherwise he would die here. However, he was also very satisfied with his performance. This time, I might compete for first place, and second place is very stable. Each participant in the assessment had their own thoughts. Those in the top few were thinking about being in the top 3, or even first. Those who were originally behind were thinking about their rankings, hoping to move up a bit, not wanting to be behind others. But in the command room, everyone was not interested in watching their performances. Instead, they were staring at the screen, where Chinfong was, afraid of missing anything. It's the 7th layer of space. It seems like there's nothing here. People saw that when Chinfong entered the 7th layer of space, there was nothing in his location, only himself.
No, there's a painting over there. Someone suddenly pointed to a corner of the screen.
Everyone immediately saw that there was indeed a painting floating in the air in the image, but the painting was very strange, hazy, and indistinct, and it was impossible to see clearly without careful observation.
This is the final level specially set by the war god,
Su Pengfei said slowly while looking at the painting.
Set by the war god? Everyone was surprised upon hearing this.
The war god had not appeared for a long time and rarely managed military affairs. The last time he acted was decades ago during the level 10 beast riot. Unexpectedly, a star selection could actually prompt him to personally set up a level.
This final challenge is both a test and an opportunity.
Su Pengfei looked at the faintly visible painting and said, originally, the war god set up this challenge on a whim.
If someone can truly reach this level in the future, selection of war stars, it might be a stroke of luck. Unexpectedly, in the first session, a freak has already appeared. The selection of war stars actually means the war god, but merely passing the first level and becoming a war star does not necessarily mean being recognized as one in the war god's heart. Even passing the 6th level is not enough to be acknowledged as a war star by the war god. One must enter the 7th level and truly obtain the opportunity left by the war god. Su Pengfei looked at Qin Feng's image with anticipation. If you have the ability to seize that opportunity, you will leave a mark in the war god's heart. In the crack, after Chinfong entered the 7th level, he naturally saw the floating painting. Is this the war god? He approached step by step. In the painting was an old man in military uniform, his expression solemn. Even just the image could convey a sense of spirit from his eyes, as if he were alive. Buzz! Suddenly, the painting shot out streams of aura, rushing straight at Chinfong. His expression changed, and he reacted instantly. Bang! A wave of aura forced him to retreat continuously. A 3-star strong attack. Chinfong was shocked. Just a wave of aura was stronger than the power of his punch. At that moment, several other waves of aura arrived in an instant, and Chinfong unleashed his solar fist, striking back relentlessly. Bang! Bang! With punch after punch, the aura was continuously dispersed. When everything calmed down, his body had retreated to the edge of the spatial wall, just 2 steps away from being completely expelled. But at that moment, the painting fell into silence, no longer launching any attacks. Just then, the old man in the painting seemed to move. Chinfong looked closely and suddenly realized that his consciousness seemed to have entered another space. In front of him was a young phantom, dressed casually, looking somewhat cynical. However, Chinfong felt a hint of pressure emanating from him. This is the young war god. Chinfong observed the youth and found that his appearance resembled the war god, just a bit more youthful and less restrained. Swish! Suddenly, the young war god charged towards Chinfong, arriving in front of him in an instant, his fist already swinging. Chinfeng's figure flashed and he pointed a finger. Bang! Both of them staggered back. The young man looked at Chinfong, surprised. He flicked his hand as if shaking off the cold that had penetrated his body. Chinfong, equally astonished, looked at him. 3 stars. This was the phantom of the young war god, a 3-star warrior, and not dual element, just possessing the fire element. How strong is a dual 9-star, or rather, how strong is a martial saint, to be able to leave behind his young phantom here? Chinfong gained a new understanding of the martial saint's power. Moreover, the other party had only left a fire element phantom here, the other element was not present. Boom! At that moment, the young phantom charged again. Chinfong showed no signs of retreating and stepped forward as well. He wanted to see just how strong a single-element war god was at the 3-star level. As they closed in to within 2 meters of each other, suddenly, Chinfong felt the surrounding area filled with explosive fire elements. His entire body felt as if it were bathed in flames, and these fire elements were frantically eroding his body. Domain! Chinfeng's expression changed. The young war god had actually comprehended the domain of fire at the 3-star level. In that moment, Chinfong finally understood why this war god had become a dual element 9-star. Such talent was probably extremely rare among all of humanity. In the realm of fire, that is something that one begins to comprehend only upon breaking through to the 4-star level. This is also why the gap between the 4-star and 3-star levels is so vast. The 4-star represents the elemental domain, while the 7-star master embodies the true essence of the elements. The 3-star has grasped the elemental domain, which greatly surprised Chinfong. Boom! Chinfong unleashed a punch. The young military god waved his hand, and countless invisible fire elements surged wildly towards Chinfong, causing his body to feel uncomfortable, and his fist hesitated slightly. Within my domain, I am invincible. The young military god spoke for the first time, devoid of any emotion, as if he were a mere program. Invincible? Have you asked me? Chinfong smiled and shouted, Ice! In an instant, his body activated the ice element, colliding with the opponent's fire element. Wind! At the same time, the wind element also began to stir. In that moment, the feeling of being ravaged by the fire elements eased considerably. For Chinfong, today I will defeat the young military god. Chinfong charged directly towards his opponent. Although the young military god was a 3-star, there was only one system here, while he was now at the 4 systems. And with the fire system breaking through to 2 stars, neither had a clear advantage. The 2 figures collided in an instant. In the command room, everyone only saw Chinfong standing in the 7th layer of space, then remaining motionless. What is he doing? An officer asked in confusion. No one answered him, as no one knew what was happening with Chinfong, nor did they understand the situation of this level. Even Su Pengfei frowned. Earlier, seeing Chinfong withstand the attack, he thought Chinfong had passed the military god's test, but now it was somewhat incomprehensible. Jang Chang and Eula have both failed. At this moment, in the other 2 scenes, Jang Chang
and Yu Lu, when that painting emitted a powerful aura, were completely knocked out of the 7th layer of space with the first strike, retreating back to the 6th layer. Moreover, when they tried to return to the 7th layer, they found it impossible to enter again and could only end the assessment. Outside the crack, Jang Chang and Yu Lu emerged almost simultaneously. They exchanged glances and Jang Chang smiled. Yu Lu, however, had a slight change in expression. The injuries on the other party were clearly lighter than his, indicating that the opponent had likely found it much easier in the 6th layer.
Have you all come out? Jang Chang looked at the crowd ahead.
He focused on Bai Tao, noticing that his face was pale and his wounds had already been treated, clearly indicating he was injured quite badly. He shook his head inwardly. Previously, he thought the only one who could exert some pressure on him was Bai Tao. But now, he realized the distance between Bai Tao and himself was a bit far, while Yu Lu was the unexpected one, though still not as strong as himself. Soon, he stood in front of everyone, lining up. Yu Lu also noticed Bai Tao's condition, his eyes filled with both regret and joy. The joy was in confirming he was stronger than Bai Tao, while the regret was that this time, the star of generals would likely slip past him. In the 7th layer of space, Chinfong wielded a fiery fist in one hand and an icy finger in the other, while his figure flickered continuously under the influence of the wind.
Element. Boom. Put.
A punch struck the young war god, and a finger tapped his forehead. In the end, the young war god was still no match for Chinfong, slowly fading away. Just as he disappeared, suddenly, that phantom transformed into a stream of air, surging into Chinfeng's body.
What is this? Chinfong was taken aback. This was not just any air current, but a vast amount of information.
He quickly sat down cross-legged, and as he digested this information, he gradually began to accelerate his understanding of the fire
element.
Strictly speaking, this so-called information was actually the war god's comprehension of the fire element during his time as a 3-star warrior. The war god, one of the factions, was indeed fire-based. And this comprehension was meant to be his opportunity. It was a precious cultivation experience, and now he had received this experience
in such a miraculous way.
It was like the transmission of skills in a martial arts film, but instead of a skill, it was the transmission of experience, the war god's understanding of the fire element during his time as a 3-star warrior.
The domain of fire. Chinfong was overjoyed. The most important aspect of this information was the war god's comprehension of the domain of fire during his time as a 3-star warrior. Is this going to allow me to comprehend the domain of fire at the 2-star level? Chinfong felt a surge of excitement. With this experience, he could quickly grasp a domain of fire, and once he possessed the domain, his strength would rise to a new level. He quickly began to focus on digesting this information. Outside the rift, everyone had lined up, waiting for the upcoming ranking announcement. The rankings for this star selection would be released soon, so everyone was filled with anticipation and tension. At this moment, Bai Tao in the crowd was secretly watching Jang Chang and Yu Lu. When he noticed their condition, his expression darkened. The injuries of the two were clearly lighter than his, especially Jang Chang, whose original ranking was already higher than his. Now, having emerged from the rift later than him, it was evident that he had passed the 6th level. This time, the star of the generals was probably not him. 2nd place or 3rd place, he began to speculate about his own ranking. As for Yu Lu, he couldn't determine whether the other had passed the 6th level or had withdrawn midway. After all, Yu Li's original ranking was too low. Just then, the female officer from the command room walked over. Everyone saw that she was holding a new list. Here it comes, the rankings are probably out. This time, it's the rankings given by several generals. With their insight, this ranking is our true strength, a definitive conclusion on who is strong and who is weak. Who do you think the star will be? Someone suddenly whispered. No one answered him, as many had little hope of the star and were more concerned about whether their own ranking had improved. The female officer approached the crowd, scanning them with a glance. Now, the rankings are out, and I have them in my hand. Overall, everyone performed well, living up to your genius status. So, I hope that regardless of your ranking, do not be arrogant nor discouraged. Now, I announce the rankings for this assessment. Everyone quieted down, their expressions tense. Even Jang Chang, though he was certain he was first, could not remain completely calm. Report. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The tension that had just built up among the crowd was suddenly deflated by this voice, and they turned to look with displeasure. Li Yun felt the gazes upon him, his face turning red. Speak. The female officer looked over. Reporting, Commander, there is still one person who hasn't come out. Li Yun replied. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and they began to count silently, only to find that indeed one person was missing, leaving only 17. Who is it? Everyone showed surprise. Although there was still some time left before the assessment deadline, if someone could really pass, they would have already done so, and those who couldn't had more or less withdrawn on their own. This person won't bring the written exam set, will they? Someone said unhappily. In the written exam, you could take your time with the questions. After all, some problems could be pondered over, and you might suddenly remember the answer. Plus, once you finished, you could check your work. But the martial exam was different. If you couldn't fight, you just couldn't fight, and there was no option to try again. Jang Chang, Yulu, and Bai Tao felt a tightening in their hearts. It seems to be someone named Chinfong, ranked 11th. Someone suddenly spoke up. Ranked 11th? What is he doing? Did he die in there? Upon hearing the 11th rank, everyone dismissed it, and Jang Chang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. 11th place posed no threat. However, Li Yun felt a bit worried. He recalled encouraging Chinfong earlier, saying he might make it into the top 10. He wouldn't have really died in there just for the top 10, would he? Li Yun looked towards the crack, guilt rising in his heart. Quiet, the female officer shouted. Now, the rankings have been determined, and there is still one person left. No need to wait, it won't affect the rankings. 18th, Li Liang. 17th, Wang Chun. The female officer read quickly, and upon hearing their rankings, some were happy while others were worried. The closer it got to the end, the more tense the expressions became. 4th, Bai Tao. Boom! As soon as Bai Tao's name was called, everyone showed surprise and almost simultaneously turned to look at him. Bai Tao's already pale face instantly lost all color. How is that possible? How could I be 4th? He couldn't understand. His lowest expectation was 3rd. He had never thought of being 4th. Even Yulu and Jang Chang's pupils contracted. Bai Tao 4th? Who are the top 3? Could it be? Suddenly, everyone realized that there was still one person who hadn't come out. Impossible. This was the thought that sprang to everyone's mind. 3rd. At that moment, the female officer's voice was like a spell, startling everyone, especially Yulu and Jang Chang, who trembled all over. Yulu. Buzz. Yuli's mind went blank. 2nd, Jang Chang. Jang Chang's face instantly changed dramatically. Impossible, impossible, he kept murmuring. Quiet, the female officer said coldly. This is the ranking given by several leaders. In the command room. If anyone has questions, you can wait until the last person comes out before raising your concerns. The female officer's words silenced everyone. Zheng Chang, Yulu, and Bai Tao all showed expressions of disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Yun was still in a daze. He thought Chinfong had died in there for the sake of the top 10, but it turned out he was directly first. Why hasn't he come out yet? The assessment time is almost up? At first, everyone was curious about what was going on with Chinfong, who was still inside. But as time passed, impatience began to set in. It had been too long. 3 hours for the assessment, and now over 2 hours had already passed. Was he really clearing the level? Zhang Chang kept staring at the crack, his expression serious. He was supposed to be the star of the show, but now he had only managed to secure 2nd place. He wanted to see what kind of ability this person who had overshadowed him possessed. Just then, a figure appeared at the mouth of the crack. The moment they saw him, everyone's expressions changed simultaneously. Even the female officer's gaze suddenly sharpened. He looks like a ball of fire, someone whispered in disbelief. Chinfong was clearly a human figure, and at this moment, like them, he had no special features. However, when they looked at him, they inexplicably felt as if they were facing a raging inferno, as if he were a burning sun. After Chinfong emerged and saw everyone, he walked step by step towards the crowd. Zhang Chang, who was in the front row, kept his eyes fixed on him. As Chinfong drew closer, he was about to step forward, eager to see if this first place was indeed as powerful as he was. However, just as Chinfong was within 2 meters of him, Zhang Chang's expression changed instantly. Countless fire elements surged towards him, enveloping him in an instant, making him feel uncomfortable. The next second, he felt he couldn't bear it and involuntarily stepped back. Until he was 2 meters away from Chinfong, at which point the terrifying fire elements disappeared. Zhang Chang is retreating. The people behind saw Zhang Chang back away while Chinfong continued to approach, revealing looks of surprise. To others, it seemed that Zhang Chang was secretly competing with Chinfong, but with every step Chinfong took, Zhang Chang retreated a step. The battle hadn't even started, and it seemed Zhang Chang had already lost. Domain. At this moment, the female officer felt a jolt in her heart upon witnessing this situation. Zhang Chang couldn't get within 2 meters of Chinfong. The only explanation was the domain. Now, Chinfong had unknowingly activated the fire domain, creating a 2-meter no-go zone. The domain is very useful against these people. Chinfong suddenly retracted the domain. After digesting the insights of the young military god, he had also comprehended the fire domain through his vast experience in the crack. Just now, he was verifying the uniqueness of this domain, and it certainly did not disappoint him. Even the powerful Zheng Chang among the 2-star ranks couldn't withstand it. After retracting the domain, Chinfong walked directly into the crowd. As he passed by Zhang Chang, the latter showed no reaction at all. Chinfong stopped next to Li Yun. Chinfong, are you first? Li Yun looked at Chinfong and asked in confusion. If I'm not mistaken, I should be. You guys shouldn't be able to take it away. Chinfong nodded calmly. But, you were 11th before, didn't you deliberately hide your strength? Li Yun asked. Chinfong shook his head.
It wasn't intentional, it was just the instructor's actions. These people aren't worth me hiding my strength to catch them off guard or anything like that. Li Yan's body trembled slightly. He was among those people, and this statement was like a critical hit, striking at the heart. At this moment, the female officer, seeing Chinfong standing still, finally spoke up loudly. First place, also from the military department, the first-generation star, General Chinfong. After the female officer announced this, she looked at everyone and found that no one spoke. Everyone stood there, momentarily falling into silence. Anyone with questions can raise them now, she asked loudly. Still, no one spoke, and some people secretly glanced at Jang Chang, especially Yilu and Baitao, who were both hoping the other would say something. However, they were disappointed. Jang Chang stood there without any reaction. They were not fools. Jang Chang's earlier behavior was too strange. Since the other party had no issues, they naturally wouldn't bring it up. After all, the Star of War was not theirs. Since there are none, let's disperse. Afterward, someone will arrange your rewards. The female officer waved her hand. Although it was said that only the top 3 would receive rewards, there were still some consolation prizes for those behind. The crowd dispersed, and the female officer directly approached Chinfong. Come with me, the commander is looking for you. Soon, Chinfong followed her to a room, and the female officer quickly left. Chinfong pushed open the door and saw Su Pengfei sitting. Inside, Su Pengfei waved at Chinfong. Find a place to sit. After Chinfong sat down, he got straight to the point. Are you a triple system? Chinfong nodded. Yes. How did you do it? I have a master. Before he could finish, Su Pengfei raised his hand to interrupt him. Yang Shui told me about your master. Your master succeeded? Hearing this, Chinfong breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Shui was indeed a good person. He was worried the other party wouldn't believe him, but it seemed that after Yang Shui spoke, there was no doubt. Yes, but not entirely. Before Su Pengfei could ask, he continued, the medicine my master developed only succeeded in me. He tried many others and failed, so he is still researching. Su Pengfei nodded. Since it has succeeded before, I believe the real results are not far off. Maybe. Chinfong could only nod. As a triple system, you are the first. That's great. You must seize this opportunity, Su Pengfei suddenly said seriously. Chinfong was puzzled. Does the commander not think that being a triple system is a waste of time? In high school, if someone was a dual system, teachers would suggest focusing on one system first, and only when they hit a bottleneck and couldn't break through would they study the other system. But Su Pengfei seemed to think the opposite. Su Pengfei smiled. What waste of time? Having a dual system, or even a talent like your triple system, why give up on cultivation? That would be wasting talent. Those who temporarily make people give up on one system are either foolish or malicious. The path of a martial artist is to overcome all obstacles. Moreover, having multiple systems is not an obstacle but an opportunity. Our military personnel never consider multiple systems a burden. His words were incredibly serious and solemn, making Chinfong have a new understanding of the military. Alright, you don't need to think too much about multiple systems. Su Pengfei waved his hand and continued, you are this time's Star of War and have passed the 7th level of the military God's test, so besides the rewards originally given to the Star of War, I can also grant you one request. Tell me, what do you need? Chinfeng's heart leaped with joy. He didn't expect there would be an extra reward. He quickly said, Commander, I want to first understand what the rewards for the Star of War are this time. He needed to know, otherwise, if his request overlapped with the reward, it would be a big loss. Su Pengfei smiled. Dragon blood. Dragon blood? Chinfong was unsure what the other party meant by dragon blood. His first reaction was the blood of a dragon from myth and legend, but that was clearly impossible. However, just the name indicated that this dragon blood was certainly not simple. It's not the kind of dragon people imagine, but the blood of a peak level 9th grade demon beast, the Black Earth Dragon, Su Pengfei explained. Peak level 9th grade? Chinfong was taken aback. You should know that. The most precious thing about every exotic beast is its beast crystal. Su Pengfei looked at Chinfong. Chinfong nodded. The uses of beast crystals were numerous, from crafting various weapons and equipment to research. Some current martial arts were inspired by beast crystals, and through the study of beast crystals, humans could change their cultivation methods. For example, some people could become dual-system cultivators because of this. But not every demon beast has a beast crystal, which is why they are precious. And the blood of demon beasts is equally precious. Of course, the demon beasts referred to here are those above level 4. Those below level 4 are not worth much. But you should know that every demon beast has blood. The greatest function of demon beast blood is to make a warrior's physical body stronger. Chinfong nodded. He could understand this point. The greatest advantage of demon beasts was their physical strength, which was superior to that of human warriors. The main focus of human warriors was to learn body-refining martial arts, but these martial arts were not only scarce but also extremely difficult to practice. Chinfong had obtained the star refining body technique for some time, but his progress was not significant. Chief, there can't be much blood from a peak level 9th grade demon beast. How could it be brought out this time?
Chinfong asked curiously. The military's expenditure. This time could be described as a river of blood. How many 9-star warriors were there in the entire Dragon Kingdom?
There were not many demon beasts either, otherwise humanity would have been defeated long ago.
Indeed, there isn't much
blood from peak level 9th grade demon beasts, and even less from a black earth dragon like this one. You could say that currently the military and even the entire Dragon Kingdom has only one head's blood.
Moreover, I can tell you that
the blood of the black earth dragon is one of the most effective among all demon beast blood, Su Pengfei said seriously.
Chinfong was even more surprised. If that was the case, why was it being offered as a reward this time? Su Pengfei saw
his doubt, because this time it's the military's first star selection. Additionally, if you hadn't shown up, Jang Chang would have taken first place and the reward would have only been a small portion of dragon blood.
But now, I can tell you, you can absorb as much as you can. So good?
Chinfong was astonished. The treatment was too different.
This is the will of the war god. You have obtained the opportunity he left behind, so why not let you gain a greater opportunity? Su Pengfei looked at Chinfong and even he felt a bit envious.
After all, he was now an 8-star warrior but could not obtain the opportunities given by the war god. You are very lucky, or rather, your talent has granted you such
treatment.
You should know that this dragon blood is not just any black earth dragon, it is a demon beast on the verge of breaking through to martial saint. At that time, it was the war god who paid a great price to slay it, so I hope you can still enter the military in the future. It would not be in vain for the war god to value you. Sending out such a great opportunity made Su Pengfei feel a bit pained. If he could decide, he certainly wouldn't do it this way.
After all,
Fong had not yet entered the military, and no one could say how he would choose in the future.
I will think it over carefully. Chinfong nodded, not directly stating his position. Su Pengfei nodded. By the way, I just mentioned that I would agree to one of your requests. Go ahead and say what you want.
The so-called request was naturally also a reward.
I want beast crystals. The more, the better.
Chinfong spoke directly.
You certainly have a big tone, not polite at all. Su Pengfei smiled and said, is it because of your master's research?
He had also heard from Yang Shui about Chinfeng's mysterious master who always needed beast crystals, so it wasn't too surprising.
However, Chinfeng's constant
consideration for his master made him feel gratified. At least he wasn't an ungrateful person. Even if Chinfong didn't enter the military in the future, the gratitude would still remain.
Yes, my master is very important to me. Without him, there wouldn't be today's me, so I care a lot about his research.
Chinfong said without blushing or skipping a beat.
Tell me, what kind of beast crystals do you need? Su Pengfei didn't waste time. Chinfong was delighted and quickly took out a
list he had prepared earlier. When Su Pengfei took the list and looked at it, his eyes widened in shock. The list was very simple.
Earth type, wind type, ice type, fire type beast crystals, the more the better. How is it? Not too difficult, right? Chinfong smiled. Not too difficult? Do you think beast crystals are cabbages?
Su Pengfei was speechless upon hearing Chinfeng's words. The military indeed had the most beast crystals among all the forces in the Dragon Kingdom, but they were also the most consumed. Many beast crystals had already been used to make various equipment. There was some stock, but it wasn't like there was an endless supply.
Here's the deal, I can agree to your conditions, which is a reward of 50 million.
This is the highest reward the Western theater can give you, and you can convert it into beast crystals. For first level beast crystals, regardless of type, I'll give you 500,000 each. For second level, 1 million. For third level, 2 million.
You can write a specific list based on these prices.
As for beast crystals above level 3, I can't provide them for now because it requires a process, and it takes quite a bit of time.
If you're willing to wait, you can, Su Pengfei explained to Chinfong.
Chinfong nodded and began to write the list, silently calculating his needs. A few minutes later, he produced a specific list.
He didn't include any beast crystals above level 3.
A third level crystal was 2 million, and a fourth level would probably double that. It was completely unnecessary.
At his current level, he didn't need them. Su Pengfei picked up the list and glanced at it. Is it just these 4 types?
The beast crystals on the list were fire, wind, ice, and earth, with no other elemental types.
Chinfong nodded. Just these.
Mainly because there's only 50 million, and my master wants me to become a triple element user. His current main focus is on wind, fire, and ice. As for earth, he said I could occasionally try researching it, so I need some of those too.
Su Pengfei didn't think much of it. After all, he wasn't knowledgeable about research. Alright, I'll prepare the items as soon as possible. Also,
he took out a medal from his body. This is the Star General medal. With it, you are a military Star General, equivalent to a Major General rank. If you officially enter the military in the future, your
rank will be Major General.
Chinfong took the medal. Ding, you have completed the 3rd stage of the Star General mission. Ding, your reward has been issued. All Star General missions completed. Additional reward, a martial arts manual. After Su Pengfei left, Chinfong looked at the system rewards this time. He first took out the 3 earth element imprint fragments and swallowed them whole.
The elemental imprint began to digest rapidly. Ding, successfully devoured.
Earth element imprint fragment, your Earth system imprint has reached perfection. Boom. At that moment, Chinfong clearly felt that his body had become much stronger due to the influence of the Earth element. His combat power also directly broke through the 6,000 mark, taking another step closer to the 4-star threshold. Name: Chinfong Fire System Realm, 2 stars, 3rd Divine Pattern Progress 10%.
Wind System Realm, 1 star, 2nd Divine Pattern.
Progress 0. Ice System Realm, 1 star, 2nd Divine Pattern Progress 0. Earth System Realm, 1 star, 2nd Divine Pattern Progress 0. Combat Power, 6,300. He then looked at the additional reward. I wonder what martial art it is. With a thought, the martial arts information quickly flooded into his mind.
Martial Arts Introduction, Earth Spirit Armor, a 7th grade martial art, limited to Earth Warriors. A piece of information was quickly digested. It was another 7th grade martial art. This martial art is a defensive type. Once mastered, it can instantly form a layer of hard earth armor on the surface of the body. With the star refining body technique and Earth Spirit Armor, I feel like a freak. Chinfong couldn't help but think to himself. It was impossible to be Loki. The star refining body technique is a 9th grade martial art that strengthens the physical body. The Earth Spirit Armor, on the other hand, forms a defense on the outside of the body. With this double defense, even a true 4-star warrior would find it difficult to break through his defenses. Next, there's the Dragon Blood. Chinfong felt a bit excited. Dragon Blood also increases physical strength, complementing the star refining body technique. According to his guess, absorbing Dragon Blood should accelerate the progress of the star refining body technique. The first volume of the star refining body technique, Star Body, is divided into Star Skin, Star Bone, and Star Blood, and right now, he hadn't even fully mastered the Star Skin. So, he was looking forward to the tremendous effect that Dragon Blood would bring him. That night, Chinfong did not cultivate but fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he was led by a soldier to the command room. At that time, in the command room, there were 3 major generals, 2 lieutenant generals, and Su Pengfei. Additionally, there were 3 instructors, one of whom was Yang Shui. After Chinfong stood between Yulu and Jang Chang, Su Pengfei spoke. This time, your rewards are all beast blood. You all learned yesterday what kind of beast blood it is. Now, your instructors will take you to soak in it. How much you can absorb depends on yourselves. After saying this, the 3 major generals each took out a small bottle from their bodies. This bottle contains beast blood. You can use it directly by pouring it out. The small bottles were handed to Yang Shui and the others. Chinfong stared at the small bottle in surprise. This should be a magical space bottle, looking small but possibly containing several cubic meters of space inside. He had learned about this bottle in cultural classes. It was a space bottle that humanity had been researching, also known as a space bag. It was the latest research achievement of humanity. But even now, the largest one was only 5 cubic meters. Of course, martial saints have their own spatial storage items. These are for warriors below the martial saint level. Let's go. After Yang Shui received the dragon blood, she said to Chinfong and turned to leave the command room. Seeing this, Chinfong hurriedly followed. Soon, the two arrived in a room with a pre-prepared wooden tub. Yang Shui walked directly to the tub, opened the small bottle, and poured the dragon blood into it. Chinfong saw the dragon blood continuously flowing into the tub, and when it reached 1/3 full, Yang Shui put the small bottle away. Don't be stingy, fill it up. Chinfong saw that there was only 1/3 left and said, fill it up. Do you think it's just water? Yang Shui replied irritably, this is the blood of a level 9 beast. One beast is quite a bit, but this wooden barrel can only hold so much. That's fine then. The commander said I can absorb as much as I can, so fill it up, no problem. Chinfong reached out to grab the small bottle. Yang Shui quickly took 2 steps back. Finish absorbing what you have first. The blood of a level 9 beast is extremely violent. If you're not careful, it could burst your body. Plus, if you take in too much, you won't be able to absorb it all, and it would be a waste. Seeing Yang Shui so stubborn, Chinfong felt a bit helpless. He suddenly glared. I order you to fill it up now. After all, he was a star general with a major general rank, while Yang Shui was only a colonel. However, Yang Shui just rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave. Chinfong shook his head helplessly and approached the wooden barrel, reaching out to grab it. The system didn't respond. It seems that even devouring this dragon blood has no effect. Realizing that devouring was useless, he took off his clothes and stepped into the barrel. As soon as he entered, Chinfong felt a surge of energy drilling in from the pores all over his body. So amazing, such pure energy. Chinfong was somewhat shocked. At this moment, he understood why many human researchers were studying the beast crystals of. If the blood of the was so miraculous, then the beast crystals must be the most valuable research material. As Chinfong soaked in the blood for longer, he felt his body growing stronger. But when he reached his limit, suddenly, the star refining body technique began to operate on its own. The energy in the blood started to crazily enhance his skin. In just a few minutes, his skin changed again and again. He couldn't help but try to touch it, feeling as if he were touching a layer of iron. Soon, the energy in the blood in the barrel diminished, and before long, it was completely consumed. His skin had become stronger than he had ever imagined. Star. Refining Body Technique Volume 1. Star Skin still needs a bit more. He was somewhat shocked. This star refining body technique was so terrifying, such strong skin, and the star skin hadn't even reached completion. Instructor. Yang. Chinfong shouted. What is it? Yang Shui pushed the door open and asked impatiently. Add more dragon blood. Add what? Finish absorbing what you have first. It's gone. Chinfong spread his hands. Yang Shui frowned but walked over to the barrel. Only then did she realize that the dragon blood had completely changed, feeling devoid of any spirit. It's really used up? She was taken aback. That was too fast. It had only been a few minutes. Previously, Su Pengfei had told her that this dragon blood was very domineering. For an ordinary martial artist like Jang Chang, just applying a bit on the body would suffice. But Chinfong was special, and she had only let him pour out 1/3. Su Pengfei believed that 1/3 would allow Chinfong to soak for several hours and would be enough for him to elevate his body to its current limit. However, now she suspected that Su Pengfei was conserving the dragon blood. Wait a moment. Yang Shui turned and walked away. She had no choice. Su Pengfei had instructed her to use only 1/3, and she dared not act recklessly. If she used it without permission, she couldn't afford the consequences. In the command room. What did you say? It's all used up? Su Pengfei stood up abruptly. Yes, it's all used up. Yang Shui nodded. Then add more. I see he's quite fierce. Su Pengfei said fiercely. There was no choice. He had previously boasted that Chinfong could absorb as much as he could. Now, the other party could still absorb, and there was still dragon blood left. He couldn't go back on his word. All right. With Su Pengfei's agreement, Yang Shui nodded. Wait, I'm going to take a look too. I don't believe he can really absorb that much, Su Pengfei said. The two quickly arrived at Qin Feng's room. Yang Shui wasted no time and directly began to drain the lifeless blood from the wooden tub. Instructor Yang, why not let Chief Su come? Chinfong lowered his head, glancing at his own body, and said softly, I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Yang Shui replied irritably. However, her heart was pounding. It was the first time she had looked at a man like this. But to show her authority, she maintained an indifferent expression. Chinfong had no choice but to keep quiet. Soon, the energy-absorbed dragon blood was completely drained, and Yang Shui took out a small bottle to pour out more dragon blood. This time, it was still 1/3. Chinfong didn't say anything further and began to absorb again. Boom! When half of the dragon blood energy was absorbed, he felt that his skin had reached a limit. The star refining body technique began to operate wildly, guiding the remaining energy into his bones and continuously tempering them. A few minutes passed, and the energy in the wooden tub was completely absorbed. Instructor Yang, continue, Chinfong called out again. At this moment, Su Pengfei couldn't hold back any longer and directly approached the wooden tub. Looking at the completely lifeless dragon blood, his face instantly darkened. Are you a gold-eating beast? He said irritably. The dragon blood that Chinfong had just absorbed was worth at least hundreds of millions. Moreover, it was priceless. Such a thing was unique in the country. Even if there were other beast blood of equal value, the effects might be different. Chief, you won't go back on your word, will you? Chinfong hurriedly said. He realized the terrifying value of the dragon blood. In just those few minutes, he didn't know how much cultivation time it had saved him. The star refining body technique was originally difficult to cultivate, extremely difficult. He didn't know how long it would take to reach the star bone through slow cultivation. Now, he certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity. Since there was still some left, he had to make the most of it. There might not be such a good chance next time. Go back on my word? Am I Su Pengfei the kind of person who goes back on my word? Su Pengfei felt a sharp pain in his heart but still spoke. Kid, if you don't join the military in the future, just wait and see how I deal with you. After saying that, he directly took the small bottle from Yang Shui's hand and decisively poured it all in one go. Absorb it to death. He. Chinfong smiled and continued to absorb. At the same time, in another room, Jang Chang was also absorbing beast blood, but his was from a 7th-grade beast. At this moment, Jang Chang in the wooden tub was enduring the terrifying pain brought by the blood, and his physical strength was continuously increasing. Bang! Suddenly, the wooden tub exploded, and the lifeless blood splattered everywhere. Jang Chang quickly put on his clothes, and the surprise in his eyes was unmistakable. Although I didn't break through to 3 stars, my strength now exceeds 2,000 combat power with an ordinary punch. At this moment, he was filled with strong confidence and couldn't help but think of Chinfong. Am I his opponent now? Very soon, he shook his head. When he had that thought, he already knew deep down that he was still no match for Chinfong. He recalled the earlier moment when Chinfong approached him, bringing with him an overwhelming sense of pressure, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of despair. Instructor, Jang Chang looked at Songli. Which room is Chinfong in? Songli glanced at him, knowing that the other party still wanted to secretly compare himself with Chinfong, and said, right next door. Jang Chang nodded, then walked out of the room and arrived at the door of the room where Chinfong was. At that moment, Yulu was also there, and they both looked at Chinfong in the room. Boom! Just then, Chinfong had finished absorbing the last of the dragon blood energy. He stood up from the wooden tub, which unexpectedly exploded on its own. What a pity, the star bone is still a bit short of perfection. He felt a bit regretful, but after thinking about it, the star bone was inherently more difficult to cultivate than the star skin, so reaching this level was already quite impressive. After putting on his clothes, he looked up at Yang Shui. Instructor Yang, take a punch from me. With that, he charged at Yang Shui like a humanoid tyrannosaurus and threw a punch. The fist was engulfed in terrifying flames, as if he were striking out a sun. Yang Shui's expression changed slightly, and she quickly retaliated with a punch. Bang! The tremendous force collided, and Qin Feng's body kept retreating. Meanwhile, Yang Shui remained standing in place, her face showing unprecedented astonishment. Instructor Yang, you really are amazing, Chinfong said after stabilizing himself. Amazing? You're just a freak. Yang Shui couldn't help but exclaim. Su Pengfei, who was nearby, voiced his confusion. He had only made a rough judgment of their earlier exchange, but the specifics were best understood by the parties involved. Sir, that punch just now has already reached the 4-star threshold, Yang Shui explained. What? Jang Chang and Yulu at the door exclaimed in shock. The 4-star threshold meant a battle power of 10,000. Jang Chang had just been wondering if he was a match for Chinfong, and now he felt how naive his thoughts were. As for Yulu, he had previously been unaware of how terrifying Chinfong truly was. He had only been curious to understand after seeing Jang Chang's attitude, and now he was trembling all over. The 4-star threshold. Even Su Pengfei was astonished. He could see that Chinfong had not broken through in cultivation. His fire attribute was still at 2 stars. Even if it were 3 attributes, breaking through 3 stars in battle power was understandable, or if Chinfong had broken through 3 stars in fire attribute and reached 4 stars in battle power, he could understand that too. But to break the 4-star threshold at just 2 stars was still unbelievable. After all, the gap between 3 stars and 4 stars was significant, not to mention jumping 2 levels from 2 stars. He has certainly made good use of my entire bottle of dragon blood. Su Pengfei finally nodded. He has already left us far behind, Jang Chang murmured. Yula nodded in agreement. It wasn't just being left behind, they could hardly see the tail lights anymore. They were also talented individuals, but compared to Chinfong, just thinking about it made one feel despair. Did you hear that just now? The sir said he absorbed an entire bottle of blood. Yulu whispered. Jang Chang nodded. Everyone has their own opportunities. Although our beast blood isn't as good as his, what's more frustrating is that he absorbed more than we did. The two sadly realized that, despite already feeling despair, what was even more despairing was that the opportunity was right in front of them and he could grasp it completely, while they only managed to catch half. After Chinfong returned to the dormitory, he saw Li Yun quickly sit up from his bed. You seem to be afraid of me? Chinfong looked at Li Yun's expression. It's not that I'm afraid, just a bit nervous. Li Yun couldn't quite meet Chinfeng's gaze. Chinfong smiled. He understood that the other person's personality was introverted and shy, and given how frightening he had just appeared, it was understandable. I'm not some kind of monster. Relax, you should rest. Chinfong walked in front of him, patted his shoulder, and said. Li Yun let out a sigh of relief, quickly nodded, and then fell back into a deep sleep. The recent assessment had indeed drained him significantly, and now they needed to rest before their respective instructors would take them back to their cities. Chinfong also prepared to rest, but then his phone rang. After answering, Su Pengfei informed him that the beast crystals he wanted had arrived and told him to go to the command room to collect them. A few minutes later, he arrived at the command room where Su Pengfei was sitting, and on the table in front of him was a suitcase. The beast crystals you wanted are all here. Su Pengfei patted the suitcase. Chinfong eagerly approached the table. With a click, the suitcase opened. He immediately saw that the suitcase was neatly filled with beast crystals. 10 first-level beast crystals of wind, ice, and earth types worth 15 million each. 10 second-level beast crystals of each type worth 30 million. Additionally, 9 second-level fire-type beast crystals worth 9 million. The total value is 54 million. Kid, you owe me 4 million. Su Pengfei looked at Chinfong and said with a smile. This reward was given by the Western Theater, valued at 50 million, but Chinfong had previously told him to try to gather that much for him. He couldn't help it. He found Chinfong quite likable, so he satisfied him and covered the difference out of his own pocket. Does the chief still lack this little money? Chinfong closed the suitcase and said with a smile. Nonsense, 4 million, do you think it's just 400? Su Pengfei replied irritably.
Although he was a general, 4 million wasn't that easy to come by. The main issue was that the beast crystals he had previously obtained from killing monsters had already been used up. The resources consumed in a martial artist's training were enormous, and that 4 million was nearly all he had.
Don't be so stingy, Chief.
Chinfong picked up the suitcase and turned to leave.
When he reached the door, he turned back and said, "Thank you, Chief. You brat, hurry up and get lost." Su Pengfei waved his hand, laughing and scolding.
When Chinfong returned to the dormitory again, Li Yun was already snoring. He opened the suitcase and first took out a first-level wind-type beast crystal. First-level wind-type beast crystal can be devoured for wind martial artists only.
Without any hesitation, he swallowed it directly.
As the beast crystal was digested, he could clearly sense that the second divine pattern on the wind element mark was rapidly condensing. After that, he picked up one after another and devoured them.
Ding, your second divine pattern on.
The wind element mark has reached full progress.
Boom!
The power within him surged wildly, and it felt as if countless gentle breezes
swept through the entire dormitory, soon returning to calm.
Chinfong glanced at the soundly sleeping Li Yun and smiled.
Wind realm,
2 stars. After feeling the enhanced power within him, he continued to pick up the second-level wind-type beast crystals. Before long, his wind realm naturally broke through to 3 stars. Then he picked up the ice-type beast crystals.
Soon, the ice type broke
through continuously until it reached 2 stars, and the temperature in the entire dormitory suddenly dropped.
Li Yun immediately turned
over, and just when Chinfong thought he would wake up, he heard the snoring again.
He sleeps quite soundly. Seeing that Li Yun
didn't wake up, Chinfong didn't delay and began to devour the earth-type beast crystals again.
Not long after, the dormitory was
filled with earth elements, and a sense of suffocation suddenly appeared. Li Yun's snoring immediately stopped, but the feeling of suffocation quickly disappeared, and Li Yun continued to sleep soundly. Chinfong shook his head. It was the first time he had seen
someone sleep so deeply.
A second-level fire beast crystal. Chinfong picked up the fire beast crystal. Then, he swallowed them one by one, and the third divine pattern on the fire imprint quickly began to condense.
Boom!
When the progress of the divine pattern reached perfection, the temperature in the entire dormitory suddenly rose, and the oxygen in the air seemed to be burned clean, bringing in
even stronger sense of suffocation than before. What's going on?
Li Yun suddenly sat up in bed, looking around in confusion. His face turned pale. Just now, it felt as if someone had grabbed his throat, making it impossible for him to breathe.
It's nothing, you were dreaming.
Chinfong quickly retracted the fire elements that had been emitted during his breakthrough.
Dreaming? Li Yun asked, in confusion.
But he had clearly been having a beautiful dream, and that feeling just now was too real. He even thought he was going to die, and he still felt lingering fear. You just missed witnessing the rise of a super freak,
Chinfong added. What do you mean?
Li Yun asked, puzzled. Chinfong smiled but did not speak, instead looking at his system. Name: Chinfong Fire Realm, 3 stars, 4th Divine Pattern Progress 0, Wind Realm, 3 stars, 4th Divine Pattern Progress 0, Ice Realm, 3 stars, 4th Divine Pattern Progress 0, Earth Realm, 3 stars, 4th Divine Pattern Progress 0, Combat Power, 83,000. Looking at his combat power, Chinfong was shocked. He had directly broken through the 5-star threshold. For martial artists, after reaching 4 stars, the combat power
span is enormous, and at the master level, it becomes terrifying.
Therefore, the later one progresses, the more difficult it is to fight across levels shortly after a breakthrough. Even fighting at the same level, a newly promoted fighter finds it hard to defeat
someone who has been at that level for a long time.
And now, Chinfong had just broken through to 3 stars, and not only could he fight across levels, but he had also jumped 2 levels. With the 4 realms breaking through, plus the effect of the star body refinement technique manifesting after my cultivation breakthrough, reaching the 5-star threshold isn't surprising,
Chinfong thought.
The abnormality of the star body refinement technique lies in the fact that the higher your cultivation, the more obvious the effect. Right now, he was thinking more about that military god. The combat power gap between 4 stars and 5 stars is so large, one can
imagine how terrifying the difference between 9 stars and a martial saint is.
However, the other party being double 9 stars is equivalent to a martial saint, which is truly frightening. He either has a special trump card or is already at the peak of 9 stars. Even infinitely close to a martial saint, otherwise it wouldn't be possible, Chinfong thought firmly.
Chinfong, what's wrong with you?
Li Yun asked when he saw Chinfong lost in thought. Chinfong snapped back to reality, shaking his head. It's nothing.
By the way, Li Yun, do you want to know about my strength?
Chinfong suddenly asked.
How do I find out? Li Yun inquired. To be honest,
he was really curious about Chinfeng's strength. Although Chinfong had come in first this time, aside from those officers, no one had seen Chinfeng's specific performance. It's simple, come on, use your strongest strength and punch me,
Chinfong said. Ha, Li Yun looked confused. Come on, really? Really, go ahead. Chinfong nodded. Li Yun immediately became nervous, but he still nodded. You be careful.
After saying that, he suddenly rushed towards Chinfong and aimed a punch at his chest.
You need to strike. Li Yun
shouted when he saw Chinfong standing still, but his fist was already too late to retract.
Bang!
His fist hit Chinfeng's chest, and
his expression changed drastically, as if his punch had struck a block of iron. Then he saw Chinfeng's body tremble slightly, and his
own body was instantly thrown out the door.
Bang!
Li Yun's head tilted, and with a look of terror in his eyes, he fainted.
The next day, what are you planning to do next?
On the helicopter, Yang Shui asked Chinfong,
what else can we do?
Of course,
it's time to prepare for
the college entrance examination. It's coming up soon, so during this time, I'll just stay at home and spend some quality time with my parents.
Fong said without a second thought.
The college entrance examination was approaching, and although he hadn't decided which university to attend afterward,
it definitely wouldn't be in Rong City.
Once he left, he probably wouldn't be able to come back for a long time.
Additionally, it was time to pay a
visit to the Xiao family. After killing Zhao Kuan and Zhao Liang, the Xiao family had become very quiet, but he knew that Zhao Wancher would definitely not give up on seeking revenge against him, and he wouldn't allow such an opponent to live.
Where are you planning to go after the college entrance examination? Yang Shui asked curiously.
With Chinfeng's current strength, he could go to any martial arts academy in Long Country.
Do you have any suggestions, Instructor Yang? Chinfong asked. Yang Shui was silent for a moment. That depends on you. Let me tell you about the martial arts academies in Long Country.
Before Chinfong could speak, she continued, in Long Country, there are many martial arts academies, big and small, but the top ones
are 9.
Chinfong nodded, he was aware of this. These 9 martial arts academies in Long Country were known as the Sacred Academies, founded by one of the martial saints of Long Country, Su Jin.
The names of the academies are quite simple, from the first Sacred Academy to the 9th Sacred Academy.
According to Chinfeng's understanding, the heads of these 9 sacred academies are all 8-star grandmasters, and the overall head is Su Wuxing. Among them, the first 5 sacred academies are in the capital, while the last 4 are in the Magic City. The best admissions each year are at the 9th Sacred Academy, where almost half of the provincial champions go, and the worst is the first Sacred Academy.
From what I know, they haven't
admitted a provincial champion in 10 years. The best they get are city champions.
Yang Shui just gave a rough overview of the annual admission situation.
In fact, the quality of the sacred academies can be seen from their admissions. Of course, all 9 sacred academies are still quite good, even the worst ones aren't that bad, as each academy admits only a few thousand students each year. So, across the entire Long Country, the 9 academies together admit only about 10,000 students a year, meaning each one is an elite.
If I go to the worst first sacred academy, is there a chance to receive rewards? Chinfong asked tentatively.
Very difficult, Yang Shui shook her head. The 9 sacred academies do not actively recruit, after all, they only admit a limited number each year.
Even if you are the national champion, they wouldn't be surprised. If you want to go, well, fine, they would only lose a genius at most.
You have to remember, the sacred academies are different from my military department.
The military needs geniuses, but the
sacred academies don't need them as much. After all, the sacred academies are just for teaching martial arts and educating people. They don't need that
many teachers.
All right. Chinfong nodded, but he still hadn't given up and was prepared to give it a try. In fact, the sacred academies, and even all martial arts academies in Long Country, have a good relationship with my military department. Many people in the military come from martial arts
academies.
So, it doesn't matter which sacred academy you enter, but if you want to put some pressure on yourself, go to the 9th Sacred Academy in
the Magic City.
There, you'll know what it means to be surrounded by geniuses. Yang Shui suggested, but she didn't push him, as Chinfong had his own
training methods.
Whether he chose to go to the 9th Sacred Academy for the pressure or the first Sacred Academy for an easy time, it was up to
Fong himself.
Chinfong nodded, suddenly having his own plan. While they were talking, the helicopter arrived at the top of Ming Mountain.
The genius
training camp hadn't ended yet. Luobin had returned here early and ran out upon hearing the roaring sound.
Oh, the star of the future is here too.
Luobin said sarcastically when he saw Chinfong.
Attention!
After getting off the helicopter, Chinfong shouted at Luobin. Luobin reflexively straightened his body but quickly realized, and his expression darkened instantly.
It's so embarrassing.
Chinfong holds the rank of Major General, which is impressive, but right now, he hasn't officially entered the military camp and has no real power. It's equivalent to just a nominal military title.
Ha ha. Chinfong laughed heartily. He's a good soldier, unlike some people. He glanced at Yang Shui, only to find that she had no reaction at all. Just then, the others from the genius training camp, hearing the commotion, all rushed over. Boss!
Zhou Lei saw Chinfong, tears welling up in his eyes, and quickly ran over, arms outstretched, wanting to hug Chinfong.
However, he was kicked back by Chinfong. Everyone, long time no see. Chinfong looked at the others. He could see that these people had all changed. They had tanned, but they had also grown stronger. Chinfong, congratulations. Congratulations. One by one, they came forward to greet him.
In the end, only one person was left, Yu Yang.
He stood at a distance, looking at Chinfong, hesitating to speak, and finally walked up to Chinfong. Chinfong, can I follow you? As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Yu Yang in surprise. Chinfong frowned. He knew Yu Yang well enough, and he was quite proud. When Zhao Liang had asked him for help back then, given the Zhao family's power at the time, he had also refused. Yet now, he was saying he wanted to follow him, and he said it openly in front of everyone, which was quite unbelievable. Yu Yang, what's going on with you? Even Luo Bin and Yang Shui looked at him in confusion. It's nothing. Yu Yang shook his head and explained, Chinfong is now a star general, following him is not embarrassing. His words didn't make everyone understand. Even if Chinfong was a star general, he was still just an underage student, and moreover, his cultivation was only at 2 stars. A genius. Even if he had great potential, it was hard for people to comprehend why he would want to follow someone like this. Shall we talk privately? Chinfong suggested. He felt that Yu Yang must have something else going on. Sure. The two quickly walked to a secluded spot. The others saw this and didn't follow, but each was secretly guessing. So, why? Chinfong asked. At this moment, Yu Yang's expression suddenly changed, his eyes filled with great hatred, and he slowly said, My dad is dead. Chinfeng's expression changed. You remember the last time Zhao Liang called me, right? Yu Yang asked. Chinfong instantly reacted, Zhao family? Yu Yang nodded. On that day, I had warned my dad to be careful of the Zhao family, but unexpectedly, something still happened. You're a martial artist, your family should be safe. Chinfong said. He had worked hard to become a martial artist to protect his family from the Zhao family's retaliation. And Yu Yang was also a martial artist. His living conditions, while not as safe as Shingha courtyard, were definitely secure. The Zhao family would have almost no chance to act against him. Yu Yang shook his head. My dad knew Zhao Wanshi, and he was a businessman who often traveled around, so Zhao Wanshi would have opportunities to deal with my dad. Chinfeng's expression darkened. This matter was ultimately related to him. He didn't ask Yu Yang how his dad was harmed, just saying, Has the City Lord's Mansion and the Martial Arts Association been informed? The City Lord's Mansion and the Martial Arts Association belong to the same organization, and for such matters, the City Lord's Mansion would definitely send someone to investigate. They've investigated, but there's no evidence. However, I know it was definitely Zhao Wanshi's doing, Yu Yang said firmly. Chinfong nodded. He believed Yu Yang was not someone who would speak carelessly, and he also believed it was Zhao Wanshi who did it. I will pay a visit to the Zhao family. Chinfong patted Yu Yang's shoulder. As for the matter of him following, he didn't agree. He didn't need any little brothers. Zhou Lei was just for fun and not a true follower. Yu Yang's expression changed. He told Chinfong about this matter not to send him to the Zhao family immediately. After all, Zhao Wanshi was still a 4-star warrior, and Chinfeng's presence would be of no use. Moreover, without evidence, even if he went, there was nothing he could do. Openly killing someone in the city, even if Chinfong was a star general, would not be acceptable. If you want revenge, then prepare a bit. I can wait for you until tomorrow to go down the mountain together, Chinfong said calmly without further explanation. Okay. Yu Yang didn't say much more. He understood Chinfong well enough to know that he wouldn't do anything meaningless without confidence. Since he was going, even if he couldn't kill Zhao Wanshi, he definitely had other objectives. After Yu Yang went to prepare, Yang Shui found Chinfong. Is it about the Zhao family? Chinfong looked at her in surprise. Instructor Yang, you really are sharp. Yang Shui knew about Zhao Liang's incident and that Yu Yang was involved, but it still surprised Chinfong that she guessed it so quickly. I know Yu Yang well. If he says he wants to follow you, something big must have happened. But I want to remind you, Zhao Wanshi's 4 stars are not something that can be achieved through drugs. It's best to wait until your cultivation improves before making any plans, Yang Shui advised. After Zhao Liang's death, she had investigated the Zhao family and was quite familiar with Zhao Wanshi's situation. Chinfong nodded on the surface but didn't explain anything. He wondered if he could defeat the 4-star Zhao Wanshi with a single punch. The next morning, Yu Yang directly withdrew from the genius training camp and went down the mountain with Chinfong. You should go back first, have a meal with your family, comfort them, and just say that, barring any accidents, Zhao Wanshi will die today. After arriving in the city, Chinfong said to Yu Yang as he got out of the taxi. Yu Yang looked at Chinfong in shock, not understanding where his confidence came from. He had originally thought that Chinfong might request help from the military to secretly kill Zhao Wanshi, but now he hadn't seen Chinfong contact anyone and was heading straight to the Zhao family. Clearly, he intended to kill the opponent in a straightforward manner.
However, a straightforward approach could only be through a challenge as a warrior, but Zhao Wancher could refuse, and even if he accepted, how would Chinfong respond? By the way, be at the Zhao family by noon. Don't be late. Chinfong reminded him before walking into the Shingha garden community. Yu Yang watched Chinfeng's back. I won't be late. When Chinfong returned home, he saw his parents sitting on the sofa watching TV. The couple's life was quite leisurely now, but during this time, Chinfong had advised them not to leave the community, even for grocery shopping, which they had someone else do. He had originally wanted to hire a nanny, but as a retired soldier, Xindate and Li Xiaofan, who were used to hard times, found it difficult to adjust, and the nanny was dismissed after just 2 days. Xiao Chen, why are you back? The couple was both surprised and delighted to see Chinfong enter the house. I'm back. The star general selection has ended, and I'm back to prepare for the college entrance examination. Chinfong nodded. Ended? How did it go? Xindate quickly asked. Chinfong had told them about the star general matter over the phone, and Xindate was very concerned about the outcome. Of course, I was selected. Chinfong smiled and took out the medal. Li Xiaofan was about to reach for it when Xindate hurriedly said, Don't touch it. What for? Li Xiaofan said unhappily. You wouldn't understand this. In all my years in the military, I've only seen a major general once, you know? Xindate said excitedly, flipping the medal back and forth like it was a priceless treasure. I don't understand, but you understand a lot. Li Xiaofan retorted. Xindate ignored her and looked at Chinfong. Are you going to join the military? Join what military? Li Xiaofan spoke up. With my son's grades, he could have a good position in the Rongqing Martial Arts Association. What do you know? A man should join the military. Xindate shouted. Chinfong quickly stopped him. This matter is still early, let's talk about it after graduation. By the way, where is the evidence of the Zhao family's harm to Dad? Xiaochen, do you want it? Xindate suddenly thought of something and looked at Chinfong in surprise. Yes, the Zhao family should pay the price thoroughly. Over the past year, in order to punish the Xiao family, Li Xiaofan often collected some evidence, but this evidence was not enough to make the Zhao family suffer, so she kept it and did not bring it out. But, Dad, there is no but. I know the evidence is still insufficient. What I want is not their official punishment, but my personal one. Chinfong interrupted him. Xindate and Li Xiaofan were both honest people, in their view, even if the Zhao family paid the price, it should come from the rules of society. However, what Chinfong wanted was not that. After several attempts on his life, they could only be punished by their own hands. Alright. Xindate finally nodded. He would leave this matter to Chinfong. Chinfeng's performance during this time was enough to prove that he was not an impulsive person. Li Xiaofan didn't quite understand, but she knew her son was preparing to take action against the Zhao family. She hated the Zhao family to the core and didn't say anything more. Soon, they took out some evidence they had collected over the past year. It was all simple evidence. After receiving it, Chinfong didn't delay and went straight out, then took out his phone. Chinfong, what made you think of calling me? As soon as the call connected, Su Hua's voice came through. I'm back, Director Su. Please give me Mayor Zhou's phone number. I need to talk to him about something. Chinfong stated his purpose directly, without any pleasantries. Mayor Zhou's? Su Hua's voice carried confusion, but he didn't ask further and said, Alright, take note. After hanging up, Fong dialed the number directly. Hello? On the other end, Mayor Zhou's voice came through. This was his private number. Mayor Zhou, this is Chinfong. Chinfeng's tone was calm. Chinfong? You're back? On the other end of the line, Chinfong could hear the surprise in the other person's voice. As the mayor and a genius of Rongqing, he often kept an eye on Chinfong in the genius training camp and was well aware of the star selection process. However, he didn't expect Chinfong to return so soon. Yes, Mayor, I would like to ask you for a favor. Chinfong got straight to the point. On the phone, Mayor Zhou's voice was filled with a smile. Rongqing's #1 genius, the first star of the military, this favor is probably something others can't even ask for. Go ahead, as long as I can do it, I will do my best. Chinfong smiled. In the eyes of many in Rongqing, Mayor Zhou was an unattainable figure, one of the few 6-star powerhouses in Rongqing. The old Chinfong also thought he was unattainable, but as his fame grew, such figures were not as people imagined. I want to visit the Rongqing prison to find Yuanhao, Chinfong said. Yuanhao, a year ago, was bought off by Zhao Kuan and then ran over Qingdai. Logically, a family like the Zhaos wouldn't take risks for a fierce beast crystal, but upon learning that both Zhao Kuan and Zhao Liang relied on drugs to pile up their cultivation, he understood. Zhao Kuan had likely been this way for a long time. His humanity twisted, such acts of forceful plunder must have been common for him. After the incident with Qingdai, Yuanhao was arrested. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, and in this parallel world, life imprisonment meant life imprisonment. There was no possibility of a reduced sentence. Therefore, Yuanhao had no hope of getting out and wanted to rely on the Zhao family for covert support, so he never admitted that Zhao Kuan had instigated him. Half an hour later, Chinfong arrived at the entrance of the Rongqing prison. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a man in police uniform waiting at the door.
When the man saw Chinfong get out, he walked over. Chinfong? Chinfong nodded.
The man immediately became enthusiastic. The city lord called and said you would come, so I waited here for you. Also, Yuan Hao has already requested to see you.
By the way, my name is Zhou Kai, and I am the warden here.
Thank you, Warden Zhou. Chinfong nodded. Soon, the two entered the prison.
Along the way, some prison guards were surprised to see the warden personally escorting someone.
A few minutes later, they arrived at a visiting room. It's right inside, the warden said. Chinfong nodded, pushed the door open, and saw a man in prison clothes sitting inside.
When the man looked up, Chinfong spoke directly. Do you remember me? Yuan Hao stared at Chinfong, Xingda's son. How could he forget Chinfong?
The first time he went to harm someone, it was against his father, and at that time, Chinfong had sought him out.
Good to know you remember. You should know why I'm here.
Today, right? Chinfong sat down directly in front of him. Yuan Hao's expression changed, and he had already made some guesses but didn't speak. Chinfong smiled. You haven't revealed the person behind you for over a year. You're quite
impressive. Do you know who this person with me is?
Hearing this, Yuan Hao finally looked up, and when he recognized Zhou Kai, he immediately stood up. Warden. Although he had never spoken to Zhou Kai in prison, it didn't prevent him from
recognizing him.
At this moment, when he looked back at Chinfong, his expression changed completely, filled with a hint of fear.
Now, can you speak?
Chinfong said flatly.
Yuan Hao's expression changed repeatedly before he finally spoke. If I say it, will I have a chance to get out?
In prison, the Xiao family usually used some means to ensure he lived relatively well here. At least he had never been specifically targeted, and he lived better than many others.
However, if so, Kai wanted to do something, he would be in serious trouble even with the Xiao family backing him, because in this place, the other party had the final say. Even secretly letting him out would not be a problem.
No, Chinfong said without hesitation. Not only no, but if you say it, you will be sentenced to death.
What?
Yuan Hao's expression changed as he looked at Chinfong, incredulous. Then why should I say anything? Chinfong smiled, because if you don't say it, you
will wish you were dead.
As soon as he said this, Yuan Hao felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at Zhou Kai, hoping to see some dissatisfaction with Chinfeng's words on his face. However, he was disappointed. Zhou Kai's expression was
blank, as if he hadn't heard anything.
I'll give you 3 seconds. Chinfeng's voice turned cold.
I'll say it. Zhou Kai didn't hesitate any longer and said directly. At that time, it was indeed Zhao Kuan. No. Chinfong interrupted him directly, shaking his head. It wasn't Zhao Kuan, it was Zhao Wanshi.
Zhao Kuan was already dead, insignificant now. To deal with Zhao Wanshi, the blame needed to be placed on him. Yuan Hao looked at Chinfong in shock, then turned to Zhou Kai. This was a blatant attempt to shift the blame, but he found that Zhou Kai still remained silent. At that moment, he realized just how terrifying Chinfong was. To have a prison warden personally intervene, and whatever Chinfong said was law. This was something the Xiao family could not compare to at all. Yes, it's Zhao Wanshi, Yuan Hao said, completely deflated, struggling to speak. Chinfong stood up. Very good. Then he turned to Zhou Kai, took out the prepared evidence,
and smiled. Warden Zhou, with his confession in this evidence, Zhao Wanshi's involvement in my father's case can be completely established, right? Zhou Kai merely glanced at it and nodded. Ironclad evidence. Chinfong nodded. It was very realistic. When he had no achievements, the evidence he prepared was utterly useless. Even if Zhou Kai confessed, it would probably not be of much use.
But now, this evidence had become extremely valuable, even turning into irrefutable proof. This was the benefit of status. It wasn't Zhou Kai's fault, nor anyone else's. The world was simply like this. Now, I'll call the city lord's mansion and let them know they can arrest Zhao Wanshi, Zhou Kai said. He could see that Fong was eager to make Zhao Wanshi pay the price.
Chinfong smiled. Arrest?
Why arrest? We are all martial artists. We should follow the rules of martial artists.
Rules of martial artists?
Zhou Kai was taken aback for a moment, then nodded.
In Long Country, there is a rule that martial artists cannot kill indiscriminately. If discovered, there are 2 ways to resolve it.
First, one can go through official channels to arrest the other party, and then the authorities decide on the appropriate punishment for the murderer. Second, one can use the martial artist's way. The victim can challenge the murderer, and the challenge is without rules, regardless of life or death.
The first method mainly targets ordinary
people, as they cannot use the second method, which is also a form of protection for them. The second method is for martial artists, showing respect to them, allowing them to take revenge themselves.
Moreover, the victim can hire someone to take action on their behalf. As long as you can persuade someone, even a master, they cannot refuse. This rule was jointly established by the 4 great martial saints of Long Country, and only those 4 can break it. This is why Fong went to such lengths to come to the prison, and only after becoming a war star did he do so, because only then would Zhou Kai, and even the city lord's mansion, give him such face. And only with Zhou Kai giving him face and personally accompanying him would Yuan Hao give up his final resistance. If it weren't for this rule, Chinfong could have gone directly to the Xiao family. One day, this rule will be trampled under my feet. Chinfong thought to himself. His path as a martial artist was clear. Below the martial saint, there were no bottlenecks. As long as he didn't die, reaching 9 stars was just a matter of time. Only becoming a martial saint was uncertain for him, as the path of the martial saint was too mysterious. However, with his multi-system abilities, becoming 9 stars would also allow him to stand on par with Xiao Nantian, naturally able to ignore the rules. Since there's nothing else to do, I'll go take a look too, Zhou Kai said with a smile. He wanted to see who Chinfong was bringing to deal with Zhou Wanshi. If a master from the military took action, then this trip would be very worthwhile. Even just watching a master in action would be immensely beneficial. After Chinfong left the Rongqing prison, he got into Zhou Kai's car and headed towards the Xiao family. At this moment, Yu Yang had already arrived at the Xiao family, holding a box in his hands. Standing in the courtyard were several bodyguards of the Xiao family at the body refinement level were lying on the ground. However, in front of him, a second-tier martial artist was blocking his way, preventing him from advancing even a bit. In the villa's hall, an old man and a man were sitting there. Aren't you going to handle this? The old man looked at Zhao Wanshi, frowning. Zhao Wanshi shook his head. There's no need. Let him make a scene. It's best if he can't help but kill someone, then I can directly kill him. Yu Yang's father was indeed killed by him, and although Yu Yang had good talent, he was ultimately a future threat. What he wanted was for Yu Yang to make a bigger fuss, preferably to kill someone. Otherwise, even if he acted now, he couldn't directly kill Yu Yang. If he couldn't, he naturally wouldn't act. You invited me here today just to see him, the old man said calmly. Meng Lao, do you know Chinfong? Zhao Wanshi asked. He was certainly not here for Yu Yang, but for Chinfong. Meng Lao nodded. Of course, I heard about the city announcement last time. What? Just for a second-tier martial artist? Zhao Wanshi helplessly shook his head. He knew the other party rarely cared about these things, so it was normal for him not to know about Chinfeng's later events. He explained, Chinfong being a second tier was a thing of the past. Later, he entered the Rongqing Genius Training Camp. My sons Zhao Kuan and Zhao Liang were both killed by him, and then he participated in the military's general star selection. Just yesterday, he returned. Soon, he recounted the events of the general star selection. Since learning that Zhao Kuan was killed by Chinfong, he had been paying attention to Chinfong. After Zhao Liang was killed, he spent considerable resources trying to find out about Chinfong and had people monitor Chinfeng's parents. However, he couldn't act on the Shingha courtyard side, so during this time, he focused on Chinfong himself. Yesterday, when Chinfong returned to the genius training camp, he guessed that the other party would definitely find a way to deal with him, so today, he invited Meng Lao. So what if he returned? You're a 4-star, are you afraid of him? Meng Lao said softly, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, directed at Zhao Wanshi's caution. He knew that Zhao Wanshi had come this far because of his caution, but also because he was overly cautious, fearing the Zhao family would lose power, which was why he had his 2 sons piled up with drugs. However, in his view, a 4-star martial artist being so cautious in front of an underage person was not a matter of caution but of cowardice. I'm not afraid of him, Zhao Wanshi shook his head. Now that Chinfong is valued by the military, I'm afraid the military will act for him. Is this the real reason you joined my Chongqing martial arts school? Meng Lao looked at Zhao Wanshi, his tone suddenly turning cold. He was the head of the Changcheng Martial Arts School's Rongqing branch, and he had welcomed Zhao Wanshi's joining before. But now, it seemed the other party was using the Changcheng Martial Arts School as his backing. Zhao Wanshi felt anxious and quickly said, Meng Lao, you've misunderstood. I joined the Changcheng Martial Arts School mainly for myself. Now, with my 2 sons dead and my wife gone, I'm the only one left in the Zhao family. Joining the martial arts school was for my own reasons. It's just that now, encountering this matter with Chinfong, I had no choice but to ask for your help. Meng Lao looked at him, not fully believing his words. However, he still said, since I agreed to your joining, if Chinfong invites a strong person, I will step in. But remember, after this, your life belongs to the Changcheng Martial Arts School. The school can help you settle some matters, but you must also be willing to die for the school. Thank you, Meng Lao. Zhao Wanshi felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Perhaps Chinfong has gathered evidence and can hire someone to deal with him, but he also has evidence his own son was killed by Chinfong, so he can also hire someone. Meng Changqing is now a 6-star warrior. As long as Chinfong doesn't hire a master, he can handle the opponent. Unless Chinfong challenges him directly. I need to find a way to make him act on his own, that way, I can personally resolve a major future threat. Zhao Wanshi's mind was already thinking about how to provoke Chinfong into acting. Bang! At that moment, a figure flew in, crashing through the window and landing in front of the 2. Head of the Xiao family, Chinfong is here, a voice called from outside. Zhao Wanshi's expression changed and he quickly stood up and walked outside. Meng Changqing frowned and also stood up. When Zhao Wanshi arrived in the villa's courtyard, he saw Chinfong and Yu Yang standing together, along with a man in a police uniform. Director Zhou, you are here too.
Zhao Wancher looked at Zhou Kai and instantly understood what was happening. Chinfong had likely found evidence and pinned the blame on him.
Just came to take a look. Zhou Kai smiled.
Zhao Wancher ignored him and turned to Chinfong. You have quite the nerve coming here without military personnel. Chinfong only brought Zhou Kai, which surprised him. If the other side only invited Zhou Kai to act, then Chinfong would definitely stay here today.
If I didn't have the nerve, how could I become strong?
Chinfong replied casually. Young man, you speak well, but being bold can also lead to death.
At that moment, Meng Changqing stepped out. Director Meng? Zhou Kai frowned upon seeing Meng Changqing.
Chinfong also looked over. He had never seen Meng Changqing, but upon hearing Zhou Kai's title, he guessed the other party's identity.
Director Zhou, just a reminder, Zhao Wancher is now with the Changcheng Martial Arts School. Are you going to act?
Meng Changqing glanced at Zhou Kai and spoke. Zhou Kai's expression changed. He was only a 5-star warrior, and he hadn't expected that Chinfong hadn't brought
anyone.
This put him in a difficult position. Chinfong was valued by the city lord and certainly couldn't die here, but he wasn't a match for Meng Changqing.
What a lively scene.
Suddenly, a voice came from outside the courtyard, followed by a burly man with a square face striding in. Each of his steps looked incredibly solid.
City Lord Zhou.
Zhao Wancher's pupils constricted. The city lord of Rongqing had actually come in person.
Meng Changqing's expression changed. Zhou Taikuan was famous
in the dragon country for his iron fists, and even he felt a bit apprehensive.
Director Meng, long time no see.
Last time, I'm sorry, I accidentally made you spit blood, haha.
Zhou Taikuan laughed heartily. Meng Changqing's face turned ashen.
The last time he mentioned was at the Rongqing Martial Arts Conference a few years ago. Chinfong looked at City Lord Zhou in surprise, not expecting such a thing.
Zhou Taikuan walked up to Chinfong and whispered, "Why didn't you bring anyone?" He had
always thought Chinfong had invited military personnel. He only came to watch the excitement, but he didn't expect Chinfong to come alone, which was quite bold. Just as Chinfong was about to speak, another voice came from outside.
"Zhou kid, it's unethical to bring up Director Meng's sad past like that."
As the words fell, an old man in a long robe walked in.
Zhu Yuan.
Meng Changqing's face completely changed upon seeing him.
Zhao Wancher's expression was also dark. The president of the Rongqing
Martial Arts Association had come in person. Chinfong was at a loss for words upon seeing Zhu Yuan. He had clearly prepared to act himself, but now all 3 6-stars from Rongqing had appeared, and things seemed to have become a bit complicated.
Zhu Yuan directly approached Chinfong. "Did you not ask the military to intervene? Like Zhou Taijian, he was just here to watch the excitement."
Both were 6-star warriors and had been in the 6-star realm for quite some time. Perhaps
witnessing a master in action would allow them to grasp the master's way and then break through.
"I didn't ask," Chinfong shrugged. "Forget it." Zhu Yuan waved his hand. He didn't know what trump cards Chinfong had. Perhaps the military had provided some powerful weapons. However, no matter how powerful the weapons were, they were ultimately external objects.
Moreover, the stronger the weapon, the harder it was to control if one's cultivation was low. Therefore, if
Chinfong wanted to rely on external objects to kill Zhou Wancher, it would likely require a stroke of luck. If he failed, he would be counterattacked.
"Choose one of us to take action between me and Zhou." Meng Changqing. "We can beat him to a pulp," Zhu Yuan said.
His voice, though intentionally lowered, was still loud enough for everyone to hear clearly.
"Zhu Yuan."
Meng Changqing's face was filled with anger.
Zhu Yuan looked at Meng Changqing. "What? Do you doubt my strength? To be honest, the reason I'm willing to take action is that I can't stand your Changqing martial arts school." "What's the deal?"
"The rules are set this way. As long as Chinfong needs it, I can beat him to a pulp and then
kill Zhao Wancher."
At this moment, Zhu Yuan seemed to have transformed into a different person, no longer the restrained individual he was when he visited Chinfeng's home. It seemed he was genuinely displeased with the people from the
Changqing Martial Arts School.
Chinfong thought for a moment and could actually understand. Among the 4 major forces in Manhwa, the military was on the front lines fighting to ensure the safety of the rear.
The martial artists
Association and the city lord's mansion served and managed the martial artists, preventing them from killing indiscriminately and maintaining social order. The Martial Academy cultivated batch after batch of talents, making a significant contribution to the continuation of martial artists in Manhwa. Only the Changqing Martial Arts School was more focused on private interests. Although they had also trained many martial artists, these were all individuals who paid to learn. Even if some stayed in the school, they still did so for themselves. It could be said that without the military, the Martial Arts Association, or the Martial Academy, Manhwa would likely face problems, but the absence of a martial arts school would not have a significant impact.
How about it? Who will you choose? Zhu Yuan looked at Chinfong. Zhou Taijian also looked over, waiting for Chinfeng's choice. Although they wouldn't be able to see a master in
action this time, taking action themselves and doing a favor for someone was still quite good. Chinfong did not speak but took a step forward. "Everyone, my purpose for coming today is very clear, to kill Zhou Wancher.
Now, I have enough."
Evidence that Zhao Wancher harmed my father. Moreover, Zhao Kuan and Zhao Liang were also involved in my father's matter, so I admit I killed them all. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, quietly listening. The enmity between Chinfong and Zhao Wancher was irreconcilable, no one could help. But how to kill him? I have already made a decision. Chinfong spoke very seriously. This is my path as a martial artist.
The expressions of Zhou Taijian and Zhu Yuan changed simultaneously. What does he want to do? Zhou Taijian frowned. Zhu Yuan shook his head.
At this moment, he saw the determination in Qin Feng's eyes. Even if they wanted to persuade him, it would likely be futile. With a sigh in his heart, he could only watch how the situation would develop next. At this time, Chinfong turned to Meng Changqing. Director Meng, today, I want to take action myself.
Do you want to stop me?
Meng Changqing looked at Chinfong, his expression unusually serious. At this moment, he finally realized that Qin Feng's terror did not stem from his cultivation but from that unwavering determination and invisible aura emanating from him. This child actually has the bearing of a master. He felt a shock in his heart. At this moment, he really wanted to take action and personally kill the opponent, but he couldn't.
With Zhou Taiquan and Zhu Yuan present, if he made a move, the two would definitely intervene.
Why should I stop? Meng Changqing looked at Chinfong and said softly. Then, he quietly whispered in Zhao Wancher's ear, kill him. Zhao Wancher's heart was filled with joy. Chinfong had actually become so arrogant as to challenge a 2-star against a 4-star. Kid, I'll help you. Zhao Wancher took a few steps forward, facing Chinfong, and slowly spoke. His heart was almost overwhelmed with excitement. Killing Chinfong was not just for avenging his 2 sons. He would also be the first to kill the #1 genius of Rongqing, and he would be remembered by the world for a long time. I hope the Zhao family head can really fulfill this. Chinfong stood still, calmly watching the other approach step by step.
So you really want to die?
Seeing that Chinfong did not move, Zhao Wancher spoke softly. Do you feel the pressure of a 4-star? However, Chinfong still stood in place, his expression incredibly calm.
In fact,
he smiled slightly. I don't feel the pressure of a 4-star. Instead, I feel the excitement of about to kill. No, I don't see you as a person. To be precise, it's the excitement of killing.
Ha ha.
Zhao Wancher laughed heartily.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I wonder if the Zhao family head is ready to go to his death.
Zhao Wancher's face turned cold. Go to my death?
I'm already prepared.
That's good.
Before Zhao Wancher could finish his sentence, suddenly, an endless chill seemed to surge from Qin Feng's body. The temperature around them instantly became bone-chillingly cold. At the same time, his body seemed to expand, his skin becoming as hard as iron.
In an instant, his bones glowed,
faintly golden, and a violent power seemed ready to explode his body.
Ice system. Starry body refinement.
At this moment, the terrifying power radiating from Chinfong swept across the entire venue. Yu Yang, with a look of terror, kept retreating, and even Zhou Kai's expression changed drastically as he also stepped back slightly.
The 3 6-stars went from shock to confusion, horror, and disbelief. Ice finger.
Chinfong raised his finger, instantly turning it
to ice. Send the Zhao family head to the afterlife.
As the words fell, Chinfong pointed. At the same time, he finally took a step forward, directly approaching Zhao Wancher.
Zhao Wancher felt the intense threat of death, his face changing
drastically, and his body instinctively wanted to retreat. However, before he could take a step back, Chinfong had already appeared beside him, and the next second, his finger landed on Zhao Wancher's forehead.
Bang! His body was struck by an irresistible force and flew out.
During the process of flying back, an extreme chill surged into his body, instantly freezing his blood and internal organs. He wanted to scream wildly, but no sound came out. All that was in his eyes was fear. Immediately after, a layer of frost appeared on the surface of his body.
Boom!
His body hit the ground with a crack, as if ice had shattered, and then, his body turned into fragments.
The entire venue fell silent.
A few people stared into the distance as the ice melted away, revealing Zhao Wancher's body, now a mass of flesh, blood slowly flowing, sending a chill through
them. Ugh!
Yu Yang spat it out. Even though he had killed exotic beasts before, he couldn't hold it in any longer. It was too brutal.
Meng Changqing
looked at Chinfong, his expression completely changed.
A boy not yet 18 had actually killed the 4-star Zhao Wancher in one move. What was even more
terrifying was the ruthlessness of such a method, bloodthirsty, while the other party remained calm.
Director Meng, you seem quite angry?
Chinfong said, looking at him, speaking slowly. He understood Meng Changqing. This person had a narrow mind. Today, he probably felt some dissatisfaction towards him, especially since Zhao Wancher had just joined the Changqing martial arts school, and he had killed him on the spot. Even if there were grievances between them, given the other party's temperament, it was impossible for him to be completely unbothered.
Humph!
Meng Changqing snorted coldly, waved his hand, glanced at Zhou Tiquan and Zhu Yuan, and walked out of the villa courtyard.
Safe travels, Director Meng!
Chinfong shouted loudly. His voice finally jolted the 2 big shots of Rongqing out of their shock. They looked at Chinfong as if he were a freak. This could no longer be described as genius.
Another Xiao Junshin? This was the first thought that arose in their minds.
It was difficult for martial artists to surpass their ranks, but Xian and Tian had done it, and now Chinfong had as well.
Chinfong, what is your cultivation level? Zhou Tiquan was dumbfounded.
He knew that Chinfong had broken through to 2 stars during the star selection, and he possessed
3 systems.
However, that alone should not have allowed him to defeat Zhao Wanshi, let alone kill him in one hit.
Chinfong smiled. I accidentally broke
through to 3 stars on my way back. That's why I dared to come to the Xiao family. He didn't say he had fully broken through to 3 stars, just left it ambiguous, but he wasn't lying either.
3 stars? Just by chance? Zhou Tiquan and Zhu Yuan's eyes widened. Was this just a casual breakthrough? Nonsense. Forget it, this is just an incomprehensible freak.
Zhu Yuan waved his hand. He was too lazy to guess. Having seen it with his own eyes, the fact was right in front of them. Chinfong had killed a 4-star.
Moreover, Zhao Wanshi was not a newly promoted 4-star. In terms of combat power, he had to be at least 30,000.
A trump card, so this is his trump card. Zhu Yuan was at a loss for words. His and Zhou Tiquan's earlier worries were truly unnecessary. Chinfong was not relying on some powerful weapon provided by the military. Instead, it was his own strength that no one had considered.
Alright, let's go. Someone will come to handle things here at the Xiao family. This matter is completely over, Zhou Tiquan said.
He and Zhu Yuan both knew that Chinfong had been carrying a heavy burden in his heart, and that burden was the Xiao family. Now, with Zhao Wanshi's death, the Xiao family's issue was also resolved.
Chinfong nodded, but inside, he wasn't as calm as he appeared.
Zhao Wanshi was dead, but there was still one person from the Xiao family he hadn't seen. That was Zhao Wanshi's woman, Huang Lingsu. She was just an ordinary person, having left the Xiao family. Perhaps to others she posed no threat, but Chinfong didn't think so. Even if she posed no threat, having lost 2 sons and her husband, she would undoubtedly harbor immense hatred in her heart.
Who knew what would happen in the future?
So for him, it was still best to eliminate the root of the problem. He walked up to Yu Yang, leaned in close, and whispered, Zhao Wanshi is dead. Although you didn't do it yourself, it's still a form of revenge. Also, Huang Lingsu, you need to investigate. Whether you kill her yourself or tell me, in any case, try to find her. Chinfong patted his shoulder and walked out of the villa with Zhu Yuan, Zhou Tiquan, and Zhou Kai.
Yu Yang watched Chinfeng's back and subtly nodded. Before, he wanted to follow Chinfong, but now that Chinfong hasn't mentioned it, he knows that the other party hasn't agreed. Perhaps it's because he isn't excellent enough yet. He decided that he would definitely find Huang Lingsu to prove his worth. After that, he turned around and looked at the shattered corpse of Zhao Wanshi. Holding the box, he approached the dismembered body and placed the box down. Dad, Zhao Wanshi is dead. Your revenge has been taken. From now on, I will embark on my own martial path. The Yu family will no longer engage in business, only practice martial arts. In Yu Yang's eyes, there was an unprecedented determination.
Merchants, especially those from large families, seem to hold a high status in this society, but compared to martial artists,
they are nothing.
Even though the Dragon Kingdom has order and rules, martial artists are still superior. Killing a person is really not a difficult task.
So, how about we go to the city lord's mansion for a feast? After the 4 left the villa, Zhou Taijian smiled at the 3. Zhao Wanshi is dead. What feast are you talking about? Zhu Yuan said
irritably, then looked at Chinfong. Your family must be waiting for you. Hurry back and let them know you're safe. Zhu Yuan, being older, was far more perceptive than Zhou Taijian. He could see that
Fong wanted to go home directly. Thank you all very much this time. Chinfong sincerely thanked the 3.
Zhou Kai did not step back when Meng Changqing came out.
The appearance of Zhou Taijian and Zhu Yuan gave him more confidence.
Meng Changqing's appearance this time was unexpected. If it weren't for these few people, and if Meng Changqing had acted recklessly, the situation might have been dire. Of course, the probability of that was very low. Zhao Wanshi wouldn't have invited Meng Changqing to act personally without revealing his own strength. And after he suddenly killed Zhao Wanshi, Meng Changqing
wouldn't dare to break the rules and intervene.
However, that possibility still existed. At this moment, he thought of Zhou Lei. With that kid's style of doing things, he would probably first find a
bunch of experts to help. But that's not my way.
Chinfong shook his head. Everyone has their own martial path. Some are cautious and even bide their time. He, however, is not reckless, but he also won't
be so cautious as to become invincible. There is no right or wrong, only what is suitable. By the way, President Zhu, I want to get certified as a martial artist.
Chinfong suddenly said. His current certification is only 2 stars. If he doesn't continue to get certified, it would mean losing money every month.
Certification? What certification?
I'll just give you 4 stars.
Someone will bring the certificate to you.
Zhu Yuan waved his hand. Since he could easily surpass 4 stars, there was no need for any elaborate process.
4 stars? Isn't that insufficient? What?
As soon as Qin Feng's words came out, the three looked at him in shock.
You have 5-star combat power? Zhu Yuan couldn't help but ask.
Just now, Qin Feng's punch that killed Zhao Wancher indeed had the pressure of 5 stars, but how much exactly was hard to tell. Moreover, Chinfong used martial arts which belonged to explosive power, not the usual combat power tested by the Martial Arts Association. And now, Chinfong said that 4 stars were not enough. He didn't think Chinfong was bragging because there was no need for that. Just now, I could have easily killed Zhao Wancher with a casual punch, Chinfong said. The reason he used martial arts was just to verify how strong his explosive power really was. After all, the system had provided an assessment of his usual combat power. The hearts of the three, which had just calmed down, were shaken once again. I'll give you 5 stars.
Zhu Yuan waved his hand and turned to leave.
He really didn't want to stay with Chinfong any longer. 6 stars had its psychological limits. Ha ha. Zhou Taijian laughed heartily, patting Chinfong on the back. As expected of you, brother Qin. After saying that, he also turned to leave, glancing at Zhou Kai. You see him off. In the end, it was Zhou Kai who drove him back to Qinghe Garden. Along the way, Zhou Kai was completely different from before, unsure of what topic to discuss. Although he himself was a 5-star martial artist, there was an inexplicable tension. Chinfong, however, was unfazed and took the initiative to speak, even leaving his phone number for Zhou Kai, which brought them a bit closer.
Upon returning home, Qin and Li Xiaofan were sitting on the sofa.
This time, they weren't watching TV but were anxiously waiting for Chinfong. When they saw him come back, both stood up at the same time.
Are you okay?
Li Xiaofan asked with concern as she approached Chinfong.
Although Qin didn't say anything, the worry on his face was evident.
Chinfong shook his head.
I'm fine. That's good. Li Xiaofan sighed in relief.
Qin kept staring at Chinfong and Chinfong smiled. Don't worry, it's resolved.
From now on, there won't
be the Zhao family of Zhao Wancher in Rongcheng. However, Mom and Dad, you should still go out of the community less.
Chinfong
added. As there was no certainty with Huang Lingsu's side, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't cause any trouble.
There's really no reason to go out.
Shingha Garden is enough for us to walk around. Qin nodded. He had been injured before and rarely left the house, and Li Xiaofan was the same. Now it was a bit better, but they had gotten used to not running around. Plus Shingha Garden was very large and they still hadn't explored it all. After the college entrance examination, I'll take you on a trip, Chinfong
suddenly said. The two were taken aback and Li Xiaofan said, What trip?
Although she said that, it was clear she was very happy.
Where are we going? Qin asked directly. First to the Magic City, then to Kyoto depending on the situation. Chinfong said, without hesitation.
Traveling, of course, was not just for leisure.
He needed to see what the Holy Academy in the Magic City was like, and also to have a discussion. If he decided not to enter the Holy Academy there, he would then go to Kyoto to take a look. That sounds good. Qin nodded.
He knew that once Chinfong finished the college entrance examination and entered the Martial Arts Academy, he would rarely come back. Moreover, with Qin Feng's potential now, if he joined the military in the future, the chances of him coming back would be even less. In the following time, Chinfong rarely went out, mostly staying at home, only going to the Shanghai Martial Arts School once. Nowadays, the business at Shanghai Martial Arts School could only be described as outrageous. Half of the entire street of martial arts schools had already been taken over by Wan Hai, and it wasn't a forced takeover, those martial arts schools had voluntarily joined. Time quickly moved to June. June, besides Children's Day, had several significant days, including the college entrance examination day that concerned millions of people. The college entrance examination in Longhua was divided into martial arts and literary examinations. The martial arts examination was first and lasted only 1 day, while the literary examination followed, lasting a total of 3 days. This arrangement was intended so that those who failed the martial arts examination or felt unsatisfied with their performance could still participate in the literary examination. If they did well in the literary examination, they could find a stable job afterward, and life would be decent, though plain, but stable. On June 5, Chinfong went to school to pick up his examination admission ticket. At the same time, his phone received a message informing him of the martial arts examination location and his number for the exam. Time really flies. Chinfong glanced at the system and shook his head. During this time, he hadn't forgotten to cultivate, but the results weren't significant. Although he had top-tier talent in all 4 systems, practicing together had slowed down the speed considerably, roughly equivalent to someone with an S-level talent in a single system. June 6. Early in the morning, he got up. Qin and Li Xiaofan said they wanted to take him to the examination site, but he refused. In his words, only children would let adults take them. After leaving the house, Chinfong first found a breakfast shop and had something to eat. Only then did he leisurely take a taxi to the examination venue. The martial arts examination venue was quite centralized, located at the Rongqing Sports Center. Rongqing had 2 sports centers, and his was at the number 1 sports center. "Young man, are you also going to the martial arts exam?" the taxi driver asked enthusiastically. "Yes," Chinfong nodded. The driver glanced at Chinfong. "I see you're not nervous at all. You must be very confident, right? My son is also taking the martial arts exam today. He's just like you, not nervous at all. He even told me that getting into a martial arts school is no problem at all." As the driver spoke, he expressed pride and satisfaction, thinking that his son's future might be completely changed by attending a martial arts school. "Your son is impressive. He's okay, as long as he can get into a martial arts school, it will bring honor to our family," the driver said with a smile. Although he said this, he was very pleased with his son. Along the way, Chinfong only heard the driver talking about his son's excellence, mentioning that he was even in the top 10 of the school. "Is your son Liao Yon?" Hearing the driver mention his son's name, Chinfong was taken aback. "You must be from the same school. It seems you know him," the driver smiled. He continued, "He's waiting for me just up ahead. I'll introduce you to each other." About 10 minutes later, sure enough, a young figure appeared by the roadside ahead. The taxi slowly came to a stop. "Dad, why did you take so long?" The young man directly opened the passenger door and got in, somewhat dissatisfied. "Just a detour to pick someone up. By the way, he's from your school. It seems you know him," the driver said with a smile. The young man turned around in surprise to look at the back seat, and when he saw clearly, his expression changed. "Chinfong, what are you doing here?" Liao Yang almost shouted. He still remembered the scene from that practical class when he was knocked away by a punch. "What? He's Chinfong?" The driver was startled, almost losing his grip on the steering wheel. He certainly knew Chinfong. He had heard about him from city announcements, and Liao Yang often talked about him. Every time he mentioned him, there was an air of admiration. In front of his son's idol, he felt a bit embarrassed about boasting about his son. Remembering what he had just said to Chinfong, he couldn't help but step on the gas and speed up. "Classmate Liao, long time no see," Chinfong said with a smile. Long time no see." After Liao Yang replied, he suddenly didn't know what to say, feeling a bit nervous. He didn't really mind being hit before, after all, it was a practical class. Moreover, later on, Chinfeng's feats were repeatedly talked about at school, and he even felt that being able to participate in the practical class with Chinfong was an honor. Now, at their school, Chinfong had become a legend among the students, and it was hard to even see him. Before long, the taxi stopped not far from the number 1 sports center. "How much is it?" Chinfong asked. No need, the driver quickly refused. Chinfong took out 50 yuan and placed it on the back seat before getting out of the car. "Chinfong, what's your number?" As they walked towards the entrance of the sports center, Liao Yang asked. "Number 78. Mine is 935. I heard from the teacher that this time there are 100 people in a group. I'll go find my group first." "Okay." Chinfong nodded. After Liao Yang left, Chinfong arrived at the entrance of the sports center and looked around. It was a sea of people. Among them, there were even more parents than students. "Son, do well on the exam. Your mom and I have prepared a surprise for you." "Daughter, don't be nervous, make sure to get good results. Mom believes in you." "What? You forgot your exam admission ticket? What are you doing?" Various noisy voices kept ringing in Chinfeng's ears. Shaking his head, he went directly to the staff, showed his admission ticket, and walked into the sports center. After entering the examination room, there were quite a few guiding signs and many staff members available for inquiries. Chinfong easily found his designated group. By the time he arrived, many people were already lined up. In front of the crowd, there was a room with a sign reading 1 to 100, indicating that candidates numbered 1 to 100 would be assessed there. The martial arts examination was quite simple, testing only 2 aspects: regular combat power and explosive power. Among these, regular combat power held more weight, as the martial academy placed greater emphasis on it during admissions. After all, it represented a person's potential, while explosive power was related to martial arts, so although it would be tested, it carried less weight. At that moment, 2 examiners stood in front of the crowd, accompanied by 2 security personnel maintaining order. "No whispering. There are 20 minutes until the official start of the exam. So everyone prepare well and calm your nerves," one of the examiners announced loudly, looking at the crowd. "Additionally, from now on, candidates numbered 1 to 10 will form one small group, and so on. After the exam begins, we will take you into the examination room in batches." Immediately, everyone began to line up according to their numbers. It was unclear whether it was due to everyone's nervousness or something else, but the scene suddenly became a bit chaotic. Chinfong stood among the crowd, being bumped into repeatedly, causing him to frown. Suddenly, his fire domain activated. The next moment, as soon as anyone came within 2 meters of Chinfong, they instantly felt an intense discomfort. Soon, A wide space formed around him, and the way people looked at Chinfong changed.
What's going on over there?
The examiner noticed the empty space around Chinfong and frowned. He immediately walked over and grabbed a candidate standing
next to Chinfong. You don't know how to stand in such a wide space? And you.
He pointed at the candidates one by one, his expression quite unpleasant. He had been an examiner for several sessions, and he had never encountered such
foolish candidates.
Examiner, it's not that I don't want to go, it's just that place feels very strange. The other candidates quickly nodded, as they also felt it was odd. As soon as they got close, it felt like they were being roasted
in an oven from the inside out. The examiner frowned. What's strange about it?
He said this and then approached Chinfong, but as soon as he got within 2 meters, his expression changed dramatically.
Domain.
He looked at Chinfong in surprise. He was a 4-star examiner, although he hadn't fully mastered the domain, he clearly recognized it as the fire domain. A freak, I'm supervising a freak. He forcibly suppressed his astonishment and politely addressed
Fong. Student, please tone it down.
Chinfong glanced around, and once everyone was lined up, he retracted his domain. The examiner finally breathed a sigh of relief, already curious about Chinfeng's identity.
Alright, everyone, step
forward and line up, he shouted to the candidates. Only then did they slowly move forward, realizing that the strange feeling had indeed disappeared, allowing them to relax.
Time passed little by little. 20 minutes later, all 100 candidates were present, lined up in 10 rows.
First row, come in with me, the examiner shouted.
Soon, the first 10 candidates followed the 2 examiners into the examination room.
The remaining candidates remained silent, very quiet, but the tension in the air spread instantly. The results of the martial arts exam, unlike the written exam, did not take long to be announced, nor did the difficulty of the questions change each year. Therefore, the results could be revealed on the spot, and the Martial Academy's admission standards had always remained unchanged. After the exam, whether one could attend a martial school and what kind of martial school one could attend would become immediately clear. About 10 minutes later, the first batch of candidates exited the examination room. Chinfong saw that among the 10 people, some were happy while others were worried. Clearly, some had performed exceptionally, while others, perhaps due to nerves, had not met their own expectations.
Second group. The examiner glanced at the second row of people and called out. Subsequently, the second batch entered, and once again, it ended in just over 10 minutes without any turbulence. Next came the third group, then the fourth. The pace was very fast, and everything went smoothly.
Finally, the examiner came out and looked at the 8th group.
8th group. Immediately, Chinfeng's group walked into the examination room one by one.
Once inside, Chinfong first surveyed the examination room. There was nothing special here. In front of everyone, there was only a combat power tester. Next to the tester, there was an examiner specifically recording the scores. The size of the examination room was similar to a regular classroom, accommodating a dozen people, making it feel quite spacious.
Now, take out your admission tickets. An examiner began to collect everyone's admission tickets.
After collecting them, he directly started reading names from the tickets.
Now, the assessment begins. First up, Zhang. The girl at the front, upon hearing her name, immediately stepped forward. The examiner looked at her. Don't be nervous, just show your usual strength.
Now, without using martial arts or techniques, deliver your strongest punch, the examiner said, pointing at the combat power tester in front of them. No one had reached the level of a 1-star warrior and without martial arts, but in high school, there were practical classes that taught various force application techniques. However, for the first test, techniques could not be used, it was purely a basic combat power test.
The girl nodded, took a deep breath, and then threw a punch. Bang!
The combat power tester made a noise, and a number on it kept jumping before finally settling down.
76. The examiner turned to the recording personnel and said something,
then addressed the girl. Now, use your techniques and deliver your strongest punch. A combat power of 76 clearly did not qualify as a warrior, so she could only rely on technique.
The girl nodded, then took 2 seconds to gather herself
before throwing another punch.
122. The examiner called out again. Alright, you can wait over there.
He pointed to an empty spot beside her, then addressed the people waiting in line. Second.
One by one, they stepped up for
testing, and almost everyone's usual combat power was below 100. There wasn't a single peak body refinement person among them. At this moment, Chinfong clearly felt the gap between himself and them.
During this time, he had either been
with geniuses or those big figures, and now suddenly returning to be with ordinary students, the difference became glaringly obvious.
8th, Chinfong.
When the examiner called out Chinfeng's name, he looked up.
The examiners were not
locals, they had been transferred from other cities to avoid encountering acquaintances and bringing emotions into the exam, so they did not know Chinfong. However, having previously witnessed Chinfeng's domain, at this moment he felt
inexplicably nervous and excited.
Chinfong stepped forward and stood in front of the combat power tester.
What I just said, you heard it too. Just deliver a punch according to your usual ordinary strength, the examiner reminded him again. Chinfong looked at the battle power tester in front of him and said, I suggest we change it. This tester was brand new, without any faults, but it was a level 1 tester, only capable of testing below 4 stars, with a maximum battle power of 10,000. If it exceeded 10,000, it couldn't measure the exact value. Change it? The examiner was taken aback, his heart suddenly racing. The other examiner, who was maintaining order and recording, frowned. Yes, change it. I'm afraid this machine won't be able to measure my battle power, Chinfong explained. However, as soon as he said this, before the examiner could respond, a student behind him couldn't hold back. Classmate, hurry up and take the test. It was almost his turn, and with Chinfeng's interruption, his previously prepared mindset of wanting to get it over with turned into immense tension. Chinfong could boast, but this boast would clearly affect his performance. The examiner maintaining order shouted, quiet. Then he looked at Chinfong, hurry up and take the test, don't waste time, there are still many people behind. Although there were still 2 groups behind, many others were waiting in the sports center and the workload was substantial. At the same time, he felt a bit dissatisfied with Chinfong. He had proctored 7 or 8 batches of students and had seen those who liked to boast. However, he had never seen anyone as boastful as Chinfong, and usually, those who bragged had the worst results. Let's start the test. The chief examiner knew that Chinfong had a domain and was a terrifying genius. However, understanding a domain wouldn't increase battle power, it merely made a certain area around him his home ground. So, even if Chinfong was 3 stars and understood the domain, the battle power tester could still handle it. Alright. Chinfong was too lazy to explain anything further. He stood in front of the battle power tester and casually threw a punch. Several examiners saw his punch, soft and weak, and shook their heads secretly, thinking another braggart was about to fly high. Just as they thought this, Chinfeng's punch landed on the battle power tester. Bang! A sound like never before startled everyone present. When they reacted, they saw the numbers on the tester skyrocketing. 100, 1,000, 3,000. Seeing such a large range of fluctuations, the chief examiner closest to it felt a sharp pang in his heart. 8,000, 10,000. Once it hit 10,000, the tester seemed to stop working, no longer fluctuating. Just as everyone was in shock, boom! An explosion. The battle power tester blew up, emitting a puff of white smoke, and then began to beep a few times before completely losing response. What the hell? The 2 students behind Chinfong jumped in fright. The other students who had finished their tests, no longer willing to stand aside obediently, rushed to the front of the tester, their faces filled with horror. The chief examiner stood there dumbfounded. I knew it, I should have known. The examiner maintaining order completely shut up, looking at Chinfong as if he were a monster. As for the recording examiner, his hand, which was typing on the keyboard, froze in place, motionless. I said we should change it. Chinfong shrugged, looking helpless. He didn't want to waste time, and now it was even more delayed. Damn! The chief examiner came to his senses, secretly regretting not listening to Chinfong. Examiner, what do we do now? The 2 students behind, after the shock, looked bewildered. With the tester gone, how could they continue the test? Everyone quiet down, line up properly. You all go stand over there, the chief examiner shouted. Once everything calmed down, he looked at the examiner maintaining order. You go to the equipment room and bring back a level 2 tester, as quickly as possible. It's really wasting time now. As examiners, they have their tasks too. The martial arts exam must be completed in 1 day, so they must hurry. Okay. The examiner maintaining order quickly nodded. Outside the examination room, the remaining 2 groups of people waiting were staring at the door, looking bewildered. What exploded? What on earth happened? It can't be that someone died, right? Someone's expression changed slightly. If there were fatalities during the martial arts assessment, that would be unprecedented. Just then, they saw an examiner open the door and walk out. Examiner, what happened? Someone quickly asked. The examiner looked over. Everyone line up. It's nothing, the assessment will continue soon. After saying that, he hurriedly ran towards the equipment room of the sports center. About 20 minutes later, the examiner returned, and behind him, several staff members were carrying 2 brand new testing devices. We're changing the testing devices. The 2 groups of students waiting for the assessment were surprised upon seeing this. No one blew up the testing device, right? Now they finally thought of it. The explosion sound earlier was likely the testing device exploding. It's true, look. Someone pointed at one of the devices. The crowd noticed that the 2 testing devices had some differences. One was clearly more advanced. Wow, that's insane. In the examination room, the 2 testing devices were set up, and Chinfong stood in front of the secondary testing device. Can we start? He asked. The examiner quickly nodded. Yes, we can. After saying that, he unconsciously took a step back. Chinfong focused on the combat power tester, clenched his fists, and this time, he was serious. The secondary testing device could measure combat power below 7. stars, so it was more than sufficient. Boom! A punch struck and numbers instantly appeared on the tester. Everyone nervously stared as the number almost instantly jumped to 10,000. Then 20,000, 30,000, directly jumping by 10,000. At this moment, the entire examination room was filled with the sound of heavy breathing and the continuous beeping from the tester. 85,000. When the final number completely stopped, the two students behind Chinfong exclaimed, "Quiet, stand straight." The chief examiner shot a displeased glance at the two who had interrupted him. 85,000. He turned to report to the recording examiner. The recording examiner finally reacted and input Chinfeng's usual combat power into the computer, doing so with utmost seriousness. The chief examiner looked at Chinfong, swallowed hard. With 85,000 combat power, he could be killed with a single punch. "Student Chin, now use your strongest punch," he said earnestly. At the same time, he took a step back, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chinfong nodded, and then his breathing suddenly changed. Breath of fire. His fist gradually turned bright red, as if it were molten iron. Sun fist. His skin became as hard as iron, and his bones began to change, a faint golden hue appearing. Golden bones of star refinement. Boom! A terrifying force struck the tester, producing a tremendous sound. The students undergoing the assessment changed their expressions and couldn't help but cover their ears. The newly set up tester actually shook. Everyone stared intently at the tester, not even blinking. More than two times. Seeing the number wildly jump and finally settle at 180,000, everyone widened their eyes. This number exceeded twice the usual combat power. How is that possible? The three examiners were stunned, and the one responsible for recording data had already stood up and walked to the testing device. The explosive power of an ordinary person, even after learning martial arts, only adds a little to the base. Reaching 2 times is almost the limit. However, Chinfong directly exceeded 2 times, close to 6 stars. Everyone looked at Chinfong again, unable to express their shock in words. 6-star combat power is 200,000. Of course, it is still far from 6 stars. After all, 6-star combat power of 200,000 is both a threshold and a basic combat power that can be maintained for a long time. In contrast, explosive power consumes extremely quickly. But how old is Chinfong? He just took the college entrance examination. That's so damn exaggerated. This was what everyone was thinking. Chinfong looked at his combat power and nodded in satisfaction. He had broken through to 3 stars in all 4 systems, and after refining his body with the starry essence, he hadn't specifically tested his explosive power. When he killed Xiao Wancher, although he used martial arts, that was ice-based, and in terms of pure strength, it was not as good as fire-based. Therefore, 180,000 explosive power, while surprising, was within his expectations. There is still quite a gap from 6 stars. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. However, this action made others completely lose their composure. He's not satisfied. "Do you want to try again?" the chief examiner suddenly said. At this moment, he completely forgot about the issue of wasting time. The examiner maintaining order also nodded. "Let's do it again." This strange occurrence of an invigilator could be bragged about for a lifetime. Chinfong shook his head. "No need, it would waste time." The examiner's expression changed, and he quickly said, "It won't waste time." Previously, with his identity as an examiner, he could say that Chinfong was wasting time, but now, with a genius like Chinfong, not to mention potential, his strength had already crushed him, making the examiner's identity a joke. Strength commands respect. Even if he is an examiner, he must show respect and awe. "It's fine, no need." Chinfong waved his hand. His explosive power was already like this. No matter how much he tested, it would only be slight fluctuations, and there was no need at all. As for what the examiner thought, he didn't care at all. "Alright, you can rest aside for now, it will be over soon," the chief examiner said. He had responsibilities and couldn't let Chinfong leave early. Chinfong nodded. Next, the chief examiner continued to read names, but it was clear that his interest had waned. The next 2 individuals showed no waves. Their strength was quite ordinary, with the highest only reaching the late stage of body refinement, with combat power and explosive power of 82 and 135, respectively. Comparing this data with Chinfeng's, everyone realized how astonishing the gap was. It was simply unbearable to watch. After everything was over, the chief examiner looked at everyone. "Your results have been uploaded to the internet. Specifically, the official ranking will be released in half a month. At that time, you just need to enter your exam number to see where you rank. Additionally, now that you know your results, you can think carefully about what kind of martial arts academy you want to enter. I wish you all a bright future." After saying this, he glanced at Chinfong. His words were still meant for others. As for Chinfong, any martial arts academy would be fine, and his future was already limitless. Soon, the chief examiner led everyone out of the examination room. Chinfong did not linger and walked directly towards the entrance of the sports center. The scene became lively as the 9th group was called into the examination room. The students from the 10th group looked towards those who had just taken the assessment with Chinfong. What just happened? Yeah, that explosion, was it really the equipment that got blown up? Although they had their guesses, their curiosity led them to ask since they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. The students who had just assessed with Chinfong looked at his departing figure and slowly said, "We witnessed the birth of the national martial arts champion." The speaker couldn't help but show a hint of pride. Thinking of that terrifying number, the national martial arts champion was a certainty. They felt a sense of honor for having assessed alongside Chinfong. National martial arts champion? The last group of students looked bewildered upon hearing their words. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here?" As Chinfong exited the sports center, he saw Qingde and Li Xiaofan waiting at the entrance. "Sai, even though you said not to come, we couldn't help but worry about such an important event as the martial arts exam." Qingde spoke up. "Son, how did you do?" Li Xiaofan quickly asked. Chinfong smiled. "I'm already a star. How hard can the martial arts exam be? Let's go home." That evening, Li Xiaofan prepared a large spread of dishes. Originally, Qingde suggested going to a restaurant, but Li Xiaofan refused, and Chinfong felt it was unnecessary. Li Xiaofan had cooked all her life. While it might not be as exquisite as a restaurant, Chinfong thought the taste was even better. During this meal, Qingde surprisingly drank alcohol, and Li Xiaofan did not dissuade him. After dinner, when Chinfong returned to his room, he received a call from Wang Hai. "Chinfong, the college entrance exam is over. Let's find a time to gather with some good friends. How about it?" Wang Hai said on the other end of the line. "Forget it, there's nothing to gather about." Chinfong thought for a moment and declined. He had very few close friends from school, and now the only one he occasionally contacted was Wang Hai. He had almost no contact with others. Perhaps it was due to his current genius status that others had distanced themselves from him, but whatever the reason, it had become a fact. Although Chinfong felt a bit regretful, there was nothing he could do. Reality was like this, and he couldn't always take the initiative to reach out to others. "Alright then, on." The other end of the phone, Wang Hai's tone turned helpless. Clearly, he understood this truth as well. "By the way, how did you do today? I have to say, I performed exceptionally well, but unfortunately, I can only go to an ordinary martial arts academy. I've decided to manage a martial arts school instead." Wang Hai spoke about his martial arts exam. With pride, he had never intended to attend a martial arts academy, so he felt no pressure and ended up performing exceptionally well. "I did alright," Chinfong replied with a smile. "Your alright means you got into one of the 9 holy academies, right? Don't think too much, martial arts schools have great prospects too. I'm still a nominal martial master at the Shanghai Martial Arts School. Don't lose my face," Chinfong said seriously. "Of course, don't worry. Now at Shanghai Martial Arts School, the enrollment is overflowing. It has truly become a renowned school. By the way, if you achieve an extraordinary result this time, I might just get rich, huh?" Wang Hai laughed heartily. Chinfong shook his head, hung up the phone, and fell into a deep sleep. Today, he planned to sleep in as a way to bid farewell to his high school life and youth, welcoming his young adulthood. The next morning, City Lord's mansion. In the City Lord's office, Zhou Taikuan had just arrived at work when a subordinate rushed in. City Lord," the subordinate entered the office without even knocking. "What is it?" so flustered. Zhou Taikuan frowned. Although he appeared rough and tough when he was at the Xiao family's villa, he was very serious while working at the City Lord's mansion, and everyone under him had to be well behaved. However, at this moment, the subordinate couldn't care less. "City Lord, the martial arts examination has ended, and a chief examiner called," the subordinate hurriedly said. The martial arts examination, although it was supposed to be completed in one day, actually took a day and a night, ending only this morning. "The martial arts examination is over, why would they call?" Zhou Taikuan asked, puzzled. "It exploded, the results exploded," the subordinate exclaimed excitedly. Before Zhou Taikuan could ask, he couldn't help but add, "Chinfeng's results exploded, and the testing device broke. Combat power 85,000, explosive power 180,000. The subordinate's voice trembled. 85,000, 180,000? Zhou Taikuan was shocked by these numbers. "City Lord, you didn't hear wrong. I confirmed several times. It really is that much." The chief examiner who called was trembling while speaking. Seeing Zhou Tietuan shocked, the subordinate quickly added, completely unaware that his own voice was also shaking. 180,000 explosive power, haha. Zhou Taikuan laughed out loud. So this is why he dared to go to the Xiao family alone. At that time, Chinfong went to the Xiao family without inviting anyone, probably because he had confidence in himself. Even if Meng Changqing personally attacked him, with this strength, he could leave if he wanted to. 6 stars are strong, even much stronger than the current Chinfong. But the Zhao family villa is not remote. When Meng Changqing attacked, Chinfong could very well have escaped unscathed. And once he left the villa, Meng Changqing would have hesitations about attacking, so even if he and Zhu Yuan didn't go that day, although Chinfong couldn't kill Zhao Wanshi, he wouldn't be left there either. Prepare the car, Zhou Taiquan said to his subordinate. City Lord, what are you planning? The subordinate asked, confused. Of course, to visit the national martial arts champion, Zhou Taiquan said loudly. City Lord, the national rankings haven't come out yet, the subordinate reminded him. The rankings are first compiled at the city level, then at the provincial level, and finally confirmed by the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association, which gives the specific rankings and determines the national champion. Zhou Taiquan glanced at the subordinate. Rankings? With these results, is there any need to wait? This is not just the champion of this session, it has broken historical records. If this isn't the champion, I'll write my name backward. What are you still dawdling for? Prepare the car, he shouted at the end. Yes. The subordinate dared not hesitate any longer and turned to prepare the car. Zhou Taiquan was about to leave when he suddenly looked back at the office. Can't go empty-handed, I need to bring a gift. I heard this kid has a mysterious master who likes beast crystals. There's a level 3 wind-type beast crystal, that will do. He walked to a cabinet and took out a delicate small wooden box before leaving the office. Although the beast crystal was only level 3, it was worth 2 million, which was reasonable for a personal gift. Martial Arts Association. Su Hua arrived at the office early. Just then, the phone rang, and he frowned. At this hour, the caller seemed to be timing it perfectly. Hello. Su Hua answered the phone, his tone impatient. This was the office syndrome, a common feeling in the mornings. Director Su, is that you? I am the chief examiner for this martial arts examination in Rongqing. There is a situation I need to inform you about regarding the Martial Arts Association here in Rongqing. On the other end of the phone, a voice came through. Generally, if there was a major event during the martial arts examination, it would be reported to the city lord's office and the Martial Arts Association. What's going on? Su Hua's heart tightened, as if he had thought of something. Next, when he heard those two strings of numbers, he jumped up from his chair. He turned and ran towards the president's office. President, Chinfeng's martial arts examination data has come out, he shouted as he reached the office. Just say it, Zhu Yuan replied irritably. He already had a rough idea of Chinfeng's strength and was mentally prepared, which was also the reason he hadn't called Chinfong directly yesterday. Therefore, he wasn't surprised by Su Hua's astonishment. Su Hua took a deep breath and said, 85,000 and 180,000. What? Zhu Yuan's previously calm expression suddenly changed. He turned sharply. What did you say? President, Chinfeng's scores are 85,000 and 180,000, but I suspect there might be a mistake, Su Hua said, puzzled. Zhu Yuan ignored him. This explosive power, did this kid transform into a beast? Previously, Chinfong had asked him for a 5-star certification so he could accept the 85,000 regular combat power, but this explosive power was completely beyond his expectations, even far too much. Quick, prepare the car, that kid Zhou Taixian must know about this too. We can't be slow. Zhu Yuan quickly spoke. Then he looked around the office. I need to find a gift. By the way, I have a level 3 ice-type beast crystal just right. I heard that kid is very filial to his master and always needs beast crystals. He quickly took out the packaged beast crystal and walked outside. In the future, Chinfong might not necessarily join the martial arts association, but they were all from Rong City, and making friends with someone who would definitely become a master in the future was an opportunity that he and Zhou Taixian could not miss. In Rong City, if the city lord's office and the martial arts association were the most famous, then the provincial government of Jiang province was the most awe-inspiring place. Because here lived the strongest in Rong City and also the strongest figure in the entire Jiang province, the provincial governor of Jiang province, the 7-star master Jiang Qingshan. Zhou Taixian and Zhu Yuan left their usual workplaces at the same time and in a grand manner, taking a public car, which also attracted the attention of the provincial government. What are these two up to? Jiang Qingshan sat in the governor's office, listening to his subordinates report, looking puzzled. The simultaneous urgent departure of two 6-star warriors struck him as strange. Go check it out, see if something major has happened. In Rong City, Jiang Qingshan waved his hand and instructed his subordinate. As a provincial governor, he was usually very busy, although his main office was in Rong City. He often traveled around various cities in Jiang province. He actually didn't know much about many things in Rong City, let alone any young geniuses. He had hardly paid attention to them. This martial arts examination, while a significant event, hadn't reached the point where he needed to pay constant attention. Shingha Garden. Chinfeng's home. Right outside the door is a small square, surrounded by various exercise equipment. Qin Days. Health has mostly recovered, so Li Xiaofan now comes here every day to exercise with him. Here, there are also many martial artists. Families relaxing and exercising every day. During this time, the old couple has gotten to know quite a few people and often chat casually.
At this moment, Qingde is on a leg press machine, pedaling continuously. Li Xiufen is beside him, chatting with several
women.
Ah, yesterday's martial arts exam, my son said he did okay. It seems the hope of entering the Sacred Academy is slim, a plump woman said, shaking her head about her son.
However, her tone didn't carry much disappointment. Hope is slim, then there's hope. Why are you sighing? With a son like that, how many parents in Rongqing envy you?
The one who should be sighing is me, another thin woman said unhappily.
What's wrong with you?
Everyone looked at her. My son told me that he didn't achieve his ideal score in this martial arts exam. He was too nervous. His future achievements will probably depend on his dad, the thin woman replied. Maybe, after his dad retires, we'll have to move out of Shingha Garden, she added.
Move out?
Li Xiufen, who had
been listening to the conversation, exclaimed in surprise.
The thin woman looked at her and explained, you just moved in not long
ago, so you might not know.
Shingha Garden is the top official resource in Rongqing.
If no one in the family holds an important position, you aren't qualified to live here.
However, as long as you've made significant contributions, even if you move out, the
officials will make other arrangements.
You won't have to worry about not having a place to live, but compared to Qingha Garden,
it will be lacking. I'm just worried about my son.
If he doesn't work harder, he'll only be able to live in the neighboring
community, she said.
After hearing this, Li Xiufen secretly curled her lip.
The neighboring community is also a top community in
Rongqing. The woman wasn't belittling her son, she was clearly praising him in a roundabout way.
My daughter is the same, sigh.
The women present began to talk about their own sons and daughters. Everyone said their children were not doing well, but the implication was clear to anyone listening. In no time, it seemed like a bragging contest. Li Xiufen and Qingde, being honest people, and having just moved in, often just listened to others and had never mentioned their own son. By the way, Xiufen's sister, your
son took the martial arts exam yesterday too. How did he do?
Several women turned to Li Xiufen at the same time.
They knew that
Li Xiufen and Qingde had moved in because of their son, but they had never heard who their son actually was.
Xiufen's sister and Dave brother moved into Qingha Garden because of their son, so he must be doing well, right? Getting into the Sacred Academy should be no problem, the plump woman said with a smile.
I don't know,
Li Xiufen honestly shook her head. She really didn't know
what the Sacred Academy was, only that Chinfong had said he did well.
My son will definitely get into the Sacred Academy. Qingde, who had been exercising, stopped and said.
Li Xiufen didn't understand, but he, having been a soldier, knew how difficult it was. To become a star general, entering the Sacred Academy was not something that could be taken lightly.
He. The women just laughed. Upon hearing this,
they had only been making polite conversation, and as for the Sacred Academy, it wasn't that easy.
Li Xiufen
and Qingde indeed moved into Qingha Garden because of their son, so their son must be good. However, the Sacred Academy only recruits about 10,000 people nationwide each year. That ratio is not something Qingha Garden can compare to.
When Qingde
said this, it gave them a sense of a commoner, lacking any grand vision. By the way, Xiufen's sister, what is your son's name? The
plump woman suddenly asked with a smile.
A son who is so impressive must be quite famous.
Call Qin.
Da. Before Li Xiufen could finish her words, the sound of a car horn echoed. The crowd's expressions changed, and they looked on in surprise as a car drove straight in, honking. This is the Lord's Mansion's car, someone exclaimed upon seeing the vehicle. They were all family members of martial artists, so they were well aware of such things.
But what was the Lord's Mansion's car doing here? The Martial Arts Association is here too.
Before the crowd could react, another car drove in.
Could something major be happening?
Sister Lu, didn't you say before that your husband resigned from the Lord's Mansion and went to the military?
Is he being honored for his achievements on the front lines?
A thin woman suddenly turned to the plump woman and asked,
achievements?
But he just left 2 days ago, the plump woman replied uncertainly. 2 days is enough to achieve something, otherwise, how could the Lord's Mansion and the Martial Arts Association come here? The thin woman said. Achievements on the front lines could very well lead the military to commission the Lord's Mansion and the Martial Arts Association to come to the families to present awards, especially since the other party's husband also came from the Lord's Mansion, which made sense. The plump woman felt a surge of joy inside, and her face couldn't help but show a hint of pride. Soon, both cars had someone step out, one with a square face and an imposing demeanor, the other dressed in a long robe, appearing to be an elder, but with a presence that was unmatched. It's the Lord and President Zhu. The crowd gasped again upon seeing the two. Just then, they noticed the two prominent figures looking over at them, and then walking toward them.
Sister Lu, hurry, they're coming.
Several women pushed the plump woman to the front.
At the same
time, the thin woman pulled Li Xiufen back behind her.
Da. Suddenly, another horn sounded, and the crowd looked on in astonishment.
Even Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taixian stopped in their tracks upon seeing the vehicle. Both turned their bodies and stepped aside.
The women looked on in shock. The provincial governor is here, the thin woman spoke unsteadily. The provincial governor's car was too obvious, with the prominent zeros on the license plate. What kind of achievement must this be? Even with their experience, they couldn't fathom it. Before long, the car came to a stop and a man in a Zhongshan suit slowly got out. The moment the crowd saw him, they felt an inexplicable shock. The invisible aura of a master instantly stunned everyone. The man saw Zhou Taixian and Zhu Yuan and slowly walked toward them, each step seeming to resonate with the heartbeat of the crowd. I heard that Governor Jiang is older than President Zhu, but he looks younger than Lord Zhou, someone whispered. Jiang Qingshan approached Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taixian, saying, if I don't investigate your intentions today, I'll be outdone by you too, and the governor's face will be lost. Ha, you're usually so busy, there's no need for you to come personally for this, it's not worth it. Zhou Taixian chuckled. He still felt a bit intimidated by Jiang Qingshan. The title of master was something he had to respect. Not worth it? Jiang Qingshan shot him a glare. He had just instructed his subordinates to find out what was happening, only to learn that Rongqing had produced such an extraordinary genius. When he heard the martial arts examination data, he was shocked and set off without delay, fearing he would be a step too late. It had been a long time since Jiang Province had produced a national martial arts champion, especially one who broke all historical records. As the provincial governor, he certainly had to be present and couldn't be slower than others, or it would seem he didn't take it seriously. Which house? Jiang Qingshan glanced at the community. Let's go. Meet the family first. Zhu Yuan glanced ahead at the place where Li Xiufen and the others were. Jiang Qingshan nodded and walked directly to the front. However, after just a few steps, another horn sounded. Everyone looked up, and their expressions changed. Is the military department here too? Jiang Qingshan was surprised to see the military vehicle. Who could it be? Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taijian also stared intently as the military vehicle approached. At that moment, several women were shocked one after another. Sister Lu, what kind of merit has your husband achieved for the military department to send someone? Personally? Didn't he call you? The women looked at the plump woman. The military department had heavy tasks, so achievements were usually delegated. Being able to delegate to the provincial governor was already extraordinary, and now they had sent someone in person, which was beyond their understanding. Let's see who has come. At this moment, everyone saw the military vehicle stop. A soldier stood outside the car door, and the door slowly opened. A man in military uniform stepped down. 3 stars, General. When they saw the 3 stars on the man's shoulder, their hearts trembled. On the other side, Jiang Qingshan and the others straightened their bodies at the sight of Su Pengfei. They kept their eyes fixed on Su Pengfei as he walked over. Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taijian did not know Su Pengfei, but that did not prevent them from recognizing his strength, an 8-star warrior. Because in the military department, to become a general, one must not only achieve merit but also possess the strength of 8 stars. Old Jiang, long time no see. Su Pengfei approached the 3, first nodding to Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taijian, then addressing Jiang Qingshan. What brings you here? Jiang Qingshan asked in confusion. He remembered that there was a beast riot on the front lines, and at this time, Su Pengfei should be commanding there. Su Pengfei smiled. If someone from the military department has this achievement, of course, I have to come. Not confirmed yet, right? Jiang Qingshan chuckled. Are you trying to snatch him? Su Pengfei was taken aback. Just trying. Jiang Qingshan nodded. He wasn't as foolish as Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taijian. If he could secure Chinfeng's entry into the provincial government, he would certainly try. Su Pengfei laughed. In your place, you can't keep this great god. He was completely unconcerned about Jiang Qingshan's attempt to snatch Chinfong, although Chinfong had never mentioned which faction he would join. Based on his understanding of Chinfong, joining the military department was the most suitable choice, and Chinfong was the type to choose the path that best suited his martial arts journey. In his view, Chinfong acted decisively, and only the front lines were the best choice. He wouldn't be content to stay in the rear. I'm not going to argue with you, we'll know when we meet. Jiang Qingshan didn't want to discuss any grand principles. Everything would be decided by Chinfong. Alright, let's go meet him. Su Pengfei smiled confidently. His family is over there, let's go. Meet them first. Zhu Yuan looked again at the place where Li Xiufen was. The group immediately walked in that direction. They're coming, they're coming. Did you hear? They want to meet the family. Sister Lu, hurry, go welcome them. The thin woman hurriedly urged the plump woman, pushing her forward. At that moment, Li Xiufen and Qin Dai had been completely squeezed to the back, and no one paid them any attention. The plump woman named Lu looked nervously at the many big shots approaching, but inside, she was excited. When the group reached her, she reached out and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, ma'am, please step aside." Zhou Taijian was the first to speak. The plump woman instantly froze in place. Her Mind blank. Seeing that she didn't move, the others did not scold her but walked past her. The people behind saw that the big shots were not looking for the plump woman and were all surprised, then began to actively make way. Li Xiaofan and Qin Dai were also present. Although they knew Zhu Yuan, they were not prepared to greet him at that moment. However, Zhu Yuan looked at them and raised his hand to greet Mr. Qin, Buzz. At that moment, the faces of the crowd that had squeezed the two at the back changed, and they turned to look, almost losing their balance. At this moment, Li Xiaofan and Qin Dai stepped forward from the crowd. President Zhu, are you looking for us? Zhu Yuan smiled. Of course, we are. All here to find you and your good son, the national martial arts champion, Chinfong. Zhu Yuan's words immediately echoed in everyone's ears. The voice was not loud, but it made their minds buzz. Is our martial arts champion at home? Zhu Yuan asked with a smile, his tone calm. The couple, still in shock, quickly nodded. Yes, he is. I'll call him down right now. This kid said he wanted to commemorate some lost youth and is still sleeping. Li Xiaofan hurriedly turned to go upstairs. Ha, this kid is interesting. Su Pengfei laughed heartily upon hearing Li Xiaofan's words. The others also joined in the laughter. Chinfong had a big heart. After finishing the martial arts exam, he actually slept until now, commemorating his youth as if he didn't take the exams seriously at all. No need to call him, you lead the way and we'll go see him, Su Pengfei said. Immediately, a few people followed Li Xiaofan and Qin Dai toward one of the houses. They merely followed behind the two. Even though Zhu Yuan knew the place, he did not overstep. Coming here voluntarily was a courtesy as well as a respect for the champion's family. Watching the group leave, the few women who had been chatting with Li Xiaofan changed their expressions repeatedly. National martial arts champion? Isn't the ranking still not out? Especially the thin woman, recalling how Qin Dai had said his son could enter the Holy Academy, felt her whole body tremble. In the living room, Chinfong had already gotten up upon hearing the commotion. So, how about it? Who wants to speak first? Su Pengfei looked at everyone. They had all come here at the same time, but not together. He needed to know why each of them had come. Lord Zhou, you go first, Jang Chang said, looking at Zhou Taijian. Zhou Taijian was not polite and looked at Chinfong, saying, my purpose for coming is very simple, to give a gift. This time, the national champion is from Rongqing, and since we know each other, I have to come. For both public and private reasons. He didn't waste words and directly took out the gift he had brought. This is a beast crystal for you, personal, a reward from the Lord's mansion. It will only be confirmed once the rankings are officially out. Saying this, he pushed the box in front of Chinfong. Wait, you said the national martial arts champion's ranking won't be out for half a month? Chinfong asked. Half a month? That's the official ranking. What are you waiting for with your results? Zhou Taijian replied, speechless. Even if he was willing to wait, the others wouldn't. By the time it was ready, he would be the last to arrive, completely lacking sincerity. What? If it turns out not to be the case? Wouldn't that be a joke? Chinfong laughed. Issuing awards before the results were out was indeed impressive, but if it wasn't true, so many big shots would end up looking foolish. If it isn't, we can just say we're awarding the provincial champion. If not, then the city champion. That's not too much to ask, right? Jiang Qingshan laughed heartily. Of course, this was a joke. Chinfeng's results were already a certainty. Chinfong smiled and unceremoniously accepted the box. I'm the same as Zhou Taijian. Zhu Yuan also took out the gift he had brought and placed it directly on the table. Chinfong felt secretly pleased. This box was clearly for holding beast crystals, and it seemed his mysterious master had played a role again. At that moment, Chinfong even thought about making up another master. Next, Chinfong looked at Jiang Qingshan and Su Pengfei. Since they were here, he couldn't be empty-handed. Chinfong felt that since the big shot had come, there was no need for him to be polite if he was really going to give a gift. This was also a result of his current achievements. Thinking back, when he had no achievements, he would never have received such treatment. Therefore, he accepted these gifts without any burden. Perhaps there were other motives involved, like Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taijian, who gave gifts as a way to build connections. He thought that accepting them was no big deal. As for any personal favors, the other party hadn't mentioned it, and he wouldn't bring it up either. If one day the other party encountered any problems, he would help. If he could, and if he couldn't, then that was that. Everything would be from the heart. Jiang Qingshan saw Chinfeng's expression and smiled. It seems you like beast crystals. He knew very little about Chinfong and had only done some last-minute research, so he hadn't prepared any gifts for this visit. He reached into his pocket and took out a bank card. There's 20 million in here. Chinfong smiled upon hearing this and reached for the bank card. 20 million was quite a sum. At the price of 2 million for a third-level beast crystal, he could buy 10 of them, which would allow him to directly upgrade one of his systems to 4 stars. Chinfong, would you be willing to join my provincial government? Suddenly, Jiang Qingshan asked. Chinfeng's outstretched hand froze instantly. He looked up at Jiang Qingshan. Governor, I haven't made a decision on this matter yet. Deep down, he was prepared to join the military, but he didn't say it out loud. After all, it wasn't the right time yet. The college entrance exams had just finished, and the future was uncertain. Ha ha. Don't worry, this is a reward from the provincial government for your martial arts exam, not a personal gift from me. So, no matter what your final decision is, it's yours, Jang Chang said with a smile. Now, he had come to understand a bit about Chinfong. His heart was as solid as a rock, and he wouldn't give up his own ideas for the sake of benefits. On the side, Su Pengfei smiled at this, having already guessed the outcome. He could see that Chinfong wanted to enter the military. Therefore, it was impossible for Chinfong to join any other faction at this moment. Even if he wanted to make Chinfong decide immediately, he couldn't do it, let alone Jiang Qingshan. In the end, Chinfong picked out a bank card, which had the password written on the back. After putting it away, he turned to Su Pengfei. "Hello, Commander." Chinfong suddenly saluted. He was curious about what this highest-ranking big shot present had brought him this time. If it was good, perhaps he could break through 2 systems to 4 stars simultaneously after this. Su Pengfei returned the salute and then smiled. "Alright, this time, I definitely brought you a reward." Chinfong smiled upon hearing this, and then Su Pengfei continued, "This time you took the martial arts exam, so it's not much related to the Western theater. The theater didn't give you any rewards, so consider this a personal gift from me. 4 million. After saying this, he just sat there without any further action. "Where is it?" Chinfong was taken aback. "I gave it to you, didn't you forget?" Su Pengfei said with a smile. Chinfong realized, his face darkened as he remembered that during the star selection, the value of the beast crystals had added up to 4 million. At that time, Su Pengfei had said it was a personal advance for him, and now it was being counted as settled. "Commander, you're really generous," Chinfong couldn't help but say. "Ha ha." Su Pengfei laughed heartily. In fact, he had no choice, he had almost been drained before. A few 100,000 was no problem, but as an 8-star martial artist and a general in the military, it would be too embarrassing if what he offered was less than what others had. However, to come up with a few million was truly impossible, so he casually mentioned the previous 4 million, which didn't make him lose face. After that, everyone chatted for a while, and Zhou Taijian, Zhu Yuan, and Jiang Qingshan all left one after another. Only Su Pengfei was left. He looked at Chinfong and asked, "Have you decided which martial arts academy to enter?" Chinfong shook his head. "I'll wait a couple of days. I plan to visit Magic City. If everything goes well there, I'll enroll in the 9th Holy Academy. If not, then I'll go to Kyoto and gather some information first." "You really prepare thoroughly." Su Pengfei nodded. He thought it was good for Chinfong to understand the academies before making a decision. He was a prepared person, not just someone who listened to others' opinions. "Since you're going to Magic City, you might as well visit Luobin," Su Pengfei suddenly said. "Lieutenant Luo, he's in Magic City?" Chinfong asked, puzzled. Luobin should be in the Western Theater now, while Magic City belongs to the Southern Theater. Luobin is originally from Magic City. He joined the army and was assigned to the Western Theater, but this time, he applied to return to Magic City himself. The conditions allowed it, so the military agreed to transfer him back, Su Pengfei explained. "There must be a reason, right?" Chinfong said. Luobin had been in the Western Theater for a long time and had many comrades there. He wouldn't apply to return without a reason. Although the Western Theater might be close to home, the military is strict. You can't just go back whenever you want. Even during leave, the distance isn't a big deal. You can return from the Western Theater as well. Su Pengfei nodded. That kid had a girlfriend before he entered the military, and after all these years, he still hasn't married her. Seems the girl can't wait any longer. This transfer back is also a chance for him to take a break and get married. After that, he'll stay in the Southern Theater. That's great. Chinfong nodded. After marriage, being closer to home is indeed a good thing. If you happen to be in Magic City when he gets married, you should go, Su Pengfei said. Chinfong nodded. Luobin, as his former instructor, was a good person. Although they had little contact later, they were still familiar, at least much more so than with the other students from the genius training camp. He had taken care of him back then. If he happened to run into him, it would be appropriate to offer his blessings. "Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. I'm leaving now." Su Pengfei stood up, greeted Qin and Li Shofen, and walked out. Chinfong followed him to the car. "By the way, kid, when you enter the martial arts academy, you need to be low-key. As a freshman, there might not be anyone stronger than you, even among the sophomores. But you can't say the same for juniors. There will definitely be seniors stronger than you. If you stand out too much and attract attention, you might get targeted or even beaten up. Don't say I didn't warn you." The star of the Western Theater. After Su Pengfei finished speaking, the car started and drove out of the community. Chinfong smiled. Su Pengfei's words were indeed a warning because entering the martial arts academy wouldn't be as peaceful as the liberal arts academy. They were all martial artists, and there would definitely be many competitive people.
Let them come and hone my path as a martial artist, Chinfong smiled. After sending off Su Pengfei, Chinfong did not return home immediately but instead went to the energy market, spending all 20 million to buy 10 level 3 fire beast crystals. This trip took him a full 3 hours, as the energy market needed to adjust their stock for the 10 level 3 fire beast crystals. It was only at noon that he returned home, had a meal, and eagerly went to his room. Without any delay, he swallowed the 10 beast crystals one by one. Inside his body, the fourth fire divine pattern quickly condensed. Ding, your fourth fire divine pattern has reached perfection. With the system's voice ringing out, Chinfong could clearly feel the fire power within him beginning to rise. Next, he did not rush to check the system but opened the gifts sent by Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taijian. Each had sent him a level 3 beast crystal. Although it wasn't much, it was a personal gift from the two. In contrast, Jang Chang's 20 million represented the provincial government's reward. In fact, this was also because he had a closer relationship with Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taijian, while he was not familiar with Jang Chang. Moreover, he could tell that Jang Chang himself did not intend to deliberately get close to him, especially after he had refused to enter the provincial government. However, it was not surprising. Although he had great potential, the other party was a master and had no need to deliberately curry favor with anyone. After devouring the 2 beast crystals, he finally looked at the system. Name: Chinfong. Fire Realm 4 stars, progress of the 5th divine pattern 0. Wind Realm 3 stars, progress of the 4th divine pattern 14%. Ice Realm 3 stars, progress of the 4th divine pattern 14%. Earth Realm 3 stars, progress of the 4th divine pattern 4%. Combat power 130,000. Indeed, the later it gets, the greater the increase in combat power when breaking through a realm. At this rate, even if the other 3 realms don't increase as much as the fire realm, I can still completely break through the 6-star threshold. Looking at his combat power, Chinfong was quite satisfied. However, my cultivation method is wrong. He now realized there were some issues with his cultivation method. Previously, he had cultivated the fire divine pattern, but swallowing 9 crystals was not enough for an upgrade. Swallowing 10 did upgrade him, but it wasted his previous cultivation. In the future, I will focus on cultivating one system and leave the others to the beast crystals. Ding, the host has entered 4 stars, crossing the initial threshold. The path of the warrior is gradually improving, and the divine level task is now open. Task 1. Before entering the martial academy, break through any one of the remaining 3 systems to 4 stars. Reward: 1 level 4 fire beast crystal. Simple mode. Task 2. Before entering the martial academy, break through 2 of the remaining 3 systems to 4 stars. Reward: 2 level 4 fire beast crystals. Hard mode. Task 3. Before entering the martial academy, become a 4-star warrior in all 4 systems. Reward: 3 level 4 beast crystals for each system. Hell mode. Task 4. Before entering the martial academy, reach 5 stars in one system and 4 stars in the remaining 3 systems. Reward: 1 wood system sensitivity enhancement pill and 1 martial arts gift package. Divine level mode. The wood system is here. Chinfong looked at the tasks, feeling a stir in his heart. He had no interest in the first 2 tasks. The rewards were simply too little. The third one was decent, but it still wouldn't allow him to directly break through his cultivation, and he could eventually obtain it on his own. Only the last wood system task, if missed, might not come again in the future. However, the difficulty is just too great. Chinfong looked at the task details. There were still more than 2 months before entering the martial academy, and in these 2 months, he not only had to break through to 4 stars in all but one system, but one also had to reach 5 stars. It should be noted that a level 4 beast crystal costs 4 million each, while a level 5 beast crystal costs 8 million each. Never mind, I must obtain the wood system. The wood system is very important. Although it is just an auxiliary system, the combat power increase might be the least. However, this assistance is not for others, but for oneself. After acquiring the wood element in battle, whether injured or exhausted, the recovery speed is significantly faster than before. Therefore, this element holds great significance for Chinfong. Additionally, he now possesses the fire element for strong attacks, the wind element for agility, the ice element for both offense and defense, and the earth element purely for defense. With the addition of the wood element, it can be said that his path as a warrior is now flawless. Next, if he were to obtain other elements, it would be a step further on his existing foundation. I need to make a trip to Magic City soon. Chinfong decided on the spot to travel early. Although he called it a trip, he actually wanted to see if he could take advantage of the 9th Holy Academy. Subsequently, he directly accepted task 4. 3 days later, the Qin family of 3 walked out of Magic City Airport. Looking at this major city of the Dragon Kingdom, Qinde and Li Xiaofan were both a bit excited. The hotel is already booked. I'll take you to rest first, and tomorrow we can visit the tourist attractions, Chinfong said. Okay, no rush, no rush. Li Xiaofan nodded. They had gone to the airport early that morning and had been on a plane for about 2 hours, so they were indeed tired. Soon after dropping them off at the booked hotel, Chinfong
left again. Stay safe.
Upon arriving at the hotel lobby, Chinfong said to a man who appeared before him, "In every city, there are professionals specifically responsible
For protection.
Many of them come from martial arts schools, and of course, this kind of protection does not come cheap. Chinfong hired a 4-star warrior and it cost
100,000 for a day's protection.
Rest assured, I'm a professional," the man said seriously. Chinfong nodded. In fact, he didn't really need to do this.
However, it
was better to be safe than sorry, especially since Xiao Wensher's woman had not yet been found. After leaving the hotel, Chinfong hailed a taxi and went directly to the
entrance of the 9th Holy Academy.
As soon as he got out of the car, he was stunned. Looking up at the academy's gate, it was over 100 meters tall and several hundred
meters wide.
Above the gate, the 4 characters of the 9th Holy Academy were grand and imposing, each character sharp as a knife.
Each of the 9 Holy Academies has its
gate inscribed by the founders Su Jin and Su Wuxing. When he cast his gaze inside the gate, the only word to describe it was vast. At the end of his sight, some buildings appeared, but the rest of the area was incredibly empty. Now, the academy had not yet gone on break, but he surprisingly did not see a single student inside. He turned to look at a martial arts academy across the street, which was also one of the top 100 schools in the Dragon Kingdom.
However, compared to the 9th Holy Academy, it seemed
like a comparison between a villa and a thatched cottage.
What must the students of that school feel every time they go out and look across?
Chinfong shook his head. This architectural arrangement was simply a blow to the morale of the students at the martial arts academy across the street.
"Hello, I'm looking for Dean Hu." Collecting his
thoughts, Chinfong approached the security room and spoke to a security guard inside. It must be said that the security at the academy is different. He glanced at Chinfong and did not mock him for being young and directly seeking the dean. After asking Chinfong a few questions, when Chinfong took out the star medal, the guard made a phone call.
Principal's office.
The head of the 9th Sacred Institute, 8-star Grandmaster Hu Tianming, put down the phone and smiled.
"Director, what's the matter?" A director from the Sacred Institute asked across from Hu Tianming.
"The 4th-star general has arrived," Hu Tianming said slowly. "The 4th one has come too, director. It seems this time, all 4-star generals of the first session will be recruited by our 9th Sacred Institute." The director laughed loudly. Since the military's 4 battle zones selected their star generals, the first 3 had expressed their intention to join the 9th Sacred Institute, with the most recent one arriving just 2 days ago. Moreover, these individuals came on their own. The Sacred Institute did not send anyone to recruit them in advance. "It's normal, our 9th Sacred Institute is the strongest."
Hu Tianming was not overly excited by this.
The 4-star generals of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed top talents, but the 9th Sacred Institute is not lacking in geniuses. So, if they come, he is happy; if they don't, he has no regrets. "Go and show him the way," Hu Tianming instructed the director.
"Okay."
The director quickly turned and left. At the entrance, the security guard said, "Young man, you are the 4th-star general from the military to see the director." Although he was called uncle, Chinfong could vaguely sense that the other party was likely a martial artist.
"Have the other star generals from the battle zones come?" Chinfong frowned.
The uncle nodded. "Yes, they have come, and they have already confirmed they will enter the 9th
Sacred Institute. Do you know their purpose for coming?" Chinfong continued to ask.
Those 3, being star generals of their battle zones, must have strength. There was no need for them to make a special trip to enter the
9th Sacred Institute. They could just sign up directly later.
The uncle shook his head. He was just a security guard and didn't know much.
Could it be that they are also here to seek benefits?
Chinfong suddenly realized that it wasn't just him thinking this. These people were all vying for their own maximum interests.
"Are you Chinfong?"
At that moment, a voice came from outside the duty room.
Chinfong turned to look. "Yes. Hello, Chin, I am Tao Yong, the head of the water department at the 9th Sacred Institute. The director is waiting for you."
"All right." Chinfong stood up and walked out of the duty room.
Following behind Tao Yong, they walked for nearly 20 minutes before finally arriving at the director's office.
Upon entering, Chinfong immediately saw the man sitting inside. The man appeared unremarkable, with an ordinary face and dressed simply. However, with just one glance, Chinfong felt an invisible pressure. It was reminiscent of the first time he met Su Pengfei. The aura of a grandmaster. Chinfong took a deep breath and approached the director.
"Hello, Director Hu."
Hu Tianming looked up at Chinfong. "Chinfong, Star General of the Western Battle Zone, have a seat." He pointed to the chair opposite him, and after Chinfong sat down, he spoke. "Now, tell me, what is your purpose for coming to see me?" Chinfong did not answer immediately but asked, "Director Hu, have the other 3-star generals been here?"
Hu Tianming smiled and nodded. "May I ask, Director, what were they here for?"
Chinfong was a bit curious. If these individuals were also here for their own interests, he could understand their motives first before stating his own, which would provide a good comparison. I won't hide it from you, Hu Tianming said directly. The three of them came to me wanting special training resources
from the Sacred Institute after entering. However, I rejected them.
He looked at Chinfong and continued, their coming to find me shows that they genuinely want to enter the Ninth Sacred Institute. Otherwise, why not go to the
other institutes for resources? So, wanting to enter the Ninth Sacred Institute while also seeking special treatment, why should I agree?
After hearing this, Chinfong showed no change in expression. He knew that this was also telling him not to make any requests, as they would not be granted either. However, after all, they are top geniuses. I promise them that as long as they enter the Ninth Holy Academy, if any of them can make it onto the Ninth Holy
Academy ranking in 6 months, I will grant their requests. Here, I promise you the same.
Hu Tianming stared at Chinfong and said seriously,
thank you, Dean. Chinfong nodded.
Just as Hu Tianming was about to speak, Chinfong suddenly stood up. Sorry to disturb you, Dean, I'll take my leave. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the office door. He didn't have the time to wait for 6 months.
Hu Tianming frowned as he watched Chinfong leave. Chinfong, Dean who?
Chinfong turned around.
I have something to say. Hu Tianming slowly began. Please, Dean who?
After a moment of contemplation, Hu Tianming said lightly, geniuses, especially top geniuses, have their own
pride, and that's not wrong.
However, pride does not equal arrogance. After saying this, he fell silent, leaving it as a reminder for Chinfong. Whether he listened or not was up to him.
Chinfong nodded. Thank you for your guidance, Dean. I have something to say too.
Chinfong suddenly said,
go ahead. The Ninth Holy Academy is not very well informed.
After saying that, he turned and walked out of the office.
Hearing Chinfeng's words, Hu Tianming shook his head slightly. Dean, is he leaving just like that? Tao Yon looked astonished.
From start to finish, Chinfong had never mentioned what kind of resources he needed, and he had only said a few words from beginning to end. He came all this way and left just like that, without any negotiation, completely different from the previous 3 generals.
He knows I won't agree, so he didn't say anything. Hu Tianming smiled. What did he mean by that last sentence?
Tao Yong recalled what Chinfong had said before leaving, not quite understanding.
It's simple.
We know the strength he had when he became a general. He was at the 3 systems, with the fire system already at 2 stars. When he said our information is not well informed, it simply means that after leaving the battle zone, he killed a 4-star warrior, thinking I wouldn't know.
Hu Tianming shook his head.
When the generals from the northern battle zone came to find him, he had investigated the situation of the generals and naturally learned about Chinfong. Killing a 4-star warrior, his talent is indeed terrifying. No wonder he is a general. However, now those 3 generals, after digesting their rewards, are all at 3 stars as well, and with their training during this time, they probably won't have any problem dealing with an average 4-star warrior. Tao Yong said slowly.
Who? Tianming nodded. That's why I said he is arrogant.
There are 4 generals, and the other 3 are not inferior to him. They understand how to be low-key better. It's a pity he seems not to have taken it in. Yes, if he enters my Ninth Holy Academy, he might not lose to the other 3, but if he doesn't enter, he will likely be surpassed soon. A genius's growth is slow. 1 step behind means falling further behind.
Tao Yong showed a look of regret. Young man, how's it going?
When Chinfong arrived at the duty room at the entrance of the Ninth Sacred Academy, the security guard curiously asked.
Chinfong turned his head and smiled. Sir, how long have you been working here?
10 years, the guard thought for a moment and replied.
10 years, huh? When you came, the Ninth Sacred Academy was already the best among the 9 sacred academies, right?
Yes, the year I arrived,
the Ninth Sacred Academy
surpassed the others in enrollment quality, and it got better year by year, eventually claiming the title of the best sacred academy, the guard said seriously, with admiration in his expression.
The Ninth Sacred Academy was the last to be established, yet it managed to rise above and crush the other 8 academies, which is no easy feat. You have to know that 10 years ago, no sacred academy had been able to dominate the rankings for 10 consecutive years.
Chinfong nodded. Sir, I think it's time to change the title of the Ninth Sacred Academy being the best. Chinfong looked up at the 4 large characters on the gate and then walked out.
Hu Tianming said he was arrogant.
But Chinfong disagreed. He just wanted some resources that matched his own talent and strength to accelerate his improvement.
Moreover, he hadn't even asked for what he needed, and the other party didn't even
inquire, indirectly indicating a refusal. Perhaps as the strongest sacred academy, they indeed had that capital, but Chinfong felt he hadn't received the respect he deserved. The Ninth Sacred Academy had been first for 10 consecutive years. Perhaps they subconsciously believed they would always be first.
What is arrogance? This is true arrogance.
The security guard was taken aback, and by the time he reacted, Chinfong had already walked far away. Just as Chinfong was about to return to the hotel, he suddenly received a call from Luobin.
You brat come to Magic City and didn't even tell me.
If it weren't for Yang Shui telling me, I
wouldn't have known.
As soon as the call connected, Luobin's voice came through.
Isn't this giving you a chance for a 2-person world? Chinfong laughed. What two-person world? We haven't even started. Where are you? I'll come find you, Luo Bin said. Just left the Ninth Sacred Academy. I'm not familiar with this place, you tell me the location and I'll take a cab there. Half an hour later, Chinfong arrived at a cafe and as soon as he walked in, he saw Luo Bin sitting in a corner. You just said you left the Ninth Sacred Academy, have you decided to enter? There? As soon as he sat down, Luo Bin asked curiously. He knew that Chinfong had never decided which sacred academy to attend, and this time, besides traveling, he was probably just checking out these academies. Chinfong shook his head, they didn't agree. What? Luo Bin exclaimed, are they crazy? Chinfeng's martial arts exam had been closely watched by the Western Theater Command, and as soon as the exam ended, they already knew. Although he had returned to Magic City, he also asked Yang Shui, and despite Chinfeng's impressive results, they actually refused him. No matter how powerful the Ninth Sacred Academy was, they couldn't be that foolish. It could be said that if Chinfong entered the Ninth Sacred Academy, its reputation would become even louder, and the gap with the other sacred academies would widen again. At the same time, in the next session, there would probably be many talents applying here because of Chinfong. Refusing was equivalent to handing this opportunity to the other sacred academies. They aren't crazy, it's just that I'm not strong enough yet. Chinfong smiled slightly. Luo Bin was momentarily speechless. With Chinfeng's combat power, he could probably knock him out with one punch. The Ninth Sacred Academy was impressive, but he was sure that even the current freshmen who would be sophomores next year were definitely not as strong as Chinfong. Enough about me, let's talk about you. When are you getting married? Chinfong asked. Luo Bin shook his head, I'm not sure either. Chinfong frowned, what's going on? Didn't you transfer here for that? He could tell that Luo Bin had something on his mind. I actually had to apply to be transferred back because things have changed. Luo Bin shook his head, but he didn't explain the reason, only remaining silent. Instructor Luo. Chinfong noticed his low spirits and said seriously, you were my instructor and you told us in the genius training camp that as a martial artist, one must have a steadfast heart. When faced with difficulties, one should think of solutions. There is nothing that cannot be overcome. This applies to both life and work. You are a level 5 martial artist and reaching this point has already surpassed countless others. But now, you've forgotten what you taught us and forgotten your martial heart. Luo Bin remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, some things cannot be resolved just by having a heart for the path. Tell me, what could possibly weigh you down like this? Chinfong said. In his impression, Luo Bin was a very energetic person, but now, the contrast was too great. Sigh. Luo Bin sighed and finally spoke, my girlfriend, Chen Xiaoqing, is also from Magic City. I came back this time to prepare for our wedding, but I encountered some obstacles. Her parents? Is the Chen family a big family? Chinfong asked. Such things are not uncommon in reality. Luo Bin was a lieutenant colonel in the war zone, his status already surpassed many, unless the Chen family was a very powerful family. Ordinary people would not pose any obstacles. However, Luo Bin shook his head, not really. Her father, Chen Ji, is a 6-star martial artist and has always been quite satisfied with me. The main issue is his brother, Chen Yu. Chinfong was taken aback, and Luo Bin continued, originally, no one in their family opposed it, and Chen Yu was very supportive. But as he grew, his talent became increasingly terrifying, and until recently, he became a star general in the southern war zone, so he feels that I am not worthy of his sister. Chinfong frowned, the Chen family, does he have the final say? Yes, his talent is highly valued by the Chen family, so his words carry a lot of weight, Luo Bin replied. Chinfong nodded slightly, understanding that after all, a 6-star martial artist's family producing a star general could completely change the fate of the Chen family. What about Chen Xiaoqing? What does she think? Chinfong asked. Of course, she wants to be with me, but she is not Chen family's biological child. The Chen family adopted her when she was young, and they have a lot of affection for her, so she is in a difficult position. After hearing this, Chinfong did not continue to ask. This matter was indeed troublesome, even a lieutenant colonel was looked down upon, and the other party's talent was indeed impressive. Changing the other party's mind would be very difficult. Instructor Luo, are you on vacation recently? Chinfong suddenly asked. Yes, I have a month off, it's still early. Why? Luo Bin was puzzled. Tomorrow, I want to take my parents to Star Island for some fun. You should come along and bring your girlfriend too. Chinfong smiled. He continued, it's reasonable to bring your girlfriend along for some fun, right? Luo Bin forced a smile. I would like to, but I haven't taken her out since I came back. However, whenever I'm with her, that Chen Yu kid will follow. He had no choice, otherwise he would have brought Chen Xiaoqing to meet Chinfong today. Chinfong smiled. That's exactly what I want. What do you mean? Luo Bin asked in surprise. Chinfong smiled. Doesn't he look down on you? Then let him see how your student compares to him. I'll crush his pride.
Star Island, surrounded by the sea on all sides, boasts beautiful scenery, especially now in summer, where everyone can enjoy the water by the island.
Inside the island, there are not many public facilities, and the buildings are few,
preserving the natural landscape to the greatest extent.
It is one of the few 5-level scenic spots in the Magic City.
On the boat to Star Island, a young and beautiful female tour guide was introducing the situation of Star Island
to everyone.
However, many tourists were not paying much attention. At this moment, Luo Bin and Chen Xiaoqing were by the side of the boat, laughing and pointing at the sea. Xin Date and Li Xiufan, on their first trip, had already run to the bow of the boat, looking around with great excitement. Meanwhile, Chinfong was sitting in his seat, facing a young man of similar age.
You are a star of the Western Theater Command?
The young man looked at Chinfong with a cold
expression. Yes. Chinfong nodded. Luo Bin was your instructor before?
Yes.
Chinfong continued to nod. He was able to train a star student? Chun Yu frowned, seemingly in disbelief. Do you have a problem with him? Chinfong looked at him. No problem, it's just that his future achievements probably won't be great.
I only have one sister, she should marry someone more outstanding.
Chun Yu spoke.
Chinfong carefully assessed him. He had originally thought that
the other party would be someone very proud inside and out.
But now, Chinfong realized that Chun Yu was just someone who appeared proud but was ultimately just a recent high school graduate.
Unlike Hu Tianming, who was truly arrogant, ordinary people probably didn't even register in his eyes. Instructor Luo is a level 5 martial artist, you should be level 3, right? Why look down on him? Chinfong smiled.
Chun Yu glanced at Chinfong. He is stronger than me now, but I have the potential of a master, and my martial arts will not stop at just being a master. And he has no hope of becoming a master. His tone was very serious. However, you acknowledge him as your instructor. He must have
something special.
I know why you call us here today. I won't make it difficult for him. As long as you are stronger than me, I won't interfere with my sister's matters anymore. But if you are not my match, then he shouldn't bother.
My sister in the future, Chun Yu said confidently.
As a fellow star, he was eager to know Qin Feng's strength. Moreover, since Chinfong acknowledged Luo Bin as his instructor, as long as Chinfong was strong, it would also reflect well
on Luo Bin. If he lost, he would have nothing to say. Instructor Luo, did you hear that?
Chinfong turned to look at Luo Bin by the side of the boat.
I heard it, I heard it.
Luo Bin suddenly exclaimed joyfully.
At this moment,
he was extremely excited. For Chinfong to defeat Chen Yu was not a difficult task at all.
Seeing Luo Bin's reaction, Chen Yu frowned. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoqing, beside Luo Bin, whispered in surprise, can he really beat my brother? Chen
Xiaoqing was very surprised. After all, Chen Yu was already a level 3 martial artist, and among level 3s, he was definitely not weak. At this age,
there were probably not many in the entire Dragon Country with such achievements.
She looked at Chinfong, who seemed ordinary and had nothing particularly special about him.
Moreover, Chinfeng's parents were also very ordinary. With such a family background, it was difficult to cultivate a genius. As for my student, how should I put it? You'll know when the time comes. Luo Bin didn't know how to explain.
If he said now that Chinfong could defeat him, a level 5 martial artist, with one punch, the other party probably wouldn't believe it. Just as Chinfong and the others were on the boat to Star Island, a group of tourists had already arrived on Star Island. Among this group of tourists were a man and a woman. Although they were dressed casually, their
demeanor was distinctly different from the others. It's not easy to take a vacation, and you actually brought me to this place to mess around.
The woman seemed uninterested in Star Island, following the tour group with her
mind elsewhere.
The man quickly explained, there aren't many people here, but it's not deserted either, and the scenery is beautiful.
It's a great place, isn't it?
The woman glanced at him, too lazy to respond. They were both from the southern war zone, rarely taking time off. This time, they had originally planned to visit the man's home and meet his parents, but he was as wooden as a block, saying there was no rush, which left her speechless. Lian Lei, let's go check out the other side of the island.
The man directly took the woman's hand.
Soon, they climbed up a high slope and arrived at the other side of the island.
Just as they were about to
head to the beach, suddenly, a loud roar came from afar. Their expressions changed, and they looked in the direction of the roar.
A beast? How could there be a beast here? The woman's face changed dramatically as she saw a black wolf.
The man carefully observed behind the black wolf, and gradually, his pupils began to constrict. A void rift, a new void rift. His voice trembled.
Quick, you need to inform the people on the island to evacuate immediately.
I'll go stop the spread of the beast,
he shouted anxiously. But you, I'll be fine. This is a newly appeared rift, it will take a lot of time to fully open. Right now, it's just a small gap, and the beasts that come out are only low level.
You need to notify the war zone and evacuate everyone on the island.
We might still have time.
After saying that, the man wasted no time and rushed towards the rift.
When
he reached the front of the black wolf, he killed it with a single punch, then stood in front of the rift, ready for battle.
Liang Lei didn't hesitate any longer. She took out her phone, running while calling to notify the war zone. Come on.
The man stared at the rift, his face serious. The void rift had just appeared and was not terrifying, according to past experience. In the beginning, for the first 10 minutes, only beasts below level 3 would appear. After 10 minutes, level 4 and 5 would gradually emerge. Until an hour later, if luck was on their side, it would calm down completely. If not, level 6 would appear. After that, for a long time, no beasts would show up until the rift fully opened to a width of over 100 meters, at which point beasts above level 6 would truly appear, marking the first beast riot from the rift. I hope level 6 doesn't appear. And level 5 should also be minimal. The man silently prayed. He was only a 5-star warrior and could at most deal with one level 5 beast. If two appeared at the same time, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold them off. Meanwhile, the military would take about an hour to send reinforcements, so the level and number of beasts that appeared were crucial. If he couldn't hold them off, the beasts would spread out, causing a lot of trouble. At the same time, we finally arrived. The tour group that Chinfong was in reached the edge of the island. After the boat stopped, everyone began to disembark and stepped onto Star Island. Everyone, please don't run around. Let me explain the situation here first, and then you'll have time for free activities. The beautiful tour guide shouted into the megaphone as she looked at everyone excitedly after they landed on the island. Just as the crowd was about to move forward, suddenly there was a commotion ahead, and one by one, people started running towards them, each looking very panicked. What's going on? Chinfeng's team immediately began to panic as well. Hurry, everyone, get off the island, a loud voice shouted. Chinfong saw that among the crowd running towards them, there was a woman who was trying her best to maintain order among the fleeing people, preventing them from scattering. He also noticed the anxiety on her face. You all, get on the boat. There are strange beasts, hurry, the woman yelled at Chinfong and the others. For a moment, everyone was still in a daze, not reacting. Seeing their lack of response, the woman pulled out an ID and held it high, shouting again, I am Major Liang Lei from the Southern War Zone. A new rift has appeared, and strange beasts are coming. Turn around and get on the boat now. Hurry, get on the boat. Luobin's face changed dramatically, and he quickly started pulling people in the crowd. At this moment, people finally reacted and turned to run towards the boat. Instantly, the scene began to get chaotic, but fortunately, they had just landed on the island, so turning around led them directly to the docked boat without any accidents. Mom and Dad, it seems today's trip is ruined. You get on the boat first and follow Chen Xiaoqing. Don't run around, Chinfong said. Chen Xiaoqing was also a first-level warrior, so if any trouble arose, she could handle it at least better than ordinary people. Son, Li Xiofan guessed that Chinfong wouldn't get on the boat, her eyes showing anxiety. Dad, take care of Mom. Chinfong said no more, looking at Qin Dai. Qin Dai had been a soldier and had been on the battlefield. Although he wasn't as strong as before, he still had the composure that was needed. Don't worry, just be careful. Qin Dai didn't try to persuade him, directly taking Li Xiofan towards the boat. At this time, with Luobin's help, one by one, tourists and the original inhabitants of the island began to board the ship. For a moment, only Chinfong, Luobin, and Chen Yu were left. You three, hurry up and get on the boat. Liang Lei urged the three. Luobin didn't waste any time, pulling out his ID, Lieutenant Colonel Luobin from the Western War Zone. Although he had been reassigned, he hadn't taken up his new post yet, so he still counted as part of the Western War Zone. At this moment, Chen Yu also took out his medal, Star of the Southern War Zone, Chen Yu. And Chinfong didn't take out a medal, simply saying, Star of the Western War Zone. Chinfong, where is the rift? Lead the way. Okay. Liang Lei was excited to hear their words. Lieutenant colonels in the military were almost all 5th level warriors, and the star rank was also 3rd level, still able to help out. Follow me. Liang Lei turned and ran towards the other side of the island. This time, we won't have to fight each other. Whoever kills more strange beasts wins, Xin Yu said to Chinfong. Deal. Chinfong nodded. Meanwhile, outside the rift, beneath the man's feet, lay numerous corpses of strange beasts. These beasts were not strong, most were 1st or 2nd level, with only a few at the 3rd level. At this moment, the man was covered in blood, staring intently at the rift, knowing that beasts above level 4 were about to appear. I hope the 5th level ones don't show up so soon. As he stared at the rift, the man's heart raced. It had been over 10 minutes since the battle began. The earlier the 5th level beasts appeared, the more likely others would follow. If 2 appeared at the same time, it would be completely over. However, while the imagination was beautiful, reality was very cruel. The crack suddenly began to tremble, and then, a strange beast burst out in an instant. 2-headed leopard. The man's face changed drastically upon seeing the beast. The 2-headed leopard, a level 5 beast, was one that possessed both strength and speed among the strange beasts. What made him even more desperate was that after the two-headed leopard emerged, the crack continued to shake, and then
5 level 4 beasts charged out as well. Additionally, there were dozens of beasts below level 4. It seems I'm going to die here today. He quickly glanced behind him. You must not come back. Roar! The two-headed leopard charged out of the crack and lunged at the man in an instant. The man quickly turned his head. Even if I die here today, I will hold you off for at least a minute. Bang! The man stepped forward and threw a punch at the two-headed leopard. With a loud crash, both man and beast were pushed back. However, at that moment, the level 4 beasts had already rushed out, pouncing fiercely at the man. At the same time, the level 5 beast steadied itself and charged forward immediately. Ha ha! At that moment, the man laughed loudly. I will guard the pass alone. Although I may be defeated, I will never back down. In an instant, the man fought against the swarm of beasts. He killed a level 2 beast with a single punch, but there were simply too many, and wounds kept appearing on his body. The level 5 beast stared at the man, its eyes filled with bloodlust. The man's body was continuously pushed back under the attacks of the beasts. Yet he kept moving forward. Roar! Just then, the level 5 beast let out a loud roar and lunged at him. Guan Han, a voice called out. The man's body shook. He didn't turn around, nor did he have time to do so, only shouting, "What are you doing back? Hurry and leave." After he spoke, his pupils dilated as the two-headed leopard was already in front of him, but he had lost the ability to fight back. Bang! Suddenly, the two-headed leopard was knocked back by a punch. Guan Han turned in surprise. Western Warzone, Luo Bin. Luo Bin spoke directly. Can you still fight? If you can, go deal with the others. Guan Han was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. Although he was injured, he could still kill those below level 4. Without any hesitation, he looked towards the other beasts. Guan Han, are you okay? Liang Lei had also come to his side. I'm fine, I won't die. Guan Han shook his head. Liang Lei breathed a sigh of relief and said that one is Colonel Luo Bin and the other two are the Warzone Star Generals. Guan Han nodded. It's a pity there are no level 6 powerhouses here. Level 5 beasts have already appeared. I'm afraid there will not only be more level 5s, but perhaps level 6s will also show up. His expression was not good. Luo Bin, at level 5, could handle the two-headed leopard. The level 4 and below could be dealt with by them. The current beasts could be managed for the time being. However, they still needed to hold out for 40 minutes, and if a level 5 appeared again during that time, it would be difficult. If a level 6 appeared, they would have no chance of survival. By some time, calculate some time, Liang Lei said. Guan Han nodded. Today, they were likely to perish here, but as soldiers, they had fulfilled their duty. Chinfong, remember the number and level of the beasts you kill. When it's over, just report it directly. After Chen Yu finished speaking, he charged towards the group of beasts below level 3. Roar! However, he had barely taken a few steps when the crack trembled again and the roars of beasts echoed from within. Then, people saw 2 level 5 beasts charging out one after the other, while behind them were still countless level 4 and below beasts. Luo Bin, who was fighting the two-headed leopard, changed his expression drastically. Guan Han and Liang Lei's pupils constricted as they stared at the 2 level 5 beasts, revealing a hint of resolute determination to face death. Chen Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks, a hint of fear on his face. Chinfong, on the other hand, squinted his eyes. It's not interesting to kill those below level 3. As he spoke, he walked towards the crack. What are you going to do? Chen Yu's expression changed when he saw Qin Feng's actions. I tell you, don't act recklessly just to prove you're stronger than me. Even if you die, I won't agree to Luo Bin being with my sister. At that moment, Guan Han and Liang Lei also noticed Chinfong. Come back! Guan Han shouted. Liang Lei looked anxious. They hadn't expected that a general star with such a poor temperament would directly approach the rift. However, in an instant, several people widened their eyes. They saw Chinfong reach the rift and punch the first beast that charged out. Bang! That beast exploded like tofu in an instant. Before they could react, Chinfong had already thrown a second punch, and with another loud bang, the beast's blood splattered everywhere, its headless body crashing to the ground. Liang Lei and Guan Han were stunned. Was that really a level 5 beast? This question arose simultaneously in their minds. But as members of the military who had been on countless battlefields, how could they be mistaken? That was indeed a level 5 beast. General Star, is this the General Star of the Western Theater? Guan Han couldn't believe it. At that moment, Chen Yu was frozen in place, sharing the same doubt. Was that really a level 5 beast? No, that is not a level 5 beast, he said, feeling defiant as he rushed toward the rift. Chen Yu, what are you doing? Luo Bin shouted. If he can kill, I can too, Chen Yu declared loudly. You're talking nonsense, get back. Qin Feng's basic combat power has broken 80,000. Luo Bin shouted while fighting the two-headed leopard. Buzz!
Chen Yu's mind went blank in an instant and his body involuntarily stopped.
80,000 basic combat power? Luo Bin's words echoed in his mind.
After Chinfong killed 2 level 5 beasts, he flashed over to Luo Bin's
side and threw a punch. With a loud bang, the two-headed leopard was knocked to the ground, unable to move.
At that moment, Chinfong returned to the rift, saying, "Those beasts are up to you." After he finished speaking, he stood there, watching as one after another beasts below level 4 charged out. His body suddenly rushed into the herd. Then everyone saw that figure, his fists moving continuously. With every punch, a beast fell.
For a moment, the beasts emerging from the rift couldn't keep up with his killing speed.
Finally, Luo Bin and the others cleared out the beasts that had previously run out and looked toward the rift.
Should we go up and help?
Seeing Chinfong slaughtering the beasts,
Liang Lei asked.
"No, don't interfere with him." Luo Bin hesitated for a moment before speaking. "You said his combat power broke 80,000, but he just killed level 5 beasts without using martial arts," Kuan
questioned.
"Killing a level 5 beast with a single punch, just breaking 80,000 wouldn't be enough. That level 5 beast, even if it was just an average one, couldn't be blown apart with one punch."
"Maybe he has become stronger again,"
Luo Bin said slowly. Luo Bin had become numb to Qin Feng's increasing strength. This strength, basic combat power, at least breaks 100,000.
Guan Han exclaimed in shock.
He was a 5-star martial artist, but had only recently broken through, with a combat power just over 80,000. If it were him, he could only stalemate with the level 5 beast just now.
At least breaking 100,000. Luo Bin nodded. His combat
power had broken 90,000, but just now, while fighting the two-headed leopard, he was only gaining the upper hand. To kill it would take quite a bit of time, while Chinfong knocked it down with a single punch, almost killing
it with one blow.
That combat power definitely broke 100,000.
"Stop talking." Chen Yu finally couldn't hold back.
Qin Feng's combat power was right in front of them, and there was no need for discussion.
He looked at Luo Bin. Is he really a general star? This is what he cares about the most. As fellow generals, how could the gap be so vast? He suspected that Luo Bin had found some old monster to fool him. You must know that once a martial artist reaches the master level, they can maintain their appearance, and the stronger they are, they can even reverse their aging.
Absolutely true. Luo Bin looked at Chen Yu. There are 4 generals in the first session of the military department, and the reason you 3 can obtain this title is that you haven't fought in the same war zone as him. If the military department only selects one, you are merely a backdrop, or rather, not even a backdrop. Luo Bin showed no mercy to his future brother-in-law, but what he said was the truth. After hearing this, Chen Yu had no rebuttal. He just stared at Chinfong, who was continuously harvesting the lives of the alien beasts in the group, completely dazed. At this moment, he realized how ridiculous his previous pride in obtaining the title of general was. Luo Bin glanced at him and smiled faintly. Chen Yu's pride was crushed by Chinfong in that instant. In the group of alien beasts. Awesome! With every alien beast he killed, Qin Feng's blood heated up a bit more. At this moment, he was already boiling with excitement, and gradually, an unprecedented fighting spirit emerged from him. His domain of fire quietly released, slowing down the speed of those alien beasts. The golden bones of the star refining body technique continuously provided him with energy, making him seem like a perpetual motion machine. At this point, his consumption could be said to be minimal. This is how a martial artist should fight. I'm definitely entering the military department. Boom! With a punch, he exploded a level 3 alien beast, and his determination to enter the military department grew even stronger. Not for anything else, this is his path as a martial artist. Roar! Just then, from the crack, an unprecedented roar erupted. A level 6 alien beast has appeared. Luo Bin and the others' faces changed dramatically upon hearing that roar. According to the timing, the military department would arrive in about 20 minutes, and the appearance of a level 6 alien beast could very well change the situation. Let's go together. Guan Han was about to speak. However, before he could finish, they saw Chinfong at the crack throwing a punch. That fist was engulfed in raging flames, and at that moment, even the lower-level alien beasts around Chinfong began to lie down on the ground. Boom! A cloud of blood mist exploded, and before it could fully spread, it was burned clean by the flames. The level 6 alien beast that had just shown its head turned into a headless corpse. The bodies of the few people rushing over instantly stopped, staring in shock. Over 200,000 in explosive power. Liang Lei exclaimed. Killing a level 6 beast with one punch, 200,000 in explosive power was definitely not enough. It had to be at least over 20, and the exact amount was impossible to estimate. Chen Yu's eyes widened, trembling all over. Luo Bin also wore a face of disbelief. It's only been a few days since the martial arts exam. How much stronger has he become? Or is he still hiding his strength during the exam? He began to doubt his life, thinking he was the one who understood Chinfong the most here, only to find out he didn't understand him at all. Come on, At this moment, after killing the 6th level beast, Chinfong felt the beasts continuously surging out from the crack, standing there without taking a step back. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, one beast after another charged out.
Sometimes 2 or 3 at the same time. Moments later, Chinfong was completely overwhelmed by a large number of beasts.
Among them were 7 or 8 5th level beasts, including top-tier 5th level beasts, and dozens of 4th level
beasts, with hundreds below 4th level. Finally, I can have a hearty battle.
Surrounded by the beasts, Chinfeng's expression was calm, and at that moment, a layer of gray armor began to appear on the surface of his skin, wrapping
him from head to toe.
Earth-type 7th grade martial arts, Earth Spirit armor. At the same time, the golden bones within him had already been released to the extreme, the golden light seemingly wanting to penetrate through his skin.
Blazing sun. Boom! A punch sent a top-tier 5th level beast flying, crashing into a large group of other beasts. Ice. Bang!
A finger pointed at a beast, and in an instant, that beast's body rolled wildly, and any beast it collided
with was covered in a layer of ice.
Some beasts took the opportunity to attack his body, however, under the dual defense of the Earth Spirit armor and the star refining body technique, his body showed no reaction at all.
Are you just scratching me?
Chinfong said lightly. At this moment, he resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, crazily slaughtering among the beasts. In the distance, Luobin and the others could not see Chinfeng's figure, but they saw those beasts falling
down like straw, one after another.
It was unclear how long it had been, but after Chinfong killed the last beast, he stood in place, staring at the crack, seemingly waiting for the next batch to appear. However, the crack gradually returned to calm, and no more beasts emerged. The next time the beasts surged out would likely be when the crack was completely opened, during a beast riot, which would take quite some time. Looking at the crack, Chinfong ultimately suppressed the urge to enter the void crack before being completely cleared. No one knew what the situation inside was.
Even masters had gone in and not come out.
Using martial arts continuously is still quite exhausting.
Chinfong
felt his physical condition and noticed his face had turned slightly pale.
Once I have the wood element, my combat endurance will greatly improve.
Even if this kind of battle comes a few times in a row, it won't be a problem.
He was increasingly looking forward to the arrival of the wood element.
In the distance, a few people saw Chinfong standing among the corpses of hundreds or thousands of beasts, their scalps tingling.
A phrase popped into their minds. One man holds the pass.
Apart from shock, it was still shock.
Is he still human? Guan Han couldn't help but speak.
In his eyes, what made Chinfong strong was not just that terrifying explosive power, but also the endurance to keep fighting. He was a 5-star warrior. Facing a 5th level monster along with some lower level beasts would entangle him and put him in trouble. But Chinfong was different. His explosive power could directly eliminate opponents, and then he could
continue to fight other beasts. This was the gap, a terrifying gap.
It could be said that among all the people he knew, many had Chinfeng's combat power, but none had this explosive power, and even fewer had this sustained fighting ability. If he enters the military in the future, he alone could hold back 10,000 beasts.
Guan Han thought it was terrifying. One person was like a division.
At this moment, Shenyu stood there in a daze, completely stunned.
Is he really a star? He asked again, his eyes filled with confusion.
Luobin glanced at him and smiled slightly. He knew that this time Chinfong had not only trampled on his pride but had completely conquered him.
He is a star general. Just like you. Luobin nodded.
Go to hell with your star general. Shenyu suddenly exploded with a curse.
Is this a star general? Completely different, okay?
That's not a star general, that's simply a life harvester.
At that moment,
a series of rumbling sounds echoed in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw military helicopters flying towards them.
Reinforcements have arrived,
Liang Lei said softly. Then they looked at Chinfong. It seemed that reinforcements were
not really needed now.
The helicopters quickly lowered ropes, and one soldier after another descended from above. From one of the helicopters, a figure dropped straight down without using any external aid.
Boom! The figure landed on
the ground with a loud thud. Everyone saw that the figure stood firmly on the ground, shouldering 2 stars, a master general.
Guan Han and Liang Lei rushed over immediately. General 1.
The two straightened their bodies and saluted.
Luobin also walked over. General. Wan Qianjua nodded. What happened? Have you all resolved it?
He glanced around, seeing no exotic beasts, only countless exotic beast corpses, and there stood a young man, which puzzled him. Report. General, the exotic beasts that appeared from the rift have all been dealt with. Guan Han was the first to speak. Indeed, this rift should only be below A level. No level 6 exotic beasts have appeared.
Wan Qianjua said slowly.
Rifts are graded A level and below. Rifts do not spawn level 6 exotic beasts when they first appear.
However, S level and above can, and the higher the level, the greater the probability of powerful exotic beasts appearing.
General, a level 6 exotic beast has appeared, Liang Lei suddenly said.
Wan Qianjua was taken aback. A level 6 exotic beast appeared, and you dealt with it too?
He was somewhat surprised. A level 6 exotic beast, along with some level 5 and 4 and a large number of lower levels for these few people under 6 stars to handle, would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. General, it wasn't us who dealt with it was him.
Liang Lei turned and pointed
to Chinfong, who was standing on the exotic beast's corpse in the distance.
What? Wan Qianjue was shocked. He glanced at Liang Lei and then at the others, finding they didn't seem to be lying. However, Chinfeng's figure was clearly just a young boy.
He didn't ask the others further but directly instructed the soldiers to wait and walked towards Chinfong himself. As he approached Chinfong, a sense of surprise rose within him. The closer he got, the stronger the
surprise became. Such a strong killing intent. Is this his first time killing an exotic beast?
If one stays on the battlefield for a long time, the killing intent would quickly be reined in, but Chinfong was too violent. This kind of violence was the kind exhibited when one first kills an exotic beast.
Calm down, Wan Qianjue shouted loudly. At that moment, Chinfong also turned around and the killing intent on him gradually began to fade. Just now, he was comprehending this killing intent and digesting this battle. Now, he was awakened by the other party.
Sensing the retraction of Chinfeng's killing intent, Wan Qianjue nodded secretly and looked at Chinfong. This is your first time killing an
exotic beast?
The first time killing so many, Chinfong replied.
Still a student?
Just finished the martial arts exam. Their conversation was very simple. Wan Qianjue was asking and Chinfong was answering, with no other topics. Hearing Chinfong say that he had just finished the martial arts exam, Wan Qianjue's heart trembled violently.
Are you willing to join my southern war zone? Wan Qianjue spoke up.
Reporting, Chief, I am a star of the Western War Zone. Chinfong immediately
replied. Star of the Western War Zone?
Wan Qianjue was taken aback, then he looked towards Chenyu in the distance.
He knew Chenyu, a
star of the Southern War Zone, but the gap was just too large.
We're all part of the military. Good. Wan Qianjue no longer pursued the topic. He looked at the thousands of beast corpses on the ground and the rift in the void. Next, we will take over here and you alone will guard the rift to prevent this disaster. So tell me, what do you want? Without Chinfong, not only would these few people
on the island die, but if the beasts entered the sea and then the city, many ordinary people would likely perish. Therefore, Chinfeng's contribution was significant and the military should provide the appropriate rewards. Upon hearing there would be a reward, Chinfong felt a surge of joy and said, Chief, I killed these beasts and I hope the beast crystals will also be mine.
Of course. Wan Qianjue nodded.
Additionally, I need beast crystals.
If the chief wants to know the specific reasons, it's easy to find out. Next,
Fong listed exactly what beast crystals he needed and how many, and he spoke in one breath enough to elevate him to a 9-star warrior.
Across all systems, Wan Qianjue's face darkened upon hearing his words. Do you think beast crystals are cabbages? You can have as many as you want?
He glared at Chinfong, nearly exploding. The value of the beast crystals he mentioned would bankrupt the Southern
War Zone. It really won't work.
Chinfong secretly shook his head. The idea of directly breaking through to 9 stars across all systems was completely shattered.
Seeing Chinfeng's disappointed expression, Wan Qianjue was speechless and said, The beast crystals from the beasts you killed will be extracted quickly. Whatever amount there is, we will give you that much. Additionally, we will convert the first and second levels into third level as per your request. Finally, I will report your achievements and the Southern
War Zone will provide a certain reward.
Give me an address and it will be delivered to you in 2 days. Thank you, Chief. Chinfong
quickly replied, then mentioned the hotel where he was staying. After this, even if I can't complete the system task, half should be about right, Chinfong thought joyfully. With over 1,000 beasts, based on normal proportions, there would likely be about 100. With beast crystals, most of them were first and second level, so after converting to third level, there would be even fewer. However, if the Southern War Zone provided some additional rewards, it would be entirely possible for him to break through to 4 stars in all 3 other systems. At the very least, he would break through in 2 systems, which would significantly reduce his task pressure. Next, we will clean up the scene and then build high walls. From now on, this place will probably no longer be a tourist spot, but one of the divisions of the Southern War Zone. Chinfong, Wan Qianjue looked at Chinfong seriously and said, You guarded the most critical hour of this newly opened rift, so you have a connection with it. You are always welcome to return. Upon hearing this, Chinfong was taken aback, then instantly understood the other party's meaning. This was an invitation for him to join the military in the future and to be stationed here. I will consider it. Chinfong could only nod.
Wan Qianjue smiled. All right, go. They are still waiting for you.
Chinfong no longer delayed and turned to walk towards Luobin and the others, while the soldiers also ran over.
Wan Qianjue
kept watching Chinfong leave, and after Chinfong and the others boarded the ship, he called over a soldier.
Get me his information as soon as possible and keep a close watch on him.
Once he joins the military, immediately recruit him.
A talent like him should
belong to the southern war zone. Wan Xianjue issued the order directly.
The soldier's heart jolted, and he immediately spoke, yes.
On the ship back to Magic City, Luobin, Guanhan, and Liang Lei sat together. Luobin was continuously asking them about the situation in the southern war zone. After all, he was soon going to enter that area. Meanwhile, Chinfong sat opposite Chenyu. The two were silent, with Chenyu occasionally glancing at Chinfong, wanting to say something but seeming hesitant to speak.
Are we still comparing?
Chinfong suddenly asked.
Chenyu's body instinctively trembled. Comparing what?
Then he added, I lost. I won't interfere with my sister's matters anymore.
Chinfong smiled. Instructor Luo is actually quite good.
As for what you said, that
he can't become a grandmaster, that's not necessarily true.
Who can say for sure about the future?
Are you so sure that you can really become a grandmaster? Even I wouldn't dare to be certain. I know. Shan Yu nodded.
A grandmaster has the path of a grandmaster. If one cannot determine their own path, they cannot become a grandmaster. At that moment, his pride could not be lifted in front of Chinfong at all.
After a moment of silence, he suddenly looked at Chinfong. Will you enter the 9th Sacred Academy?
No. Chinfong shook his head.
Why?
Chenyu showed confusion. Someone like Chinfong, a new student, should be worthy of the 9th
Academy. The 9th Academy is too big. It doesn't lack for one more person.
Chinfong said with a smile.
Chenyu stared closely at Chinfong, not understanding. They fell into silence again. Soon, everyone returned to Magic City. Son, are you okay?
As soon as they landed, Li Xiufen and Qingde came to Chinfong, examining him closely.
I'm fine. The newly opened rift isn't very dangerous.
That's good, that's good.
Li Xiufen breathed a sigh of relief.
Chinfong looked at Chen Xiaoqing, sister-in-law. Thank you. Chen Xiaoqing's face turned red, and she glanced at the silent Chenyu before softly saying, It's no trouble.
I originally wanted
to let uncle and aunt rest somewhere while waiting for you, but they insisted on staying here.
Chinfong smiled. It's fine, that's just how they are.
It was impossible to let Li Xiufen and Qingde rest somewhere
without seeing him return. What are you planning to do next? Luobin asked Chinfong.
Take my parents out for a couple of days, then go to the imperial capital, Chinfong replied without hesitation.
He needed to
wait for 2 days for the southern war zone to send over the beast crystals. He also didn't plan to visit the other 3 sacred academies in Magic City. He would go directly to the imperial capital and then take
a walk in the first sacred academy.
Since the strongest sacred academy wouldn't accept him, he would try the weakest one. If he could really enter, defeating the strongest student of the strongest sacred academy as a student of the weakest one might be a good experience. I'll head back to the hotel first. Chinfong declined Luobin's offer to see them off and walked towards the hotel with Li Xiufen and Qingde.
He didn't take
a taxi, planning to stroll through the streets of Magic City.
Watching Chinfong walk away, Chenyu looked at Luobin. Why isn't he entering the 9th Academy? He didn't believe the excuse that the 9th Academy was too big.
I'm not sure about the specifics. He said the 9th Academy rejected him, Luobin replied slowly. Chenyu's expression changed, and after a long while, he said, I won't enter the 9th Academy either. In the next 2 days, Chinfong took his parents to visit some attractions in the Magic City, and they did not encounter any more surprises. On the 3rd day, a soldier from the Southern Theater came to the hotel to find him.
In the hotel lobby, Commander,
the soldier shouted as soon as he saw Chinfong. Although Chinfong had not officially entered the military yet, having the title of a star commander meant there was no issue with being called commander.
Sit. After they sat down, the soldier
placed the briefcase he brought on the table in front of them. Commander, this time you killed 512 first-level beasts, and there are 40 beast crystals, all exchanged for 3rd level, with 8 exchanged.
The soldier began to report. Chinfong nodded.
Although it was said that 10 beasts would yield about 10 beast crystals, it was not exact. 512 yielding 40 was about right. Additionally, 40 first-level beast crystals priced at 20 million and 8 third-level crystals at 16 million seemed like a loss at first glance.
However, that was not how it was calculated.
The higher the level of the beast crystal, the harder it was to obtain. If all first-level beast crystals were exchanged for money, it would take a long time, and purchasing third-level ones would still require time. Sometimes, it was not guaranteed that one could buy the desired type of beast crystal. Moreover, first-level beast crystals averaged 500,000 each. But prices varied by type. For example, fire type was 500,000 each, ice type might be 520,000. Lightning type would be even higher, while water type would be less. Therefore, this exchange was fair. There was neither
loss nor gain.
Additionally, Commander, you killed a total of 305 second-level beasts, yielding 24 second-level beast crystals, exchanged for 9 third-level beast crystals.
You killed 183 third-level beasts, yielding 12 beast crystals.
For 4th-level beasts, there were 53, yielding 4 beast crystals. For 5th-level beasts, there were 11, yielding 1 beast crystal.
there was one 6th level beast with no beast crystal. The soldier reported the detailed data one by one. After listening, Chinfong nodded. The haul this time was significant, and the total value of these beast crystals was already over 100 million. Commander, these beast crystals are of different types and have been exchanged according to your request. Among them, 29 third-level crystals were exchanged for 9 each of ice, wind, and earth types, with the extra 2 deducted as handling fees. The 4 4th-level ones were all exchanged for fire type. The 2 5th-level ones were exchanged for 4 4th-level fire type. Commander, please sign here. After the soldier finished speaking, he took out a list with detailed records. Chinfong glanced at it and then signed his name. Immediately after, the soldier closed the briefcase and handed it to Chinfong, then picked up another box from the ground. This is the reward from the Southern Theater for you, the soldier said, looking at Chinfong. Commander, with the new fisher appearing, the Southern Theater will invest heavily, so the reward. He showed a hint of embarrassment and continued, however, our marshal said that the Southern Theater owes you a favor. In the future, when you enter the military, regardless of whether you are in the Southern Theater or not, if there is a need, the Southern Theater will definitely support you. Chinfong smiled. He had already guessed that this reward would not be too large. With the new fisher appearing within the Southern Theater's jurisdiction, everything needed to be handled by them. The initial construction of high walls would incur significant costs. Additionally, a lot of equipment and various expenses were required. Even Chinfong could not imagine how much would be needed to get the new fisher on track. Therefore, he did not feel disappointed. It's fine. Chinfong waved his hand. Although he needed beast crystals, the expenses related to the new fisher were far more important. In the Southern Theater, being able to offer some rewards is already a great show of sincerity, and he is clear about this. On behalf of the Southern Theater, I thank you, Commander. The soldier stood up and saluted Chinfong. His action immediately drew the attention of everyone in the hall. However, seeing that both were in casual clothes, they shook their heads and cast disdainful glances. Someone whispered, today's young people really dare to play any role. After saying that, they shook their heads and no longer paid attention. You go back and tell Marshal Li that the Southern Theater owes me nothing. Chinfong stood up and returned a military salute. He had encountered a new crack and, having the ability, of course, he had to stop the spread of the alien beasts. Even if he didn't need the beast crystals, it would still be the same. Moreover, he was a military star. He couldn't just run away upon seeing the crack. As a 9-star Golden Body Realm powerhouse, the Marshal of the Southern Theater certainly wanted to ask for a favor, but it had to be reasonable. The other party's mention of a favor was a sign of respect for him, and Chinfong naturally wouldn't accept it on the spot. More importantly, since the other party had said such words, they would surely remember it. By saying that the Southern Theater owed him no favors, he would likely leave a deeper impression in their mind. At this moment, the soldier looked at Chinfong with strong admiration. After the soldier left, Chinfong returned to his hotel room. He opened 2 boxes simultaneously. One contained 35 beast crystals. The other box had only 3, but the beast crystals had 4 lines, indicating that all 3 were level 4 beast crystals. These 3 were given according to his request and were all of the fire type. The 3 level 4 beast crystals were worth about 12 million, which was indeed not much compared to his achievements this time. It was evident that the Southern Theater was indeed short on funds this time. Let's get started. Chinfong took a deep breath, feeling excited. This time would be another surge in strength after his selection as a military star. He picked up a level 3 ice-type beast crystal. Then, like eating jelly beans, he kept swallowing it and immediately the system rang non-stop. After swallowing all 9, the 4th divine pattern on the ice-type mark reached perfection. Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped sharply, and a few minutes later, when the ice-type cultivation was completely stabilized at 4 stars, it slowly returned to normal. Next, without any delay, he began to devour the wind-type crystals, and soon after, with the system's prompt, the 4th divine pattern of the wind-type reached perfection. After it was completely stabilized, he moved on to the earth-type. This time, after swallowing 9 earth-type crystals, he did not reach perfection but was at 94% progress. The remaining 6% can be completed before entering the Martial Academy, no problem at all. Chinfong did not show any emotional fluctuations because the earth-type did not break through. A few minutes later, he looked at the remaining fire-type beast crystals and suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. I'm going to complete the task. Chinfong saw that there were a total of 11 beast crystals. According to the increase of 10% per crystal, there was even one extra. A pleasant surprise. Chinfong eagerly picked up a level 4 fire-type beast crystal and swallowed it in one bite. As the energy of the beast crystal was digested, he focused on the 5th divine pattern on the fire mark. When the energy was completely digested and the divine pattern stopped condensing, his expression suddenly froze. I damn. Chinfong couldn't help but curse.
10 level 4 fire-type beast crystals devoured. The progress of the 5th divine pattern condensed reached 50%.
In other words, the progress of 1 was 5%, which was half of what it was before. At this moment, Chinfong had already understood that during body refining, a top-grade fierce beast crystal allowed his progress to reach about 60%. After entering the martial artist stage, for the first 3 stars, each beast crystal increased the progress by 10%. Once reaching 4 stars, it dropped to 5%. The further one went, the lower the progress became. By the time one reached the master level, it would probably be even lower. Shaking his head, he swallowed the remaining level 4 fire-type beast crystal, raising the progress of the 5th divine pattern to 55%. Only then did he look at the system information.
Name: Chinfong. Fire realm, 4 stars, 5th divine pattern, progress 55%.
Wind
realm, 4 stars, 5th divine pattern, progress 0%.
Ice realm, 4 stars, 5th divine pattern, progress 0%.
Earth realm, 3 stars, 4th divine pattern,
progress 94%.
Combat power 220000. Looking at the combat power breaking 6 stars, Chinfong was not too surprised. After all, the wind and ice realms had directly
broken through to 4 stars.
The earth realm had also reached the peak of 3 stars, while the fire realm was roughly at the mid-level of 4 stars.
Now, my explosive power should reach 500,000. Chinfeng's eyes flashed.
An explosive power of 500,000 had already surpassed many 6-star martial artists. However, there was still quite a distance to the master level. Based on his guess, the combat power threshold for a master should be around 1 million. A master, after all, is someone who has determined their martial path and has stepped onto the road of a strong person, representing a huge gap among martial
artists and being the backbone of human martial artists.
The saying that a master holds the mountains and rivers is not just talk.
Now, the most important thing is
to raise the fire realm to 5 stars.
Chinfong looked at the information and formulated a training plan.
He felt no pressure with the earth realm, but for the fire realm, if he didn't find a way, according to the normal training progress, he would definitely not complete the task.
I'll go to the imperial capital tomorrow.
He didn't want to delay at all, so he immediately opened his phone to book a ticket and reserved a flight for the next day before starting his training.
The next day, at noon 12 o'clock, at the airport in Magic City, Chinfong looked at Luobin, who was walking over, and said, "Didn't I tell you not to come?" After booking the ticket yesterday, he had told Luobin not to come to see him off, but unexpectedly, the other party not only came but also brought Xiao along. "If you're leaving, how could I not come? Besides, even if I didn't come," Xiao insisted on coming, saying she wanted to thank you for bringing us together. "Also, that kid Yu insisted I come," Luobin said. Chinfong could tell him not to come, but sending him off was a matter of friendship. "He insisted you come, but he didn't come?" Chinfong glanced around. Indeed, Yu was not there. He didn't have time. Today he went to the 9th Academy, saying he wanted to drop out. Luobin said with a smile. "Drop out?" Chinfong was taken aback. They hadn't officially enrolled yet, but Yu had already confirmed his admission to the 9th Sacred Academy, so dropping out was understandable, but he couldn't understand why he wanted to drop out. Luobin chuckled. "That kid is now taking you as a role model, knowing you're not going to the 9th Academy but to the Imperial Capital. He's also preparing to go to the Imperial Capital." Chinfong then realized that he hadn't expected his charm to be so great that it actually changed to Rising Star's choice. He had thought the other party was just speaking out of impulse. "You didn't try to persuade him?" To be honest, although Chinfong wasn't very fond of the 9th Sacred Academy now, it was still the best fit for Yu. As for giving it up because of him, that was an impulsive choice. He didn't take followers, and he couldn't help the other grow by going to the Imperial Capital. Of course I advised him, but his character is such that he can't be persuaded. Unless he is truly convinced. But going to the Imperial Capital isn't bad either. It's all the Holy Academy. If you really end up in the same Holy Academy as him, just take care of him a bit," Luobin said lightly. Now Yu was considered his brother-in-law. Although the other party had great talent, his temperament was still immature, and many things might not be done well or correctly. Chinfong nodded. "I didn't expect that before officially enrolling, we would pull a genius from the 9th Academy. Thinking about it, that's not bad. Haha, I wonder if the dean thought about how quickly things would change after he rejected you back then." Luobin laughed heartily. The 9th Holy Academy had previously left a good impression on him, but ever since he learned about the rejection of Chinfong, he had grown to dislike it. The two chatted for a while, and as the registration time approached, Chinfong and his parents lined up for security checks. Luobin called out, "Next time you come, I'll definitely take you out to have some fun." Chinfong waved his hand and walked into the security area. 9th Holy Academy. In the principal's office, Hu Tianming was organizing some documents. Suddenly, the head of the water department, Ta Yon, knocked and walked in. "What's the matter?" Hu Tianming asked, puzzled. "Principal, Yu wants to see you. He says it's important," Tao Yong explained. Hu Tianming frowned.
As the principal, he rarely met with students. The last time was because these star students were coming for the first time, so it was necessary to meet them, but meeting repeatedly made him feel a bit diminished in status. Let him come in. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said calmly. Tao Yong left the office and soon after brought Chen Yu in. Hu Tianming looked at Chen Yu. Student Chen, you suddenly came to see me. What's the big matter? Chen Yu stared intently at Hu Tianming. The implication of the question was clear. If it wasn't a big matter, he shouldn't have come. He hadn't felt this way before, but after experiencing what happened with Chinfong, he now clearly sensed the arrogance and disdain directed at him. Principal Hu, I want to drop out, Chen Yu stated directly. Hu Tianming frowned, and Tao Yong beside him also showed surprise. Drop out? Did another academy offer you a better deal? Student Chen Yu, you need to think this through. Entering the 9th academy is your best choice. Coming to the 9th academy, becoming a master is not a big problem, but if you choose to give up this opportunity, it's hard to say how far your martial arts path can go in the future. Hu Tianming's words were calm, but the meaning was clear. If Chen Yu didn't choose the 9th academy, he was cutting off his martial arts path. I've already made my decision. After saying this, Chen Yu turned and left. Although he had confirmed joining the 9th academy before, he hadn't truly joined yet. Coming now was just to say a word, a sign of respect for the 9th academy, not to seek advice. Student Chen, can you tell us why? Tao Yong quickly asked. Chen Yu reached the door and then turned around, saying, the 9th academy is too big, it doesn't need me. Tao Yong stood frozen in place, confused. What did this mean? He couldn't react for a moment. At that time, Hu Tianming also frowned. Go ask what's going on. Chen Yu left. He didn't care, but this inexplicable departure made him uncomfortable. He had to find out the reason. Tao Yong hurriedly chased after him, and by the time he reached downstairs, he caught up with Chen Yu. Can you tell me why? Tao Yong asked. The more talented a person is, once they make a decision, it's hard to change it. Chen Yu's sudden change left him puzzled. Chen Yu stopped and said lightly, I want to follow in someone's footsteps. Tao Yong was taken aback. Following someone's footsteps, what was that about? Seeing that he didn't understand, Chen Yu explained, the 9th academy, did they refuse Chinfong? Only then did Tao Yong react. He didn't come himself. If he wants to join, we naturally welcome him, but if he has other demands, the dean didn't ask or agree. Is it because of him? He felt that the 9th academy could promise the Star General, which was already quite good. Of course, the dean could sometimes be quite overbearing. This was true not only for students but also for them as teachers and directors. However, they had gotten used to it, and besides, the other party was the dean and an 8-star warrior. Being overbearing was normal. That's right. Chen Yu nodded, then stopped explaining and turned to leave. He didn't care about the dean or the 8-star warrior. It was just a matter of being born 100 years earlier. Given time, he could do it too. Tao Yong watched Chen Yu leave, shook his head, and didn't chase after him or try to keep him. Instead, he shouted, why? Because of Chinfong. He still wanted to clarify the reason. Check into the matter of Star Island. Your information about the 9th academy is really not up to date, Chen Yu said without looking back. Inside, he felt even more disappointed with the 9th academy. Star Island. Tao Yong's expression changed. They knew there were cracks in Star Island, but a new crack was a military matter, and since there wasn't much going on there, they hadn't paid much attention. Soon, he returned to the principal's office. He said it was because of Chinfong. Tao Yong said to Hu Tianming. Chinfong? What about him? Does he know Chinfong? Hu Tianming asked in surprise. He had considered many possibilities but never thought it was because of Chinfong. He said it was related to Star Island. Tao Yong replied. Hu Tianming frowned. Star Island. He picked up the phone in front of him and quickly dialed out. Dean Hu, what's the matter that you personally came to find me? As soon as the call connected, a man's voice came from the other end. General Wan, you're in charge of Star Island this time, right? Hu Tianming asked straightforwardly. Yes, I'm temporarily in charge of the preliminary work. What's up? Does Dean Hu want to send someone to help or provide some resources? Just right, my southern theater is short on resources this time. Wan Shenjue's voice carried a teasing tone. Those who knew Hu Tianming understood his character overbearing and selfish. It was very difficult to get him to part with resources. Hu Tianming directly changed the subject and asked, does General Wan know Chinfong? Chinfong? You mean that kid? Of course, I know him. He guards the crack alone, killing thousands of exotic beasts, and level 6 is no exception. What, has he confirmed his entry into your 9th academy? Can you do me a favor? After he graduates, make sure he comes to my southern theater. At that time, the southern theater will owe you a favor. How about that? On the other end of the line, when Wan Xianjue spoke about Chinfong, his tone was filled with admiration. However, to Hu Tianming's ears, it sounded like every word was a mockery of him. His expression kept changing, and when he heard that level 6 exotic beasts had been killed, his pupils constricted sharply. Hu Tianming?
On the other end of the phone, Wan Xianjue did not hear Hu Tianming speak, and a surprised voice came through. You didn't refuse Chinfong, did you? Wan Xianjue knew that many top geniuses would discuss cultivation resources with the academy after the martial arts examination, which was quite normal. However, the Ninth Academy generally would not agree to students' requests because it did not lack talented students. Therefore, Wan Xianjue felt it was entirely possible for the Ninth Academy to refuse Chinfong. It seems you really did refuse, Wan Xianjue said, and with a snap he hung up the phone. Others might give Hu Tianming face, but as a major general in the military he did not care at all. It could be said that the military had the most powerful individuals among all forces in Long Country. In terms of strong individuals below the martial saint level, the military could easily suppress the Ninth Academy. After a long while, Hu Tianming finally put down the phone, his expression gradually returning to calm. At this moment, Tao Yong was also on the phone, and soon he hung up and looked at Hu Tianming without speaking. Where is Chinfong now? Hu Tianming finally asked. He's already on a plane, leaving Magic City. Seems to be heading to Kyoto, Tao Yong replied. He was a 6-star warrior, and he had heard Wan Xianjue's voice on the phone, so he was calling to find out Chinfeng's whereabouts. The information he got was that Chinfeng had left the hotel and gone to the airport. With the background of the Ninth Academy, it was easy to find out that Chinfeng was going to Kyoto. He saw a hint of complexity flash in Hu Tianming's eyes, which was the first time he had seen that. Director, there's still time, Tao Yong spoke up. A genius like Chinfeng, if he didn't enter the Ninth Academy, would likely affect the Academy's recruitment in the future. Hu Tianming waved his hand. No need, my Ninth Academy is still the strongest. Can one person really bring down my Ninth Academy's status? To be honest, the ranking of the 9 holy academies was very important because it was established by Su Wuxing. Although Su Wuxing no longer managed the academy, being ranked high, especially as the first director, would still receive special attention from Su Wuxing. Over the years, he had reached the peak of the great sect under Su Wuxing's care and was close to breaking through to the 9-star golden body realm. So after just learning about Chinfeng's strength, a hint of regret appeared in his eyes. However, now he thought about it and felt that it was impossible for Chinfeng to change the status quo of the Ninth Academy by himself. Moreover, he understood Chinfeng's character. If he wanted to retain him, he would probably have to step in personally. He could not and would not do that for a student who could only influence but not change the Ninth Academy's status. But Tao Yong wanted to say something else. Hu Tianming directly interrupted him. Enough, he is a genius, but once he enters the martial academy, who knows how far he can go. Entering the martial academy was just the beginning of a student's martial arts journey. In the martial academy, students would have a more systematic learning experience and pay more attention to practical combat. And his Ninth Academy was currently the best in this regard. Some students would soar to great heights after entering, but Chinfeng might not necessarily maintain that. Seeing Hu Tianming's resolute attitude, Tao Yong could only nod, but deep down, he had a bad premonition, and that bad outcome would not be far off. Just to mention, due to the nature of my work, 3 updates a day is already my limit. Additionally, some are worried about unfinished stories. I do have 4 completed books, but 2 of them ended normally with fewer words because the style is ultra fast-paced, with almost every chapter leveling up. The worldview is absolutely complete, and it has been a year since completion, still receiving a decent readership every day, which proves this point. 2 books did indeed end poorly, but I still wrote up to 300,000 words with a daily income of a few bucks, which many authors cannot achieve. Now the tomato is getting more and more rolled up, and all authors can't open new books. So this one, you can rest assured, will be written continuously until it reaches a normal conclusion. Additionally, I want to mention that there will be 3 updates released in a row. Lastly, I still ask for a gift. The imperial capital. After Chinfeng and his family disembarked from the plane, they headed straight to the hotel. This time, Chinfeng had directly booked the best hotel in Kyoto for security, and after settling everything, he went straight to the First Holy Institute. Upon arriving at the entrance of the First Holy Institute, he noticed that there was a significant difference compared to the Ninth Holy Institute. Overall, the First Holy Institute lacked the grandeur of the Ninth Holy Institute. The First Holy Institute was established 300 years ago, shortly after the appearance of the exotic beasts. In those buildings, Chinfeng could clearly see the traces of history. This time, Chinfeng smoothly passed through the security guard and contacted the president of the First Holy Institute. In the office, an elderly man dressed in a blue robe was flipping through documents with great boredom. President, why don't we take the initiative to recruit some talents? At this rate, our institute might just become an ordinary martial arts academy. A man sitting opposite the elder was also flipping through documents. These were the profiles of candidates for the National Martial Arts examination, which had already been filtered multiple times by computer, yet there were still many. Recruit what? Is it useful? If we go to recruit, not only will we lose the prestige of the Holy Institute, but we won't even get anyone. We'll only end up with the leftovers, the elder said irritably. Then why are we even looking through these documents, the man retorted. As soon as these words were spoken, the elder's aura erupted violently, sweeping towards the man like a tidal wave. Bang! The man fell to the ground, his face filled with shock. President, I was wrong. Pinned to the ground, the man kept begging for mercy. Oof! Only then did the elder retract his pressure, shaking his head. Looking through the documents is to understand in advance which students might enter our institute, and among them, which ones have potential that hasn't been realized yet. At that time, we can focus on nurturing them. If we encounter someone who soars to great heights, we won't be at the bottom anymore. He spoke in a teaching tone with heartfelt sincerity. President, you are wise, the man shouted. But internally, he was skeptical because they did this every year, yet they always ended up at the bottom, with no one ever soaring to great heights after entering the martial arts academy. Generally, geniuses had already shown their talents before the martial arts examination. Those who achieved greatness later were not so easily encountered. Bang! Suddenly, the elder's pressure reappeared, and the man fell again. President! The man looked innocent. The elder glanced at him. You may say it clearly, but your heart doesn't think that way. I often teach you to be honest, to align your words and thoughts, yet you refuse to listen. The man was stunned, looking at the elder in surprise. How does the president know what I'm thinking? Guessing, the elder said casually. The man dared not speak anymore and began to quickly flip through the documents. Just then, the phone on the desk rang. The elder casually picked up the phone to answer. Immediately, he stood up abruptly. What happened? The man was startled, almost sitting down again. Hurry, go to the main entrance and welcome someone, don't let him leave, the elder quickly instructed. The man didn't immediately react, and the elder grew anxious, saying, Jang Chang, a Jang Chang has arrived, hurry. Quickly. Only then did the man react. Okay. He instantly ran out of the office. At the main entrance, after the security guard hung up the phone, he looked at Chinfong. Young man, what brings you to the First Institute? Having been a security guard for over a decade, he had never seen a genius like this come to the First Institute proactively, and he was very curious. Chinfong smiled. I'm here to change the status quo of the First Institute. The security guard was taken aback, and before he could speak again, suddenly a figure in the distance was approaching at an incredible speed, like a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, stopped at the entrance. Hello, classmate, my name is Zhou Ping, the head of the wind department. Welcome to the First Academy, where you will receive the best training resources. As soon as Zhou Ping stopped, he extended his hand and spoke very enthusiastically. At that moment, his gaze towards Fong was like that of someone looking at a treasure. Hello, Director Zhou, my name is Chinfong. Chinfong smiled and reached out his hand. Good, very good. Zhou Ping said with a smile. Come, I'll take you to see the principal. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Chinfong and turned to lead him away, but for a moment, he found he couldn't move him at all. Zhou Ping turned to look at Chinfong in shock. As a 5-star top martial artist, trying to grab a student who had just finished the martial arts exam felt like trying to grasp a mountain. Director Zhou, I can walk by myself. Chinfong smiled. Oh, okay. Zhou Ping nodded. Classmate Chin, follow me, he said, turning to lead the way. At first, Zhou Ping didn't walk fast. He felt Chinfong following closely behind and involuntarily quickened his pace a bit. However, he noticed that Chinfong still maintained a distance of exactly 1 meter behind him, neither more nor less. So amazing? Zhou Ping's heart stirred, and he secretly quickened his speed again. But soon, he found that Chinfong was still 1 meter behind him. He then accelerated again and again. Damn! Zhou Ping's heart thumped hard. Gradually, he exerted all his strength, beads of sweat appearing on his face, yet Chinfong remained 1 meter behind him. What a freak! Zhou Ping's heart screamed. We're here, classmate Chin. Zhou Ping shouted as he looked at the building 100 meters ahead, then slowed down. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Chinfong suddenly zipped past him and stopped. Director Zhou, we haven't arrived yet. Chinfong looked ahead, still a good distance of several dozen meters away. We're here. Zhou Ping hurriedly ran forward. It's just on the first floor. Saying this, he reached the front of the building, walked to the principal's office door, knocked, and pushed the door open. Chinfong followed him in. The old man stood up upon hearing the door open, and when he saw Zhou Ping, he frowned. Why are you sweating? Never mind. The old man waved his hand, directly pushing Zhou Ping aside, then came to stand in front of Chinfong. Classmate Chinfong, please sit down. You must be tired from running such a long way. The old man dragged a chair over. Principal, you're too kind. Chinfong smiled. He didn't expect that such a prominent figure would have this kind of personality, making him feel a bit awkward. This was completely the opposite of Hu Tianming. No need to be polite. Every genius deserves the respect they should have. By the way, since you are here at the First Academy, what resources do you want? Just let me know, and the First Academy will do its best to meet your needs. Kong Yongshang spoke directly. Chinfong was taken aback. This was too straightforward. If the principal can, I would like a few level 4 fire beast crystals, Chinfong said slowly. He didn't ask for 9, he had already decided to enter the first academy, and whatever the academy could provide was fine. Kan Yongsheng was stunned. Beast crystals? He had never expected that the other party would ask for beast crystals. Beast crystals, there are some in the academy, but not many. Level 4, and it's fire type. I'm not sure how many there are, but I'll give you what I can. Kan Yongsheng said. He didn't know what Chinfong needed the beast crystals for, nor did he ask. As long as Chinfong needed them, that was enough. Thank you, Dean. No need to thank me, I'm afraid there aren't many. Kan Yongsheng waved his hand. Chinfong nodded. He didn't expect to get 9 at once. The first Holy Academy has the least resources among all the Holy Academies, and 9 level 4 crystals would amount to 36 million. Such valuable items could be produced by the Holy Academy, but the already declining First Holy Academy would likely suffer significant losses. Second, once beast crystals reach level 4, they are strictly controlled by the authorities. In the energy market, there are no spot goods. Only after confirming identity will they transfer stock. Because weapons and equipment made from level 4 and above beast crystals have significantly increased power, even ordinary people wielding them would have a certain lethality. Therefore, apart from the military, any other forces in the rear have very few. So at the beginning, when Chinfong decided to enter the first academy, he didn't expect to obtain 9 at once. Alright, I'll go look for you now. It should take about 2 hours. You can take a stroll around the academy and get familiar with the environment. At this point, he directly looked at Zhou Ping. Aren't you going to take Qin classmate to tour the academy and properly introduce the situation here? Yes, Dean. Zhou Ping quickly replied, then turned to Chinfong. Qin classmate, I'll take you to see the academy. Soon, Chinfong followed Zhou Ping as they began to wander around the Holy Academy. That is our teaching building. As they walked through the academy, Zhou Ping explained in great detail. It must be said that although the first academy may not seem as impressive as the 9th academy on the surface, the ancient architecture gives a sense of historical weight. On some buildings, he even saw many signs of past attacks, all representing the history of humanity's struggle against the beasts. The first academy was established over 200 years ago. In the first few decades, it faced numerous attacks, but in the end, humanity managed to repel them. Zhou Ping sighed. Chinfong actually had a general understanding of this history. In the early days of the beast emergence, humanity did not realize the need to build high walls. So many beasts spread to various cities in the Dragon Kingdom after breaking through the cracks, resulting in heavy casualties for humanity. Later, in the face of despair, more and more strong individuals emerged among humans. It was as if heaven was looking out for humanity. The beasts did not grow stronger, and the void cracks would only erupt after a period of time, with high-level eruptions being rare. Gradually, humanity killed the beasts in various places and built high walls at the cracks to prevent their spread, leading to the current world order. Walking through the first Holy Academy, Chinfong also saw many ruins, remnants of the initial spread of the beasts. The first academy did not clear them away but preserved them as they were to serve as a warning for future generations. The first academy is truly the first in name and reality, Chinfong whispered. He could imagine how many ancestors shed blood here when the first academy was newly established and faced attacks from the beasts. Zhou Ping nodded in agreement. He had always thought this way in his heart. But now, the first academy is indeed not as good as the others in terms of enrollment, he said with a sense of helplessness. How did it come to this? I learned that before the 9th academy rose, although the first academy was not first every year, it had the most top rankings. How did it suddenly fall to the bottom? Chinfong asked curiously. The decline of the first academy was inexplicable, especially in the last 20 years, which could be described as a rapid decline. Zhou Ping's expression suddenly became cautious at this moment. He whispered, "Do you know why the 9th academy has suddenly become so powerful?" Before Fong could respond, he continued, because Hu Tianming has used many underhanded means. In short, he is the most narrow-minded person I have ever seen among the masters. Remember, you must never get involved with him. Chinfong looked at him curiously, but Zhou Ping did not elaborate on what unsavory things the other party had done. It was clear that he did not like him. Seeing this, Chinfong did not ask further. After all, such matters were quite normal. Many prominent figures had their share of dirty dealings behind the scenes, it was just that they were not known to the public. What is that place over there? Chinfong suddenly looked ahead. There were quite a few students standing there, seemingly watching something lively. The Martial Saint Corridor, Zhou Ping introduced. Is that the Martial Saint Corridor? Chinfong was taken aback and then walked over. One of his half-hearted purposes for entering the Martial Academy was to visit the Martial Saint Corridor. In Long Country, there are 4 great treasures: the military god space of the military department, the martial tower of the martial
Arts Association, the Longevity Building of the Longevity Martial Hall, and the Martial Saint Corridor of the 9 Great Holy Academies. These 4 treasures were created at great cost by the 4 great martial saints. Of course, while they are referred to as 4, they are actually 4 types, as there is one martial saint corridor in each of the 9 Great Holy Academies. Chinfong stood at the back of the crowd, curiously observing the martial saint corridor. At this moment, 14 lights lit up at the edge of the corridor. Xianhao is indeed a strong student in the 3rd year. He has already reached the 15th level. The onlookers were all amazed. However, upon hearing this, Chinfong looked at Zhou Ping and said, "Is that so bad?" He understood the martial saint corridor. The 15th level roughly equated to a foundational combat power of 150,000, and this was actually the strongest student in the 3rd year of one academy. Next semester, he would be the strongest in the 4th year. This meant that currently in one academy, a combat power of 150,000 was the strongest student. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhou Ping felt a bit awkward. You are aware of the admissions in one academy over the years. However, he still said, in fact, Xianhao is already quite good. A combat power of 150,000 makes him a 5-star warrior. In the military department, he is a major level figure, and many 5-star warriors are not as good as him. Moreover, when Xianhao entered the academy, he was just a city champion. But now, he has probably surpassed many of his peers. Don't compare with the military department. Chinfong shook his head. There were many 5-star warriors in the military department and quite a few top-tier 5-stars as well. The two were unaware that their conversation had been overheard by the onlookers. One person, unable to hold back, turned around and said, "Director Zhou, who is this relative of yours speaking so grandly? Xianhao might not be as good as some other talents from the holy academies, but next semester he would be the strongest in one academy." And Chinfong, whom he did not know and who looked even younger than them, saying Xianhao was lacking made him somewhat unconvinced. At this moment, many other onlookers also turned to look. Everyone, don't misunderstand. He is not my relative. He is a new student coming to my academy next year, named Chinfong, and he is also one of the military department's star generals. This time, being a soldier, he speaks his mind. Let's focus on Xianhao, Zhou Ping quickly explained. Upon hearing that he was a new student, everyone relaxed. It was normal for new students to be unaware of many things. Star General, junior brother, you are actually a Star General, a student suddenly exclaimed. In surprise. What is a Star General? Someone asked curiously. Soon, that student explained the situation regarding the Star General. Wow, junior brother. That's impressive. One by one, they stared at Chinfong with curiosity, as if watching a monkey. Junior brother, are you already a 3-star warrior? Someone asked curiously. Chinfong nodded, not explaining further. Seeing Qin Feng's acknowledgement, everyone was even more astonished. The new student is a 3-star warrior, which is a top-tier genius. It has been a long time since the academy has had such a new student. So what if he's 3-star? Suddenly, a voice rang out. A boy with a sharp nose and a monkey-like face said, "You can't look down on Xianhao just because he's 5-star, right?" Wang Hui, the junior, isn't looking down on him. Director Zhou has said that he just speaks his mind. A female student spoke up for Chinfong. Speaking one's mind means that's what they really think, Wang Hui scoffed. I think the junior is just comparing Xianhao to other strong students from the Holy Academy, and in that comparison, Xianhao is indeed quite ordinary. Another girl chimed in. That's not necessarily true. In an instant, the people present split into 2 factions. One side believed that Chinfong did not look down on Xianhao, while the other thought that as a new student, Chinfong was being too arrogant. Chinfong listened to the argument between the 2 groups, feeling quite speechless. What he meant by poor was that the academy's recruitment was so bad it surprised him, and it had nothing to do with Xianhao. What kind of comprehension skills do these people have? Seeing the situation was not good, Zhou Ping was about to pull Chinfong away. Chinfong suddenly spoke up. Director Zhou, can I enter the Martial Saint Corridor? He really wanted to try out one of the 4 great treasures of the Dragon Kingdom. Do you want to enter the Martial Saint Corridor? Zhou Ping was taken aback. Chinfong nodded. The 4 great treasures present an opportunity for every person who enters. If there was a chance to enter early, he certainly wanted to try. Junior brother wants to enter the Martial Saint Corridor? No problem, we'll help you gather points, said Wang Hui with a sharp face. Seeing that Chinfong wanted to go in, he was eager to see if the person who looked down on Xianhao was really that impressive. Junior brother, don't listen to him. It's better to wait until you officially enroll before going in, a female student advised. If Chinfong went in now, he would definitely be mocked by some for being inferior to Xianhao, who he had looked down upon. But if he entered after officially enrolling, even if he was not as good as Xianhao, he would still be the top freshman, a title that would drown out many unflattering voices. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister, Chinfong smiled at the student. The girl immediately brightened up. Not only was Chinfong a genius, but he was also a genius who could listen to advice, which she found perfect.
However, the next second, her eyes widened. She saw Chinfong looking at Wang Hui. Thank you for the points, senior. Wang Hui, who had been feeling disappointed, suddenly felt joy in his heart. Junior brother, are you preparing to go in? I still want to give it a try. Chinfong smiled.
Entering the martial Saint corridor required points, and he knew that points in the martial academy were very hard to come by. Now that there was a free opportunity, of course it was good.
Good, junior brother indeed has guts, saying he will try. Wang Hui laughed heartily. You all, quickly, contribute your credits so we can see the junior brother's prowess. This is a star of the future. Wang Hui looked at the other few people and spoke loudly. The others smiled and, without hesitation, took out their student cards. Since Fong insisted on going in, they were happy to see him face a setback. After all, they would have to go through this themselves when they enrolled. Wang Hui held a total of 8 student cards and said to Chinfong, Junior brother, these credits are enough for you to go in. You must surpass Jianhao, or else those words just now will be too laughable. Wang Hui handed the cards to Chinfong, speaking seriously. Chinfong took the student cards directly and then looked towards the martial saint corridor. The corridor was divided into 2 paths, allowing 2 people to use it simultaneously. One path was occupied by Jianhao, while the other was empty. He walked to the entrance of the unoccupied path and swiped the student cards one by one. On the access control. With a click, the door opened, revealing a corridor before him. Standing at the entrance of the corridor, Chinfong suddenly turned his head. Senior Wang. Wang Hui was taken aback. I won't compare myself to Senior Qian, only those who are weaker than others chase after others. I only compare myself to myself. After saying that, Chinfong stepped into the corridor. Is he insulting me? Wang Hui's expression changed. Stop whining, just watch closely. Let's see what this star of the future is really capable of, someone said, seriously watching the lights in the corridor where Chinfong was. How many lights do you think he can light up? Someone curiously asked. The student who had previously learned about the star of the future spoke up. From what I understand, stars of the future are all 3-star, and they are geniuses, so they should have 4-star combat power, not the weakest 4-star. They should be able to light up 2 to 3 lights. 2 to 3 lights. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. It should be noted that Chinfong was just a freshman who had not yet enrolled. 2 to 3 lights already represented a combat power of 20 to 30,000, which was quite terrifying. Wang Hui smiled. Maybe in 2 or 3 years he will be stronger than Jianhao, but right now he is still far behind. His words immediately drew unfriendly glances from the few female classmates supporting Chinfong. Wang Hui said seriously, actually, I just want junior brother Qin to experience a setback. He is too proud right now, and I hope he can understand through this tough love. As he spoke, he stopped talking, allowing those classmates to stare at him, and he paid no attention to them. At that moment, Zhou Ping was watching the corridor lights from the back of the crowd. He was also guessing how many lights Chinfong might light up. When he had led Chinfong into the courtyard earlier, Chinfeng's speed made him believe that Chinfong would definitely light up more than 2 or 3 lights. It's possible he could light up an unprecedented 8 lights. Zhou Ping secretly speculated. The thought startled him. A new student who hadn't even enrolled. Yet lighting up 8 lights was unprecedented. However, thinking of Chinfeng's speed, he felt it was entirely possible. In the first courtyard, they hadn't specifically learned about the Star of Generals because it was useless to know. After all, such a genius wouldn't enter the first courtyard. So, he didn't really understand Chinfeng's true strength. But that didn't stop him from making grand guesses. In the corridor, after Chinfong entered, he looked around but couldn't see the end of the corridor clearly. The entire corridor was divided into sections, each separated by something resembling infrared lines. As soon as he entered, the door behind him closed automatically, and not far in front of him, in the same section, a young phantom appeared. It's very similar to the cracked space that was transformed by Xianantian in Bin City. Chinfong thought of the Star of General's selection. Is this the phantom of the young Su Wushan? Chinfong looked at the phantom. However, he quickly dismissed that idea as the appearance didn't match. Perhaps it's the phantom of some strong human from their youth, just brought here by Su Jin. Thinking of this, Chinfeng's figure flickered and instantly disappeared from his spot. Bang! He threw a light punch and the phantom also struck out. But as soon as it made contact with Chinfeng's fist, the entire figure was sent flying and then completely dissipated. With its disappearance, it seemed a stream of energy surged into Chinfeng's body. Cultivation experience. As this stream flowed in, he digested it. It was the cultivation experience of this young phantom. However, it was only at the early stage of body refinement, which was of almost no use to him. This was the reason why the martial Saint corridor was called a heavy weapon of the Dragon Kingdom, because anyone who entered could gain cultivation experience by defeating the phantom. Buzz. After the phantom completely dissipated, another phantom appeared. After Chinfong killed it, this time he gained cultivation experience at the mid-stage of body refinement. Soon after, there were phantoms at the late stage and peak stage, and when the 5th one appeared, the phantom's cultivation reached the threshold of a martial artist. Bang!
Chinfong still didn't use much strength to kill it, and the cultivation experience flowed in again. These phantoms should be manifested by mental energy, infused with various cultivation experiences. I've heard that Su Wuxing comes to various martial academies every so often, probably to replenish his mental energy. Thinking of this, he could imagine just how powerful the martial saint's mental energy must be. However, the experiences from these earlier phantoms are of little use to me. After digesting all the experiences, he took a step forward, crossing the infrared line and entering the second section of the corridor. Just as his body passed through the red line, a light outside lit up. Bright, bright. Suddenly, a student shouted. Everyone instinctively looked over and indeed found that the 16th light in Xianhao's corridor had lit up. Xianhao truly deserves to be the strongest genius of the First Academy, someone exclaimed. I heard that Senior Qian once said when he entered the First Academy, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, and he made a grand vow to surpass others. Right, I heard that too. Now, he probably has really surpassed those who were also top scholars in the city. The crowd began discussing Qianhao. Back then, as the top scholar in the city, Qianhao could have entered the 9th Academy, but he still chose the First Academy. He was the only top scholar from the city in the First Academy that year, but his results were not outstanding compared to other top scholars. When he decided to enter the First Academy, many advised him that to surpass others, he should enter the 9th Academy. But he ultimately chose the First Academy. At the same time, he truly achieved what he said, with a battle power of 160,000, something that few of those top scholars could reach. Chinfeng's speed is so fast. Just as everyone was marveling at Xianhao lighting up the 16th light, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out. Everyone instinctively looked towards the corridor where Chinfong was, and saw that 4 lights had lit up. So fast, someone exclaimed. 4 lights represented that Chinfong had already defeated an opponent with a battle power of 40,000, and in the time they were focused on Xianhao, it probably hadn't even been 2 minutes. Zhou Ping stared at the 4 lights that had lit up, momentarily stunned. This was indeed fast. If Chinfong only had a battle power of 40,000, he would not be able to defeat his opponent this quickly. Even with 50,000, it would be impossible to resolve the opponent so fast. He truly is a star of battle. This speed indicates a battle power of at least 50,000, perhaps even reaching 60. However, before the person could finish speaking, the 5th light quietly lit up, causing everyone's expressions to change. The person who had just spoken instantly fell silent. 6, 7 lights. 8 lights now. Someone had just opened their mouth when 3 more lights lit up instantly. Impossible, how can it be so fast? Is there no opponent in the corridor? Is he flying? In the crowd, Wang Hui shouted in disbelief. Behind him, Zhou's pupils constricted sharply. This speed had exceeded his understanding. Even if Chinfong had a battle power of 100,000, it would be impossible to be this fast. My God! While everyone was still in shock, a gasp rang out. The 9th light lit up, and just a few breaths later, the 10th light also lit up. Holy crap! Holy crap! One student excitedly shouted out in astonishment. How long has it been since he went in? The crowd then realized that Chinfong had been inside for no more than 10 minutes, meaning he had lit up an average of 1 light in less than a minute. They could imagine that inside, Chinfong faced his opponents like a force of nature, unstoppable. Director Zhou, what kind of monster has our martial arts academy recruited? At this moment, the students looked towards Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping was completely bewildered. He had guessed that Chinfong could light up 8 lights, but now it was 10 so quickly he had no idea what was happening. Everyone, don't get too excited. As the director, he still needed to calm down. After settling his mind, he spoke. Student Qin is indeed a star of battle. He can light up 10. Another one lit up. Before Zhou Ping could finish his sentence, the 11th light lit up, followed closely by the 12th, 13th. The scene instantly fell silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard as everyone stared intently at the lights in the corridor. At this moment, they had completely forgotten about Qianhao. When the 16th light lit up, boom! Everyone's minds went blank, and after a long while, they finally erupted. Hiss, sounds of gasping filled the air. The new students, who had not yet enrolled, entered the martial sane corridor for the first time and caught up with the strongest senior of the next class, a third-year student from the First Academy. What the hell is his strength? Not only did he catch up, but he did it in such a short time, it was simply unimaginable. Is there something wrong with this corridor? Wang Hui was dumbfounded, but he still couldn't believe that Chinfong could be so terrifying. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him as if he were a fool. The Martial Saint corridor was personally crafted by the Martial Saint, a heavy weapon of the Dragon Country, and the Martial Saint would come periodically to infuse it with spiritual energy. How could there be a problem? I don't believe it. However, Wang Hui shook his head. He wasn't targeting Chinfong. He genuinely didn't believe the other party could be that formidable. Saying this, he directly asked a few people around him to lend him their student cards and walked to the corridor where Chinfong was. Wang Hui, what are you doing? Chinfong is inside. If you go in, you'll be attacked, someone reminded him. The Martial Saint corridor only allowed one person to enter at a time. The
second person to enter would trigger the attack set by the Martial Saint.
Wang Hui replied, I know, but this corridor really has a problem.
If the corridor had a problem, it wouldn't attack him.
After saying that, he swiped the student cards.
One by one.
With a click, the door opened again, and he hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and stepping inside.
Ah!
As soon as he entered, a scream was heard, and then his body was sent flying out.
With a thud, he crashed to the ground, struggling to lift his head. Damn it, the corridor is fine.
His voice was filled with pain, not just physical pain but also emotional pain, because Chinfong was indeed that strong.
Quick, take him to the infirmary. Zhou Ping waved his hand.
The few students who had lent him their student cards hurriedly stepped forward to lift Wang Hui. This score was borrowed, and Wang Hui had to repay it double, so there could be no mistakes.
Click.
At that moment, the door of the corridor where Qianhao was opened, and a young man walked out. As soon as he appeared, he approached the crowd and noticed their shocked expressions.
He smiled. What's wrong with you?
It's just one more light than last time, there's no need to be so surprised, right? His voice was calm. The last time he had entered the Martial Saint corridor, he had lit up 15 lights, and quite some time had passed since then. This time, 16 lights were well within his expectations.
Xianhao, look!
The crowd seemed to have completely ignored his words and pointed ahead. Xianhao frowned in confusion and looked over, and when he saw the 16 lights, his pupils constricted.
Which academy student has come? He asked someone beside him.
Students from the 9 great holy academies often challenged each other in the corridors, similar to martial arts competitions. The first academy, being the weakest, was also the one most frequently challenged in the Martial Saint
corridor. In fact, this was also the reason why the first academy's enrollment had been declining in recent years.
Others came to challenge your holy academy, while your side had no one to counter, they could only be beaten, so every time someone
came to challenge, the students felt it was a humiliation.
Over time, it spread, and the number of geniuses applying to the first holy academy decreased. It's not from the other academies, it's from our academy, the person quickly replied.
Our academy? Pan Lei is here?
Pan Lei,
the strongest student in the first academy's senior year, is about to graduate.
Strictly speaking, he is still
the strongest student in the first academy.
It is said that he has already reached the 6-star threshold, but he hasn't challenged the corridor in a long time. So many people are unclear about just how strong he is.
However, reaching the 6-star threshold should not be a big problem. After
graduation, he can directly become a teacher or director at the academy, and he would also have good positions in other factions.
He is the strongest graduate the first academy has cultivated in recent years.
Xianhao has always wanted to surpass him by the time of graduation, so his heart has
always been set on him as a target.
It's not Pan Lei, his name is Chinfong, the person replied, wanting to focus on watching, but he didn't dare to
ignore Qianhao's question.
Upon hearing the name Chinfong, Qianhao showed confusion.
It's shining again.
At that moment, an excited voice rang
out.
Xianhao looked and felt a shock in his heart. This had already surpassed him.
Yet, he still couldn't understand who exactly was Chinfong. Bang!
In the corridor, Chinfong stepped into the 18th square after crossing the 17th. As soon as he entered, a phantom in front of him suddenly attacked, with strikes coming at him at incredible speed.
And the opponent's movement speed was also extraordinarily fast. Finally, I've encountered a wind warrior.
Chinfong had been looking forward to meeting phantoms of the wind, ice, and earth elements because he had yet to comprehend the domains of these 3 elements. He simply didn't have the time to comprehend them, so relying on the training experience from the phantoms would save him a lot of time. Whoosh! His figure instantly vanished from the spot using the wind element, and 2 figures began to flicker continuously in the corridor. At this moment, Chinfong realized that he could not cross the red line in front of him without
defeating his opponent, and that phantom also could not cross the red line to enter the next square.
Suddenly, Chinfong punched it back, and before the opponent could stabilize, he rushed forward.
To respect the domain
experience you provided, I'll use 90% of my strength for this punch. Chinfong struck the phantom's head. In the corridor, only basic combat power could be used, but this punch still exceeded a combat
power of 190,000. Boom!
The phantom's head exploded, and then its body began to dissipate, with streams of training experience flowing into Chinfeng's mind.
Domain of wind. Chinfong closed his eyes, and after a moment he completely digested it. Whoosh! His figure moved slightly and then disappeared from the spot, entering the next square of the corridor. Ice element, what good luck! Chinfong smiled slightly at the phantom ahead. 2 in a row, both of which he needed. Boom!
Chinfong did not hesitate and charged forward. Moments later, the phantom was shattered.
After digesting all the experience, when he used the domain of ice, the temperature around him plummeted. Then, he stepped into the next square. Outside, seeing 18 lights illuminate, everyone trembled. What is his limit? Could it be that he has Already entered the 6-star threshold? He was still 2000 combat power away from reaching the 6-star threshold. His speed has slowed down, perhaps this is where he will finally stop. Someone spoke up. Indeed, his speed slowed down after he entered the 17th square. Someone else noticed the issue. Previously, Chinfeng's speed was so fast that he almost caught up to Qianhao without stopping, but in the next square, Chinfeng's speed decreased significantly. Thank goodness, if he had directly reached 6 stars, that would be terrifying. He would already be the strongest in the first academy. Someone patted their chest. Although in the next semester, once Panlei graduates, Chinfong will still be the top as a freshman, it would still be better than now, because currently, Chinfong has not officially enrolled. Without enrolling, they are already the first in the academy, which makes the senior students seem too incompetent. They should be coming out soon. Xianhao thought to himself as he looked at the corridor lights. The excitement of just lighting up 17 lamps was completely drowned by shock. Are the generals really that terrifying? He had just heard someone nearby introduce the generals. The top 4 individuals selected from the 4 war zones, but this top tier still left him stunned. Hurry, Junior Qin should be coming out soon. Let's make way, someone shouted. At this moment, more and more people gathered here. Some had already squeezed to the front of the corridor, almost pressing against the door. Yes, make way. One person was speaking, but halfway through, suddenly choked as if swallowing something unpleasant. Then, the 19th lamp lit up. The scene instantly fell silent, and the group that was about to make way froze in place. Everyone stared blankly at the 19 lit lamps, and for a moment, no one spoke. Oh my god. Suddenly, a girl screamed, and people reacted, then saw that the 20th lamp had also lit up. Soon after, when the 21st lamp lit up, everyone became numb. Zhou Ping stood at the back of the crowd. He was on the phone. His hand shaking so much he could barely hold the phone. Dean. Zhou Ping's voice trembled. You need to come to the Marshal Singh corridor. It's exploded. What exploded? Came the voice of Kong Yongxing from the other end of the line. The results exploded. Dean, the first academy has struck gold. You know how terrifying this Chinfong is, who came here voluntarily? By the end of Zhou Ping's words, he couldn't help but raise his voice. With Chinfong around, he could imagine that the next enrollment would definitely attract many geniuses to apply to the first academy. Even if they couldn't bring the first academy back to the top, they would certainly not be at the bottom again. In the corridor, Chinfong reached the 22nd level, and in front of him stood a young man who looked to be around 30, with sharp eyes that revealed a fierce light. Chinfong immediately stepped forward and engaged in battle with him. However, a few minutes later, Chinfong suddenly stopped. It's a pity you're not of the earth element. He shook his head and then exited this level. The combat power of the two was not much different. It could be said to be a tie. Determining a winner would take too much time. He didn't need to spend that time defeating the opponent. The previous battle was merely to test how a peer with similar strength would fare. Overall, this time's gains are quite good. Chinfong was very satisfied with his experience in the Marshal Singh corridor. Not only had he comprehended the realms of ice and wind, but he also gained a lot of cultivation experience. This experience could be digested slowly and combined with his own characteristics, potentially making him stronger. Additionally, his movement technique, after integrating the insights of the wind martial artist, had progressed from subtle to perfect. The path of martial arts seems like this corridor. You think you're getting closer to the end, yet you still can't see what lies at the end. He glanced at the corridor, and even now, he still couldn't see what the end of the corridor was. Soon, he turned around and walked towards the corridor's exit. Outside the Marshal Singh corridor, it could be described as a sea of people. Each person looked at the corridor's lights with expressions of awe, shock, and disbelief, a myriad of emotions on their faces. However, at this moment, there was no discussion among the crowd, as they were all numb. Without even enrolling, they are already the first in the academy. After a long while, a student finally murmured, "Crack!" Suddenly, the door to the corridor opened, and Chinfong stepped out. He was momentarily stunned when he saw the crowd outside the corridor. Everyone's here? Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Before anyone could turn around, their expressions changed drastically. The dean is coming. Quickly get out of the way, someone shouted. But before the crowd could completely disperse, a massive pressure swept toward them, and countless students were sent flying. Ah, the dean, someone fell heavily to the ground, screaming in pain. At this moment, Zhou Ping had already stepped aside. Fortunately, I moved quickly. Zhou Ping thought to himself. Their dean had a habit of greeting people this way whenever he saw a crowd gathered, and he loved to use pressure. One careless moment could lead to being attacked by it. You all are supposed to be geniuses, and yet after so long, you still can't withstand my pressure, Kong Yongxing said as he walked closer, his tone filled with disappointment. Dean, you are an 8-star, ah. The person hadn't finished speaking when another wave of pressure hit, pinning him to the ground. Dean, I was wrong, it's our incompetence. The student shouted with great difficulty. Only then did Kong Yongxing withdraw all his pressure and swiftly appeared in front of Chinfong. Student Qin, your combat power has broken the 6-star threshold?
When he arrived, he had also seen the 21 lights that had been lit, causing his heart to twitch violently.
Yes, not by much? Chinfong nodded. Not by much.
Upon hearing this, everyone revealed strange expressions. For someone who
had just finished the martial arts exam, breaking through was already extraordinary, so how could it be not by much? Good, very good. Come, follow me to the office. I found some beast crystals for you.
Kong Yongsheng directly pulled Chinfong along, leaving a group of shocked and bewildered students behind.
Director Zhou, is the star really that impressive?
Someone looked at Zhou Ping and asked. They were also students older than Chinfong, but the gap was simply too vast.
Star, my foot. If other stars were this impressive, I'd cut off my head and let them use it as a ball.
Zhou Ping replied irritably. Chinfong was impressive, not because of the star, but because of who he was. Alright, you are all seniors to Chinfong, work hard to surpass him and step on him down, huh?
Zhou Ping said. Before turning to leave, the group of students looked at his retreating figure in silence. Dean, aren't we going to the office?
Chinfong asked in confusion as
they were heading out of the academy. Sigh, I didn't expect you to be so outstanding.
I did find some level 4 fire-type beast crystals in the first academy, 6
of them, and I thought that would be enough. But with your sudden performance, I feel it's not enough for you. Today, I will put aside my pride and get you a few more. Kong Yongsheng said seriously.
6 level 4 beast crystals were worth over 20 million. Such a cost was enough to reward a genius entering the academy. However, Chinfeng's performance in the martial Saint corridor had completely stunned him, and he felt that such a genius should be nurtured to the fullest.
He didn't
know what Chinfong needed the beast crystals for, but there must be a reason. Dean Kong, you and Dean who are really different.
Chinfong looked at Kong Yongsheng and said with emotion.
The two were not only different in personality but also in how they handled things. They were two extremes.
He didn't say he needed many beast
crystals. 6 was already enough for him, considering the conditions of the first academy. Yet, the other party still took the initiative to offer him more, completely without the airs of a dean.
Are you talking about Hu Tianming? Kong Yongsheng was taken aback.
It wasn't surprising that Chinfong mentioned Hu Tianming, as it was normal to have gone to the 9th academy first. However, when it came to Hu Tianming, he clearly showed disdain. I don't like that person.
He is a utilitarian, and there's nothing wrong with that.
However, the other party has become like an emotionless machine. No matter the humans or the beasts, the entire world could perish, and as long as he survives, he would feel it has nothing to do with him. Actually, he should join the Eternal Life Martial Arts School.
As they spoke, the two arrived at a secluded little street. Enough about him, we're almost there. Kong Yongsheng pointed to a shop at the end of the street. Upon reaching
the shop, they found the door tightly shut with no sign. Kong Yongsheng pushed the door open and led Chinfong inside. Once inside, Chinfong discovered a large courtyard complete with a furnace and various weapons and equipment.
A blacksmith shop? Chinfong exclaimed.
However, this blacksmith shop was not traditional. The forging equipment was quite advanced. At that moment, an elderly man, looking about the same age as Kong Yongsheng, was busy working.
Hearing the noise, he looked up and said, Old Kong, what brings you here? Ordering equipment for the academy? Isn't it a bit early this year? Various schools would order equipment for
students to use before the new semester began, but usually they would only do so after confirming enrollment. This man is named Lu Chong. He was once a master-level expert, but after some issues, he started learning forging. Kong Yongsheng quietly introduced. He then turned to Lu Chong. Old Zhang, do you have any level for fire-type beast crystals?
Yes, why? Lu Chong looked puzzled. What about level 5? I don't have level 5, I'm not at the level to forge them yet. What's going on? Lu Chong asked impatiently. Kong Yongsheng didn't beat around the bush. How many level 4s do you have? Give me some. Lu Chong showed a surprised expression. Old Kong, have you gone mad, or am I the fool?
Giving you level 4 beast crystals, our relationship isn't that generous yet.
Kong Yongsheng wasn't angry, he just said earnestly, Old Lu, I'm asking for beast crystals not for myself, nor for the academy. If that were the case, I wouldn't have come. Then what? For him? Lu Chong looked at Chinfong. Yes. Kong Yongsheng nodded. Then that's even less likely, I don't know him. After saying that, Lu Chong went back to work, ignoring the two.
At this moment, Kong Yongsheng revealed a confident smile for him and even more so for all of humanity.
Lu Chong paused in surprise. He looked at Chinfong seriously and then said, Old Kong, are you getting more confused with age? Are you saying he can completely solve the beast problem?
Kong Yongsheng nodded. If I were to say who has the most potential to completely resolve the beast issue, it would only be him. Kong Yongsheng's words were
very serious.
Chinfong, who had been listening to their conversation, was puzzled as to why Kong Yongsheng could confidently say such things and expect the other party to provide beast crystals. It seemed Kong Yongsheng sensed Qin Feng's confusion and quietly said, "Old Lu was a general in the northern war zone 30 years ago. He was severely injured during a beast riot which ended his martial path. He could have returned to a stable and comfortable life in the rear, but he chose the path of forging. The weapons he makes are not for profit, they are made with materials provided by the government. He forges them, only charging for costs and his basic living expenses. A man alone in a courtyard, without children or family, just for the sake of a stronger humanity. Earlier, you said that I and Hu Tianming are two extremes, but compared to him, what am I? This man has the world in his heart." Hearing the phrase, "the world in his heart," Chinfong was incredibly surprised. He understood the meaning behind it. Everyone has their own way of living, some are selfish, some selfless, some live only for themselves, while others live for those around them, for their country, or even for humanity. In fact, there is nothing wrong with any of this, as long as one does not cross the bottom line. However, in this world, constantly facing the threat of alien beasts, people like Hu Tianming seem somewhat out of place. On the other hand, people like Lu Zhong deserve more respect. It is important to know that this world is not just the Dragon Kingdom. Many countries have already been invaded by alien beasts, and no one is spared. Some countries are currently being invaded, and people are suffering greatly to the point that they are on the brink of death. Having them is humanity's fortune, Chinfong said softly. Kong Yongsheng looked at Chinfong. Indeed, having them is humanity's fortune. Kid. Lu Zhong stared at Chinfong. You look like a talented newcomer coming to the first academy to ask Old Kong for resources. I know Old Kong's character. He's as poor as a church mouse, and the first academy is in a dire state, yet he has never begged anyone. The fact that he personally brought you to me for beast crystals means you must have something special about you. I can give you beast crystals, but I want to see your potential in person. What does Old Lu need to see? Chinfong replied calmly. It's simple. For a martial artist, we look at strength, and combat power is the most important part of strength. Does Old Lu have a combat power tester here? Chinfong asked. Of course. Lu Zhong nodded. The weapons forged here need to be tested to see how much combat power they can enhance for martial artists, so they are not lacking in combat power testers. He pointed to a corner. Over there is a combat power tester. Since you are a newcomer, I won't make it difficult for you. If your explosive power can reach 5 stars, I will give you some of the beast crystals you need. For a newcomer, reaching 4 stars in strength and an explosive power of 50,000 is already a top genius. Breaking 80,000 is nearly impossible. It seems he is making things difficult for Chinfong, but what he wants is that kind of impossible genius, not just 1 or 2 top geniuses that appear every year. If you think that's too much, I can treat you all to a meal. But as for beast crystals, there are none. He grinned. However, to his surprise, Chinfong smiled as well. And Kong Yongsheng showed an even greater sense of anticipation. A 3,000-word chapter, seeking gifts. Does he really have 5-star explosive power? Lu Zhong's pupils slightly contracted. Impossible. He quickly dismissed the thought. He had never heard of a freshman who hadn't even entered the martial academy achieving 5-star strength. Old Lu, your testing device seems to be malfunctioning. When he arrived in front of the testing device, Chinfong took a glance. It was a level 1 testing device. Kid, you're just bragging. Lu Zhong shot him a glance, then looked at the testing device seriously and said, "Don't worry, this testing device has been personally modified by me and can test combat power below 150,000. Go ahead and hit it. If you break it, I'll take your surname." Old Lu, with your esteemed reputation, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to take your surname. Chinfong smiled and then approached the combat power testing device. Humph. Lu Zhong sneered. At first, seeing the expressions of Kong Yongsheng and Chinfong, he actually believed that Chinfong could reach 5-star combat power, but now, with a testing device for 15 combat power, Chinfong was still acting this way, and he felt it was a bit ridiculous. No one could brag this much. Bang! However, with a loud bang echoing throughout the courtyard, his expression instantly froze, and then he saw a puff of white smoke rising from the combat power testing device. This, Old Lu, my surname is Qin. Chinfong retracted his fist and spoke. What the hell? Lu Zhong's heart shook violently as he stared at Chinfong in shock. Could it be that the combat power testing device is broken? He walked up to the device and took a look, quickly dismissing that thought. Every weapon he forged was tested, so although it wasn't a brand new device, it couldn't have broken so coincidentally. It had been used just half an hour ago. He stared intently at Chinfong, suddenly realizing something, and bowed deeply. Old man pays respects to the martial saint. His tone was filled with excitement, and his body trembled slightly with the same emotion. Old Lu, what are you? Chinfong was bewildered. What was going on? Just a martial saint. Ha ha. Kong Yongsheng suddenly burst into laughter beside them. Old Kong, what are you doing, bringing the martial saint here? Lu Zhong turned to glare at Kong Yongsheng, his eyes blazing with fire. The martial saint could change their appearance. He felt that Chinfong was just a disguise of the martial saint, and only this explanation could account for why Chinfong casually punched and shattered his modified combat power testing device. It should be known that although his testing device was for testing 150,000 combat power, it couldn't be shattered by just 150,000 combat power.
Kong Yongsheng retorted, "Old Lu, have you been stunned by shock? Would the martial saint have such free time? Does the martial saint need beast crystals?"
Lu Zhong suddenly froze. Indeed, the martial saint was the strongest among humans and wouldn't be so bored. He had indeed been shocked. His first reaction in his mind was that Chinfong was the martial saint. He looked at Chinfong. "What level are you?"
4 stars. Chinfong replied. 4 stars? Lu Zhong's eyes widened.
At this age, 4 stars was indeed terrifying, but it wasn't impossible. It had appeared in human history before, but this level of combat power had at least never been recorded.
Then what is your combat power?
After asking, Lu Zhong stared closely at Chinfong, his heart in his throat. He recalled what Kong Yongsheng had just said. If there was someone who could completely resolve the beast crisis in the future, it would be this young man before him. This was his ultimate dream. He hoped to see it in his lifetime.
"Old Lu, do you have a higher level combat power testing device here?" Chinfong did not answer directly but instead asked. The combat power output would be more convincing.
Yes.
He looked toward another corner.
After a few people arrived here, he pulled back a cloth, revealing a level 2 testing device. That had been covered. I haven't used it in a long time. I don't know if it still works.
Lu Zhong looked at the testing device.
After he returned from the war zone, his cultivation had been declining, so gradually, the second level tester became useless. Although he later learned forging, he still had not reached the level to forge powerful weapons, so it was also of no use.
"We'll know if we try,"
Chinfong said. After speaking, his expression became serious. Lu Zhong also stared nervously.
Kong
Yongsheng was the same. Although he knew Chinfeng's combat power in the martial saint corridor, it could only be basic combat power, and he was still unaware of the explosive power. At this moment, he also showed an expression of anticipation. At this time, Chinfeng's golden bones within him had begun to emit energy, and as he used the breath of flame technique, his fists turned bright red.
Boom! A loud sound erupted,
and the combat power tester shook violently. At that moment, it felt as if the
courtyard walls were trembling.
Lu Zhong and Kong Yongsheng were suddenly startled, and soon they fixed their gaze on the tester.
10,000, 50,000,
90,000. The numbers jumped wildly, tens of thousands at a time.
When the number reached 300,000,
both of their hearts shook violently. When it hit 400,000, their expressions changed simultaneously. After it reached 500,000, their breathing became heavy.
580,000. After seeing the number
stop, the two were stunned, and then they gradually calmed down. Kong Yongsheng stared at Chinfong as if he were a monster.
He now fully understood what kind of monster had been recruited into the first courtyard and what kind of monster Hu Tianming had rejected.
Lu Zhong looked at Chinfong as if he were a rare treasure.
"My surname is Qin."
Chinfong was taken aback at first, then said, "Old Lu, with your high reputation, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to share your surname."
He didn't expect the other party to really want to take his surname. Lu Zhong waved his hand. "What surname doesn't matter. I was abandoned since childhood. The beast crystals you want, I'll give you now.
Tell me, how many fire-type level 4 do you need?"
"I seem to have 5 here."
"Besides fire-type, does old Lu have wind-type, ice-type, or earth-type?"
Chinfong suddenly asked.
"Yes, I have 2 wind-type level 4, and 1 each of ice-type and earth-type," Lu Zhong quickly replied. He clearly remembered all of these.
"Whatever you want, I can give you. What about wood-type?" "Wood-type is special. I don't have any. That's for alchemy."
"Old Lu, if you give me these beast crystals, what will happen to your forging?"
Chinfong asked. These beast crystals were not actually private property.
They were sent by the officials for him to help forge, and once given away, he couldn't explain it.
"What are you afraid of? I've forged for free for so many years. What's the harm in giving away a few? If they are not satisfied, they just won't come to me in the future. Breaking a principle for you is worth it,"
Lu Zhong said seriously. He forged without charging labor fees, just enough to maintain his living.
If others didn't come to him for forging in the future and went to find someone else, labor costs wouldn't be cheap, and over time, it would definitely be a loss. "I want 3 fire type. I want wind, ice, and earth too," Chinfong said. He was no longer polite.
"All right." Lu Zhong nodded and then turned to walk towards
a room.
Soon, he brought out the beast crystals. "Take them, and I hope you can maintain this pace of progress in the future." Chinfong put away the beast crystals and nodded. "I will." Kong Yongsheng also looked at Lu Zhong. "Old Lu, this time,
consider it a favor I owe you."
He understood Lu Zhong. Although the other party said it was breaking principles, he would definitely find a way to compensate others in secret.
"Get lost."
Old Lu waved his hand. He wasn't doing this for Kong Yongsheng.
"Next, what are we going to do? Should we officially enroll now?"
After leaving the place where Lu Chong was, Kong Yongsheng asked.
With Chinfeng's current strength, he could enroll in any grade as long as he earned enough credits in the academy. Chinfong shook his head. Let's wait for the official start of school. First, let me take my parents around Kyoto, then I'll go back to Rongqing to spend some time with them. Kuan nodded. That's fine. Once school starts, there will be less time to spend with them, and after graduation, it will probably be even less. With Chinfeng's potential, as long as he can maintain it, entering the military department in the future would be the best development. Once he enters, there will really be little time left. Just in time, in a while, Rongqing will probably be very lively, and you can join in on the fun, Kuan suddenly said. Lively? Chinfong was taken aback. Kuan smiled and said, the city martial arts competition held every 5 years is about to start. Every provincial city across the country will hold it. This is organized by the Martial Arts Association and the Changcheng Martial Arts School. Since Rongqing is the provincial capital of Jiang Province, every session of the Jiang Province competition will be held in Rongqing, also known as the Rongqing Martial Arts Competition. Martial Arts Association and Changcheng Martial Arts School? What about the 9 great holy institutes and the military department? Chinfong had not really understood this martial arts competition. He had never even heard of it before. The 9 great holy institutes and the military department each have their own martial arts competitions. The holy institutes is called the Student Grand Competition, which teachers do not participate in, while the militaries is called the Military Grand Competition, held internally, Kuan explained. Seeing that Chinfong did not understand, he continued, each city's martial arts competition only allows locals to participate or watch. You are from Jiang Province, so you can go watch the Rongqing Martial Arts Competition. It will be a contest among those below the masters of the martial arts Association and Changcheng Martial Arts School. If you go, you can understand the strength of the martial artists below the masters in these 2 forces in Jiang Province. Anyone from Jiang Province can go? Chinfong was surprised. If that's the case, there would be too many people, and he wasn't too fond of such crowds. Not exactly, there is a limit on the number of participants. With your talent, you should know someone from the Rongqing Martial Arts Association or the City Lord's Mansion, so it shouldn't be difficult to get in. The reason I suggest you go is to let you see who is strong and who is weak among those below the masters in the entire Jiang Province. You can roughly judge where you stand with your strength, Kuan said. With Chinfeng's current strength, he had a certain status below the masters, and being from Jiang Province, knowing who was stronger or weaker than him might be beneficial for the future. We'll see when the time comes. Chinfong nodded. He wasn't very interested in the city martial arts competition, it was just for fun, and whether he went or not didn't matter much. After that, Chinfong did not go to the First Holy Institute but went directly back to the hotel. What he didn't know was that even though he didn't go to the First Holy Institute, his reputation had already spread throughout it. In the First Holy Institute, there was a row of small villas, and each villa housed a genius from the institute. In Villa number 1, a young man was currently training, and in front of him stood another young man. You say he lit up 21 lamps, the young man who was training spoke softly. He was Pan Lei, the strongest student of the institute, about to graduate. Yes, 21 lamps, very quickly, the standing young man nodded. How many can you reach now? The young man asked Pan Lei. He was curious if that yet-to-enroll freshman had really surpassed the strongest student in front of him. After all, this one hadn't been to the martial Saint corridor for quite some time. About the same, Pan Lei shook his head. He didn't think his achievement was anything impressive and instead showed a wry smile. I've decided to extend my studies for another year. He thought for a moment and continued, 1-year extension? The young man was surprised. An extension could mean 2 things, one was insufficient credits and the other was intentional. The young man asked, are you planning to become a teacher? The second option allowed students to choose to stay at the academy as teachers or even directors after graduation, as long as they met the requirements. To officially take the position, a 1-year observation period was needed. With Pan Lei's abilities, he completely met the conditions. As long as he extended his studies for a year, he could easily become a director without any accidents. However, he remembered that Pan Lei intended to join the military, as such a genius would have greater development opportunities only by entering the military. Pan Lei shook his head and looked at the young man. Do you think that in these years, the other academies often mock our academy? Of course, the young man nodded. Students from the other academies often came to their academy to roam the corridors, while their academy students were frequently ridiculed, and people from their academy had never ventured into the corridors of other academies because they lacked the strength, which was also a frequent source of mockery. I think so too, so I plan to stay at the school for a year, to see how this new junior stirs up the storm among the 9 martial academies and how he can turn the tables, Pan Lei said with a smile. Of course, this was just one reason. After all, his strength had only recently reached the threshold of 6 stars, and staying at the school also left room for improvement. Delaying his entry into the military for a year wasn't a big deal, especially since he had encountered such a terrifying new student. and he naturally wanted to see more. "Ha, this is interesting. I will also stay at the school for a year to see what this junior will do." The young man laughed heartily. Soon, the news that Pan Lei would stay at the school for a year spread quickly. Some strong senior students in their fourth year began to follow suit. Among them, some were impulsive, while others simply felt that staying at the school for a year might lead to greater progress. Regardless of the reason, they all wanted to see how Chinfong would perform in the new semester. At the same time, the martial Saint corridor of their academy began to welcome a wave of challenge frenzy. Because the martial Saint corridor required credits to enter, it prompted a large number of students to start taking on tasks from the academy, and for a time, the entire academy became increasingly competitive in their training. In the hotel, Chinfong took out the beast crystal. "I didn't expect to complete the task so quickly," he smiled. This trip to Magic City in Kyoto had yielded great rewards. However, the next period might be quite difficult. In their academy, beast crystals were particularly scarce. This time, he had already exhausted the level 4 fire-type beast crystals, and the wind and ice types were probably even scarcer than the fire type. Once officially enrolled, it would be very difficult to obtain them. "I miscalculated. I should have asked for an extra level 3 earth type." Glancing at the system information, Fong realized that he had been too excited and forgotten that he still needed some earth type. However, it wouldn't be long before the earth type would break through. Not thinking too much about it, he first devoured 2 wind-type crystals, followed by the ice type. Moments later, the progress of the 5th divine pattern of the wind type changed to 10%, while the ice type changed to 5%. Next, without any delay, he swallowed all 9 fire-type beast crystals one by one. Boom! At that moment, a massive wave of heat filled the entire room. When it finally calmed down, he eagerly looked at the system. Name: Chinfong. Fire System Realm 5 stars. Progress of the 6th Divine Pattern 0. Wind System Realm 4 stars. Progress of the 5th Divine Pattern 10%. Ice System Realm 4 stars. Progress of the 5th Divine Pattern 5%. Earth System Realm 3 stars. Progress of the 4th Divine Pattern 94%. Combat Power 300,000. At this rate, after reaching 5 stars in all systems, my combat power could be around 500,000. If I reach 6 stars in all systems, wouldn't my combat power exceed 1,000,000, reaching the level of a master? Chinfong was taken aback. However, he quickly shook his head. A master is not defined by 1,000,000 combat power. It is the 7-star warriors who hold that standard. A master is a warrior who has embarked on the path of mastery, but generally, most 7 stars will truly step onto the path of a warrior, hence the saying that 7 stars are masters. Because of this, 7-star warriors are divided into 2 types. One is called a master, possessing their own path of martial arts. The other has broken through to 7 stars but has not embarked on their own martial path. This type is a 7-star warrior but is not worthy of being called a master. In reality, however, 7-star warriors are already considered strong, and even without a path of mastery, they are still referred to as masters. It's like how ordinary people address leaders. Adding a title makes it sound less appealing, and it is also a form of respect for 7-star warriors. Many people start seeking their own martial path when they reach 6 stars, so it is quite rare for someone to reach 7 stars without being a master. At least among those Chinfong has seen, whether 7 stars or 8 stars, they all possess the aura of a master and the aura of a grand master. No one has ever said that you can only comprehend your path of mastery after reaching 6 stars, Chinfong murmured. The military god, Xiao comprehended the elemental domain at 3 stars, and he had already grasped the military god's training experience by 2 stars, so the path of mastery can also be determined in advance, though it is particularly difficult. In fact, he already had a rough direction for his path of mastery, he just couldn't verify it yet. In the following time, Chinfong took his parents around the major attractions in Kyoto, returning to Rome City only on the day of the National Martial Arts Examination rankings. His results were no surprise, ranking first, but he could only see his own ranking and score, unable to see who was behind him or anyone else's scores, so he couldn't guess how big the gap was between him and the second place. Chinfong, the rankings are out, you should be first, right? Zhou Taikuan was the first to call, laughing as he asked. Yes, City Lord Zhou, I'm really short on money right now. Chinfong chuckled. You brat, I guessed you would say that. Zhou Tietuan's voice was filled with exasperation. The City Lord's mansion has already figured it out. The reward is 800,000. Before Chinfong could respond, the voice continued, Don't think it's too little. The City Lord's mansion can't compare to the provincial government. The provincial government initially offered a reward of 20 million, and 800,000 is less than half, but as a city, it certainly can't compare to a province. City Lord Zhou, am I that materialistic? Whether you give it or not, it's all the same to me, Chinfong replied politely. Is that so? Then, by the way, City Lord Zhou, how do I receive the reward? Should I give you my bank account number, or will you give me a check? Chinfong quickly interrupted. Being polite had made him serious. You brat. Zhou Taikuan laughed and scolded. Someone will bring it to you. I'm quite busy lately, so I won't come. The city martial arts tournament? Chinfong asked curiously.
The city martial arts tournament is held in Rome City, and the city lord's mansion must be the busiest, with many
preparations to make.
Yes, the city martial arts tournament is held every 5 years. It still needs to be taken seriously.
So, do you want to come and take a look? Zhou Taikuan asked.
No, during this time, I need to focus on my training and strive to make some progress before entering the martial academy. Chinfong declined. He felt that it was more important to focus on his training now. The martial arts tournament was attended by members of martial arts schools and the Martial Arts Association.
And even if he went, he wouldn't be able to take the stage. The excitement held little interest for him.
As for what Kong Yongxing said about showing him what position he could hold in Zheng province, he was even less interested because his position would change quickly with the improvement of his strength, making it meaningless.
Alright, I'll leave it to you. The tournament is at the end of the month.
If you change your mind, you can tell me your president Zhou Taikuan did not press him further. After hanging up the phone, Chinfong began to train. About 2 hours later, someone from the city lord's mansion delivered a bank card to him, which was the reward for his martial arts examination, 8 million.
Holding the 8 million in his
hands, Chinfong put it away without purchasing any wood-type beast crystals. 8 million seemed like a lot, but even after completing the task and obtaining the wood type, it would only be enough to raise it to 2 stars. There was no need to make a special trip. He could buy it when he passed by the energy market one day. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and dialed a number.
Did you find her?
Chinfong asked seriously as soon as the call connected. I found her, but
I can't
kill her, came Yu Yang's deep and helpless voice from the other end.
Chinfong frowned. Huang Lingsu was just an ordinary woman, and she didn't have the Xiao family's background now.
Since he had found her, if he wanted to kill her, he should be able to
find an opportunity. Why? Chinfong asked.
There was a moment of silence on the other end before Yu Yang replied. When I found her, she was in Rong City, but at that time, she had already entered the Changqing martial arts school in Rong City.
Upon
hearing this, Chinfong frowned.
Are you saying that Meng Changqing is protecting her?
After receiving Yu Yang's affirmative response, Chinfeng's frown deepened. As a 6-star martial artist, there was no reason for Meng Changqing to protect Huang
Lingsu. If he wanted to, he could easily find women like her. There was no need for that. Could it be a threat? But soon he shook his head. An ordinary woman, no matter what leverage Meng Changqing had, could not pose a successful threat. Such a powerful figure would not be threatened by an ordinary person. If Meng Changqing wanted to kill her, it would be easy.
It seems I need to pay a visit to the Martial Arts Association, Chinfong thought to himself.
Huang Lingsu must die. Although she was an ordinary person and might not pose a threat anymore, one could never be sure. Once he went to Kyoto, his parents could not stay in Shingha courtyard forever without stepping out. Any potential threat had to be completely resolved without any mercy. The other party had lost 2 sons and a husband. It was entirely possible that they would disregard everything. At the end of the month, you should also go to the Martial Arts Association. I'll create conditions for you, Chinfong said over the phone. But Yu Yang hesitated for a moment before saying, right now, Huang Lingsu has been with Meng Changqing. The meaning was clear. It was impossible to create an opportunity. Even at the martial arts tournament, if Huang Lingsu did not leave alone, they would have no way to act.
They couldn't just kill her in public, then kill Meng Changqing at the martial arts tournament. Chinfong said coldly. A sharp intake of breath came from the other end, and after a long pause, Yu Yang finally said, all right. After hanging up the call with Yu Yang, Chinfong dialed another number. Chinfong, you're back, came the voice of President Zhu from the other end of the line.
I'm back, President Zhu.
I want to ask you a question. Chinfong got straight
to the point.
Go ahead. It's rare for the top scholar of Long Country to encounter a problem. Zhu Yuan's voice carried a teasing tone.
President Zhu, you know about Zhao Wencher's woman, right?
Chinfong didn't wait for a response and continued. She's currently by Meng Changqing's side, and I'm curious why Meng Changqing would protect such a woman. With his current strength, he didn't care whether Meng Changqing protected her or not, but he was very curious, so he asked
Zhu Yuan if he knew.
One was the president of the Martial Arts Association, and the other was the director of the Rongqing branch of the Changqing Martial Arts School, both 6-star martial artists. They would surely know more about each other than he could guess here. There was a full 10 seconds of silence on the other end before a voice finally came through. It's simple, it's because of you. Oh? Chinfong was surprised, not expecting Zhu Yuan to answer like that.
Chinfong. Zhu Yuan's tone suddenly became serious. In this society, it's not as you imagine.
Just like ordinary people, they live stable lives, and apart from the mundane aspects of life, such as food and the cycle of life and death, it seems, they rarely encounter major setbacks.
Do you know why?
Without waiting for Qin Feng's response, Zhu Yuan continued, because they haven't reached that level, or rather, they haven't qualified to offend a big shot like Meng Changqing, and
you, unfortunately, have. Don't think that big shots have to be broad-minded. If ordinary people offend them, they won't just laugh it off. You're mistaken.
Hearing this, Chinfong seemed to understand a bit.
The bigger the person, the less they can tolerate someone they look down on offending them.
At this point, Zhu Yuan fell silent. Chinfong also fully understood he was that insignificant person in Meng Changqing's eyes.
Even if he was a genius, what did that mean to
a 6-star martial artist? Back then, Meng Changqing wanted to protect Zhao Wanshi, and he had killed Zhao Wanshi in front of him. Although it was within the rules, he still offended Meng Changqing.
He had thought that Meng Changqing would
only feel uncomfortable but wouldn't do anything, yet now he was deliberately protecting Huang Lingsu, which was also meant to disgust him. Meng Changqing must have guessed that he would definitely kill Huang Lingsu, otherwise he wouldn't
be at ease, so Meng Changqing wanted to make Chinfong uneasy.
Protecting a Huang Lingsu wouldn't affect Meng Changqing at all, instead, it would make Chinfong uncomfortable. That's how simple it was, without any of his previous speculations
about lust or threats.
At this moment, Zhu Yuan's voice came again. Don't worry, Zhu Yuan will only use these small tricks. He doesn't dare to act openly against you.
As for your parents, once you go to the Martial Arts Academy, the Martial Arts Association will take care of them. Don't be impulsive. Being impulsive will only play into his hands.
Zhu Yuan spoke in a persuasive tone. In his eyes, Meng Changqing was still a 6-star martial artist, while Chinfong, despite his terrifying martial arts exam results, had yet to reach the 6-star threshold.
Does President Xu think I'm an impulsive person?
Chinfong asked with a smile.
Not really.
Zhu Yuan understood Chinfong. He would definitely have a
plan before taking action. President, I heard the martial arts conference is at the end of the month?
Yes, why?
Are you interested?
If you want to come, just come directly. It's at the Rongqing No. 1 Sports Center, Zhu Yuan casually
replied.
I am a bit interested. After all, such a grand event. As a martial artist, I should go and join the excitement, Chinfong answered with a smile.
After hanging up the phone, his gaze flickered. Am I really going to kill a 6-star?
Meng Changqing is definitely not considered very strong among the 6 stars. He remembers that Zhou Taiquan once said that at the last martial arts conference he had beaten Meng Changqing until he spat blood.
Among the 3 6 stars,
in Rongqing, Zhou Taiquan is not as good as Zhu Yuan, and Meng Changqing was beaten until he spat blood, making him the weakest. Chinfong only needs to find an opportunity to kill him, which shouldn't be difficult.
In the following days,
Fong did not step out of the house, focusing on his training, specifically practicing the star refining body technique.
Until the end of the month. On this day,
Dad, Mom, I'm going out for a bit, Chinfong said and then left the house. Soon, he hailed a cab and arrived at the No. 1 Sports Center. Outside the entrance of the sports center, the personnel coming in and out were all from the City Lord's Mansion and the Martial Arts Association, and Chinfong smoothly walked
in.
When he arrived at the stadium, there were already quite a few people seated in the stands. In the center of the stadium, a huge arena had been set up on the grass. Surrounding the arena, there were several special seats, specifically arranged for the prominent figures from various cities in Jiang Province.
Chinfong,
over here. Suddenly, a voice called out.
Chinfong looked over to see Zhu Yuan waving at him from not far away.
Chinfong walked over and Zhu Yuan said, I've arranged a seat for you near the arena. You'll have a better view.
Shall we go there now? Thank you, President.
Chinfong expressed his gratitude before asking, is it about to start?
Zhu Yuan raised his hand to check the time. It's scheduled to start at 9:30, still 2 hours to go.
Chinfong nodded. Then I'll wait a bit, I'll go take a look around. He couldn't sit still for 2 hours. Alright, just come back on time. Zhu Yuan nodded and then walked towards the stadium. He had many things to attend to and couldn't accompany Chinfong.
Chinfong walked alone in the direction of the sports center. Although he was from Rongqing, this was only his second time at the sports center. The last time was during the martial arts exam, and he couldn't move around freely. After he finished exploring the sports center, the time was almost up, so he headed towards the stadium. Chinfong.
Suddenly, another voice called out.
Chinfong turned to look. You guys are here too. What a coincidence.
He was surprised to see Zhou Hui and the freckled girl whom he had met on the train to Jang Chang, along with another young man who looked to be about the same age as Chinfong.
It's really you. What a coincidence.
Zhou Hui quickly walked over to greet him.
Hui, is this the very impressive friend you often mention?
The young man glanced at Chinfong and then looked at Zhou Hui, asking. Zhou Hui frowned slightly, but it seemed
she didn't know what to say.
The freckled girl quickly spoke up. This is my cousin. He brought us in this time. She still seemed a bit afraid of Chinfong, her voice particularly soft.
Hello, I'm Hong Bo, from the neighboring city.
The young man looked at Chinfong and introduced himself, but he didn't extend his hand or anything, just said it casually.
Chinfong.
Chinfong replied casually. There are several neighboring cities, but Chinfong didn't pay much attention to which
city the other was from.
However, Hong Bo was very proactive and asked, I heard from my cousin in Hui that you're very impressive.
You must have done well in this martial arts exam, right? Which holy academy are you planning to go to?
First Sacred Academy.
Are you planning to enter as well? Chinfong asked with a smile. First Sacred Academy, huh? Hong Bo suddenly showed a hint of disappointment. I plan to enter the Third Sacred Academy. After all, I ranked in the top 10 in our city this time, so I definitely have a chance to get into a better academy. But the First Sacred Academy is not bad either. He couldn't help but praise the First Academy at the end. Chinfong smiled and said nothing more. This person was quite peculiar. At the same time, he was surprised that Zhou Hui had gained another admirer. There had been one on the train before, but he didn't know what had happened to him. After being beaten by the Longhu martial arts school, now another genius had appeared. To be honest, Zhou Hui was indeed good-looking. The kind that wasn't stunning at first glance but was very pleasing to the eye upon closer inspection. If Chinfong were still the ordinary person he once was, he would definitely be willing to be with her. However, he wasn't in the mood for such things at the moment. His focus on cultivation left him no time for these matters. But then again, if he were truly an ordinary person, others would look down on him, and that is the reality. Hongbo, Chinfong is my friend and also Zhang Yan's friend. At this moment, Zhou Hui suddenly spoke up. Her words weren't too heavy, she was just reminding him not to go too far. The reason she and the freckled girl Zhang Yan were able to come here was thanks to Hongbo's connections. Her purpose for coming was twofold: first, out of curiosity for the martial arts conference, and second, to hope to meet Chinfong. Now that she had really met him, she didn't want to offend him. Hongbo smiled. I said the First Academy is good. It really is good. Although it can't compare to the Third Academy, it's still one of the 9 major sacred academies. I meant no offense. Cousin, stop talking, the freckled girl chimed in. Although Hongbo's words sounded correct, usually it wouldn't matter, but since he had just met Chinfong, it sounded a bit different. Boom! At that moment, a bell rang out in the sports center. The martial arts conference was about to begin. Everyone immediately headed towards the stadium. When they arrived at the stadium, Zhou Hui and the others stopped right at the front row of the stands. Chinfong, come sit with us, Zhou Hui said when she saw that Chinfong hadn't found a spot. Before Chinfong could respond, Hongbo spoke up. What's going on? I only reserved 3 seats this time. He was suddenly a bit unhappy. He was interested in Zhou Hui, but he wasn't a fool. He could clearly see that Zhou Hui had feelings for Chinfong. Previously, he had been a bit antagonistic towards Chinfong because every time he mentioned his achievements, Zhou Hui and his cousin would bring up Chinfong, so naturally he felt a bit displeased upon seeing him. Now, Zhou Hui wanted Chinfong to sit with them and he couldn't take it anymore. No need, I have a spot. Chinfong shook his head. Right, he has a spot. Even though the seats in the back don't have as clear a view, it's still better than squeezing in with us. Hong Bo quickly added. The organizers hadn't said that 2 people couldn't sit together, but 3 seats for 4 people would make him uncomfortable. But Zhou Hui wanted to say something else. Chinfong interrupted her directly. It's fine. After saying that, under the surprised gazes of the 3, he jumped down from the stands. What is he doing? Hongbo asked in astonishment. Then they saw Chinfong find a spot around the ring and sit down. That spot, even near the ring, was the closest one, and after sitting down, Chinfong was chatting and laughing with the important figures beside him. Hongbo's expression changed. He looked at Zhou Hui and the freckled girl. What kind of connections does he have in Rong City? He had also relied on connections to reserve the front row seats, and that connection was a staff member from the Martial Arts Association in their city who was now sitting below the stage but further back than Chinfong. He relies on his own abilities. Zhou Hui was also surprised inside, but she did not think that Chinfong relied on connections. Ability to be able to sit in such a prominent position. Are all martial artists above 5 stars from the Martial Arts Association and the City Lord's Mansion? Hongbo listened and was unconvinced. Relying on connections ultimately won't get you far. You still need to have strength. In the end, he shook his head and spoke. Although he also relied on connections to get in, he had talent there, and for Chinfong to sit in such a good position without matching strength would be a joke. At this moment, Chinfong was sitting to the right of Zhu Yuan, and to his left was Zhou Taijian. Aren't you uninterested? Zhou Taijian looked at Chinfong in surprise. Previously, he had asked, and Chinfong said he wouldn't come, but now he was here. I thought about it, and I still came. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I should get to know the strong ones from Jiang province. Chinfong said with a smile. That's the spirit. Zhou Taijian patted Chinfong on the shoulder. Although Jiang province isn't considered a strong province in the Dragon Country in terms of martial arts, it's not the worst either. It's good for you to learn more. After the conference, I'll introduce you to some decent martial artists. Although Chinfong would soon enter the Holy Academy and likely the military afterward, it would still be beneficial to know some martial artists in the rear. At this time, across the arena, the provincial government officials were seated, with the provincial governor Jang Chang at the front. Soon, Jang Chang took the microphone and walked onto the stage. He scanned everyone and said, "Welcome everyone to the Rongcheng Martial Arts Conference. This conference is still jointly organized by the
Martial Arts Association and the Changqing Martial Arts School, and the participants are all martial artists from 4 to 6 stars.
From the Martial Arts Association and the Changqing Martial Arts School. If there are other 4 to 6 star martial artists who want to come on stage to participate after the conference ends, the Martial Arts Association, Changqing Martial Arts School, and the city lords' mansions of various cities in Jiang Province will set up recruitment offices. You can apply, and if you succeed in the next session, as long as you reach 4 stars, you can participate. This is the true purpose of holding the martial arts conference. Now, many martial artists actually have not joined any forces. The 9 academies go without saying. Every year, many students graduate, and some stay at the school. The military has a large number of martial artists entering every year, and there's no need to make such a big fuss about it. It's all internal. The Martial Arts Association and Changqing Martial Arts School attract martial artists to join through events like this martial arts conference. Next, let me explain the rules for this session. First, as I just mentioned, participants must have the identity of the Martial Arts Association and Changqing Martial Arts School. Second, a 4-star martial artist must first come on stage as the arena master. Others can challenge the arena. If the challenge is successful, they become the new arena master. The initial challenger must also be a 4-star. Until there are no more 4 stars, 5 stars can come on stage, and so on. Third, in the end, the strongest will be the winner of this martial arts conference. Of course, to liven things up during the event, each arena master can challenge one person from the audience. You can refuse or come up to have some fun. Jiang Xingshan said with a smile, as this was also to enliven the atmosphere. After all, it would be too monotonous if it were entirely internal people competing. After Jiang Xingshan finished speaking, Chinfong felt as if a gaze was watching him. He turned his head and saw that the direction was indeed the people from the Changqing Martial Arts School in Rongcheng. Sitting at the front was Meng Changqing, and behind him stood a woman, Huang Lingsu, and that gaze was coming from Huang Lingsu as if she wanted to kill him. Just then, Chinfeng's phone received a text message. He opened it to see, "I have arrived." The message was simple, and the sender was Yu Yang. At this moment, Jiang Qingshan had finished speaking and stepped down from the arena, while a 4-star martial artist from the Martial Arts Association stepped up. "My name is Yu Liang, from the Ningqing Martial Arts Association. I am now the first challenger. Who wants to come up and spar?" Yu Liang looked at the crowd below, his gaze finally landing on a few spots, all of which were occupied by people from the Changqing Martial Arts School in various cities. Although anyone from the Martial Arts Association or the Changqing Martial Arts School could challenge on stage, he still hoped that his first opponent would be from the Changqing Martial Arts School rather than the Martial Arts Association. "I'll come!" A loud shout rang out as a figure instantly leaped onto the stage. He looked at Yu Liang and said, "Yang Chang, Changqing Martial Arts School martial artist, Macom, please enlighten me." Boom! The two wasted no time and immediately engaged in battle. The stands erupted with cheers like a tidal wave. From the very beginning of the Martial Arts Association conference, it felt as if it had reached a climax. In the end, Yu Liang from the Martial Arts Association proved to be the stronger of the two. Following that, Yu Liang fought 3 more opponents before being defeated by a martial artist named Gao Kuan from the Changqing Martial Arts School in Yangchang. Yangchang, as the second largest city in Jiang Province, had to be acknowledged for having stronger fighters in the Changqing Martial Arts School compared to other cities. "Next, I want to challenge someone present," Gao Kuan suddenly announced loudly. His new title as challenger allowed him to issue a challenge to anyone in the audience. "I heard that there is a genius in Rongcheng named Chinfong. I want to challenge him." Gao Kuan looked down at the crowd. He didn't know who Chinfong was. He was simply following someone else's suggestion to challenge after becoming the challenger himself. Initially, he wanted to refuse, thinking there was no point in challenging a young genius. However, he ultimately agreed because he didn't want to offend that person, and besides, challenging a genius wouldn't have much impact. As soon as he spoke, the venue erupted into a cacophony of voices. Most people from Rongcheng knew Chinfong, while others from different cities were astonished. A 4-star challenging a genius who just graduated high school? How boring. Why not challenge someone of similar strength? Some were surprised that a 4-star would challenge Chinfong, while others found it ridiculous. Such a challenge had little appeal, as even if Chinfong was a genius, he couldn't possibly be stronger than Gao Kuan, a 4-star martial artist. Gao Kuan was the new challenger and was considered one of the top 4-star fighters. In a corner of the stands, Yu Yang stood there, watching Meng Changqing and Huang Lingsu near the arena. Hearing that someone was challenging Chinfong, his expression remained unchanged as he stood still, waiting for the opportunity Chinfong would speak of. If anyone in the audience could believe that Chinfong could kill Meng Changqing, it would probably be him alone, for in his heart he believed that if Chinfong said he would kill, he certainly could. Challenge Chinfong? In the front row of the stands, Zhou Hui's expression changed, and the freckled girl also showed surprise. They were from Yang Chang and they knew Gao Kuan. He was one of the top 3 martial artists in the Yangcheng Changcheng martial arts school, aside from the headmaster, and was the strongest 4-star fighter in the school. He wants to challenge Chinfong? Hong Bo beside her was taken aback. The fact that a 4-star martial artist would challenge Chinfong made him feel that Chinfong was indeed not simple. Could it be that he really earned his position through his own abilities? That position could only be occupied by someone above 5 stars, but if Chinfong truly had 4-star strength, it was not impossible, as he was as young as Hong Bo and had that potential. However, just as he thought of this, he immediately relaxed, for near the arena, Chinfeng's voice rang out. I refuse. Chinfong looked at Gao Kuan on the stage and spoke, narrowing his eyes. He guessed that Gao Kuan must have come to challenge him because of Meng Changqing wanting to test his strength. He felt no malice from Gao Kuan, and since he didn't know him, this was the only explanation. Moreover, given Meng Changqing's status, even a martial artist from Yang City could easily ask someone to help him challenge another without them being aware. He really is quite cautious. Chinfong chuckled to himself. He believed that his martial arts exam results had definitely not reached Meng Changqing's ears, as very few people in Rome City knew about it, let alone his current strength. Yet, the other party still wanted to test his abilities. This person was indeed careful and prudent. President Zhu has underestimated him. This person not only wants to protect Huang Lingsu but probably also harbors intentions to deal with me. He hadn't expected that just because he had killed Zhao Wancher within the rules, and Zhao Wancher had only recently joined the Changcheng martial arts school with little connection to him, he would be targeted for it. Since they were going to deal with him, he certainly wouldn't accept Gao Kuan's challenge. Gao Kuan didn't know about his grievances with Meng Changqing and was being used. If he went up, even if he concealed his strength, with Meng Changqing's experience, it would be hard not to be seen through. So, it was best not to go up. As soon as Qin Feng's refusal was voiced, everyone turned to look at him. Zhou Taijian was surprised. You're being so low-key? With Qin Feng's strength, he could easily resolve the situation in minutes. Don't rush, who knows, maybe later a 5-star or even a 6-star will challenge me? Chinfong smiled. Zhou Taijian was taken aback. 6-star? There were fewer than 26 stars present. Rome City, being a large city, had 3 6-stars, but in other cities of Zhejiang province there were only 1 or 2. And some didn't even have any. Who would challenge Chinfong? Meanwhile, Zhu Yuan frowned and looked at Chinfong. I overestimated his ambition. You mustn't act impulsively. At that moment, on the stage, Gao Kuan, hearing Qin Feng's refusal, didn't think much of it and looked elsewhere. Just bring on any 4-star. Soon, another 4-star loose cultivator went up, but in the end, he was no match for Gao Kuan and was knocked down. After that, Gao Kuan was defeated, and another 4-star from the Martial Arts Association took over as the champion. The matches continued one after another until noon, when a top 4-star from the Martial Arts Association became the champion, and no more 4-stars went up to fight. The competition is now paused. It will continue at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone, please do not leave the sports center. There is a cafeteria here that has prepared a lot of food. You can go there for a reasonable price. Zhang Qingshan announced loudly from the stage. This was also a way for the organizers to make money. Hosting this martial arts event couldn't be entirely free for them, as tickets and meals were not cheap. However, those who could enter here were not short of money. Chinfong glanced at a corner of the stands and then stood up. President Zhu, Mayor Zhou, see you in the afternoon. Soon, he arrived at Yu Yang's side, and the two found a secluded spot. If nothing unexpected happens in the afternoon when it comes to the 6-star martial artists matches, Meng Changqing will find a way to challenge me. At that time, he will die, and the scene will be thrown into chaos. Huang Lingsu will definitely be scared out of her wits and take the opportunity to escape. This will be your chance. Chinfong spoke calmly. Understood. Yu Yang nodded. Chinfong looked at him. At that moment, Yu Yang was very different from before. Very silent, and Chinfong could see the exhaustion on him. This must have been due to his relentless search for an opportunity to kill Huang Lingsu and the torturous training he had been undergoing. After this matter, you should head directly to the war zone. Either the western or southern war zone will do. Chinfong said softly. Although Yang Shui had said before that genius students entering the military district needed a transition through university. With Qin Feng's connections now, getting Yu Yang in was not a difficult task. Yu Yang trembled all over, and then nodded. After Yu Yang left, Qin Feng's hand held an additional 3rd-level Earth-type Beast Crystal, 2 top-grade Wood-type Fierce Beast Crystals, and 10 first-level Wood-type Beast Crystals. This was what he had sent money for before coming to the martial arts conference, asking Yu Yang to buy. Since he was going to kill Meng Changqing, he needed to elevate his strength to the highest level and strike with the strongest posture to eliminate the opponent. Wasting 2 million on me, consider this 2 million is buying your Meng Changqing's life. You're worth it. He immediately swallowed it whole, and soon his Earth-type realm rose to 4 stars. Ding, the god-level task has been completed, rewards have been issued. Chinfong looked at the system space, flipped his palm, and a wood-type sensitivity enhancement pill appeared in his hand. Ding, your wood sensitivity has increased to 9. Ding, your wood talent has been upgraded to SSS. Without any delay, Chinfong began to swallow the wood-type beast crystals one by one. As the system's voice sounded, his wood realm quickly rose directly to 2 stars. Earlier it was mentioned as 1 star. That was a mistake. 800,000 is enough for 2 stars. After all, a first-level beast crystal is about 500,000 plus. The fierce beasts, it's not much more. It has been corrected. Then, he took out the previously unused 4th-level Earth-type beast crystal and swallowed it. Immediately after, he looked at the martial arts rewards in the system space, still contained in a beautifully crafted peculiar box. With a thought, the box opened, and soon 3 pieces of information flooded into his mind. Breathing Technique of Earth Martial Arts Introduction, Grade 7 Martial Exam, limited to Earth Warriors. Breathing Technique of Wood Martial Arts Introduction, Grade 7 Martial Arts, limited to Wood Warriors. Saint's Sun Fist Martial Arts Introduction, upgraded from the Sun Fist, Grade 10 Martial Arts, limited to Fire Warriors. Chinfong was not particularly surprised by the first 2, but the last one, Grade 10 Martial Arts, startled him. Saint Level Martial Arts. Previously, when the Sun Fist could be upgraded, he thought it would reward something to enhance the martial arts, but he didn't expect it to be a directly upgraded martial art. The Sun Fist, when executed, could achieve an explosive power more than twice the base combat power, and this grade 10, wouldn't it be 3 times? He quickly looked at the system, his heart suddenly shaking. Name, Chinfong. Fire Realm, 4 stars, progress of the 6th Divine Pattern 0, Wind Realm, 4 stars, progress of the 5th Divine Pattern 10%, Ice Realm, 4 stars, progress of the 5th Divine Pattern 5%, Earth Realm, 4 stars, progress of the 5th Divine Pattern 5%. Wood Realm, 2 stars, progress of the 3rd Divine Pattern 0, combat power 375,000. Although the Earth Realm breakthrough doesn't add much to combat power, adding 1 more Wood Realm, with the 5 realms stacking, directly increased my combat power by 75,000. And my fire explosive power has already broken 1,000,000. Once the Saint's Sun Fist is unleashed, the explosive power will definitely exceed 1,000,000. Keep a low profile, after all, it's just explosive power. Chinfong tried to calm his emotions. At the same time, Meng Changqing brought Huang Lingsu to the cafeteria. After both ordered a meal, Meng Changqing directly sat down opposite a man, while Huang Lingsu silently took a seat beside him. Director Lin. As soon as Meng Changqing sat down, he greeted the man across from him. The man looked up. Director Meng, looking for me? I would like to ask Director Lin for a favor. Meng Changqing got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Lin Zonghao was taken aback. In Rongqing, is there anything that Director Meng can't handle? Before Meng Changqing could respond, he continued, go ahead, if I can help, it's no problem. But if you can't, I definitely can't. He was the director of the Changqing Martial Arts Hall in the neighboring city, with only a 5-star cultivation, which was even less than Meng Changqing. This matter is not difficult for Director Lin. You are the strongest among the 5-star martial artists this time, so you will definitely be the challenger. I want to ask you to challenge Chinfong after you become the champion. Meng Changqing said slowly. Lin Zonghao was stunned, looking at Meng Changqing in surprise. Is it the one that Kuan challenged? What was there to challenge about a young genius? No matter how talented he was, he couldn't be like him. Meng Changqing explained, Chinfong is the #1 genius in our Rongqing. I want to understand exactly how strong he is. Not just me, but also President Zhu and Mayor Zhou want to know. However, we are too familiar with Chinfong, and he is too low-key, never speaking about it. We also feel awkward to keep asking, so I thought I would take this opportunity to let him show his strength. At this point, he smiled. Rongqing has never produced such a genius, so we can't help but be curious. Meng Changqing's tone carried self-deprecation, and Lin Zonghao stared at him, suddenly laughing. You 3 are really interesting. Going through so much trouble just to understand a young man's strength? Director Lin may not know, but Chinfong is the most talented young man we have ever seen, which is why we are so curious, Meng Changqing continued to explain. Lin Zonghao finally nodded. Alright, now that you mention it, I'm curious too. I can challenge him, but if he refuses me like he did Kuan, then there's nothing I can do. Chinfong certainly had the right to refuse him, and that was something he couldn't interfere with. Of course, if he still doesn't want to reveal his strength, then forget it. Meng Changqing smiled, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Lin Zonghao nodded, finished his last bite of food, and stood up. I'll take my leave. First. After Lin Zonghao walked away, Huang Lingsu looked at Meng Changqing. Is this useful? Her voice was very soft. At this moment, she was no longer the shrew who had been when Zhao Liang was killed, and she spoke to Meng Changqing with great caution. Since her son died, Zhao Wanshi died, and the Zhao family ceased to exist, she understood the cruelty of this world. Without the Zhao family as a background, she was nothing. For a while, she was in despair, even preparing to die. But then Meng Changqing found her. Whether it's useful or not, we'll know after trying. If it doesn't work this time, we'll find another opportunity next time, Meng Changqing said casually. He couldn't openly assassinate Chinfong, and he understood that Chinfong was very cautious. So, he could only provoke him step by step. The first level of provocation was to protect Huang Lingsu. The second level was to use this martial arts conference to let Gao Kuan challenge him. Regardless of whether Chinfong accepted or not, he would seek Lin Zonghao for the third level of provocation. If Chinfong accepted, he would kill Chinfong under the pretense of protecting him from harm. This was also the reason he had just shown concern for Chinfong in front of Lin Zonghao. And if Chinfong did not accept, he would personally defeat Lin Zonghao, become the champion, and then challenge Chinfong. If Chinfong still does not accept, this plan will be abandoned. If he does accept, then he will also kill Chinfong under the pretext of accidental murder. Killing Chinfong will certainly attract the investigation of the city lord's mansion and even the provincial government, but with his 6-star strength, killing him is just a matter of an instant. The provincial government can only suspect that it was intentional murder but cannot be certain. Such things have happened before in martial arts competitions. In fact, this plan is not particularly good, but there is no choice, this is the best opportunity. As for why it is necessary to kill Chinfong, it is simple. Chinfong killed Zhao Wancher in front of him, and he holds a grudge against Chinfong, so he believes that Chinfong will also hold a grudge against him. A genius holding a grudge against him must be eliminated while the other is still weaker. Caution is his path as a martial artist and the foundation for him to become a master. If it succeeds today, you can stay at the Chongqing martial arts school and do some miscellaneous work. It counts as a little compensation for not being able to protect Zhao Wancher. Meng Changqing suddenly said. Huang Lingsu trembled all over. She understood that Meng Changqing meant not to let her leave to avoid leaving any handles. If she had any thoughts of leaving, she would probably die very quickly. She nodded, no longer thinking too much. As long as Chinfong is dead, it doesn't matter whether she lives or dies. At 1:30 in the afternoon, everyone gradually returned to their positions. Just as Chinfong was about to walk towards the arena, he encountered Zhou Hui and the others again. Chinfong, how could anyone challenge you? Zhou Hui asked curiously. Fong smiled, because I am a genius. Zhou Hui and the girl with freckles immediately laughed. He was indeed a genius, but that was a bit too arrogant. Meanwhile, Hong Bo showed a hint of disdain. If a 4-star martial artist challenges me, I would give it a try. At this moment, he felt a bit disappointed in Zhou Hui, someone who is so timid. It's just a competition, yet they dare not step up. Chinfong looked at him with interest. Don't be anxious, maybe someone will challenge me. Zhou Hui and the freckled girl were taken aback, but Hong Bo laughed in anger. Someone challenges you? Next, it will be the competition between 5 stars and then 6 stars. Will they challenge you? Maybe. How about if someone challenges me, you step up for me? Chinfong said with a smile. Ha, if someone really challenges you, what if I step up for you? Hong Bo replied without even thinking. Chinfong ignored him and turned to Zhou Hui. Wait, there might be some unexpected events, be careful. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the arena. Zhou Hui and the others completely did not understand what Chinfong meant. The time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The 4-star martial artist from the Martial Arts Association continued to guard the arena, but after 5 minutes, no 4-star martial artist came up. It's my turn. A 5-star martial artist from the Chongqing Martial Arts School stood up and walked onto the stage. Soon, the two fought together, and 3 minutes later, the 4-star martial artist was ultimately no match and was knocked off the stage. The following time was the battlefield for 5 stars. After 10 rounds of combat, Lin Zonghao finally stepped onto the stage. The martial artists from your Martial Arts Association are indeed good, but the final champion of the 5-star arena will still be from our Chongqing Martial Arts School, Lin Zonghao said calmly after stepping onto the stage. Lin Zonghao is up. Upon seeing Lin Zonghao take the stage, many people displayed different expressions. Lin Zonghao could be said to be the absolute powerhouse among the 5 stars, known as the #1 in Jiang province. Boom! In less than a minute, Lin Zonghao had knocked his opponent off the stage. I am the new champion, and now, I want to challenge the genius of Rong City, Chinfong. Lin Zonghao directly used his martial arts inner strength, his voice echoing throughout the stadium. Again, with Chinfong? The people present were surprised to hear that Lin Zonghao wanted to challenge Chinfong, especially those from other cities who were increasingly curious about what kind of genius Chinfong was to be mentioned for a challenge repeatedly. Moreover, now it was the absolute powerhouse, Lin Zonghao. It could be said that although Chinfong had not participated in the competition, he had truly become famous, even more so than many of the competitors. In the stands, Zhou Hui and the freckled girl showed expressions of surprise. Meanwhile, Hong Bo's face changed dramatically. Someone is really challenging him. At this moment, after Lin Zonghao finished speaking, he looked at Chinfong sitting below the stage. I have heard that young brother Qin's talent is unmatched in Rong City. I, Lin, would very much like to witness it. President Zhu, City Lord Zhou, you would like to witness it too, right?
Lin Zonghao then looked at Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taiquan, who were beside Chinfong.
However, before the two could speak,
Chinfong preemptively said, Senior Lin, I would love to come up, but someone said they would take my place, so.
Oh, who is it? Lin Zonghao asked in surprise.
Their voices were loud, and upon hearing this, Hongbo's face turned pale. He had only mentioned it casually, of course, he could go up, after all, it was just a competition, but Lin Zonghao was far too strong.
Just going up would be embarrassing, not to mention being completely beaten. The most important thing was
that he was going up as a substitute, not because Lin Zonghao specifically called him out, so he didn't know Lin Zonghao and couldn't guarantee how hard the other would go. Before Chinfong could find him, he stood up directly and shouted, I refuse to take Chinfeng's place. Instantly, everyone turned to look at him. It was better if he hadn't said anything. By saying it, he proved that Chinfong was not lying, but now he had refused, and everyone showed disdain. Chinfong, however, smiled and didn't look at Hongbo, but instead said to Lin Zonghao, the person substituting for me has refused, which means they are refusing for me.
Good. Lin Zonghao nodded.
He had only agreed to Meng Changqing's challenge to Chinfong, and since the other party
refused, he wouldn't force it.
I won't challenge anyone else next who will come to attack the stage.
Lin Zonghao looked at the crowd. He was an absolute powerhouse among the 5 stars, and there was no need to challenge others. The only ones left who could compete with him were 6 stars. Zhu Yuan beside Chinfeng's expression changed, and he was about to stand up, but at that moment, Meng Changqing's figure flashed, and then with a bang, he stepped onto the stage. Zhu Yuan's face changed. President Zhu, with your strength, if you go up now, the martial arts tournament will probably end here, Chinfong said to Zhu Yuan with a smile. Yeah, old Zhu, what are you doing? Why are you going up so soon? Zhou Taiquan also asked in surprise. Zhu Yuan's strength was definitely the strongest among the 6 stars present. Once he went up, who would continue to attack the stage? Zhu Yuan turned his head. Chinfong, haven't you figured it out yet? He had always felt something was off about Meng Changqing, and now he finally understood that Meng Changqing wanted to become the new champion and then challenge Chinfong. I see it. Chinfong nodded. As long as you see it, just wait and don't be impulsive. Zhu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Since Chinfong had figured it out, he would likely refuse the challenges like he had in the previous 2 instances. President Zhu, City Lord Zhou, what do you think? How strong is Director Meng really? Chinfong asked calmly. He was quite curious about this. Zhou Taiquan was the first to speak. Although Meng Changqing has been a 6-star for longer than I have, he is not as good as me. I have fought him before. Back then, he was just over 200,000. Although a few years have passed, he has at most reached 300,000. What about his explosive power? Chinfong asked casually. Over 400,000, close to 500,000. Zhou Taiquan replied without hesitation. 500,000, not quite double the base combat power, but still considerable. Chinfong nodded. This was about what he had guessed. Bang! At that moment, Meng Changqing on the stage defeated Lin Zonghao and became the new champion. Director Meng, are you going to challenge anyone else? Jiang Qingshan asked, with a smile from the audience. At the 6-star level, there was no point in challenging others, but he still asked. Meng Changqing smiled and said, yes. Then he turned and looked towards Chinfong, shouting, I want to challenge the number 1 genius of Rongcheng, Chinfong. His words caused another stir in the crowd. What's going on? Who is this Chinfong that everyone wants to challenge him? Is he some kind of big shot? Is this martial arts conference set up for him? He's already refused twice, and now he wants to challenge again? How boring. The audience began to discuss among themselves. At this moment, Hongbo was already stunned. Even the 6 stars were issuing challenges. His heart trembled, fearing he would have to refuse again and embarrass himself once more. Just as he was about to stand up and shout his refusal again, he suddenly saw Chinfong stand up. Chinfong, what are you doing? Zhu Yuan pulled Chinfong back, his expression changing. Zhou Taiquan also showed surprise. President Zhu, City Lord Zhou, I have already refused twice. If I refuse again, it seems unreasonable. The genius reputation I have worked hard to build will plummet, Chinfong said, then leaped into the air. He landed on the stage in an instant, declaring, I accept. Boom! As soon as Chinfeng's words were spoken, the entire stadium erupted. Countless people showed shock, confusion, and various expressions. He had refused the 4-star, refused the 5-star, yet accepted the 6-star. They were baffled. What is he thinking? If he is truly a genius, accepting the 4-star might not lead to a loss, and his genius reputation would be firmly established. Yeah, even accepting the 5-star would be better, at least he wouldn't lose so badly. But accepting the 6-star, he will be defeated in an instant. Isn't that more embarrassing? No one could understand Chinfeng's thoughts. Zhou kid, get ready to act at any moment, Zhu Yuan said to Zhou Taiquan. What do you mean? Zhou Taiquan was taken aback, not understanding. Can't you see? Meng Changqing wants to kill Chinfong, Zhu Yuan said coldly. Zhou Tietuan's expression changed. He dares. Saying this, he was about to go on stage, but Zhu Yuan quickly stopped him. Don't rush. Stopping him now is useless. There's no evidence. Wait until Meng Changqing truly makes a move, then act. This way, we can solidify his guilt. Now, the enmity between Meng Changqing and Chinfong was irreconcilable. Since that was the case, they would help Chinfong by solidifying Meng Changqing's intent to kill him, thus resolving the issue with Meng Changqing once and for all. After all, he didn't like the people from the Changcheng Martial Arts Hall anyway. If Meng Changqing died, so be it. However, to solidify it, they had to act the moment Meng Changqing showed intent to kill, otherwise, there would be no evidence. And he couldn't guarantee he would be able to act in time, so he could only wait with Zhou Taiquan. Alright. Zhou Taiquan also became serious. On the arena, Meng Changqing also wore a face of surprise. Although he had a series of plans to provoke Chinfong, the straightforward agreement made him feel that things were not so simple. He intentionally glanced at Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taijian, who were not far from the stage, and seeing their slightly restless demeanor, he gradually calmed down. Do they want to intervene in time to save Chinfong? Or do they want to strike at me directly? Meng Changqing secretly smiled. Although the two were not far from the arena, there was still a distance of about 10 meters. For him, killing Chinfong was just a matter of an instant. If the two acted together, he was confident he could succeed. The only one who could stop him in that moment was one person. He turned to look at Jiang Qingshan and found everything was normal, which made him completely at ease. Chinfong. Meng Changqing smiled. On the arena, fists and feet have no eyes, so be careful later. What? Director Meng said is right. I will definitely pay attention, Chinfong replied seriously. At that moment, Chinfong seemed to have transformed into another person. The excitement he had just felt was completely calmed, and he was incredibly relaxed yet extremely serious. To kill a 6-star, this was a 6-star. In the martial arts conference, there had been deaths, but only 4 stars had died, 5 stars had never died, and it was extremely rare. As for the Rongqing martial arts conference, there had never been a death, so next he would be the first to break this record in Rongqing, and the first person to kill a 6-star in all the cities of Longhua, and he had just graduated from high school. This would definitely be recorded in the history of martial artists in Longhua and would surely make a name for itself in the martial arts community of Jiang province. At this moment, his blood burned again. Unlike when he guarded the rift, this time it was not hot blood but cold blood. Chinfong, are you ready? Meng Changqing spoke. His tone was very ordinary, like a master reminding his opponent, without any abnormality. I'm ready. Is Director Meng ready? Chinfong replied politely. There. Performance, in the eyes of the audience, was clearly a contest between masters, a formal match, very courteous. I am also ready. Boom. Meng Changqing stepped forward, and his body instantly lunged at Chinfong, the killing intent flashing away. Meng Changqing, you want to kill me? Chinfong shouted. In an instant, it felt as if his body had been trapped for a long time, and at that moment, it was completely broken. His skin instantly hardened like iron, and the nearly completed golden bones erupted with overwhelming golden light within him. Boom! Flames surged from his fists, and in an instant, he became the center, almost enveloping the entire arena. Sacred fist of the blazing sun. Waves of heat spread out in all directions, accompanied by a terrifying force field. At that moment, the entire arena seemed like a sun, with Chinfong at its center. In the stands, everyone's expression changed drastically. The terrifying power even radiated to them, causing some to sit down in fear. Hong Bo was already terrified to the extreme, staring at the arena engulfed in flames, almost unable to open his eyes. Around the arena, whether 4 stars, 5 stars, or 6 stars, all wore expressions of horror, their bodies continuously retreating. At this moment, only one person could stand there, but his mind was also in chaos. He was the master, Jiang Qingshan. On the arena, Meng Changqing, who was charging towards Chinfong, found his body instantly halted under that powerful wave of force, unable to advance. His face showed terror. Director Meng. Chinfeng's voice echoed throughout the stadium. Chinfong has a punch he would like Director Meng to appreciate. After saying that, his body instantly disappeared, and then he appeared right in front of Meng Changqing. Meng Changqing's face was pale, and he frantically tried to mobilize his strength, but found that he couldn't move at all, his heart already filled with extreme fear. He widened his eyes, watching that terrifying fist strike his head. Boom! The violent force exploded instantly, and at that moment, the flames on the entire arena erupted like an explosion, completely bursting forth. Layer upon layer of energy continuously spread out, sending all the chairs arranged by the big shots around flying. When everything settled down, the scene fell into a deathly silence. In the stands, people stared blankly at Chinfong standing on the arena, and the headless corpse opposite him, countless individuals trembling all over. Especially Hong Bo, whose body was almost unsteady, his face pale as death. Zhou Hui stared blankly at Chinfong. At this moment, she realized that the gap between her and Chinfong was not something that could be described as large, but rather a chasm, an insurmountable chasm. Zhou Hui. The freckled girl looked at Zhou Hui, showing concern. Zhou Hui came to her senses, shook her head, and forced a smile. I only consider him a friend. At this moment, the thought of pursuing Chinfong no longer arose in her heart. All that remained was a love forever hidden deep within. Around the arena, the so-called big shots were all speechless. Gao Kuan and Lin Zonghao were both shocked and terrified. They knew that Meng Changqing was using them when Chinfong shouted that phrase. Fortunately, Chinfong refused, otherwise, they would have been the ones to die on the arena. Today, I understand now. Zhu Yuan suddenly spoke up. Understand what? Zhou Taiquan asked in surprise. Chinfong knew from the very beginning that Meng Changqing wanted to kill him, and he was also prepared to counterattack from the start. Therefore, he didn't respond to Meng Changqing's repeated provocations until Meng Changqing personally issued the challenge. Zhu Yuan realized this, and his heart was already shaken to the core. Qin Feng's strength was enough to kill Meng Changqing. In an instant from the very beginning. He can kill me. Although Zhou Taiquan didn't quite understand Zhu Yuan's words, he was shocked by Qin Feng's strength. He clearly felt a sense of death suppression from that last punch. Disperse! All the spectators! Jiang Qingshan shouted loudly. Immediately, the staff began to evacuate the crowd, while on the side of the Chincheng martial arts school, chaos ensued. Huan Lingsu was trembling all over, looking around and taking advantage of the distraction. She was continuously retreating, preparing to escape amidst the chaos. There was no choice. With Meng Changqing dead, she could no longer stay at the Changcheng martial arts school. Just as she was escaping, no one noticed that in a corner of the stands, a figure had been watching her and then turned to chase after her. Governor Jiang. Chinfong on the stage looked at Jiang Qingshan. Jiang Qingshan also looked at Chinfong, his face serious. Chinfong, you're playing a big game. He wants to kill me. Chinfong said calmly. Jiang Qingshan stared at Chinfong. According to the rules, he should conduct an investigation into Chinfong. However, now that Qin Feng's talent as a master was already a visible future, even higher than that, he really didn't want to offend such a genius. I know, I felt that trace of killing intent. I will handle this matter. Jiang Qingshan finally spoke. That trace of killing intent he only had a vague feeling of, but wasn't certain. After all, it was too fast, and at that time, he hadn't expected such a turn of events. But now, he needed to solidify that trace of killing intent. Governor Jiang is wise, Chinfong said seriously. In the following days, Qin Feng's reputation completely spread throughout the martial arts community of Jiang province. The news of him killing the six-star Meng Changqing with a single punch sounded like a fairy tale to some young martial artists. You weren't there at the time. That punch of his was as dazzling as the sun. I couldn't even open my eyes in the stands. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. At that moment, there were very few people present who could withstand that punch, and he was just a student who hadn't even entered the martial arts academy yet. You could say he was still a boy. What kind of genius is he? I wonder which martial arts academy he will enter? I heard a rumor that Chinfong went to Modu but was rejected by the 9th academy. Later, he went to Kyoto, and they say he will enter the 1st academy, but the specifics are unknown. Rejected by the 9th academy, entering the 1st academy? The events of Chinfong at the martial arts tournament spread like wildfire in Jiang province, especially among the youth, and eventually, even the incidents he encountered after going to Modu were dug up. Thus, a significant event occurred in Jiang province. More than half of the geniuses qualified to attend the Holy Academy decided to choose the 1st academy. They were not acting impulsively, although the resources at the 1st academy are currently scarce. If Chinfong remains as formidable there and overshadows the other 8 academies, the situation at the 1st academy will undoubtedly change. Moreover, once the influence spreads, it will last for a long time, and next year, resources will naturally follow. Kyoto 1st Academy. Dean. Zhou Ping rushed into the dean's office, shouting loudly. What is it? Didn't I tell you to review the new student materials? Kong Yongsheng looked at Zhou Ping, his pressure about to be unleashed. Zhou Ping hurriedly said, It's exploded. What exploded? Kong Yongsheng asked in surprise. The phone at the admissions office has been bombarded. Zhou Ping said excitedly, many are calling to get a preview of the 1st academy's situation, and they are all geniuses from Jiang province. Kong Yongsheng was taken aback. Geniuses are calling in? And they are all from Jiang province? What happened in Jiang province? It could be Chinfong, Zhou Ping immediately replied. If anything significant happened in Jiang province that made geniuses flock to apply to the 1st academy, it could only be Chinfong. Kong Yongsheng nodded, very likely. With his status, it wasn't difficult to know about major events in Jiang province, but he hadn't been paying attention. The recent major event was probably the martial arts tournament, but the tournament wasn't exclusive to Jiang province. Every province had one, and it had nothing to do with students, so not only he but all academies wouldn't pay attention. Take a good look at these people's materials, except all those who meet the criteria. Kong Yongsheng instructed. Okay. Zhou Ping nodded eagerly, smiling. Principal, this year's admissions have stepped up a level.
Although it was just Jiang province, there were still quite a few city champions, and even if only half of them came in, it would be much better than previous years.
It should be noted that every city champion could enter the 9th Academy, and this time, it would probably bring in quite a few. Kong Yongsheng smiled at this. If it really was because of Chinfong, he suddenly became curious about how Wu Tianming would feel when he found out. During this time, Chinfong was continuously practicing at home, focusing on the star refining body technique Starbone, and he was about to reach great success. Once he achieved that, he could enter the final stage, the Starblood. Meanwhile, many people from Rongqing came to visit him, and the entire Shingha courtyard could be said to have turned into a star-like presence. Among these visitors were figures from the martial arts world as well as some big shots from the business sector. However, Chinfong rejected them all. He did not meet anyone. Nowadays, in the whole of Rongqing, the only people he would go out to meet were just a few acquaintances, but they hadn't come, nor was there any need for them to come. One day in August, Chinfong received a message from Yu Yang. Yu Yang informed him that Huang Lingsu was dead and he was on his way to the Western Theater of War. This time, it wasn't Chinfong who had contacted the Western Theater, rather, Yang Shui, upon learning about Yu Yang's situation, had opened a backdoor for him, allowing him to enter the military directly. As long as he stayed long enough in the new recruit camp, he would officially be sent to the front lines. In the same month, an explosive piece of news spread like wildfire, causing a huge stir not only in Long Country but even globally. Humanity had developed 2 new drugs. One was a new medication that could enhance the probability of dual attributes. After taking it, the chance of becoming dual attribute could rise from an originally very low probability to 20%. This meant that out of an average of 100 people, 20 could succeed, which was a terrifying probability. For martial artists who had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation, it was a tremendous boon, as taking it could reactivate one attribute for further training. The second was even more explosive. A mysterious researcher, unwilling to reveal their identity, had developed a tri-attribute drug with a success rate of 0.5%. Although the success rate was low, it was still quite alarming for humanity as a whole. Once these 2 drugs were fully released, they would greatly enhance the strength of human martial artists. It really has come to fruition. Chinfong smiled as he read the news. Humanity had been researching this for a long time, so he wasn't surprised. He was just astonished that they had achieved such a success rate. Now, those people will believe even more in the existence of my mysterious master, Chinfong thought to himself. These drugs are quite similar to the sensitivity enhancement pill. Chinfong looked at the explanations of those drugs in the news. However, the success rate couldn't compare to what the system provided. The sensitivity enhancement pill given by the system had a success rate of 100% and could directly enhance his talent. That's good. This way, I can reveal my 4 attributes without raising too much suspicion. It was impossible to hide his attributes forever. Originally, he planned to reveal them after reaching a certain level of strength, but now, with 4 attributes nearly ready, as for the 5th attribute, he didn't need to reveal the wood attribute at all, as it was inherently hidden. Unless one day he was publicly injured and then healed in front of everyone. At that point, he wouldn't care about exposure. Just then, Wang Hai's call came in. Chinfong, it's exploded. As soon as the call connected, Wang Hai's voice came through. What the hell? Chinfong was taken aback. The Shanghai Martial Arts School has exploded. Recently, there have been too many people signing up. There are 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, and even a 4-star martial artist, all saying it's because you have your name here. What earth-shattering thing have you done? Wang Hai asked in shock. Just a small matter, Chinfong replied calmly. A small matter, all right. Wang Hai didn't ask further and continued. By the way, with so many people signing up, what should I do now? Wang Hai's voice was filled with distress. Accept them. If there's money, you should take it. What do you want to do? Chinfong said, speechless. Some of them are even stronger than my dad. I'm afraid I can't manage them. Wang Hai said helplessly. Aren't I just a name? If you can't manage them, just mention me. If it really doesn't work, expel them from the martial arts school. Anyway, no one will cause a scene, Chinfong said casually. Okay, I'll listen to you. By the way, there's another thing. Today, people from the Changqing Martial Arts School came. They said they want the Shanghai Martial Arts School to join the Changqing Martial Arts School early. Wang Hai spoke up. Join the Changqing Martial Arts School? Chinfong frowned. Yes, it seems the Changqing Martial Arts School has recently changed its headmaster. I don't know why they want our small martial arts school to join. Wang Hai's voice was filled with confusion. Generally, the head of a private martial arts school had to become a 4-star before they could join the Changqing Martial Arts School. What do you think? Chinfong asked. I don't want to join yet. Right now, I'm just focusing on my physical training. My dad is only at 2 stars, and joining would only bring trouble, Wang Hai said. Then just refuse. Chinfong said directly. The Changqing Martial Arts School was only after him, after All, he was just a name there, but he didn't want to get involved with the Chinfong martial arts school. Alright, I'll listen to you, Wang Hai said without any hesitation. Time passed, and before long, it was the day of school opening. On this day, Chinfong packed his luggage and walked out of his room. We'll take you to the airport, Qin said. Chinfong shook his head. No need, you still have to come back after sending me off. Don't make it so troublesome. Li Shofen looked at Chinfong with reluctance in her eyes and said slowly, son, when you get there, make sure to get along with your classmates. Don't be too competitive, understand? Her tone was filled with concern. She knew Chinfong had great talent, but once he entered the Holy Academy, he would be among the best talents from across the country. If he became too competitive, not only could he lose, but he might also offend others. Mom, I'm not a competitive person, don't worry, Chinfong replied with a smile. My son is a martial artist, and with strength he should show it. That way those important figures will take notice, and he will have better opportunities in the future, Qin interjected. His thoughts were the exact opposite of Li Xiofen's. What do you know? Li Xiufen retorted. Alright, Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. If there's anything, just call. You can also reach out to Lord Zhou and President Zhu. I'll come back when I have time. Chinfong dragged his suitcase, opened the door, and said, You don't need to see me off. Don't make it feel like I'm going to visit relatives for the new year. You child. Li Xiufen shot him a glare. After Chinfong stepped out, he closed the door behind him and walked towards the exit of the community. Boss. As soon as he left the community, a voice called out. Chinfong turned to look. Zhou Lei? He was surprised because Zhou Lei was not driving his own car but was in a vehicle with a dedicated driver who Chinfong recognized as the driver of the city lord's mansion, specifically Zhou Techuan's driver. Boss, get in the car. Zhou Lei got out and came to Chinfong, pulling him to get in. Xiao Yan, sit in the front. Zhou Lei called to the back seat. At that moment, Chinfong noticed there was a woman in the car. The woman hesitated and Zhou Lei directly said, Don't be silly, hurry up, I'll sit in the back with the boss. The woman eventually got out and went to the passenger seat. After Chinfong got in the car, he looked at Zhou Lei, waiting for him to explain. Zhou Lei smiled awkwardly. Boss, actually, I'm the son of City Lord Zhou. But you know my dad's personality. He seems generous but is very strict with me. He doesn't allow me to act recklessly in his name, and he even forbids me from saying I'm his son. And now, Chinfong stared at him. At that moment, Chinfong understood why this guy knew so much about the training camp when he first entered. It turned out he was Zhou Techuan's son. Now, I've also been accepted into the academy, so I have some achievements, and he won't be so strict anymore. Plus I'm an adult now. The most important thing is that this time he actively let me go to the academy with you and encouraged me to follow you as much as possible. Zhou Lei seemed very excited. By the way, this is my girlfriend, Jin Xiaoyan. Zhou Lei looked at the woman in the passenger seat. Xiaoyan, why aren't you greeting my boss? Jin Xiaoyan turned to glare at him, and then looked at Chinfong. Classmate Qin, hello, we've met before. Met before? Chinfong was taken aback. Jin Xiaoyan said, when the genius training camp just started, we met once on the way up the mountain. But later, I couldn't make it to the top and got eliminated, so I didn't see you again. That time was also when she and Zhou Lei first saw Chinfong. At that moment, Chinfeng's climbing speed had greatly shocked them, and they thought he was an instructor. Later, because of this, Zhou Lei took the initiative to become Chinfeng's subordinate. The few of them chatted along the way, but mainly Zhou Lei was talking. Jin Xiaoyan occasionally chimed in, while Chinfong mostly listened. He learned that this time Zhou Lei had taken the initiative to call the First Academy, and the First Academy had accepted him. In order to be closer to Zhou Lei, Jin Xiaoyan enrolled in the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, which is right across from the First Academy. Although the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy is not as prestigious as the 9 great holy academies, it is still ranked among the top 30 in the Dragon Country. Initially, Jin Xiaoyan was recommended by her school to the Genius Training Camp, indicating that her talent was quite good, so getting into the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy was a sufficient achievement. 3 hours later, the three of them boarded a flight to Kyoto. Since there was no first class, all three were in economy class. Zhou Lei arranged to swap 2 seats so that he could sit next to Jin Xiaoyan beside Chinfong. What a lousy plane, not even a first class. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit, accompanied by a young girlfriend, sat near Chinfong and the others, and it was the man's girlfriend who spoke. This plane has no first class, just make do with it, the man said. His tone was somewhat displeased. His assistant had clearly seen that there were first-class seats available when booking, but when he tried to book, it was simply unavailable. And the customer service said there were no first-class seats. If it weren't for the time constraint, he wouldn't have taken this flight at all. The plane quickly took off, and Chinfong sat by the window, opening the sunshade and habitually looking outside. Boss, I'm really curious why you entered the First Academy. Is it true that you were rejected by the 9th Academy?
Zhou Lei looked at Chinfong, asking in surprise. Chinfong nodded, rejected. Zhou Lei immediately became unhappy. Their rejection of you is truly the biggest failure in history. His voice was loud, attracting the attention of the surrounding passengers. Although they were not students, they had heard of the 9 great holy academies. The man in the suit also turned his head, frowning. Dear, your nephew is at the 9th academy, right? The 9th academy is the strongest. And they are actually saying the 9th academy failed. The young girlfriend laughed at Zhou Lei's words. Today's young people just love to brag. The man quickly dismissed it. Many had been rejected by the 9th academy. It was understandable to vent a little after being turned down. At that moment, the plane had already ascended to a high altitude and stabilized completely. Then, everyone saw the captain come to Chin Feng's side with a tall flight attendant. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chinfong? The captain looked at Chinfong, his tone very polite. Chinfong nodded, yes. Seeing Chinfong nod, both the captain and the flight attendant smiled. The captain said, Mr. Chin, for this flight, both the provincial government and the city lord's office have contacted our company and specifically reserved a first-class cabin for you. You can go there to rest now. The plane will arrive at Kyoto airport in 2 hours. First class? Didn't you say there was no first class? The man's young girlfriend immediately asked, somewhat displeased. Hello, ma'am, all the first-class seats for this flight are reserved for Mr. Chin, which is why they are not available for sale, the flight attendant quickly explained. What? Reserved for? Shut up. The man in the suit snapped, his heart racing. Others might not know the situation, but he did. Previously, when his nephew entered the 9th academy, he didn't receive such treatment. He had to sit in economy class and there was no upgrade, let alone reserving the entire first class. Hearing that both the city lord's office and the provincial government had made arrangements, he looked at Chinfong in shock. Could it be that the rumors are true? Recently, there had been rumors in Rome City about a terrifying genius who killed a 6-star martial artist at the martial arts conference. This rumor had spread beyond the martial arts community, even business tycoons were aware of it. However, he had not believed it at the time. But now, it seemed that only the boy from the rumors could receive such treatment. But the little girlfriend was about to speak again when the man shot her a glare. If I tell you to shut up, then shut up. Do you want to get me killed? Seeing that the man was truly angry, the little girlfriend immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. Mr. Chin, please go to the first-class cabin to rest, the captain continued politely. Chinfong saw that they were insistent and didn't want to make things difficult, so he nodded, alright. Then he looked at Zhou Lei and Jin Xiaoyan. You two come along too. The boss is so nice. Zhou Lei pulled Jin Xiaoyan and followed him to the first-class cabin. Why didn't your dad reserve a spot for you? Jin Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Lei. Given Zhou Tietuan's status, it wouldn't be too much to arrange something special. Zhou Lei was momentarily speechless. It was already good enough that his dad didn't make him take the train. I have to say, first class is really nice. Chinfong took a nap, and when he woke up, the plane had already landed at Kyoto airport. After a few of them got off the plane, a man in a suit wanted to befriend Chinfong, but unfortunately, before he could say a word to Chinfong, he was blocked by Zhou Lei. After exiting the airport, the 3 of them took a taxi. I have to say, Kyoto is really great, even more prosperous than Rongqing, Zhou Lei said, staring out the window. Of course, it's not just about prosperity. Kyoto is also the holy land for martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom. The strongest are here, far surpassing Magic City. I heard that there are 2 9-star Golden Body Realm experts from the Holy Academy in Kyoto, and it seems that the Martial Saint is also in Kyoto. Jin Xiaoyan said curiously. The Holy Academy was founded by the Martial Saint Su, but he rarely comes out only to replenish spiritual energy for the Martial Saint corridor and doesn't concern himself with anything else. Although the 9 major academies each have a dean, they manage their own affairs and don't interfere with others. However, above the deans, there are 2 vice presidents at the 9-star realm who oversee the 9 major academies. The little girl knows quite a bit, the driver interjected upon hearing their conversation. In Kyoto, the quality of martial artists is twice that of Magic City, and compared to other cities, it's even more so. As for the 2 9-star experts you mentioned, they are indeed in Kyoto, but as for the Martial Saint, no one knows, no one has seen him. You know a lot, driver, Zhou Lei exclaimed. A taxi driver actually knew that 9-star experts were in Kyoto. Of course, I've been driving a taxi for over 10 years and I get to pick up martial artists every day. 2 years ago, I even picked up a grandmaster. I heard him say that. That's a grandmaster. I could brag about that for a lifetime, the driver said proudly. It's rare for a grandmaster to take a taxi, and if he managed to pick one up in 10 years, he certainly had the right to boast. By the way, are you students from the First Academy? The driver asked. They were heading to the address of the First Academy. I'm from Jingwu, Jin Xiaoyan replied. Jingwu, that's not bad. Today, I picked up 2
Students from the first academy, the driver said with a smile. Before long, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Jingwu. Zhou Lei paid the fare and, as he got out, couldn't help but say to the driver, "Master, you said you picked up a grandmaster. You can brag about that for a lifetime. I'm afraid that in a few years, you won't be bragging about him anymore, but rather another big shot you can brag about for a lifetime." After saying that, he got out of the car and closed the door. The driver looked confused. "What do you mean?" After the group got out of the car, Jin Xiaoyan first looked at the grand entrance of the first academy. "So impressive. It's a pity I can't get in." Her tone was filled with envy. Compared to Jingwu across the street, the first academy was much more grand, feeling like a real university, while Jingwu seemed like a kindergarten. "What do you mean you can't get in?" "The first academy doesn't prohibit students from other academies from entering, you just need to register," Zhou Lei comforted her. He had already inquired and found out that the first academy did not prohibit students from other academies from entering, and Jingwu wouldn't prohibit first academy students either, so he could often date her. However, his comfort only made Jin Xiaoyan unhappy. "Is that what I meant?" Chinfong smiled. Zhou Lei's emotional intelligence was indeed a bit lacking. "Alright, stop throwing dog food. You take Xiaoyan inside," Chinfong said. "Boss, what about you?" Zhou Lei asked. "I'm not going in." "Then you wait for me here. You must wait for me." Zhou Lei pulled Jin Xiaoyan along, dragging the suitcase into Jingwu. Chinfong didn't leave either, he stayed there watching the students come and go. "This is youth." Chinfong smiled. When he finished his martial arts exam, he said it was a farewell to youth, but in reality, youth still existed. It was just that compared to these students, his felt much shorter. He wasn't planning to study for 4 years at the academy. Once he had enough credits, he could graduate at any time. "Junior, why aren't you going in?" Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Chinfong. Turning his head, he saw a short-haired girl looking at him. "You're a new student at Jingwu, right? Why are you standing at the door?" the girl asked. "I'm not from Jingwu," Chinfong replied. The girl was taken aback. "Not from Jingwu? Then you're from the first academy?" As she spoke, she glanced at the entrance of the first academy. Chinfong nodded. "So you really are from the first academy? Your luck is quite bad." The girl shook her head. Chinfong looked surprised. What's wrong with the first academy? He had just returned from a break. Could something serious have happened? "The people from the first academy have gone crazy recently." The girl suddenly lowered her voice and said to Chinfong, "Just before the last semester ended, the people from the first academy suddenly went mad. They were fine before, but one by one, they started to train like crazy. I've also heard that some seniors who were supposed to graduate this year decided to extend their studies for another year." Chinfong was taken aback, showing curiosity. Seeing Chinfeng's expression, the girl smiled. "So, your luck is bad. Coming here now, it's too competitive." "What's going on?" Chinfong asked, puzzled. The girl almost leaned in close to Chin. Feng Ziren whispered, "I heard that, at the end of last semester, a genius named Chinfong was going to enter the first academy and came early. Guess what happened?" She paused for effect before continuing. "That new student Chinfong, who hadn't even enrolled yet, actually surpassed all the seniors in the martial Sing corridor." Upon hearing this, Chinfong nodded. The girl suddenly smiled. "Actually, I think this is a story made up by the students of the first academy." "Why?" Chinfong was surprised. It's simple. Over the years, the enrollment of the first academy has lagged far behind the other 8 academies. After all, they were once the best. They must be unwilling to accept that. So, the leaders and students of the first academy made up such an outrageous story just to promote themselves and attract this year's new students, the girl said confidently. When she first heard about this, the first thing that came to her mind was that it was a story concocted by the first academy. That makes some sense. Chinfong nodded seriously. The girl smiled. "Do you think so too?" Chinfong, big guy. At that moment, Zhou Lei ran out from inside Jingwu. "Oh, big guy, you ran into someone you know. Big guy is indeed impressive. Your fame has spread even before enrollment." The girl beside them widened her eyes upon hearing Zhou Lei's words. You are Chinfong?" Chinfong, wasn't he the person she just mentioned that the first academy made up? Was he real? Or was it a coincidence? "Yes, I am Chinfong." Chinfong smiled and then turned to walk towards the first academy. The girl watched Chinfeng's back, her expression changing repeatedly. What did I just say? This school is too big. It's at least 10 times larger than the one across." After entering the courtyard, Zhou Lei looked around as if it were his first time in the city. In fact, there wasn't much to see, because as soon as they entered, it was just too spacious. Why isn't there a welcome reception? Are all of them new students? He noticed that everyone he could see was dragging their luggage. Clearly all new students just starting. Fortunately, the college had prepared signs in advance, otherwise, many people would probably not know where to go. "Just keep walking," Chinfong said. He was somewhat familiar with the place. The gate they just entered was actually the outer gate of the college.
The huge area after the outer gate was used for students to spar and practice, so it was very empty. The college also had an inner gate where all the various buildings were located. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the two finally arrived at the inner gate along with many other new students. Above the inner gate there was a banner. "Boss, your treatment is outrageous." Zhou Lei couldn't help but speak as he looked at the banner. It read, "Welcome the strongest new student in history, Chinfong, and other new students."
Isn't this banner a bit too much? A few new students standing at the entrance
looked at the banner with incredulous expressions. They actually singled out one student's name and added the strongest in history, while they were described with other terms.
Who is this Chinfong?
So impressive, a new student asked in surprise.
The words "the strongest in history" stunned him. Don't mind it, this is definitely just a gimmick from the college, let's go in. Some people didn't pay any attention to the content of the banner. Whatever the strongest in history, just take a look and that's it. Chinfong and Zhou Lei quickly walked into the inner gate.
Once inside, there were several reception areas for new students, and Chinfong directly walked towards one of them, took out his admission notice, and began to register. Here he comes, the strongest new student has arrived. An upperclassman whispered after seeing Chinfong. The new student who lit up 21 lamps indeed looks extraordinary on the surface. At this moment, many upperclassmen looked over and they began to discuss among themselves. Is he really that impressive? Someone wondered. Although everyone in the college was talking about how Chinfong lit up 21 lamps in the corridor, many people still hadn't seen it, and a small number of them still couldn't believe it.
Don't doubt it, over 100 people saw it, how could it be fake? Look over there. One person secretly glanced at a corner. Pan Lei. Someone looked over, and in that corner stood a figure who was staring at Chinfong. It was Pan Lei, the strongest upperclassman in the college, who had extended his studies for a year. And over there, Xianhao. The crowd saw that in another corner, Xianhao was also there, similarly staring at Chinfong.
Soon, everyone noticed that there were figures in several corners, all of them fixated on Chinfong.
The
top 10 on the college ranking list are all here, someone exclaimed in shock. At this moment, they completely believed in Chinfeng's
terrifying presence.
The so-called college ranking list was a website within the school where all students voted to create a ranking of the top 100 students in terms of strength. Since it was a vote participated in by all students, it was also recognized as the top 100 students in the college.
The pressure from the strongest new student, an upperclassman, suddenly felt a strong sense of pressure coming from Chinfong. Senior Pan.
In the corner, Xianhao approached Pan Lei. "Do you also want to live
in Villa number 0?
Of course.
Do you want to, Junior Qian?"
Pan Lei replied with a smile. In the college, there were 3 villas, numbered 1, 2, and 3, designated for the top 3 students to live in. Originally, he was supposed to graduate, and the villa number 1 he lived in would be vacated, likely to be given to Chinfong. However, he extended his studies, and the other 2, one was Qianhao, and the other, also a senior, extended their studies as well. Therefore, the academy temporarily built a 0 villa, which was much more luxurious than the other 3, and its location was right in front of the 3 villas, like a leader with 3 little brothers. At first, they all thought that this 0 villa was specially reserved for Chinfong. In fact, it wouldn't matter if a villa was built specifically for Chinfong, even if it was more luxurious than theirs, but the location made them feel as if they were being stepped on. Living in their own villa was uncomfortable, and the academy wouldn't allow them to change places, not even to a regular dormitory. So, they didn't dare to complain and went directly to the academy leaders, who told them that the 0 villa was not for Chinfong, but whoever had the ability could live there. On the day the villa was completed, they discovered that there was a mechanical puppet at the entrance, and this puppet had a combat power of 300,000. It was clear that the academy wanted them to compete. Whoever defeated the mechanical puppet first would be able to live in the 0 villa. One could say that the 0 villa was a symbol of the strongest survival. Of course I want to, although I'm not as good as you now. Who can guarantee that I can't catch up to you before your 300,000 combat power? Xianhao smiled. To be honest, he also felt that his chances were slim, and Chinfong had the best chance. Although Pan Lei was stronger than him, he was younger than Pan Lei, and the most terrifying thing was that Chinfong was younger than him and stronger. His talent must be better. It would be difficult to catch up before Chinfong reached 300,000 combat power. However, he was not one to give up easily, so he didn't back down. "Senior, do you think if Qin Shuadi knew about the 0 villa, he would train even more frantically? I really don't know what kind of terrifying speed someone like him would reach if he trained like that," Xianhao suddenly said. "He'll know soon enough," Pan Lei replied. Before turning to leave, Xianhao shook his head and also turned to leave. If it weren't for Chinfong coming today, they wouldn't have come out, they would have been training.
The current students of the first academy were not so idle, especially those ranked higher. Student Qin, you've completed your registration. You can go to the dormitory now, the registrar said seriously while looking at Chinfong. Thank you. Chinfong nodded. After Zhou Lei finished his registration, the two dragged their suitcases toward the accommodation area. Someone wanted to show Chinfong the way but was refused. He knew where the accommodation area was. The accommodation area of the first academy was not as good as other academies, but it was still quite nice. Although it was relatively old, every year it underwent maintenance, so it didn't look dilapidated from the outside. As for the style, besides those few villas, the other ordinary dormitories were also standalone buildings, just not villas, but small apartment buildings and small bungalows. Whether one lived in a small bungalow or a small apartment building depended on which key the registrar gave you. Chinfong received the key to a small apartment building, number 1. Boss, I got a bungalow. How unfortunate, Zhou Lei said, looking at his key with a bit of pain. Chinfong smiled. The academy is very fair. This is based on your martial arts exam results. A bungalow means you are in the lower middle of the new students' results, while the upper middle means you get an apartment. However, after the final assessment, accommodations will be redistributed and it will depend on the results then. As they talked, they quickly entered the accommodation area. Boss, what a big villa. As soon as they entered the accommodation area, Zhou Lei pointed to a new villa ahead in surprise. Chinfong was also extremely surprised because he hadn't seen this villa before when he came to the first academy. At this moment, in front of the villa, a crowd had gathered, and at first glance, there were both new and old students, creating a lively atmosphere. Bang! In front of Villa 0, a freshman punched the mechanical puppet, but the puppet remained standing at the villa's entrance, not moving an inch. What is this? No reaction at all. Are we being teased? The freshman said with a grim expression. Next to the mechanical puppet stood a sign that clearly stated that defeating this puppet would grant access to Villa 0. However, he was already the 5th person to step up and strike the puppet, yet it showed no response. How could one defeat a puppet that couldn't even be activated? Let me give it a try. At that moment, a boy in a white t-shirt stepped forward. Don't bother, it's useless. The previous freshman shook his head. Classmate, step aside. This is Sun Kai, one of the freshmen spoke up. Sun Kai? The crowd was puzzled. The person smiled. Sun Kai ranked 9th in this year's martial arts exam in Kyoto. 9th in Kyoto. Upon hearing this, everyone took notice. Kyoto was not like other cities. A 9th place here could easily be first in many other places. They were very curious why Sun Kai would choose to enter the first academy. The speaker seemed to sense the others' confusion and said with a smile, don't think it's the first academy that attracted Sun Kai. He came here simply because he thought it was the closest to home. The speaker seemed to know Sun Kai well, so he had a lot of information, and Sun Kai, after hearing this, said nothing, tacitly agreeing with the statement. At this moment, the freshmen were all shocked. To give up other academies, even the 9th academy, just because it was closer to home seemed too willful. The older students watching were also surprised to hear about Sun Kai's identity, but when they saw him step forward to take on the mechanical puppet, they did not hold any expectations. One of the older students said, Junior Sun, I advise you to give up. Sun Kai frowned. The older student continued, it seems you don't believe me, so go ahead and try. It won't waste your time. After you try, I'll tell you the reason. After hearing this, Sun Kai no longer hesitated and walked up to the mechanical puppet, throwing a punch. Boom! A loud sound caused many faces to change slightly. However, when the calm returned, the mechanical puppet still stood there, only swaying slightly. This, especially the freshmen, were completely stunned. Sun Kai's punch could have knocked out some of them, yet the puppet showed no reaction at all. What on earth is going on? If Sun Kai can't do it, is this Villa 0 meant for older students? But none of you have gone in either? A freshman couldn't help but look at the older students. This was too unreasonable. A new villa clearly meant for students, yet if Sun Kai couldn't enter, who could? Don't worry, Junior. This villa is indeed specially built for students, but not for you. Only 4 people in the entire first academy can compete for the right to live in this villa, and among those 4, probably only 2 have a greater chance, an older student said. With a smile. Right, another older student added, do you know how to activate this mechanical puppet? If you can't even activate it, how can you talk about defeating it? There were many ways to activate the mechanical puppet. Some would activate when approached within a certain distance, while others required a control switch, but none of the freshmen knew how to activate this one. Senior, tell us how, one freshman asked curiously. It's simple. To activate this mechanical puppet, you just need to achieve a basic combat power of 200,000, an older student slowly replied. What? The freshman's faces changed dramatically upon hearing this. 200,000, and it had to be basic combat power to activate the puppet. How much combat power would be needed to defeat it? The many new students were instantly bewildered. Who could possibly enter? No wonder even among the older students, no one could get in. The senior just said that only 4 people can compete. It should be the seniors living in the 3 small villas behind, right? A new student looked towards the 3 villas behind Villa Zero. These 3 villas really resembled the 3 followers of this large villa. Yes, Villa Zero, apart from being luxurious, perhaps has nothing else, but it is the strongest symbol. Tell me, as students of the academy, who wouldn't want to live there? However, only 4 people might have that opportunity. An older student laughed. They also wanted to live there, but what left them in despair was that they couldn't see any hope. With a base combat power of 300,000, let alone now, they wouldn't reach it even after graduation. But there are only 3 people, a new student questioned. Didn't you see that banner when you entered the academy? An older student smiled. The strongest new student in history? Everyone suddenly remembered, but they hadn't paid attention before. Could it really be true? Impossible. Sun Kai suddenly spoke up. How could a new student compete for Villa Zero? The gap was too wide. You don't believe it, an older student said with a smile. That's understandable. Not just you, even some of us older students still find it hard to believe, so we can understand you. Senior, you just said that among the 4, 2 have the greatest chance. Who are those 2? Another new student asked. An older student replied, the 4 are, one is Senior Pan, who is in Villa 1 behind, and another is Senior Luo, who lives in Villa 2, but he often goes on missions, so he isn't around. The 3rd is Senior Chien, who lives in Villa 3, and the last one is Junior Chien, the strongest new student. Among the 4, the 2 with the greatest chance are Senior Pan, who has activated the mechanism puppet, so we know that it requires 200,000 combat power to activate. The other one is naturally Junior Chien. The new students were all confused, thinking they had misheard. They originally thought that even if Chinfong was counted among the 4, he shouldn't be one of the 2 with the greatest chance. Junior Chien. Suddenly, an older student saw Chinfong walking over. Everyone turned their heads in unison, and indeed, many older students' expressions changed. Is he really the strongest new student? Some new students looked closely at Chinfong, revealing their curiosity. Junior Chien, you also came to see Villa Zero? At this moment, the attitude of the older students completely changed. They were all very polite, which seemed extremely strange to the new students. Sun Kai also looked at Chinfong, but his brows were tightly furrowed. Although he could sense that Chinfong was a martial artist, there was nothing particularly special about him. These older students were exaggerating too much. Just came to take a look, such a big villa is too eye-catching. Chinfong looked at the mechanism puppet and then glanced at the sign next to it, smiling as he spoke. Junior Chien, do you want to give it a try? An older student asked tentatively. After seeing Chinfong nod, his expression changed, and he shouted to the onlookers, step back, Junior Chien is going to activate the mechanism puppet. The other older students also reacted, shouting to the new students, quick, step back. This mechanism puppet is a bit violent, be careful not to get hurt. Saying this, they grabbed some new students who hadn't reacted and kept retreating. Can he really activate this mechanical puppet? The new student being pulled back looked incredulous, but the reactions of the older students were too intense, far from what they had imagined. And now that Chinfong had arrived, if it was all an act, wouldn't it be exposed? Boom! Boom! Just as they were astonished, 2 figures rushed over from Villa number 1 and Villa number 3, moving at incredible speed, arriving near the crowd in the blink of an eye. Senior Pan, Senior Chien. The older students were surprised to see the 2 and quickly greeted them. At that moment, the new students felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. The speed of the 2 and the overwhelming aura they exuded upon arrival shook them deeply. So strong. Sun Kai's pupils also contracted, regardless of age. In terms of strength, these 2 were far superior to him. I'm here to see if my junior can activate the mechanical puppet, Pan Lei said, standing before the crowd. Deep down, he wanted to gauge Chinfeng's strength, hoping to discern something specific. He had not been present when Chinfeng had stormed through the corridor, so this was a perfect opportunity. I also want to see if my junior has made any progress, Xian Hao added. During the summer break he had improved somewhat, so he wanted to see if Chinfeng had progressed and if he had a chance to catch up. Upon hearing their words, the older students felt nothing, but the faces of the new students changed completely. It seems everything is true. He has a combat power of over 200,000, one new student murmured. You underestimate my boss too much. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to look at Zhou Lei. Zhou Lei smiled, just wait, and you'll know what terror is. He didn't explain, as he felt that any explanation at this moment would be pale and ridiculous. Only by truly witnessing it would one experience the ultimate shock and the sense of despair compared to Chinfong as a peer. At that moment, Chinfong had already approached the mechanical puppet, carefully observing it. This mechanical puppet was much more special than the ones he had seen in the Genius training camp. The materials used were clearly of a much higher grade, and its defensive capabilities were terrifying. Level 6 mechanical puppet. Chinfong smiled. Then, under the gaze of everyone, they all saw Chinfong raise his fist. and, seemingly casually, brought it down. Boom! With a loud bang, everyone's eyes widened.
They watched as the mechanical puppet emitted clouds of white smoke and collapsed to the ground like scrap metal, leaving them all dumbfounded.
This villa number 0 seems to be mine now.
Chinfong walked directly to the front of the villa.
Welcome, new master.
As Chinfong approached, a pleasant mechanical voice came from the villa's door, followed by a click as the door opened, and
Fong walked straight in.
At this moment, the crowd outside was still in shock, only reacting when the villa door closed.
What just happened? It exploded. Wasn't it supposed to activate the mechanical puppet? How did it explode? Everyone was puzzled.
Meanwhile, Shenhao and Pan Lei's faces showed horror as they looked at the villa, their bodies trembling slightly. They exchanged glances, both realizing the fear and despair reflected in each other's eyes.
One
punch to explode it, and so casually, a foundational combat power of over 300,000. Pan Lei's mind was in chaos.
Just this one seemingly ordinary punch from Chinfong left him utterly bewildered. Villa number 0, no one else can.
Think about it, if he leaves the academy in the future, no one will be qualified to live in this villa.
Shenhao turned and walked toward his villa number 3.
At that moment, he suddenly felt that living in villa number 0 was not so embarrassing. After all, rather, it was somewhat fortunate because aside from the three of them, no one else had the qualification.
Ha ha! Zhou Lei laughed loudly when he saw everyone's expressions. He glanced around and said, "Now, do you understand? The terror of my boss?
The 9 great holy academies start trembling." This was said very arrogantly, yet for a moment no one refuted him, not even the previously proud Sun Kai, who was just staring intently at the door of Villa 0.
At
this moment, the thought of competing that had just arisen in him was instantly extinguished, never to rise again.
Classmate, what is your relationship with classmate Qin? Many students looked at Zhou Lei and hurriedly asked. Zhou Lei smiled proudly. He and I are both from Rongqing. We met in the genius training camp and I recognized him as my boss.
Actually, you don't need to be too desperate. After all, the feelings you're experiencing now were all felt by those who were in the Rongqing genius training camp back then. As long as you give up the thought of competing with my boss, there's still a chance for you to fight for second place.
Zhou Lei was in a great mood. Generally speaking, when new students enter the martial arts academy, they are arranged by the older students. However, with Chinfong around, who would dare to bully him? Didn't you see everyone wearing envious expressions?
Old man, as soon as I arrived at the holy
academy, it was like the stars surrounding the moon. Didn't expect that, right? In the future, can you still look down on me?
Zhou Lei thought of Zhou Taikuan, who had looked down on him before he entered the genius training camp. He recognized Chinfong as his boss, and no one dared to challenge him, so in the end, not only was he not eliminated, but he also did very well.
This time, entering the first academy would be the same. Give up the thought of competing with him.
At this moment, Sun Kai heard Zhou Lei's words, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind. Right, I should give up the thought of comparing myself to him. Even Pan Lei and Xianhao are no longer comparing themselves to him, so why should I? I should aim to be the second among the new students. At that moment, Sun Kai suddenly changed his mindset and his whole body relaxed.
Have you heard? This time, many talented new students from Jiang Province, the city champion, will come to our first academy.
Not only that, I heard that the star generals from the southern battle zone will also come, all because of Junior Qin. The older students suddenly whispered.
Boom! Sun Kai's whole body shook, and the body that
had just relaxed suddenly tensed up. I'm not even competing with him, yet he still brings me such great pressure. At that moment, Sun Kai suddenly realized that his decision to enter the first academy because it was close to home was
somewhat hasty. In the dean's office. Dean, it's exploded. Zhou Ping rushed into the office without even knocking on the door. What has exploded now?
Kong Yongsheng glared at him, noticing that this director had
been a bit too agitated lately. Zhou Ping quickly said, the mechanical puppet exploded. It was punched to pieces by Chinfong, and he has already moved into Villa 0.
What?
Kong Yongsheng stood up abruptly. Really? Zhou Ping confirmed.
After a long while, when both of them calmed down, he continued, Dean, your plan has already fallen through before it even started. Originally, Villa 0 was something Kong Yongsheng had thought of for a long time. After all, Fong, as a new student, needed to be given some pressure. Just right, Pan Lei and a few others had extended their studies, so he came up with this method to let a few compete.
He can no longer be suppressed. Kong Yongsheng slowly spoke. In Villa number 0.
Chinfong first made a phone call back home to report his safety, and only then did he begin to take in the surroundings of the villa. This villa has only 2 floors, but there is a basement, so strictly speaking, it has a total of 3 levels. Upon arriving at the basement, he found it to be the usual training ground, equipped with various training equipment, and there was also a combat power testing device.
Who do you look down on? A level 2 testing device.
Chinfong shook his head. The level 2 testing device couldn't be used to test his fire-type explosive power, and he could only have the school replace it later with a level 3 device so he could use it continuously. After touring the basement, he went to the first floor, which was nothing special, just a large living room, kitchen, and bathroom. On the second floor, this was his resting area, with several bedrooms, each equipped with a computer.
Chinfong casually chose one
of the bedrooms, put his things down, and turned on the computer. On the screen after booting up, there were only two icons. Clicking on one, he found it was
the campus forum of the First Academy. The first pinned post was the student rankings of the First Academy.
Upon opening it, Chinfong saw that the first place was Pan Lei, and he was already in second place. However, he soon noticed that his second place votes were changing, and it wouldn't be long before he became first. These people are really bored.
Chinfong chuckled.
It was probably because he had just defeated the mechanical puppet, and some people had entered the forum
to start voting.
When I came to Kyoto, my mom told me to keep a low profile, but how can I be low-key? Chinfong shook his head. To live in this villa, one had to defeat the mechanical puppet. It was impossible to keep a low profile unless he gave up, but why give up a good thing to live in a regular dormitory? Soon, he looked at other posts, which were all ordinary, like videos of who sparred with whom, or the estimated combat power of some genius. After closing the forum, he
clicked on the second icon.
It was also a forum, but this one piqued his interest because it was a joint forum for the 9 major sacred academies, containing
all kinds of information about them.
The first post was also a power ranking, known as the 9 Saints list, representing the rankings of all students from the
9 major sacred academies.
First place, Xiao 9th Academy. Second place, Xiang Zhongshuan, 7th Academy. Third place, Peng Xiaojun, 6th Academy. The list went on to the top 100, and Chinfong found that from the first academy, there were only 3. One was Pan Lei, ranked 40th, another named Luo Xing, ranked 63rd, and the last, Chen Hao, ranked 97th. Among these 100 people, the 9th Academy had the most, with half of the top 10, and the total number of listed individuals
reached 52.
I wonder how much combat power the Xiaohua has. Chinfong suddenly became curious. This ranking was roughly determined by the students and might not be accurate, and a 10-place gap might not indicate a significant difference, so it was hard to judge. Unfortunately, none of the following posts had relevant information because the Xiaohua rarely made a move. He even seldom visited the Marshal Sane corridor, and each time he did, he requested a cleanup, not allowing anyone to watch, so his strength remained a mystery. Based on past genius graduates, he estimated that he would have to use the Solar Fist to defeat the opponent. Moreover, this was just a guess. Geniuses like this would definitely have been given master-level martial arts by the academy, and if used well, master-level martial arts could unleash nearly double the combat power.
If that were the case, he might not necessarily be stronger than others.
Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There were still many geniuses, and he was not invincible. He needed to work even harder. After roughly looking through some posts and understanding the situation of the 9 major sacred academies, he turned off the computer. Now, the golden bone has reached great perfection. Next, the most important thing is to elevate the wood element first, as this is the fastest way to enhance strength. Chinfong sat on the bed, having formed a rough plan for
his upcoming cultivation.
The other elements had already reached level 4 or above, and relying on self-cultivation to improve in a short time was not very realistic.
As for the level
for beast crystals, they couldn't be obtained for the time being. The only option was to enhance the wood element. Because the wood element was only at 2 stars, level 2 and level 3 wood element beast crystals could easily be purchased at the energy market.
What was lacking now was money, which could be obtained by completing tasks at the academy. The academy's tasks mainly rewarded academic credits and money.
Actually, I could also start cultivating star blood.
He suddenly remembered that although academic credits and money
were the main rewards for academy tasks, there were still some tasks that offered other rewards, one of which was the blood of exotic beasts. Every exotic beast had blood, so whether in the market or at the academy, exotic beast blood was more abundant than beast crystals.
Moreover, the effect of exotic beast blood was to enhance physical constitution and assist
in the cultivation of body-refining martial arts, so every martial arts academy actually had quite a bit of it. Additionally, the official control of exotic beast blood was not that strict. After all, this stuff was not very useful to ordinary people, unlike beast crystals, which could be made into weapons with great lethality.
For now, this will do. He quickly began his cultivation.
Once the star blood was cultivated, his physical abilities and explosive power would become even more terrifying.
It wasn't until mealtime that he finally left the villa and headed towards the cafeteria.
The cafeteria in the first courtyard was large enough to accommodate half of the academy's students at once.
He casually bought some food
and found an empty spot to sit down.
Boss.
Zhou Lei also came to the cafeteria and sat across from Chinfong.
Boss, have you checked the forum of the 9 major martial arts academies?
I have.
Chinfong nodded.
I have to say, the geniuses of our dragon country are truly numerous. Pan Lei, who is already at 6 stars, can only rank 40th, and he's still a
student. By the way, what about that Xiao? Can you guess his strength, boss? Zhou Lei suddenly asked.
Seeing Chinfong shake his head, Zhou Lei smiled. I made a rough guess.
Oh, Chinfong was surprised. Hee, I browsed through many posts, even going back to 3 years ago, so I saw some things.
Zhou Lei chuckled.
How bored are you? Chinfong was speechless.
He had even dug up posts from 3 years ago. Chinfong remembered that the forum didn't have a search function, probably to prevent later users from digging up others' histories, only to encounter someone as bored as Zhou Lei. Not really bored, just curious about how strong the strongest student in the 9 academies really is, based on his performance. When he first entered the 9 academies and during his time there, I roughly estimate that his current combat power has probably reached 500,000.
Moreover, a genius
like him must have learned master-level martial arts, making him very strong. If he also learned some perverse body refining techniques, his explosive power would be incredible. However, the probability of him practicing body refining techniques is low, otherwise, his cultivation progress wouldn't keep up.
Zhou Lei said quietly. Body refining techniques
were the most difficult martial arts to cultivate, taking a lot of time and severely delaying one's cultivation speed. Generally, this kind of martial arts was practiced only after
reaching a bottleneck in cultivation and being unable to break through. Not necessarily. Chinfong smiled.
Zhou Lei looked puzzled. Chinfong said, the 9 academies are not lacking
in exotic beast blood. It's still okay to practice body refining techniques.
True.
Zhou Lei suddenly realized. Chinfong.
At that moment, Zhou Ping walked over with his meal.
Director Zhou, are you here in the cafeteria to share the hardships with the students?
Chinfong smiled as he saw Zhou Ping. From what he understood, the teachers at the academy had a small cafeteria and generally wouldn't eat with the students.
What
you said is quite something. Zhou Ping shook his head. You can go to the small cafeteria if you want.
Do you really think the food teachers eat is necessarily better than what students have? We have to pay for it too, alright? Let's not get into that. He waved his hand, then suddenly spoke in a low voice. What is your current strength?
He looked curious, having punched through that mechanical puppet. His combat power was definitely above 300,000.
By calculation, with an additional
30 or 40,000, he could directly destroy the mechanical puppet, but he felt that Chinfong must not have used his full strength.
This was truly terrifying.
It should be noted that at the end of last semester, Chinfong had broken 21 lights in the corridor, which was about 21 or 22,000 in combat power, and that was just over a summer vacation.
If Chinfong hadn't hidden his strength back then, this rate of improvement was simply unprecedented. Zhou Lei, who was
beside him, was also curious. He wanted to know Chinfeng's exact strength.
Yes. Chinfong smiled.
The curiosity that had just been sparked in both of them suddenly deflated. I was being too forward. Zhou Ping no longer pressed for details.
Asking
a martial artist about their specific strength was a taboo, but he was just too curious, so he couldn't help but ask.
Director Zhou, is there something you need to discuss with me? Chinfong asked.
The other party definitely wasn't here just to inquire about his strength. Even someone with low emotional intelligence wouldn't do that.
There is something.
The academy has discussed it, and for tomorrow's welcome ceremony, you will represent the new students to give a speech, Zhou Ping said with a
smile.
The speech for new students is usually given by the strongest among them, and Chinfong, without even mentioning his current strength, had already secured the top spot based on his martial arts exam results.
Sure, Chinfong nodded. Also, you will
need to perform a talent, Zhou Ping suddenly continued.
A talent?
Before Chinfong could respond, Zhou Lei exclaimed in surprise.
A speech for new students also required a talent performance? What kind of nonsense was this?
Chinfong was also a bit speechless. What talent could he possibly perform? He couldn't sing and he couldn't dance. Just as he was about to refuse, Zhou Ping quickly explained, just try to perform something, anything will do.
This is a tradition of the First Academy.
No, the First Academy was established during one of humanity's most difficult times.
At the beginning, the students entering the academy didn't have it easy and often faced attacks from alien beasts.
So, to keep everyone's spirits up, after each
successful repulsion of the alien beasts, those who had made contributions would perform talents.
This way, it would create a good atmosphere and also serve as a way for those who contributed to alleviate their psychological burdens.
Later, as humanity
built high walls, the alien beasts rarely came to the rear, so this tradition gradually evolved into the strongest new student performing a talent.
Is that so? Zhou Lei was taken aback by this information. However, it was understandable. He could imagine how difficult things were for humanity back then.
Having more activities was normal. Even now, in the military, there are still talent performances, and soldiers watch together to relieve the oppressive and exhausting life.
Then I'll perform a talent. Chinfong nodded.
He knew that the First Academy would uphold its traditions, so it wouldn't be good to refuse.
Seeing
Fong agree, Zhou Ping smiled and felt relieved. Meanwhile, Zhou Lei's eyes widened. He found it hard to imagine what kind of
talent Chinfong could perform. The next day, early in the morning, the playground of the first academy began to gather new students one after another. A stage had been set up in front of the playground, with a microphone on it, and behind it, there was a row of tables and chairs with nameplates on the tables. At this moment, the dean, Kong Yongshang, was already seated in the middle, with the two vice-deans of the first academy, both 7-star masters, on either side, followed by the directors of various departments and some teachers. At this time, old students were gradually arriving in the stands. Qian Shuizhang, you're here too? Someone spotted Qian Hao in the stands and greeted him. The welcome ceremony wasn't anything special, it was just the department leaders welcoming the new students, saying some encouraging words, and then a speech from a representative of the new students. Therefore, the college didn't require the upperclassmen to attend. In previous welcome ceremonies, upperclassmen hardly showed up, only a few bored ones might come to take a look. But this time, many upperclassmen came, even Qian Hao was here. I came to see the talents of Junior Qin, Qian Hao said with a smile and found a seat near the front. Senior Pan is here, too. Suddenly, a student noticed that Pan Lei was also walking this way. The seats in the stands were the closest to the podium below, offering the best view. So many upperclassmen gathered here. Qian Hao looked at Pan Lei in surprise. You're here, too. Pan Lei nodded and smiled. Although there's nothing much to see, I still want to see what this abnormal junior can do, whether he sings or dances. Ha ha. Qian Hao laughed heartily. Other students almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. If Chinfong performed a dance, it would be quite a spectacle. Junior Qin is here. Someone shouted towards the playground. Everyone turned to look, revealing strange expressions. Why is he carrying a combat power tester? Is he going to perform combat power? At this moment, Chinfong appeared, carrying the combat power tester with one hand, attracting countless gazes. He didn't pay attention to this and directly went to the front row, standing in position before placing the tester down. After about 10 minutes, the time was up. On the podium, Kong Yongsheng stood up and walked to the microphone, saying, "Welcome to all the new students of the first college." He then spoke a lot of nonsense before looking down at the front row, at Chinfong. Next, let's welcome the representative of the new students, Chinfong, to the stage to speak. Immediately, the audience erupted into warm applause. Chinfong didn't delay, directly picking out a combat power tester. He walked onto the podium, set the tester aside, and then approached the microphone. I'm honored to enter the first college. I like the environment of the first college, it always gives me a feeling of being deep in history. I like the seniors here, with them, there's competition. But no bullying. I also appreciate the teachers and leaders, they provide us students with the resources we need, and you get what you achieve, without selfishness. I'm also happy to become classmates and alumni with you. Perhaps the first college doesn't have as many resources as the other colleges right now, but as long as everyone works hard to improve the overall strength of the first college, I believe that soon, the first college will return to the top position. Whether it was the leaders on the podium, the upperclassmen in the stands, or the new students below, everyone wore smiles and looked forward to the future. The first college was certainly capable of achieving this. I'm not one to preach grand theories, so I won't waste time. Yesterday, Director Zhou told me to perform a talent. I thought about it all night. I can't sing or dance, and I definitely can't do stand-up comedy, so I'll just showcase my combat power. Chinfong said, looking at the level 2 tester he brought. He really is going to demonstrate his combat power. Upon hearing Chinfeng's words, everyone showed surprise. At the same time, countless hearts were filled with anticipation. To be honest, everyone present was curious about Chinfeng's true combat power. Dubbed the strongest freshman in history, what kind of power must he possess to earn such a title? Moreover, after Chinfong graduates, anyone who wishes to claim that title must surpass his combat power. At this moment, singing and dancing seemed trivial and uninteresting. Only this could truly stir everyone's emotions, including the academy leaders behind the podium. I didn't expect Chinfong to put on such an explosive performance. Zhou Ping suddenly laughed. Just yesterday, he had been asking Chinfong about his strength, but Chinfong had not revealed anything. It is only natural for a martial artist to hide their true power. Everyone knows that if you encounter someone who wants to deal with you, it could be detrimental. Kong Yongsheng also smiled, knowing that even if Chinfong exposed his strength, it didn't matter because no one in the academy would harm him, and those outside the academy wouldn't dare. In the stands, the senior students couldn't help but stand up. Shenhao and Pan Lei were already at the front, their eyes filled with uncontainable anticipation. Junior Qin has brought a level 2 combat power tester. He is going to showcase his strength without reservation. Junior Qin is truly magnanimous. Everyone couldn't help but show admiration. At this moment on the podium, Chinfong looked at the expectant gazes of the crowd and smiled slightly. It seems everyone is eager to see my talent performance. However, the Martial Arts Academy has corridors where basic combat power can be observed. This time, I will use explosive power. Upon hearing this, the crowd's anticipation grew even more.
Basic combat power could indeed be roughly understood through the corridors, but explosive power was completely unpredictable. Even guesses would only yield a rough range, with significant margins of error.
Chinfong did not delay and directly approached the combat power tester. After securing it, he became serious. At that moment, everyone held their breath, even the academy leaders stared without blinking. Buzz! Suddenly, the temperature around dropped sharply, and within a 2-meter radius, it felt like a cold world. Ice domain! Zhou Ping exclaimed in surprise. Several academy leaders' expressions changed slightly. He is going to use ice elements. Kong Yongsheng watched very seriously, even more expectantly, because he had only seen Chinfong use fire elements before. He had no idea how strong Chinfeng's explosive power was with ice. Below, the students in the stands were momentarily stunned, then they understood. I heard. Junior Qin is an unprecedented triple element user. I wonder how strong this ice power really is. Just as they were speculating, Chinfong on stage summoned ice with his fingers and then, with a bang, struck the tester. A number instantly appeared, 100,000. The first number jumped straight to 100,000, shocking everyone present. Then came 200,000, 300,000, 50, 70,000, someone exclaimed. After witnessing it, they finally understood how terrifying Chinfong was. 90,000, is he going to break 1,000,000? In the stands, Shen Hao and Pan Lei's faces twitched. They had anticipated Chinfeng's explosive power would be strong, but this was completely beyond imagination. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the combat power tester displayed 1,000,000, followed by a series of sounds. Boom! The combat power tester exploded, a cloud of white smoke billowing out, leaving everyone stunned. He broke 1,000,000, he really broke 1,000,000, someone shouted, unsure if they were excited or shocked. The strongest freshman in history, is this really the strongest freshman in history? Many freshmen in the audience were bewildered. Those from Jiang province were fine, as they already knew, but the geniuses from other provinces were completely stunned. Many people previously knew that Chinfong could shatter a mechanical puppet with a single punch. Although it was shocking, they had no real understanding of that level of mechanical puppet. They only heard from the seniors that 200,000 activation was needed to defeat it, but it couldn't be verified. Now, with the second-level tester, they were all too clear and intuitive about it. I came to the first academy, was it right or wrong? Many new students were completely speechless. They weren't against others being stronger than themselves, but when a peer was so much stronger, it made them feel like useless waste in comparison. Of course it's right, because Chinfong won't cease to exist just because you go to another academy. His brilliance still envelopes us, and besides, the other academies will probably face dire consequences soon, someone whispered. The competition among students in the Holy Academy could erupt at any moment. In the stands, Xianhao looked at Pan Lei Sr. I've already given up, are you still going to pursue it? Qin's performance is unprecedented. Pan Lei did not answer but spoke softly. What was there to pursue? 1,000,000 in explosive power. How many could there be in the entire 9 Holy Academies? It was likely that he would directly rank in the top 10. The most terrifying part was that Chinfong used ice attributes, not the fire attributes they had always understood. People had originally looked forward to seeing exactly how much explosive power Chinfong had, but now it was impossible to tell. Shattering the second-level tester, around 1,030,000 was about right. Anything above that was anyone's guess. On stage, Chinfong was very satisfied with his performance. After his golden bones reached perfection, he guessed that his ice finger was just breaking 1,000,000, and in fact, it was pretty close to his guess. Ha ha! At this moment, the academy leaders on the podium snapped back from their shock, and Kong Yongsheng laughed heartily. Good, with a single finger detonating the tester, this performance will be recorded in the history of the First Academy. Hearing Kong Yongsheng's words, all the leaders nodded, and someone immediately took out a notebook to record it. For future historical documentation. Chinfong looked at the academy leaders. Leaders, this is my dormitory's combat power tester, and it has now exploded. Could you please approve a new one to be sent over, preferably a 3rd level? The reason he performed this talent was not just to show off. He had planned to ask the academy leaders to replace it anyway, and this was a perfect opportunity. Alright, no problem. A teacher in charge of equipment quickly nodded, looking at Chinfong as if he were a monster. It was careless. He had previously placed the second-level tester in Villa Zero, thinking it would be sufficient since no one was living there at the time. Even if someone moved in later, it would take time to reach a combat power of over 1,000,000. He never expected to encounter such a freak. Are you all satisfied with my performance? Chinfong approached the microphone and asked. Everyone nodded. How could they not be satisfied? They had likely witnessed history, not just the history of the First Academy's new students, but the history of all martial arts academies' new students. A single talent performance had created a unique historical moment. In the cafeteria, Zhou Lei sat opposite Chinfong. Boss, the classes are about to start. Which department did you choose? Fire, ice, wind. Chinfong replied. He hadn't chosen the Earth department for now. If he was going to expose himself, he needed to find a suitable opportunity first. You chose all three? Then you need to earn 3,000 credits, right? Zhou Lei exclaimed. Earning credits wasn't that easy, as they would be consumed, unlike in the literature department. Whether it was the martial Saint corridor or some other special training, you needed credits to enter. Additionally, besides basic training resources, credits could be exchanged for extra resources, which consumed a lot. Many people found it difficult to earn even 1,000 credits, let alone 3,000. 3,000 credits? That's manageable, Chinfong said casually. There were mainly two ways to earn credits. One was attending classes, and here, classes weren't theoretical but practical. Credits were awarded based on the assessment of the practical instructors, with a maximum score of 300. However, many people graduated without ever achieving full marks in practical classes. The second way was to take on tasks. Completing tasks also rewarded credits. Therefore, many students often worked hard to take on tasks, but there was a downside to this: it could be dangerous, even deadly. Historically, students had died while taking on tasks. However, taking on tasks was something every student had to experience because practical classes only accounted for 300 credits, while the remaining 700 had to be earned through tasks, which was also a form of practical experience. If someone couldn't earn enough credits, they could extend their studies for a maximum of 2 years. After 2 years, if they still hadn't met the requirements, they would be expelled from the academy. Once expelled, no matter which faction they wanted to join in society, they would be unwanted, only able to work as bodyguards for ordinary wealthy people. However, as a genius of the Holy Academy, very few would make such a choice, so no student would refuse to take on tasks. After finishing his meal, Chinfong headed towards the fire department's teaching area. As a major department, the teaching area was larger than many others. Since he had been to the first academy and had the signposts to guide him, he quickly arrived at a spacious classroom. Upon entering, he found several fire department students already waiting there. When they saw Chinfong come in, their expressions changed, and some quickly made room for him. Junior Chin, you are also in classroom number 3, an upperclassman asked. The fire department had several classrooms equivalent to different classes. Students were assigned to study in whichever classroom they were placed in. Yes, I've been assigned here. I hope everyone will take care of me, Chinfong said with a smile. Take care. The crowd's expressions turned strange, but many freshmen were very excited. Some upperclassmen, however, felt a bit deflated. They had originally wanted to show off in front of the freshmen during practical classes, but now it seemed impossible. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked into the classroom. As soon as he entered, all the upperclassmen fell silent, and the freshmen felt a jolt in their hearts, knowing this teacher must have a bad temper, and they quickly quieted down. The man stood in front of everyone, his face serious as he scanned the crowd and said, "My name is Ning Jianxiang, and I am your practical instructor for the fire department. I see there are quite a few freshmen here. Next, I will explain my class rules and how to earn credits. In my class, no whispering. When I demonstrate, you better watch closely. Some may think this class is meaningless because you can learn a lot in the martial Saint corridor, but I want to tell you that the experience gained in the martial Saint corridor is directly absorbed by you, which may subtly influence you, while I will correct these experiences. And don't forget, in the martial Saint corridor, who here can reach the level of defeating a 6-star phantom and battle with me? To fight with me is equivalent to facing a 6-star powerhouse." As he said this, some students glanced at Chinfong, either intentionally or unintentionally. Listen up. Luo Jianxiang noticed someone looking away and spoke sharply. The way to earn credits is very simple. Fight with me. If I think you can earn a certain amount of credits this time, that's how many you will get. Once you reach 300 credits, you will graduate from me. The battles can take place during class or at other times. Of course, if it's outside of class, you must continuously challenge me. If each challenge shows no improvement compared to the last, you will lose credits, Luo Jianxiang said with a serious expression. If there were no conditions for challenging him at any time, he would have no time to rest, and he was already very busy. Alright, I've made the rules clear. Now, who will be the first to come up? He looked at everyone earnestly. Soon. He frowned. No one is coming up? Usually, during class, someone would step forward, as they could gain guidance and credits at the same time. Especially since this was the first class after the summer break, everyone would have made progress over the summer, making it a great opportunity to earn credits. And for the freshmen, it was even more so. After all, it was their first time, and he would surely give some credits. Is this year's batch of freshmen so weak? He shook his head. Inwardly, he had originally hoped for some improvement this year, but they were even worse than the last batch. The last batch at least had some freshmen willing to step up. If no one comes up, then I will point to someone, and that person will come up. He scrutinized the crowd. Soon he noticed that the older students had a strong urge to step up but forcibly suppressed it, while the freshmen seemed a bit fearful. Teacher, I'll go.
Seeing no one else stepping up, Chinfong stood up without
waiting. Luo Jianxiang looked at Chinfong. Good, finally someone dares to come out.
He saw that Chinfong was completely different from the other freshmen. His gaze was very calm, which he greatly appreciated.
Teacher Luo, don't you know Chinfong? A freshman expressed confusion.
An older student laughed. Teachers from major departments like fire and wind are very busy. Their offices are in the teaching area because students often challenge them to earn credits, so they don't know much
about other matters in the academy. After hearing this, the freshmen understood they indeed hadn't seen him at the freshman assembly before. Quiet! Luo Jianxiang shouted, looking at Chinfong. Classmate, you seem quite famous? He had heard
the student's words, and with his level, he was naturally curious. Thinking about the hesitation of the older students just now, he was quite surprised. Could it be that these older students suppressed their urge to step up because of this freshman?
Teacher Luo, I am the representative of the freshmen.
Chinfong spoke up.
Freshman representative?
Luo Jianxiang nodded. It seems you are the strongest freshman of this batch. The fire element emphasizes aggression and control.
If control
is not good, the power will scatter with the explosion of the elements. Now, attack me. I want to see your strength and what shortcomings you have, so that I can provide targeted training. Upon hearing that Chinfong was the freshman representative, Luo Jianxiang clearly placed more importance on him. No matter how poor the first academy was, a freshman representative was still a good talent. As long as he was willing to study seriously, he might not be worse than others in the future.
Teacher Luo, should I use basic combat power or martial arts attacks? Chinfong asked. Luo Jianxiang replied, whatever you like, whether it's a regular attack or martial arts.
As long as you attack me, I can find some shortcomings. A freshman, even with explosive power, is only a few tens of thousands. He can handle it easily, so it doesn't matter. However, upon hearing their conversation, a student who had retreated to the side suddenly changed his expression and involuntarily stepped back again.
Luo, Teacher Luo, good luck, a student couldn't help but say. Luo Jianxiang turned to look.
At that moment, Chinfong said, then let's use basic combat power first.
Alright. Luo Jianxiang nodded.
Chinfong didn't waste any words. His fist was already clenched, and at that moment he became serious again, his internal power reaching its peak.
Bang!
He suddenly stepped
forward, his momentum erupting.
Luo Jianxiang's expression tightened, and the next second he saw Chinfong charging at him.
Teacher Luo, please guide me. Buzz. After hearing
Chinfeng's words, Luo Jianxiang immediately saw that fist, as solid as iron, crashing towards him, accompanied by a violent rush of wind.
Fast, strong. Even before it arrived,
he could clearly feel that terrifying power. His pupils constricted sharply, and as that fist drew closer, his expression changed drastically. There was no time to think. He
instantly threw out a punch. Boom! With a loud bang, Luo Jianxiang's eyes widened, and his body was sent flying back, crashing against the wall with a thud. He stared blankly
at Chinfong, a chill running up his spine, cold sweat quietly appearing on his back.
Have you been to the battlefield?
His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. However, after that punch approached him, he felt a strong aura of killing intent. That killing aura made him feel cold all over, so intense that it was as if he were in a battlefield.
At that moment,
the students standing at a distance, upon hearing Luo Jianxiang's words, were instantly frozen in place, staring at Chinfong in shock.
They knew Chinfong
was powerful, but having been to the battlefield was hard for them to believe. How could someone so young have been to the battlefield?
However, Luo Jianxiang's words were not said lightly. I guarded the rift.
Chinfong did not hide it, but he also did not explain in detail. However, his admission made everyone widen their eyes.
This completely crushes us, an upperclassman said.
It was one thing to be stronger than them, but to have been to the battlefield at such a young age was utterly despairing.
Luo Jianxiang
walked step by step towards Chinfong, and when he reached him, he said, your basic combat power must be around 300,000, right?
He looked at Chinfong, somewhat
dazed, and that punch had completely knocked him away. After all, his own strength was also above 300,000. Chinfong nodded. His combat power had approached
400,000 after reaching the peak of the Golden Bone stage. You graduated, I have nothing to teach you. Your credits for the fire system practical course are 300
points, and you don't need to attend my classes in the future, Luo Jianxiang said directly. Having been to the battlefield, with a body full of killing intent and
strength even slightly stronger than his own, what was there to teach?
If Chinfong came once, he would probably be beaten once. A teacher being beaten by a student in class was something he couldn't bear.
Chinfong nodded. Thank you, Teacher Luo.
Luo Jianxiang quickly waved his hand. This is your own strength, there's no need to thank me.
I haven't taught you anything.
Chinfong smiled. While that was true, it was still necessary to be polite, especially since the credits were entirely at the other person's discretion.
Then, I'll take my leave.
Chinfong turned and walked out of the classroom.
Luo Jianxiang looked at Chinfeng's back and murmured, is this year's freshman really that terrifying? Thinking Back to what he had said earlier about this year's freshmen being so poor, he felt he had been hasty. The other students were dumbfounded when they saw Chinfong leave. Directly. The first class hadn't even ended and they hadn't even completed half of it, yet he had already earned his credits, while some of them had been studying for 2 years. And this was their 3rd year. That's too exaggerated, someone couldn't help but speak up. After leaving the teaching room, Chinfong headed towards the wind department. Teacher, I want to study wind. Chinfong looked at the teacher of the wind department, who was a female instructor. Soon, Chinfong was engaged with her, this time not only focusing on combat power but also on movement techniques. Perfect movement technique, you graduated. The female instructor looked at Chinfong in shock. When Chinfong left the wind teaching room, he left a group of students in a daze. Next, Chinfong went to the ice department and a few minutes later he walked out of the ice teaching room. By now, Chinfong had earned 300 credits for the 3 departments he enrolled in. Did you hear? Chinfong went to the first fire class and graduated on the spot. Not only that, he is a 3-department warrior and all 3 department teachers were suppressed. He got full marks on the spot and he won't have to attend classes anymore. This is too abnormal, just starting school and he doesn't have to attend classes? Chinfeng's class attendance quickly spread throughout the academy, igniting another super topic. Chinfong soon returned to Villa number 0. He opened the academy forum and saw that almost all the topics were about him. Everything from punching through mechanical puppets to smashing the level 2 testing device to earning full credits in less than 1 class all sparked the most discussion. Then, he opened the forum of the 9 great holy academies, where his topics were also present, but the hottest ones were not about him. There was no helping it, his reputation was now almost entirely within the first academy. Even if the topics were shocking and there were even videos, people simply didn't believe it. Whether it was the mechanical puppets or the testing devices, they could all be faked, and as for defeating teachers in class, that could easily be staged. Therefore, the most attention from students in other academies was still on the students of the 9 academies. Chinfong saw that the hottest post was about the new students. This time, 2 powerful new students had entered the 9 academies. One was a star general from the northern war zone, and the other was a star general from the eastern war zone. As soon as they entered the academy, they attracted attention. Moreover, both had broken through the Marshal Singh corridor and both had lit up 6 lamps with combat power above 60,000, making them formidable even among 4-star warriors, which was quite terrifying. After shutting down the computer, he took out his phone and made a call. Aren't you fond of gathering information? Find out for me how to obtain beast crystals. Fire department, I want level 5. Ice department, wind department, earth department, wood department, I want level 4. Boss, level 4 and above beast crystals are hard to come by. Zhou Lei's surprised voice came from the other end of the line. I know it's hard to get, just check if there are any channels in Kyoto, whether it requires money or something else, just let me know if there is. Chinfong said seriously. Level 4 and above beast crystals are strictly controlled, but no matter how strict, there won't be none at all. As long as there is human greed, anything can be endlessly pursued, and it could even evolve into a lucrative industry, with many willing to take risks. In fact, within the academy, various elemental training can enhance my cultivation speed. Chinfong suddenly recalled the situation in the fire elemental training room during his time at the Genius Training Camp. However, he quickly shook his head. The elemental training room is most effective for body refinement, but for martial artists the speed slows down and the higher one goes, the slower it becomes. Now his wood element could be worth a try, but it would likely take a few days to improve, especially if he stayed inside continuously. As for the fire element, that goes without saying. I should first check out the mission area. Not long after, Chinfong arrived at the mission hall of the first courtyard. The mission hall resembled a huge bank, except that here, one does not deposit or withdraw money, but rather accepts and commissions tasks. Naturally, the tasks are taken by students of the first courtyard, but some tasks are common to all the holy academies, especially the 5 holy academies in the capital. Commission tasks are also easy to understand. The tasks here, aside from some simple ones issued by the academy, like cleaning, the others that are more challenging and dangerous are not released by the academy but by various individuals from society. In this society, although there are rules in place, there is never a shortage of homicides. Humans are emotional beings, and rules cannot restrain everyone. These homicides, or some special cases, were originally handled by the Lord's office, but some people, when choosing to report a case, also come to the first courtyard to commission tasks, offering corresponding rewards. After all, reporting to the Lord's office means dealing with their efficiency, which is well understood. Therefore, many wealthy individuals are unwilling to wait and instead come to the academy to commission tasks, and this method is not prohibited by the authorities. After all, students need practical training, and although the practical training does not involve exotic beasts, many times killing a person can help one grow more than killing an exotic beast. Moreover, the Lord's office can also use this method to attract talent, as completing tasks proves one's ability. Students gain
practical experience. The Lord's office can discover talent and then recruit them, resulting in a win-win situation. Chinfong carefully looked around the hall. There were quite a few self-service task machines, and all one needed to do was swipe their student card, in addition to several manual windows. He glanced at the explanation on the wall. The lowest task difficulty was D level, which was issued by the academy. These tasks were merely physical labor, with extremely low rewards, and taking them would be embarrassing, so very few people accepted them. Starting from C level, there were some commission tasks, which had a certain level of danger. The higher the task level, the more difficult it became, with the highest being S level. Finding an unoccupied self-service machine, he swiped his student card, and a screen appeared. He casually clicked on the C-level task section, and immediately a row of tasks appeared, spanning more than one page. He opened the first task. Task content: capture a 2-star martial artist suspect. Killing is allowed. Recommended strength above 3-star. Reward 5 academic credits. 1 piece of level 3 exotic beast blood. Academy reward cash of 300,000. Commissioner's reward. Task Commissioner by Fei. Contact information XXXXX. Hint: after accepting the task, you can inquire further with the commissioner. Next, Chinfong looked at several C-level task contents, which were mostly about capturing suspects, and the recommended strength was all above 3-star, with the highest reward being 10 academic credits and cash of 500,000. All tasks allowed for killing, which clearly indicated that the suspects' crimes had been confirmed by the authorities. It was just that the Lord's office had not gone to capture them, waiting for students to take the tasks, or perhaps they had not found the suspects. After a rough look, Chinfong exited the C-level task area and then clicked into the S-level tasks. To his surprise, there were actually no tasks available here. What's going on? Are all the S-level tasks taken? The hall was quite crowded, and a girl spotted Chinfong and quickly walked over, taking the initiative to say, "Chin Jr., you might not know yet, but this S-level task is unique. However, you must first complete an A-level task to view its content." Is that so? Chinfong was somewhat surprised that the S-level task was like this. The girl explained, "This S-level task has existed for 3 years and is a shared task among the 5 holy academies in Kyoto. During this time, some people have looked into this task, but no one has been willing to take it on for 3 years. Why not?" Chinfong frowned. Was the S-level task that terrifying? After all, there were people in the other holy academies who were stronger than Pan Lei, so it was strange that no one was willing to take it. Holy Academy tasks could not be tasks that required a 7-star rating to accept, as no one had ever reached that level before graduation. I'm not sure about the specifics, as those who accepted the task haven't disclosed anything. It's probably just too difficult, the girl speculated after thinking for a moment. Chinfong nodded. "Thank you, senior." "You're welcome." The girl waved her hand quickly, feeling quite delighted. Afterward, Chinfong directly opened the A-level task section, found one, and ultimately accepted one with a relatively high reward. Task content: capture the 5-star warrior He can be killed. Task suggestion: above 5-star top. Strength. Reward 200 academic credits, 3 portions of level 5 beast blood. Academy reward cash 20 million. Client reward task client Jung Dongjun. Contact information XXXXX. Tip: after accepting the task, you can contact the client to understand the specifics. Chinfong did not browse through all the A-level tasks, so this was the one he found with the highest reward among the few he looked at. 20 million in cash was quite good. The client was actually paying more than 20 million, as they also had to pay the academy for the task to be published. Moreover, this task was a common task, so the client had to distribute it among several academies, which likely cost a lot as well. Chinfong calculated that with the 20 million reward, if he bought wood-type beast crystals, it would almost allow his cultivation to break through to the mid-3-star level. He initially wanted to accept another task, but it turned out he couldn't. Someone informed him that as a new student, he could only accept one task at a time. He had no choice but to leave the task hall, then took out his phone to contact the client. The client was not in Kyoto at the moment and told him that he would wait for him at a cafe tomorrow morning. After returning to the dormitory, Chinfong began his training, and by the next morning he left the academy, heading towards a place called Starshine Cafe. Not long after he left, several students from the second academy entered the first academy. These students were not from the first academy. They went straight to the Martial Saint corridor of the first academy, and one of them shouted, "Let your new strong students from the first academy come out. I'm here with the first-year student from the second academy, Fong, to challenge the corridor." The second academy is here to challenge the corridor. The students from the first academy were immediately alarmed and rushed towards the Martial Saint corridor. When they saw the young man who spoke, their expressions changed slightly. The strongest student from the second academy, Huang Tianyong. At this, moment, Wang Tianyong saw more and more people from the first academy arriving and smiled slightly. We'll give you time.
Today, we'll be waiting here all day for the strongest new student of your cohort to come out. My junior Fong will challenge the Martial Saint Corridor of the First Academy as the strongest new student of the Second Academy.
After he finished speaking, a young man beside him smiled. I'm Fong Wei.
I hope the new students from the First Academy will give me some guidance.
As a new student, he naturally wouldn't provoke everyone, so he only targeted the new students.
Fong Hui.
At this moment, in the crowd of the First
Academy, Sun Kai's expression changed when he saw Fong Hui. Do you know him? Someone asked. He is also from Kyoto, and he was stronger than me during the genius training camp.
I heard that in this martial arts exam,
he was among the top 5 in Kyoto. Why didn't he go to the 9th Academy?
Sun Kai was surprised. Just then, Wang Tianyong spoke again, his expression calm. Additionally, I heard that some of the older students from your First Academy have extended their studies. Let them come out as well, and we will select the strongest.
After that, I still want to challenge. The Second Academy only bullies us from the First Academy. What are you afraid of? We are not what we used to be. Where is Junior Chin?
Let Junior Chin take action. We can deal with both new and old students together. Some began to search for Chinfeng's figure.
Starry Coffee Shop.
After arriving here, Chinfong found the other party according to the agreed location.
Zhang Dongjun?
Chinfong approached the table and looked at the other man. He was a man in a suit, seemingly close to 50 years old.
But among ordinary people, he had a good demeanor, clearly a business tycoon. Who are you?
Zhang Dongjun looked at Chinfong, puzzled. Chinfong, I called yesterday, Chinfong said as he sat down directly.
Zhang Dongjun was taken aback,
looking at Chinfong with a slight frown. Chinfong was just too young, looking like a freshman, at most a sophomore, yet the task he was entrusted with was so difficult that even some geniuses in their junior year might not be able to complete it. Typically, only seniors would choose to take it on.
It seems you are a bit dissatisfied with me, Boss Zheng?
Chinfong ordered a cup of coffee and asked with a smile.
You misunderstand, Student Chin. Zhang Dongjun quickly began
to explain. Anyone who could enter the Holy Academy was a genius, and he naturally didn't want to offend. But before he could finish, Chinfong waved his hand. It's fine, I can tell. But don't worry, if I can't complete the task, you won't have to pay me, right?
Zhang Dongjun awkwardly nodded, remaining silent.
Now, tell me the reason for this task and the identity of the opponent, Chinfong continued.
Just wait a moment, another person is coming, Zhang Dongjun said. Another person? Chinfong was taken aback.
Zhang Dongjun nodded. Yes, shortly after you called me yesterday, another student from the Third Academy called, so I invited him as well. He felt quite fortunate. After Chinfeng's call, the student from the Third Academy called, and he had wanted to refuse, especially since he already had Chinfong. However, when the student heard it was the First Academy, he directly told him that among the entire First Academy, only a few could compare with the opponent, so after thinking it over, he agreed.
No problem. Chinfong nodded.
The task was common to the 5 holy academies in Kyoto, and others could take it on as well, but Zhang Dongjun's approach was a bit underhanded. However, he didn't mind, as the reputation of the First Academy was indeed not as significant compared to the Third Academy. A few minutes later, a young man walked into the coffee shop, directly looking towards Chinfong before walking over.
Are you Zhang Dongjun? The young man asked. Yes, you must be Ding Chao. Please, have a seat.
Zhang Dongjun nodded. After Ding Chao sat down, he looked at Chinfong. Who is this? Before Chinfong could speak, Zhang Dongjun explained. This is Chinfong from the First Academy, and he is also taking on this task.
Is he the one you mentioned before? Ding Chao frowned.
He had been curious about which familiar face from the First Academy would come, as he basically knew all the strong ones there, but he not only didn't recognize Chinfong, but it seemed Chinfong was just a freshman. Seeing Ding Chao's dissatisfaction, Zhang Dongjun quickly explained, I didn't know student Chin was so young, and he called me first. His tone was somewhat awkward, but he couldn't be blamed. He had previously refused Ding Chao.
Ding Chao nodded. Alright, let's go see. Learning some experience is fine too. First, tell us about the opponent.
He ignored Chin Fong and directly looked at Zhang Dongjun. It's like this, Zhang Dongjun began. I am the founder and chairman of the Zhang Group in Kyoto. The Zhang Group has always had a business rival, the Wang Group, and many years ago, they sent a corporate spy to our company. This time, that corporate spy obtained confidential documents from our company and then resigned.
Wait a minute, Ding Chao interrupted him. Are you saying we need to deal with a corporate spy? An ordinary person? Chinfong looked at Ding Chao in surprise. Was this person not using his brain?
The content of the task was very clear when accepting it. The opponent was a 5-star martial artist, and there were lives at stake. Ding Chao shook his head. Of course not. After that corporate spy resigned, we found him. During the chase, we encountered a martial artist, and that martial artist took the document. That martial artist was the target this time.
The next events.
were quite simple. After Yuhi took the document, he demanded an outrageous price from both groups, and both groups sent people to negotiate with Yuhi, but they never reached an agreement.
One day, someone from the Wang group went to the
place where Yuhi was staying to negotiate and found the document casually placed on a table by Yuhi. When the person from the Wang group took the document while Yuhi wasn't paying attention, they hadn't gotten far before being discovered. And the outcome was predictable, they were killed by Yuhi. Coincidentally, at that time, someone from the Zhang group was also looking for Yuhi and witnessed the murder, resulting in the same fate.
2 lives, huh? Ding Chao nodded upon hearing this and asked, what happened next?
A 5-star martial artist who committed murder generally wouldn't leave evidence.
Without evidence, Zheng Dongjun couldn't issue a mission.
Since Yuhi was the one who chased and killed, the
location wasn't too remote and perhaps someone else would pass by.
He was afraid of exposure, so he left without handling the bodies. What he didn't know was that I had sent someone to negotiate with hidden recording equipment, Zhang
Dongjun said.
They had negotiated many times without success, and he wanted to see if he could catch the other party in a crime. After all, stealing someone else's document is also illegal, and that way, the authorities would at least help
him recover it.
The person I sent didn't return for a long time, and I eventually found out they were dead, and the same happened with the Wang group. However, the Wang group wanted to quell the matter, so they compensated some money to the
families of their deceased employees.
As for me, after thinking for a long time, I decided to report it. After all, my employee had worked for my company for over a decade. After I reported it to the city lord's office, they analyzed the case and then asked me to go to the Holy Institute to issue a mission. Zheng Dongjun paused after saying this. This was the entire process of him issuing the mission. Upon hearing this, Chinfong narrowed his eyes.
It was normal for the
city lord's office to analyze cases after receiving reports, and for some cases, they would ask the reporter to go to the Holy Institute to issue a mission. However, it was amusing to him that a capitalist would risk reporting a martial
artist for the sake of an employee, claiming it was for his employee.
In a case where 2 people died, even without a report, the city lord's office would handle it, and they would definitely trace it back to him, especially since he had
evidence.
For an ordinary person, it was incredibly difficult to hide things from the city lord's office, so he simply reported it himself, which also allowed him to maintain the image of a good citizen.
More importantly, the document was
still in Yuhi's hands, and he could extort him at any time.
Where is he? Ding Chao asked.
He lives in a courtyard in the suburbs. I can give you the detailed address.
The suburbs?
Ding Chao frowned. A 5-star martial artist actually lived in the suburbs. Zheng Dongjun explained. Yuhi is from the Kyoto martial arts arena. Upon hearing this, the two nodded. The Kyoto martial arts arena was not far from the suburbs, so it wasn't surprising that Yuhi lived there. After Chinfong and Ding Chao got the address, they took a taxi to the place where Yuhi lived. The two did not go directly to their destination but stopped a few hundred meters away from Yuhi's courtyard.
In a bit, you stand back and watch, learn.
From the experience, no need to get too close, Ding Chao said to Chinfong as soon as they got out of the car. The two had not communicated much in the car. He knew Chinfong was not one to waste words, so he didn't feel too annoyed with him. However, the upcoming task was one that could easily fail with a careless mistake, and if Chinfong got too close, it could hold them back, so he felt it necessary to remind him. Chinfong nodded without speaking. Seeing Chinfong nod, Ding Chao said nothing more, and the two walked toward Yuhi's place. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms of the courtyard where Yuhi was, 2 men were sitting across from each other.
Yuhi, you called me, what's the matter? Asked one of the taller men. Looking at Yuhi.
Brother Gong, I want to leave Kyoto, so I'd like to ask you to help me get my pay from the martial arts arena in advance for this period, Yuhi said slowly. Dongjeng frowned. You've only been in Kyoto for half a year, and you've been in the martial arts arena for less than 4 months. Why the sudden departure?
What happened? Can it be settled? Yuhi did not answer but asked instead. Dongjeng shook his head. To be honest, no.
Before Yuhi could speak, he explained, you know the rules of the martial arts arena. You get your first payment after 6 months, and then it's once a month.
It's written in the contract you signed.
The martial arts arena is a special organization. You can't just come and go as you please. You can leave, but if it's not been 6 months, you won't get a dime. I know, but I've encountered some difficulties, and I have a compelling reason to leave.
Yuhi explained. What reason? Dongjeng asked. Yuhi did not respond. If you don't want to say, that's fine.
You can leave any time. I won't force you to stay, but as for the pay, there won't be any.
This matter isn't something I can decide. Dongjeng waved his hand. He was just a 6-star defender in the martial arts arena, similar to a senior dealer in a casino.
With his strength, he could say a few words in the martial arts arena, but changing the rules was beyond him, and he had no reason to help with this.
Seeing that Gong Zhang couldn't
help him, Yuhi became anxious and quickly said, Brother Gong, how about this? Lend me 100,000, and after I leave, I'll find a way to pay you back tenfold.
100,000? Are you out of your mind? Gong Zhang was taken aback. A 5-star martial artist needed to borrow 100,000? My expenses are high.
I haven't received any pay in the last 4 months at the martial arts arena and I've exhausted my savings, Yui quickly explained.
Gong Zhang smiled. Leaving Kyoto doesn't cost that much. With your strength, you'll live well anywhere. Leaving Kyoto only requires transportation costs or plane tickets. A 5-star martial artist, even if they exhaust their savings, shouldn't be left with nothing. However, Yui said, I can't show my face after leaving Kyoto, so I won't have any income for a while. Gong Zhang frowned. Did you kill someone? And leave evidence?
He quickly realized that a martial artist reduced to this state, afraid to show their face, could only mean this possibility. Yui could no longer hide and had to reveal everything he had done. I don't know if I left any evidence, but I indeed didn't handle the body, which can easily lead back to me. At that time, I'll be the prime suspect, and if there's real evidence, I'm finished, Yui said slowly. After listening to Yui, Gong Zhang showed an incredulous expression. You actually went to extort ordinary people? Over at the martial arts arena. Once you hit 6 months, the rewards are substantial. What were you thinking? At this moment, he felt that Yui was just a fool. Not only did he fail to extort anyone, but he also ended up killing 2 people.
Brother Gong, my cultivation has stagnated for a long time.
It's almost hopeless to continue improving, let alone reach 6 stars, and only at 6 stars can one become a high-level challenger at the martial arts arena. Yui's tone was extremely serious, so during this time, I've been taking some drugs, and now that I've exhausted my resources, I happen to encounter the Zhang group and the Wang group.
I originally just wanted some money, but they insisted on a standoff with me. What could I do? Let me see the documents, Gong Zhang said. Yui didn't hesitate and took out the document from the Zhang group. After Gong Zhang examined it carefully, his expression turned serious. If this document is made public, the Zhang group will suffer heavy losses. Yeah, I only wanted 200 million, but they have always refused, Yui replied. Hearing this, Gong Zhang looked at him in astonishment. Are you crazy? 200 million? The Zhang group taking out 200 million would be crippling. They can't just pull that out. Gong Zhang looked at him as if he were an idiot. Then he said directly, give me the document, I'll give you 100,000 and you should leave Kyoto. Brother Gong? Yui looked at him in shock. This document is only worth 100,000? This was outright taking advantage of the situation. He had stolen the document and killed people, and Gong Zhang getting the document meant he wouldn't have to worry about any consequences. Just cashing in. Gong Zhang smiled. Don't worry, after you leave Kyoto, I'll go to the Zhang group or the Wang group. I only need 30 million and I'll give you half. He was confident. 30 million, the 2 groups would definitely agree. Yui sneered inwardly. He certainly didn't believe such nonsense about splitting half. At that time, he would be grateful if he wasn't betrayed. Brother Gong, let me handle this. You give me 100,000 and I'll find time to meet with the people from both groups separately. They probably haven't reported it yet and want to settle it with money, so I still have time. Yui said calmly. The city lord's mansion hadn't reacted yet, so he felt that the people from the 2 groups hadn't reported it, and if the city lord's mansion initiated an investigation, as long as the 2 groups didn't reveal the truth for now, he still had time. Wait. Suddenly, Yui's expression changed, and he looked at a small screen in a corner of the room. After he killed someone, he had installed hidden cameras around the courtyard. Gong Zhang also looked over and saw 2 figures appear on the screen. They look like students. Did they report it? Yui was startled. The 2 people on the screen were clearly coming this way. The one in front looked like a junior or senior student, while the one behind was too young, and they didn't pay much attention to him, appearing more like spectators rather than participants. They must have reported it, and there really is evidence. This case has been published in the Holy Academy. Gong Zhang nodded. They were aware of the origins of these tasks from the Holy Academy. One of them should be here to capture you, and the other is here to learn from the experience. I'll take action immediately to injure the one coming to capture you, then prevent the other from escaping. But both of them are for you to kill, Gong Zhang said. Yui nodded. He knew that. Gong Zhang didn't want to get involved, and since he had already killed someone, killing 2 more was just the same. He could just run away afterward. At this moment, neither of them mentioned the document again, both tacitly understanding. Just as Chinfong and the other person approached the courtyard, 2 others, a man and a woman, were coming towards them from behind, both wearing the uniforms of the city lord's office. Actually, we really didn't have to come, the man said somewhat dissatisfied. Not long ago, Zheng Dongjun had called the city lord's office, saying someone had taken on a task. In fact, it was no big deal that someone took it. This task was originally assigned to the Holy Academy. However, the woman insisted that he come along to take a look. Lu Ming, your work attitude is problematic. The woman glanced at him and said lightly. It's not that my work attitude is problematic. I know you want to pull Ding Chao into the city lord's office, but can't we just talk to him after he completes the task? Isn't that the same? Lu Ming shook his head. It's not the same. I've looked into Ding Chao. He plans to join the Martial Arts Association after graduation. Although our city lord's office and the Martial Arts Association belong to the same family, they ultimately have different roles. So, Going proactively this time is to win him over the moment he completes the task. Moreover, if there are any unexpected incidents during this task, we can help, which shows more sincerity.
If we wait until he finishes the task and goes back, the Martial Arts Association will definitely intervene, and at that time, our chances will be very slim, the woman explained. After hearing this, Lu Ming nodded.
Alright, I'll listen to you.
Also, there's another person this time. I heard he's a new student from the First Academy.
Should we try to win him over?
A new student from the First Academy who dares to take on this task, regardless of his strength. Just that courage is
admirable. Let's observe first.
This time he probably won't have a chance to show himself, but we can get to know him first and see how he performs later. The woman thought for a moment and said slowly,
whether it's the Martial Arts Association or the City Lord's office,
they need to observe those geniuses before trying to win them over. Lu Ming nodded, and as they spoke, their pace quickened a bit.
You stay there, don't come forward. Wait for me to go in, and you stand at the door, don't go in, Ding Chao said to Chinfong as he approached the gate of the courtyard.
At this point, he was already 2 meters away from the gate, while Chinfong was 7
or 8 meters behind him.
Upon hearing this, Chinfong said nothing more and stopped. Seeing this, Ding Chao walked directly to the gate and raised his hand to open it.
Boom!
Suddenly, the gate was instantly pierced, and a fist came crashing out from
inside. Not good.
Ding Chao's face changed dramatically, and he instinctively tried to retreat, but it was already too late.
That
fist slammed directly into his chest, sending his body flying backward with a bang.
Bang!
Immediately after, a figure smashed
through the gate and walked out. Kid, there are some things you shouldn't meddle in.
Gong Zhang stepped out of the courtyard, looking at Ding Chao lying on the ground, and spoke coldly.
As for Chinfong, he glanced over, saw that Ding Chao hadn't run
away and seemed stunned, so he no longer paid attention, just keeping an eye on things in secret.
Who are you?
Ding Chao first glanced at Yu He at the entrance of the courtyard, then fixed his gaze on Gong Zhang and asked.
He recognized Yu He from the
photos they had seen before coming, but he had no idea who Gong Zhang was.
Moreover, that punch just now was too strong, completely
beyond the task's difficulty. He knew he was among the stronger ones in the 5-star rank. With his talent, he was a top-tier powerhouse among the 5 stars, yet that punch had completely robbed him of his combat ability. Even though it was sudden, it had reached the 6-star threshold.
Who I am is not important. Now that you are here, don't leave. Gong Zhang's voice was icy.
Then he turned to Yu He and said, you take care of killing him, the other one won't escape either. After saying that, he looked at Chinfong, not approaching, just standing there to prevent Chinfong from escaping.
Alright. Yu He nodded, then walked up to Ding Chao. Killing 2 ordinary people is a serious crime, and if we kill 2 geniuses, it's the same as running away. It's worth it.
After saying that, he threw a punch at Ding Chao's head. You should leave quickly, remember to report it. Avenge
me, Ding Chao shouted.
Yu He revealed a cold smile, and seeing a genius with such an expression, he felt a strange excitement inside. However, in the next second, a gust of wind suddenly blew past his face, followed by a chilling sensation rising within
him.
When he looked up, his expression changed drastically. A figure was already standing in front of him, a finger pointing at
him.
Ice suddenly appeared on the fingertip, and before he could react, his body froze in place. The punch he threw halted right in front of Ding Chao's face. An extreme cold instantly froze his internal organs.
Fear unlike anything he had ever experienced appeared in his eyes.
Yu He felt his body losing control, beginning to fall. During the process, he felt as if he was continuously falling into a cold hell.
Bang!
When he completely fell down, his consciousness also plunged into darkness.
At
that moment, the air seemed to stop flowing, and the entire world fell silent.
20 million in hand.
Chinfong spoke softly.
His words instantly awakened the other 2.
Ding Chao stared blankly at Chinfong and Yui's corpse, his mind a blank. A few meters away, Gong Zhang's eyes gradually revealed fear, his body trembling slightly. It was too fast. Chinfong moved from in front of Yu He to killing him in one go, so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Moreover, with just a casual point, he killed him. If it were him, he couldn't do it. By the way, there's still one person. Chinfong looked at Gong Zhang. Kill one more, and Zhang Dongjun will pay more. You. Hearing Chinfeng's words, Gong Zhang's face changed drastically, his body instinctively retreating. However, in the next second, he saw Chinfeng's figure rushing towards him.
Just as he was about to turn and run, a powerful force hit his body, sending him flying backward.
Before he could stop, that figure was once again charging at him, and then a hand like an iron claw grabbed his neck.
You. Gong Zhang desperately tried to speak. Don't talk. Chin. Fong lifted him up. Die quietly. Crack. Gong Zhang's eyes widened in an instant, terror appearing in his gaze, then his eyes began to lose focus.
Chinfong increased his strength, completely killing him, then searched for documents and directly threw the
corpse next to Yu He's body. Can you still move?
Chinfong looked at Ding Chao. At this moment, Ding Chao finally fully awakened. Looking at Chinfong with fear in his eyes, and after a moment he nodded.
As long as you can move, I'm not very interested in handling corpses, so I'll leave it to you.
Since you came all this way, you have to do something, Chinfong said flatly.
Ding Chao nodded repeatedly.
Chinfong smiled, turned to leave, then suddenly stopped. Next time on a mission, don't be so reckless.
There are cameras here, consider this injury a learning experience.
Ding Chao watched Chinfeng's back, and after a long time, he struggled to get up from the ground, his head a complete mess, not even knowing what he was thinking.
Shortly after Chinfong left, he saw two people in the city lord's office uniforms coming towards him. Classmate, is it resolved? Lu Ming asked as he saw Chinfong leaving. Resolved. Chinfong nodded.
Where's Ding Chao? The woman asked.
Handling the corpses. The two nodded, and then stopped talking to Chinfong, quickly heading towards Yuhi's courtyard.
I didn't expect Ding Chao to resolve it so quickly. His strength should be stronger than I imagined, the woman said, somewhat surprised.
Lu Ming nodded, and Yuhi was also a 5-star, although weaker than Ding Chao.
However, to completely resolve the situation would take quite some time. But Ding Chao's speed had completely exceeded their expectations. Soon, the two saw Ding Chao outside the courtyard dealing with the
corpses. 2 corpses?
Lu Ming's expression changed.
Ding Chao, the woman called out.
Ding Chao turned his head and saw that the two were from the Lord's mansion, which made him breathe a sigh of relief.
Why are there 2 people? The woman hurriedly asked.
An accident happened, Ding Chao said softly.
Are you injured?
Lu Ming noticed Ding Chao's pale face.
Yes, one was a 6-star, and he hit me with a punch. Ding Chao nodded. Upon hearing this, the two's pupils constricted. 6-star? Yuhi is also a 5-star. Ding Chao, what is your cultivation level?
The two were greatly shaken. To deal with both of them at the same time, at least one had to be a strong 6-star. Ding Chao suddenly stopped his actions and looked at them. Who said I killed
them? Ha! The two were taken aback.
Before they could speak, Ding Chao said, it was Qin from the first courtyard who killed them. There's surveillance inside. After saying that, he ignored the two and began to handle the corpses according to Qin
Feng's instructions.
The two exchanged glances and walked into the courtyard together, finding the surveillance screen and starting the playback. When they saw Gong Zheng punch Ding Chao away, their expressions changed. Then, when they saw Yuhi make a move, their hearts tightened. But the next moment, their faces turned pale with shock as they witnessed the young figure move in a flash, his speed reaching its peak, and then effortlessly kill Yuhi. Through the screen, they could feel the chill. Then they saw him kill Gong Zheng as if he were slaughtering a chicken. With a loud bang, their brains felt like they had been hit by a surge of heat, shaking their entire bodies. A freshman? Lu Ming couldn't believe it. What kind of monster did the first courtyard recruit? The woman exclaimed. Should we recruit him? After a long while, Lu Ming asked. The woman did not respond. What was there to recruit? Such a genius should enter the military, the Lord's mansion. They shouldn't recruit him, nor could they. After Chinfong left, he didn't go anywhere else but headed straight back to the first courtyard. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the first courtyard, it was already a sea of people, with new and old students surrounding a few from the second courtyard. However, the few from the second courtyard remained calm despite being the center of attention.
Is anyone else coming out? Isn't there supposed to be the strongest new student in your first courtyard this year? Where is he? Could it be that he's just a character from a story and can't come out?
The strongest new student from the second courtyard, Fong, stood next to Huang
Tianyong, looking at the crowd from the first courtyard. How about you find a sophomore? Fong suddenly spoke arrogantly. This was a tradition in the Sacred Academy to mock and ridicule.
Just moments ago, Sun Kai and several new students from the first courtyard had been defeated, so he had the capital to be arrogant.
Hearing him suggest finding a sophomore, the students from the first courtyard showed anger.
Although this kind of mockery was traditional and might not be malicious, it still sounded unpleasant to their ears. Moreover, losing was already an unpleasant matter, and hearing such words made it even harder to bear.
No matter how good-tempered one was, in the past they could tolerate ridicule, but this year they shouldn't have lost. Has Qin Shuedi been found? Someone asked again.
The boss went on a mission. He said he was on his way back. Zhou Lei immediately replied. However, their words were dismissed by the few from the second courtyard.
Stop talking about Qin Shuedi. The story you've woven ends here. We don't have time to waste with you.
At that moment, Huang Tianyong spoke up, continuing, since there's
no stronger new student to defeat Fong Shidi, then it's my turn now. Who is your strongest student? Pan Lei?
He scanned the crowd and found Pan Lei's figure, looking directly at him.
Who said there's no stronger new student? Suddenly, a voice came from afar. It's Chen Yu.
The students from the first courtyard felt a surge of joy upon seeing Chen Yu approach. Since entering the academy, Chen Yu had been very low-key, showing no performance, but he was known as a star of the Southern War Zone, a fact many were aware of.
The crowd parted, making way for Chen Yu. Are you the strongest new student they speak of? Fong said calmly as he saw Chen Yu approach.
He had heard that the strongest new student was named Chinfong, and this one was called Chen Shuedi both had the surname Chen, but he didn't notice anything special about him.
Strongest new student? In Chen Yu's mind, the terrifying figure from Star Island suddenly appeared. You don't have the qualifications to make him take action. Chen Yu's words were calm yet incredibly serious. Before Fong Hui could react, he walked directly toward the Marshal Singh corridor, swiped his student card, and with a click, the corridor door opened. Without any hesitation, he stepped inside. Everyone immediately looked at the lights in the corridor. Soon, the first light lit up, followed by the second. As time passed, the third and fourth lights also illuminated. Fong Hui stared intently, and when the fifth light lit up, his expression changed. He had just lit the fifth light and stopped there. 5 lights represented a combat power of 50,000, which was considered strong among 4 stars, and as a new student, it was already quite terrifying. The star of the war zone is indeed different. Chen Shuedi is not inferior to the strongest new student from the second courtyard. An old student from the first courtyard also became excited. At that moment, the 6th light lit up, causing Fong Hui's expression to change again. Huang Tianyong also showed surprise. The first courtyard had actually recruited such a strong new student. Ha, you few from the second courtyard, your new student isn't that impressive. Someone from the first courtyard began to retaliate with mockery. It's the 7th light. Suddenly, someone noticed that the 7th light had lit up. It's impossible. 70,000 battle power, a 4-star top-level warrior strength. He is a freshman just like me. How could that be possible? Fong Hui's heart felt a bit shattered. Fong Hui. Sun Kai suddenly looked at him and said, "Do you still remember Li Wang? Li Wan?" Fong Hui's expression changed. As a genius from the capital, he certainly knew of Li Wang, the strongest in their cohort, and a star of the northern battle zone. Even he felt a hint of despair when facing Li Wang. Seeing Fong Hui's expression, Sun Kai said, "Chen Yu, a star of the southern battle zone, is not inferior to Li Wang. You lost without injustice, but you doubt that our academy's strongest freshman is fake. Do you think someone with Chen Yu's ability would speak carelessly?" Boom! Upon hearing this, Fong Hui's body shook, and he looked incredulous. Is there someone even stronger in the same cohort? Could it be that he has already become a 5-star? At this moment, he really began to believe that there was a strongest freshman in their academy, but the idea of reaching 5 stars still left him in disbelief. Just then, Chen Yu walked out from the corridor. His strength could only light up 7 lamps. When the students of the academy saw Chen Yu come out, they all greeted him, while Fong Hui remained silent. He had lost. Although he had 2 fewer lamps, the gap was significant. Chen Yu walked up to him and softly said, "As peers, with that one around, there's no pride in our strength." At this moment, Chen Yu had long lost the pride he once had and had become more reserved. After experiencing the events on Star Island, he felt that with Chinfong as a peer, he would never have the capital to be proud. Fong Hui stood there in a daze. Suddenly, Huang Tianyong patted his shoulder. "Don't overthink it, you're not bad. Even if there's that so-called strongest freshman, even if he breaks through the 5-star threshold, the gap isn't that big. You're not falling behind." He then looked at Pan Lei in the crowd of the academy. "I should call you senior, even though you're a year older than me, but I don't mind you coming to uphold the dignity of our academy." After saying this, he turned around and walked to the corridor entrance, took out his student card, and swiped it. Although the freshmen of the second academy lost this time, they just came to gain some experience. The main event is me. Huang Tianyong stepped into the corridor, and one by one, the lamps began to light up. Seeing this, Pan Lei also stepped out. "Senior Pan." Other students called out as Pan Lei stood up. They were very familiar with Huang Tianyong. In the previous cohort, he had already challenged the corridor, lighting up 24 lamps. Although not much time had passed, now 25 lamps was no problem, and it was even possible to reach 26. "Senior Pan, let's wait for Junior Chin," someone advised. Pan Lei smiled. "I also want to see how far I can go. Winning or losing is one thing, having the courage to stand up is another." Since others had called him out, if he backed down, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing, but a matter of backbone. Soon, Pan Lei also entered another Marshal Saint corridor, and the lamps lit up accordingly. The students of the academy watched nervously. As time passed, in the end, Pan Lei came out after lighting up 23 lamps. At this time, Huang Tianyong had already lit up 25 lamps, but his speed had slowed significantly. Perhaps this was his limit. Maybe he could light up one more lamp at most. "Everyone, I lost and embarrassed the academy," Pan Lei said with a bitter smile after coming out. He was a year older than Huang Tianyong, yet he still lost. The students of the academy were silent, not blaming him. Such things had happened too many times in the past, only feeling a sense of unwillingness. Although Senior Pan lost, as long as his spirit is unbroken, it's not shameful. A voice came from afar. "Junior Chin! Junior Chin!" As soon as Chinfong appeared, the students of the first courtyard began to greet him. The people from the second courtyard stared blankly at Chinfong. "He is the strongest freshman." Fong Hui looked at Chinfong, not even blinking.
At this moment he still had doubts about Chinfong. The first courtyard's claims were impressive, but many rumors became more absurd as they spread. Even if Chinfong was the top student of this cohort, his achievements couldn't possibly be that exaggerated. Chinfong walked up to Chenyu and patted his shoulder. Well done. Chenyu shivered, not speaking. He always felt a sense of awe towards Chinfong. The figure standing at the edge of the crack lingered in his mind. Junior Chin. Seeing Chinfong approach, Pan Lei forced a smile. Senior Pan just said that losing would be embarrassing for the first courtyard, but I disagree. Everyone has their own talents. As long as you strive for the best you can achieve, it deserves respect. After saying this, he looked towards the Marshal Saint corridor, where one corridor still had 25 lights on, clearly indicating that Huang Tianyong was facing an evenly matched opponent inside. Can someone lend me some credits? I just finished a task and haven't had the chance to submit it yet. Chinfong smiled at the crowd. Although the credits for the 3 courses were all full marks, the course credits came down very slowly, so at this time, most likely, they hadn't been issued yet. I have too. The students from the first courtyard all spoke up loudly. Junior Chin, use mine. Pan Lei took out his student card. Alright, I'll use yours. Chinfong took the student card. Pan Lei was already a graduate, so the credits were of little use to him. Holding the student card, Chinfong walked towards another corridor. After opening the door, he didn't enter immediately but waited there. Soon, Huang Tianyong lit up the 26th light. However, it wasn't long before the corridor door opened and Huang Tianyong walked out, stopping at the place with 26 lights. The moment Huang Tianyong stepped out of the corridor, Chinfong stepped into the corridor. As soon as Huang Tianyong came out, he saw Pan Lei at the front of the crowd, and he smiled proudly, walking up to Fong Hui. Let's go, the first courtyard has lost. But soon he realized something was wrong. Fong Hui was trembling, his expression as if he had seen something unbelievable. The others were staring at the corridor, completely ignoring him. He suddenly turned to look, and the lights in another corridor were continuously lighting up. At this moment, 15 lights were already on, and with the next breath, it would be 16. Who is inside? He showed a look of surprise. But he found that no one was paying attention to him. Even the other students from the second courtyard were fixated on the corridor, their expressions shifting from shock to growing fear. When he turned to look at the corridor again, his pupils suddenly constricted. The lights had already lit up 23. So fast. His heart sank. Next, his expression changed from surprise to disbelief, then to terror. You all brought in a mentor to break through the corridor just to win against me? Huang Tianyong shouted. At this moment, the corridor lights lit up to 26, already catching up to him, and then it was 27, directly surpassing him. The strongest freshman? Is this really the strongest freshman of the first courtyard? Fong Hui was completely stunned, muttering softly. Upon hearing his words, Huang Tianyong trembled all over. Impossible. A thought suddenly sprang to Huang Tianyong's mind. Previously, he had heard from the first courtyard about a strongest freshman. Although he had heard it, he hadn't paid much attention. After all, it was too absurd to believe. Soon, when he saw the corridor door open and a figure step out, that thought could no longer rise. Too young, he didn't recognize such a strong person in the first courtyard. The only explanation was the strongest freshman. When others saw Chinfong come out, they were all taken aback, especially the students from the first courtyard. Why is Junior Chin out? 27 lamps. Isn't that his limit? I understand now. Junior Chin was very fast when lighting the 27 lamps. He definitely has the ability to continue, but he just happened to surpass Huang Tianyong by 1 and chose to stop. Yes. Junior Chin deliberately only exceeded by 1 lamp to give face to the second courtyard. Junior Chin has such a good heart. The students from the first courtyard were all discussing, and these words in Huang Tianyong's ears sounded like slaps to his face. He believed that Chinfong could continue because the 27 lamps were lit too quickly, almost without pause. But he stopped here, which was clearly aimed at him. At this moment, Chinfong walked up to Huang Tianyong. If the second courtyard has stronger students, I'll wait. If not, then go back. Then he looked at everyone. I just finished the task and haven't had time to report, so I won't accompany you. After saying that, he walked towards the task hall. Junior Chin, the second courtyard has lost. Will you actively go to other courtyards next? Someone looked at Chinfeng's back and couldn't help but ask loudly. Suddenly, everyone showed an expression of anticipation. It had always been others coming to the first courtyard. Everyone here had never witnessed someone from the first courtyard actively challenging the Marshal Saint corridor of other courtyards during their time at school. Chinfong did not stop but spoke. The second courtyard has lost, and the third and fourth courtyards won't be far behind. As soon as he said this, everyone showed excitement, their hearts already beginning to anticipate the arrival of that day. Chinfong smiled. He was certainly not just going to challenge the corridors of the other courtyards and mock them. He needed to validate his path as a master. He had long had his own thoughts on his path as a master, which was the path of the invincible master. Every master has their own path. Some are guardians, some are cautious.
Some act
for themselves, some for the people, some for the public, and some for private interests. In short, they are all different. And Chinfong, all along, had been invincible among his peers, invincible at the same level, invincible among his
contemporaries.
Among his peers, there was naturally no need to say, at his age, no one stronger than him had appeared before his eyes. At the same level, in terms of cultivation, similarly, according to his highest fire attribute, among 5-star warriors, no one stronger than him had appeared in his life. Only among his contemporaries. He was now a student at the martial academy, so among contemporaries, it meant all students at the martial academy. Therefore, to embark on his path as a master, he must achieve invincibility among all students of the martial academy. The strongest among all martial academies, of course, is in the 9 great holy academies. This has been selected through rigorous martial examinations.
As for which of the 9
great holy academies is the strongest, it is uncertain. Even the rankings in that forum are just students voting for themselves, which may not be accurate. But it doesn't matter. One by one, he just needs to defeat the strongest of the other courtyards. The second courtyard has already lost, even if Huang Tianyong deceived him, claiming he wasn't the strongest of the second courtyard. Chinfong has already stated that if there are stronger ones, he will wait for them. If they truly exist and do not come out, then the second courtyard is still defeated. The same goes for the other courtyards. As long as in the end, no contemporaries stand up, it naturally means invincibility among contemporaries. This is Qin Feng's path of the invincible master. In the task hall, Chinfong opened the self-service task machine. After swiping his student card, he found that the task still showed as ongoing. He took out his phone and called Zhang Dongjun.
Qin, brother Qin.
As soon as the call connected, Zhang Dongjun's voice came through. His tone clearly changed, completely different from before.
Zhang, the city lord's mansion should have informed you of the situation, right? Chinfong asked.
They did. That's good. Please call the task staff at the
academy and let them know the task is completed, so they can process it.
By the way, don't mess it up, Chinfong reminded. Task completion requires confirmation from the client, after which someone at the academy will process it online, and only then can Chinfong confirm completion and receive his reward.
Okay. Zhang Dongjun quickly agreed, then said, Brother Qin, should I have the academy transfer the money to you or give it directly to you?
Come to the first academy. I still have your company's documents here. Chinfong thought for a moment and replied.
Transferring through the academy would take too much time. Alright, by the way, how do I find you? Zhang Dongjun quickly asked.
The first academy is too large, it's possible to get lost once inside, let alone find someone. When you arrive at the first academy, just ask anyone, they all know. Chinfong smiled.
Oh, got it.
Zhang Dongjun's voice clearly paused for a moment before he reacted.
After hanging up, Chinfong waited a few minutes, then opened the self-service task machine again.
This time, it showed the task as completed, waiting for Qin Feng's confirmation.
He confirmed it directly and then exited. After that, he curiously clicked on the S-level task section. Sure enough, this time an S-level task appeared. Task content: destroy the Kyoto martial arena. Recommended strength: 6 stars or above. Task rewards: full credits, 10 blood samples of 7-star exotic beasts, academy reward, and a certain
amount of cash, client reward.
Task client: contact information, task hints, none.
Ding, martial arena task initiated. Task phase 1, obtain the 3-star challenge king title. Task rewards: 1 each of fire, wind, ice, earth, and wood. Level beast crystals, and a martial arts gift package. Looking at the S-level task, Chinfong was puzzled when he was startled by the sudden system voice. The system task has also started. This martial arena task is indeed special, Chinfong thought to himself. He was quite familiar with his system. Currently, there are 2 types of tasks. One is the divine level task, which has options ranging from easy mode to divine mode. The second type is this kind of task without levels. The last time this task appeared was during the star selection, divided into 3 phases, and this one is also phased, but it's still unknown how many phases there are. The first phase, the so-called 3-star challenge king, is easy to understand. The martial arena is similar to a casino. In a casino, there are different betting tables like Pai Gao and Blackjack, each with a dealer. The martial arena has different challenge platforms, from 1 star to 6 stars, each with a challenger. As long as you defeat the challenger, you become the challenge king. Defeating all challengers on the 3-star platform makes you the 3-star challenge king. Of course, on the 3-star platform, all challengers are 3 stars, and only martial artists of 3 stars or below can participate, which includes his wood type. This task is so simple. It seems I have to take this S-level task. Chinfong directly clicked to accept the task. To his surprise, the self-service task machine displayed not that the task was ongoing, but a button to abandon the task, along with a countdown of 3 days. Clearly, this task has a 3-day consideration period. Abandoning the task within 3 days does not deduct credits, and for a normal task, once accepted, it
is considered in progress. If abandoned, a certain number of credits will be deducted. No wonder this S-level task hasn't been taken.
The owner of the martial arts arena is a 6-star warrior, and the students capable of taking on this task are few
and far between.
Even if they have the ability, there are significant risks involved, as there is more than one warrior in the arena. However, completing tasks also requires brains, and soon Chinfong had his own plan in mind.
As for the lack of client
information, he didn't think much of it. After all, some clients are anonymous, and since the cash reward is S-level, it would naturally be substantial. But to go to the martial arts arena, I need some betting capital. With this thought, Chinfong took out his phone and called Zhou Ping. 10 minutes later, the two appeared in a pavilion at the academy. You accepted the S-level task? Zhou Ping asked as soon as he arrived.
Yes, challenging myself. Chinfong smiled. Are you confident? Zhou
Ping frowned. To him, this task seemed too difficult.
Let's give it a try. I'm not planning to go all out right away.
Maybe I'll just give up halfway through,
Chinfong said casually. Alright, if it becomes impossible, then just give up. The city Lord's office transferred this task to the academy to see which student would dare to take it on.
The several academies are also watching, not really expecting anyone to complete it, so giving up isn't shameful, Zhou Ping explained.
Got it. Chinfong nodded.
By the way, Director Zhou, entering the martial arts arena requires betting capital.
Can the academy provide some support?
Chinfong suddenly smiled. Zhou Ping's face darkened immediately. He knew Chinfong was looking for trouble.
You just completed an A-level task and received a reward of 20 million. Isn't that enough for you to bet?
Zhou Ping said irritably. Chinfong shook his head. I don't bet money, I bet beast crystals, preferably level 4 or level 5 beast crystals. Although level 4 beast crystals are rare, the martial arts arena has been open for so many years, so they must have some. He wanted to drain all the beast crystals from the arena. As for money, of course, it would be good, but the arena has rules. Each betting match can only use one type of betting capital, so beast crystals take priority. To be honest, the academy doesn't have many beast crystals above level 4. Zhou Ping shook his head.
I know. Chinfong nodded. He had already drained the level 4 fire-type crystals. But there must be 1 or 2 level 4 wind-type, earth-type, or ice-type crystals, right?
Chinfong said earnestly. You little rascal, you're quite ruthless, Zhou Ping said helplessly. However, these resources belong to the academy and are also for the students. They can't be given to you alone.
Unless you do something that would make the academy and the students not complain, right?
Of course.
Chinfong nodded. What does Director Zhou think about me taking a trip to the third academy? Zhou Ping was taken aback. To challenge the corridor?
Chinfong nodded with a smile.
Alright.
Zhou Ping immediately said, if you win against the third academy, I'll promise you a level 4 beast crystal. On behalf of the dean. If you win against the fourth academy, I'll give you another one, and the same goes for the fifth academy. Then it's the third academy first, then the fourth academy.
Chinfong nodded. What about the fifth academy? Zhou Ping asked in confusion.
Let's leave the fifth academy for later, it's good to make them a bit anxious.
Chinfong smiled. Ha ha.
Zhou Ping laughed out loud. He immediately understood Chinfeng's intention. In previous years, it was always the students of the first academy who were anxious, worried about when the other academies would come to challenge the first academy's corridor. This time, it was the fifth academy's turn. Truly, fortunes change, and one should not underestimate the youth. On that day, Chinfong and Zhou Ping parted ways. Shortly after returning to the dormitory, a message began to spread throughout the first courtyard. Chinfong would head to the third courtyard to challenge the corridor at 8 o'clock the next morning. After that, he would go to the fourth courtyard cafeteria for lunch and then challenge the corridor of the fourth courtyard.
This news spread like wildfire, completely igniting the first courtyard.
Finally, our first courtyard is going to challenge the other courtyards. Ha, Chin Jr. brother really kept his word. I can't wait to see the expressions on the faces of the students from the third courtyard. My teacher won't allow me to take a leave, so I've decided to skip class for a day just to see it. Even though I don't have the qualifications to challenge, I want to cheer for Chin Jr. brother.
Mockery, the harsher the better.
At this moment, the students of the first courtyard were extremely excited, especially the older students who had been mocked too much in the past. And at this moment, their repressed feelings completely erupted. Villa 0. Chinfong was practicing when Zhang Dongjun found him and had already arrived. Come in, make yourself comfortable, Chinfong said casually after opening the door. Zhang Dongjun surveyed the villa, feeling quite shaken. The luxury of this villa surpassed where he lived, and this was for students. Moreover, he could tell it was newly built, seemingly specifically for Chinfong.
Would you like something to drink? Chinfong asked. No need.
Zhang Dongjun quickly waved his hand. Chinfong poured himself a glass of water
and then sat down. Zhang Dongjun didn't delay and pulled out a bank card from his pocket. Here, 30 million, this is the payment for this time. 30 million? Yes, the Lord's mansion informed me of the specific situation, so the extra 10 million is a bonus.
Zheng Dongjun explained. The Lord's mansion not only told him but also showed him the surveillance video, and he still felt a bit fearful of Chinfong. It was terrifying. Killing was as easy as killing a chicken.
Just thinking about that video sent chills down his spine.
However, Chinfong appeared completely indifferent on the surface. He had never expected this, and the contrast made him somewhat afraid.
Holding the bank card, Chinfong felt quite satisfied. The other party was very accommodating. When he initially mentioned the extra money, it was just talk, but generally, anyone who understood the ways of the world would take the initiative to add more. After putting away the card, he took out the document. Take good care of this, a document is worth several million. Yes, yes. Zheng Dongjun nodded quickly.
Soon, Zheng Dongjun left, and this A-level task was considered successfully completed. All that was left was the Academy's reward.
However, whether it
was credits or beast blood, he had no expectations.
3 portions of level 5 beast blood probably wouldn't even allow his star blood to reach 1%. That evening, the Academy's beast blood reward arrived. Sheen Jr. Brother, I'm from the student council.
Here are the 3 portions of beast blood you earned from this task, please check. A senior sister stood outside the door, dragging 3 sealed
boxes.
Generally, beast blood wasn't stored in spatial items, nor were there that many spatial items available, and besides, there was no need to store low-level beast blood in them.
Thank you, senior sister. Chinfong glanced at it and then signed.
Junior brother, can we take a picture together? The senior sister suddenly asked.
Chinfong was taken aback, then nodded. After taking the picture, the senior sister left satisfied.
Chinfong carried the beast blood into the bathroom, then placed it all in the bathtub and lay down in it. After about 10 minutes, he completely absorbed the divine energy of the beast blood. Feeling his body, he found almost no change. The progress of his star blood was less than 0.5%. The next day, Chinfong woke up at 7, washed up, and then walked out of the villa. As soon as he came out, he was startled. In the open space in front of Villa Zero, there was already a sea of people, but these people were surprisingly quiet, all looking at Villa Zero, silently waiting for this
moment. Junior Chin is out.
As soon as he opened the door, someone shouted.
Instantly, everyone showed their excitement.
Junior Chin, are you leaving now? Someone asked loudly.
There are too many people. Are they all going? Chinfong asked.
He had thought there would be many people following him today, but he didn't expect there to be so many, at least more than half of the entire school.
Junior, it's not
that many. Some are not in the academy, and some teachers won't let them go. Even skipping class isn't allowed, otherwise, there would be even more, a student shouted.
Alright, then let's go together. Fong didn't waste any more words.
Since it was impossible to keep a low profile, he might as well be high profile this once, leading everyone from the first academy to go together. Soon, Chinfong was at the front, followed by a large crowd, marching out of the first academy's gate. As soon as they came out, they immediately attracted countless people's attention.
What is the first academy doing? What a big show. Are they going to fight?
Soon, someone asked the students from the first academy, and the students didn't hide anything, directly stating their purpose.
Damn! The first academy is going to storm the third academy's corridor. I heard that the second academy's Huang Tianyong came to the first academy and left in disgrace. Is the first academy going to take the initiative? Is the first academy going to turn the tables? Hurry, follow them, let's go see.
With such a big movement from the first academy, anyone who still thought they were just putting on a show would be a fool. Thus, the crowd grew larger, and in the end, half of the people were not from the first academy, but students from the opposite Jingwu and some overly curious citizens. The Holy Academy does not prohibit students from other schools from entering, nor do they refuse ordinary citizens from visiting, so these people were not worried about not being able to get in.
The third academy was neither far nor close to the first academy. At a normal
person speed, it would take more than an hour, but here, aside from some ordinary citizens, everyone else had some cultivation. Unknowingly, Chinfong quickened his pace a bit, allowing most people to keep up. Not long after the people from the first academy left the school gate, the third academy received the news.
Damn, the people from the first academy really dare to come. Have they gone mad? Still going mad? Huang Tianyong from the second academy has already lost. Are the second academy people also going mad? Someone looked at the speaker as if they were an idiot. What do we do now? Are we just going to wait for the first academy to slap us in the face? Slap in the face?
You're thinking too much. Someone has already notified Senior Dongliang.
They think that winning
against Huang Tianyong means they can step on our third academy. The first academy is too naive. Countless students from the third academy were discussing while heading towards the Martial Saint corridor. Senior Dong has arrived. When they reached the Martial Saint corridor, they were surprised to see that Dong Liang was already there. Clearly, the so-called strongest freshman from the first academy had caught the other side's attention.
Senior Dong, are you confident? Someone couldn't help but ask. Although everyone found it hard to believe that a freshman could be that strong, there was still a sense of insecurity in their hearts. What do you mean? Don't you believe in Senior Dong? A sycophant looked at the other person discontentedly. No, it's just that I heard rumors that the strongest freshman lit up 27 lamps in a row, and his speed was very fast. He could obviously continue, but he deliberately stopped. The person quickly explained. You're talking nonsense, the sycophant immediately retorted. If he has the strength, why would he deliberately stop? Is he sick? Exactly, don't boost someone else's confidence while diminishing your own. Even if he did stop on purpose, with Dong Xuezhang's nearly 300,000 combat power, he could still manage it. Another person chimed in. Seeing that he was being targeted, the man had no choice but to keep quiet. Dong Liang listened to their argument, his brow slightly furrowed, but he did not speak. 27 lamps, the speed was very fast, but just how fast was it? There was no specific answer. To be honest, it would take him half an hour to light up 27 lamps. If he performed well, he could shorten the time a bit, which was already quite fast. You can't win, you can't win. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The sycophant turned to look, ready to curse, but his expression changed. Ding Chao, what's wrong with you? Dong Liang frowned. Ding Chao was definitely among the top 10 in the third academy, yet he was saying such things. You really can't win, Dong Liang, just give up. Ding Chao shook his head, his expression somewhat abnormal. He didn't know how to explain. If he said that he and Chinfong had completed a mission where the latter had instantly killed a 5-star and a 6-star, he would be considered insane. Dong Liang looked closely at Ding Chao and, for some reason, he faintly detected a hint of fear in his eyes. I haven't even seen the person, why should I give up? Dong Liang said softly. He then looked at everyone. I will wait for him here. I want to see just how strong this so-called strongest new student really is. I will protect the dignity of the third academy. Moreover, if I win this time, everyone can prepare to head to the first academy. Dong Liang's words carried immense confidence. If he won, he would definitely go to the first academy and crush it. The people from the third academy showed excitement upon hearing this. Dong Xuezhang, we believe in you. Don't listen to that nonsense about the strongest new student. Exactly, some people just have to look down on themselves. Discussions erupted. They're coming. Suddenly, a voice spread out, and everyone turned to look into the distance. So many people. Did all the first academy people come? How confident are they? Seeing the thousands of people marching in, the third academy students were astonished. At this moment, Chinfong was at the forefront, looking at the third academy. People, he said softly, Zhou Lei, make the announcement. Got it. Zhou Lei immediately ran forward and shouted loudly at the third academy students, listen up, third academy. The new students from the first academy, my boss, Chinfong, along with everyone from the first academy, are here to challenge the corridor. You have 10 minutes to choose your strongest student. Whether new or old, my boss will accept. Also, my boss said, if you don't want a challenge in the corridor, then pick a place. Actual combat is fine too. Zhou Lei's words immediately echoed in the ears of all the third academy students, causing their expressions to change. So arrogant, someone couldn't help but say, actual combat? Don't do actual combat. At this moment, Ding Chao stood among the crowd, and upon hearing the words actual combat, he trembled in fear and loudly warned, Ding Chao, what's wrong with you today? This time, Dong Liang hadn't spoken yet, but someone else couldn't hold back. Ding Chao was indeed strong, but with him acting like this repeatedly, they couldn't stand it anymore. The first academy was already so arrogant, yet he was still afraid. Don't do actual combat. Ding Chao still didn't explain, only saying 3 words. Although student-to-student actual combat wouldn't result in death, he was afraid that Chinfong might lose control and really kill Dong Liang. Ignore him. Dong Liang noticed that something was off with Ding Chao but didn't think much of it. Instead, he looked at the approaching Chinfong and the others and said, there's no need for actual combat, challenging in the corridor is more interesting, it determines the victor and also provides experience. That's true. Chinfong nodded. Let's go. Dong Liang didn't waste any more words and turned to walk towards the Marshal Saint corridor. However, Chinfong did not move, still standing in place. Dong Liang turned his head in confusion. Chinfong smiled, I'm not in a hurry, why don't you go first? Dong Liang frowned but said nothing more, instead turning and continuing down the corridor. However, the other students from the third academy looked at Chinfong with curiosity. He probably wants to see how far Senior Dong can go. If he can't match it, he'll just give up. I think so too. After all, if he gives up, it gives him a way out. No comparison, no harm done. Hearing the discussions among the third academy students, Zhou Lei chuckled, you guys think too much. My boss just wants to see what level your strongest student from the third academy is at, and then he'll know how much effort he needs to put in. His words were plain, but they sounded very arrogant. At that moment, Zhou Lei fully embodied the role of a subordinate. What classmate Zhou said is right, Junior Chin, there's no need to go all out against your third academy.
At this time, others from the first academy also began to speak.
Ha! The third academy students sneered.
In an instant, a verbal battle erupted between the first
and third academies. Just then, Dong Liang had already stepped into the corridor.
Everyone quieted down, staring at the lights in the corridor, with the third academy students feeling particularly tense.
It's lighting up, one of
the third academy students exclaimed excitedly.
Don't rush, it's just starting.
What's there to be excited about? Someone complained. While everyone was talking, the lights in the corridor kept lighting up, 1, 2, at a very fast pace.
When it reached 26 lights, the third academy students couldn't help but hold their breath. Boom!
The 27th light lit up, and they let out a heavy sigh. Although they knew Dong Liang's limit was not just this, when he matched Chinfeng's record, the heavy weight in their hearts was finally lifted. From the first academy, Senior Dong has already reached 27 lights. How does this speed compare to your strongest new student? Someone from the third academy glanced at Chinfong and began to speak sarcastically.
It's far off, right?
Zhou Lei suddenly looked at the others from the first academy, his tone filled with
doubt. It's far off. Indeed, it's quite far.
The people from the first academy nodded in agreement.
The third academy
students were infuriated to see them talking amongst themselves.
Just then, the 18th light in the corridor lit up.
Wait, let's see if you can still talk tough. The third academy students coldly glanced at the people from the first academy.
When the 28th light lit up,
soon after, the 29th light also lit up, and the third academy students became excited. However, before long, Dong Liang walked out of the corridor. 29 lights was his limit.
Of course, his basic combat power was not just 29, but the excess was limited.
It was very difficult to light up 30 lights, and even if he could, it would take a long time and require a war of attrition, which was completely unnecessary.
After all, when Chinfong truly reached this point later, he could tell who was strong and who was weak just by looking at the time.
I look forward to your performance. Dong Liang walked over, looking at Chinfong, and spoke plainly.
Chinfong nodded. I shouldn't disappoint. Senior Dong.
After saying that, he directly walked to the front of the corridor. Since the Martial Saint corridor was established by the Martial Saint, credits from all 9 major academies could be used, and he smoothly stepped into the corridor. After Chinfong stepped into the corridor, the crowd outside fell silent again, intently staring at the corridor lights. The speed is indeed fast, but it's not faster than Senior Dong. As the lights in the corridor lit up one by one, the people from the third academy were taken aback, for this was a new student. However, they still refused to admit it verbally. After all, Chinfong was challenging the strongest of the third academy, and the speed was just average. The people from the first academy merely sneered and did not speak. At this moment, it was unnecessary.
Once Chinfong won, everything would be decided by them. Hey, it stopped?
Suddenly, the people from the third academy noticed that after the 17th light lit up, the 18th did not, and nearly a minute had passed.
What? It stopped at 17. First academy, are you messing with us?
The people from the third academy turned to look at the first academy.
What's going on? Why did Junior Chin stop? Someone from the first academy also became anxious. Don't worry, Junior should
have encountered important experience and is digesting it.
Pan Lei spoke up.
In the corridor, every shadow had experience, but when encountering important experience, it was best to take some time to digest it for
stability. Right, Junior Chin is digesting experience.
Others also reacted accordingly. However, the people from the third academy sneered. He should be digesting experience. Suddenly, a voice rang out from within
the third academy. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. Ding Chao, what are you doing?
Someone immediately became displeased. In fact, many of them believed that Chinfong was digesting experience. After all, with such a grand display from the first academy, if Chinfong only had this level of strength, then the people from the first academy would be crazy. The first academy certainly wouldn't be crazy. However, thinking it was one thing, saying it was another, and Ding Chao had said it, which was like turning his elbow outward. Sai, I said, Dong Liang is not a match. Not to mention Dong Liang, even that one from the 5th academy is not. Ding Chao insisted, not changing at all despite being targeted by others. The crowd's expression stiffened. The strongest student from the 5th academy was also the strongest among the 5 holy academies in Kyoto. In the corridor, at this moment, Chinfong was indeed digesting experience because he had encountered experience in the earth element domain. Back then, in the corridor of the first academy, at the same position, it was not the shadow of the earth element. It seems that although the 9 Martial Saints corridors were all created by the same Martial Saint, each corridor's shadow is different. Chinfong began to understand. However, he was still surprised that the Martial Saints could incorporate so many different cultivation experiences into these shadows. A few minutes later, after he completely digested it, he finally crossed the red line and stepped into the next section. Meanwhile, outside, it's moving. Suddenly someone shouted, 18, 19, 20. Someone just started counting at 18, but the lights lit up.
so quickly that he began to count as if it were a game. The students from the third academy gasped. This speed was too fast, clearly surpassing Dong Liang from before. 25. The speed hasn't decreased. 26, 27. At this point, the people from the third academy were nervously watching because this number was where Chinfong had stopped against Huang Tianyong. They hoped that this time Chinfong would also stop at this position. However, they were disappointed. In less than a minute, 28 lights lit up. The faces of the third academy members began to change. But the lights did not stop because of their changing expressions. 29 lights lit up, instantly causing their hearts to sink. He caught up with Senior Dong. The people from the third academy were extremely tense. At this moment, they still held a glimmer of hope. Tying was actually not bad. Dong Liang stood there, staring intently at the corridor, his hands starting to clench tightly, not out of anger, but out of tension and shock. At this moment, beads of sweat even appeared in his palms. I said, I really can't win against him. At this moment, Ding Chao spoke again, and this time, no one from the third academy said anything to him. Boom! When the 30th light lit up, the last glimmer of hope for the people of the third academy was completely shattered. They stared blankly, their expressions constantly changing. In contrast, the first academy was filled with excitement, and some looked towards the people of the third academy. They initially wanted to mock a few words, but surprisingly, no one spoke up. They suddenly felt that mocking at this moment would seem even more degrading. With Chinfong in the first academy, they didn't even bother to mock. Soon, Chinfong walked out from the corridor and looked at the third academy. I told the second academy something before, and now I say the same to you. If you have someone stronger, you can find me anytime. I lost. The third academy lost. Dong Liang said in a daze. Of course, there was no one stronger. This wasn't a TV drama where hidden masters existed. Those with strength would try their best to show it and gain the academy's resources. Who would be foolish enough to hide their abilities? Chinfong nodded and didn't say anything. Mocking was meaningless. He glanced at the time and said to the people of the first academy, everyone, there's still some time. We can go to the fourth academy for a meal. Let's go. After saying that, he took the lead towards the entrance of the third academy. The people of the first academy glanced at the crowd of the third academy and followed Chinfong. The people of the third academy stood there, watching the first academy leave, with no one saying anything harsh. Their expression showed discomfort, unwillingness, and anger, but more than that, it was helplessness. Chinfong was a freshman. With 4 years ahead of him, they could imagine that these 4 years would likely be overshadowed by Chinfong. We can't even see a chance to struggle, someone said with a bitter smile. At this moment, everyone thought of Ding Chao and looked over. Don't look at me, I just did a mission with him. Don't ask me, I really don't want to recall that process. Ding Chao shook his head. The image of that killer sent chills down his spine every time he thought of it. It wasn't his first mission. He had killed before, but compared to Chinfong, he felt that his killings were too gentle. The cold-bloodedness and composure that Chinfong displayed while killing lingered in his mind for a long time. Everyone is very low-key today. After leaving the third academy, Chinfong said with a smile, Junior Chin, you don't know, the moment you surpassed Dong Liang, I wanted to mock, but suddenly felt that it wasn't classy enough. Yes, I felt the same way. Not mocking is better than mocking. Everyone expressed their feelings. It's better to be low-key. Chinfong nodded. The boss is right, it's better to be low-key. We in the first academy can't be like them, only knowing how to mock. Weaklings mock others to satisfy their vanity. The big shots should look down on others. Zhou Lei, being the smooth talker, made everyone nod in agreement. Are we really low-key? Chen Yu suddenly interjected from the crowd. With so many people openly approaching, he felt this was really not low-key. I wonder how the food in the fourth academy's cafeteria tastes. Chinfong changed the subject. He also felt that this was not low-key. The fourth courtyard. At this moment it was lunchtime and the cafeteria of the fourth courtyard was nearly full, not because everyone was crammed in, but because small groups were sitting together discussing strategies. Not long ago, the news that the first courtyard had defeated the third courtyard and was now heading towards the fourth courtyard had spread. The most exaggerated part was that the student council had even announced this news in the broadcasting room. That first courtyard really has the strongest new student. Of course it's true, the second and third courtyards have both lost. Those two courtyards wouldn't accompany the first courtyard in a charade and risk their own wins and losses. The first courtyard is already on the way. How should we respond? What are we afraid of? We definitely can't handle this. We need to rely on Yang Xing. As they spoke, everyone looked towards a corner of the cafeteria where two young men were sitting. One of them, dressed in white, was the strongest student of the fourth courtyard. Yang Xing, what are we going to do this time? The young man across from Yang Xing asked. Yang Xing smiled. You're the second strongest in the fourth courtyard. You can take action too. The young man shook his head helplessly. I can't. I'm about on par with Dong Liang. He's not a match for me, and I'm not a match for him, so I won't go looking for trouble. But you should be stronger than Dong Liang, right? The young man asked curiously.
After the new semester started, Yang Xing hadn't been to the Marshal Sane corridor, so the people of the fourth courtyard didn't know how much he had improved over the summer.
Yang Xing immediately showed a bitter smile. I know my own strength.
I am stronger than Dong Liang, but only to a limited extent.
With 30 lights, I'm about there. Isn't that enough? The young man quickly replied. Enough?
Yang Xing glared at him.
The strongest new student has 30 lights, that's true, but haven't you heard that when he defeated Huang Tianyong, he had 27 lights, just one more than that? And now, he is just one more than Dong Liang. Do you really think he only has that level of strength and isn't hiding anything? He's not a fool. Chinfong clearly has just one more light than you, just enough to overshadow you. How much he can truly light up is impossible to guess. His strength is truly unfathomable. The young man sighed.
Although they hadn't seen Chinfong yet, they completely believed in his strength.
What are we planning to do now?
Are we just going to wait for him to come to us and then charge into the corridor while we just watch?
The young man asked. If that's the case, the fourth courtyard would be even more embarrassed than the third courtyard, and the reputation of the fourth courtyard could very well be ruined by these students. I do have a plan. Yang Xing thought for a moment, and then spoke up.
Oh? The young man was surprised that Yang Xing actually had a way to deal with Chinfong. At such a time, using dishonorable means would be even more embarrassing later. He believed Yang Xing wasn't that foolish.
Yang Xing
smiled, looked at the time, and then pulled out his student card from his pocket. According to the time, they should be arriving soon. Take this student card and order the best meal. I'll treat him to dinner.
Just that? The young man was taken aback, showing disbelief. Treating someone to a meal in the cafeteria, even the best meal, how good could it be? Would that really send someone away? Give it a try, go. Yang Xing didn't explain further. The young man finally nodded. All right.
After all, Yang Xing was the top of the fourth courtyard, and everyone was focused on the other, not him. Moreover, he didn't have a better plan, so he stood up and walked to the best window in the cafeteria to swipe his card and buy food. Soon, he had bought the meal, several individual stir-fries, and even had the cafeteria staff serve it on exquisite plates. Just then, Chinfong and his group arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria.
Everyone, the cafeteria is definitely too crowded. How about we eat in shifts? Chinfong glanced at the fourth courtyard's cafeteria. At this moment, there were already many people inside. It's fine, we won't eat, we'll just go in and take a look. Yes, we are just visiting, not eating. At this moment, who still had the mood to eat? Everyone was eager to see the defeat of the fourth academy. Alright then, let's go visit. Chinfong nodded and was the first to step into the cafeteria. Just then, the students from the fourth academy all turned to look. They're here. Someone's heart jolted. At the same time, Yang Xing, sitting in the corner, stood up. Are you going to ask them yourself? The young man was surprised to see this. Of course, am I supposed to sit here arrogantly and just call him over? Yang Xing replied calmly. The young man understood and stood up as well, then took his meal, wiped the table, and sat down at the adjacent spot, leaving it for Chinfong. At this moment, Yang Xing walked step by step towards the people of the first academy, while the students of the fourth academy were curious about what Yang Xing would do. The people of the first academy also looked at each other. Many knew who Yang Xing was, the strongest of the fourth academy. Hello, Junior Chin, my name is Yang Xing. Before anyone could speak, Yang Xing said, I heard that you were coming to the fourth academy cafeteria for a meal. I've already prepared the food, so if you don't mind, let's eat together. His words were not loud, but everyone in the cafeteria heard them clearly. The students of the fourth academy showed surprise. They didn't understand what Yang Xing meant. The people of the first academy, who originally wanted to act tough, suddenly found themselves at a loss. Even Zhou Lei, who was about to speak, swallowed his words. Chinfong was also taken aback for a moment, then glanced at the prepared meal and smiled. Since Senior Yang is treating, I certainly won't be polite. He was curious to see what Yang Xing was really up to. Soon, the two sat at the same table. Junior, actually the corridors of the fourth academy are quite similar to those of the third academy. If you want to learn the cultivation experiences inside, it won't be very meaningful. After sitting down, Yang Xing suddenly said to Chinfong. Chinfong picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a dish, put it in his mouth, and did not respond. Yang Xing continued, really? I've been to the third academy, so Junior Chin doesn't need to venture into the corridors of the fourth academy. Chinfong glanced at him. This person was quite interesting. He surely knew that his purpose for venturing into the corridors was not just to absorb those cultivation experiences. Seeing that Chinfong still didn't speak, Yang Xing sighed inwardly. Junior, I admit defeat. Only then did Chinfong look up. Senior Yang, why not give it a try? The other party had not yet seen him venture into the corridors or take action. Yang Xing shook his head. I know my strength, I just can't compare. I'm not at the point of avoiding reality. Is there anyone in the fourth academy stronger than you? Chinfong asked seriously. Yang Xing didn't understand why Chinfong asked this but shook his head. No.
Indeed, there weren't any. The geniuses of the 9 great sacred academies were all well known, but the specifics of their strength were known only to themselves. However, the first was still the first.
Chinfong nodded. Are you going to the 5th Academy next, Junior? Yang Xing suddenly asked curiously.
Yes, but I have to wait for 2 days before I go to complete a task. Chinfong did not hide it. Yang Xing heard Chinfong say he was going and nodded. Since you want to go, let me tell you about the situation in the 5th
Academy. Is there something special about the 5th Academy? Chinfong was taken aback. Among the major holy academies in Kyoto,
students were not completely unaware of each other, at least they knew quite a bit. Just like the first academy, which was known to be the weakest, everyone knew that with Chinfeng's appearance, although many initially doubted him, now many believed. And soon the 5th academy would probably know about Chinfong as well.
Actually, it's not that special. The strongest students in the 5th academy are 2. This junior should have heard the seniors mention them, right? Yang Xing looked at Chinfong. Chinfong nodded.
The strongest student publicly promoted by the 5th academy was named Mengli, but internally the students believed the strongest was Mo Fan. However, this was not important to Chinfong, as he only needed to defeat either Mengli or Mo
Fan. The 5th academy is quite interesting.
They publicly promote Mengli as the strongest, but not only the people from the 5th academy know, many from other holy academies in Kyoto are aware that the strongest is actually Mo Fan.
Their approach seems meaningless, but they are not trying to deceive us, rather, they are trying to mislead a few holy academies in Magic City. Yang Xing chuckled. Chinfong nodded.
The distance to Magic City was too far, and their understanding of the situation was not
as good as here.
Even if there were students from Kyoto studying there, the numbers were limited, and their words carried little
weight, which might not be effective. The truth and falsehood were like a smokescreen. Regardless of its usefulness, it didn't cost them anything. What is the purpose of the 5th Academy doing this?
Chinfong was also a bit curious. Of course, it's for the upcoming Holy Academy Grand Competition. You know, the Grand Competition is when the academies showcase their
foundations and also when the rankings are redone, Yang Xing explained.
In recent years, the Grand Competition had always been dominated by the 9 academies, so their reputation had grown and their resources had increased.
Yang Xing sighed. The overall strength of the 5 holy academies in Kyoto is quite a bit behind that of Magic City.
The 5th academy is the best here, but it's only comparable to the 8th academy.
Last year, the 8th academy happened to rank just ahead of the 5th academy.
Not by much, so this time the 5th academy created a smokescreen, hoping to surpass the 8th academy with these 2 geniuses. The 5 holy academies in Kyoto were established first, and later the ones in Magic City began to be set up.
The 2 vice
presidents wanted to quickly elevate the holy academies in Magic City, resulting in resources being tilted in that direction.
The heads of those 4 academies indeed had the capability to build their academies well.
Especially Hu Tianming from the 9th Academy. Although many people did not like him, he had indeed raised the status of the 9th Academy, and the gap was widening.
Junior, I'm telling you this for 2 reasons. First, because you just asked me if there are hidden stronger individuals in the 4th Academy.
There are none in the 4th Academy, but the 5th Academy has one, which is Mo Fan.
Although he can't be considered hidden, they ultimately promote Mengli. You need to be clear about this and not be deceived. Secondly, I really want to see if you can win against the ones from Magic City in the next Holy Academy Grand Competition. Although the 2
sides are far apart and don't interact much, in previous competitions they were too arrogant, especially the 9th Academy. At this point, Yang Xing's tone carried some emotion, reminiscent of how the first academy felt after being bullied. Without waiting for Chinfong to speak, Yang Xing continued, however, Junior, although I don't have a good impression of Magic City, especially the 9th Academy, they are indeed strong, and you still need to work hard. As for the rankings on that forum, just take a look, they are very fake. Take Mo Fan for example, he is ranked 20th, but his strength is definitely beyond
that. Although he didn't know Chinfeng's specific strength, he still felt that there were definitely people in Magic City who surpassed Chinfong.
Chinfong smiled. Actually, I'm not very interested in winning against those from Magic City in the Saint Academy
competition. Junior? Yang Xing was taken aback. However, I'm very interested in defeating the 9 Academy,
Chinfong suddenly said. Chinfong was not a saint, to be honest. If Hu Tianming had just rejected him back then, he wouldn't have felt there was any problem. After all, the decision was in someone else's hands. However, that kind of contempt and arrogance made it impossible for him to maintain his calm. Not to mention that he would definitely go to the 9 Academy because of the Master's path. Just because of the other party's arrogance, he had to make a trip.
Defeat the 9 Academy? Yang Xing was first stunned, then burst into laughter. I look forward to that day.
His laughter made everyone in the cafeteria, who were curious
about the conversation between the 2, turn their heads in confusion. It's still early.
Chinfong finished his last bite of food, put down his chopsticks, and suddenly said, the food in the 4th Academy is quite good.
After saying that, he stood up and turned to leave. Yang Xing smiled. Is that a compliment to me? He knew that since Chinfong was no longer charging down the corridor, it proved that he was a decent person and he wouldn't push him to fight. Thinking of this, he felt relieved he could finally send off this terrifying new student quietly, and besides, the others in the 4th Academy still didn't know what had happened. This way, at least the 4th Academy wouldn't lose face and he wouldn't either. However, right after that, his expression changed and a voice rang out across the entire cafeteria. The 4th Academy has lost those from the 1st Academy, let's go! Chinfong shouted. Instantly, the faces of all the 4th Academy students changed. Meanwhile, the people from the 1st Academy showed excitement. Ha, the 4th Academy has lost, our 1st Academy wins without a fight, let's go, let's go. Ha, the food in the 4th Academy cafeteria is indeed good, I had a great time eating today. The people from the 1st Academy laughed out loud. Chinfong smiled. The 4th Academy had bullied the 1st Academy too many times, so he certainly wouldn't leave quietly. However, since he had eaten their meal, there was no need to waste time in the corridor. After leaving the 4th Academy, Chinfong looked at everyone. The 5th Academy will be waiting for 2 days. Those coming the day after tomorrow can go directly to the 5th Academy. Alright, thank you, Junior Chin. Pan Lei was the first to speak. I will definitely come the day after tomorrow. After the 5th Academy, our 1st Academy will sweep through the Kyoto Saint Academy. Right, after that, it will be Magic City, but it's too far. We can only wait for the 9 Academy competition. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and it was clear that they were very excited. The feelings that had been suppressed for so long were completely released. Boss, what about you? Aren't you going back? Zhou Lei asked. Chinfong shook his head. I still have some things to do. Besides, I don't have to attend classes. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly hit with a blow, and they all began to disperse, heading towards the 1st Academy. Soon, only Zhou Lei and Chinfong were left. Boss, the matter you asked me to handle, I found it, Zhou Lei said. Chinfong had asked him to find a channel to obtain beast crystals, and he had been inquiring all along. Let's hear it. Kyoto Martial Arts Arena, Zhou Lei said, but his expression suddenly became very serious. I know about the martial arena, Chinfong nodded. There, you can bet money, bet on beast crystals, bet on beast blood, and even bet on some equipment. Boss, this martial arena is dangerous, you'd better not go there, Zhou Lei said. Chinfong had asked him to find a channel, and since he found it, he naturally had to tell Chinfong, but at the same time, he needed to advise him. He had to do what needed to be done. Before Chinfong could speak, he continued, I inquired a bit, and this martial arena is very mysterious. Although many people know there is such a place, very few know the specific situation inside. They only have a rough idea that there are different arenas divided into things like defending champions. Moreover, to enter the martial arena, you need a recommender, and this recommender must be a regular at the martial arena. Additionally, each time you go in, you can only enter alone. You can't bring anyone or any electronic devices, let alone take photos or videos inside. So, I don't know the specific situation inside, but they are so cautious, there must be something fishy going on. Zhou Lei was a bit worried. If something happened to Chinfong in the martial arena, even if he went to investigate, they would say he was there to participate in the fights and could be accidentally killed on stage, or they could find any excuse to say he initiated a conflict and was killed, making the investigation very troublesome. Such incidents had occurred before, and to this day, the city lord's office had not cleared them up, gradually burying the cases. Need a recommender? Chinfong frowned. He wasn't aware of this before. Finding a recommender was a bit troublesome since he didn't know anyone who frequently visited the martial arena. As for danger, he wasn't directly going to take down the martial arena, so he wasn't too worried. Even if an accident happened, the owner of the martial arena was only a 6-star, maybe stronger than him, but if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. As for masters, he hadn't heard of any appearing in the martial arena. Whether for betting or investing, masters wouldn't go there. Boss, are you really planning to go? Zhou Lei asked. Of course, Chinfong nodded, then asked, do you know any recommenders? Zhou Lei shook his head. No, I'm also a newcomer, just arrived in Kyoto, how could I know anyone? Alright, you can go back now. Chinfong stood up. After Zhou Lei left, Chinfong went to the Kyoto energy market. He directly found the sales counter for wood-type beast crystals and smiled at the beautiful saleswoman, asking, how much is a level 2 wood-type beast crystal? The saleswoman saw that Chinfong was young, but she didn't look down on him. There were too many geniuses in Kyoto, so she was very polite. Sir, the price is marked here. A level 2 wood-type beast crystal is 1.2 million each. I know. Chinfong glanced at the beast crystals in the cabinet. I'll buy 10. Is there a discount? I'm sorry, sir, if you had come a month ago, I could have given you a discount, but recently, due to the improvement of level 2 medicines and the successful development of level 3 medicines, wood-type beast crystals are a bit scarce, so there are no discounts. They might increase in price at any time. The saleswoman shook her head. Although she really wanted to earn this commission, there was no way the price couldn't be lowered any further. After hearing this, Chinfong could only accept it. Wood-type crystals were important materials for refining medicines, and their prices were already higher than those of fire-type crystals. This price was already quite good. Alright, give me 10 of those, and also 7 level 3 beast crystals. Chinfong glanced at the price tag for the level 3 beast crystals, 2.5 million. Although the number wasn't great, there was definitely no possibility of a discount, as level 3 was more precious than level 2, and this price should have gone up a bit. 7 level 3s? The saleswoman was shocked upon hearing this. When she saw that Chinfong didn't seem to be joking, she became very excited. Sir, please wait a moment. I only have about 7 or 8 level 2 beast crystals here, and not enough level 3 ones. I'll have someone bring them over for you right away. After saying this, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Sir, please have a seat here. It will take at most half an hour for someone to deliver the beast crystals, the salesperson said. Chinfong nodded, not in a hurry, and casually found a stool to sit down. Beautiful lady, give me 2 level 2 beast crystals. A few minutes later, a burly man walked up to the counter, pointed at the level 2 beast crystals, and spoke loudly. Sorry, sir, you'll have to wait for the level 2 beast crystals. The salesperson seemed unfazed by the man's rough appearance and spoke directly. Wait? Aren't 2 enough? The man frowned. It's not that there aren't enough, that gentleman ordered 10 level 2 ones and 7 level 3 ones. But I've already arranged for them to be brought over. Please wait a moment, it will be quick, the salesperson quickly explained. Upon hearing this, the man was taken aback. When he noticed Chinfong, he was even more surprised. He was so young. 10 level 2, 7 level 3. He guessed that Chinfong was definitely a genius warrior. An ordinary rich second generation wouldn't buy beast crystals. However, the man seemed to be in a hurry and didn't think much more about it. He turned to the salesperson and said, just give me the ones here first. He's waiting anyway, so you can give them to him together later. The salesperson looked a bit troubled. Logically, this wouldn't affect Chinfong at all, but since Chinfong came first, she was afraid he might feel dissatisfied if she did that. Seeing the salesperson's hesitation, the man didn't argue with her but turned to Chinfong. Little brother, I'll take 2 beast crystals first. How about I owe you a favor? Before Chinfong could respond, he hurriedly added, one of my brothers is in the fighting arena and has bet everything he has. He borrowed beast crystals from the arena and lost. I need to rush over quickly. If I'm late, there will be problems. The man's tone was urgent, and Chinfong could tell he wasn't pretending. Do you often go to the fighting arena? Chinfong felt a stir in his heart. Sigh. The man sighed. I have a gambling addiction. I've thought about quitting, but it's too hard. Whenever I have something on me, I just want to go in. I can't control myself. Sometimes, when I manage to control it a bit, someone tempts me and I lose control. But I don't gamble recklessly, I only lose my own. I would never borrow to lose. On this point, I'm still quite good, the man said, not forgetting to praise himself. I'm actually a bit interested in the fighting arena, Chinfong said lightly. The man was taken aback and replied, little brother, you're still young, you mustn't go to that place. You should still be in school. Listen to me, after you graduate, find a job, even if it's in the military. Going to the fighting arena will ruin your life. Moreover, the man walked over to Chinfong and whispered, the fighting arena is not as it seems. Sometimes, people die there. Upon hearing this, Chinfong looked at the man in surprise. He appeared rough and intimidating at first glance, but unexpectedly, he was advising him. If it were an ordinary person, such a gambler might have tried to take advantage of the opportunity to deceive him. Indeed, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. It's fine, I just want to take a look and broaden my horizons, Chinfong said. He had been worried about how to find a recommender, and now it had come to him. He originally planned to wait until the countdown for the Academy's S-level mission was over before going, but now that he had encountered this, it was just right. It wouldn't affect anything, he might even complete the first phase of the system's mission. The man shook his head. If you're just going to broaden your horizons, you won't be able to get in. Once you're in, you have to participate. Little brother, you should forget about it. He waved his hand, saying that he could be a referee, but to bring someone in, they had to gamble, otherwise, they couldn't bring anyone in. What should I call you, big brother? Chinfong suddenly asked. Li Chang. Brother Chang, how about this? You be my referee, and I'll go in and gamble once. Winning or losing doesn't matter, I just want to see what it's like, Chinfong insisted. Seeing this, Li Chang had no choice but to say, alright, then what about the beast crystal? Fong smiled and looked at the salesperson. Sell the beast crystal to Brother Chang, and also give me that level 3 one. The rest, just keep it here until the goods arrive. I'll come back and take it. After saying that, Chinfong took out his bank card, swiped it, and had the salesperson give him a receipt. Soon, Li Chang also bought 2 level 2 beast crystals, and then he took Chinfong towards the martial arts arena.
Li Chang drove the car himself, and soon they arrived outside the martial arts arena. The martial arts arena is a large underground venue located in the suburbs.
At Li Chang's recommendation, the two handed over their phones, and after a round of machine checks, they smoothly entered. As soon as they stepped
inside, Chinfong saw that there were 6 rows of fighting platforms, each row containing 5 platforms. The first row was the 1-star platform, numbered.
Accordingly, the second row was the 2-star platform, and so on.
At that moment, there were quite a few people queuing in front of each platform. It must be
said that there were indeed many gamblers.
Additionally, in the center of the 6 rows of platforms, there was a performance platform where the martial arts arena occasionally put on shows for the visitors, and the so-called shows could be quite bloody.
Brother Chin, do you see those people in martial arts uniforms? On the platforms?
They are the guardians of the arena. On the 1-star platform, there is only 1 guardian. On the 2-star platform, there are 2, and up to the 6-star platform, there are 6 guardians on each.
If you fight on the 1-star platform, you can only win 1-1. If you fight on the 2-star platform, you can win 1-1 or 1-2. Of course, to win 1-2, you need to defeat both guardians at the same time. The martial arts
arena has been open for so long, and so far, no one has been able to reach the 1-5 level. As they walked through the arena, Li Chang introduced
it to Chinfong. Has anyone ever won 1-4?
Chinfong asked, somewhat surprised.
To win 1-4, one must defeat 4 4-star guardians simultaneously.
And one can only be a 4-star or lower. Such a person is indeed very formidable.
Li Chang replied, yes, there was a dual-element martial artist.
One of his realms was peak 4-star, and the other was 3-star, so his strength was very strong among 4-stars. At that time, he seemed to have first
won 1-3 and then 1-4, shocking the entire martial arts arena.
While they were talking, the two arrived at a high platform where several staff members of the martial arts arena were dressed in black suits, and behind them was a man being restrained by 2 of them.
Let my friend go, I brought
the beast crystals, Li Chang said, throwing 2 beast crystals onto the platform.
One is the principal, and one is the interest. The leading man in the
suit grabbed the beast crystals and glanced at the time before saying, according to the time, you exceeded 2 minutes, you need to pay the interest of 2 beast crystals. Li Chang's expression changed. He could borrow gambling funds from the martial arts arena, but interest would be charged.
If repaid within an hour, it would be double. Within 2 hours, it would be quadruple.
He had indeed just exceeded 1 hour. However, the man looked at Chinfong beside Li
Chang and smiled. Since you recommended someone, the remaining one will be waived. Let him go. The man gestured.
Soon, Li Chang's friend was released. Brother Chang, thank you so much this time, the man said to Li Chang, grateful.
Li Chang looked at him. Tang Su, this is the only time, if you dare to borrow
from the martial arts arena again, be prepared to lose your hands and feet. The martial arts arena was not as harmonious as it seemed. That performance
platform was specifically prepared for those who could not repay their debts.
If one couldn't pay, they would have to fight on stage. The winner could offset part of their debt, and how much was determined by the arena, while the loser would either be crippled or die on stage.
I won't, thank you.
Brother Chang, Tang Su quickly replied, having been scared silly. If Li Chang hadn't come, he would most likely have died in the martial arts arena.
If you want to thank someone, thank Brother Chin. If he hadn't come, I wouldn't have been able to save you this time.
Li Chang waved his hand.
Tang Su looked at
Chinfong and quickly said, thank you, Brother Chinfong. Chinfong waved his hand. At this moment, Li Chang finally asked Chinfong, Brother Chin, which
platform are you planning to fight on? He still didn't know Chinfeng's cultivation level.
3-star, I guess. Chinfong replied casually. The system task is to challenge the 3-star arena, so let's start with the 3 stars.
3 stars? Li Chang's expression changed. Tang Su beside him was also taken aback. Brother Chin, you are a student of the Holy Academy?
Li Chang reacted, realizing that someone so young daring to challenge 3 stars must be a genius. From the First Academy. You are from the First Academy. You have a bright future ahead. You really shouldn't have come. Li Chang shook his head. He never expected that Chinfong would be a student of the Holy Academy. Had he known, he wouldn't have brought him along, not just because he didn't
want Chinfong to have a gambling problem.
More importantly, if Chinfong had good connections in the Holy Academy and they found out he brought him, wouldn't
they come looking for trouble? It's fine, just a beast crystal. If I lose, I won't come again. Chinfong smiled.
Li Chang had no choice, since they were
already there. He could only nod.
Soon, Chinfong arrived at the 5th arena of the 3-star platform.
Let's test your cultivation level. The 3-star arena requires a cultivation level of 3 stars or below. A staff member at the arena saw Chinfong lining up and took out a device. Place your palm on it and use your elemental power.
Upon hearing this, Chinfong placed his hand down, and the wood elemental power surged out.
Immediately, 2 complete divine
patterns appeared on the device's screen. The divine patterns were indiscernible in terms of their element, but they indicated that Chinfong was a 2-star.
Warrior. Alright, queue up. The staff member looked at Chinfong in surprise. A 2-star warrior was actually challenging the 3-star arena. However, he had seen such people before, and the arena liked this kind of arrogance. After all, it was a win for the arena. Li Chang and Tang Su's expressions changed. Upon seeing this, and Li Chang hurriedly said, "Brother Qin, you are only a 2-star? He had thought Chinfong was a 3-star. It was not surprising for a student of the Holy Academy to be a 3-star, but only being a 2-star and challenging 3 stars was like giving gifts to the arena. Yes, 2 stars. Chinfong nodded. Saying he was 2 stars was not wrong. The arena had never said it couldn't be done this way. Li Chang didn't know what to say. He thought Chinfong was quite steady, but he didn't expect him to be so reckless. Li Chang wanted to persuade him, but he found that Chinfong was very determined and couldn't be swayed. As time passed, one warrior after another took the stage, some winning, some losing, but most lost, and those who won did so at a 1-to-1 ratio. I want to bet 1-to-2. Suddenly, just before Chinfeng's turn, someone in front of him stepped onto the stage and spoke loudly. His words immediately attracted the attention of many. 1-to-2 was quite rare. The 3 referees sitting on the stage exchanged glances, and then 2 of them stood up. Bet amount 5 million. The person took out a bank card and threw it to a staff member at the arena. After checking, the staff confirmed there was exactly 5 million and nodded to the 2 referees. Without any further ado, the 3 began to fight on the stage. This person is definitely a top-tier existence among the 3 stars, someone remarked, watching the 3 figures on the stage. The referees invited by the arena were rarely newcomers, unless they were 6 stars, which were harder to invite. Therefore, those 2 3-star referees were also quite powerful among the 3 stars. However, at this moment they were slightly at a disadvantage. Bang! Suddenly, one referee was knocked down, and the other referee's expression changed slightly. A few minutes later, the other referee was also punched out of the arena. The challenger now looked pale, exhausted, but he still stood firmly there. I won, right? He looked at the staff member at the arena. The staff member saw that the referee who had fallen was slow to get up and finally said, "You won." After saying that, he operated the machine in front of him and then threw the bank card onto the arena, his expression not looking good as he said, 15 million, your own 5 million, and the 10 million you won, all in there. The challenger smiled. He wasn't afraid of the other party cheating. Holding the bank card, he slowly walked down from the arena. Many people looked at him with envy. In just about 10 minutes, he had won 10 million. I also want to bet 1-to-2, or even 1-to-3, but unfortunately, I don't have that kind of strength, someone sighed. How many can bet 1-to-2? Let alone 1-to-3, someone shook their head. Those who could bet 1-to-2 were mostly geniuses, and such people rarely came to the martial arts arena. After all, their future was limitless, not to mention those who could bet 1-to-3. At that moment, it was Chinfeng's turn. He leaped onto the arena. Brother Qin, be careful, Li Chang shouted from below. Don't worry, Brother Chang, since he is from the Holy Academy, he must be a genius. It's possible to defeat a 3-star with a 2-star, Tang Su said. Li Chang nodded. However, the next second, his expression changed drastically. On the arena, Chinfong took out a level 3 wood-type beast crystal and calmly said, I want to challenge the 3-star champion. Boom! As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Chinfong in shock. The 3-star champion must face all 3-star defenders. With 5 3-star arenas, that means 15 3-star defenders. Li Good, did you find a martial madman? Tang Su exclaimed in shock. In this world, there are quite a few people who practice martial arts. To the point of madness, their actions are often incomprehensible, and many of these individuals are exceptionally talented. He felt that Chinfong must be one of them. Brother Qin, he doesn't look like it. Li Chang was bewildered. He didn't know Chinfong well, but he understood him enough to know he wasn't the impulsive type. Maybe Brother Qin is a dual element? Li Chang suddenly suggested. Tang Su was taken aback. A dual element was indeed possible, but he's too young. Even if he is dual element, he would only be a 2-star. Can he really defeat 15 3-stars? Tang Su was somewhat skeptical. Even a dual element 3-star might not be enough. Are you sure you want to challenge the king of challenges? At this moment, the staff member in charge of the 3-star arena stared at Chinfong and asked seriously. Yes. Chinfong nodded, holding a beast crystal, king of challenges, with odds of 20-to-1. This is a level 3 wood-type beast crystal, and I want to exchange it for an equally valued level 4 wood-type beast crystal. I wonder if the martial arena can accommodate that? Although a level 3 wood-type beast crystal was still insufficient, it was close enough. It wouldn't be long before he could use a level 4. The staff member was taken aback. Chinfeng's words implied he could win. However, out of professional necessity, he merely scoffed internally while turning to look at the distant high platform, as he couldn't make a decision yet. At
That moment, on the high platform, besides a few men in suits, a man in a floral shirt appeared, and he was none other than the owner of
the martial arena, Kuan.
Since a guest wants to challenge the king of challenges, the martial arena has no reason to refuse. If you really win, I can exchange it for 10 level 4 wood-type beast crystals, and I'll also give you a 3-to-1 payout.
Now, all 3-star arenas stop.
All defenders, go to Arena 5 and play with this young brother.
Remember, don't play too rough, Kuan announced loudly. Instantly, all 3-star challenges ceased, and those currently challenging also stopped. Soon, 15 defenders arrived at Arena 5, standing opposite Chinfong. The gamblers in line looked over one by one.
I didn't expect that after coming here so many times, I would still see someone wanting to challenge the King of Challenges, someone sighed. The King of Challenges was a concept proposed by the martial arena with odds of 20, but no one had ever been able to defeat it, nor had anyone dared to propose it, not even the previous dual element who had a 4-to-1 payout. Let's see, just treat it as a bit of fun, at least someone has the guts, someone laughed. Li Chang listened to these discussions, feeling anxious. Fighting against 15 defenders could easily lead to death. His relationship with Chinfong wasn't particularly good, but Chinfong was brought by him, and it would be easy to trace back to him. He didn't know what kind of trouble that would bring. On the arena, the 15 defenders looked at Chinfong with little interest.
Are you ready? Let's begin. One of the defenders charged forward first.
At the same time, his palm fanned the air like a fan, and his speed on the ground was incredibly fast. He was a wind-type 3-star martial artist.
The crowd below stopped discussing and focused intently on the arena, watching the attacking defender change his stance.
Many recognized this wind-type defender. Among the 15, he was at least in the top
10.
From the outset, he showed no intention of giving Chinfong a chance. Chinfong stared at him. This person was extremely ruthless, his palm fanning the air with loud cracks, and if an opponent were struck by it, they would definitely be out for a month.
The King of Challenges isn't about fighting one by one,
Chinfong said softly.
Whoosh!
His figure flashed, and he took the initiative to close in.
Bang!
The crowd below was preparing to see how Chinfong would be defeated, but suddenly, a heavy thud was heard, followed by a figure being sent flying, crashing to the ground below the arena, motionless.
What? Everyone was taken aback. The 14 people on stage changed their expressions. Out.
One of them was about to shout, when suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped them, causing everyone to feel a prickling
sensation on their scalps. Domain, this is a domain, the domain of ice, one person exclaimed in terror. The sudden appearance of the
domain made them tremble. It was too cold, and some people's bodies began to frost over, their movements becoming extremely slow.
Meanwhile,
those below the stage, hearing the shouts and witnessing the scene on stage, were dumbfounded.
A domain could only be comprehended by
someone with a 4-star rank, yet many knew that Chinfong had just been tested and was only a 2-star. Li Chang, who was worried, suddenly froze. The next scene would be unforgettable for countless people present, especially those lower-ranked martial artists.
The young
figure on the stage at that moment moved as if strolling leisurely among the 14 defenders, throwing a punch with every step, and with each punch, a figure flew off the stage, collapsing to the ground, motionless.
In less than a minute, only one figure remained on the stage. The sound of gasps filled the air below. Is this a 2-star? After a long while, someone questioned. Bullshit 2-star, he's definitely dual element, and one of those elements is definitely not just 2-star.
At this moment, everyone realized that Chinfong was
likely using his lower-ranked element to challenge the arena, akin to taking advantage of the martial arts arena.
However, Chinfeng's approach was even more exaggerated, directly challenging the arena king, reaping 20 times the reward.
Is he not afraid the martial arts arena will take action against him?
Someone genuinely admired Chinfeng's courage.
After the last dual element winner, he never returned,
and no one knew if he truly didn't come back or if the martial arts arena had secretly acted against him. Some speculated that the arena
had indeed taken action.
It shouldn't be the case. His betting stake is a level 3 beast crystal, 20 times the price, tens of millions. The martial arts arena can't afford to lose that.
Moreover, such a young man, being dual element and so strong, the martial arts arena would also consider the gains and losses.
The martial arts arena would only take action in 2 ways: accidental kills on the stage,
or covert actions.
Now that only Chinfong was on stage, they couldn't immediately send someone to kill him, that would be too obvious. As for covert actions, given Chinfeng's youth, he must be a student of the Holy Academy or have a significant background, making it difficult for the arena to act secretly. They weren't that foolish. At this moment, Chinfong on stage looked at the staff. Don't wait any longer, everyone below the stage can't get up anymore. Announce the results. When the martial arts arena's defender lost, the staff would usually take a long time to announce it, something Chinfong had noticed before.
Go get the things my little brother won. On the high platform, Kuan, wearing a floral shirt, spoke loudly.
After he spoke, more than 10 minutes passed before a staff member brought a box and handed it to Chinfong. Chinfong opened it to find 3 level 3 beast crystals and 9 level 4 beast crystals, all of the
wood element. The martial arts arena is indeed a big fat sheep. Although most people betting here were wagering money, over the years there had been quite a few beast crystals, which delighted him. Little brother must be dual element, right? Are you interested in continuing to fight on the 4-star stage? Kuan smiled at Chinfong. It's best to quit while you're ahead. Chinfong smiled back. Alright, I see little brother likes beast crystals. In all of Kyoto, if we're talking about immediate stock, I may not compare to the official equipment manufacturing department, but privately, I doubt anyone can surpass me. I even have some level 5 and 6 beast crystals, and you're always welcome to come. Kuan's tone was very hearty, showing no trace of anger after losing. Thank you, boss. Sure. Chinfong said politely as he looked at Kuan, then turned to Li Chang. Brotherly, you're not gambling anymore, right? Let's go together. Only then did Li Chang react. Alright, let's go together. Li Chang pulled Tang Su and followed Chinfong out of the martial arts arena. Chinfong had been paying attention to his system, and when he saw that the task was still not completed, he frowned. He had already noticed that when the system first issued this phase task, there was another function, a warning. The first phase was to obtain first place in the genius training camp. For him, it was very simple, but later, Zhao Liang appeared, adding some difficulty. The second phase was to defeat the geniuses from various cities in Jiang province and obtain the final qualification for the star selection. For him, it was also quite simple, but in the end, the rules suddenly changed, allowing everyone to gang up on him, which increased the difficulty. And now, the 3-star challenge king was equally simple for him, but up to now, the task had not been completed, indicating that there could be changes at any moment. Still hesitating whether to take action against me? Chinfong felt a gaze fixed on his back. On the high platform. Boss, should we take action? A man in a suit asked Kuan. Kuan stared intently at Chinfeng's back until he walked out of his sight, then shook his head. No need. This kid must be some genius with a background. It's not worth the trouble for a few million. Should we investigate him? No need, he probably won't come back. Kuan shook his head again. Since Chinfong suddenly stopped, he must be someone who can withstand temptation. Unless it was a special situation, he definitely wouldn't come back, so investigating was meaningless. What if he comes back? The man couldn't help but ask. Comes back? Kuan suddenly smiled. If he comes back, then he won't be able to leave. He could tolerate it once, but twice, he wouldn't be so easy to bully. Boss, we only have 2 level 4 wood beast crystals left. A staff member walked up to the high platform and spoke. There were quite a few beast crystals in the martial arts arena, but they were relative. Kuan waved his hand and did not speak. After walking a distance from the martial arts arena, Chinfong finally heard the system's prompt. Ding, the first phase task of the martial arts arena has been completed. Rewards have been issued. Ding, the final phase task has been activated. Task content: become the 6-star challenge king. Rewards: 3 each of fire, ice, wind, earth, and wood level 5 beast crystals and a martial arts gift package. This task stunned Chinfong for a moment. It was too fast. He thought the task would be divided into 4 phases, and the next should be the 4-star challenge king, but unexpectedly, it jumped straight to 6-star. That's fine, once the academy's tasks are confirmed, I'll complete them all at once. He wasn't disappointed, it was all the same. Brother Chin, we're leaving first, Li Chang said when he saw Chinfong heading in another direction. Okay. Chinfong nodded. After the two walked away, Tang Su asked, Li Gu, how do you know him? Li Chang smiled and quickly recounted how he met Chinfong. Brother Chin will definitely be a big shot in the future. Knowing someone like him is something to brag about for a lifetime. Yeah, dual systems, and one of them, I estimate, has already reached 4-star. It's terrifying. Tang Su sighed. The most terrifying thing is his temperament. If it were me, I would definitely continue. Not to mention fighting the 4-star challenge king, at least I would aim for a 1-2 or even 1-3 bet, but he just stopped. Li Chang's tone was full of admiration. Many people, after betting the first time, especially after winning, simply can't stop. Which is how many end up losing everything. The two of them spent the journey discussing Chinfong. Meanwhile, Chinfong had already arrived at the energy market. After obtaining the beast crystals, he directly returned to the first courtyard. Villa number 0. Chinfong took out all the beast crystals and placed them together, 10 level 2 and level 3 crystals each, 9 level 4 crystals plus the reward crystals. Soon, he began to continuously devour the wood beast crystals, and his wood cultivation was steadily increasing. Ding, your progress on the 3rd divine pattern of the wood system has reached perfection. With the sound of the system, the wood realm broke through to 3 stars. He did not pause at all and continued to devour level 3 beast crystals. Ding, your progress on the 4th divine pattern of the wood system has reached perfection.
Ding, your progress on the 5th divine pattern of the wood system has reached 50%.
As the last sound of the system rang out,
Chinfong looked at the system. Name, Chinfong Fire Realm, 5 stars, progress on the 6th divine pattern 0, Wind Realm, 4 stars, progress on the 5th divine pattern 10%,
Ice Realm, 4 stars, progress on the 5th divine pattern 5%,
Earth Realm, 4 stars, progress on the 5th divine pattern 0, Wood Realm, 4 stars, progress on the 5th divine pattern 50%, Combat Power, 560,000 with all realms at 5 stars, I should be able to reach 1,000,000, right? Looking at his current combat power, Chinfong speculated to himself.
Next, he devoured the level 5 fire crystal rewarded by the system, and the progress on the 6th divine pattern of the fire system reached 5%. Then, he put away the other 4 level 5 beast crystals and looked at the martial arts gift pack in the system space.
With a thought, information immediately entered his mind.
There are actually 3 martial arts. Chinfong was delighted. Shenbing Finger Martial Arts Introduction, an upgrade of the Cold Ice Finger, a 10-grade martial art, limited to ice warriors. Earth Spirit Holy Armor Martial Arts Introduction, an upgrade of the Earth Spirit Armor, a 10-grade martial art, limited to Earth warriors. Dance of Chaos Martial Arts Introduction, Auxiliary Martial Art, a 10-grade martial art, limited to Wind warriors. All are 10-grade martial arts, the first 2 are upgrades from before and now. The Wind system martial arts have finally arrived. Although it is an auxiliary martial art, it can greatly enhance his combat ability. After digesting it, he found that using it could dramatically increase his movement speed, even leaving behind afterimages so fast that opponents couldn't distinguish them. This martial art is incredibly valuable. Chinfong felt joy in his heart. All 3 10-grade martial arts are impressive, but he prefers this Wind system one. If used on the battlefield, he could take the head of a general among thousands. The next day, while Chinfong was training, Zhou Ping called, saying the principal wanted to see him. A few minutes later, Chinfong arrived. At the principal's office. Sit. Kan Yongshang was as warm as ever. After Chinfong sat down, he said, "Did you go to the martial arts arena?" "Yes." Chinfong nodded. "How was it there?" Kan Yongshang asked.
Chinfong immediately showed confusion. The other party shouldn't be interested in the martial arts arena.
Kan Yongshang smiled. "Forget it, I won't ask you about that."
Then, he suddenly became serious. This S-level task is not as simple as you think. Before Chinfong could inquire, he continued, "If you want to take this task, I won't stop you, but I need to clarify the specifics of this task for you, and then you can decide. Does the principle mean that this task has hidden circumstances?" Chinfong was taken aback. Kan Yongxing nodded and took out a list. "You didn't see the task's client when you accepted the task, right? It's here." He placed the list in front of Chinfong. Chinfong looked at it, his pupils shrinking. "So many?" There were actually hundreds of names and contact information on it. Kan Yongxing nodded. "These are all the people who have reported in recent years." At this moment, Chinfong understood why the reporters were not on the mission and why the reward was not clearly stated. It was likely that the number of reporters was constantly increasing, and the reward was also subject to change. With so many reporters, hasn't the city lord's mansion taken action? Chinfong frowned. Under such circumstances, the city lord's mansion should have already dealt with the martial arts arena. Kan Yongxing shook his head. The reporters have no evidence, and the city lord's mansion has been investigating but also found no evidence. Without evidence, the city lord's mansion cannot act, but everyone knows that the martial arts arena is definitely not clean, so they simply posted this task to the Holy Academy. Chinfong nodded. Taking down the martial arts arena would not provoke bad public opinion, but the city lord's mansion was specifically responsible for crime, so it was difficult for them to act. While the Holy Academy did not have to consider these issues. But this task is very difficult. In the past, some students who took it gave up. After all, they didn't have the strength. Since you dare to take it, I believe in your ability, but I must tell you that even if you complete this task, it may still bring trouble. Kan Yongshang said seriously. Chinfong frowned. Kan Yongshang took out another list and handed it to Chinfong. Upon seeing it, Chinfong understood the other party's meaning. The list was very simple, with only 2 names. One was the owner of the martial arts arena, Shi Kuan, and the other was Shi Yan. This Shi Yan was Shi Kuan's older sister and also a female master. Chinfong could imagine that if he were to take down the martial arts arena, he would definitely have a deadly feud with Shi Kuan, and once he killed Shi Kuan, Shi Yan would never let him go. Does Shi Yan have connections as well? Chinfong asked casually. Although masters were strong, they wouldn't openly kill him as long as he didn't act recklessly. The other party wouldn't have much opportunity. Yes. Kan Yongxing nodded. Really? Chinfeng's eyes widened. Shi Yan is the head of the Changsheng Martial Arts Academy and a disciple of Qi Changsheng, the martial saint. Kan Yongsheng said. Damn. Chinfong was shocked. It actually involved the martial saint. Kan Yongsheng smiled. Don't worry about the martial saint's connections. He wouldn't care about Shi
Kuan's life or death. Even if Shi Yan died, it probably wouldn't cause him any emotional turmoil.
The martial saint has many disciples, especially Shi Changsheng, who Tianming is also his disciple.
Hearing this, Chinfong was taken aback. Isn't he from the Holy Academy? People from the Holy Academy should be related to the martial saint.
Kong Yongsheng explained, the martial saint doesn't care much about which faction you join when he takes in disciples. Unless you become a 9-star golden body expert, then he might let you join his faction. The martial saint's strength was unquestionable. Even an 8-star expert would not catch his eye, and which faction they joined was irrelevant to them.
Chinfong thought of Xiao.
Nantian. During the star selection, he passed the military god's test, and Su Pengfei said he would be noticed by the military god, but until now, the other party hadn't sent him a word, showing that in the martial saint's eyes, even the most talented individuals were just that.
Putting the
martial saint aside, that Shi Yan is not someone you can deal with, so you need to think carefully.
Kong Yongshang spoke slowly. Chinfong nodded. Can I have this list? Take it. Kong Yongshang waved his hand.
After Chinfong put away the list and was about to leave, he suddenly remembered
something and looked at Zhou Ping. Director, what about the betting funds?
Zhou Ping's face instantly darkened as he pulled out 2 beast crystals from his body. Here are 3 for you. Remember to break through the corridor of the 5 academies. Chinfong smiled, took the 3 beast crystals,
and then turned to leave. Dean, do you think he will give up the task?
After Chinfong left, Zhou Ping asked curiously.
Kong Yongxing shook his head. Of course not. Why?
Zhou Ping was taken aback. He thought Chinfong would seriously consider the gains and losses, and it wasn't worth offending a master for a task.
Feelings, Kong Yongshang said. Damn.
Zhou Ping thought to himself, how can one feeling be stated so confidently?
Boom.
Suddenly, a massive pressure bore down on him, and his body instantly collapsed to the ground.
Director, I was wrong. Zhou Ping wailed.
After Chinfong exited the office building, he looked at the list of hundreds of names. Here, not only were there contact numbers, but also
the specific addresses of each person. Chinfong randomly picked one person and followed the address to an old neighborhood in Kyoto. Soon, he knocked on a door.
Who are you? A woman looked at Chinfong with confusion.
Hello, I'm looking for Wang Sufang, Chinfong said.
She's not here. The woman's tone suddenly became a bit unnatural, and Chinfong noticed a hint of fear on her face.
Don't be afraid.
I'm a student from the First Academy, here to understand the situation, Chinfong said earnestly.
Ah, a student from the First Academy. Are you here to help me? Please, come in.
Upon hearing he was a student from the Holy Academy, the woman suddenly became a bit excited. After Chinfong entered the house and took a look around, he found it small but tidy.
Sister, no need to trouble yourself, I'm just here to
understand and will leave, Chinfong said as he sat down, noticing Wang Sufang hurriedly pouring water.
Wang Sufang still poured a glass
of water and placed it in front of Chinfong. Sister, please tell me about the martial arts arena and the reason you reported it, Chinfong
got straight to the point. Wang Sufang quickly nodded. I reported it because of my husband.
Soon, she recounted the whole story.
Wang
Sufang's husband, Lu Gang, was a 1-star martial artist. They lived well as a family but later encountered misfortune. Their child fell seriously ill and required a large sum of money, which a 1-star could not afford. So, Lu Gang tried his luck at the martial arts arena. At first, he won 3 times in a row. Perhaps a few more wins would completely solve the problem.
However, on the 4th time, Wang Sufang
received a call from the martial arts arena, asking her to come collect the body. Initially, although Wang Sufang was in pain, she did not report it until she accidentally overheard some gamblers who knew Lu Gang saying that he died at the martial arts arena due to a deliberate hit by the arena. Hatred rose within her. Later, when their child also died, she fell into complete despair and went to the city
Lord's mansion to report it, but without any evidence, the city Lord's mansion took no action.
Eventually, the city Lord's mansion told her that there were multiple people who reported it, but she needed to ask the Holy Academy for help in issuing a task. Just when she was prepared to commit suicide, she suddenly saw a glimmer of hope, a hope that the murderer would be punished, so she held on until now.
Can you really make the bad guys get punished?
Wang Sufang looked at Chinfong, her eyes filled with expectation.
She knew that the
students of the Holy Academy were all geniuses. Perhaps they could really do it. Maybe, Chinfong replied.
Maybe?
Wang Sufang suddenly felt a bit disappointed, but soon she looked at Chinfong again. But I still thank you.
It's been 3 years and no one has come to find me. I was in despair again, but now I see hope. At least, the Holy Academy hasn't forgotten. Wang Sufang, once a martial artist's family
member, was not the type to be a shrew, so she did not pester Chinfong. Sister, take care of yourself, Chinfong said after understanding
everything and stood up to leave. After exiting the neighborhood, Chinfong shook his head. Initially driven by curiosity, he wanted to see these reporters and the reasons for their reports. Yet, it inexplicably reminded him of his own family in the past when facing the Xiao family, how desperate they had been. However, he would not let this impulse drive him to recklessly confront the martial arts arena. What am I even lamenting about?
To put it simply, I am doing this for the system task, for the task rewards to become stronger for my present and future self. Now, it also serves for my past self. This task truly tests a person's character and courage.
After returning to Villa
0, Chinfong didn't go anywhere until the next day when he stepped out of the villa and saw many students waiting for him.
To his surprise, Zhou Ping was among them. The 5th Academy is the strongest holy academy in Kyoto, and it's the last one. The dean can't personally
intervene, so he asked me to take a look for him, Zhou Ping said with a smile, clearly very happy, as he obviously wanted to go himself.
Director Zhou, I think if you want to go, just go.
No need to hide it, Chinfong said with a smile.
Zhou Ping's face darkened. You brat, can't you give me a little face? Be a person, will you? Zhou Ping, everyone knows.
Suddenly, Pan Lei said with a laugh.
Pan Lei, you such a serious person, have you also gone bad?
Zhou Ping glared at him.
The crowd chatted and laughed as they walked towards
the academy gate, completely unaware of any tension, even though the 5th Academy was the strongest holy academy in the capital.
5th Academy.
Today, the 5th Academy was particularly lively. The students had gotten up early and gathered at the Marshal Saint corridor.
I just got news that the 1st Academy has already set out. They really came? Isn't that obvious? The 1st Academy is so arrogant now. Of course, they would come. What do we do now? What do we do? Of course, we fight back. Are we going to invite Yang Xing to dinner? At this time, the matter of
Yang Xing inviting Chinfong to dinner had already spread. The students of the Holy Academy probably all knew about it. Some said Yang Xing was generous and dared to admit his shortcomings,
but others said Yang Xing was too soft and wouldn't amount to much. By the way, where are Mo Fan and Meng Li? Why haven't we seen them?
Someone looked around, searching for the two strong figures of the 5th Academy.
They went into seclusion 2 days ago,
saying they would come out if the 1st Academy came, but for some reason, they haven't appeared yet. Maybe they are on the verge of a breakthrough and need some time, someone speculated.
Everyone was a bit anxious, but soon, someone spotted a young man in the crowd and suddenly had an idea. Senior Yu.
A voice suddenly rang out. The young man turned around in confusion. Senior Yu, right now, Senior Mo and Senior Sister Meng are in seclusion. But they said they would come, they will definitely come, just a bit later.
And then?
Yu Fei frowned, seeing that many people were looking at him, and he suddenly had a bad premonition.
It's like this, Senior. I heard that
Chinfong can accept real combat, and you are the 3rd of our 5th Academy, so you can go to the school gate and hold the line for a bit, to buy some time for Senior Mo and Senior Sister Meng. If the 1st Academy came, and their strongest student hadn't appeared, they would probably be mocked by the 1st Academy for avoiding battle, which would be even more embarrassing than losing or inviting them to dinner.
At this moment, everyone showed
anticipation. This method was quite good, and it was the only method they had.
Yu Fei saw the expressions of the crowd and felt like he was about to explode with anger. Am I supposed to go and take the hit? Although he was
the 3rd of the 5th Academy, he was about the same as Yang Xing, or even worse.
Yang Xing had already given up. What was he supposed to do? Senior Sister Meng is here.
Just then, an excited voice rang out, and people turned to look, indeed seeing a woman walking towards them. Upon seeing Meng Li appear, Yu Fei let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had just been a bit scared. If he really had to go to the gate, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold it, but with so many people supporting him, it would be hard to refuse.
Has Mo Fan not come yet?
Meng Li glanced at the crowd but did not see Mo Fan's figure.
Not yet. Everyone shook their heads. Meng Li was silent
for a moment before speaking. I'll go to the gate and hold the line for a bit. You all go find Mo Fan and get him out as soon as possible.
Okay. Someone immediately turned and ran in a certain direction. Meng Li then
headed towards the gate of the 5th Academy, with a large group of people following her.
I wonder if I can hold the line,
Meng Li said softly.
Hearing this, someone immediately replied, Senior Sister Meng will definitely
be fine. Maybe we won't even need Senior Mo. The 1st Academy won't even be able to get through the gate of the 5th Academy. Upon hearing this, Meng Li showed a bitter smile. These words were just for listening. Before entering seclusion, she had not failed to understand Chinfong. It was precisely because she had carefully studied his performance in the 3rd Academy that she chose to enter seclusion, hoping to become a bit stronger. To be honest, Chinfeng's speed in lighting up 30 lamps was slightly faster than hers, but that didn't necessarily mean she was weak. After all, the phantoms in the corridor, although clearly divided in combat power, had different
elemental systems.
Even with the same combat power of 200,000, defeating a wind-type phantom would likely take longer. However, this didn't mean she was truly on par with Chinfong or even surpassed him.
It seems
only Mo Fan can reliably surpass him, Meng Li thought to herself. She was touted as the strongest from the 5th Academy, but she had to admit that Mo Fan was indeed stronger than her, and by quite a margin.
Soon, Meng Li and a large group from the 5th Academy stood at the entrance of the academy.
Meng Li positioned herself 3 meters from the entrance and looked into the distance. Suddenly, at the end of her gaze, a dense crowd of figures appeared, and gradually she recognized Chinfong, who was walking at the front. At that moment, Chinfong did not appear serious, yet for some inexplicable reason, her heart felt a wave of tension.
Ha, people from the 5th Academy, you're out here to greet us so soon. Have you completely given up? A loud laugh rang out. It was Zhou Lei's annoying voice.
Meng Li ignored Zhou Lei and directly looked at the approaching Chinfong, Junior Qin. If you want to pass through the 5th Academy's corridor, you must first get past me.
As long as you can enter the gate, you can compete with our strongest Mo fan. Hearing Meng Li's words, many students from the 5th
Academy stood behind her, wanting to block Chinfong and prevent him from entering through Meng Li. Chinfong smiled, his steps did not falter, and he continued walking at a steady pace while speaking. Senior Meng, as the strongest
woman of the Kyoto Sacred Academy, you truly are a remarkable woman.
However, I have come this time for 2 reasons. First, to challenge the corridor and settle some past debts for the 1st Academy.
Though it may sound harsh, it is the truth.
As a member of the 1st Academy, I have this ability, and thus this responsibility. Secondly, for myself, I want to compare myself with the strongest from the major sacred academies. This is my path
as a warrior.
So, since the strongest of the 5th Academy is Senior Mo, and if you wish to block me, then I must cross this threshold. As he spoke, Chinfong had already approached close to Meng Li.
At that moment, Meng
Li inexplicably felt nervous. When Chinfong became serious, an invisible aura made her heart tremble.
Senior, are you ready?
Chinfong said softly.
Come on.
Meng Li fixed her gaze tightly on Chinfong.
At that moment,
Fong was about a meter away from Meng Li, and just as he took a step forward, in an instant, his figure flashed, leaving behind a phantom in place. Then, a series of phantoms appeared, making it difficult to distinguish which one was the real Chinfong. Meng Li's expression changed, and she immediately struck out, but soon realized that she had only hit a phantom. She turned in shock. At that moment, the crowd from the 5th Academy was thrown into chaos, with phantoms left among them, while the real Chinfong had already stood before the gate.
Senior, you have lost.
With his words, the phantoms completely vanished, and he stepped into the gate of the 5th Academy. At this moment, at the entrance of the 5 courtyards, there was complete silence, and people stared blankly at Chinfong, who had just stepped through the door, completely stunned. Even the students from the 1st courtyard were bewildered. It was too fast.
Fast enough to make one's scalp tingle. The junior is really strong. Pan Lei's pupils constricted.
He had been getting close to Chinfong recently, thinking he understood him well enough, but now he realized how shallow he truly was. Chinfeng's strength
was unfathomable.
He certainly knew Meng Li, who was considered strong, but he had been toyed with like a monkey, unable to even
touch the hem of Chinfeng's clothes. Zhou Ping stared blankly at Chinfong, equally confused. Is he going to the heavens? Feng's rate of progress was so rapid that it made him question life itself. Mo fan, is he really your opponent?
Meng Li looked at Chinfong, beginning to doubt her previous thoughts.
Before the match, she thought Mo fan would be fine, but after the
encounter, she felt that Mo fan might not be up to the task.
Junior Qin has already entered. Are you not going to let us in? Someone
from the 1st courtyard looked at the people from the 5 courtyards and spoke loudly. The people from the 5 courtyards had unsightly expressions. Although they were reluctant, they ultimately did not stop the 1st courtyard's people, or else they would truly be unable to bear the loss. Soon after, Chinfong and the crowd from the 1st courtyard arrived outside the
Marshal Saint corridor.
At that moment, a group of people approached from a distance, led by a young man in white.
The young man
did not appear tall, but each step he took was exceptionally steady, and his expression was solemn. As he got closer, he first glanced at the crowd from the 1st courtyard and said lightly, "Welcome, students of the 1st courtyard, to visit the 5 courtyards." Then he looked at Chinfong. "How do you want to do this? You first, or I first?" He had learned that Chinfong preferred to let his opponents go first in the corridor, but for him, it didn't matter who went first or if they went together.
"Let's go
together this time," Chinfong said casually. Mo fan nodded without any further words and turned to walk towards the corridor. Chinfong did not hesitate either and followed suit. The two stood in front of a corridor, and after opening the door, Mo fan looked at Chinfong. "Although you are a freshman and I am a few years older than you, the time of birth is something no one can control. Since this is for ourselves and for our respective academies, I will not hold back." Chinfong nodded. "Just right, I also want to see how far I can truly go." After they finished speaking, they stepped into the corridor simultaneously. The battle between the 2 strongest students in Kyoto has begun, someone couldn't help but say. At that moment, whether from the 1st courtyard or the 5 courtyards, no one was talking. They were all intently watching the corridor, both sides carrying a sense of tension. It was not just the tension of winning or losing, but also the excitement that came with this competition. So fast. Everyone saw that in the 2 corridors, at the start, the lights kept lighting up at an incredible speed, giving them a tingling sensation. Too fast, both of them are so strong.
Exclamations arose continuously. 20, 21, 25. Some began counting but soon stopped.
30 both reached almost simultaneously. Chinfong has also reached the record, he said in the third courtyard. He will continue to. Suddenly, 31 lights lit up, and that person instantly fell silent. Once they reach above 30, their speed should gradually slow down. Someone spoke at that moment.
Everyone's expressions tightened. At
this point, the speed of both would surely begin to change, and from their speed, one could tell who is stronger.
Mo Senior's speed has slowed.
Suddenly, the expressions of the people from the 5 courtyards changed. The 2 corridors had just lit up 35 lights each, but Chinfong lit up 36, while Mo Fan remained at 35. At the same time, Chinfong arrived at the position of 37 lamps, looking at the phantom across from him. His figure flickered, and then he punched forward. The phantom tried to dodge, but before it could move, it was shattered by a single punch. Without any pause, Chinfong
stepped directly into the next square.
At this moment, his firepower was fully unleashed.
This time, if I don't completely break
the record of the 5 courtyards, I won't be worthy of its title as the strongest holy courtyard in Kyoto.
After arriving at the
next square, he threw another punch, then continued to the next square. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Mo Fan was fighting against
a phantom.
I don't know how many lamps Chinfong has lit by now, but with my speed, I won't be slower than him.
Bang!
He scattered the phantom with a punch, took a breath, and then stepped into the next square. Although my speed has slowed down, this time I will completely break the record of the 5 courtyards and reach 40 lamps, Mo Fan said with great confidence. In the history of the 5 courtyards, the strongest student had lit 40 lamps. However, let's not forget, he had just recently entered his 4th year, while the one who lit 40 lamps was nearing graduation, so he could also be considered to have broken the record.
Strongest freshman, don't let me down. Mo Fan instantly charged towards the phantom across from him and began to fight.
Outside, it was eerily quiet, only the sound of everyone's breathing could be heard. For 45 lamps,
everyone
had stopped paying attention to Mo Fan's corridor and was instead watching Chinfang's. The people from the 5 courtyards were trembling, and Mang Li, who had previously tried to stop Chinfong, turned pale, filled with dread.
He only used his movement technique to break in.
If he really fought me, she could imagine that if Chinfong had made a move back then, she would have
already been lying on the ground. He is not human at all. How could there be such a monstrous freshman? The people from the 5 courtyards found it hard to accept.
They had thought Chinfong was strong, and some even considered him stronger than Mo Fan, but no one had imagined he was this much stronger.
At this moment, Mo Fan was still lingering at 38 lamps.
I can finally see the general strength of Junior Chin. It's truly shocking.
Pan Lei couldn't help but exclaim.
He knew that at this moment, Chinfong was about to explode completely.
50, someone exclaimed in shock. Boom!
As the words fell, a bell rang out from the corridor,
instantly echoing throughout the 5 courtyards. It also completely awakened everyone who was still in shock.
This is the holy sound, someone exclaimed.
What is the holy sound? Someone asked in confusion.
The holy sound is the sound that echoes in the corridor after lighting 50 lamps. It is said to have been set by the 5 saints themselves. To let the holy sound ring out, it's not just about lighting 50 lamps, there are also time requirements. In the history of the 9 holy courtyards, there have been people who made the holy sound ring out, but not more than 10.
And once someone can make
the holy sound ring out, they qualify for the martial saint to know their name. Among the crowd of the first courtyard, Zhou Ping's voice rang out, filled with excitement and shock. He had been in the first courtyard for quite some time. It was not the worst back then, but he had never seen anyone capable of making the holy sound ring out, let alone Chinfong being a freshman. I remember now, I think I saw a post on the forum saying that the 9 courtyards had the holy sound ring out recently. I don't know if it's true. A student suddenly spoke up. Boom! Suddenly, a figure, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, was rushing towards them at high speed.
The dean!
The people from the 5 courtyards changed their expressions upon seeing the newcomer.
Who made the holy sound ring out?
The dean of the 5th academy, Jiao Shan, stared at the 2 corridors, his expression serious.
Dean, it's a new student from the 1st academy.
Chinfong,
Mang Li spoke first. As expected. It's him.
Jiao Shan hoped it was Mo Fan, but he understood Mo Fan's strength. It was nearly impossible for him to make the holy sound ring out. At this moment, there was a hint of shock in his eyes. Although he guessed it was Chinfong, the fact that a new student could make the holy sound ring out was beyond his imagination in terms of how monstrous the talent must be.
Senior Mo has lit up 40 lamps. Suddenly, a student from the 5th academy shouted. However, his words did not attract the attention of the crowd. Under normal circumstances, this achievement would have been the best in the history of the 5th academy, but now, with Chinfong as a comparison, it seemed too ordinary. Moments later, Mo Fan walked out from the corridor.
He immediately prepared to go see the corridor where Chinfong was, but when he saw Jiao Shan there, he was taken aback.
Did I break the record and alarm the Dean? Mo Fan walked step by step to Jiao Wanshan.
Dean, he said respectfully. Jiao Wanshan was usually very serious and all the students were well behaved in front of him.
You did well. You can now light up 40 lamps.
Before graduation, perhaps you can aim for 50, Jiao Wanshan said calmly, but he did not look at Mo Fan while speaking.
I will work hard.
A hint of excitement rose in Mo Fan's heart.
Jiao Wanshan rarely praised anyone. Just keep working hard.
Although you lost this time, as long as your heart doesn't falter, your path in martial arts will become smoother, Jiao Wanshan nodded.
However, these words made Mo Fan's expression change. I lost? He
suddenly turned his head, and when he saw the lights in the other corridor, his pupils constricted.
53 lamps?
In an instant, it was as if his brain had been struck by lightning, and his expression changed drastically.
How is that possible?
He was well aware of what 53 lamps meant, perhaps even in the 9th Academy, no one could achieve such a result.
Jiao Wanshan glanced at him, frowning. You still don't know you lost? Mo
Fan was momentarily at a loss for words.
You can leave now, it's not suitable for you to stay here.
Jiao Wanshan waved his hand. He had just thought that Mo Fan knew, and the words he said proved that Mo Fan was not discouraged by his own failure, but now he realized that Mo Fan's resolve might be affected, especially at the moment he saw Chinfong.
Dean? Leave. Jiao Wanshan said coldly. Yes. Mo Fan dared not stay any longer and turned to leave.
The crowd watched Mo Fan's back, no one daring to speak, only internally sighing. In their impression, Mo Fan had always been proud, and this time, the blow was too great. Just then, Chinfong walked out from the corridor. The moment everyone saw him, admiration shone in their eyes. This was a gesture of respect for the strong.
Even Jiao Wanshan's expression was solemn.
In his eyes, perhaps Chinfong was not strong at the moment, but his potential was
unmatched by anyone present.
Dean Jiao. Chinfong saw Jiao Wanshan standing at the front of the crowd and was startled. He had seen photos of the deans of the 9 holy academies.
Jiao Wanshan looked at Chinfong, nodded, and then spoke. Chinfong, you made the holy sound ring out, that's impressive.
He first praised him, and before Chinfong could respond, he continued, I now represent the Holy Academy to ask you, are you willing to join the Holy
Academy?
Dean Jiao, I can't decide at the moment. In my heart, I would prefer to join the military. Chinfong did not know what the holy sound was, but from the other person's words, it was clear that something remarkable had happened when he had just rushed down the corridor, which was why the other party appeared here.
However, he still expressed his most genuine thoughts.
At that moment, everyone around was listening intently to their conversation.
Without any murmurs,
Jiao Wanshan, upon hearing this, did not show much change in expression but said seriously, do you know that if you agree to join now, you have the chance to become the closed-door disciple of the martial saint? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present showed expressions of shock. Every martial saint might have quite a few disciples, but these disciples were just ordinary followers, and the martial saint rarely paid
them any mind.
However, closed-door disciples were completely different. They were the ones who could follow the martial saint for a long time. They had never heard of any closed-door disciples of martial Saint Su. Chinfong was also taken aback. To be honest, the idea of becoming martial Saint Su's closed-door disciple did tempt him. If he really became one, then for the next task in the martial arena he would have no pressure at all, even if he offended Shi Yan, the other party probably wouldn't dare to have any ill thoughts towards him. At the same time, he would gain the envy and respect of countless people. However, his heart told him that he did not want to join the Holy Academy. In the Dragon Kingdom, once you join one faction, you can no longer belong to another. Of course, you could withdraw and then join again, but becoming Martial Saint Su's closed-door disciple was not something you could just walk away from. Director Jiao, I cannot decide yet. Chinfong slowly spoke. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding students looked at Chinfong in surprise. He refused. Someone screamed internally, this was the closed door disciple of the martial saint, something many could only dream of, and Chinfong actually refused. At that moment, among the crowd, only Chen Yu looked at Chinfong, his eyes shining with brilliance. In his eyes, he understood Chinfeng's refusal the most. What did it matter to be a closed-door disciple of the martial saint? Chinfong belonged to the battlefield. Jiao Wanshan carefully observed Chinfong and suddenly smiled, a rare sight. Kong Yongshang really had the luck of the draw to recruit you into the first academy. There were probably not many in the entire Dragon Kingdom who could refuse to be a closed-door disciple of the martial saint. Such temperament made him an absolute standout among the younger generation. Since that's the case, I won't say much more. If one day you suddenly change your mind, you can tell Kong Yongshang, as long as you haven't joined another faction, it's all good. After saying this, he no longer lingered and turned to leave. Only then did Chinfong look at the crowd, noticing that Mo Fan was absent and the people from the 5th Academy were all silent, clearly having no stronger contenders left. He then turned to the people from the 1st Academy. Let's go, it's over. Ah, right, it's over, let's go. The 5th Academy has lost. From now on, the 1st Academy reigns. Everyone from the 5th Academy
Feel free to challenge the corridors of the First Academy anytime. The people from the First Academy looked at the Fifth Academy with smiles. The people from the Fifth Academy, however, wore ugly expressions, but no one spoke. In the following days, Chinfong stayed in Villa number 0. During this time, the first courtyard seemed more lively than before, with many more people wandering the corridors. However, no one from the other courtyards dared to come, whether they were new or old students. On the other hand, people from the first courtyard went to the other courtyards, all of them new students, led by Chinyu, who once again broke through the new students of the other 4 holy courtyards. At the same time, the first courtyard began to build momentum, preparing to take advantage of this opportunity to elevate the first courtyard and also to make preliminary preparations for next year's recruitment. It's been 5 days, it's time to take on a task. Chinfong walked out of the villa. Soon, he headed towards the academy's exit. Not long after Chinfong left, in the dean's office, Zhou Ping walked in, his expression serious. Dean Chinfong has gone to the martial arts arena. As expected, he didn't want to wait at all. Kong Yongsheng sighed. Chinfong took on the task, thinking the other party would wait a while before going, but unexpectedly, he went just a few days later. Initially, many students had taken on this task, but after going to the martial arts arena and learning about its background, they ultimately gave up. He knew Chinfong would take it, but he thought Chinfong wouldn't be in such a hurry. This task had no time limit. What do we know about the martial arts arena? Kong Yongsheng asked. I found some gamblers and learned a bit. There are quite a few martial masters at the martial arts arena, but with Qin Feng's strength, even if a conflict arises, it shouldn't be a big problem. Zhou Ping explained. Qin Feng's strength was already formidable among the 6 stars. The rest is not worth worrying about. The main concern is how many 6 stars are there? How strong is the strongest? Kong Yongsheng asked seriously. There are 8 6-star fighters plus Shi Kuan, making 9. The strongest is Shi Kuan, who is considered mid-tier among the 6 stars and should still be a bit weaker than Chinfong. As for those 6-star defenders, they are either just starting out or have been boosted by drugs, Zhou Ping reported on his findings. 6-star warriors are not easy to recruit. Those who can truly reach 6 stars must walk their own path as masters and would not serve as defenders at the martial arts arena. Moreover, there is no need to hire so many at the arena. Although each star level has a different number of defenders, 3 for 3 stars, 6 for 6 stars, not every 6-star arena has 6 defenders because no one bets 6 to 1. It's the same for 4 and 5 stars, they also do not have full defenders. So, Dean, even if Shi Kuan personally intervenes, he won't be a match for Chinfong. You don't need to worry, Zhou Ping said softly. Kong Yongsheng shook his head. You don't consider that Chinfong probably wants to complete the task directly. What if all the defenders intervene? Chinfong is strong, but with Shi Kuan there and so many defenders, it might be very difficult for him to retreat unscathed. With too many opponents, especially with Shi Kuan present, if it turns into a group fight, the consumption would be too fast, and if the consumption is too great, it would be hard for Chinfong to come out alive. Go have Vice Dean Gu follow him secretly, Kong Yongsheng said at the end, waving his hand. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping was startled. Vice Dean Gu is one of the 2 Vice Deans of the first courtyard, Gu Qinghe, a master-level figure. Are we going to have Vice Dean Gu intervene directly? Zhou Ping asked in confusion. The Academy generally does not interfere with student tasks and has no precedent for this. Of course not directly, let him stay outside the martial arts arena. If he hears a huge commotion inside, then he can intervene. Chinfong can face danger, but he cannot die. Kong Yongsheng's voice was firm. A genius's growth requires facing danger, so he wouldn't directly solve Qin Feng's problems, but Chinfong also must not die. Currently, he sees no hope for solving the problems of this world. Not even the martial saint has resolved the issue of the alien beasts. Others may think that no matter how talented Chinfong is, it would be difficult for him to become a martial saint, but in his heart he believes that Chinfong has the hope of solving the alien beast problem. Even though it is still uncertain whether Chinfong can truly do it, he wants to take a gamble. After all, apart from Chinfong, he sees no one else with that potential. Also, inform the city lord's mansion that if things escalate, they should go collect the bodies, Kong Yongsheng said coldly. Zhou Ping trembled all over. After following him for so many years, it was the first time he had seen him so serious. Yes. Zhou Ping nodded and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Chinfong had already arrived at the martial arena. Brother Qin, why are you here again? Shortly after Chinfong entered, Li Chang saw him, and Tang Su was also present. Last time the boss here was so enthusiastic, I thought about it and decided to come again, otherwise I would feel bad for his enthusiasm. Didn't he say he has level 5 and level 6 beast crystals here? Chinfong said with a smile. Li Chang and Tang Su were stunned just because he had beast crystals, he came? Moreover, he had won against the 3-star challenger last time, and this time he couldn't continue fighting 3-star challengers. What's Wrong, Chang'e lost again?
Chinfong looked at the two of them. They weren't in line, clearly having lost, staying here just to watch the excitement.
Li Chang
felt a bit awkward. He indeed lost, to be precise. He hadn't really won much, but he just couldn't control himself. Chinfong smiled and patted his shoulder.
It's okay, Chang'e, you won't lose anymore in the future. What do you mean?
Both Li Chang and Tang Su showed confusion. Chinfong didn't explain. He looked up at the
distant high platform where someone had notified Kuan, and Kuan soon appeared.
Little brother really likes my martial arena, Kuan said with a smile.
At the
same time, he quietly told the person beside him, go find the 4 strongest 4-star defenders. He will challenge 4 stars for a 4-to-1 payout. Let them take
action.
He didn't expect Chinfong to really dare to come. In an instant, he guessed that Chinfong was probably going for a 4-to-1 bet. As for the 4-star
challenger, Chinfong probably wouldn't dare.
I like Boss Shi's enthusiasm, and I like the beast crystals here even more, Chinfong said calmly.
Kuan was taken aback, then smiled. Little brother, this time, are you going for the 4-star challenger?
His voice carried a teasing tone. Chinfong shook his head.
Seeing this, sure.
Kuan smiled slightly. He guessed correctly. Chinfong had not yet reached the level to challenge the 4-star challenger.
This time, I want to challenge the 6-star challenger.
Chinfeng's voice was flat, but it was like a deep water bomb, instantly detonating the entire martial arena.
Everyone looked over in disbelief. Even the ongoing battles in the arena came to a halt.
Li Chang and Tang Su's eyes widened, revealing expressions of disbelief. Li Chang wanted to say a few words to Chinfong, but at that moment he suddenly felt a powerful confidence emanating from Chinfong, and the words that were on the tip of his tongue were instantly swallowed back.
Are you serious?
On the high platform, Kuan stared at Chinfong, his gaze sharp as a knife.
In the arena, there are no empty words. Feng's expression was calm. What a statement that there are no empty words in the arena. Kuan's gaze sharpened. This was his arena. Yet
Chinfong dared to say such things, but he agreed with the sentiment.
What do you want to bet? Kuan asked.
Chinfong took out the beast crystals he received from Zhou Ping and the system rewards 3 level 4 beast crystals for level 5 beast crystals. Boss Shi, are you
willing to bet? Ha ha. Kuan laughed heartily. I run the arena, why wouldn't I dare to bet? Boss, we don't have enough beast crystals. Someone whispered beside Kuan. The multiplier for the attacking king was 20, meaning they would need to put forth 60 level 4
beast crystals and 80 level 5 beast crystals. Even combined from different types, that was still not enough.
Do you think we will lose? Kuan shot a cold glance at the speaker.
The person's face changed, and he immediately fell silent.
Boss Shi is generous. Chinfong smiled.
I wonder if Boss Shi could show me your betting capital.
Does the young brother not trust my arena?
Kuan smiled. Don't worry, there are plenty of chips, just win first. He then directed his energy towards the arena's entrance and shouted, close the doors.
All 6-star defenders gather at the 3-star platform number 3.
Immediately, staff members at the arena began to slowly close the doors.
The 6-star defenders all stood up from their respective platforms and walked towards the central 3-star platform number 3. This movement
caused the expressions of everyone present to shift slightly. Seeing the change in expressions, Kuan shouted again, everyone, there's no need to worry. The 6-star attacking king requires the 6-star defenders to act together. The commotion will be great, and fists and feet have no eyes. There may be fatalities, so closing the doors is just to minimize the impact.
It has nothing to do with you. However, upon
hearing his words, the crowd did not relax but instead grew more tense. Too reckless. Brother Qin is too reckless. The arena will definitely play dirty.
Li Chang looked at Chinfong, his face pale.
Brother Chang, your worries are unnecessary. As long as the arena wins, these beast
crystals still belong to the arena, and besides, these few beast crystals shouldn't be enough for the arena to play dirty, right? Tang Su was somewhat confused.
The true value of these beast crystals was only a few tens of millions. The arena wasn't lacking, it was just that beast
crystals were hard to come by. What do you know?
Li Chang glared at him. If Brother Qin were here for the first time, perhaps nothing would happen, but he has won before, and this time, he has brought out even better beast crystals. Kuan will definitely think he has even better ones. Moreover, Brother Qin is fighting the 6-star attacking king. Since they are going to fight anyway, the arena will definitely take the opportunity to play dirty and seize everything Brother Qin has. Don't underestimate the black-heartedness of someone who runs such a place. Li Chang had been around long enough to see all kinds of people. These individuals were very ruthless. Even though Kuan was wealthy, if given the chance, he would never think it too much.
This, Tang Su's face turned pale. Is it strange? Li Chang sneered. Among ordinary
people, there are those called capitalists. They will devour you whole, and even if you have just $100, they will want to squeeze you dry. Among warriors, there are also such people. They too will devour you whole. As Li Chang spoke, his tone grew more agitated. Although He had always struggled to control himself, he had always been proper in the arena, never borrowing betting capital from the arena, and if he lost his own capital, he would not continue. He had seen too many people, some had won several times in a row and never appeared again. Some truly stopped gambling, while others simply could not return. Although Chinfong has only won once, he has come this time so high profile. And crucially, he has given Kuan the opportunity to act in the dark. Tang Su fell into deep thought. I understand now. What do you understand, you idiot? Li Chang said irritably. He had already advised the other party countless times, yet they still borrowed gambling funds from the martial arts arena. Brother Chang, don't worry, Brother Qin is a genius from the first academy. If Kuan wants to make a move, he still has to consider the trouble that will follow. Tang Su was not worried about Chinfong. Even if it could be said that Chinfong was mistakenly killed in the martial arts arena, the death of such a genius would still lead to an investigation, which would always be troublesome. By then, the martial arts arena might be shut down for a long time, and Kuan knew the stakes. Li Chang was taken aback when he heard this. Right, Brother Qin is from the first academy. Thinking of this, he directly walked out of the crowd and shouted at the high platform, Boss, sure, this little brother is someone I recommended. He is a student from the first academy, just curious about what the martial arts arena is like. This challenge doesn't mean much. Alright, everyone just bet on your own, disperse. Li Chang waved to the crowd. However, what embarrassed him was that no one reacted at all. From the first academy? On the high platform, Kuan frowned, and soon his expression turned ugly. He instantly thought of Qin Feng's purpose for coming here. He knew someone had reported that he was killing people in the martial arts arena, but he had never paid attention to it because the city lord's mansion had no evidence. He also knew that the Holy Academy must have tasks regarding this matter, but for so long nothing had gone wrong. Now that Chinfong had come, was the other party really here to gamble? At that moment, his resolve to kill Chinfong became even firmer. Since someone from the Holy Academy has started taking on tasks, then if I kill you, I wonder who would still dare to take on tasks in the future. Thinking of this, Kuan turned and walked down the high platform step by step, then headed towards the third ring of the 3-star arena. Little brother, since you want to challenge the 6-star defending champion, I am also a 6-star defender. There's no reason for me not to make a move. His words made everyone shudder. He's going to make a move himself. Some defending masters in the martial arts arena showed surprise. Kuan making a personal move meant he was dead set on killing Chinfong. Looking at the approaching Kuan, Chinfong calmly said, Boss sure is actually going to make a personal move. I must be the first to receive such treatment, right? You are indeed the first. Not only will I make a personal move, but all defending masters, regardless of level, will also make a move. After saying this, Kuan looked at all the defending masters in the martial arts arena. Whoever makes a move, the reward will be doubled. At that moment, he stopped pretending he was here to kill Chinfong. Immediately, many defending masters, including those below 3 stars, began to stir. Chinfeng's gaze sharpened as he scanned the crowd. All those who want to make a move, step forward. I will take them all on, but be prepared for death. At that moment, Chinfeng's expression revealed indifference. Some defending masters, seeing this, took a step back, indicating they did not want to participate. However, still half of them stepped onto the ring. Among them were even 1-star defending masters. Although they were not a match for Chinfong, there were 5-star and 6-star defending masters on the stage, and they probably wouldn't even need to exert themselves. With double the reward in the future, they were certainly willing to take a gamble. In the martial arts arena, some gamblers showed excitement upon seeing this. Others, however, did not want to stay any longer. The situation had already spiraled out of control. Boss sure, please open the door. We don't want to know your business, someone shouted loudly. They found that the large door was made of special materials, and with their strength, they could not open it at all. You all stay behind and witness that this little brother challenged all the defending masters and was accidentally killed. Kuan said flatly. Yes. You all bear witness, it was I who accidentally killed the challenger who was about to attack me, all the guardians. Chinfeng's tone grew cold. He looked at the guardians across from him who were ready to strike. Nearly all of the 6-star ones prepared to act, while some of the 5-star and 4-star ones had retreated. However, there were still quite a few below 3 stars, and in total, there were 62 people. What's going on inside the old vice courtyard? Outside the martial arts arena, Zhou Ping heard the commotion from within and knew a conflict had definitely broken out. This kid has some nerve, wanting to take down everyone right from the start? Gu Qinghe marveled. Although he couldn't see what was happening inside, as a master, he could hear every sound clearly. He thought Chinfong would take it step by step, like first defeating the 4-star defending champion, knocking down all the defending fighters, and then moving on to the 5-star. This way, when Kuan realized there was a problem, he wouldn't have to face so many enemies at once. But Chinfong, on the other hand, aimed for the 6th star right away, which quickly led Kuan to guess Qin Feng's intentions and act directly. He believed Chinfong wasn't a fool, but the other party acted this way, showing immense confidence and audacity. Should we make a move now? Zhou Ping asked anxiously. The noise inside the martial arts arena was overwhelming, and he genuinely feared an accident. What are you panicking about? They haven't even started fighting yet. Even if they do, with that kid's strength, he won't die in one blow. Gu Qinghe replied irritably. But, no buts. His journey as a martial artist has been too smooth. He needs to experience some danger to understand the treachery of this society and realize that the path of a martial artist isn't so easy. Gu Qinghe waved his hand. After hearing this, Zhou Ping could only nod and listen carefully to the sounds inside, but he really couldn't make out anything clearly. Inside the martial arts arena, Kuan stood before dozens of defending fighters and said, "Whoever accidentally kills someone during the defense will receive triple the reward." After saying this, he gestured with his hand. Boom! A 6-star defending fighter was the first to react, instantly stepping forward and charging at Chinfong. "I'm just someone who got here through drugs, little brother. Triple the reward is very tempting for me, sorry." Before he could finish his sentence, a figure flashed in his eyes, and then he felt a chill all over his body, suddenly freezing in place. A wave of cold air surged into his body, and immediately, a layer of ice formed around him, turning his body into an ice sculpture in an instant. "Triple the reward is great, but you need to have a life to spend it," Chinfong said softly as he lowered his finger. Bang! The ice sculpture fell, shattering into pieces, and then a pool of blood slowly flowed out. So strong? At that moment, whether it was the people below the stage or those on stage preparing to act, everyone felt their scalp tingle. A 6-star martial artist had died in an instant. Even if the opponent was a 6-star built up by drugs, he still had the strength of a 5-star upper level. At the beginning, it seems you all were scared? Chinfong raised his head and stared at the crowd across from him, his voice calm. "Come on, let's go together." Kuan's face changed drastically. Qin Feng's strength exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, everyone charged forward with gritted teeth. Qin Feng's figure flashed, leaving a shadow in place, and then he appeared in front of one person. That person's face changed dramatically, and then fear appeared in his eyes as his body also turned into an ice sculpture. The next scene made everyone present tremble and would be unforgettable for a lifetime. They only saw Chinfong flash, and one person fell down, completely dead. One flash. One death, without any exceptions, whether it was a 1-star or a 6-star, all were killed with a single finger. The people below the stage showed fear, especially those defending fighters who hadn't gone up. They felt an overwhelming sense of dread. So strong. "Brother Chang, he's a killing god." Tang Su trembled all over. The usually gentle Chinfong seemed like a death god when killing, cold-blooded, cruel, and utterly merciless. Li Chang was also shaking. Brother Qin, how can he be so terrifying? He was somewhat dazed. This was completely different from the Chinfong he knew. "A devil, he's a devil." Someone on the stage shouted in terror. Some even turned and ran. They were only trying to secure better rewards, but in the face of death, they were afraid, their hearts filled with extreme fear. "All of you, get up!" Kuan shouted with a grim face. However, at that moment, no one listened to him. Those who were fleeing were madly rushing towards the door. Qin Feng's figure flashed as he specifically chased after those trying to escape, especially the 6-star individuals who were likely to open the door. "Earlier, I gave you a chance. Since you chose to attack me, there's no reason for you to escape." Chinfong instantly appeared behind one person, who immediately stopped, their body turning into an ice sculpture moments later. Without any pause, Chinfong caught up with another person. At that moment, he was like a reaper, continuously harvesting the lives of the crowd. "All of you, attack together, or you will all die." Kuan watched these useless people flee, feeling both terrified and angry. He too felt fear at Qin Feng's displayed strength, but at this moment, as everyone continued to run, it would only lead to one death after another. "Attack, come back and attack together," shouted a 6-star defender. After all, they were martial artists. And soon, the 5-star and 4-star individuals began to gather together, while those below 3 stars also started to converge. Half of them are dead. At this moment, the gamblers realized that the defenders who had previously attacked Chinfong had dwindled to just over 30. The rest had either become ice sculptures or lay lifeless on the ground, having lost their lives. "Go!" Kuan shouted loudly. He stepped forward in an instant, and the dozens behind him no longer hesitated, immediately following suit. "I will try to hold him off. You all use your full strength to attack." Boom! Kuan's fiery fist came crashing down. He was also at the mid-level of 6 stars, and he believed that Fong wouldn't be able to kill him in a short time. This was his opportunity. Chinfong watched as the crowd charged at him, a layer of armor quietly appearing on his skin. Earth Spirit sacred armor. At the same time, his fist turned bright red. "A pile of trash is still trash. Is that what you call a fire fist?"
As he spoke, a loud explosion erupted from his fist, flames soaring into the sky. Bang! Several large lights above shattered explosively, but at that moment, the entire martial arts arena did not plunge into darkness. Instead, it was illuminated brightly. The surrounding gamblers changed their expressions drastically as waves of heat surged towards them, causing them to stagger backward. 3 systems. He is of 3 systems, someone shouted. They did not see the armor on Chinfong, but the fleeting figure just now clearly exhibited wind-based martial arts. While killing, it was ice-based, and now it was fire-based, which immediately shocked everyone. This is what a fire fist is. At that moment, Chinfeng's voice echoed throughout the martial arts arena. He punched towards all those rushing at him. Boom! Centered around him, it was as if a massive explosion had occurred, flames shooting into the sky. Immediately after, everyone saw one figure after another being sent flying, their bodies charred black, eyes filled with overwhelming fear, before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Opposite Chinfong, there were only 3 people left. 2 of them were lying on the ground, their faces pale and their eyes filled with fear of death. They were the strongest among the 6-star challengers. The other one, with a tattered body and an arm hanging limply, looked at Chinfong, trembling all over. Swish! Chinfeng's figure instantly appeared in front of him, grabbing him. You can't kill me, I am sure, Kuan shouted in terror. Crack! However, before he could finish speaking, Chinfong exerted force and directly twisted his neck. Like throwing away a dead dog, he tossed him aside and looked at the other 2, who were barely alive. I don't like being threatened by others. How about you? Do you have any reason for me not to kill you? Chinfong squatted down in front of the 2. It seems there is none. As he finished speaking, he clapped both hands against the foreheads of the 2. Bang! Bang! The 2 were instantly killed. At that moment, everyone felt a chill run through them, staring blankly at Chinfong, not daring to breathe. Chinfong stood up and looked at the crowd, suddenly smiling. You all should have seen it? They wanted to kill me, I was just acting in self-defense. We saw it, everyone quickly reacted, nodding frantically. Meanwhile, outside the martial arts arena, Guching his eyes revealed shock. What's wrong? Zhou Ping asked, puzzled. Is he going to take action? He was a bit impatient, he had just heard the sounds of fighting and shouting inside, but it was too noisy to hear clearly. I now understand old man Kong's approach. He asked me to come and not let this kid die here. He was right. After a long while, Gu Qinghe slowly spoke. What's going on? Zhou Ping looked confused. Gu Qinghe turned around. Let's go. This kid can defy the heavens. His tone was filled with emotion. He had heard everything clearly inside. Chinfong, alone, had killed all those who attacked him and had instilled fear in his opponents, seemingly with great ease. Zhou Ping was stunned, instantly understanding the other's meaning. You go ahead, I'll go in and take a look later, Zhou Ping said. He was very curious about what Chinfong had done inside and to what extent. Gu Qinghe didn't say much and left directly. Just as he left, a group of people arrived from the city lord's mansion, led by a man who was one of the 2 that had gone after Chinfong and Ding Chao during their mission. Lu Ming. Director Zhou, what happened inside? Lu Ming asked upon seeing Zhou Ping. They had been notified by Zhou Ping. I don't know, but you came at the right time. I guess you need to go in and clean up, Zhou Ping said seriously. Clean up? Lu Ming was taken aback. At that moment, the door of the martial arts arena opened and everyone turned to look. What a strong smell of blood. Lu Ming's face changed dramatically as he cast his gaze into the martial arts arena, his whole body shuddering. In his sight, there were corpses lying on the ground and body parts scattered everywhere, blood continuously flowing out towards the outside of the arena. Ugh! Some of the people from the city lord's mansion couldn't help but vomit repeatedly. It was too terrifying. They had experienced a lot, but it was the first time they had seen such a horrifying scene, as if a psychopath was chopping enemies like vegetables. Who is inside? Are they students from your academy? Lu Ming's face turned pale. At that moment, Chinfong walked out from inside the martial arts arena, followed by a group of gamblers. It's you! The moment Lu Ming saw Chinfong, his pupils constricted, the scene from the surveillance footage reappearing in his mind. You all came? This is troublesome. The inside needs to be cleaned up, Chinfong said, looking at Lu Ming with a slight smile. By the way, the people in the martial arts arena wanted to kill me. Everyone here can testify to that, right? Chinfong turned to look at the crowd. Yes, the people in the martial arena surrounded Brother Qin, but Brother Qin turned the tables and killed them. Whether it was the gamblers or the onlookers, they all spoke up. The people from the city lord's mansion didn't pay any attention. They knew about this task, so even if these people didn't say anything, they wouldn't take it out on Chinfong. By the way, I helped you deal with some of the loot from the martial arena, some beast crystals, the rest you can handle yourselves, Chinfong said. The items from the martial arena were supposed to be handled officially, but since he was involved, the beast crystals were essentially a reward for his efforts. Alright. Lu Ming didn't say much more and nodded directly. Once the items are cleared, we will hand them over to the first courtyard. After all, this is your task and you completed it. You can discuss that among yourselves, Chinfong said, uninterested in managing it. He looked at Zhou Ping and smiled. Director Zhou, you came too? Perfect, shall we head back to the academy together? Seeing Chinfeng's smile, Zhou Ping shuddered. He seemed so harmless. Let's go. Zhou Ping turned and left. There was nothing more to see in the martial arena. After a while, it would probably leave psychological shadows. Watching Chinfong and Zhou Ping leave, the people from the city lord's mansion dispersed. The gamblers and the onlookers then entered the martial arena. Brother Qin. Li Chang suddenly caught up with Chinfong. Brother Chang? Is there something else? Chinfong asked, puzzled. Brother Qin, thank you, Li Chang said earnestly. Chinfong was taken aback and Li Chang smiled. I told you before that. I have a gambling addiction and often lose. Now I understand what you meant. I won't lose anymore. He hadn't understood Chinfeng's meaning before, but now he did. With the martial arena gone, even if he couldn't control himself, he wouldn't be able to go there, so naturally he wouldn't lose. Chinfong patted his shoulder. No need to thank me, I did it for myself too. After returning to the first courtyard, Chinfong didn't rush back to Villa Zero but went directly to the task hall. When he opened the task self-service machine, he found that the task could already be submitted. No cash rewards at all. If it weren't for the beast blood and credits provided by the academy and the beast crystals from the martial arena, this task would be a losing deal. He shook his head when he saw that the reward displayed for the task was 0. This task was clearly issued by the academy free of charge for those who reported it. After submitting the task, he returned to Villa Zero. At this time, the system task had been completed, and the rewards appeared in the system space. With a flip of his palm, 3 level 5 beast crystals from the 5 types of rewards appeared in his hand. Then, he took out the beast crystals he had scavenged from the martial arena. For level 5 fire-type crystals, 1 level 6, 18 level. For wind-type crystals, 3 level 5, 1 level 6, 15 level 4 ice-type crystals, 4 level 5, 10 level 4 earth-type crystals, 5 level 5, 2 level 4 wood-type crystals, 3 level 5, 1 level 6. There were also some other types that he temporarily kept on him for future use when needed. Next, my strength will explode once again. Chinfong smiled. He still had some leftover from last time, and together, it was quite a lot. Although this task will bring some trouble later, it was worth it. Soon, he began to devour continuously. Ding, your progress on the 6th fire system divine pattern has reached 45%. The system's voice sounded after he had devoured all 8 level 5 beast crystals. Immediately after, the system's voice continued to ring. Once all the beast crystals that could be devoured were consumed, he looked at the system information. Name, Chinfong Fire System Realm 5 stars, 6th Divine Pattern Progress 45%. Wind System Realm 5 stars, 6th Divine Pattern Progress 35%. Ice System Realm 4 stars, 5th Divine Pattern Progress 95%. Earth System Realm 4 stars, 5th Divine Pattern Progress 50%. Wood System Realm 4 stars, 5th Divine Pattern Progress 60%. Combat Power 700,000. The rest can only wait until after the upgrade. Chinfong glanced at the remaining beast crystals. 1 each of level 6 fire and wind, 8 level 5 ice, 9 level 5 earth, 7 level 5 wood, and 1 level 6. Next, with a thought, Chinfong opened the martial arts package in the system space. And a piece of information entered his mind. Elemental breathing technique, martial arts introduction. This technique can simultaneously utilize all elements. The introduction was very simple, but it stirred something within Chinfong. This martial art may seem unremarkable, but it is incredibly important to me. Chinfong understood the abnormality of this martial art. If previously he needed 10 days to raise the divine pattern progress of the 5 systems by 1% each, now it only required 2 days. Because before, he had to practice one by one, switching breathing techniques. Now, with the elemental breathing technique, he could practice all 5 elements simultaneously, saving several times the time. Even though he was currently improving quickly with beast crystals, what if he ran out of them? Moreover, beast crystals above level 7 would likely be scarce on the battlefield, and at that time, the progress from a single beast crystal would probably be even less. Next, I should prepare to take a trip to Magic City, Chinfong thought to himself. With his current strength, breaking through the 4 holy academies in Magic City should be no problem. Even the 9 academies wouldn't have students as strong as him. This wasn't arrogance, but confidence. Thinking of this, he took out his phone, found a number, and dialed. City Lord Zhou, this is Chinfong. As soon as the call connected, Chinfong spoke. I knew it was you. What made you think of calling? Zhou Taikuan asked, puzzled. Does City Lord Zhou have the number for Governor Jiang of Jiang Province? Chinfong inquired. He and Jiang Qingshan were acquaintances but not very familiar, so he had never kept his number. However, this time he had to ask for the other party's help. Killing Kuan might make it difficult for Yen to target him, but his parents were different.
Logically, a master wouldn't bother with an opponent's family, but he couldn't guarantee that.
Additionally, while Shingha courtyard was safe, that was relative, a master could easily enter and kill without leaving any traces. In Rong City, the only place that could guarantee safety was probably the provincial government. The provincial government had a family area, and as long as Jang Chang agreed, even if he wasn't a provincial government person, arranging for his parents to stay there wouldn't be a problem. If the other party was unwilling, he would have to arrange for his parents to stay in the military's family area, but that would make the old couple very bored, so it was better to stay in Rong City until the last moment.
Governor Jiang? What happened? Zhou Taiquan asked. Chinfong didn't hide anything and directly explained the situation.
Zhou Taiquan, upon hearing this, spoke with surprise. You've made so much progress again during this time? Do you still want to live?
Chinfeng's ability to kill Meng Changqing had already shocked him, but now he had directly destroyed the martial
arts arena.
He had heard some things about the Kyoto martial arts arena. So, I can only ask Governor Jiang for help first.
Once I completely resolve the issue, it won't be so troublesome anymore.
Chinfong spoke up.
You really have a lot of guts.
Zhou Taiquan sighed and then said, actually, there's no need to trouble Jiang Qingshan.
Your relationship with him is just average. Why bother owing such a big favor? Does the city lord have another method?
Chinfong asked, puzzled.
Just let Zhu Yuan bring your parents to the family area of the Martial Arts Association.
Besides, old Zhu is at the Martial Arts Association every day, so Shi Yan won't have a chance.
President Zhu? Chinfong was confused. Ha, do you look down on old Zhu? Not
to mention whether Shi Yan dares to go to the Martial Arts Association to kill. Old Zhu recently broke through to the master level, Zhou Taiquan said with a smile. Before Chinfong could ask, the voice continued, old Zhu could have broken through to the master level a long time ago, he just kept holding himself back. His path to mastery is very special. I'm not sure of the specifics, but I know that once he breaks through, his strength will be formidable.
That Shi Yan you mentioned, I know her too.
Among masters, she's considered of medium strength, but she still can't compare to old Zhu, who just broke through.
Zhou Tietuan's tone carried admiration for Zhu Yuan.
It was easy to understand, someone who could break through to the 7 stars at any time yet chose to suppress himself for so long was hard to come by. After all, the temptation to become a master is something not everyone can resist.
Impressive. Chinfong couldn't help but exclaim. In this world, there are always some martial artists who are different from ordinary ones.
Some rely on talent, like being born with dual attributes, while others carve out their own unique path as martial artists.
Perhaps many will never become martial saints or even attain a golden body, but they each grow strong in their own way. Alright, then I'll ask President Zhu for this favor.
After Chinfong finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Soon, after calling Zhu Yuan, the other side readily agreed.
After chatting for
a while, Chinfong finally hung up, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. He opened the ticket booking website, just about to book a flight to Magic City when suddenly, the door of the villa rang.
Junior, I'm from the student council. We took a photo together last time, do you remember?
The door opened, and his senior smiled as she spoke. Chinfong nodded, looking at the small bottle in her hand.
The rewards for this time have been distributed so quickly? Chinfong asked in surprise.
The small bottle clearly contained the blood of a level 7 exotic beast, 10 portions of it. Once an exotic beast reaches level 7, its size is enormous, and a single beast's blood is quite a lot, so it is generally stored in such spatial bottles. You might not know, but just before, the Academy's exotic beast task was announced. Director Zhou said you might participate, so the rewards for this task were expedited for you, the senior said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chinfong was taken
aback. The exotic beast tasks are not taken from the task hall. These tasks are a collaboration between the Martial Arts Academy and the military.
The military will find time to arrange some exotic beasts for students to undertake tasks. Therefore, these tasks are not available all the time, they occur occasionally, and students who want to participate need to sign up in advance. The academy then arranges who will go, usually about 10 students at a time.
Since these exotic beast tasks are not common, it's quite good if every student can participate once during their 4 years of university. Thus, students who have already gone will not be arranged again for the next time.
And Chinfong had not gone before, so he had this opportunity.
When does it officially start? Chinfong asked.
He still wanted to check out the exotic beast mission.
This was a task that all martial arts academies in the Dragon Kingdom were participating in.
There were thousands of martial arts academies, big and small, in the Dragon Kingdom, and if each academy sent 10 people, that would amount to tens of thousands of participants, equivalent to several divisions of the military. Of course, the quality couldn't be compared, but the number
was quite intimidating. 3 days later, I suppose. If you want to go, you need to sign up first. However, Director Zhou said that your registration is just a formality. You will definitely be included. Moreover, other students are actually hoping you can go as well.
This is also a great opportunity for you to showcase your strength among all the martial arts academies. The senior sister spoke with some anticipation. Whether it was the academy or the students, it was the same. If Chinfong went this time, with his strength, he would definitely make a name for himself among all the martial arts academies. Even if the people sent from the Holy Academy in Magic City weren't the strongest, those from their academy would see Chinfeng's power and would naturally spread the word when they returned. As for whether the other students from the Holy Academy in Magic City believed it, that was their business. The most important thing was that when students from the thousands of academies in the Dragon Kingdom saw it, the status of their academy would surely rise a bit within the Holy Academy. Alright, just sign me up. Chinfong nodded. Okay, Junior. Also, you can set off 3 days later. This mission is in Magic City. Magic City? Chinfong was taken aback. What a coincidence, he was just preparing to go to Magic City, and now it was just a matter of waiting 3 more days. Yes, Junior, it's in Magic City, on Star Island. You should have heard that there's a new rift opened there. Right now, they are building high walls there, but recently, the Southern War Zone discovered that in a few days, the rift will experience a level 3 to 4 riot. The riot level isn't high. The Southern War Zone considered it and decided to take the opportunity to let the students of the Holy Academy undertake the exotic beast mission. The senior sister explained. Opportunities to encounter such rift riots during the exotic beast mission were rare. Although riots often occurred on the front lines, they were generally level 5 and above. And at level 5 and above, many 7-star exotic beasts would appear. Below level 5, such occurrences were rare, with the strongest being 6-star exotic beasts, and they were not many. Therefore, it was relatively safe for students to undertake the exotic beast mission. That's fine, then sign me up. Chinfong nodded. Waiting 3 more days was no issue. The senior sister smiled. Then I'll write down your name. By the way, Junior, this time going to Magic City, departing in 3 days, the school will purchase the tickets collectively. Once you get there, you might have to wait another 2 days to enter the island. In any case, you can bring a bit of luggage. The senior sister reminded. Chinfong nodded. After the senior sister left, Chinfong went to the bathroom, lying in the bathtub, pouring out the blood of the exotic beasts. Then, countless energies surged into his body. As time passed, he poured out the blood 10 times before completely absorbing the energy of the exotic beast blood. His star blood had also reached about 80% completion. That's enough. The blood of 10 7-star exotic beasts is not as good as the dragon blood from the star selection back then. Chinfong was quite satisfied. At this rate, with about 107-level exotic beast blood, he could complete his star blood entirely. Still haven't obtained the second volume of the star body refinement technique. He shook his head and began his cultivation. In the 3 days that followed, nothing significant happened. Chinfong remained in the villa, cultivating without stepping outside. On the morning of the 3rd day, the senior sister found him again, informing him that the tickets had been purchased, and Chinfong saw the message on his phone. Chinfong, I'm going with you. Just as Chinfong was preparing to head to the airport, Shinyu found him. At the same time, there was another person, Pan Lei. You got selected too? Chinfong asked Shinyu. I did, and since I'm also from Magic City, I might as well go back and see if I can catch my sister's wedding, Shinyu replied. Luo Bin is getting married? Chinfong was surprised. That was quite fast. Pretty much, the exact date isn't set, but it should be soon, Shinyu said. Chinfong nodded. If necessary, he would go as well. He then looked at Pan Lei. You're not going to Magic City too, are you, Senior Pan? Since he was extending his studies, there shouldn't be anyone without a task. Pan Lei smiled. I am going to Magic City too. Junior, you should have other things to do after your task this time, right? His tone was teasing. If Chinfong was going to Magic City, the Holy Academy there would definitely want to see him, especially since many students in the First Academy knew about Chinfong being rejected by the Ninth Academy back then. Of course. Chinfong nodded. I want to see it too. Since I have no classes, my purpose for extending my studies is to see you break through the Ninth Academy. Once you finish your business, I'll just join the Southern War Zone, which is quite convenient, Pan Lei said seriously. Extending studies for a year didn't necessarily mean it had to be a full year. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself going with me? Fong laughed. The people from the Ninth Academy are quite strong. On the rankings, Xiao from the Ninth Academy was already first. Even if the rankings weren't accurate, Xiao being first was probably a certainty. Let them come, let them. Slap my face, Pan Lei said earnestly. He had unknowingly decided that as long as it was something Chinfong wanted to do, there would definitely be no problem. Whenever Chinfong went to the Ninth Academy, it would mean he was fully confident. Let's go. Chinfong smiled. After the 3 of them left the academy, they took a taxi and headed to the airport. By the way, which students from the First Academy are going this time? Chinfong asked after they arrived at the airport. For the freshmen, just you 2, for the sophomores 2, for the juniors 4, and for the seniors 2.
These people actually wanted to go with you, but in the end, they still went separately. After all, staying with you all the time would be too much of a blow to their confidence. Pan Lei chuckled. He actually felt the same way, but since he was going to join the military district, he probably wouldn't see Chinfong often in the future, so it didn't matter. Moreover, his ultimate goal for extending his studies was to see Chinfong defeat all the academies. As for Chenyu, he was like a stone, completely unaware of what he was thinking. However, at that moment, Chenyu spoke up. Confidence is important. Of course, but you have to consider who you're comparing yourself to. Comparing yourself to him is just asking for trouble, isn't it? His tone was extremely serious. Pan Lei was taken aback. What Junior Chen said makes sense. He suddenly understood Shan Yu's thoughts. Confidence is necessary. With confidence, one can keep striving and even change their fate. But before achieving success, if your salary is 3,000, you shouldn't compare yourself to the richest person. Not long after Chinfong boarded the plane in a villa in Kyoto, a woman sat in the yard with a pale face, and in front of her was a black box and urn. Sister Yen. Beside the woman, a man looked at Shi Yen with a serious expression. Sure, Kuan and I lost our parents when we were young. Life was tough, but every time we were bullied, this kid would always step up. Even if he got beaten to a pulp, he wouldn't let me get hurt at all. Shi Yen looked at the box and revealed a smile, as if recalling some beautiful memories. Later, we thought we couldn't keep being bullied like this. What could we do? Of course, we had to become martial artists, so we found a way to join a martial arts school. We both worked hard, but my talent was better. I became a 4-star martial artist first, joined the Changcheng martial arts school, and eventually became a disciple of the martial saint. As for him, later he didn't want to join any forces, saying he didn't want any constraints. This kid, maybe he got used to fighting when he was young. He's quite wild. The man listened quietly. Shi Yan's voice was very calm, sometimes even smiling, but he could sense a chill spreading from her, as if the sky was about to fall. Later, I became a master and had some strength. Whatever he wanted to do, I didn't care. After all, I'm his sister. I owe him since we were kids. Sigh, I was too indulgent with him, knowing that opening a martial arts arena would eventually lead to trouble. She spoke with a tone of regret. Sister Yen, this isn't your fault. The man didn't know what to say, finally offering a quiet comfort. Whether it's my fault or not, in any case, no one can judge him. Since someone killed him, then that person should die, not just him, his whole family should die. Shi Yan's tone was icy. Have you checked on his parents? Shi Yan asked. I've checked. His parents were arranged by the Rongqing Martial Arts Association to enter the association. I went there, but couldn't get in. Recently, it's very strict there. Anyone entering must go through multiple checks, and once inside, there are always staff accompanying them. There's no chance at all. Moreover, President Zhu Yuan has broken through to the master level, and once he breaks through, he becomes extremely powerful, even surpassing Jiang Province's governor Jang Chang. The man recounted the details. He had personally gone to Rongqing in the past few days. The purpose was simple: to control Qin Feng's parents, force Chinfong, then kill Chinfong first, and then his parents, thus avenging Kuan to the greatest extent, but he couldn't find an opportunity at all. It seems this kid has a good relationship with the people from the Martial Arts Association over there. Shi Yan's face was grim, and she was shocked that Zhu Yuan had become a top master right after breaking through. Such people are rare. Moreover, for such a person, entering a major sect is just a matter of time. Yes, this person has been very much in the spotlight in Rongqing, and at the martial arts conference he really stood out. Not only is he closely related to the Martial Arts Association, but also to the city lord's mansion. Additionally, he knows Jiang Qingshan. I also tested Jiang Qingshan, trying to get him to help, but it was impossible, and I almost fell out with him. The man said this with a tone of lingering fear. He had previously hinted to Jiang Qingshan about wanting to deal with Chinfong, and as a result, the other party almost captured him. If it weren't for Shi Yan's connection, he might not have come back. What about his whereabouts? Shi Yan asked. Since they couldn't act against his family for now, they should kill him first. Once the genius is dead, Rongqing wouldn't protect him like this anymore, and there would surely be opportunities later. Recently, the Beast mission at the Martial Arts Academy has started. He went to Modu today. Sister Yen, don't worry, I've already hired 3 people in Modu. This time, barring any accidents, he will die in Modu. The man spoke very confidently. In this world, there is a profession dedicated to protecting people, and their fees are not low. Similarly, there is a profession dedicated to killing, and their fees are even higher. Especially those who can kill Chinfong are not ones that can be hired with money. What kind of strength? Shi Yan asked uneasily. A master definitely cannot be hired. 6-star top level. The explosive power of the 3 of them is all above 1.5 million. They can definitely take care of Chinfong, the man said. They had analyzed Qin Feng's strength, being able to kill so many people at once. His explosive power also reached around 1.5 million, and his aura was long-lasting. However, if 3 people with 1.5 million explosive power and killing experience acted together, Chinfong would not be a match.
Fong had killed many, but many of them were not strong. Even those 6-star challengers either relied on drugs or had just entered the threshold, with only one sure.
Kuan being a bit stronger. To be honest, 2 6-star top levels could handle it, so he hired 3. Shurian nodded. As soon as there is news, let me know. Yes. About 2 hours later, Chinfong and the others got off the plane and arrived at the airport in the Magic City. Chinfong. As soon as they walked out of the airport, Luo Bin and his girlfriend Chen Xiaoqing appeared in front of him. Instructor Luo, why are you here? Chinfong looked at Luo Bin. Chen, you told Xiaoqing he was coming back, and since you are here, of course, I came. By the way, the accommodation has been arranged. It's by the seaside going to Star Island. When the time comes, it won't be far to take a boat to Star Island. Very convenient. This brother, yours, has also been arranged. Luo Bin finally looked at Pan Lei. Pan Lei was taken aback. Brother Luo, you're being polite, thank you. He wasn't a pretentious person and knew Luo Bin was from the southern war zone and they might be comrades in the future. What are you thanking me for? Luo Bin waved his hand and looked at Chinfong again. Shall we go eat now? Chinfong shook his head. Let's skip the meal and go back to the hotel instead. At his current level of cultivation, one meal occasionally was enough and there was no need to waste time. Besides, he had no interest in going out to wander around. Staying in the hotel would allow him to cultivate a bit. Alright then, I won't see you off to the hotel. Here are the room cards. He took out 2 room cards and handed them to Chinfong and Pan Lei. Chen Yu, you should go home. Your parents know you are back. What about you guys? Chen Yu asked. Your sister and I are going shopping. Are you coming? Luo Bin said. Chen Yu's expression changed. Shopping was torture and he definitely wouldn't go. After everyone parted ways, Chinfong and Pan Lei soon arrived at the hotel. This hotel has a nice environment. As they walked into the lobby, Pan Lei surveyed the hotel. This is newly opened, catering to those visiting Star Island. Chinfong smiled. Although Star Island had started building high walls, it was still open for visits, but tickets were required. Additionally, once there, visitors could only observe from outside the high walls and during the safe period of the cracks. Now that the cracks were about to erupt, the seaside outside the hotel had already been sealed off and only military personnel could use the boats. Their rooms were adjacent, both on the 3rd floor. Chinfong was in 302 and Pan Lei was in 303. Just as they got on the elevator, 3 people walked into the hotel lobby, 2 men and a woman. They were dressed in black clothes and wore black baseball caps. If one didn't look closely, it was impossible to see their faces. From the hotel's surveillance, their features were even less discernible. Among the 3, one person quickly entered the elevator with Chinfong and Pan Lei. In the elevator, Chinfong and Pan Lei stood at the back. A man in black entered the elevator, pressed the button for the 4th floor, and the elevator began to ascend slowly. Chinfong smirked. When the elevator stopped at the 3rd floor, he and Pan Lei exited, while the elevator continued upward after the doors closed. This guy seems suspicious. Pan Lei frowned. Chinfong smiled. Did Senior Pan forget that I've offended someone? Pan Lei instantly realized his expression changing slightly. Are you saying they are from the night? The night isn't really an organization, it's just a name some people call themselves. They have no leader or headquarters, just individuals who accept money from others to do their bidding, giving themselves a pretentious title. Like some computer experts who call themselves hackers. It should be. It's been a few days. Shurian is ready, and they called from Rongqing saying someone wants to harm my parents. Chinfong smiled. Pan Lei's expression changed. Are they looking for death? Do they want to act in a hotel? He believed that Shurian could offer a price that would tempt these people to take risks, but to act in a hotel, that was just asking for trouble. This wasn't the suburbs. People die for wealth, birds die for food, and martial artists are no exception. I'm just curious how they plan to act. If you hear any commotion later, don't be impulsive. They are mine, Chinfong said with a smile. Shurian could never hire a master. These people, at their highest, were only 6-star top tier, so killing them shouldn't be too difficult. Pan Lei nodded. He was clear about his own strength. If he intervened, it would only drag Chinfong down. The other party wasn't targeting him. As long as these people weren't fools, they wouldn't deal with him too. I'm really curious how these people will act, Chinfong said softly. Would they just barge into his room? That seemed unlikely. Why not create an opportunity for them yourself? Pan Lei suggested. These guys hiding in the shadows were indeed a hassle. Chinfong was taken aback, then shook his head. Forget it, that's too obvious. Creating an opportunity for them would just mean pretending to go to the suburbs, giving them a chance to follow. However, for those who often engage in killing, it would be easy for others to see through this. Shurian definitely knew he was acquainted with people from the southern war zone, so these 3 would also know and suspect that he had hired someone, probably wouldn't follow him. True, these people are really troublesome. The Chongqing martial art school shouldn't exist. Pan Lei shook his head. These guys who often hide in the shadows were indeed annoying, and you could never finish dealing with them. Moreover, many people actually knew that they were from the Chongqing martial arts school.
Some stayed at the school as martial instructors, while most of those who left became bodyguards. The prices were very high, but even higher were those who became assassins.
So, many people disliked the Changcheng martial arts school, especially official organizations.
But there was no way around it. The Changcheng Martial Arts School was established by Qi Changcheng and Qi Wuxing.
Even the other martial saints couldn't say much. You have to know
that Qi Changcheng is arguably the oldest living human. Not to mention his strength, his seniority is also greater than that of the other martial saints.
Even Su Wuxing from the 9th Academy and Xiao Yunshan, Xiao Wuxing from the
Martial Arts Association have to call him senior. As for Xia Nantian from the military, he doesn't owe anyone anything, a typical domineering temper. Senior, you should be cautious with your words. If Qi Wuxing hears this, it would be serious. Chinfong smiled.
Ha, no matter how powerful a martial saint is,
he shouldn't be able to hear my words, right? He laughed heartily, but his eyes kept darting around, as if afraid of something. Seeing this, Chinfong smiled. The martial saint certainly wouldn't hear their conversation. No matter how powerful the martial saint was, he couldn't possibly hear everyone in humanity speaking. Even if he could, he wouldn't specifically come to listen to Pan Lei. As they spoke, the two found their rooms. After Chinfong entered and put his things away, he directly began to practice the elemental breathing technique. Right now, the fastest way for him to increase his strength was to elevate his ice element to 5 stars, as there was still 5% of the divine pattern progress left in the ice element, which was the quickest way to improve in a short time.
As for the upcoming mission, it would indeed involve killing many alien beasts, but that wasn't his responsibility.
Even if he did kill some, they would belong to the Southern War Zone. After all, this mission was merely a practical opportunity provided to students by the Southern War Zone, so all the corpses
of the alien beasts would be collected by the War Zone.
Of course, he could request some from the War Zone. Given what he did last time, they should not refuse.
Let's wait and see.
The high wall still hasn't been completely repaired, and a lot of resources are needed, he thought, and then he fell into a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, the man in black quietly appeared at the staircase. He walked silently, passing by Qin Feng's room, heading
towards another staircase, and then went downstairs. Number 1, how is it?
The other 2 men in black had been waiting outside the hotel, and when they saw him come out, one of them quickly asked. Before they acted together, they didn't know each other and hadn't introduced themselves. They had simply confirmed their codenames from number 1 to number 3.
302, number 1 confirmed. We've identified the room, now we need to discuss a plan, number 2 said. Should we just wait for him to come out and find an opportunity to strike? Number 1 suggested.
No, if he only comes out when the Academy's mission starts, he'll go straight to Star Island, and we won't have any chance then. Number
3 shook his head. Star Island is currently sealed off,
but once the students' mission begins, Chinfong will enter Star Island, and they won't be able to get in at all. It's controlled by the military, leaving them with no opportunity. We can't just barge into his room either. There are only 3 floors here, and he could jump out the window.
If there's too much commotion, we would have to leave. Number 1 frowned. It really wasn't easy to act in the hotel.
And even if Chinfong didn't jump out the window once inside, they might not be able to subdue him immediately. If too much time passed, they wouldn't be able to escape. There were military personnel near the beach not far from the hotel. Right now, the only way is for us to sneak into his room in advance and wait for him to come in. That way, we can catch him off guard and resolve it quickly, number 2 suggested. Number 1 and number 3 nodded in agreement. The only trouble was that they had to wait for Chinfong to come out before they could quietly sneak into the room. Go find something, then go to the front desk and tell the staff that this is for the military guest in room 302, and have him come down to collect it. Meanwhile, we'll go upstairs in advance. As soon as he leaves, we'll go in. Number 3 thought for a moment and then proposed. The other 2 nodded in response, and soon the 3 began to take action. In room 302, Chinfong had been in a state of cultivation for about an hour when the phone in the room rang. Hello, is this Mr. Qin? The voice of the receptionist came through the phone. Yes. It's like this, someone claiming to be from the military district left something at the front desk saying it's for you. Can you come down to pick it up? The receptionist's tone was very polite. Upon hearing this, Chinfong smiled. All right. An opportunity had come. He stood up directly, opened the door, and walked towards the elevator. Soon, he arrived at the front desk. The item was a delicate box. He took the box and did not return to his room. Instead, he went outside the hotel. After opening the box and seeing what was inside, he smiled. To make me believe, he really spent a lot. Chinfong took out the item. It was a level 4 beast crystal of the wood type. It was likely that Shuryan had found out about his visit to the martial arts arena, where he had gambled for the first time, and that the bet was indeed the beast crystal. This matter had already been communicated to the 3 of them. The biggest problem for the 3 was that they did not understand the military. Even if Chinfong had some connection to the southern military region, it was still strange for someone to send a beast crystal out of the blue. However, he was not polite about it. The system showed that it could be devoured. So there was clearly no problem. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he swallowed it in one gulp. Soon, his progress in the wood-type divine pattern increased by 5%, reaching 55%.
After that, he took out his phone. Does Instructor Luo know anyone from the City Lord's mansion in Magic City?
As soon as the call connected, Chinfong asked.
City Lord's mansion? What happened?
Luo Bin immediately sensed the problem.
It's nothing, just a few people who want to kill me. I need the City Lord's mansion to come over, mainly to collect the bodies, otherwise it would affect the hotel's business,
Chinfong said casually.
However, after his words, there was a moment of silence. On Luo Bin's side, don't act recklessly. Who are they, and what is their cultivation level?
Luo Bin was clearly a bit anxious. Something had happened right after Chinfong arrived in Magic City, and the opponent had already grasped
the situation.
A few people from the Dark Knight, their cultivation level is about 6 stars.
Chinfeng's tone was calm. However, Luo Bin on the other end exclaimed, a few? And they're 6 stars? In that case, don't contact the City Lord's mansion. It will take a while for them to get there.
I'll notify the nearby military, they can arrive in about 10 minutes.
Just don't act recklessly.
After saying that, the call ended. Chinfong smiled. It was the same with
the military.
The identities of these people from the Dark Knight were easy to confirm, so killing them would not lead to any official investigation against him. The military's arrival would be the same, and they wouldn't even need the City Lord's mansion to intervene. After putting away his phone, he walked back into the hotel. He quickly reached the 3rd floor, and when he arrived at his room door, he first swiped his card, then suddenly took a step back.
Bang!
Just as he stepped back, a fist came crashing out. Chinfong grabbed the opponent's wrist and twisted it.
With a crack, a scream echoed in the room.
Chinfong then kicked the door open and slapped the opponent on the forehead. The person's body went limp, their eyes filled with shock and fear.
You want to kill me?
Chinfong looked at the 2 men in black across from him, who seemed frozen in place. The 2 stared at Chinfong in disbelief. They had just prepared to rush over after seeing their companion scream, but then the opponent was killed. The speed was so fast that it inexplicably instilled fear in the 2.
How much did Shuryen give you? How about I give you double if you let me go? Chinfong smiled. The 2 were taken aback. And then, Chinfeng's figure flashed, charging towards the 2. Just kidding, I have no money.
As Chinfeng's voice fell, he arrived in front of the 2.
Their faces changed drastically, and they retreated frantically.
One of them even threw a punch, the fist coming in waves, one after another.
A water system 6-star expert. Too slow.
Chinfeng's voice rang out.
What?
The man's face changed sharply as he realized that his fist struck only a shadow, while Chinfong had already appeared in front of the other person.
The wind system is all about speed.
Chinfeng's voice echoed in the man's ear, causing him to shudder. This person was quite interesting. After Chinfong approached them, the other one directly attacked, while he, in retreat, turned to run, trying to escape through the window. Unfortunately, while the wind system is fast, martial arts are not. At that moment, Chinfeng's fist was crimson, and he slammed it into the man's back.
Boom!
The man's body did not fly away. Instead, a tremendous force penetrated through his back, causing his chest to bulge.
Ah! The man let out a miserable scream, followed by a mouthful
of blood spewing out, his face instantly devoid of color, regret and fear evident in his eyes.
My internal organs?
Before he could finish, with a bang, he collapsed.
You haven't run yet.
Chinfong turned to look at the last person. That man stared at Chinfong, completely dumbfounded, too strong, especially that speed, leaving him unable to react. In this situation, no matter how they fought, even if the 3 of them teamed up, they couldn't touch him.
Are you really just a student?
Number 3 looked at Chinfong, his heart filled with extreme fear, but he still asked this huge question. He hadn't run just now because he was stunned. He couldn't run. With Chinfeng's speed, he would be killed before he could take a few steps. Now he suspected that Shuryen was deliberately harming them. Shuryen had told them about Chinfeng's specifics, but he hadn't mentioned Chinfeng's speed at all, which was the most critical.
Student? Chinfong smiled. To kill, one must first strike at the heart. No, Shuryen deceived you.
After saying the last word, his fist instantly ignited with flames, and this fire was different from before. All the fire elements were
materialized. Chinfong looked like the sun itself.
Number 3's pupils constricted. The terrifying fire elements made it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. His face changed repeatedly.
Wave after wave of terrifying heat
surged towards him, causing his face to ache.
How can he be this strong? Shuryen, Shuryen!
He wanted to shout out his inner anger. His anger was not directed at Chinfong, but at Shuryen. They had been deceived. Chinfong was not a student
at all.
Similarly, they had been told that the 3 of them could easily deal with Chinfong, yet this was simply the Grim Reaper. Let alone 3 people, even doubling their number would probably not be enough to match him. They
were just here to die.
In the next second, that heat wave crazily surged into his throat, rendering him unable to speak, only able to scream internally. He watched as Chinfeng's figure flashed and charged towards him. Using all his strength, he pushed out a palm.
However, it was still a shadow, and then he kept striking out, shadows, still shadows. At this moment, his inner fear grew stronger. With each punch he threw, his martial arts heart crumbled a little more. At this moment, number 3's heart for martial arts surged like a torrent. He was like a madman, throwing punches without knowing where Chinfong was. I'm right here. Shin's voice rang out from behind number 3. He froze in place, and Chinfong shook his head, delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the ground, then continued to strike him down with one punch after another without using any martial arts techniques. After 5 punches, number 3 lay motionless on the ground. Looking at number 3's lifeless body, Chinfong murmured, "So weak, just a few ordinary punches, and he's dead." Sigh. He sighed, adjusted his clothes, and then sat down by the bed. So violent. In room 303, Panlei pressed his ear against the wall, hearing the commotion in Chinfeng's voice from the next room, sending a chill down his spine. This junior seems so gentle usually. If anyone provokes him, it would truly be a death sentence. Rest in peace, Shi Yan. Panlei began to feel sympathy for that female master. Although Chinfong had not yet become a master and might not be Shi Yan's opponent now, he believed that Chinfong would eventually surpass her, and it wouldn't take too long. In this process, as long as Chinfong was fine, Shi Yan would definitely die a miserable death. In short, one of them would surely die, and he felt it would definitely be Shi Yan. I wonder if that female master will fly into a rage when she finds out about the 3 deaths. His curiosity suddenly piqued. He was very eager to see a master warrior in a fit of rage. Soon, he lay down on the bed, not going to Chin Feng's side. At this moment, there was no need to get involved. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, military vehicles lined up at the entrance, stretching for hundreds of meters. Soon, soldiers began to disembark from the vehicles, all rushing towards the hotel. They completely surrounded the entire hotel. The surrounding crowd looked on in shock and confusion. Inside the hotel, the front desk was in a state of panic as a man rushed out from an office. "I am the hotel manager, sir. What is this about?" the man asked, his face changing, his heart racing. He had never seen such a large-scale operation. Luo Bin and several other officers glanced at him but ignored him, heading straight for the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they immediately saw that the door to one of the rooms had been smashed to pieces. They hurried to the door and looked inside, their pupils instantly contracting. Just then, Chinfong walked out. "Instructor Luo, come collect a body. Did you call so many people?" Chinfong glanced at the others, noting the presence of a lieutenant colonel and a colonel, all estimated to be at 6 stars in strength. "Sir." The others saluted Chinfong instantly. They had all met Chinfong once on Star Island, and seeing him now, their eyes were filled with admiration. They had completely regarded him as a superior, rather than just a nominal star general. It could be said that among the 4-star generals, Chinfeng's status in the hearts of these soldiers was entirely different from the other 3. Chinfong looked at them, returned the salute, and said, "Call a few people up to handle this, let the others disperse." "Yes." One of them turned to make arrangements. "Come in." Chinfong gestured to the others. After a few entered, they crouched down to examine the bodies of the 3 men, revealing their shock. They could still see the fear in these men's eyes, clearly having just experienced a terrifying nightmare from the recent battle. "Chinfong, what is your current strength?" Luo Bin was astonished. These were 3 6-star warriors, strong among 6 stars, yet they had been killed as if they were chickens. "My current strength is about this. I'm still a bit away from becoming a master." Chinfong shook his head. Upon hearing this, the others trembled. "Just a little more, but how much is a little?" They didn't know, but they were sure it wasn't far off. Especially Luo Bin, who was shocked beyond measure at this moment. He had known Chinfong since the genius training camp back when Chinfong was just a 1-star warrior. How long has it been? Was this speed like riding a rocket? So, human potential can be this powerful, he couldn't help but whisper. Chinfong had completely shattered the previous pace of human progress. But because of this, he realized that human potential is limitless. Humanity has always been about breaking existing limits time and again, it's just that Chinfeng's speed of breaking them was far too fast. In the future, people might refer to Chinfong. Without this speed, one couldn't claim that humanity had reached its limits. Therefore, in the future, Chinfong would likely become the benchmark for geniuses. Before long, several soldiers arrived to handle the bodies, and 2 hotel cleaners came to start cleaning the bloodstains. "Chief, let's change to another place to stay," a lieutenant colonel suggested. Here, it was considered unsafe. Similarly, since someone had died here, it was uncomfortable to stay. Chinfong waved his hand. "It's fine, I'm not that particular. As for the enemy, they won't be coming in the short term." Shi Yan needed time to gather information, and if the other side was still looking for people, it would also take time, so there wouldn't be any enemies coming to find him in the short term. "By the way, when is the beast tide expected?" Chinfong asked. The beast tide meant the mission was about to begin. "Based on our experience, it should be in about 2 days, Luo Bin replied. Chinfong nodded. Who is in charge of this mission? The so-called person in charge was the one announcing the mission. Each marshal
Arts Academy might send a leader, and Chinfong knew that the one from the first academy was Zhou Ping, but he hadn't arrived yet. The academy leader's presence only represented the academy, they had no control over the mission. The people in charge of the mission were from the military.
General 1, Luo Bin said.
Chinfong smiled, as expected. This mission is actually the military selecting geniuses, which also means the first competition among all
martial arts academies.
You might be in the spotlight again, Luo Bin chuckled. With Chinfeng's strength, no matter which students the other academies sent, they were destined to be mere supporting characters.
Whether I'm in the
spotlight or not doesn't matter, I mainly want to see what the 4 holy academies in Magic City are like.
After this mission, I should go take a look. Is the 9th academy going too? Luo Bin asked curiously. Yes. Chinfong nodded.
Luo Bin looked at Chinfong and suddenly smiled. I didn't expect you to be going to the 9th academy so soon again.
I wonder if you'll have time to take a look then.
It had only been 3 or 4 months since Chinfong
last went to the 9th academy.
Last time, he went to request resources, but this time, he would likely be going to seize resources from the 9th academy. And this resource was the future resource of the 9th academy, as well as
its status and reputation.
If the so-called number 1 Holy Academy, the 9th Academy, had its strongest senior defeated by a freshman, it would be an unprecedented blow to the 9th Academy and a heavy strike to its reputation. After Luo Bin and the others left, Chinfong continued his training, but soon his phone rang again.
So busy.
Chinfong shook his head and answered the call.
Chinfong, where are you? As soon as the call connected, Zhou Ping's voice came through.
At the Peace Hotel.
I've arrived, and there are other classmates here. We're taking a boat to Star Island's dock. Do you want to come?
Zhou Ping said.
What are you all doing over there? Can you go to Star Island now? Chinfong was taken aback.
That place was currently sealed off by the military. Only military personnel could take a boat to Star Island.
No, we're just here to take a look. From here, you can
see the unfinished high walls, and there are many students from other academies here. The 4 holy academies from Magic City that are participating in the mission have all come. You can come over and take a look.
Zhou
Ping's words were filled with cheer. Chinfong would eventually go to those holy academies, so it would be good for those people to get to know him first. After hearing this, Chinfong hesitated for a moment. Alright, I'll come take a look and see if I can go to Star Island early.
That probably won't work.
Now everyone from the other academies has the same idea as you, but it's difficult.
The people from the 9th academy are all being stopped.
Zhou Ping said. The mission hasn't started yet, so students are not allowed to enter early. This is also for fairness.
Entering early would at least allow them to familiarize themselves with the environment, which might give them an advantage.
If everyone entered early, there would be too many people, and Star Island hasn't been properly arranged yet.
Alright then.
After hanging up the phone, Chinfong walked out of the room. The place to go to Star Island is called Star Dock. At this moment, the military's warning line at Star Dock was very long, with soldiers standing outside the warning line, and there were also hundreds of
people on the dock.
These people were almost all students, most of whom were from various martial arts academies across the country, and standing at the front of everyone were the students from the 9
holy academies. Did you see that? The few people on the far left are from the 9th academy.
I heard that half of them are freshmen this time, and 2-star generals are here too.
Someone in the back
pointed at the few people on the far left and whispered.
The 9th academy is the 9th academy. Their aura is different. Someone sighed.
At this moment, the few people from the 9th academy stood at the far left in front of the crowd, and the people behind them kept a distance of at least 2 meters, as if that 2-meter distance was a forbidden zone that no one dared to approach, showing how much respect
the 9th academy commanded in people's hearts. To the right of the 9th academy are the 6th and 7th academies, right? These top 3 holy academies have been ranked that way for many years.
Hundreds of people came to the dock, but at this moment, many people's gazes were focused on the people from these 3 academies.
The 8th academy is really in a bad spot. Although they are strong, they are still quite far from the top 3 and are almost caught up by the 5th academy. Someone glanced at the people from the 8th academy. The 8th academy is not as miserable as the 1st academy.
The oldest holy academy is now at the bottom and is often looked down upon by the other academies in the capital. That is the real misery.
The discussions continued, and when people mentioned the
1st academy, many looked towards the group on the far right from the 1st academy.
It could be said that the current 1st academy and 9th academy were completely 2 extremes. These ordinary martial
arts academy students, although still not as good as the 1st academy, had never thought of comparing themselves, so they had always compared among the 9 holy academies.
Now that students from all
9 holy academies were present, naturally, the attention on the 2 academies was the highest. The 1st academy has produced the strongest freshman, who has defeated all 5 holy academies in the
capital and crushed them. Don't use the thinking from 800 years ago to judge the 1st academy. A person from a martial arts academy in the capital sneered.
The current first academy, 4 other academies, whether you were a freshman or a senior, simply pressed down on you so hard that you couldn't catch your breath.
In the past, students from several holy institutes in Kyoto would gather together
and mock the students of the first institute, but now, he glanced ahead at the other holy institutes, and not a single one dared to make a sound. This was all because of one person, Chinfong. He had previously followed the first institute to watch Chinfong storm through the corridor, and the terror of that moment still lingered in his mind. He tried to look around but did not see Chinfeng's figure. Even if he's not here, the other 4 holy institutes in Kyoto are all quiet, he sighed inwardly, something that would have been impossible in previous years.
I've heard some things about the strongest new student from the first institute, but it's hard to believe. One person shook his head and spoke. Indeed, how could a new student be that strong? It's simply absurd. Someone else also shook their head. The person from the Kyoto Martial Arts Institute frowned. You all can access the Holy Institute's forum. Haven't you seen the related posts? So what if we have? We can't see the process in the corridor. Who knows if it's true or not? Someone retorted.
There were indeed videos related to Chinfong storming through the corridor on the forum, but the videos only showed Chinfong before entering and
after exiting the corridor. The process in between was completely missing. With the current level of technology, synthesizing such a video was not difficult at all. It wasn't that they didn't believe it. It was just too outrageous. If Chinfong were a senior or even a junior, they could believe it, but he was just a freshman, only a month into the school year. How could they believe it? Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you. The person from the Kyoto Martial Arts Institute was extremely frustrated.
He glared at a few people, cursing inwardly, a bunch of idiots. Oh, the leader of the 5th Institute is negotiating with the military department. Suddenly, someone noticed that the leader of the 5th Institute was speaking with someone from the military department. The content was simple. They wanted the military to allow the students of the 5th Institute to enter Star Island in advance to familiarize themselves with the environment.
Failed. However, soon everyone realized that the military
personnel did not agree, and the leader of the 5th Institute could only return helplessly.
The leader of the 3rd Institute has gone too.
The crowd saw that the leader of the 3rd Institute was also negotiating with the military department.
But soon, the 3rd Institute also failed. The military personnel showed no courtesy at all. Next, the 2nd Institute, 4th Institute, and 8th Institute
all failed, making everyone realize that getting in early was unlikely. The leaders of the 7th and 6th Institutes have gone to negotiate. The 3rd and 2nd ranked institutes, who knows, will the military give them some face? Someone suddenly began to feel hopeful. The crowd immediately quieted down, listening intently. The military has its own regulations. Go back, you will be notified. Before the task officially begins, a voice from a military official reached everyone's ears. Immediately after, they saw the leaders of the 6th and 7th Institutes turn around and walk back, their expressions grim. Only the 9th Institute and the 1st Institute are left. The 1st Institute probably knows they can't do it and are too embarrassed to go. It all depends on the 9th Institute now. People's gazes turned to the leader of the 9th Institute, who was none other than Tao Yong, the head of the water department who had guided Chinfong at the entrance when he went to the 9th Institute. At this moment, Tao Yong was walking step by step towards the head of the military department. His expression was very serious, although this time it was just that everyone wanted to bring their students from their respective academies into Star Island early. It was actually a covert
competition among the 9 holy academies. If someone could really bring their students in under the gaze of so many people, it would indicate that their holy academy was stronger than those that could not enter. Therefore, he had to step forward. Even if he failed, it didn't matter, since everyone would fail anyway, and the 9 academies would still be the first in everyone's hearts. He couldn't be like the first academy, lacking the courage to step forward that would truly damage the reputation of the 9 academies. At this moment, the head of the military department frowned slightly as he saw Tao Yong approaching. Although he was called the head, he was actually just a 2nd lieutenant and had no authority to let these people in. His frown was not due to any difficulty. No matter what, he would not let these people in, so there was nothing to be troubled about. What annoyed him was that these people kept asking to enter, completely disregarding the feelings and rules of their military department. However, Tao Yong noticed his frown. He is troubled. Perhaps there is a chance. At that moment, Tao Yong's heart stirred. As long as the other party had a troubled mindset, he felt there was room for maneuver. What he feared was that the other party would remain expressionless and resolute. Tao Yong walked up to the military head. Hello, 2nd Lieutenant. I am Tao Yong, the director of the 9th Academy. Could you allow us to enter Star Island? His tone was very polite. Although the head's strength might not be as great as his, he was from the 9th Academy, while the other was from the military department, so he had no capital to look down on him. The head shook his head. Please go back. We treat everyone equally here. But the two immediately began to negotiate. Just then, someone from the 4th Academy turned around, unintentionally, and saw a figure walking towards them. Chinfong is coming.
His expression changed slightly.
Upon hearing this, several
people from the holy academies in Kyoto turned their heads and their expressions all changed.
Now, Chinfong was like a shadow to them.
Every time they saw him,
they couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. Those ordinary martial academies also turned to look at the expressions of the people from the holy academies.
He is the strongest newcomer. Look at the expressions of those from the several academies. It seems this
strongest newcomer is not just talk, someone whispered. If it were just talk, the people from the 2nd and 3rd academies wouldn't have
such unnatural expressions upon seeing him.
Not sure, but can he really be stronger than those from the 9th Academy? Once the task starts, everything will be clear.
Previously, they thought the 1st Academy was just boasting, but seeing the reactions of the other academies in Kyoto
made them somewhat believe it, though they still weren't completely convinced. After all, the strongest from the several holy academies in Kyoto were just average when placed in Magic City.
At this moment, Chinfong walked into the crowd and began to make his way towards the people from the 1st Academy.
Chief.
Suddenly, a voice from the military department rang out.
Everyone was taken aback and looked around, but they did not see any big shots from the military department, revealing their confusion.
Then, they saw the head of the military department directly ignore Tao Yong and run in front of Chinfong, saluting him.
What the hell is going on? Everyone's minds went blank in an instant. Even the
people from the major holy academies turned to look, revealing expressions of astonishment.
Tao Yong's pupils constricted even more. It's him.
The impact Chinfong had on him was too profound. After all, he was the first person to directly refuse the 9th Academy because they did not agree to provide resources, and another star also refused the 9th Academy because of him.
Even the genius from Jiang province did not choose the 9th Academy because of him.
It could be said that because of Chinfong, this year's 9th Academy lost quite a few talented individuals.
Chief, do you still remember me?
The last time you left Magic City, I was the one who delivered the beast crystal to you in the hotel lobby.
My name is Yuan Chang.
The military official stood straight in front of Chinfong.
Promoted, nice.
Chinfong certainly remembered and smiled upon
seeing the other's rank.
Previously, he was just a non-commissioned officer, and now he was already a 2nd lieutenant.
He. Yuan Chang
scratched his head and smiled. Chinfong chuckled. Promotion is a good thing, keep it up.
After you retire, you can live more comfortably. In
Manhwa, those below the rank of 2nd lieutenant receive a sum of money or resources upon retirement, but after that, there is nothing.
However, once you reach 2nd lieutenant, you can receive a monthly stipend after retirement, and the higher the rank, the more you receive. Plus,
being a martial artist, there are benefits from the Martial Arts Association, making life quite carefree.
I will work hard, Yuan Chang said earnestly. Then he asked, is the chief going to enter Star Island?
Chinfong nodded. I want to go in.
Is it against the rules? Yuan Chang
straightened his body. Report, Chief, it is not against the rules. His voice was strong and clear, and everyone present heard it distinctly.
Instantly, expressions of disbelief appeared on everyone's faces. The people from the 9th Institute changed their expressions even more. At
this moment, Chinfong looked towards the 1st Institute. I'll bring some people in.
Yes. Yuan Chang did not hesitate at all. Then, everyone
present watched in astonishment as Yuan Chang led Chinfong and the people from the 1st Institute to the security line, opened a section of it,
and walked in. What the hell is going on? Isn't it supposed to be equal treatment? The crowd erupted, unable to remain calm. Even the people
from the Holy Institute had changed their expressions drastically. The few from Kyoto were somewhat okay. Someone like Chinfong could do anything
within reason, but the people from Magic City were completely outraged.
The leader from the 6th Institute looked at Yuan Chang. Lieutenant
Yuan, wasn't it said that military rules prohibit entry? Why can they go in? He couldn't understand why the 1st Institute was special just
because of that young man who had just appeared.
What, Chief?
He didn't care. He was clearly a student, just a student.
However, Yuan Chang
ignored him, staying half a step behind Chinfong.
He must be a general star. At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke up. This statement made everyone realized that a student could be a chief, and the only explanation was that he was a general star. The leader from the 6th Institute also quickly understood, his face dark as he watched Yuan Chang escort Chinfong and the others onto the boat. Meanwhile, everyone looked towards the 9th Institute, where 2 general stars had indeed arrived. Soon, 2 young men from the 9th Institute stepped forward and approached
the already returned Yuan Chang. Lieutenant Yuan, I am General Star Li Wang from the Northern War Zone.
I am General Star Yin Fong from the Eastern War Zone. Lieutenant, we need to take the people from the 9th Institute into Star Island and open the security line. Their attitude changed instantly, speaking in a commanding tone. Yuan Chang finally looked up at the two. Get lost. Do you really think you're a major? General? Yuan Chang shot them a glare.
General stars are only officially recognized as majors after entering the military. For now, it was just
a title. Moreover, once you truly become a major general after entering the military, you can indeed use your rank to command them. However, without
strength, outward obedience and inner obedience are two different things. The military values strength and merit, not some bullshit talent. If a general star performs poorly, they can also be demoted. And Chinfong had conquered them with strength.
Come back.
At this moment, Tao Yong, standing aside, looked at Chinfong, who was already seated on the boat, his eyes revealing complexity.
Now he understands why these
soldiers allowed Chinfong to enter. At that time, Chinfong was guarding the rift alone on Star Island, and the military did not publicize it, but
Hu Tianming personally asked Wan Xianjue about it, so he knew. Director Hu, was your decision back then right or wrong? Tao Yong's heart was
incredibly complicated at this moment. On one hand, he believed in Hu Tianming's decision. After all, it had kept the Ninth Academy firmly in first place. But on the other hand, Chinfong was truly exceptional, so exceptional that even the Southern Theater Command would give him face. Li Wang and Yanfeng were reprimanded by Yuan Chang. Their faces darkened, but they did not dare to retort. The two could only look at the departing figure of Chinfong, who had already sailed away, gritting their teeth before turning around and walking back to the group from the Ninth Academy with their tails between their legs. You two must not target that person, Tao Yong warned as he looked at them.
Why? Li Wang frowned.
As fellow star generals, he found it hard to understand, especially since Chinfong was in the capital while they were in the southern war zone.
Does he have some special connection in the southern war zone? Yanfeng also asked.
Tao Yong shook his head. In any case, you must not
conflict with him later, it's for your own good.
Chinfong was able to guard the rift alone, and although it was a newly opened rift at the time, his strength was not something these two could compare to.
He even glanced at the people from the Ninth Academy participating in the mission and secretly shook his head.
I'm afraid we need to send someone stronger to suppress him, he thought to himself. The Ninth Academy did not take this mission too seriously, so most of the participants were freshmen, with only 2 sophomores, but he estimated they would not be a match for Chinfong. If they did not send a strong enough person, this time Chinfong would completely overshadow them, which the Ninth Academy could not tolerate.
Because this was Chinfong, the person they had rejected. For our own good? Li Wang and Yanfeng's expressions were not pleasant.
However, the two did not speak again, but deep down, they still felt unconvinced as fellow star generals. They believed they were not inferior to any of their peers.
Director Tao seems to know the other party? Suddenly, a sophomore from the Ninth Academy asked.
Tao Yong looked at him. This person was the strongest among those who had come this time.
He nodded. I suppose you could say that.
Interesting, judging by Director Tao's expression, the other party should have some strength.
Could it really be as incredible as what was said in the forums? The person was somewhat
surprised but did not take it too seriously. Tao Yong looked at him. You'd better not provoke him either.
Humph. The person snorted coldly and did not speak further.
Tao Yong shook his head and did not explain.
Every student from the Ninth Academy had their own pride, as if influenced by Hu Tianming. He did not explain precisely because of this. The more proud a person was, the less they would accept being told that someone else was strong. Only by truly experiencing it would
they realize their own shortcomings. Not only the Ninth Academy, but the 6th and 7th Academies also felt somewhat unconvinced by Chinfong, discussing among themselves. Even though some of them already felt that Chinfong was probably not simple, without personally experiencing it, they could not admit they were weaker than him. Meanwhile, several people from the holy academies in the capital, upon hearing these conversations, revealed cold smiles.
Once, they had been the
same. Before Chinfong came to their academy, they refused to acknowledge their weakness. It was only when Chinfong arrived that they understood how terrifying he was, and they could not deny it because they saw no possibility of catching up.
This is going to be interesting.
Chinfong said he was very interested in defeating the Ninth Academy. This time, he will probably take the opportunity of coming to the Magic City to completely crush the holy academies here.
Everyone, after the mission is completed, those who can stay, please do so.
At that time, witness how these holy academies are slapped in the face.
Someone from the 4th Academy said with a smile.
As soon as he spoke, it made everyone chuckle. On the boat to Star Island, the people from the 1st Academy and Zhouping all looked at Chinfong.
Our junior is impressive. That lieutenant didn't even give the 9th Academy face.
As soon as Chin Jr. appeared, he even took the
initiative to ask if he could come in. What treatment?
A sophomore exclaimed, his tone somewhat excited. By the way, Junior, that lieutenant said something about giving you beast crystals.
Did you know each other before? Another senior asked curiously.
They all knew that Chinfong had been to the 9th hospital in the Magic City, but meeting a second lieutenant from the southern war zone still surprised them.
People from the military usually wouldn't appear in the urban area of the Magic City.
It was a coincidence, Chinfong nodded.
A coincidence? Everyone was taken aback. Zhou Ping looked at Chinfong, thinking to himself, what a coincidence. You coincidentally met someone and they let you in. So easily, even better than the face of the 9th hospital?
Chinfong must have done something significant to earn such respect from Yuan Chang. As everyone discussed, they didn't know how long had passed and the ship was getting closer
to Star Island. Everyone stared at the high wall, showing signs of shock.
The first time seeing the high wall, it's so spectacular.
This isn't even fully constructed yet, how shocking will it be when it's completed? One by one,
they looked at the high wall as if entering a city for the first time, continuously discussing.
There's someone over there.
A student spotted a figure standing on the shore ahead. It was normal to see someone here as there were many
military personnel.
But that person gave off a special feeling from afar, as if they were a pillar holding up the sky.
That's Wan Qianjue, the top master among the Dragon Kingdom masters, someone who ranks in the top 10. Zhou Ping said, looking at the figure.
As the leader of this group, he had some knowledge of the high-ranking officials from the military side.
Is he the so-called 1000 absolute master, Wan Qianjue? A student looked at Wan Qianjue, his expression tightening.
The so-called 1000 absolute master was a title Wan Qianjue held among warriors. This title not only came from his name but also had another meaning. He had once slain over 1,000 exotic beasts on a battlefield. He wouldn't be stopping us from landing, would he? Someone worried. This time, it was that second lieutenant who let them in, but if Wan Qianjue blocked them, they would have to turn back.
However, the next second, they heard Wan Qianjue's voice, Chinfong, you finally made it. Everyone was stunned. At that moment, Chinfong smiled and said, General Wan, long time no see. After the ship stopped, the two exchanged military salutes. Everyone was astonished, looking at the two with disbelief. Even Zhou Ping was shocked, staring at Chinfong. At that moment, Chinfong showed no restraint in front of Wan Qianjue. So, how does it feel to revisit the rift you once guarded? Wan Qianjue asked with a smile. His words struck the ears of the crowd like a thunderclap, making their heads buzz. Junior Qin guarded the rift, someone exclaimed in surprise. I remember now, during his first class, that fire element teacher mentioned. He had been on the battlefield. Someone else recalled. This incident had caused quite a stir. Chinfong had graduated on the spot during his very first class. Zhou Ping suddenly realized that the time Chinfong came to the 9th hospital coincided with the appearance of the rift at Star Island. Guarding the rift, no wonder that second lieutenant respected him so much. This is the power that brings respect, not some damn coincidence. Zhou Ping thought to himself. What can you feel? Let's revisit the old place. Chinfong smiled and glanced at the high wall. The crack is completely open, right? At this moment, the length of the crack had already exceeded 100 meters in a fully open state. Wan Qianjue nodded. It's about time. The crack is fully opened, just like during the first outbreak, and after that, there will be sporadic outbreaks. He pointed at the crack's mouth. Look closely. Do you notice the tremors of the crack? Chinfong nodded. The tremors of the crack were very faint, but with careful observation, they could still be detected. We judge the timing and level of the beast outbreaks based on the degree and frequency of these tremors combined with years of experience, and it's almost always accurate. It's strange, though, as if heaven has given humanity a chance, allowing us to observe these things before the beast outbreaks, Wan Qianjue said with a smile. It was indeed quite a coincidence. Without the tremors of the crack, it would be difficult for humanity to predict when and at what level the beasts would erupt. In that case, it would be really hard for humanity to completely block the beasts from entering their territory, as they do now. I don't believe in any heaven. All of this is earned through human struggle. Even the tremors of this crack are the result of our ancestors' blood and sacrifices gained through experience, Chinfong said softly. Wan Qianjue turned to look at Fong and after a long while said, You're right. Humanity has lost too many lives. If there were any heaven, there wouldn't be any damn beasts. The current situation is merely what humanity has fought for. As they spoke, the group had already arrived at the gate of the high wall, and it was at this moment that Chinfong noticed there were 9 passages at the crack's mouth. These 9 passages were all connected to the crack, almost completely blocking it. Moreover, different areas had been designated within the high wall, and these passages led from the crack to different areas. One could imagine that once the beasts emerged from the crack, they would rush towards the 9 passages leading to different areas, effectively dividing a large number of beasts into 9 groups. What is this? Chinfong asked in confusion. It hadn't been like this when he went to Bin City, and it was like this now. This was specially built for your student mission this time, Wan Qianjue said with a smile. However, he didn't elaborate, and Chinfong didn't ask for him. It didn't matter how this beast mission was carried out, it was all the same. He then looked around the high wall. Many houses had already been built here, meant for the soldiers stationed here, but now they were all empty, as the soldiers were mostly outside. Some were on the high wall helping with the construction. So, how about it? Is there a house you like? I can use my authority to give you the First choice, Wan Qianjue said.
Chinfong shook his head. They're all the same.
Wan Qianjue looked at Chinfong, puzzled. Is there anything that interests you?
Chinfeng's personality was too indifferent, seeming uninterested in everything. If there were beautiful women here, he might have asked if he had any interest.
I like beast crystals, Chinfong said with a smile. Wan Qianjue was taken aback, and then said, aren't the ones from last time enough?
I know you have a master, how come you're so obsessed with beast crystals? Humanity had already researched the possibility of producing 3 types of medicines. These actually required a large amount of beast crystals, but now, aside from producing these medicines, researchers shouldn't need so many, right?
Chinfong smiled. Chief, humanity will not stop in the pursuit of power. We have 3 types now. What about 4 types? 5 types? Even all types? Only by continuously
pursuing will humanity grow stronger. No one knows what will happen on this planet in the future. If can appear, then can.
You guarantee that other races won't appear in the future? Moreover, the we face now, humanity can still handle, but in the future, can you guarantee that there won't be any sudden situations? We humans should not be satisfied with the status quo. I don't know how powerful it is,
nor do I know if there are realms beyond. However, I hope that not just me, but all of humanity must
continue to progress.
Achieving a full system is not impossible, perhaps there is even more beyond.
Chinfeng's voice was calm. Yet, these words struck the ears of everyone like a thunderclap.
The students in the courtyard in Zhouping were all shaken.
To be honest,
they had never considered this question. They had never been on the battlefield and did not know the cruelty of the front lines. They were relatively stable in the rear. They had strong hearts, but these hearts were only for their own betterment, never considering
that humanity might face changes in the future.
They had existed for 300 years and it had always been this way, so they had grown accustomed to the idea that humanity's only enemy was the. However, Chinfeng's words were not wrong. If can appear, can
we truly say that other crises will never arise? If their generation does not face them, what about the future? If they do appear,
humanity would have to endure another great crisis like the one from 300 years ago.
But if humanity is prepared and becomes stronger, then all crises will no longer be crises. Wan Qianjue's expression turned serious, and after a long while he said, your path as a martial artist is remarkable.
The fact that Chinfong could say such things proved the strength of his martial arts path. Even he had never thought about what lies beyond, was already someone he looked up to. In fact, anyone could say such things, but if it were someone else present, he would dismiss it as nonsense. However, Chinfong was different, his potential was evident, and saying such things was not just empty talk. It proved that he had seriously considered these issues and did not give off an exaggerated
impression. Your master is researching the 4 systems, or even the 5 systems? Wan Qianjue asked.
Upon hearing Chinfong say such
things, he realized.
Chinfong smiled and nodded. This was the effect he wanted, letting others guess, which was more convincing than
saying it himself. Moreover, humanity's researchers had always been studying, including the 4 and 5 systems. He also felt that the
research on the 4 systems was probably not far off. When humanity began researching the dual systems, it took a long time.
However,
with the valuable experience gained from the success of the dual systems, the 3 systems did not take much time, and the 4 systems would likely not take long either. The only trouble was the success rate. The researchers are also remarkable,
Wan Qianjue said earnestly. Chinfong smiled. Everyone is remarkable.
Without you, there would be no peace in the rear. Without them, humanity would
not have reached its current height.
Not just you and the researchers, even those ordinary people are remarkable
contributions.
Vary in size and importance. Without these countless ordinary people, there would be no resources for humanity to survive,
Chinfong said.
Everyone nodded. Humanity needs great individuals but cannot lack these ordinary people.
Wan Qianjue thought for a moment and
said, the use of beast crystals is very broad. They are also very useful for the military. This time, arranging tasks for you is also to give students practical experience. Everything related to the belongs to the military. So, if you join my southern battle zone after graduation, I promise to give you half of this time's beast crystals.
How about that? Chinfong was taken aback and smiled. Really, Commander Wan, aren't you putting me in a difficult position?
If he joined the southern battle zone, Su Pengfei would find out and would surely make him pay. The dragon blood was not absorbed for free, and he had nothing to repay it with.
Wan Jianju also
knew about the relationship between Chinfong and the Western theater, and could only helplessly say the Western theater really has
taken a big advantage.
There was no way around it. The city of Rome belonged to the Western theater, and it was too difficult to pull Chinfong over unless they agreed, which was obviously unrealistic. Being part of the military, there was also competition within. Everyone, find a room to settle in first. For the next couple of days, we'll be here, getting familiar with the environment and waiting for the official outbreak of the beasts.
Chinfong looked at the crowd in the courtyard and spoke. Everyone immediately began to choose rooms. Of course, this time, due to the number of people and the military presence, each student could only stay in one room, so the so-called selection meant everyone would choose a room together. And you? Zhou Ping looked at Chinfong. I don't mind, you can pick any room you like. This mission probably won't involve fighting the beasts directly, but rather dividing us all into 9 groups, Chinfong speculated as he glanced at the 9 passages. Although it's practical training, there's still an intention to protect the students. After all, it's just training, not a real battlefield. Chinfong began to understand the military's arrangement. He walked to the crack and carefully observed its movements. Want to rely on your own insights? Wan Qianjue approached. Chinfong shook his head. I'm not that arrogant. Humanity has taken so many years to understand this. I just stand here for a while and think I can discover the secrets? That's too much of an overestimation of myself. Ha ha. Wan Qianjue laughed heartily. These things will be explained in detail once we enter the military district and the new recruits camp. I can't clarify it all in a short time, so I won't explain it now, Wan Qianjue said. These concepts are like cultural lessons. They're not easy to explain clearly. By the way, everyone will go to the island tomorrow for a rehearsal. As Wan Qianjue finished speaking, Chinfong turned his head and saw beasts being brought in one after another from outside the high walls. This time, for your mission, the military has put in a lot of effort bringing these beasts from other places, which took considerable effort, Wan Qianjue said. This is an island, and bringing beasts over is quite troublesome. However, this is also the intention of the military's higher-ups, as many students will eventually join the military, and it's worth training them in advance. The purpose of the rehearsal is simple, to let them adapt to fighting the beasts so when the crack erupts, they won't panic suddenly. Chinfong nodded. I won't participate in the rehearsal. Oh? Wan Qianjue was taken aback. There are probably only about 10,000 beasts. Excluding some students from ordinary martial academies who are weaker, that means everyone gets one beast. If I participate, I'm afraid our group won't achieve the desired effect in the rehearsal, Chinfong explained. You're not being modest. Wan Qianjue realized. Chinfong smiled. It wasn't a lack of modesty, but the truth. Soon, Chinfong walked around the high walls. The walls almost surrounded the entire Star Island, and the space was very large, so there was no need to worry about crowding during a beast outbreak. Time quickly passed to the next day. One ship after another arrived at the Star Dock. All the Martial Academy students were excited yet nervous as they stepped onto the island. The people from the First Academy are over there. As soon as they entered the high walls, someone spotted the crowd from the First Academy. They seem to have it good. They probably already know a lot of things in advance. They really have an advantage in this rehearsal, someone said discontentedly. The early arrival of the First Academy made many uncomfortable, especially the students from several holy academies in Magic City who looked at the First Academy students with displeasure. If the Ninth Academy were here, it would be fine. After all, the Ninth Academy is strong. But the First Academy is weaker than them, which makes it feel unfair. It seems some people from the holy academies don't have a strong mindset. A voice came from an ordinary martial academy student. What's that supposed to mean? Someone asked in confusion. They really don't need to be like this. This time, it's about fighting the beasts, not fighting against the military. Knowing some information is useless, it still comes down to strength. Additionally, I made a predictive ranking for the upcoming performance of the 9 great sacred institutes, the man said with a smile. As soon as he spoke, it immediately piqued the curiosity of many. However, some remained skeptical. You make predictions? Do you really understand the 9 great sacred institutes? My forum ID is know everything. The man seemed unfazed by the doubts of others, simply smiling as he spoke. You are know everything? The crowd looked at him in surprise. The forum of the 9 great sacred institutes is, strictly speaking, not just a forum for the 9 institutes, but rather a forum for all martial arts academies. However, most of the posts in the forum, as long as they are popular, are almost all about the 9 great sacred institutes, so people are accustomed to calling it the 9 great sacred institutes forum. Therefore, everyone from the martial arts academies can post in the forum, but since ordinary martial arts students do not understand the 9 great sacred institutes, their posts are unrelated to the 9 great sacred institutes and quickly sink. However, there is one exception, this person with the ID know everything. Everyone knows he is not from a sacred institute, but he seems to understand all 9 institutes very well, and his posts are also about the 9 great sacred institutes, and he speaks with authority, garnering a lot of attention. Quick, tell us your prediction. Someone immediately showed great interest. Know everything must have some skills and could provide a reference. Although this time it was just a task without rankings, the 9 great sacred institutes would definitely be competing in secret. Seeing that everyone was interested, Know Everything smiled. For the first place, it is naturally still the 9 institutes. He did not keep them in suspense and looked towards the people from the 9 institutes. Did you see that young man in white walking next to Tao Yong? The crowd nodded. He is Zhao Yu, ranked 5th in the 9 institutes. He is Zhao Yu? Someone looked at the young man with great curiosity. Some might wonder, why should Zhao Yu be first? But if you look closely, isn't the 9 institutes different from the people who came yesterday? No, everything reminded them. The crowd took a closer look and indeed found that the people from the 9 institutes today were very different from yesterday. The 9 institutes have quietly changed their members. Only 2 of the generals are new students, while the others are all old students, and they are all quite capable. I won't go into specifics about who they are. The purpose of their actions is probably because they were embarrassed yesterday, allowing the first institute to come in first. This time, they want to make a comeback and take first place, letting everyone know that the 9 institutes are still the best among the sacred institutes. Know everything analyzed for everyone. Everyone showed a look of realization. This explanation was very reasonable. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Know Everything smiled proudly. Next, it will be the 6th institute. Soon, he recited his predicted rankings. So you mean it's still the same ranking as before? After hearing the first 4, someone finally expressed doubt. Know Everything's prediction was that the 9 institutes would be first, followed by the 6th, 7th, and 8th institutes. This was no different from the initial rankings of the sacred institutes. That's normal. This task was never meant to be a personal performance show. Each sacred institute has 10 people, which is enough to showcase their overall strength, Know Everything confidently stated. What about the sacred institutes from Kyoto? Is it still the same ranking as before? Someone asked. Yes. No. Everything glanced at the people from the sacred institutes in Kyoto and finally nodded. Nonsense, someone retorted. You mean the first institute is still ranked last? Don't you know they have the strongest student, Chinfong? Know Everything shook his index finger. That's not true. If it were before, I would have thought the first institute would rank above the 5th institute, even above the 8th institute. After all, the strongest new student is too real. I believed it too. But later, I saw a post on the forum saying that Chinfong made the holy sound resonate. At that moment, I realized that the so-called strongest newcomer was quite fake. Soon, Ji Wancher explained to everyone what the holy sound was. I thought for a long time and couldn't imagine how a newcomer could make the holy sound resonate. He shook his head. That's not right. If it were fake, why do the students from those few academies in Kyoto seem a bit afraid of the first academy? Someone had noticed since yesterday that the students from those holy academies in Kyoto had unnatural expressions when they saw Chinfong, as if they truly feared him, which was unreasonable. I've thought about this question for a long time and finally found the answer. Without waiting for others to ask, Ji Wancher explained, the few holy academies in Kyoto, as established institutions, have always been suppressed by a few in the demon city, so it's natural for them to be dissatisfied. Therefore, creating a terrifying newcomer to provoke the demon city side isn't surprising. At this point, he glanced at everyone. Some of you might think that if this is true, this mission would be exposed, but that's not the case. As I just said, this mission is not a personal performance show. No one can rely on one person to lead a team. So even if the first academy ranks last, it will only reflect poorly on the overall performance of the first academy, not on Chinfong. Upon hearing this, some still looked dismissive. This explanation made sense, but they felt something was off. Meanwhile, more people showed admiration for Ji Wancher, as expected of him. Ji Wancher glanced over at the first academy and continued, of course, this is just my personal speculation. However, Chinfong has not appeared yet. If he doesn't participate in today's rehearsal, it will prove that my speculations are quite accurate. Just wait and see. The rehearsal is different from the official Beast Riot. The rehearsal is much simpler, so it's easy to see if Chinfong is truly strong. If Chinfong doesn't participate, it proves that the other side is indeed just boasting out of fear of exposure. Others, upon hearing this, turned to look at the people from the first academy and indeed found no sign of Chinfong. All personnel assemble. At that moment, Wan Qianjue appeared and shouted, and the rehearsal officially entered the countdown. All gather. A loud shout echoed throughout the high walls. All the students began to move towards the front of Wan Qianjue. Soon, when everyone stood in place, Wan Qianjue looked at the crowd. I believe you have all seen the 9 passages behind me. These passages are all connected to the rift. Additionally, at the other end of the 9 passages, there are 9 areas, each of which has been numbered. Now, you will be divided into 9 groups. The first academy will be Group 1, the second academy will be Group 2, and so on. Now, go find your designated area. Quickly, students from the 1st to the 9th academies began searching for their respective areas. After the students from the Holy Academy left, Wan Qianjue turned to the remaining students from the Ordinary Martial Arts Academy, nearly 30,000 of them. Now, all of you will also be divided into 9 groups. You have 20 minutes to organize yourselves. From left to right, each group should have approximately 3,300 people. Hurry! As soon as Wan Qianjue finished speaking, everyone began to move. They were not fools, there was some initial chaos, but soon they started to organize themselves. With the leaders of each academy guiding them, the groups gradually took shape. In the end, they were divided into 9 groups. Although there was no specific count, at a glance, each group seemed roughly equal. Wan Qianjue nodded. Very good. Now, from left to right, we have groups 1 to 9. Group 1 will fight in Area 1 with the First Academy, Group 2 will fight in Area 2 with the Second Academy, and so on. Upon hearing this, some were happy while others were worried. The members of Group 9 showed happy smiles, while those in Group 1 looked somewhat gloomy. It wasn't that they looked down on the First Academy, after all, they were just students from the ordinary martial arts academy. It was just that compared to others, they weren't as fortunate. The First Academy was ultimately the weakest among the 9, and while the drills were manageable, the next real beast outbreak would be challenging. Wan Qianjue observed the expressions of the crowd and spoke. This mission is not just for the Holy Academy. Although you are only students from the ordinary martial arts academy, this mission is a team task. Next, I hope you will give it your all. We will conduct a general assessment of your performance, so your performance this time will represent the honor of your respective martial arts academies and your personal honor. Now, go find your designated area, cooperate with the Holy Academy members, and do this task well. Wan Qianjue waved his hand. Sigh, there's no helping it, let's go. The members of Group 1 were dejected. Although the main focus of this mission was the 9 great Holy Academies, if they could follow the powerful Holy Academy, they might have had a chance to shine, but now there was no opportunity. Soon, everyone began searching for their areas on the island. Before long, Group 1 found Area 1, where the First Academy's members were also present. Then, these people glanced around. In front and behind them were some military personnel, clearly waiting outside the area. Once a crisis arose, they would intervene to minimize casualties. On their other 2 sides were the areas of other academies. Although they were far apart, they could still see which academy it was. Damn, the left side is the 5th Academy, and the right side is the 6th Academy. Both formidable, what luck, someone said. Helplessly. They felt a bit like being caught between 2 experts. The key issue was that if a beast came rushing from Passage 1 to their area and they couldn't handle it, the beast would run towards the other 2 areas, and they would inevitably be mocked or even scolded by the people from those areas. At the same time, over in Area 5, the Ordinary Martial Arts Academy, students saw that the 9th Academy was on their left and felt somewhat gloomy. The 9th Academy was the strongest, no matter how well they performed, they would still be overshadowed. But when they saw that the right side was a courtyard, they breathed a sigh of relief. At least, we should be better than Area 1, so we won't be compared unfavorably, a student from the Ordinary Martial Arts Academy whispered. The worst fear was that both sides would be stronger than them. In that case, they would appear inadequate at a glance. However, the students from the 5th Academy looked extremely grim upon seeing that the 1st Academy was right next to them. It's over. Meng Li felt a bit of a headache. The 9th Academy was one thing, but with the 1st Academy also present, no matter how well they performed, the higher-ups in the military probably wouldn't pay much attention to them. Although they hadn't seen Chinfong, they shouldn't forget that today was just a rehearsal. The main event was tomorrow, and Chinfong would definitely come. At this moment, all the students had their own thoughts. Time passed little by little, and 20 minutes later, the roars of beasts echoed from various passages, causing everyone to instantly go on high alert. At this time, military personnel stood at various points on the high walls, each taking notes and recording the battle situations in different areas. Among them, Chinfong stood there, also paying attention. Soon after, the strange beasts charged out from the passage, appearing in various regions, and the battle erupted immediately. As time went on, the battles in each area began to show changes. In Area 9, under the leadership of the 9th Academy students, they completely suppressed the strange beasts and kept slaying them. On the other hand, the 1st Academy was indeed lagging behind. Although they had more people than the strange beasts, they were still at an advantage, but the kills were not going as smoothly. Tomorrow is the key, but those from the 1st Academy are indeed quite different from those in the other academies. It's not so easy to control a few powerful strange beasts, leading to some chaos in the battle, Wan Qianjue commented from the side. In such battles, the most important thing is to have strong individuals to deal with powerful strange beasts. This way, the weaker strange beasts can be handled by others. If the powerful strange beasts cannot be dealt with, it will affect the rhythm of the battle and even lead to the failure of the entire fight. Indeed, whether it's humans or strange beasts, the powerful will influence the situation. Chinfong nodded. He suddenly smiled. Today's rehearsal, actually everyone performed quite well, but tomorrow's official outbreak won't be so easy. The strange beasts coming out of each passage probably won't be so balanced. This time, the strange beasts were all released by the military. The
Number and level of strange beasts in each passage were roughly the same. However, when the fissures officially erupted, the strange beasts pouring out would be completely uncontrollable. At that time, which ones would run into which passage could not
be controlled. This was also the reason why military personnel were on standby outside each area at all times. Yes, don't be careless tomorrow and also try to perform well. Marshal Li might come. Wan Shenjue said seriously. Marshal Li is coming too? Fong showed surprise.
There are 4 marshals in the military's 4 battle zones, all powerful beings at the 9-star Golden Body Realm, and the marshal of the southern battle zone is named Li Junxian.
That's right, Wan Shenjue smiled, so make sure to perform well.
Our military values geniuses, but they are also those suitable for the battlefield, and Marshal Li is even more so. If you perform well enough to satisfy the marshal, who knows, he might just reward you with some beast crystals.
The entire Dragon Kingdom actually values geniuses, but the military's level of emphasis is unmatched by other forces. However, what
the military values is not just talent, more importantly, it is individuals who can play a significant role on the battlefield. Hearing that Li Junxian was coming, Chinfong felt a bit of anticipation in his heart.
It wasn't because of any beast crystal, as that couldn't be determined.
It was because the other party was a 9-star golden body powerhouse, someone he had
never seen before.
Once someone reached 9 stars, they wouldn't even appear on television, as such figures wouldn't show up on screen. In the following time, Chinfong observed the battles in the 9 zones. The results were obvious.
Zone 9 was the first to slay all the alien beasts.
Some students were injured, but very few, and they managed to kill all the alien beasts within the zone, with none escaping. The final kills naturally belonged to Zone 1, where many were injured. And some alien beasts had escaped from Zone 1 to other zones, only to be killed by people from those zones. Seeing this, Chinfong stopped paying attention and returned to his room. About an hour later, the students from Zone 1, along with Zhou Ping, returned to the room.
Chinfong saw them all looking dejected and said, "Are you also discouraged after one failure? That's inevitable."
Just now, that General Wan from the military publicly announced the performance of this rehearsal, and gave scores to the 9 zones based on those performances, with a full score of 10.
Guess how many points we got?
Zhou Ping looked at Chinfong. Even he felt a bit embarrassed, his expression somewhat grim.
It should be noted that
Zhou Ping was usually cheerful, and despite being at the bottom of Zone 1 for so many years, he had never felt this embarrassed before. Chinfong didn't answer. No matter how many points, they were still last. Zhou Ping continued.
Zone 9 got
7 points, and Zones 6 and 7 both got 6 points.
These 3 zones passed, while the rest didn't.
And we in Zone 1 got 0 points.
Damn it, 0 points.
Those who didn't pass at least got some points. Even the lowest Zone 2
got 2 points. We got nothing. It's infuriating.
His tone was filled with disbelief. Even if they had received 1 point, it wouldn't have been a complete 0, but this 0 truly made them feel a sense of shame.
What did the military say about it? Chinfong smiled. The military scoring must have some reasoning behind it.
You can still laugh, Zhou Ping said irritably.
If Chinfong hadn't participated, it wouldn't have been so miserable.
He said, the military said that we in Zone 1 didn't cooperate, had no tactics, and didn't even have the most basic combat awareness.
Our strength was lacking, so there wasn't a single point to score, hence the 0. Junior Chin.
At that moment, a third-year student said with a bitter smile, "You weren't here just now, so you didn't hear how harsh General Wan's words were." In front of tens of thousands of people, he directly said we were trash, dog shit.
Sigh, it feels terrible. I bet people from the other zones are laughing at us behind our backs. Was General Wan that harsh?
Chinfong was a bit surprised. Previously, on the high wall, the other party's words were quite tactful.
Extremely harsh.
The key point is that when he announced the scores, he placed all of us from Zone 1 at the very front, letting the people from the other 8 zones see it clearly. It was like throwing us into a fire to roast.
A second-year student shook his head.
Chinfong looked at them and could indeed feel the
collective low spirits. However, there was one exception. What do you think? Chinfong noticed Chen Yu's expressionless face. There's nothing to say. We lost, that's it.
Our strength is lacking, so we just need to improve ourselves, Chen Yu said. His thoughts were simple. Losing meant lacking strength, and there were no other thoughts.
Chinfong smiled. Did you all hear that? Lacking strength means we need to improve. This was just a task. This time 0 points, next time 1 point, and the time after that 2 points. That's progress.
After hearing this, everyone fell silent. These principles were understood by all, but truly not caring about anything was difficult to achieve. After all, not everyone was Chen Yu. There were students from the National Martial Arts Academy, and getting a score of 0 would be too embarrassing. Chinfong looked at the crowd and simply shook his head, saying nothing more. Some truths are easy to speak but hard to practice. His absence this time was actually to let everyone experience this, to stimulate them a bit. Since he entered the first academy, many people had looked up to him, as if with him many problems could be solved, but they themselves had stopped putting in effort. When he first entered the academy, the classmates' enthusiasm had completely vanished after he defeated several other academies in the capital. This was not a good omen. These people would not stay in the first academy forever. And one's own strength was the most tangible. Everyone, take a break. The beasts may go on a rampage at any time tomorrow, so we need to get up early to prepare, Chinfong said lightly. The crowd dispersed and returned to their beds. At this moment, Chinfong and Zhou Ping stepped out. I guessed your intention. Recently, many students in the first academy have indeed taken pride in you, even forgetting themselves, as if your victories are their victories. This time, it's also to stimulate them. This news will also stimulate other students when it goes back. It's right to make them realize that being strong themselves is what truly matters. As a director, Zhou Ping quickly understood Chinfeng's reason for not participating in the rehearsal this time. However, Zhou Ping suddenly added, a little stimulation is enough. This time was really too embarrassing. I'm afraid it might hurt their morale. Tomorrow, when you go on stage, please don't score 0 again. Zhou Ping's words were serious. He didn't expect Chinfong to lead the first district to soar. After all, it was a task for a team of thousands. However, he also didn't want them to score 0 again. Even if they came in last, they should at least have some points. The military side was leaving no face at all, and he was already a bit scared. I'll do my best. Chinfong smiled. At the same time, while the mood in the first academy was low, many people on the island gathered in groups, continuously discussing the situation of this rehearsal. The 9th district led by the 9th academy is still impressive, someone exclaimed. The 6th and 7th districts are not bad either, with such strong students from the Holy Academy. Leading, even a team of 1,000 will show advantages. By the way, the first district scored 0, that's the biggest highlight. A student suddenly stood up. As soon as he spoke, many people laughed. You really know everything, even without Chinfong participating, you could guess it. Someone looked at Ji Wancher with admiration. Ji Wancher smiled. Actually, if you analyze it carefully, you could guess it too. It's nothing. His words were humble, but his expression was anything. But, through his analysis, he had gained a certain reputation among all martial arts students in Longwa. By the way, he should participate tomorrow, right? Has your predicted ranking changed? Someone asked curiously. Ji Wancher shook his head. No change. The crowd was taken aback, just about to speak, when Ji Wancher smiled and said, they will still score 0 tomorrow. No way, someone showed surprise. Even if Chinfong wasn't as impressive as the hype from the capital, he was still a star and could have some effect. Don't forget, many people from the first district were injured today, and those people won't be able to participate tomorrow, Ji Wancher reminded. After hearing this, everyone finally understood. In the room where Chinfong was, due to everyone's low spirits, there was no conversation throughout the night. The next morning at 6 o'clock, everyone had already gotten up and returned to their respective areas. All eyes were fixed on the enormous crack. If nothing unexpected happened, the beast riot would occur today. Meanwhile, at the Star Dock in the Demon City, a middle-aged man dressed in an ancient military uniform, with no visible rank, appeared. However, as soon as he showed up, all the soldiers displayed a solemn demeanor. Marshal Yuan Chang looked at the man before him with unprecedented respect. In his eyes, it was as if he were gazing at a deity. Although the man appeared middle-aged, he was over 100 years old. The man nodded slightly, his gaze directed towards the distant Star Island, as if he could see it clearly, and softly said, the riot will begin soon. Marshal, I will prepare a ship for you right away, Yuan Chang hurriedly replied. The man waved his hand, directly crossing the security line, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, stepped into the sea, walking upon the water. His speed seemed slow, but with each step, it was as if he vanished and reappeared, and after a few steps, his figure gradually became a black dot in Yuan Chang's eyes. On the high wall of Star Island, Wan Zhenjue was staring intently in the direction of the Demon City when suddenly he saw a figure. He immediately turned to everyone and said, quiet, stand straight. Instantly, countless people showed surprise, and some students who could see the high wall's gate looked over in confusion, discovering the figure walking on the water, and they all revealed shock, their bodies involuntarily straightening. Is this the 9-star golden body powerhouse? In Area 1, where Chinfong was, he could just see outside the gate. Upon seeing Li Junxian, his heart stirred. The strongest he had seen was the 8-star Great Sect, which gave off an invisible aura. The golden body, however, was something that could be felt as powerful and terrifying at a glance, as if it were rushing towards him. The so-called golden body is the ultimate that the human body can achieve. At this level, to further enhance physical strength, one must utilize some extremely terrifying martial arts. However, such martial arts are rare among humanity, and even Chinfong had never heard of them. Nevertheless, he had the star refining body technique, and the first volume was a 9th grade martial art, so even at the golden body realm, it could still be used. I wonder how many Zhang this marshal has reached in the golden body.
Chinfong was somewhat curious. The Golden Body Realm also has levels, with the highest reaching 10 Zhang. Chinfong had been guessing how strong the military god of the military department truly was, and he believed that Xian Antian had probably reached 10 Zhang in both systems, otherwise he couldn't possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with the martial saint. Marshal Li Junxian had already arrived at the high wall, and Wan Qianjue spoke respectfully. Have everyone enter battle mode, soon the beasts will emerge. Li Junxian spoke softly. Wan Qianjue nodded, and his voice immediately echoed throughout the entire high wall. Everyone prepare. As soon as he finished speaking, all the students stood ready, many of them staring intently at the crack or the passage, their expressions serious. In Area 5, the students from the 5 academies looked at Chinfong in Area 1 with somewhat unnatural expressions. He really came. Sigh, our ranking this time, compared to yesterday, will probably drop by 1 place. The marshal is here. Unfortunately, we probably won't attract his attention. The students from the 5 academies sighed, feeling like mere embellishments between the 9 academies and the 1 academy. Everyone, prepare well, Meng Li shouted. Seeing the reaction of the 5 academies people, the ordinary martial arts students in Area 5 were somewhat puzzled. How could a Chinfong provoke such a strong reaction from them? Even if Chinfong had walked through the corridor of the 5 academies, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. Now here, it can be considered a battlefield. Chinfong alone can really lead a group of people. District 9. At this moment, many people showed excited expressions, completely ignoring the impending beast riot, and instead were concerned about where the military marshal would focus his attention this time. Everyone, the military marshal is here, and many of us will enter the military. If we perform well this time, we can leave an impression in the marshal's mind. Xiao Yu, the leader of the 9th Academy, spoke loudly. Don't worry, we were first yesterday and it will be the same this time. Yes. Although yesterday was a rehearsal, it proved our strength. Only the 6th and 7th Academies put some pressure on us, but they shouldn't think they can surpass us. Everyone spoke confidently. Xiao Yu nodded upon hearing their confidence. Not only in District 9, but other districts were also gearing up, especially the people from District 6 and District 7, who were just a little short of catching up to the 9th Academy yesterday. Today, they all wanted to fight for first place. Only District 1 was somewhat chaotic. What is he doing? In District 1, those ordinary martial arts students saw Chinfong standing directly at the entrance of the passage and showed confusion. Standing like that, when the beasts come out, he would be the first to die. Moreover, it would disrupt their rhythm. Chin, come back. Someone couldn't help but speak up. It's fine, you all step back a bit, Chinfong replied. The expressions of the crowd changed instantly. Asking them to step back, was he planning to let some of the beasts that burst out go to other districts? They really couldn't afford to lose that person today. Chenyu, have them step back a bit, Chinfong said directly to Chenyu when he saw that the crowd wasn't listening. Chenyu didn't waste any words and turned to have everyone step back. Only he knew how terrifying Chinfong was when fighting against the beast horde. The others from the first academy also began to have everyone step back a bit. They had developed unconditional trust in Chinfong. Forget it, if we have to retreat, let's all lie flat together. Someone shrugged. Since the first academy's people were calling for a retreat, they didn't care. At worst, they would get a score of 0. After all, it wasn't just them who would be embarrassed, and the first academy was more in the spotlight, so no one would remember them. Alright, retreat, retreat. The crowd no longer insisted and all stepped back, appearing indifferent. Roar. At that moment, a series of giant roars came, and everyone looked up towards the direction of the crack, where a dense mass of beasts surged out and then rushed into various passages. Immediately after, they heard the beasts running through the passages, the sounds of various roars and collisions tightening their hearts. This was completely different from yesterday's rehearsal. The numbers had increased dramatically. The people in District 1 looked at the entrance of the passage, feeling the approaching beasts, trembling slightly. Quick, let's take action, someone shouted. Although Chinfong had just told them to step back, making everyone a bit unhappy, it was still a mission and a real combat opportunity. With the military marshal present, they had to fight. Is this the strongest newcomer? He really is looking for. Someone looked at Chinfong, stepping forward while looking at him like he was a fool. However, before the words were finished, everyone's bodies suddenly froze, as if time had stopped. They saw the figure at the entrance of the passage throw a punch, and the overwhelming flames completely covered the nearly 10-meter wide entrance, causing the beasts that were about to rush out to fall one after another. What followed made them widen their eyes in disbelief. They saw Chinfong continuously punching towards the entrance as if he were a perpetual motion machine, tireless, and not a single beast from the passage managed to escape. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Are we here to play? The students of the Ordinary Martial Arts Academy were dumbfounded, staring at the empty Area 1, not knowing what to do. Looking at the other areas, everyone had already started fighting with the alien beasts. At this moment, Chinfong stood at the entrance of the passage, unleashing the sacred fist of the fierce sun continuously. At the same time, his breathing was incredibly steady, showing no signs of urgency despite the exertion. With each breath, he was recovering from his consumption. The elemental breathing technique, infused with the wood element, was constantly replenishing his energy. At this moment, although he was using martial arts, the consumption was only slightly more than an ordinary punch, negligible. The true power of the wood element is finally being realized. It's incredibly strong. Chinfong felt a surge of joy within. Although he had mastered the wood element before, he had never used it due to a lack of opportunity, and now he was truly experiencing the strength it brought him. If it were only the wood element, it would be difficult on the battlefield, but with a dual element combination that includes wood, it's simply a harvesting machine. At the same time, a layer of earth element armor appeared on his skin. Then, another layer of ice covered it. At this moment, the ice element was no longer for attack but for defense. Coupled with the defensive capabilities of the star refining body technique, his defense had reached its peak. The wind swirled around him, all 5 elements unleashed. Boom! He threw punch after punch, and in the end, he simply stepped into the passage and continued to strike. The crowd in Area 1 was stunned to see Chinfong actually step into the passage. The students from the Ordinary Martial Arts Academy were left speechless. They had previously thought that the people from Kyoto were boasting, but now the reality was even more exaggerated than boasting. The people from Kyoto were clearly concealing Chinfeng's true strength. This was no ordinary new student, this was the strongest in history, without a doubt. Knowing everything, it's not just saying, knowing everything? What does he know? Before the person could finish, someone rebutted. The facts were right in front of them, what was there to know? At this moment, even the people from the First Academy felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. They thought they understood Chinfeng's strength, but now they realized that their previous understanding was merely superficial. It's starting again, he's starting again. Shenyu trembled as he watched Chinfeng's figure in the passage. The scene of Fong on Star Island from months ago resurfaced, and the two scenes began to overlap, continuously impacting his heart. In Area 5, to the left of Area 1, students from the 5th Academy had been occasionally observing Area 1 from the shadows. At this moment, one of them repelled a nearby beast and glanced towards Area 1, only to be stunned. Why are there no beasts? What luck! He found it hard to believe. No matter how lucky one was, it shouldn't be possible for there to be no beasts passing through Passage 1. Focus on killing the beasts. Meng Li punched and killed a beast, then lightly scolded the person. Senior Meng, there are no beasts in Area 1, the person replied to Meng Li. Meng Li looked over and was equally stunned. But soon, her expression changed to one of shock and disbelief. She didn't see Chinfeng's figure, but then noticed that Passage 1 seemed to be shaking. No way! Her heart tightened. Her first thought was that Fong had entered the passage. If it was as she thought, then Fong was terrifying, far more so than they had imagined. It must be so, he's simply not human. Meng Li thought fiercely. Thinking of this, she glanced over at Area 9. At this moment, the people in Area 9 were fighting the beasts in a very rhythmic manner. Although some were injured, they were still quite successful, killing significantly more beasts than they were on their side. Especially a few from the 9th Academy, they fought very smoothly. However, in her heart, the battle in Area 9 compared to Area 1 was simply trash. Area 9. Injured and unable to fight, withdraw from Zone 9, do not affect others' battles. Everyone in the 9th Institute is controlling the powerful beasts, the rest should cooperate as much as possible and not create chaos. Zhao Yu, the strongest from the 9th Institute, had already reached 6 stars. At this moment, he was facing 2 6-star beasts alone, while also commanding others. Meanwhile, the others from the 9th Institute were also organized, stabilizing the situation with the ordinary martial arts students. Don't worry, Senior Chen. Although there are more and stronger beasts today than yesterday, we won't panic, someone confidently spoke. At this moment in Zone 9, whether it was the people from the 9th Institute or the ordinary martial arts students, they were all full of confidence. They didn't even bother to look at the performance of other zones because it was unnecessary. In their hearts, they believed they were performing the best. To the right of Zone 1 was Zone 6. Separated by Zone 1 and Zone 5, they had someone hiding from the beasts, observing the performance of the 9th Institute. However, at this moment, this person was stunned by what he saw in Zone 1. He had been observing and saw Chinfong step into the passage. What the hell? He was shaken. His first thought was that Chinfong was a madman, but as 1 minute passed, no beasts emerged from the passage. 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and still nothing. His body began to tremble. Zhang Ping, how's it going on the 9th Institute side? A loud shout rang out. It was the voice of the strongest from Zone 6 who was fighting a 6-star beast while also concerned about the 9th Institute's performance. They were there to compete with the Ninth Institute because, based on yesterday's rehearsal, they were not far behind. Usually suppressed by the Ninth Institute, this time, if they could surpass them in the mission, it would be a victory. He's entered the passage, Zheng Ping said almost mechanically. What do you mean he's entered the passage? The person from Zone 6 frowned. Chinfong from Zone 1 has entered the passage and no beasts have come out from Zone 1. Zheng Ping didn't know how to explain and could only state what he saw. What? On the high wall. Is this the kid who guarded the rift back then? Li Junxian looked at the number 1 passage and asked softly. Yes, this kid has started again. He intends to complete a task meant for thousands by himself. Wan Qianjue also showed surprise. Previously, Chinfong said he wouldn't participate in the rehearsal because doing so would prevent others from gaining real combat experience. Now, those words had come true. At this moment, the people in Zone 1 had nothing to do, just standing there, staring blankly at the passage, completely frozen. Indeed, someone like him belongs to the battle zone. If he doesn't come, we should bring him, Li Junxian said. After all, as a strong figure, he remained calm, but Qin Feng's potential made him want to recruit him. Marshal, Chinfong might not come to the southern battle zone. What about the western battle zone? Wan Qianjue began. Li Junxian waved his hand. The military is one family. It doesn't matter which battle zone he goes to, but he cannot join other forces. Otherwise, such potential would be wasted, especially in the Eternal Martial Arts School. The marshal can rest assured, although he hasn't explicitly said he would join the military, I can see that. His heart belongs to the military, Wan Qianjue confidently replied. Li Junxian nodded. Roar! Just then, a thunderous roar came from the rift, startling everyone, and then they saw a 3-headed wolf extending its 3 heads from the rift. 7-star beast. Upon seeing the 3 wolf heads appear, the students who were fighting were all taken aback. Level 4 rampages are rarely seen at this level, yet it has appeared this time. This beast probably has a combat power of around 2 million. Isn't it time for General Wan to take action? Even over in District 9, the appearance of this beast caused a momentary panic among the people. Which passage is it entering? Some were fighting the beast, while keeping an eye on it. The size of this beast was just right to pass through one of the passages. Number 1, it has entered passage number 1. Someone saw the 7-star beast come out without any hesitation and directly dive into passage number 1. Many people, while fighting, looked towards passage number 1, wanting to see if the people in District 1 would flee directly. The 7-star beast is no joke. If it comes out and is not restrained immediately, it can kill many people in an instant. However, when they saw the end of passage 1, everyone was stunned. No beasts in District 1? Because of the attraction of the 7-star beast, many people saw that the students in District 1 were not fighting at all. Instead, they were standing there, seemingly in a daze, and there wasn't a single beast in that area. What's going on? What luck do they have? Not a single beast. Shut up, their luck has run out. The 7-star beast went straight in. General Wan should take action now. People began to speculate wildly, completely ignoring whether it was reasonable that there were no beasts in District 1. On the high wall. I'm going to take action. Wan Qianjue spoke. The 7-star beast that had just appeared was not just at the threshold of the 7 stars but was in the mid-range of the 7 stars, with combat power calculated according to humans at around 2 million. This level 4 rampage is quite serious. Many 6-star beasts have already appeared. Go! Li Junxian said. The 7-star beast ran into the passage, and if Chinfong were to be overwhelmed, it would be very troublesome because he had gone in earlier, and one could imagine that the path was littered with beast corpses. It would be difficult for Chinfong to turn and run. Wan Qianjue leaped down from the high wall and charged towards District 1. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise came from passage number 1. Immediately after, people saw the passage explode. Damn! Someone shouted. At the entrance of passage number 1, countless beast corpses were thrown out by a powerful force, and for a moment, the sky was filled with a dense mass of beast corpses flying up and then falling down. What left them even more dumbfounded was that the 3 giant wolves were roaring madly, but in front of them was a figure continuously throwing punches, attacking them one after another, causing their bodies to keep retreating. Who is that? In some areas too far away, they couldn't see the figure's face, but it didn't stop there. Shock. It should be General Wan, right? Someone said uncertainly. That figure was able to make the 7-star beast continuously retreat. It couldn't be a student. In the military, the only ones on the high wall were Wan Qianjue and Li Junxian. Li Junxian clearly wouldn't take action personally. At this moment, in the nearby areas, the students saw clearly that the figure was Chinfong, and their faces turned pale with horror. Is this a student? Someone couldn't help but tremble as they spoke. I knew it, he is definitely not human. Mengli smashed a beast in front of her with a punch, looking at the figure that was making the 7-star beast roar helplessly, murmuring continuously. The people in District 6 were dumbfounded. At this moment, they had no mind to compare with District 9. As for District 9, their previously confident expressions had completely changed. Xiao, is he stronger?
Xiao Yu looked at that figure, his body trembling slightly, and the question suddenly appeared in his mind. At this moment, everyone who had previously questioned and been dissatisfied with Chinfong was completely overwhelmed. Their doubts dissipated, leaving only shock in their hearts. That second lieutenant admits he is a superior officer but does not acknowledge the other generals. That's the reason. People began to realize. At this time, Wan Qianjue, who was rushing towards Area 1, suddenly stopped. He looked at Qin Feng's frenzied attacks and was also taken aback. Ha ha! He suddenly laughed. Everyone, attack seriously, don't get distracted. After saying that, he actually turned around and returned to the high wall. At this moment, Chinfong was unleashing the Solar Saint Fist continuously, with more than 3 times the explosive power, causing the 3 giant wolves to be covered in blood. Boom! With the final punch, the massive body crashed down. He stood before the corpse, looking ahead. At this moment, the passage had completely exploded open, but none of the alien beasts charged towards him. For a moment, a huge open space formed around him, connecting to Area 1, empty and desolate, with only the corpses of the already dead alien beasts on the ground. Indeed, they have intelligence, they know not to run this way. Chinfong shook his head. At this time, his face also turned slightly pale. Continuously using the Solar Saint Fist, the recovery from the wood element still couldn't reach a balance. After all, his fire element was already 5 stars, while the wood element was still lacking. Thinking of this, he directly sat down cross-legged and began to accelerate his recovery. The people in Area 1 saw Chinfong sitting cross-legged in front of them. With him there, it was as if a great mountain stood, and all the alien beasts could not cross it. Have we completed our mission? Should we go help in other areas? They looked at the other areas, each busy with people killing alien beasts, and others continuously getting injured and being carried away by military personnel, while they didn't know what to do. It seems I don't need to take action anymore. Wan Shenjue returned to Li Junxuan's side and spoke. You said he likes beast crystals? Li Junxian suddenly asked. Wan Shenjue was taken aback and nodded. Yes. For this batch of alien beast corpses, you can exchange them for materials. After the high wall is completed, if there are any leftovers, give the beast crystals to him. Li Junxian looked at Qin Feng's figure and said slowly. He had also heard that Chinfong had some mysterious master, but whether or not such a master existed was irrelevant. Qin Feng's value had already been demonstrated, playing a significant role in the future resolution of alien beasts. Therefore, whether Chinfong needed beast crystals or other resources, this time, they had to give some. Understood. Wan Qianjue nodded. In fact, he had the same idea previously when he said that Chinfong would receive half after joining the Southern War Zone. It was just a test. He knew the other party would definitely not make any promises, but he also didn't immediately say they would give Chinfong beast crystals. At least, he couldn't let Chinfong obtain them so easily. He had to show some value in this alien beast mission. And now, Chinfong had done it, even prompting the marshal to speak personally. Time passed little by little. Chinfong, sitting cross-legged in place, had completely recovered, but he did not make another move. Instead, he glanced at the crack and found that the beast riot was coming to an end, with fewer and fewer creatures. He stood up and turned to walk towards the others. The rest is up to you, Chinfong said as he walked past the group without stopping and directly left. He left? The people from the Ordinary Martial Arts Academy looked bewildered. What are you still doing? The beasts are coming, take action, Shen Yu shouted. At this moment, everyone finally reacted. Ha, we can finally take action, we can finally take action. Someone laughed heartily. Then, one by one, they charged towards the approaching beasts. Shen Yu glanced at them. Yesterday, you weren't this excited. During yesterday's rehearsal, they had all been unable to kill any beasts, leading to complete chaos, and in the end, they didn't want to take action at all, resulting in a score of 0. Yet today, they were all overly excited because they could finally fight back. Hearing Shen Yu's words, everyone felt a bit awkward, especially a few students from the First Academy. Junior, stop talking and focus on killing the beasts. If you don't act now, there won't be another chance, someone said. This is his charity to us, Shen Yu said seriously. Chinfong left at the last moment, clearly indicating that the remaining beasts were being offered to them. But he still rushed out because if they didn't kill now, once the riot ended, it would truly just be a game. Before long, the crack began to calm down. With the last batch of beasts rushing out and then being killed, the entire area behind the high wall became completely quiet, leaving only countless beast corpses and blood. It's so quiet, someone said softly. This was completely different from yesterday's situation. Firstly, today's beasts were stronger and more numerous, and many people had already been taken down, so everyone was exhausted and recovering. Secondly, it seemed that the excitement of defeating the beasts had vanished, as at this moment everyone's confidence had been shattered by the departure of one person. Even Xiao Yu, the strongest from the 9th Academy, remained silent, not knowing what to think. In the 9th District, the people from the 9th Academy did not speak. They stared blankly at the enormous corpse in the 1st District.
Zhao Yu, do you think Xiao Hua can match him? Someone finally couldn't help but ask.
They, the Ninth Academy, claim to be the best, but at this moment, Chinfeng's appearance made their inner confidence waver.
I don't know. Zhao Yu's confidence was completely gone. Xiao Hua, the strongest student of the Ninth Academy, was considered one of the top 5 students in the history of the Ninth Academy. Recently, he had even made the holy sound resonate, which meant that not only had his combat powers surpassed 500,000, but his speed in the corridor also met the standards set by the martial saint. Zhao Yu had always viewed Xiao Hua as a benchmark, following in his footsteps. It could be said that Xiao Hua was his faith, the goal he strived to reach. However, at this moment, with Chinfeng's appearance, his goal, his faith, collapsed. No, Xiao Hua should be stronger than him, definitely stronger. He suddenly shook his head. Deep down, he was unwilling to acknowledge Chinfeng's strength, unwilling to admit that the target he had been pursuing had been shattered by a newcomer. This was a blow to his resolve. The people from the Ninth Academy watched Zhao Yu's change, their expressions slightly shifting, but they felt powerless. Above the high wall, Wan Qianjue and Li Junxian scanned every area, especially the students from the Holy Academy. This kid has no idea how many people's resolve he has shattered. Wan Qianjue shook his head. Chinfong, a newcomer, was so terrifying that he had these geniuses from the Holy Academy gasping for breath, and the key was that he had left directly. Breaking through is breaking through. If you can't even get past this hurdle, then these so-called geniuses are no longer geniuses. Li Juanshuan's voice was calm, showing no concern. The path of martial arts is not so easy. In the process of growth, one will encounter countless dangers, and one of the greatest hurdles is the firmness of one's heart. He is more dangerous than his enemies because the heart is one's own, equivalent to having to conquer oneself. Moreover, this self is always present and may erupt one day, destroying your heart. Only through repeated blows to the heart and tempering oneself can one become stronger. His master path should be invincible, right? Wan Qianjue thought of Chinfong. Li Junxian nodded. It should be. This child has the qualification to walk this path. His tone carried anticipation. The path of invincibility still exists in the mouths of humans, yet no one has walked it. He knew that the former war god, Xiaonantian, once wanted to walk this path but ultimately gave up. Because in that era, even the dual system Xiaonantian could not guarantee that he could be invincible among his peers. If he failed, it would be a heavy blow to himself, and even if he emerged, choosing the master path again would cast a huge shadow. Therefore, a master path that fundamentally shows no hope is best not to attempt. However, Chinfong has this qualification. Because he has surpassed a dual system. The invincible master path is terrifying, and with his current strength he is probably already invincible among his peers, just waiting for verification. Once completed, he will have fully opened the master path. He will be the youngest quasi-master in our dragon country. Wan Qianjue couldn't help but exclaim. Although he wasn't sure how strong the strongest one in the Ninth Academy was, it probably wouldn't be stronger than Chinfong. Once Chinfong becomes invincible among his peers, he will truly open his master path and become a quasi-master. Once his cultivation reaches 7 stars, he will be a true master. Marshal, should we go see him? Wan Qianjue looked at Li Junxian. Li Junxian shook his head. His path needs to be walked by himself. After saying that, he turned and walked down the high wall, then stepped into the sea, heading towards the direction of the demon city. At that moment, Wan Qianjue looked at everyone and, seeing that most had recovered, shouted, "All personnel assemble." Soon, when everyone gathered together, he spoke. The scoring yesterday was meant to stimulate you, to encourage you to perform better today. Today, I will not make any evaluations. I believe you all have a sense of your own performance. Who among you is strong? Who is the best in Area 1? Judge for yourselves. Disband. Wan Qianjue waved his hand and turned to leave. The beast mission was considered complete, and he had no need to do any scoring. However, although he did not score or rank at this moment, everyone looked towards the direction of the people from Area 1, and in their hearts, the first place was naturally Area 1. One person led the entire group. Someone couldn't help but speak. This beast mission was a personal performance show. We were all just supporting roles. At this moment, everyone's feelings were incredibly complex. By the way, what about Ji Wanshi? Someone thought of Ji Wanshi, who had previously been so confident that many believed him, only to be slapped in the face. He was taken down. After seeing Chinfong kill all the beasts in the first passage, his mentality collapsed. If it weren't for the military personnel saving him in time, he might have already died. A student from the same area as Ji Wanshi spoke. Everyone was stunned, and the feeling of being deceived diminished significantly. After all, he had suffered so badly, so there was no need to blame him anymore. Tomorrow we will leave the island. Are you going to wait here, or leave first? Wan Qianjue looked at Chinfong. This time, whether it was the blood of the exotic beasts, the beast crystals, or even the corpses, they could be exchanged for a lot of materials to cultivate the high wall. He had already told Chinfong that if there were any leftovers, he would give them to him. How long will It take? Chinfong asked. If it's fast, it will take half a month. Wan Qianjue replied.
Chinfong nodded. I have some matters. In Magic City, I'll be at the Peace Hotel not far from Starpier.
Please send someone there when the time comes. He needed to visit
a few sacred institutes in Magic City, and half a month would be about right. He could wait.
All right. Wan Qianjue initially
wanted to keep Chinfong here to experience life in the military, but he also knew that Chinfong needed to walk his own path as a master, so he said no more.
After Wan Qianjue left, Chinfong walked inside the high wall.
Many other students, upon seeing Chinfong, took detours as if they were afraid of him.
Am I that scary?
Chinfong touched his face.
Chinfong. At that moment, a voice rang out.
Chinfong turned to see Tao Yong walking towards him.
Director Tao, long time no see.
Chinfong smiled slightly. Tao Yong said, a few days ago, I saw you at Starpier.
Oh really?
Chinfong was taken aback. He hadn't noticed the other person at that time. Seeing Chinfeng's expression, Tao Yong couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. Perhaps now, in Chinfeng's
eyes, he really was just someone easily overlooked. Chinfong, are you going to the 9th Institute?
Tao Yong suddenly showed a serious expression.
Yes.
Chinfong had nothing to hide and nodded directly.
Tao Yong's expression changed slightly. He had inquired about Chinfeng's matters over the past few days and learned about his exploits in the Kyoto corridor.
So he was wondering if Chinfong would visit other institutes this time in Magic City, even the 9th Institute.
Chinfeng's resolute answer surprised him. Is it because of what happened back then? Tao Yong asked. Chinfong stared at Tao Yong. What do you think, Director Tao? Tao Yong didn't speak. To be honest, he didn't know. He thought Chinfong should be magnanimous and not specifically go to the 9th Institute for such trivial matters.
Hu Tianming's attitude back then was indeed a bit cold, but as an 8-star Grandmaster, he had that capital and he felt there was nothing wrong with it.
Director Tao. Chinfong looked at Tao Yong.
I'm going to the 9th Institute, but it's for myself. First for my path as a master, and second for my path as a martial artist. The path of a master. Needless to say, he needed to be invincible among his peers, and he couldn't avoid the 9th Institute. The path of a martial artist was his heart's desire. He couldn't let go of the matter of going to the 9th Institute back then, so he had to make a trip. To put it simply, he needed to clarify his own thoughts. Seeing Chinfeng's determination, Tao Yong could only say, I'm
not afraid of you going. The 9th Institute is certainly not.
However, if you insist on going, it may not yield a good result. Before Chinfong could speak, he continued, I saw your performance today. It exceeded my expectations and shocked everyone.
However, Xiao from the 9th Institute is not bad either.
Recently, he also made the holy sound resonate, even earlier than
you. And then?
Chinfong said casually. Seeing Chinfeng's indifference, Tao Yong said directly, if you go, you might end up with a slap in the face. As for today's task, the military has divided the crack into 9 parts, and the exotic beasts are rushing out from the passage. In fact, under such circumstances, killing all the exotic beasts is not difficult for a strong person. Tao Yong's words were clear. Chinfong could do it, and so could Xiao. The reason everyone was shocked was merely because of
Chinfeng's young age.
However, if Chinfong wanted to compare himself to Xiao, age didn't matter. Xiao wouldn't suppress his cultivation to compete with Chinfong. Chinfong was taken aback, smiled, and said, I haven't been slapped in the face yet, so
I'm actually looking forward to it.
After saying that, he turned and left.
Don't be fooled by Tao Yong's seemingly different
demeanor from Hu Tianming. The other party didn't seem as aggressive, but deep down, they were still quite similar.
Even after
witnessing what Chinfong did today, the other party didn't let go of their arrogance.
It seemed that everyone from the 9th Academy was like that.
However, Chinfong didn't find it strange. After all, the 9th Academy was indeed the best.
If you could get in, over time, you would develop that kind of pride. The environment can change a person. Tao Yong looked at Chinfeng's back and shook
his head in disappointment. He really didn't believe that Chinfong would win against the strongest student of the 9th Academy. The reason he said all this to Chinfong was quite simple. If Chinfong really went as a new student from the weakest academy, even if he lost, it wouldn't matter much. But for the 9th Academy, it would still have some impact, especially since Chinfeng's strength meant that even if he lost, it wouldn't be by much. A new student from the weakest Holy Academy losing to the strongest senior of the strongest Holy Academy and not losing by much would likely be quite embarrassing for the 9th Academy.
Tao Yong shook his head, no longer thinking about it.
Since he couldn't change these things, he would just tell Hu Tianming what to do.
The next day,
the students began to leave the island one after another, and Chinfong returned to the Peace Hotel. The other students from the First Academy wanted to stay, but were scolded by Zhou Ping, who made everyone return to Kyoto, while he himself stayed behind, along with another person, Chen Yu. Meanwhile, students from other academies in Kyoto had one person remaining from each academy, and Mangli was among them, while the others were taken back by the leaders from their academies.
Junior. Brother, when are we going to the 8th Academy? As soon as Chinfong returned, Pan Lei found him and hurriedly asked, showing no interest in the events that had happened on Star Island. Senior Pan, you have to let me rest first, it's getting late. We can't just go now, can we? Chinfong replied with a smile. He was among the last group to leave the island, and it was already afternoon. That's true. Pan Lei glanced at the time and said, then, tomorrow. Chinfong thought for a moment. I think even if we're going to storm their academy's corridor, we should at least notify them first. Just going directly wouldn't be very good. Pan Lei thought about it and agreed. Alright, let's go the day after tomorrow. I'll take care of notifying them. I'll handle it tomorrow. Chinfong didn't say more and nodded. Seeing that Chinfong agreed, Pan Lei laughed heartily. The next morning, on the Martial Academy forum, a post shot straight to the top, with millions of views. The content of the video was simple. Pan Lei speaking to the camera, announcing that the First Academy would storm the 8th Academy's corridor the next day, urging the strongest students of the 8th Academy to be prepared. As for the other 3 holy academies, they should also be ready, as they might be visited at any time, and there would be no further notice when that happened. The comments under this post were varied. Students from Kyoto began to get excited, saying that Chinfeng's journey as the Demon King had reached the Demon City, making the holy academies there tremble in anticipation. Meanwhile, more students from the Demon City were defiant, saying they were waiting for Chinfong to come. However, it was also noticeable that a few students commented, urging others to be more low-key, and some even suggested that the 8th Academy should surrender directly. These were all students who had participated in the Beast mission this time. Just posting a video isn't enough. Pan Lei chuckled. In forums, many people wouldn't watch videos anyway. The next day, in the 8th Academy, many flyers appeared, and the content of these flyers was very simple. They informed the students of the 8th Academy that tomorrow, Chinfong from the First Academy would be visiting, hoping that the strongest student of the 8th Academy could appear in the Martial Sing corridor to face him. If they didn't want a challenge in the corridor, that was fine too. They could have a real fight. If they refused both, it was simple. The strongest student of the 8th Academy would have to admit defeat in front of Chinfong. This Chinfong is so arrogant. He wants us to admit defeat in front of him. Isn't that just showing weakness for the 8th Academy? It's even more humiliating than showing weakness. What can we do? He said he would come, and haven't you heard? On Star Island, his strength is something we can't handle. Yeah, I heard that he single-handedly led a group and suppressed the proud 9th Academy without them having any temper at all. Even Xiao Yu's Dao heart almost collapsed. Is it really that exaggerated? Someone showed surprise. To crush a genius's Dao heart was too outrageous. Not exaggerated at all. There are pictures and the truth on the forum. We didn't believe it before because it was all said by people from the capital, but now, people from Magic City and those ordinary martial arts academies are all saying it. If you still don't believe it, then you can only live in your own world. In the campus of the 8th Academy, groups of people held flyers in their hands, continuously discussing Chinfeng's matter. Even before he arrived, he had already become a star-like figure. On a lawn, a young man was sitting, holding a book and leisurely flipping through it, seemingly indifferent to the discussions happening around him. Tong Fei, what do you think? In front of the young man stood another person, tall and strong, holding a flyer in his hand, asking, what do you mean? The young man did not look up and softly asked, about Chinfong. He's coming tomorrow, aren't you going to face him? Tong Fei, the strongest student of the 8th Academy, while Chinfong had specifically called for the strongest student to face him. Why should I face him if I can't win? If you want to take action, you can do it too. After all, you are called the one with the most hope to catch up to me by our classmates. The young man glanced at the other and smiled slightly. The tall one was Wan Pang, just a junior, but he could rank among the top 5 in the 8th Academy. He was regarded by the students of the 8th Academy as a genius who could become the strongest before entering his senior year. If you aren't even a match for him, how can I face him? Wan Peng said helplessly. Besides, Chinfong specifically called for the strongest of the 8th Academy. He wasn't one of them, so if he went to face him, Chinfong might not even acknowledge. It's exactly. Tong Fei smiled. So that's it, doing nothing? Wan Peng frowned. He knew that Tong Fei was too indifferent. As if he didn't care about anything. Someone was knocking on the door, directly calling him out, yet he acted as if it was nothing. Meanwhile, he was the opposite, very concerned about these matters. If Chinfong hadn't called him out, he would have gone up even if it meant losing. Who said I'm doing nothing? Tong Fei smiled, closed the book, and then stood up, directly walking towards the academy's gate. Wan Peng was taken aback. Where are you going? To the Peace Hotel. You're going for a real fight? Wan Peng was shocked. Chinfong said he could have a real fight. Was the other party going to take the initiative? You're overthinking it. Didn't Chinfong say that as long as I admit defeat, it would be fine? I'm going to admit defeat, that way he might not come to the 8th Academy. That's better than him coming and me admitting it, right? Are you going? Tong Fei asked with a smile.
Upon hearing this, Wan Peng was stunned.
It could be done this way? He looked at Tong Fei's back, thought for a moment, and said, wait for me.
If Tong Fei really went to admit defeat to Chinfong, then Chinfong might really not come, and the 8th Academy would at least quietly lose face, which was better than losing face in front of everyone.
This might really be a good plan. Are you really going?
This time it was Tong Fei who was surprised.
Wan Peng was someone who understood, he still had some spirit.
When he went to meet Chinfong, it was truly just to admit defeat, and Wan Peng felt embarrassed to go.
I
want to see what he really looks like, Wan Peng said. He genuinely wanted to see if someone like Chinfong had 3 heads and 6 arms. Soon, the two of them exited the gate of the 8th courtyard and headed straight for the Ping An Hotel.
At the Ping
An Hotel, in the lobby, Chinfong and a group of people from Kyoto were chatting and laughing.
Did you really distribute flyers?
Zhou Ping looked at Pan Lei, incredulous.
The method of notifying the 8th courtyard by distributing flyers was truly a way to stir up resentment.
The effect of posting videos on the forum isn't great, although it gets a lot of attention, it's just for show. I went to the 8th courtyard and pulled a few students aside to tell them that Chinfong from the 1st courtyard would be coming to the 8th courtyard to make a scene, but they all just gave me a blank stare.
I had no choice but to print
some flyers, bought a drone, and then flew it over the 8th courtyard to drop them, Pan Lei said, gesturing with his hands, leaving everyone dumbfounded.
They didn't shoot down your drone, a student from the 3rd courtyard suddenly asked.
They did shoot it down. What a pity for my drone, it cost me quite a bit.
Pan Lei shook his head. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Pan Lei
usually looked serious, but now he was being so ridiculous. At that moment, at the hotel entrance, Tong Fei and Wan Peng walked in. They immediately spotted the crowd in the lobby and recognized Chinfong at a glance. Tong Fei walked directly in front of everyone and said to Chinfong, hello, Junior Chin, my name is Tong Fei, a student from the 8th courtyard.
I can say without exaggeration that I am the strongest student in the 8th courtyard. This is also a student from the 8th courtyard, Wan Peng, the strongest below the 4th year.
Tong Fei first introduced himself, then pointed to Wan Peng. Wan Peng said nothing, just stared at Chinfong, not even blinking. He couldn't see anything special about Chinfong. At that moment, he felt that Chinfong was very much like Tong Fei, without any obvious brilliance. However, there was a significant difference. Tong Fei looked nothing like a master, not even like a martial artist, more like a scholar. Whereas Chinfong had a hidden sharpness, like a sword,
ready to be drawn at any moment.
Hello, fellow students, Tong Fei said after finishing his introduction, then looked at the others.
This action left everyone stunned. What are you doing?
Pan Lei asked, puzzled.
Tong Fei smiled. The purpose of my visit this time is actually very simple, to admit defeat. I admit that I lost, and the 8th courtyard lost. I won't challenge you, nor will I make a scene. If Junior Chin really wants to make a scene, I won't show up. His tone was incredibly serious and very calm, as if admitting defeat was the most ordinary thing in the world. Chinfong was taken aback, and everyone else looked astonished. It was too direct, so direct that they were unaccustomed to it. In Kyoto, there were those who admitted defeat,
like Yang Chang from the 4th courtyard, but at least he was waiting in the 4th courtyard. This was even more outrageous. He proactively came to the hotel to admit defeat in advance and even brought along the strongest student from the 3rd year.
For a moment, everyone was at a loss. Are you serious? Chinfong asked in surprise.
Of course, very serious, extremely serious.
Should I write a letter of surrender?
Tong Fei said, looking towards the hotel front desk, ready to borrow a pen and paper.
This is unnecessary.
Chinfong waved his hand. Sit.
After everyone sat down, all eyes turned to Tong Fei. Tong Fei knew the crowd's confusion and smiled slightly. What I'm doing isn't strange at all. First, I'm really not a match for Junior Chin.
This was the truth. After the Star Island incident, very few would think that Qin Feng's strength was exaggerated. So, he was quite aware of his own capabilities.
However, this wasn't the reason for his direct concession. Although
he appeared indifferent, he wouldn't actively admit defeat just because someone called him out. The reason he was so proactive was that Chinfong was a student from Kyoto, a student of the 1st Academy.
Secondly, Junior Chin is a freshman in
the 1st Academy, and I feel that admitting defeat isn't embarrassing.
Tong Fei continued.
The crowd was puzzled. Tong Fei smiled. Before Junior Chin entered the 1st Academy, everyone should know what the situation was like there.
Right? He looked directly at Pan Lei. Pan Lei suddenly understood what the other meant. Tong Fei continued. In fact, the 8 academies are not so different from the 1st Academy in Kyoto.
The 8 academies in Magic City were just as weak as the 1st Academy in Kyoto. They were often mocked by students from the other 3 academies. So, he felt a sense of camaraderie with the 1st Academy. Now that the 1st Academy had Chinfong, they could fight back, but the 8 academies could not. However, he seemed to see hope for the 8 academies. Actually, how could I not want to fight back?
But people from the 8 academies say I'm soft-hearted. I can be tough too, but what good would that do? It would only let them bully the 8 academies time and again.
But I have never taken action. When they came to invade the corridor, I never showed up, even urging all students to avoid watching.
Now, they don't come anymore, as Tong Fei said.
This, he suddenly smiled. Wan Ping, beside him, had a flash of understanding. Now he realized why Tong Fei had shown no interest in winning or losing. It was to prevent the other 3 academies from invading the 8 academies corridor.
When
you invade someone else's corridor and they don't show up, it quickly becomes uninteresting. Just like when you argue with someone, the more you argue, the more they get into it, but if you ignore them and just walk away, they eventually lose interest. You do your thing, I'll do mine, as long as it doesn't affect my heart of the Tao or my cultivation, they can do as they please. Tong Fei suddenly waved his hand. At this moment, the people present looked at Tong Fei with changed expressions. What immense patience and strong resolve he must have. To endure repeated provocations is not something just anyone can do. At this moment, Wan Ping clenched his fists. The 8 academies had indeed been too oppressed. He remembered that when he entered the 8 academies, Tong Fei was not the strongest. At that time, the students from the 8 academies would always fight back, only to lose time and again, their confidence shattered repeatedly.
Back then,
Tong Fei was very proactive. Every time students from other academies came, he would retort a few times, even feeling the urge to confront them. So, he had previously not understood why Tong Fei had suddenly become so indifferent. Now, he understood it was for the sake of the other students in the 8 academies, so they would no longer be beaten down. And to avoid being beaten down, there are 2 methods. One is to fight back like Chinfong, making the opponent lose their temper. The other is to ignore them, making them feel bored, and naturally, they won't come back. The first method is destined to attract worldwide attention, letting everyone know of one's strength.
The second method is destined for humiliation,
leaving one to bear it alone. This sense of humiliation would constantly impact one's heart of the Tao. Chinfong had the strength to achieve the first option, while Tong Fei could only choose the second.
I will fight back sooner or later. Wan Ping said firmly. Tong Fei glanced at him. I'm afraid I won't be able to see it.
Wan Ping was very talented. In another year, by the time he was a senior, he could easily take on the 6th and 7th academies, not to mention the 9th
academy.
As a junior now, there was no one stronger than Wan Ping in those 2 academies. However, by then, he would have already graduated. You can come back to watch, I will notify you,
Wan Ping said.
Tong Fei smiled. By that time, whether he went or not would be another matter. He looked at Chinfong. Junior Chin, if possible, I can also say in front of all the students from the 8 academies that I lost. By the way, when will you go to the other 3 academies?
Junior Chin?
Instead of waiting for Wan Ping, it would be better to go with Chinfong when he went. Even though they were not from the same academy, their situations were similar, which would be quite satisfying. No need to do it in front of everyone. Chinfong waved his hand. To be honest, in Magic City, aside from the 9th Academy, he was actually just trying to validate his master path by challenging the corridors, and his relationship with the 1st Academy was not significant. Defeating the strongest student was enough. There was no need to specifically seek out humiliation. After all, these academies were too far apart, and he hadn't really gone to the 1st Academy before. As for the Holy Academy competition, these academies were indeed arrogant, but that was a competition jointly held by the 9 Holy Academies, which was different from specifically challenging the corridors. As for the other 3 academies, I will first go to the 7th Academy. How about you, Senior Tong? Notify the people from the 7th Academy, so others won't say I lack manners. Chinfong looked at Tong Fei. Tong Fei laughed upon hearing this. Chinfong had come all the way from the capital and was going to challenge other academies while still being concerned about manners? No problem, my girlfriend happens to be in the student council of the 7th Academy. I can have her announce it in the broadcasting room. How about tomorrow? Tong Fei asked. Chinfong nodded. Anyway, he had to wait to see if there were any leftover beast crystals from the southern war zone, so he had plenty of time. By the way, who is the strongest student in the 7th Academy? Chinfong asked. The ranking in the forum was Peng Xiaoan, who was also ranked 2nd among the 9 holy academies, but that ranking might not be accurate. The people from Magic City knew best. Peng Xiaoan, that's the one from the forum. She's quite a good-looking girl, Junior. You should go easy on her, Tong Fei said with a smile. Chinfong smiled but did not respond. However, those who obstructed his path to the master path would not be treated with kindness. Tong Fei and Wan Peng soon left. In the hall, Pan Lei smiled and said, I didn't expect that without even making a move, or even setting off, the 8 academies would be resolved. This Tong Fei is quite a character. Indeed, if I had to endure like that, I'm afraid I couldn't do it. Chinfong nodded. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him strangely, and Zhou Ping said seriously, do you need to endure? All the way, it had been a crushing stance, with no need for endurance at all. Who says I don't need to? Shi Yan wants to kill me right now, am I not enduring? Chinfong said calmly. Everyone was taken aback, and Pan Lei suddenly said seriously, Junior, what you're doing isn't called endurance, that's called active provocation.
Kyoto, in a villa.
Shi Yan looked at the man standing in front of her with a pale face.
Didn't you say that those three could definitely be dealt with?
Her voice was cold, the killing intent of a master radiating from her.
Sister. Yan.
The man, sensing Shi Yan's killing intent, was taken aback and quickly spoke. I've investigated over in the Demon City. Chinfong is staying at the Ping'an Hotel, and not far from there is the Star Pier, where many military
personnel are located.
Those three, they might have been killed by the military and Chinfong working together. He couldn't find out how the three had died. The military had completely sealed off the information.
However, he did
discover that many military personnel had entered the Ping'an Hotel at that time. Originally, he wanted to say he wasn't sure if Chinfong had killed them himself or if it was a joint effort with the military, but now, if he said that, it would mean his previous judgment of Chinfeng's strength was wrong, and Shi Yan would probably skin him alive. He could only say that the military was involved.
The military. Shi Yan's expression darkened, and after a long while, she took a deep breath.
The military was something she had no way to deal with. It was the strongest organization in Long Country. Not to mention her, even the entire Changsheng martial arts school combined, excluding the martial saints, would be wiped out cleanly.
Is there any specific information? Shi Yan asked coldly.
The mission on Star Island has concluded, and Chinfong has once again demonstrated his formidable strength.
Marshal Li from the military also went
there, so it's likely that Chinfong has left an impression on him this time. Additionally, he returned to the Ping'an Hotel again and did not come back to Kyoto. He is likely going to challenge the martial saint corridors of the other few academies. The man relayed what he had learned. He had inquired about Chinfong challenging the corridors in Kyoto. He had gone to the Demon City and wasn't coming back immediately, so the purpose was not hard to guess.
Sister. Yan, should we find someone to assassinate him again? The man asked. Shi Yan shot him a cold glance. Do you think there's still a chance?
After failing once, Chinfong would definitely be on guard, and the military would surely
be more cautious.
At that time, if they couldn't kill him, she might even be caught with evidence against her. The man didn't speak. He knew all this, but for the moment, he couldn't think of another way and could only voice it like this. Shi Yan thought for a moment, then took out her phone, found a number, hesitated for a while, and finally dialed it.
Senior brother. As soon as the call connected, Shi Yan immediately spoke. What's the matter? Speak. A calm voice came from the other end of the line. Senior brother, I heard that there's a student named Chinfong from the 1st Academy who went to your 9th Academy before the school year started, and then you rejected him? Shi Yan didn't directly state her purpose. Chinfong, why do you care about him? Do you have a grudge against him?
Hu Tianming immediately reacted, realizing that Shi Yan was still a member of the Changsheng martial arts school, and knowing her character, he understood that her sudden concern for Chinfong must have a reason, most likely a grudge. Shi Yan slowly replied, yes, senior brother, he killed Kuan, and I want revenge. Senior brother, I've learned that he left very arrogantly, and because of his departure, the 9th Academy lost some talents. A person like you, can you tolerate that? She understood Hu Tianming. It seemed that the issue between Chinfong and him was merely about enrollment resources, but there was definitely dissatisfaction on his part. What? You want me to take action? Hu Tianming's tone was mocking. He's just a little brat, why would I care? Senior brother? Shi Yan quickly said, I heard that after this beast mission, Chinfong did not return to Kyoto but is still in the Demon City. Next, he might go to the 9th Academy. With his current strength, it's probably very hard to find students there who can handle him. The current status of the 9th Academy was raised by senior brother single-handedly. If the strongest student loses to a newcomer, the future of the 9th Academy will likely. Shi Yan paused here, knowing that if she continued, Hu Tianming would probably explode. The status of the 9th Academy cannot be shaken, Hu Tianming said. But senior brother. Before Shi Yan could finish her sentence, her expression changed as a beeping sound came from across the room. Sister. Yan. The man looked at Shi Yan's change and was startled. Did Dean Hu refuse? Of course he refused. This person isn't that foolish, he wouldn't go after such a genius just because of my few words, Shi Yan said slowly. Chinfong is now valued by the military and also by the 1st Academy. To deal with him is not easy, one misstep could drag oneself down. He knew that Hu Tianming harbored dissatisfaction towards Chinfong and even saw him as a threat to the 9th Academy status, but this dissatisfaction was not enough to make him go after Chinfong. Moreover, the threat that Chinfong posed to the 9th Academy had not yet truly manifested, so Hu Tianming certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to go after him. She had just been testing the waters, not really expecting Hu Tianming to take action. The purpose of the test was simple, to plant a seed in Hu Tianming's heart. One day, when Chinfong truly posed an irreversible threat to the 9th Academy's status, or had already made an impact, she could provoke Hu Tianming again, and perhaps it would yield unexpected results. Hu Tianming's proud character was his greatest flaw because he would not allow
anyone to undermine his achievements.
Keep an eye on Qin Feng's movements at all times.
Without my permission, do not act rashly, Shi Yan said coldly.
Yes,
the man replied respectfully. Meanwhile, at the 9th Academy, in the dean's office, Tao Yong saw Hu Tianming.
Dean, we received news from the 8th Academy that Chinfong did not go, but Tong Fei left the school. I think the reason Chinfong didn't go is because of him.
Hu Tianming nodded, showing no change in expression. Dean, is Xiao Hua Qin Feng's opponent? Tao Yong asked quietly.
Previously, he had told Chinfong that Xiao Hua was strong and advised him not to come, as he would lose if he did. However, what he said in front of Chinfong was different from reality, and he couldn't guarantee that Xiao Hua was truly stronger than Chinfong. Every time Xiao Hua charged through the corridor, it was cleared. They only knew that the holy sound rang out, but they
didn't know how many lights the other side could light up. Hu Tianming glared at him and then said, people say that Xiao Hua ranks among the top 5 students in the Holy Academy's history, but he is more than just top 5. Before graduation, I hope he can attract the attention of the 2 vice deans, or even the dean, Hu Tianming said with an expectant tone. As soon as these words were spoken, Tao Yong trembled. Attracting the attention of the 2 vice deans could only mean one thing, passing through the Marshal Singh corridor.
And attracting the dean's attention meant not only passing through but also achieving it within a certain time frame, allowing the holy sound to ring out again.
Peace Hotel.
Early in the morning, Chinfong got up, washed up, and walked out of his room into the lobby. At this time, Zhou Ping and the others were already waiting there.
Has the notification been sent? Chinfong asked. Tong Fei called and said that yesterday his girlfriend announced it over the school broadcast. He has already rushed over this
morning, just waiting for you, Pan Lei said with a smile. Today they were going to the 7th Academy, which ranked 2nd among the holy academies.
He had originally suggested
that Chinfong go to the 6th Academy first so they could follow the order of strength, but Chinfong rejected it, saying that it didn't matter who went first as long
as the 9th Academy was left for last.
Also, I rented a car. As they talked, they walked out of the hotel, and sure enough, there was a business vehicle parked at the entrance.
7-seater? Chinfong glanced at it. There were 8 of them. 9-seaters are hard to rent, so this will have to do. I'll drive, Pan Lei said, opening the driver's door.
Chinfong didn't waste any words and went straight to the passenger seat. I'm going to make a move later, so I won't squeeze in with you guys, it's tiring.
After saying that, he got into the passenger seat.
The others quickly reacted and rushed into the car to claim their spots. In the end, only Zhou Ping was left, sulking in the car.
7th Academy.
The 7th Academy is known as the Second Holy Academy, located in the southern part of the Magic City, surrounded by ordinary martial arts
academies.
At 8 in the morning, there were quite a few students from ordinary martial arts academies standing at the entrance of the 7th Academy. Yesterday, all the martial arts students in the vicinity had learned that the strongest new student from the 1st Academy was coming to the 7th Academy today. This was the first time in nearly a decade. Even 10 years ago, when the Holy Academy in Kyoto was still strong, no student had come to the Magic City so soon after the start of the semester.
Why is there no reaction from the 7th Academy?
These people looked towards the entrance of the 7th Academy but saw no students.
The academy was
too large, which was understandable, but as they walked into the 7th Academy, they surprisingly didn't see a single student along the way.
There's an ant over there, let's go ask her. Someone spotted a cleaning lady and walked over. You mean the students?
They're all in class, the ant replied.
In class? Everyone was taken aback. At this time, it was indeed class time, but not everyone could be in class, right? Is this a way to avoid confrontation? Someone suddenly realized.
Classroom 1 of the 6th Academy, the largest classroom in the 6th Academy, is usually used for collective classes. But now, there was no teacher, yet it was packed with people, and at a glance, there was hardly any space. Sister Xiaowan, is this the method you mentioned? Someone looked at Peng Xiaowan, eyes wide.
Just yesterday.
Upon learning that Chinfong was coming, they were a bit nervous, as no one doubted Chinfeng's strength anymore. So, one by one, they sought out the strongest in the 7th Academy, Peng Xiaowan, to see how she would handle it. In the 7th Academy, Peng Xiaowan was indeed very strong. By her junior year, she was already quite formidable among the seniors. People centered around her, and even the second-ranked student often worked with her, generally agreeing with her views. So, early in the morning, Peng Xiaowan said that those with classes should go to class, those who had to stay in the dormitory should stay, and if anyone was really restless, they could come to classroom 1, leaving the rest to her.
At first, everyone didn't understand how Peng Xiaowan would deal with Chinfong, but now they knew. Avoidance. Isn't this method good?
If Chinfong comes and no one shows up, he'll just leave. I really understand Tong Fei now, Peng Xiaowan said. Recently, they had stopped going to the 8th Academy because every time they went, they were ignored, which felt very boring. Now, she had no choice but to learn from Tong Fei. As long as Chin
Fong found it uninteresting. He would leave, and that way the 7th Academy wouldn't lose face. At least it's better than the 8th Academy, because the 8th Academy always avoids battle, and now they have only done so once. She doesn't believe that Chinfong can stay in Magic City for long. But senior sister, the 8th Academy has already admitted defeat. If our 7th Academy continues like this, it will be too embarrassing for the Holy Academy here in Magic City, someone spoke up. Pang Xiaoan glanced at that person. Why don't you go? The person's expression changed instantly. With his strength, he would probably be looked down upon even by his own people in the 7th Academy. In the Holy Academy, the 9th Academy is the strongest. What are you afraid of? If anyone feels dissatisfied, they can go and compete with Chinfong. I won't stop them, but if they lose, don't push the hatred onto me, Pang Xiaoan said loudly. She was eager for someone to step up at this moment. If someone stood up and lost, people would focus their attention on that person, but now, since no one is stepping up, everyone would think she is cowardly. She had already sacrificed a lot, and if people still didn't appreciate it, then there was nothing she could do. No one dared to speak. When Chinfong killed that 7-star beast on Star Island, many injured students who had withdrawn had already posted videos on the forum. Many had seen it. He was really strong, and even Pang Xiaoan didn't dare to fight. What use would it be for them to go? Seeing the crowd's low spirits, Pang Xiaoan said seriously, I really am not his opponent, really. Now I can go, and then you will definitely follow me. After that, what? Just watch me lose and get slapped in the face. Is that meaningful? But everyone can rest assured. This time I back down, but I will work hard to cultivate and strive to achieve good results in the big competition. I won't say I will win against the 9th Academy, but the 6th Academy can forget about surpassing our 7th Academy. After hearing this, everyone fell silent but did not speak up again. Senior sister Xiaoan, I support you. Suddenly, a sycophant spoke up. Senior sister Xiaoan is always the strongest in my heart. Yes, I support you too. I support you as well. At that moment, the people of the 7th Academy were cheering themselves on. Seeing this, Pang Xiaoan breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't want to compete with Chinfong. The scene of Chinfong killing the 7-star beast in that video was still swirling in her mind. She was really afraid that after competing with Chinfong, she would have nightmares. Don't worry, when Chinfong arrives, as long as he sees no one, he will definitely leave. Definitely. Pang Xiaoan smiled. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the 7th Academy, Chinfong and a few others had already gotten out of the car, while Tongfei and Wanpeng were waiting for them. Seeing Chinfong get out of the car, Tongfei said with a strange expression, Junior brother Chin, it seems that the 7th Academy will be very quiet today. The 7th Academy actually used his usual method. Chinfong looked up at the entrance of the 7th Academy and instantly understood. Interesting, does the Magic City Academy do this too? The 7th Academy also avoided battle. It's not exactly like that. Mainly, it's because of you, junior brother, that people see no hope of victory, Tongfei said helplessly. If Chinfong didn't appear so terrifying, it wouldn't lead to such despair. Pang Xiaoan would definitely be willing to fight. But Chinfong was just too scary. Everyone was a genius, and suddenly having such a freak appear, with a heart that doesn't shatter, that was truly a genius among geniuses. What should we do? Are we still going? Zhou Ping looked at Chinfong. No one from the 7th Academy would show up, and he felt it was meaningless. Of course we have to go in, Chinfong said as he stepped through the door first. Going in like this? Then walking through the empty corridor. Suddenly I feel like we're a bit foolish, Pan Lei said with a wry smile. In the past, there were many people from all sides, and you would mock me, and I would mock you. Now, it feels very unfamiliar. Everyone looked strangely at Tongfei. This method was indeed quite effective. Chinfong smiled. I said, either we charge through the corridor, or we engage in real combat, or we admit defeat face to face. Avoiding battle? I can't accept that. If they don't show up and can't see me charging through the corridor, do they think they won't hear it? As soon as he said this, everyone was taken aback and quickly reacted. Holy sound! Tongfei and Wanpeng exclaimed in surprise. Once the holy sound rings out, even if you close your ears, it won't help. So even if the people from the 7th Academy don't show up, once the holy sound resonates, it will echo throughout the entire Holy Academy, and everyone will hear it clearly. So you had this all planned out. Junior, Pan Lei suddenly said with a smile. Peng Xiaojun felt that if they didn't show up, she would have to bear everything. The people from the 7th Academy wouldn't feel embarrassed, but once the holy sound rang out and everyone heard it, that feeling would be gone. At this moment, everyone was a bit excited, especially Tongfei and Wanpeng, who had never heard the holy sound before. Soon, they arrived at the martial sing corridor of the 7th Academy. The ordinary martial arts students who had entered here before had long since left, and there was no one here now. Chinfong walked directly to the entrance of the martial sing corridor, opened the door, and turned to Tongfei. Have your girlfriend make an announcement, just say that. Today, if the people from the 7th Academy don't show up, I'll let the holy sound ring for a day. Okay. Tongfei pulled out his phone and quickly started dialing.
At the same time, Chinfong stepped into the corridor.
As one light after another
lit up, although there were few spectators, everyone present was watching seriously. Especially Tong Fei and Wan Pang, watching the speed at which the lights were turning on, felt their hearts racing.
So strong. Wan Pang's pupils contracted. He
often went to the martial saint corridor of the 8th Academy, but only now did he realize the difference. Just a few days ago, he still thought that the First Academy was exaggerating Qin Feng's abilities. Even 2 days ago, the rumors on Star Island, although there were videos, still couldn't compare to witnessing the shock in person. What is his combat power? I wonder how strong it really is. Wan Pang clenched his fists. With this kind of speed, he probably wouldn't be able to achieve it even
after entering his senior year.
And Chinfong was just a freshman. After Tong Fei finished the call, he patted Wan Pang on the shoulder. Don't overthink it. You don't need to compare yourself to him, just compare yourself to your peers.
Chinfong might
only be comparable to that person from the 9th Academy. That person from the 9th Academy referred to Xiao Hua, who was now also a senior.
Meanwhile, in classroom 1,
Sister Xiao Jun, Chinfong, and the others went to the corridor. Someone rushed in,
panting heavily.
Although everyone was not showing up, they still sent someone to secretly observe Chinfong and the others' movements.
They really went? Pang Xiaojun frowned. Don't worry, Sister Xiaojun. They seem to be lacking interest. What you said before is about right.
After they charge in, they'll probably just leave, the person said with a smile. As he spoke, he took out his phone and played the video he had secretly recorded. Everyone gathered around to watch, and sure enough, they saw that Chinfong and the others were not excited and seemed to lack interest.
Ha, really? Everyone laughed heartily after watching the video.
Suddenly, a sound echoed, causing everyone's expressions to change.
What happened? Someone exclaimed. The sound came too suddenly. Pang Xiaojuan's pupils shrank. Holy sound.
Hearing her words, everyone suddenly remembered that it had been said in the forum that Chinfong could make the sacred sound resonate.
Just as they were astonished, the Academy's broadcast suddenly came on. Students of the 7 houses, Chinfong has arrived at our academy.
He has declared that if we do not show up, he will let the sacred sound resonate for a whole day.
We can either face him or admit defeat. The broadcast's voice coincided perfectly with the sacred sound's emergence, and everyone heard it clearly. Arrogant.
The previously calm classroom 1 was suddenly stirred, with many people feeling provoked.
Senior Sister Xiaojun, we can't let him be so arrogant. Take action.
Someone looked at Pang Xiaojun and spoke seriously.
Ignore him. Everyone close your ears. Before Pang Xiaojun could respond, someone suggested. Bang! However, just as everyone closed their ears, the sacred sound rang out again, causing everyone to change their expressions. This sacred sound can't be blocked, someone exclaimed. The speaker had just closed their ears, yet the sound seemed to resonate directly in their mind. Bang! When the third sound rang out, someone finally couldn't bear it any longer. Senior Sister Xiaojun, take action. Losing is losing. We can't let him bully us like this. Admitting defeat directly would be better. Continuing like this was not a solution. Chinfong said it would resonate for a day, and he definitely wasn't joking. To have them avoid battle for a whole day while constantly hearing the sacred sound was truly unbearable. Each time the sacred sound rang out, it was a blow to their resolve. Pang Xiaojun looked at the expressions of the crowd and sighed. Inwardly, she had thought that by avoiding battle, even if Chinfong came, he would just barge in and leave. She never expected him to use this method. Her plan was instantly shattered. She thought of Tong Fei from the 8th house avoiding battle. Tong Fei's avoidance was directed at them. They couldn't use this method to provoke the students of the 8th house. However, her avoidance was directed at Chinfong, and Chinfong could make the sacred sound resonate to provoke the students of the 7 houses. Let's go, let's meet him, Pang Xiaojun said helplessly. Outside the martial saint corridor, the moment the sacred sound resonated, both Tong Fei and Wan Pang were shaken. Is this the sacred sound? The two revealed a satisfied expression. This was the first time they had heard the sacred sound. Just then, Chinfong walked out from the corridor. How many times did it ring? He asked. He had just reached the position of the 50th lamp and did not continue but instead retreated, then advanced again, twice in succession. In the corridor, the sacred sound could not be heard, so he was unsure if the 2 times he retreated and advanced had caused the sacred sound to resonate. 3 times, Pan Lei said with a smile. That's good. Wait. 20 minutes. If the people from the 7 houses still don't show up, then we'll continue, Chinfong said. The few of them quietly waited outside the corridor. The teachers from the 7 houses haven't shown up either, Meng Li said in confusion. When Chinfong made the sacred sound resonate in the 5th house, the dean had appeared. That's normal, Tong Fei said. The dean of the 7 houses probably already knows that junior brother Qin can make the sacred sound resonate, so he didn't show up. As for us coming to challenge in the corridor, the academy's leadership will not participate. This is a competition among students. They're coming.
Suddenly, everyone saw in the distance Pang Xiaojun was leading a group of people towards them.
You're here too? Pang Xiaowan walked to the front of the crowd and first looked at Tong Fei.
Tong Fei smiled. Yes, I came to see how the 7th Academy, ranked second in the Holy Academy, deals with junior Qin and to learn from the experience. Upon hearing this, the faces of the people from the 7th Academy instantly darkened. Their method was precisely Tong Fei's method and it had been broken. Don't worry, I won't go to the 8th Academy in the future. With me here, the others from the 7th Academy won't go either, Pang Xiaowan said. Tong Fei shrugged. Even if you go, we won't show up. He had already given up, not caring whether they went or not. Now, he just wanted to see how Pang Xiaowan would handle it. As the second-ranked student of the Holy Academy, she had never admitted defeat before, except for that one from the 9th Academy. Would she admit defeat this time? Pang Xiaowan felt a bit helpless towards someone like Tong Fei. She then looked at Chinfong. Junior Qin, you really don't give any face at all. Her tone carried a sense of helplessness. By not showing up herself, it represented her admission of defeat, yet he forced her to come out and admit it face to face. How domineering. Could that be? Senior sister, you misunderstood. It's not that I don't give face, but rather, you all didn't heed my words. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to use this method, Chinfong replied calmly. His tone was flat, but the people from the 7th Academy's expressions changed slightly. This was undoubtedly saying that they from the 7th Academy were ungrateful. Chinfong looked at them. I said, either fight or admit defeat face to face. Maybe you think I'm being domineering, but this is my requirement. Not just you, but the 6th Academy and the 9th Academy are the same. If you want to fight, let the holy sound ring out first and I can make my move again. If you don't want to fight, then admit defeat. Of course, you can choose not to fight and not to admit defeat, but if that's the case, once this matter gets out, it might not sound good. Not admitting defeat and not fighting didn't matter to Chinfong. After all, no one dared to stand up, which had already proven his invincibility. Our not showing up is actually already an admission of defeat. Why must you force senior sister to admit defeat face to face? A student from the 7th Academy asked with a grim expression. Chinfong merely glanced at him, offering no explanation. Pang Xiaowan took a deep breath and then said, I admit defeat. Once the words were out, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Chinfong nodded and looked at the people from the 7th Academy. You can think of me as domineering and unreasonable. But on the path of martial arts, it's not just about fighting enemies and beasts. Competition among students is also a battle. My path as a martial artist is a battle every day, every step, fighting against others, fighting against beasts, and also fighting against myself. After Chinfong finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the 7th Academy. Zhou Ping and the others quickly followed. The students from the 7th Academy watched Chinfeng's back, some with grim expressions, others deep in thought. Pang Xiaojuan's heart was in turmoil, her expression complex. Is this the reason for his strength? At that moment, she felt that her own path in martial arts seemed even broader. Junior, are we going to the 6th Academy? After leaving the 7th Academy, everyone got into the car, and Pan Lei asked from the driver's seat. Yes. Aren't you going to notify them in advance? Zhou Ping asked from the back. Notify them about what? They must already know, Chinfong replied. If they knew about his plan to storm the corridor of the Holy Academy, then the 6th Academy must have already received the news about what happened. At the 7th Academy. Just as Chinfong and the others were leaving the 7th Academy, a dense crowd was gathered at the entrance of the 6th Academy, and the person at the forefront had a cold expression. Senior, Chinfong and the others have set off, and they're heading this way, a student said after hanging up the phone, addressing the person in front. The surrounding crowd tensed up upon hearing that Chinfong was coming. What happened over there? Did Pang Xiaowan make a move? Xiang Zhongchuan asked. No, she directly admitted defeat, the person replied. A woman is just a woman, he doesn't deserve to compete with me. Upon hearing that Pang Xiaowan had admitted defeat, Xiang Zhongchuan showed disdain. To him, admitting defeat outright was a sign of cowardice. Tong Fei had always been like this, and now Pang Xiaowan was no different. His ranking in the forum had always been lower than Pang Xiujuan's because in the last competition of the 9 institutes, he had fought against her and lost by a narrow margin. Therefore, in the eyes of many students, he was not as good as Pang Xiaowan, but he had never thought so. It was merely a moment of carelessness when facing a woman. Moreover, after this period, he felt that he had long surpassed her. Senior Xiang, news has come from over there that Chinfong has continuously made the holy sound ring out, and the people from the 7th Institute have no choice but to appear. The person spoke, hinting that Chinfeng's ability to make the holy sound ring out indirectly proved his combat strength. And Xiang Zhongchuan had yet to make the holy sound ring out. Xiang Zhongchuan looked at the person, fully aware of their lack of confidence in him. He coldly said, breaking into the corridor is one thing, what I want is real combat. Senior Xiang, they are coming. At that moment, a student looked into the distance. Soon, the car stopped, and Chinfong and the others got out. One by one,
Xiang Zhongchuan narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his focus was solely on Chinfong. Chinfong, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Your speed is too slow. Senior Xiang can't wait for me to break into your corridor? Chinfong walked over step by step. Xiang Zhongchuan said, to break into the corridor, I'm afraid you won't even get through this gate. As soon as he finished speaking, the people from the 6th Institute spread out behind him, actually blocking the entire gate. Chinfong looked at their actions and calmly said, it seems you are ready to engage in real combat with me. However, they don't need to block the gate. If I can't defeat you, I won't rely on speed to get in. Clearly, the people from the 6th Institute knew that he had entered the gate of the 5th Institute relying on speed, and they were preventing him from suddenly running in. It is still necessary. I'm afraid you might involuntarily retreat inside later, Xiang Zhongchuan said lightly. His words made the people behind Chinfong frown. The implication was that he could push Chinfong back, even knock him flying. But where did the other party get such confidence? Is that so? After going through so many holy institutes, you are the first to be so arrogant. You truly are wasting your talent in the 6th Institute. You should be in the 9th Institute, Chinfong said, his steps unceasing. Even Mo Fan from the 5th Institute was not as arrogant as this person. Arrogant? Xiang Zhongchuan said disdainfully, if even someone 3 generations younger than me cannot be arrogant, what martial arts words do I have left? As soon as he said this, everyone frowned. Xinfang's expression was calm as he approached Xiang Zhongchuan. He took a step forward. What? Just because you're older, you look down on those who come after? If you were my age, you wouldn't even see my back. After saying this, Chinfong raised his arm and pointed forward. Looking at Chinfeng's finger, Xiang Zhongchuan frowned. He felt that Chinfong looked down on him, only using a finger, but immediately after, his expression changed. In his eyes, that finger was covered in frost. As it cut through the air, he could clearly feel the space. A head suddenly turned icy, as if the air had been completely frozen. With a clang, Xiang Zhongchuan drew a long knife from a student behind him. This is my usual weapon, not to take advantage of you. Xiang Zhongchuan made sure to explain. After entering university, students could choose their own weapons, but they were rarely used, only during practical combat with exotic beasts. However, at this moment, Xiang Zhongchuan had already sensed the formidable threat of Chinfeng's strike, and he had no choice but to use his weapon. Whoosh! The moment the long knife was in his hand, he slashed it towards Chinfong. At the same time, elemental power surged from his arm, the blade cutting through the air, trailing long sparks. In an instant, the collision of low and high temperatures made those around them feel uncomfortable. The people from the 7th Academy changed their expressions upon seeing Xiang Zhongchuan draw his knife. Senior Xiang is actually using his strongest strike right from the start, someone exclaimed in surprise. They were aware of Xiang Zhongchuan's trump card. Using a weapon combined with his martial arts could indeed rival Peng Xiaowan from the 7th Academy. This also indicated that Chinfeng's move was extremely terrifying, forcing Xiang Zhongchuan to go all out. Can this strike determine the outcome? Everyone tensed up. Among those who came with Chinfong, Tong Fei and Wan Peng were closely watching Chinfeng's move. Especially Wan Peng, who was of the ice element at this moment, looked at Chinfeng's finger, his pupils constantly contracting, his body trembling. The ice element can attack like this. His heart shook violently. Although the martial arts Chinfong used were different from his, each martial art had its own attack methods, and thus each attack had its essence. The ice element represented coldness. In his eyes, Chinfeng's attack was so cold, fully bringing the ice element to its peak. This strike not only made people feel icy all over but also made them feel the chill deep within their hearts. Weapon. It doesn't matter. Chinfong looked at the long knife coming at him, his fingers showing no hesitation, directly pointing at the blade. Bang! With a loud sound, Xiang Zhongchuan's face changed dramatically. A powerful force forced his arm holding the knife back, and at that moment the blade uncontrollably buzzed and trembled. At the same time, a strong chill surged from the hilt into his palm, threatening to invade his arm. His body shook violently, and the fire elemental power surged wildly, forcing the cold air out as he stepped back, looking at Chinfong with shock in his eyes. How can it be this strong? Just a finger, am I really inferior? So strong. At this moment, those around truly felt Chinfeng's power. Under Xiang Zhongchuan's strongest strike, he was forced back, while Chinfong stood in place, not moving an inch. He's just a freshman. The students from Moto clenched their fists, feeling a hint of despair inside. Being a student in this era was truly tragic. Meanwhile, Xiang Zhongchuan felt a strong unwillingness in his heart. In the 6th Academy, I am the strongest. If you want to break through the corridor, you must step over my body, otherwise, I won't allow it. He suddenly raised his knife and instantly slashed 3 times at Chinfong, 3 fiery arcs cutting through the space, forming a triangular shape as they rushed towards Chinfong. Since you are of the fire element, I will use what you take pride in to shatter your arrogance. As soon as he finished speaking, with a loud boom, flames erupted from Chinfeng's fist.
Immediately, everyone squinted their eyes and saw Chinfong standing there without any attempt to evade the long knife, and he struck out.
Bang! In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the knife in Xiang
Zhongshuan's hand exploded into countless shards. The crowd's expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly dodged.
Bang! Bang!
Some of the shattered knife pieces directly embedded themselves into the large tree at the entrance, causing the trunk to shake and leaves to scatter everywhere.
At that
moment, Xiang Zhongshuan's face turned pale. The powerful recoil made his insides churn.
Don't be arrogant in front of me, I really dislike it. Qinfeng's voice rang in Xiang Zhongshuan's ear.
He looked up, and his expression suddenly changed. Then, a powerful force appeared on him, causing his body to go limp and fall down.
You should be grateful. This isn't a battlefield. Lying down for a month will teach you humility.
Chinfong stepped over his body and looked at the others from the 6th courtyard.
At this moment,
more and more people from the 6th courtyard gathered, completely blocking the entrance. However, when they saw Xiang Zhongshuan lying motionless on the ground and then looked up at Chinfong, their expressions changed. Without strength, forcing your way forward is just ignorance.
Are you going to stop me? Chinfong walked forward step by step.
The people from the 6th courtyard involuntarily made way for him.
Chinfong walked through the crowd without any change in his expression.
The crowd watched as he stepped into the gate of the 6th courtyard.
The few people who came with Chinfong also followed him inside.
Half an hour later, a holy voice echoed throughout the 6th courtyard.
At the same time, in a pavilion in the 9th courtyard.
At this moment, there were several young men dressed in the same t-shirts, looking very close.
Old 3, how's it going over at the 6th courtyard? One of them looked at a tall young man. Old 3 spoke. I just asked. Xiang Zhongshuan was defeated. Defeated? Yes, defeated badly. He didn't even pose any threat to Chinfong. Now, he's probably in the hospital and will have
to lie there for a month, Old 3 said softly. His tone was serious. Chinfeng's strength had exceeded their expectations.
He's just a freshman. How can he be so strong? Old 2 frowned.
At that moment, he felt that the long-standing strength of the 9th courtyard was being challenged. This freshman was supposed to be one of us in the 9th courtyard, Old 3 suddenly said. Don't talk nonsense, Dean, who has his own ideas. And besides, Old 4 is still here. Chinfong won't stir up any waves. The young man who had been silent glanced at Old 3. The 3 of them, along with Xiao Hua, were the 4 strongest in the 9th courtyard. They were all top students from the same province, while Xiao Hua was the national martial arts champion of that year. After entering the 9th courtyard, they became good brothers through fighting and bonding, with Xiao Hua being the youngest.
Based on Chinfeng's victory over Xiang Zhongshuan, we are no match for him.
Only Old 4 can handle it personally, but he just happened to enter the training room at this time, Old 2 said. Helplessly. It wasn't that Xiao Hua was afraid of Chinfong. He had entered the training room 2 days before Chinfong arrived in Modu. Therefore, if Chinfong came now and didn't fight, it might be misunderstood as fear.
You know Tong Fei's phone number, right?
Call him and have him tell Chinfong that Lao Si is in the training room.
If he really wants to challenge the strongest, let him wait for 10 days or so. After 10 days, he is welcome to come to the 9th Academy at any time.
The leader looked at the 3rd. According to past experiences, Xiao Hua never stayed in the training room for more than 20 days, so 10 days would be more than enough.
Okay.
The 3rd nodded without any hesitation. The leader then looked at the 2nd. Post something on the forum. Just say that Lao Si is currently in the training room and will come out in 10 days to face Fong. They needed to clarify this in advance, otherwise others would really think the 9th Academy was afraid.
Got it. The 2nd nodded.
This battle, although just a competition between students, is also a clash
between the 2 strongest in the Holy Academy. It also represents the struggle between the oldest and the newest Holy Academy. Lao Si must win, and he will win.
The young man spoke slowly. What if Chinfong doesn't
want to wait and comes directly?
What do we do? The 2nd suddenly asked. If Chinfong came directly, they wouldn't be able to stop him unless they all acted together, but if they did that, the reputation of the
9th Academy would be damaged.
If he comes, let him come. When Lao Si comes out, he can go straight to Kyoto and fight back, the young man said nonchalantly.
Chinfong wanted to fight the strongest student, right?
They weren't refusing to fight, they just needed more than 10 days. If Chinfong couldn't wait, then what he said before would just be a joke. By then, if they fought back, both Chinfong and the 1st Academy would be
even more embarrassed.
Meanwhile, Chinfong and the others walked out of the door under the murderous gaze of the 6th Academy. Tong Fei looked at Chinfong. The 9th Academy said they would wait for 10 days.
Xiao Hua went into the training room a few days ago and hasn't come out yet. They wouldn't be avoiding the fight, would they? Pan Lei asked in surprise. If that's the case, the Holy Academy in Magic City would be quite interesting. No.
Chinfong shook his head. The 9th Academy was so proud, they wouldn't avoid a fight, and Hu Tianming probably wouldn't allow it either. Besides, if they really wanted to avoid a fight, they wouldn't say to wait for 10 days, it would be meaningless.
Are we still going?
Pan Lei asked, gripping the steering wheel. Back to the Pinyin Hotel, Chinfong replied. Since they said 10 days, then they would just wait. No matter how many days it was, he could wait. Perhaps the military side would have some beast crystals left by then. At that time, it might even enhance his strength further. If that happened, going to the 9th Academy might create quite a stir. Alright, Pan Lei nodded. He didn't mind waiting those 10 days. After starting the car, he turned to Tong Fei and Wan Peng. You two, we can get out at the Pinyin Hotel. The two were taken aback, and Wan Peng frowned. A slight detour will take us to the 8th Academy. It won't delay us, right? Gas is really expensive lately, okay? Pan Lei replied. Wan Peng was about to say something, but Tong Fei stopped him, smiling. Get out of the car. Saying that, he got out, and Wan Peng followed him down with a look of speechlessness. As soon as the two got out of the car, Pan Lei stepped on the gas and sped away. In the following days, Chinfong continued to train in the hotel. Zhou Ping and other students from Kyoto returned to Kyoto as well. They didn't wait any longer. By then, there would definitely be related news on the forum, so it wasn't necessary to stay here. During these days, the forum was buzzing with news about Qin Feng's upcoming visit to the 9th Academy and that Xiao Hua would face him as soon as he came out. The topic had already reached the top of the charts. They even opened a special thread to discuss who was stronger between the two. This thread allowed everyone from all martial academies in Long Country to participate in the voting. On the first day, the support for both was evenly split, but by the second day, the support for Xiao Hua had clearly increased. As time passed day by day, support for Xiao Hua reached 70% before it began to stabilize slowly. Chinfong paid no attention to anything happening on the forum. In the hotel room, sitting cross-legged on the bed, he suddenly opened his eyes. Ding, your progress on the 5th ice system divine pattern has reached perfection. With the system's voice ringing out, Chinfong finally elevated his ice system realm to 5 stars, relying not on beast crystals but on his own cultivation over the past few days. He then took out the 8th 5th level ice system beast crystals he had saved up and swallowed them, raising the progress of the 6th divine pattern to 40%. A few more days passed. On this day, in the Pinyin Hotel, Yuan Chang came here to find Chinfong. Chief, Yuan Chang saluted Chinfong immediately upon seeing him, showing great respect. He had heard about Qin Feng's beast mission on Star Island, where he single-handedly fought against a passageway beast and killed a 7-star beast. It was as if he could see Chinfong guarding the rift back then. Chinfong looked at the box in his hand and smiled. Really? In fact, he didn't have high hopes this time. After all, although there were many beasts, he had told Wan Qianjue that he needed beast crystals of level 4 and above, and there were also specific types required. Moreover, the military district needed a lot of materials to completely repair the high wall. Yes, after we exchanged the beast corpses for the needed materials, we did have some left, but chief, the quantity is not much, so Yuan Chang felt a bit embarrassed. The last time he delivered beast crystals, aside from those Chinfong had killed himself, the southern war zone had given only a few extra, and this time was the same, which made him feel a bit awkward. It gave the impression that the southern war zone was quite stingy. Chinfong waved his hand. I understand the situation on Star Island. This time it was also sent by your war zone, so the quantity doesn't matter. Yes, Yuan Chang replied. Chief, I heard you are waiting to go to the 9th Institute? Yuan Chang suddenly asked. The military department is concerned about this too? Chinfong was taken aback. Yuan Chang scratched his head and smiled. It's Chief Wan who is concerned. He said that Hu Tianming called him before and asked about you, and then he learned about the grievances between you and the 9th Institute. Chief Wan asked me to convey a message. What is it? Chinfong asked curiously. Chief Wan said that Hu Tianming is narrow-minded, and you are definitely going to the 9th Institute, and no one can dissuade you. However, after defeating the 9th Institute, don't provoke Hu Tianming. Yuan Chang suddenly became serious. Chinfong frowned. Provoke him? I don't know what it means either. That's just what Chief Wan said, Yuan Chang replied slowly. Chinfong nodded and didn't speak. After Yuan Chang left, Chinfong carried the box back to his hotel room. Opening the box, Chinfong found 20 beast crystals lying inside. Among them, there were 11 5th-level fire system crystals and 9 4th-level earth system crystals. Just enough to complete my needs, Chinfong smiled. Before leaving Star Island, he had specifically told Wan Qianjue which beast crystals he needed, and if there weren't enough, which ones to prioritize. Now, the fire and earth systems just happened to meet his upgrade requirements. Chinfong first picked up the fire-type beast crystal and then began to devour them one by one. After consuming all 11, his progress on the 6th divine pattern of fire reached perfection. His fire realm also broke through to 6 stars. Inside him, he could feel the explosive growth of fire elemental power, and his strength was wildly surging. System, you must have anticipated my cultivation progress, so you gave me the star refining body technique? Chinfong thought to himself as he felt his body. His rate of advancement was simply too fast. If it were someone who had not practiced any body-refining martial arts, the improvement in physical strength would be far from sufficient.
Human cultivation is extremely difficult.
At every step, while you are enhancing your realm, your physical body must also continuously grow stronger. Otherwise, you cannot withstand the explosive power that comes with the increase in realm. The physical body is like a container, and
it has its limits. Perhaps the reason for the difficulty in breaking through to the martial saint realm is due to the limitations of the body? Unable to bear the power of a martial saint, that's why it is so hard?
Chinfong suddenly thought.
Of the martial saint realm.
The golden body is the limit of the human physical form. Without special martial arts for body refinement, it cannot be improved. This might be part of the reason why those golden body experts have been unable to break through to the martial saint for so long. Without thinking too much, he quickly began to devour the earth-type beast crystals. Before long, his earth realm also broke through to 5 stars. It wasn't over yet. Previously, he still had 1 fire-type 6th level beast crystal and 9 earth-type 5th level beast crystals, which he then consumed one by one.
Name: Chinfong. Fire Realm, 6 stars, 7th Divine Pattern, progress 5%.
Wind Realm, 5 stars, 6 Divine Pattern,
progress 35%. Ice Realm, 5 stars, 6 Divine Pattern, progress 40%. Earth Realm, 5 stars, 6th Divine Pattern, progress 45%.
Wood Realm, 4 stars, 5th Divine Pattern, progress 60%.
Combat Power, 1,150,000. Looking at his system
information, Chinfong was quite satisfied. A base combat power of 1,150,000 had already surpassed the 7-star threshold. If he unleashed his explosive power, he could surpass many master-level experts.
Moreover, he was also of the wood element.
Even though his wood realm had not fully caught up yet, he could still maintain an explosive state for a while. So, I can now completely contend with an average master.
Chinfeng's eyes sparkled with brilliance.
At this moment, his strength could finally be considered a pillar of support for the Dragon Kingdom, and he was still just a freshman in college.
A student, how can I compare with you?
Chinfong suddenly smiled. He remembered that in the history of the Holy Academy, no student had ever reached the 7-star threshold in base combat power before graduating, let alone a freshman. Chinfong adapted to his growing strength and then began to rest. He had been cultivating for days without any break.
However,
he had not lain down for long when Pan Lei knocked on his door. Chin Jr., hurry and open the Holy Academy forum, Pan Lei said as soon as he entered.
Forum? Chinfong frowned.
Yes,
the forum is going crazy right now.
Xiao just came out today and made his first appearance on the forum, posting a message, Pan Lei explained. The hotel room was equipped with a computer, and Chinfong curiously opened it and clicked into the Academy forum website. As soon as he opened it, he saw a new post that was trending far ahead, and the poster was a real name, Xiao. Chinfong clicked on the post, and the content was very simple, just 2 words, waiting for you. Although it didn't name anyone, everyone knew who Xiao was waiting for. The comments below were also without any doubt, all urging Chinfong to come out and say a few words. Junior, ever since Xiao posted, the forum has crashed several times, Pan Lei chuckled. He then pointed to several
other trending posts.
You see, now the second hottest post is the one guessing who among you can win, he said, clicking on the post. Chinfong took a look, and the support ratio inside was still 70% for Xiao and 30% for him. Many people still believe in Xiao. After all, he is from the 9th Academy, the strongest student, and he is a few years older than you, a fixed impression, Pan Lei explained. Since enrolling, Chinfong had done many shocking things, and those he did in Kyoto at first were not believed, but now those posts had been dug up. However, many still thought that Chinfong was no match for Xiao.
I can understand.
Chinfong smiled. These things were inconsequential to him. Strength is one's own, and how others guess is just how they guess. If someone could guess everything right, that would be failure. He clicked on Xiao's post again and replied with 2 words, wait. As soon as he sent the reply, he saw a flurry of likes, as if everyone was waiting for him. At the same time, the comments below were increasing.
When are we going? Pan Lei asked curiously. It's getting late today, let's go tomorrow.
Chinfong said casually.
That night, Pan Lei posted a video on the forum announcing that Chinfong would go to the 9th Academy the next day. This news instantly exploded across the entire forum.
After all, many people now knew that Pan Lei was essentially Chin's spokesperson, and his words must have been confirmed by Chinfong. Martial arts academies across the country were discussing Chinfong and Xiao at that moment.
Who do you think will win?
There are still more people supporting Xiao. I think it's still
Xiao.
This time, it's not just a contest between Chinfong and Xiao, it's probably also a contest between the 1st Academy and the 9th Academy.
Neither can afford to lose, someone lamented. This contest was likely being followed
by more than half of the martial arts students in Long Country. The 9th Academy, needless to say, could not afford to lose. If they did, their reputation would be severely damaged. The 1st Academy also could not afford to lose. Now, with Chinfong, their attention had been raised so high, and if they lost, they would return to square one. People would not continue to pay attention to you just because of what you did before, only by completely defeating the Ninth Academy. This time would it last? After all, people only remember the champion, while few pay attention to the second place. Ninth Academy. At this moment, many students in the Ninth Academy were sleepless. They took pride in being from the Ninth Academy, which had maintained its first place because of them. Now, the Ninth Academy faced its strongest challenger, making many uneasy. Even some academy leaders were paying close attention. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the dean's office was still brightly lit. Hu Tianming looked at the young man sitting opposite him and asked, "How's it going?" The young man replied with a calm expression, "My talent skill has evolved. After using it, I can increase my strength by 20%. Hu Tianming nodded in satisfaction. He had always been confident that Xiao Hua could defeat Chinfong because he knew that Xiao Hua had a monstrous talent skill amplification. Previously, Xiao Hua's talent skill could amplify his own strength by 10%, and some time ago, Xiao Hua suddenly told him he needed to go into seclusion because he felt his talent skill was about to undergo an evolution. As expected, it did not disappoint him, directly increasing to 20%. "How much combat power do you have now?" Hu Tianming asked. Xiao Hua did not hesitate and directly replied, "Over 600,000. He did not specify the exact number, and Hu Tianming did not ask further, just nodding, "Very good. With your strength before graduating from the 4th year, you have the chance to become the strongest student in history and the first to become a 7-star. Before graduation, Xiao Hua was indeed the most talented student he had ever taught. With over 600,000 combat power, after enhancement, it could reach over 700,000, even approaching 800,000. It should be noted that talent skills are not martial arts, they can be used in the martial saint corridor. Even if Chinfong were to defy the odds, he would not reach such a level. Go down and rest well. It takes 1,000 days to train troops, but only a moment to use them. Tomorrow is the time for you to defend the honor of the Ninth Academy." Hu Tianming waved his hand. Over the years, the Ninth Academy had spared no effort in cultivating Xiao Hua. The degree of favoritism was evident. These resources were shared among the students of the Ninth Academy, yet he had pushed against the tide to allow Xiao Hua to enjoy treatment far beyond what he deserved. "Dean," Xiao Hua shook his head, "I don't regard Chinfong as a threat. To me, tomorrow is just an easy game. As long as I am here, the honor of the Ninth Academy is here, there's no need to defend it specifically. My goal is to become a disciple of the martial saint." Xiao Hua's voice was very calm. The reason he had posted on the forum before was merely in response to Qin Feng's provocation upon coming to the Ninth Academy. In reality, he did not care too much. Previously, he had let the holy sound ring out, knowing he had the chance to become a disciple of the martial saint. But that was only a chance, and what he wanted was certainty. Therefore, his current goal was to attract the attention of the martial saint before graduation. "It's good that you have a goal, but there can be no accidents tomorrow. The status of the Ninth Academy is something I have built up. If I am no longer in this position, it doesn't matter, but as long as I am still here, it cannot fall." Hu Tianming's expression was serious. His pride could not be trampled on, especially by Chinfong, whom he had once looked down upon. Xiao Hua nodded and then stood up to leave. Hu Tianming looked up at the ceiling. "I indeed misjudged you when I rejected you back then, but the ship has sailed. I can only keep you suppressed until next year, when I will resign as dean and return to the Changqing Martial Arts School." Xiao Hua still had a year. In this year, he could keep Chinfong in check. Next year, no one in the Ninth Academy would be able to suppress Chinfong. He would rather not be deaned than let someone he had once rejected slap him in the face. That was his pride. At 9 o'clock the next day, Chinfong arrived at the entrance of the Ninth Academy with Pan Lei. At this time, it was not bustling, as today the Ninth Academy had refused entry to people from other martial arts schools. Even representatives from the other holy academies could only send one person. The representative from the 8th Academy was Tong Fei, from the 7th Academy was Peng Xiaojun, and the strongest from the 6th Academy was currently in the hospital, so the second-ranked youth came instead. "Old man, do you remember me?" When Chinfong reached the entrance, he stopped outside the security room and looked inside at the guard, who happened to be on duty today. The old man looked at Chinfong. "How could I forget? The discussions in the Ninth Academy these past few days have all been about you. At first, I wondered who it was, but then I remembered you were the 4th star who came during the finals." The old man's words carried surprise. Chinfong had left a deep impression on him back then. At that time, Chinfong appeared very gentle, speaking politely, completely different from the first 3 stars who had come before him. So, once he thought about it, he remembered. "Ah, you've caused such a stir and even came to the Ninth Academy to compete with Xiao Hua. I don't know whether to say you're impressive or just don't understand." The old man shook his head. To be honest, he had a good impression of Chinfong, but after all, he was still working at the Ninth Institute, so his heart naturally leaned more towards the Ninth Institute.
Old man, why don't you go work at the First Institute and say I recommended you?
Your salary will definitely increase by 30%, Chinfong said lightly.
This old man
was a martial artist. Although he was older and not as strong as the younger martial artists, he was still stronger than the bodyguards at the First Institute, so a salary increase wouldn't be a big problem.
My home is in Magic City, too far from the capital. I won't go.
The old man waved his hand. Young man, I advise you to forget it, that Xiao is really strong. In the end, he still reminded him. Chinfong smiled. When I walked out of the store, I said one thing: the status of the Ninth Institute needs to change, and I'm just here to fulfill my words. After saying that, Chinfong stepped into the Ninth Institute's gate. At the same time, the corridor of the Ninth Institute was already crowded with students, unable to move. Senior Xiao is here. Suddenly, a voice rang out. People looked towards the dormitory direction and indeed saw a young man in white walking towards them. Senior Xiao! Senior Xiao! The crowd at the Ninth Institute shouted one after another. Xiao did not respond at all. He simply turned his head to look towards the entrance of the academy. Soon after, he spotted Chinfeng's figure. Accompanying Chinfong were 4 others, but at that moment his eyes were only on Chinfong, completely ignoring the others. As Chinfong approached, he spoke first. One match to determine the victor. No chance for a rematch. Furthermore, the loser must admit in front of everyone that they are inferior and acknowledge the academy's inferiority and post a video on the forum for all martial academies in Long Country to see. Xiao stated the rules of the match and what needed to be done afterward without any unnecessary words. Agreed. Chinfong nodded calmly. Do you have any additions? Xiao asked. I'm afraid you won't be able to make the decision, Chinfong said slowly. Xiao frowned, then said, Go ahead, I'm listening. Chinfong turned his head, raising his gaze to the clock tower within the Ninth Institute, the tallest building there. There, a figure stood, and Chinfeng's gaze met the other person's. If I lose, I will leave the academy and give up my studies, but if you lose, I want him to apologize for his arrogance back then. As soon as Chinfeng's words came out, the people around changed their expressions. The figure atop the clock tower was none other than Hu Tianming. Many people at the Ninth Institute knew about Chinfeng's situation, but it was hard to say who was right or wrong. Hu Tianming claimed Chinfong was arrogant and directly rejected him. However, he didn't completely shut Chinfong out. It was just that without additional resources, Chinfong wouldn't come to the Ninth Institute. So, saying Chinfong was arrogant wasn't entirely wrong. After all, the Ninth Institute was the best. And now, Chinfong actually wanted Hu Tianming to apologize in person. What great audacity it took to say that. The head of the First Institute, an 8-star powerhouse, apologizing to a student, especially a freshman? This Chinfong is indeed arrogant. Hu Dean was right. He even wants the dean to apologize. What is he thinking? The crowd at the Ninth Institute spoke out in anger. Xiao will lose, only then will Hu Dean apologize. It seems in your hearts, you believe he will definitely lose. At this moment, Pan Lei couldn't hold back any longer and retorted directly. As soon as he spoke, the crowd at the Ninth Institute looked at him with sharp eyes. Pan Lei shrugged, looking indifferent. At this moment, Chinfong looked at Xiao. Dare to bet? Although he was speaking to Xiao, he was actually addressing Hu Tianming. Xiao did not speak. He really couldn't make a decision. Xiao, do you lack confidence in yourself? A voice came from atop the clock tower. Xiao's body trembled, knowing that Hu Tianming had already agreed. He then looked at Chinfong. Let's begin. After Xiao finished speaking, he walked towards one of the corridors of the Martial Saint Hall. Chinfong did not hesitate either. He smiled and walked over, standing at the entrance of another corridor. In an instant, everyone around the Martial Saint Hall held their breath. This battle might create history, and they could be witnesses to it. Drip, drip. The two opened the doors of the corridors almost simultaneously and stepped inside. It has begun. Everyone stared intently at the lights in the 2 corridors. In a moment, they saw the first light in both corridors illuminate at the same time, followed by the second and third lights. The expressions of the crowd changed continuously. The 2 were neck and neck, and with every blink, another light lit up. When the 40th light in both corridors lit up simultaneously, everyone's hearts rose to their throats. We should be able to see the difference soon, right? Someone couldn't help but speak up. The speed was fast at the beginning, which was normal, but now, at this point, they could gradually start to see the gap. However, that person's words did not elicit any response, for at this moment, the speed in both corridors remained incredibly fast. 49 lights. Their speed shows no signs of slowing down at all. What kind of strength is this? Someone exclaimed. Bang! Bang! Just as the crowd was astonished, 2 sacred sounds rang out almost simultaneously, causing everyone to shudder. So strong, so strong. What is a genius? This is a true genius. Compared to them, what are we? Mere
Pretenders of genius. At this moment, everyone was in shock. They were all called geniuses by outsiders, but compared to the two in the corridors, they felt utterly worthless. Among the crowd, Panlei's eyes were fixed on one corridor. This time, the junior should be able to show his full strength, right? His eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. In the past, he could never gauge Chinfeng's true strength. It was as if every time he thought he had figured it out, it turned out to be even more terrifying, with no bottom line at all. But this time, with Xiao being so strong, he felt that it would allow Chinfong to unleash his full power. On the top of the bell tower, Hu Tianming frowned. Both corridors had already lit up 50 lights, yet Chinfong showed no signs of lagging behind. Could he be stronger than Xiao? He murmured, then shook his head, dismissing that thought. But then, his pupils constricted. Senior Xiao has slowed down. A student from the 9th Academy shouted in disbelief from outside the corridor. At this moment, in the two corridors, Chinfong had lit up 52 lights, while Xiao had one less. It's lit, it's lit. Soon, Xiao's 50-second light lit up, allowing the students from the 9th Academy to breathe a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, their hearts began to tighten. Inside the corridor, after stepping into the 53rd space, Xiao looked at the shadow opposite him. Although I can defeat him, my speed has slowed compared to before. To completely crush Chinfong, I have to unleash all my strength. With that thought, he activated his innate skill, and at that moment, his body visibly grew larger. A massive force erupting and then fully integrating into every part of him. Bang! He stepped forward, closing in on the shadow. And in the next second, as he struck, the shadow dissipated before him, and then he stepped into the next space. In the other corridor, Chinfong had also stepped into the 54th space, and upon arriving here, he didn't even glance at the shadow ahead. Continuing forward as if on a leisurely stroll. When the shadow charged at him, he simply struck it with his palm and moved on to the next space without any pause. Outside the corridor, Senior Zhao's speed has increased again. Someone saw the change in Xiao's speed and shouted with joy. Just a moment ago, Xiao's speed had slowed, making them anxious, but now, they relaxed. Senior Xiao was probably just playing around. After all, the holy sound has already rung out, so speed is no longer important. Someone laughed. The others all agreed. However, a few people revealed a serious expression. These individuals were among the top ranks in the 9th Academy. Similarly, Tong Fei also noticed the issue. So strong. What do you mean strong? Are you talking about Xiao or Chinfong? Panlei couldn't help but glance at Xiao's corridor. The other's speed was indeed very fast, not inferior to Chinfong. Of course, it's Chinfong. Didn't you notice? Is there a difference in the speed changes between the two? Tong Fei stared at the corridor, not blinking. Panlei looked over in confusion, his expression gradually showing shock. Constant speed. His eyes nearly bulged out. At this moment, the speed of the lights in both corridors seemed similar. However, in the corridor where Xiao was, the lighting speed fluctuated, clearly affected by encountering different types of phantoms. In contrast, Chinfong maintained a consistent speed without any change, as if he had not encountered any opponents at all. No way! Panlei's heart throbbed violently. To say he hadn't encountered any opponents was definitely impossible. The only explanation was that Chinfong instantly dealt with his opponents, not affecting his progress at all. You're not wrong, he really is too strong. Xiao is also strong, but he will probably be crushed by Chinfong. Tong Fei's heart trembled. 60 lights now. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Senior Zhao's speed has slowed down again. People saw that after both sides lit up 60 lights, Xiao's speed slowed once more. Senior Xiao, he might be. Chinfeng's speed has increased. Suddenly, a gasp arose. Everyone was shocked to see that the lights in Chinfeng's corridor not only did not slow down but actually sped up. 61, 65. Impossible, this speed is no different from the initial speed, someone shouted in disbelief. Yet, the speed at which the lights lit up did not stop due to his doubts, they continued to light up incessantly. 70, 74, 78. Everyone stared blankly at the lights. In Chinfeng's corridor, their brains starting to become chaotic. Some people's bodies began to tremble. Senior Xiao has lit up 70 lights, a voice called out. However, at this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to Chinfong. At that point, 90 lights had already been lit. Is he going to clear it? A voice questioned. Everyone focused intently. At this time, the people from the 9th Academy had completely forgotten about Xiao and were watching the lights light up one by one, with some even silently counting in their hearts. 97, 98, 99. Bang! When the 100th light lit up, a holy sound once again resonated throughout the 9th Academy, causing everyone to tremble. Cleared, someone exclaimed uncontrollably. On the top of the bell tower, Hu Tianming's face had long since darkened. When the holy sound rang out, his body trembled slightly and his hands unconsciously clenched. At the same time, in the First Academy of Kyoto. I wonder how Qin Shuedi is doing now. Has he already defeated the Ninth Academy? Qin Shuedi will definitely be able to. Bang! Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the First Academy, causing everyone to freeze in surprise. Holy sound? What's going on? Did someone clear the corridor? Has Qin Shuedi returned? Many people rushed towards the corridor, but the two corridors here were quiet and no lights had lit up. In the dean's office, Kong Yongsheng suddenly stood up. Dean? What's going on? Zhou Ping was startled. Not even he understood why the sacred sound had suddenly echoed. No one has entered the corridor, yet the sacred sound has rung out. This means someone has passed through the corridor. Kong Yongsheng's face showed shock. The 9 great sacred academies, 9 corridors, lighting up 50 lamps and reaching the required speed can cause the sacred sound to ring out, but the sound will only echo in the academy of the corridor that was passed through. However, if someone passes through the corridor, the sacred sound will resonate across all 9 great sacred academies. At this moment, the 2nd Academy, the 3rd Academy, up to the 8th Academy, the holy sound rang out, and all the students showed confusion, while the eyes of each academy's dean revealed a look of horror. Is it Xiao or Chinfong? Several deans simultaneously had this question in their hearts, knowing about Chinfeng's incident in the 9th Academy's corridor today. However, someone passing through the corridor completely caught them off guard, and at this moment they were very curious about which of the two could be so abnormal. 9th Academy. In the corridor. In front of Chinfong was the end of the corridor, where the red line was gone, replaced by a phantom sitting cross-legged. He walked towards the phantom, and as he got closer, the phantom suddenly transformed into a puff of white smoke and then merged into his body. Experience? Chinfong was taken aback. Each time he defeated a phantom, he gained experience, and this was just like the previous phantoms turning into experience that he absorbed. This is the mystery of fire. After absorbing this last experience, he was shocked inside. As humans deepen their cultivation, their understanding of elements also deepens, and their mastery of elements becomes stronger. For example, mastering the fire element reaches a threshold known as the domain of fire, which is generally comprehended after reaching 4 stars. After achieving a domain, one can form their own domain within a certain range, allowing opponents to be affected by elemental power. The second threshold is the mystery of fire. Reaching this threshold is akin to a state of unity with the heavens. At this moment, he was one with fire, and his spirit seemed to soar with the flames. This may be the reward for passing through the corridor. Chinfong looked at the end of the corridor, where there was no longer a path ahead. He turned around, and his body suddenly shot out, instantly appearing as if he had transformed into a flame, trailing a stream of fiery tails behind him. At the same time, in the corridor where Xiao was located, looking at the phantom in front of him, he was panting heavily. To defeat a phantom with a battle power of 790,000 is still a bit forced. Forget it, I've already lit up 78 lamps and broken the record of the 9th Academy. The next time I come, it will be when I pass through the corridor. He rarely ventured into the corridor, only coming after significant progress. The next time he came, he planned to do so before graduation. At that time, he would directly pass through and become a disciple of the martial saint. Without further delay, he turned and left, never thinking of Chinfong again. At this point, Chinfong had already lost in his eyes. Outside. At this moment, it was silent here, and the expressions of the people from the 9th Academy varied, but everyone no longer had the confidence they had before. Chinfeng's direct passage left them speechless. At this moment, their pride and the pride brought by the 9th Academy were shattered. On the bell tower, Hu Tianming stared intently at the corridor where Chinfong was, his fists clenched tighter and tighter, his body trembling more violently, an angry aura about to burst forth. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he turned to look at the entrance, where an old man in a blue robe was walking towards him. He slowly relaxed his fists, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed his anger before descending from the bell tower and walking towards the entrance. Dean Song. Hu Tianming looked at the old man, speaking respectfully. The old man glanced at him. Put away your anger. Hu Tianming's expression slightly changed. The old man ignored him and walked towards the martial saint corridor. Song Kanglan, the vice president Song is coming. Tong Fei suddenly saw the old man approaching and pulled Pan Lei aside. The students of the 9th Academy did not notice and remained gathered in front, but when the old man approached, their bodies were pushed apart by a powerful pressure, parting from the center to the sides. A 9-star powerhouse, with precise control over his pressure. Who? Someone shouted in dissatisfaction as they felt their body being pushed away. However, when they turned to see the old man, their expressions changed dramatically. Although the vice president did not often appear, there was not a single student who did not recognize him. Song Kanglan walked through the crowd and stood in front of everyone, staring at the 2 corridors. The people behind fell silent instantly. Even Hu Tianming stood quietly behind without speaking. Before long, the doors of the 2 corridors opened almost simultaneously.
When two figures stepped out, most people's gazes were fixed on Chinfong.
He seems like a ball of fire, someone whispered in surprise. At that moment, under everyone's gaze,
Chinfong was still the same Chinfong. However, they inexplicably felt that Chinfong was like a human-shaped flame.
Is it my illusion? It seems like the fire is him, and he is the fire. Someone expressed their confusion. The mystery of fire.
Upon seeing Chinfong, Song Kanglin's heart stirred slightly, and then a barely noticeable smile appeared on his face.
At the end of each corridor in the 9 great sacred academies, there was a kind of elemental mystery. This was personally set there by the martial saint when he created the corridors. As long as one was still a student and could pass through the corridor, they could gain this understanding, and Chinfong had clearly comprehended the mystery of fire.
Hu Tianming, standing behind the old man, looked grim. Chinfong had obtained the greatest opportunity in his 9th academy corridor, which made him feel very uncomfortable.
At this moment,
as Chinfong and Xiao stepped out of the corridor, they immediately saw the old man standing in front of the crowd. The two exchanged no words and walked over.
"Director Song," the two called out. Song Kanglin nodded and first looked at Xiao. "You did well."
Xiaohua's heart soared with joy. Being praised by the vice president was not something everyone had the privilege of. Before graduation, strive to advance further, and you may have the opportunity to become the closed-door disciple of the martial saint.
Song Kanglin added. Xiaohua quickly nodded. "I will definitely work hard."
His hands clenched tightly, and at that moment, his confidence surged. At this time, Song Kanglin looked at Chinfong again.
"What is your name?" "Chinfong." Chinfong replied. "New student? First academy new student." Chinfong nodded.
Their conversation was very simple.
"Chinfong, very good, excellent." Song Kanglin's voice suddenly rose a bit, causing Xiaohua's expression to change.
Just as he realized something was off, Song Kanglin continued to look at Chinfong and said, "New student." Passing through the Martial Saint corridor, even the former dean did not anticipate this when he established the
Martial Saint corridor.
9 corridors, the sacred sound resonates together, and you are a freshman.
The dean asked me to convey a message to you. Would you be willing to become his closed-door disciple? If you are willing, you can meet him immediately.
Song Kanglin's words instantly made the surrounding people's heads buzz. The dean he referred to was, of course, the head dean, Suzhen, the martial saint. Moreover, to personally send a message and say that one could meet him
immediately was an enormous opportunity.
Meanwhile, Xiaohua's face turned pale as he turned to see the corridor lit with 100 lamps. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Looking back at Chinfong, his eyes were filled with shock.